In the Western restaurant, my civil servant girlfriend was listing various exorbitant marriage conditions when my phone suddenly received an urgent video call request from the female director. Reluctantly, I stepped out to the terrace to take the call, only to be scolded by my girlfriend upon returning. Unable to contain my frustration, I retorted a few words, which led her to immediately propose a breakup. Disheartened, I returned to my rented apartment and climbed to the rooftop, where the moon transformed into cold eyes, followed by an in-game beta test prompt. Before the countdown ended, I had to make a quick decision. In the Western restaurant, the digital clock showed 1947, and the back of my shirt was already soaked with sweat. This was already the third time this month that a perfectly good date was interrupted by a work video call. Outside the window, the towering how-high building lit up with scattered lights in the twilight, like thumbtacks stuck in the old city district. "Your shirt buttons are crooked." Lin Man lightly tapped her manicured fingers against the lemon water glass. Her freshly permed lamb's wool curls cascaded over the new mulberry silk blouse she'd bought after passing the civil service exam, while the French lamb chops before her remained barely touched. Ever since landing the government job 3 months ago, she developed a preference for low-fat salads. Just then, her phone buzzed on the table, a ding-tock pop-up window pulsing like a festering blood blister. "Xiao Jinna has initiated an emergency video conference." My thumb hovered over the decline button, the crevices of my nails still stained with marker ink from revising handmade design drafts that afternoon. "Didn't they say we wouldn't have to be on call after the transfer?" Lin Man frowned with her newly done Korean semi-permanent eyebrows. I slightly furrowed my brows, made a shushing gesture at her, and then walked out to the balcony. Gazing at the cityscape in the distance, I swiped to answer the call. On the video call, Director Xiao Jinna's icy voice instantly erupted. "There's a proposal that needs to be redone immediately. It's required first thing tomorrow morning." In the background, the sound of red wine being poured into a decanter could be heard. The newly appointed female director always wears matching silk pajamas during late-night meetings. I couldn't help but recall last month's night shift when I caught her sneaking out of the chairman's lounge, her hair still dripping wet at the ends. With that instruction, Joanna hung up the video call. The wrought iron balcony railing left red marks on my palms as the nearby square dance blared, the most dazzling folk style. Returning to my seat, Lin Man ignored my gloomy expression and began calculating with the speed honed from civil service exam essays. "The mortgage is $670,000, your annual post-tax salary is $120,000, based on the dual income standard for civil servants in a third-tier city. My name must be on the property deed. As for the betrothal gift, my parents said the minimum is $388,000. That's the going rate, just like my cousin's family. We'll need a car worth at least $300,000. The blue glow of the Excel spreadsheet on her phone screen reflected in her eyes as she continued. "You supporting me while I was preparing for the exam was a kindness, but we're adults now, we have to be realistic. There are plenty of people at my workplace with better conditions than you." The anti-hypertensive pills in my pocket rustled, the dents in the aluminum foil like the cancelled overtime bonuses from last quarter. Only then did I notice Lin Man's manicure no longer the worn-down nails from her exam days, but a French tip arc studded with rhinestones, exuding a cold sheen. "Deputy Director Zhang's nephew works at the state-owned Design Institute, tomorrow." Lin Man's lips, painted in YSLS number 316, kept moving. Yet all I could hear was the sound of shattering glass from the skyscraper-esque curtain wall. The girl I once cherished and cared for has now become such a stranger. "You know my situation. Well, I can't come up with that much money right now. I've barely saved anything these past 3 years, and your annual tuition for the civil service exam prep isn't a small amount." My lips trembled as I explained, but not even the lemonade could ease the frustration in my heart. "At least I've been trying hard these 3 years. You lack ambition and keep stagnating in the same place." "And what did you mean by what you just said?" "That's right, you've given me a lot of help, but the 3 years of my youth I gave you are priceless. Besides, you did all that voluntarily. I didn't force you. Even if you were dating other girls, you'd still have to spend money. I realize our mindsets and levels are completely different now. We have nothing in common to talk about. Think about it yourself." Lin Man didn't bother lowering her voice, drawing glances from nearby diners. Anger surged in my heart. "Right, you're so noble-minded. Where was this awareness when you asked me for money, telling your family it was your salary being transferred to support your brother? Just say outright that you think I'm poor. Why beat around the bush? Your 3 years are youth, and mine aren't. Why bring up thoughts in social circles? Have you ever considered these 3 years I've worked overtime and side jobs just so you could focus on your civil service exam?" Lin Man was stunned, never expecting I'd dare to retort. She slammed the table with a bang, grabbed the nearly 40,000 yuan Go 14 handbag I'd gifted her, and made to leave. "Don't rush off. You still haven't told me whose BMW you got into after work last Friday in the rain," I asked coldly. "You're following me. In that case, let's break up." Lin Man shot me a fierce glare and turned to leave. My heart turned to ashes. I had thought sincerity would be met with sincerity, but now I saw the moon suddenly transform into a cold eye just opening from slumber, its dark, gleaming pupil staring straight at me. In an instant, the entire night sky seemed to grow even darker, like a festering sore beside an eyelid. What the hell is that? I rubbed my eyes vigorously and looked again, but the moon had returned to normal, still pure and radiant. This is seriously creepy. At this point, I wasn't even sure if what I'd just seen was a hallucination. Just then, 2 lines of golden text suddenly appeared before my eyes. Congratulations on obtaining the closed beta for the game Otherworld. Please begin your new life. I stood frozen in place, utterly at a loss. Game beta test. The prompt didn't seem like a hallucination. It felt unusually solid, not dissipating even as my attention wavered. I staggered back to my rented apartment, my mind torn with indecision. A new prompt appeared. Warning, you have only 300 seconds left to decide. Exceeding this time will result in loss of beta access and erasure of related memories. The message, written in bright red font, carried a strong sense of warning. If this ghostly thing is real. I often read web novels and play games, so thoughts like time travel, a mysterious mentor, or leveling up with a system quickly flashed through my mind. Thinking about my increasingly messy life, I couldn't help but laugh bitterly. If this were truly a stroke of luck, it would be even better. After all, it couldn't possibly be worse than reality. At this thought, I made my decision. With just a flicker of thought, the choice was made. In an instant, a dull roar echoed through my mind, as if the sky and earth had flipped upside down, followed by complete darkness. Entering Otherworld, character creation program initiated, a thunderous sound rang in my ears. When my vision returned, I found myself in a vast, pristine white room, with a massive, ancient-looking tome suspended in the center. My clothes had disappeared, replaced by a simple white robe. A strange gleam appeared in my eyes. All of this was actually real. Please touch the otherworldly book to create your character. Initial attributes will be generated based on your current state. Countdown, 592 seconds. 2 lines of golden text flashed before my eyes. I quickly stepped forward and reached out to touch the massive tome. When the personal panel appeared and I saw, lifespan, 1 year and 137 days, I couldn't help but furrow my brow tightly. Having just celebrated my 24th birthday not long ago, how could it be possible that my life would end at 26? I found it hard to believe that lifespan could be predicted. Before I could ponder it carefully, another choice appeared. Please select game mode. Note, modes cannot be switched. Please decide carefully. Hardcore mode, initial luck fixed at +2, free attributes +5, drop rate +20%, higher chance of drawing advanced talents, 5 free attribute points per level, and a maximum of 100% attribute synchronization with the otherworld. However, the initial landing zone danger level is randomly set between 2-5 points, and in-game death will synchronize with reality. Normal mode, each death deducts 3 years of lifespan, initial bonuses are 0, 3 free attribute points per level, initial landing zone danger level is 1 point, and the maximum synchronization state with the otherworld is only 70%. Both modes are a gamble with life, but for someone like me with just over a year left to live, the penalty mechanisms don't make much difference. After a moment of hesitation, I shouted, hardcore mode. Since the consequences are similar, I might as well choose the option with more benefits. I'm not afraid of higher difficulty, at least there is still a chance to fight for it. Selection complete. Hardcore mode locked in. A series of rules regarding stamina, time flow, and other mechanics appeared. I struggled to remain calm, as talents in games often have the power to defy fate. A faint hope stirred within me. Begin the draw. I shouted. Countless lights appeared before my eyes, like stars in a night sky magnified many times over, or like flashes of wisdom dormant in the depths of my mind. The light points streaked past like flowing light. I don't know how long it took, but finally one light point collided with me head-on. The scene changed, and a sphere wrapped in a gray shell bounced before me. Crunch! The gray shell shattered, revealing a dazzling red glow, ashes of the apocalypse unique. When calamity's flames consume all, everything returns to the void. You will fear no negative effects. I clenched my fist and cheered. What luck, drawing a red. Unique quality, each red talent is truly one of a kind. As I lightly touched the glowing orb representing the talent, a crimson vortex devoured the light. Darkness enveloped my vision, and when it cleared, intricate red patterns emerged on my palm, swiftly spreading across my body. My eyes blazed with a red glow. The sensation was like the descent of a demon god. As the light faded, a notification sounded. Character creation was complete, attributes were locked in, and I was about to arrive at Grey Crow Village. Initial danger level 4, some functions had also been unlocked. In the blink of an eye, I found myself in a grim cemetery. The stench of rotting leaves and corpses assaulted my senses. A hazy half-moon hid behind the clouds, and the surroundings were desolate and bleak. No beginner's gift pack, no recharge prompts, only crooked tombstones and twisted withered trees meet the eye. Amid the nightingale's song, the damp soil at my feet trembles slightly as 2 horrifying fangworms burst forth from the ground. Each about a meter long, their mouths bristling with sharp teeth writhe like meat grinders, while a 20-centimeter long horn protrudes from their foreheads. The moment they emerge, they lunge straight for my ankles. I quickly dodged aside, my gaze sweeping over as I activated basic insight. The information displayed, a Fangworm LV3 with 60-60 HP, and another LV2 with 45-45 HP. These were greedy creatures that lurked in decaying soil, driven by voracious appetites, their sharp tubular mouths capable of chewing through anything. This game felt too real, as if I'd crossed over into a semi-digitalized world. The two worms were utterly repulsive, their surfaces covered in soil-streaked mucus, their gaping tubular maws large enough to swallow an adult's head whole. While observing, they weren't idle, their ringed bodies suddenly contracted, then lunged at me like coiled springs. I casually grabbed half a broken steel by my feet and smashed it down hard. Blunt damage 23, the first attacking worm's chitinous shell shattered, splattering foul green fluid as it emitted a piercing shriek. But before I could strike again, a searing pain shot through my right leg. Another worm had latched onto my calf. Piercing damage 11, bleeding 1 resisted. Though the wound was small, blood gushed out profusely. A sharp pain struck, and I clenched my teeth, forcing myself to stay calm. Observation revealed that apart from their sharp edges and mouthparts, these creatures turned slowly and only attacked in straightforward lunges. Staggering to reposition myself, I endured the pain and struck again, clutching the tombstone. This broken tombstone provided a 9-point blunt damage bonus. Although each strike reduced its durability, it was still my weapon. After a tough battle that lasted about 2 minutes, I finally smashed those two fanged worms into pulp. System notifications kept coming in: experience gained from the kill, level increased, and free attribute points obtained. I also found a tan leather pouch and magic copper coins in the worm's stomach sacs. Killing these two worms just pushed me up by 1 level. Combined with the attribute points from hardcore mode, I now have 10 attribute points to allocate. Early levels are easy to gain, but with poor base stats, every single attribute point is crucial. Considering the current situation, I decided to fully invest in physique. With a thought, the attribute panel appeared, and physique increased from 8 points to 18 points, with the attributes changing accordingly. I felt full of energy, an unfamiliar strength surging through my body, quickly transforming into instinct. Physique is a comprehensive attribute. Each point increase enhances strength, speed, reaction time, and other aspects. Regular human physical enhancement has diminishing returns, but attribute allocation doesn't have this limitation. Maybe if I stack enough physique points, I could truly ascend to godhood through flesh. Looking down, the muscle definition beneath my thin cloth robe has become more pronounced. My body has transformed from suboptimal health to a robust state, and even my life expectancy has changed. This is truly an unexpected delight.
Chapter 4: The Gravekeeper of the Evil Eye. A surging power courses through my veins. The thrill of leveling up is utterly intoxicating. No one can resist such tangible feedback. No pain, no gain is no empty saying in the game. Along with it, the nausea brought by excessive realism quickly faded. This graveyard is a bit strange. Need to find the starter village or other neutral NPCs as soon as possible. Chun Xian suppressed the restlessness in his heart. Although he still wanted to continue killing monsters to level up, reason told him to weigh the risks involved. The fanged worms might not be difficult to deal with, but what if other unforeseen circumstances arose? The night fog was thick, and visibility in the surroundings was poor. He could barely make out the scenery within 10 meters around him. Just as he was pondering, from the distant mist, a hunched figure carrying a lantern slowly emerged. The orange glow of the fire was strikingly visible in the fog, as if a touch of orange light had been smudged into the hazy gray veil. Chun Xian gripped the tombstone tightly, standing ready for battle. Before long, he could already make out the appearance of the approaching figure. It was an elderly man with a hunched back, draped in a yellowish-brown linen cloak. Pale strands of hair fell from either side of his hood, swaying slightly in the mist with his unsteady yet resolute steps. Weakened, evil-eyed Gravekeeper, Erwin? The elderly man named Erwin came to a halt several meters ahead of Chun Xian. Bound by his deformed and diseased spine, he could only turn sideways to speak, appearing no different from an ordinary frail old man. Yet, Chun Xian hadn't forgotten the string of question marks revealed under primary insight, no matter what game it is. At the start, any character marked with a question mark is not someone a beginner can handle. I saw a streak of light fall from the sky earlier. Sure enough, another chosen one has descended. The old man's voice was hoarse and obscure, carrying a texture even hazier than the mist. Chun Xian didn't respond immediately, remaining vigilant instead. He knew that Otherworld wasn't as straightforward as traditional games. What he feared most were those unpredictable tactics that defied conventional logic. Until he fully understood the current situation, maintaining silence might be the better choice. Seeing no response from him, the old man suddenly curled his lips into a smile. Don't worry, child. You no harm. In fact, I'll be responsible for guiding you to Grey Crow Village. This corrupted graveyard is a treacherous place. It once housed all the corpses from over a dozen surrounding towns, and after being tainted, it became a den for the undead and filthy worms. This is the mission bestowed upon me by the Supreme. The old man before me appeared extremely patient. He extended a withered finger, as if avoiding something, and pointed toward the sky. The gray eyes hanging under heavy bags scrutinized Chun Xian with a guarded gaze. It might have been an illusion, but under his gaze, Chun Xian felt as if he were being seen through. Roar! Suddenly, a chilling roar echoed from the depths of the graveyard. The thunderous growl thinned the fog behind them. In a place previously hidden by the mist, there stood an eerie throne cobbled together from shattered tombstones and scattered bones. A grotesquely bloated and deformed figure loomed ominously above, flickering in and out of view through the mist. Staying here any longer will draw that terrifying creature's attention. Let's go, there's no time. The old man's tone carried a hint of urgency. Chun Xian raised an eyebrow and nodded silently. I'll guide you, the old man said, holding the lantern as he walked back the way he came without turning his head, appearing very familiar with the path. His aura was indeed weak, yet it consistently gave Chun Xian an eerie feeling. Otherworld was definitely not a game meant for casual entertainment in the traditional sense. It represents life and death, and even more so, the extraordinary. Chun Xian followed closely behind the old man, yet the distance between them never shortened. The decayed soil emitted a rustling sound under their footsteps. After walking about 200 or 300 meters like this, the ground beneath their feet finally became firm. Ahead lay a continuous stretch of sentinel trees. They lined both sides, framing a narrow path. Adjacent to the roadside stood a thatched hut with candlelight flickering inside. At that very moment, Erwin abruptly came to a halt. He turned around, revealing a dry smile. Follow this path and you'll reach Grey Crow Village before long. Would you like to stop by my place for some hardtack before you go? Erwin extended an inexplicable invitation. Chun Xian narrowed his eyes, still clutching the broken steel. An average player would simply consider the hardtack as basic starter supplies. But Chun Xian couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The difficulty of hardcore mode during the early game differs significantly from normal mode. This Gravekeeper is very suspicious. The only reason Chen Xian chose to follow him was because staying in the graveyard seemed even more dangerous. Seeing that he still remained unmoved, Erwin finally lost all patience. The creature bared its mouth wide, revealing a row of sharp teeth beneath its yellowed gums. You're more cautious than the ones before, but it's all in vain. This isn't Patch's territory, so now you're my prey. Look into my eyes and surrender your life. Once I absorb it, I can recover from this weakened state. The old man with a crooked neck had bloodshot eyes, as if they had transformed into tangible whirlpools, trying to pull his very soul inside. Ashen Oblivion activated. Immune to evil eye control. A prompt flashed before Chen Xian's eyes. With swift steps, he raised the broken steel in his hand and smashed it toward Erwin's head. Judging from the previous conversation and the partial information fed back by primary insight, this old man was clearly in a weakened state. Otherwise, he would have just slapped me to death right away. There was no need to use that eerie evil eye technique to subdue me. As for why he waited until we were away from the graveyard to act, it was probably because that was the territory of other monsters. Just as expected. When Erwin saw that the evil eye had no effect on Chen Xian, his face instantly turned pale with shock. He wanted to flee, but his frail body became a burden. In just a few steps, Chen Xian caught up to him. Take this great mercy steel strike. A broken steel the size of a clay pot smashed toward Erwin's head. Bang! The skull immediately caved in. The edges splattered with clusters of red and white being curd like matter. Blunt damage 10. Defeated the weakened evil-eyed Gravekeeper Erwin. Experience gained 1,000 points. Items obtained: Purple Evil Eye 1, Orange Pale Key Fragment 1, Purple Gravedigger Erwin Skin. Level increased from 1 to 4. Free attribute points obtained 15. Experience required for next level 300-800. You have plundered a title from Erwin. Title obtained: Gravekeeper Tier 1 grants an additional 3% damage bonus in any graveyard or cemetery, with a chance to discover hidden items and mechanisms in tomb ruins. Killing 100 undead monsters no less than 3 levels below your own will promote the title to Tier 2. Chen Xian was somewhat taken aback. How was it defeated in just one hit? A mere 10 HP. So pitiful it's worse than even a Fong worm. Chapter 5. Scraping the bottom of the barrel. But soon he came to terms with it. The trial of hardcore mode had actually begun from the very moment of arrival. New players arriving here had no other choice. Either follow the Gravekeeper to leave the graveyard's vicinity or risk venturing deeper into the graveyard to find a breakthrough from other directions. At this moment, he recalled the massive figure that had roared in fury when he followed Erwin away. Is the Gravekeeper weak? Actually, no. That evil eye technique alone could devour one's mind. A single misstep could lead to losing one's sanity, leaving them at the mercy of others. Perhaps increasing the spirit attribute could improve the chances of resisting this move. But for any novice player, it would still be considered extremely dangerous. And choosing to explore the graveyard for a new path would likely mean facing that colossal monster directly. Here is a clear reference. That is, Irving corresponds to mind, while the graveyard monsters correspond to body. Which path offers a chance of escape depends on the player's attribute inclinations and subsequent choices. In any case, there is actually a glimmer of hope left here. Chen Xian silently thought to himself how fortunate he was. At the same time, he realized just how powerful the talent, Ashes of the Cataclysm, truly was. Immunity to all negative effects. Once this effect is expanded upon, the possibilities for unconventional tactics would be endless. However, in a situation like that just now, an average player would have been done for long ago. From the Gravekeeper's words, Chen Xian estimated there were probably more than one victim, but even the craftiest old dog can't learn new tricks, let alone stand a chance against a freak of talent like Chen Xian. At my feet, the corpse of the gravedigger Erwin completely lost all vitality. It rotted at a visible rate, turning into a pool of foul-smelling pus that seeped into the ground. Before long, only a tattered cloak and a bright lantern remained on the ground. The cloak was just a gray-quality piece of junk, but the lantern turned out to be a green, rare-quality artifact. Gravekeeper's Lantern. Quality: rare. Equipment type: tool. Effect: slightly increases illumination distance at night, capable of revealing stealth or invisibility effects up to second tier. Requires filling with low-tier magic crystals. Current magic: 71-100. Adhering to the principle of not wasting even a grain, Chun Xian gladly took possession of this lantern. He immediately headed towards the thatched hut by the roadside. Looting everything is a sign of respect for the game. He had no intention of letting that place go untouched. If there really were any flashy dangers lurking, he would immediately allocate all the attribute points he just gained from leveling up. The thatched hut was dilapidated. The outer walls were coated with a layer of dried mud. The closer one got, the stronger the stench of decay became. A crooked wooden door separated the inside from the outside. Next to it was a translucent window covered with craft paper. Chun Xian stood by the door for a moment. Suddenly, he reached out to the side, pulled open the window, and peered inside. What serious player uses the door anyway? The furnishings inside the house were fully visible at a glance. There was only a straw bed and an old wooden table. On the table stood a thick tallow candle, and amidst the musty odor of old age, Chun Xian caught a whiff of the faint mutton scent mixed within the candle's smoke. Beside the straw bed lay a broken pickaxe and shovel. Of course, what caught Chun Xian's attention the most wasn't these decorations. Instead, it was the objects placed along the base of the wall. A black iron box the size of a shoebox and 3 shriveled, blackened, and shrunken corpses, reduced to the size of children. As his gaze fell upon them, subtitles appeared. Green black iron treasure chest. A plain and unadorned black iron treasure chest. No one knows what might be inside. The black iron treasure chest can randomly yield 1 to 4 items, with their quality not exceeding green. Beta tester. Larengia 19971120. Beta tester. Songbingi 200300718. Beta tester. The 3 unlucky souls died in perfect alignment. Chun Xian silently noted down the names of these 3 individuals along with the string of numbers that appeared to be their birthdates. After confirming there was nothing sinister lurking inside the house, he kicked the door open. With a wave of his hand, he first took away that black iron treasure chest. He hesitated as he looked at the 3 severely shriveled mummies. In the end, he decided to bury them. Rooted in the traditions of Chinese heritage, seeing the deceased laid to rest is considered an act of kindness and virtue. He casually picked up the broken pickaxe and shovel, digging a pit near the thatched hut. The 18-point physique bonus significantly enhanced his stamina. After roughly 10 minutes, he finally buried all 3 corpses. He didn't leave immediately after returning to the house. Instead, he took out that black iron treasure chest. Could this thing be a trap? Chun Xian, heavily influenced by various games and online novels, was quite familiar with the concept of mimic chests. He did not fully trust the results of basic insight. The treasure chest requires a light touch combined with mental command to open. Chun Xian pondered for a moment, then simply dug another small pit over 80 centimeters deep directly in the ground. Bury most of the treasure chest with loose soil and compact it firmly, leaving only a small exposed section on the front for interaction. This coating, several dozen centimeters thick, can block hidden weapons or other dangers when they suddenly erupt. Activate. Silently chanting activate, Chun Xian quickly withdrew his hand and dodged to the side. The buried treasure chest trembled slightly, but in the end, it still failed to break through the soil, until Chun Xian saw the hint. Open black iron treasure chest. Obtained, green flame teasing dagger 1. Obtained, white tier 1 weak healing potion 3. Obtained, green tier 2 spell scroll wall of fire 1. Acquired 3 items, 2 of which were green quality. Chun Xian's luck was fairly decent. He could finally dig out the treasure chest with peace of mind. Brushing off the dirt on the surface, the items he had obtained lay quietly inside the box. Even the empty chest after taking the items wasn't discarded. This thing could still be used as a container or taken to the blacksmith shop to be melted down and sold for money. At this moment, Chun Xian's true nature as a hoarder was fully exposed. Busy until now, less than an hour had passed in time. Because he noticed that his stamina had changed from 14 points from leveling up to 9. This indicated that over 20 minutes had already passed in reality. And he still had 90 minutes left to stay in Otherworld. To be honest, he was quite curious about the mechanics of logging in and out of this magical game. Sitting on the somewhat prickly straw bed, Chun Xian began sorting through his loot. While things were relatively calm, he figured it was best to take stock of what he had in his pockets to avoid being caught off guard if danger struck later. First were the rewards he obtained after defeating the Gravekeeper, Erwin. They were respectively an eyeball filled with malice, a hard fragment engraved with demonic patterns, and a miniature gravedigger resembling a hand puppet. Chen Xian first picked up the eyeball, and immediately, goosebumps erupted all over his body. For a fleeting moment, it seemed as if he glimpsed countless living and dead beings twisting and wailing through that pupil. That sinister force directly connected with his mind. Unconsciously, even his own eyes exuded a soul-piercing malice. Chapter 6: Spoils of War. Evil Eye. Quality: Rare. Equipment type: Relic. Active effect: Evil invasion stare at the target, with a certain chance to terrify them with evil intent, causing them to fall into a mindless, lost state. Success rate depends on the spirit attributes of both parties. Cooldown: 300 seconds. Sinister gaze: The evil eye can penetrate magical barriers and structures up to 4th tier, conducting a comprehensive scan. The gaze can discern emotions, mana fluctuations, and stealth units below 4th tier. Cooldown: 240 minutes. Maximum casting range: 1,000 meters. Duration: 30 seconds. Passive effect: Sinister intimidation activates the evil eye, with a chance to trigger intimidation when making eye contact, causing the target to enter a state of fear. The activation probability depends on the target's malice, mental state, and spirit attribute. This is a purely auxiliary type artifact. Its function is simple, primarily for detection and control. Just now, the Gravekeeper Erwin attempted to use Sinister Invasion to manipulate Chen Xian. The equipment slots in Otherworld are quite extensive. In addition to the main equipment slots, there are also multiple artifact slots. Chen Xian placed the evil eye in front of his right eye, silently recited "Equip," and after a brief flash of purple light, it disappeared. With just a thought, the evil eye could manifest, appearing as a faint shadow covering the surface of his right eye. It usually remains hidden. The next item is a fragment as light as porcelain. It appears to be part of a disc. One side is pale as snow, while the other is carved with intricate patterns. Fragment of the Pale Key. Quality: Epic. One of the 6 fragments of the Pale Key. Collect all to unlock the hidden treasure of the Pale Lord. This thing is a treasure-hunting key. Its quality is frighteningly high, making it hard to imagine how much higher the complete version of the Pale Key could be. And the treasure it corresponds to must be unimaginably rich. For now, it can only be stored away, as there are still far too many missing clues related to it. The next item is also the last one dropped by the Gravekeeper. This seemingly small doll-like object actually has a hidden, ingenious use. Gravekeeper Erwin's Skin. Quality: Rare. Effect: Transform into Gravekeeper Erwin upon use. The wielder can assume the form of Gravekeeper Erwin, gaining access to some of his abilities prior to his weakened state. The transformation lasts up to 30 minutes and cannot be detected by scrying effects below Tier 3. This ability has no cooldown but consumes 1 durability point per use. Durability: 2020. A transformation type item that's quite good. I wonder how powerful Erwin was before falling into a weakened state. Gravekeeper Erwin is somewhat of a minor boss, and clearly a spellcaster type. Chen Xian was looking forward to it, but to avoid wasting durability, he resisted the urge to test it out. Lastly, there were the 3 items obtained from the black iron treasure chest earlier, along with the money pouch dropped by the Fongworm. He first took out the heavy money pouch and gave it a quick glance. Tanned leather pouch green. Quality: Fine. A money pouch lost by some unlucky adventurer in the Grey Crow graveyard, with 1,000 cubic centimeters of storage space inside. This is a miniature storage item. Inside is a 10 centimeters 10 centimeters 10 storage space. There were about 270 copper coins and 4 shiny silver coins. The exchange rate between the two in the game is 100:1. Chen Xian wasn't entirely sure of their purchasing power yet, but judging by the amount, it was definitely a small windfall for a beginner. This would be his first bucket of gold in the game. He had a clear plan in mind, so he put away the money pouch and then took out the short sword obtained from the treasure chest. The short sword was no longer than 50 centimeters, with an orange-red blade adorned with swirling flame patterns. When Chen Xian gently gripped it, a layer of scorching flames immediately rose from the surface of the short sword. Swinging it forward, the flames transformed into a blazing arc, displaying astonishing power. The elemental weapon is truly extraordinary. Chen Xian toyed with it for a while, finding it incredibly comfortable to wield. Blazing Dagger. Quality: Fine. One-handed. Slashing damage: 2732. Piercing damage: 16-21. Attack range, 46. Durability, 40-40. Passive effect. Licking Flames attacks deal additional flame strikes, increasing attack range by 20. Each strike inflicts an extra 10 points of burn damage. If hit by Licking Flames more than 5 times within 3 seconds, the target will be ignited. Chun Xian's eyes lit up with excitement. With this short sword, killing worms and such would be as easy as child's play, wouldn't it? The gleaming sword shines bright. Wearing it keeps my heart free from evil thoughts. Weapons embolden the spirit. Holding the short sword, Chun Xian actually entertained the fleeting thought of returning to the graveyard to slay monsters. However, this notion lingered only briefly before he cast it from his mind. Steady now, we don't act recklessly. After performing a few slashing motions, Chun Xian finally sheathed his short sword. The next 2 items were both auxiliary tools. 3 bottles of weak healing potion could restore 8 health points per second for 10 seconds after consumption. The weak healing here could recover most injuries except for severed limbs, internal organ damage, and open wounds. The second-tier spell Scroll Wall of Fire can summon a 5-meter-high, 12-meter-long wall of flames in any area within a 100-meter radius of the user upon activation, lasting for 45 seconds. The spell scroll can only be used once. These were all of Chun Xian's current gains. Could be considered his first startup capital. After standing up again to confirm that no loot had been overlooked, he extinguished the candle, stored it in his inventory space, and then quickly left. Holding a lantern to light the way, Chun Xian passed through the intersection guarded by sentinel trees. Ahead, the view suddenly opened up, and even the mist grew much thinner. More importantly, he could make out the outline of a village under the night sky in the distance. Among it, several bonfires flickered and danced. The bright moon hung high in the sky, as luminous and clear as it was on Blue Star. Chun Xian looked up, feeling a surreal sense of having traversed time and space. Shaking his head, he strode forward. Yet he failed to notice that when his gaze shifted away, a crack-like shadow suddenly appeared across the center of the moon. After walking for a full 20 minutes, he finally arrived outside Grey Crow Village. Current stamina remaining 6 points. This was a fairly large village. Outside the village were extensive low hedgerows, interspersed with several watchtowers over 10 meters tall. Before he could get close, a group of militiamen armed with pitchforks and spears approached him. The leader appeared particularly tall. He rode a mountain horse, carried a black iron double-edged sword on his back, and his bearded face looked strikingly simple. Grey Crow Village Guard Captain Alf Ironanville LV-22. The burly man named Alf cast a glance at Chun Xian. Chosen One? It's been a long time since any Chosen One has made it out of the graveyard, especially on such a sinister night. Chapter 7. The Grey Crow Village Cleanup Mission, Lin Man, he said with a sigh. He then turned to Chun Xian with a serious expression and added, "The night in Grey Crow Village is under curfew. You can rest at the outpost camp until dawn." As Alf spoke, 2 lines of notifications floated by. Your current reputation in Grey Crow Village neutral lawful is 0 unknown. No qualification to stay overnight in the village yet. Chun Xian didn't expect the starter village to have a reputation system too. Doesn't this mean he'll have to sleep outdoors whenever he logs in at night from now on? Although the game time to real-world time ratio is 2-to-1, each login session still has its limits. But he wasn't quite familiar with the rhythm of time in the game world yet. Chun Xian pondered for a moment, then nodded slightly in gratitude. "Thank you for the reminder. Is there anything I can help with?" As the saying goes, courtesy costs nothing. He was well aware that the NPCs in Otherworld were anything but simple. Each one was incredibly lifelike. They all had their own lives and personalities. Alf's lips curled into a faint, intrigued smile. "You are the most composed Chosen One I've ever seen. Of course, there are places where we need your help. The fusion of the Death Domain and the Demon Realm is intensifying, with rifts opening everywhere. The entire Starfall continent is suffering greatly, and Grey Crow Village is no exception. Revived undead and monsters tainted by evil energy can be seen everywhere. This is a cleanup list. You can complete it at your discretion. After dawn, you can also visit the village square. As a large settlement with over 3,000 residents, there are many tasks available there daily. You can start by earning some rewards." Alf introduced everything meticulously. Compared to the Gravekeeper, this one seems more like a proper beginner's guide. At the same time, Chun Xian finally received his first official mission. Gray Crow Village Extermination Mission I. Mission objective: kill 20 green imps and bring back their right ears. Mission rewards: 50 demon copper coins, 100 Gray Crow Village reputation points, white hardwood shield 1. This should be a series of quests. At least there's no need to worry about having nothing to do next time I log in. After finishing the introduction and casually issuing a quest, Alf rode away on his horse. He assigned a militiaman to lead Qin Xian to rest in the camp tent at the outpost. At night, he didn't recommend Qin Xian going out to hunt monsters, because the undead and demonic creatures at night were even more ferocious and brutal than during the day. The low visibility also posed a significant challenge for newcomers. Considering the current situation and his physical limitations, Chun Xian also had the thought of logging off for the time being. The spot on his calf where the fanged worm had bitten him still throbbed with a dull ache. His health hadn't fully recovered yet. From his observations, the natural healing process restored about 1 health point every 10 minutes. This was likely due to the effects of his constitution attribute. As physical fitness continues to improve, self-healing ability should also keep increasing. Entering the sweat-filled tent, Chun Xian didn't mind the smell and directly lay down on the straw bed to log off. When the taxi stopped, the time had already reached 21:19 in the evening. Lin Man got out of the car with a furrowed brow, clearly in a less than pleasant mood. Back at the rented apartment, roommate and colleague Wang Qian was engrossed in watching a newly released sweet drama featuring 2 male leads. After successfully securing a position and joining the organizational department of the district committee, Lin Man moved out from Chan Xian's side, citing the inconvenience of commuting to work. Not long after, she shared a duplex apartment with this 28-year-old single female colleague, Wang Qian. Seeing Lin Man's angry face, Wang Qian closed the tablet in her hand and said in a teasing tone, "Oh, is this date over already? Didn't you spend more time being affectionate? Or is your boyfriend not performing well lately?" Lin Man kicked off her CL red-soled shoes in a huff, placed her Go 14 handbag on the coffee table, and sat down on the sofa with her arms crossed. "Forget about it. I did as you said, used the humanity form, and talked about some real-life issues." And then he flew into a rage out of humiliation. She turned on her phone and opened the spreadsheet with neatly listed items, the total amount reaching into the millions. Upon hearing this, Wang Qian's smile grew even wider. "Hee, seems like your little boyfriend doesn't love you as much as you claimed. You said he's been fawning over you for 3 years. How could he get angry over such basic demands? TSK, thinking about you staying with someone like him for 3 years, even I feel it's not worth it, especially considering you had to work part-time to support him before." These words made Lin Man's cheeks flush slightly. To maintain her dignity, she hadn't told anyone about quitting her job to prepare for the civil service exam. Although it was Chun Xian who had supported her for 3 years, in her social circle it had somehow become Lin Man worked part-time jobs to support her freeloader boyfriend for 3 years. Seeing she didn't respond, Wang Qian eagerly pressed further. "And then what happened? Did you give him a good beating? Men are creatures who remember the pain but forget the kindness. Never be too good to them. If you give them too much kindness, they'll start taking advantage of you." When it comes to stirring the pot, Wang Qian is absolutely a professional. Her words successfully accomplished the mission of adding fuel to the fire. I broke up with him on the spot," Lin Man said with her neck stiffened. Hearing her reply, Wang Qian's lips curled into a faint, triumphant smile. She reached out and wrapped her arm around Lin Man's shoulder, leaning in to whisper in her ear, "That's more like it. You're still so young and beautiful. What does he have to deserve you? I think Lin Fei from the office would suit you much better." Both parents are successful locals who even prepared the marital home early on. The BMW 3 Series he drives is just a family-provided commuter car, and we've been hitching rides back to the apartment with him quite often lately. Besides, you've only been here for 3 months, and he has been showering you with attention every day. We've all noticed it, you know. A woman's prime is fleeting, so it's essential to find a reliable man who truly loves you. Look, your ex-boyfriend couldn't even pass a simple compatibility test, and you still dare to entrust your life to him? What we women value isn't his money, but just a little sense of security. Let him regret it. Wang Qian's words whispered in her ear, carrying a peculiar persuasive power. At a certain moment, Lin Man was completely immersed in the role. She selectively forgot the facts and fully stepped into the character she had fabricated. He couldn't help but nod in agreement with Wang Qian's words. "Qian, you're right." With that, Lin Man took out her phone, opened the contacts in WeChat, and blocked Chen Xian one after the other. While scrolling through Douyin, I hesitated for a moment but didn't block the account. Because it suddenly occurred to her that she still needed to leave a way to stay in contact, only then could she witness Chen Xian's regret and attempts to win her back. After doing all this, Lin Man suddenly felt a surge of vengeful satisfaction in her heart. She tossed her phone aside and whispered to Wang Qian about Lin Fei again. Chapter 8. The Trajectory of Reality. Back at last. Chen Xian slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the familiar ceiling, feeling somewhat unreal. The process of logging off was quite peculiar. At first, he felt a dreamlike drowsiness, only to snap awake the very next moment. When his vision cleared, he found himself looking at the scene inside the rented apartment. The cloth robe on his body was nowhere to be seen. He was still wearing the same clothes from the real world. First offline experience, he learned some of the finer details of the rules. First, you must be in a safe zone to log out. Otherworld has roughly 3 types of safe zones. They are neutral safe zone, temporary safe zone, and lawful safe zone. You cannot log off immediately during intense battles. This rule prevents escape by logging off. If you're in combat and unable to log off while your daily stamina is exhausted, you will borrow stamina from future days. If the total borrowed stamina exceeds 1 day's worth, you must wait until the debt is cleared before logging back in, which could take 2 days, 3 days, or even longer. In an overdraft state, you will be forcibly logged off as soon as you exit combat. Any excess stamina will be carried over to the next day, with a maximum storage limit of 120 points. It must be admitted that such a mechanism eliminates many possibilities of exploiting bugs. Of course, if one really wants to exploit bugs, there are still many details that can be scrutinized. But Chen Xian believes that the loopholes in the rules of the game Otherworld are not so easily exploited. Otherworld synchronization complete. Just as he was lost in thought, staring blankly, golden text flashed before his eyes. Chen Xian's eyelids twitched. A slight stinging sensation traveled up his calf. Every muscle in his body was cheering with hunger. A wave of ravenous hunger surged through him. Chen Xian, who had been lying down, suddenly sprang up like a carp leaping from water and sat upright on the bed. With 18 points in physique, he was equivalent to twice his original self. Of course, the improvements in physical attributes exhibit noticeable diminishing marginal effects. But at this moment, Chen Xian could still clearly perceive the earth-shaking changes within himself. Strength, speed, and neural reflexes were all significantly enhanced. The mild nearsightedness had actually disappeared, and his vision was clearer than ever before. It was like going from a 720p resolution directly to 1080p. Suppressing his hunger, the first thing he did was roll up his pant leg to check the injury on his calf from the game. There were still a few scabbed scars visible on it. The semi-digitalized self-healing power and injuries were simultaneously manifested. This means the content mentioned in hardcore mode is real, can bring transcendence to Chen Xian, but it may also bring true death. The changes don't stop there. He can open storage compartments in his mind and retrieve various equipment or items at any time. The personal panel can also be accessed. Equipped oddities like the purple evil eye remain hidden under normal circumstances and can be activated with just a thought. This is true synchronization and fusion. Chen Xian drew out the flame-teasing dagger, swinging it to create arcs of fire, his heart surging with excitement. Say goodbye to the sloppiness of the past. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he deeply realized that Otherworld was the turning point of his life. However, Chen Xian didn't let it get to his head, nor was he about to act like some supreme ancestor. He was well aware that although he now possessed extraordinary foundations, he was still far from being able to do as he pleased. Set a small goal. Withstand a nuclear bomb head-on. Secondly, based on the clues gathered from the game, he understood that he wasn't the only player. But after all, having secured a closed beta qualification along with a top-tier Crimson grade talent, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he had a bright future ahead. What he was more curious about was how far other players had progressed by now. The world has never been short of lucky individuals and geniuses. Quickly suppressing his restlessness, he deftly opened the small refrigerator. Inside were several blue-lid Red Bull from the Thai version, along with small snacks like Snickers and chocolates. The fresh-keeping compartment holds 2 bags of toast. Additionally, there's an unopened pack of cereal in the drawer. He stayed up late working on design plans and wished he could drink Agno like water. And when feeling down, he craves sweets even more. He wolfed down the food from the refrigerator, watching the satiety value on the panel gradually recover to over 85 points. A slight tingling itch came from the wound on his calf. His health recovery speed also increased a little. It seems that satiety level affects the self-healing effect. After finishing his meal, Chun Xian immediately sat down at the computer without delay. After booting up, he ignored the noisy notifications from the automatically launched DingTalk and instead opened a browser. Using missing as a prefix, he searched for the names of the 3 mummified corpses he had seen in the Gravekeeper's thatched hut. He then conducted separate searches on Douyin, Xiaohongshu, and China's Missing Persons Network. He actually managed to find some clues. First is beta tester, Song Bingi 200300718. He went missing 3 weeks ago and was a student at Haicheng University. That day, he went out to eat with a few roommates and suddenly disappeared while taking a walk in the park to digest their meal. The family has currently offered a 100,000 yuan reward for eyewitness information, hoping to find relevant clues. As for the 2 unlucky individuals, Chen Xian did not see any information about them, guessing they had not been reported missing online. Haicheng is located in southern China, over 1,000 kilometers away from his current city. The player's choices do not seem to have any geographical distinction. Perhaps population density has some influence. The only thing Song Bing and Chen Xian had in common was that they both received closed beta access at night. The only difference was that the other became fodder for the Gravekeeper Erwin, completely drained dry, while Chun Xian survived the highly challenging first login. Night. The moon. This world might not be as normal as it appears on the surface. Come to think of it, before obtaining the beta access and witnessing the anomaly of the moon, he often came across eerie videos with tens of thousands of likes but very few comments. Most of the content revolved around conspiracy theories like reality is fake, lunar matrix, and awakening of consciousness. Now it seems those videos might not have been talking nonsense. Just searching for moon matrix can bring up all sorts of bizarre stories shared by netizens. For example, stationary airplanes and white clouds appearing in the sky. During thunderstorms, unknown creatures resembling divine dragons soar freely above the dark clouds. Strange phenomena like mirages and more. Many of these reports are quickly debunked, while others are dismissed as photoshopped images or AI-generated videos. But are they all really fictional? Reality is illusion, illusion is reality. Chun Xian remained silent, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. He suddenly recalled a passage he had once read in a book about fate. When you realize it, it's already approaching you. Blessings or misfortunes, what is destined cannot be avoided. After becoming a beta tester, he might never be able to return to the life of an ordinary person again. Closing the notebook, Chun Xian's thoughts were somewhat chaotic. He ruffled his own hair and stood up to head towards the bathroom. Chapter 9, The Path Beyond the Ordinary. For him, the way to vent his emotions was simple. Take a shower, then go to sleep. Leave all the troubles for the next morning. The showerhead sprayed warm water. They fell relentlessly, as if cutting off all the noise from the outside world. The path to transcendence is fraught with both risks and opportunities. Be prepared to lose something for everything you gain. Having chosen hardcore mode, Chun Xian had already begun to reap its benefits. One must also be prepared to bear the risks. He aims to clear the game in one life, to conquer another world, to break through the predictable life of the past. Humans are indeed creatures of psychology. After some mental preparation, Chun Xian's resolve grew firmer. Drying his hair, he stepped out of the bathroom and changed into his pajamas. Lying in bed, Chun Xian concluded that quitting his job wasn't an option for now. Currently in the novice stage with limited daily playtime, he wasn't ready to disrupt his usual routine, at least not with such a hasty detachment. Of course, given the wonders of Otherworld, resigning was only a matter of time. There was no need to be so dedicated to work anymore. After years of being a corporate workaholic, it was finally time for Chun to experience the life of a workplace slacker. Having made his decision, he pulled out his phone. Subconsciously, I opened WeChat and swiped to Lin Man's profile picture. Some bad habits developed over the past 3 years seem like they should be kicked now. Without sending any message, he realized he wasn't as regretful about the breakup as he thought. Casually opening the moments section, all he saw were 2 unfamiliar horizontal lines. Blocked. He yawned, his finger naturally tapping the block option as well. Then, after setting an alarm on his phone, he closed his eyes. Soon after, steady breathing sounds emerged from him. The time is 22:37. Chen Xian seems to have not slept so peacefully for a long time. In the face of life and death and extraordinary encounters, all past troubles have become insignificant. 19th floor, How High Building. This is the office location of Honghu Design Company. Executive suites with connected rest areas have also been prepared for company executives. Within just 10 years, Honghu Design has become one of the top design firms in Shanghai City. Their success wasn't achieved through the diligence of leadership, but rather through the internal competition among department staff. Through methods like PUA and performance coercion, employees are passively driven to overwork. With lower design costs and more efficient design times, projects are quickly secured. Oxen and horses are meant to be whipped. This phrase has even become Joanna's mantra. At this moment, inside the chairman's lounge, adjacent to the 240 panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows, it boasts the best view on the entire 19th floor. The lounge is divided into a spacious 3-room layout. It includes a living room, bedroom, and a small bar counter. At this hour, the lighting in the room was dim and ambiguous. Joanna pressed her hands against the floor-to-ceiling window, being forced into a cat-like stretching exercise. This exercise proved to be quite challenging. The pot-bellied chairman Wang Zhen, with his sloping forehead, was doing his best to assist her. Pushing and stretching seemed to be the indispensable secrets to Qiao Zhenna's figure maintenance, until 3 minutes later, when Wang Zhen exhausted his strength, forcing her workout to end prematurely. He truly gave it his all. "I'm going home. The old hag has been keeping a close eye on me lately." Wang Zhen put on his refined gold-rimmed glasses and explained breathlessly. Leaning against the window, Qiao Zhenna curled her lips into a mocking smile. "When can I finally divorce her? You've promised me 100 times already." Hearing this, Wang Zhen's forehead broke out in a cold sweat, and he wiped it with the back of his hand. "Almost there. Next time for sure. By the way, I'll be on a business trip tomorrow, so keep an eye on the company's projects here." He smoothly changed the subject. While wiping with a wet tissue, he added, "The deputy team leader from Design Department 2 has resigned. I see that young man Chen Xian below you is quite diligent. How about letting him take over? Even a small management position is still a management position. Size is a position." But she saw Joanne shake her chin. "He's 24, just the right age to be thinking about marriage. I heard he was even supporting his girlfriend while she prepared for the civil service exam. Because of the financial pressure and his self-perceived ambition, just give him 2 candies and a whip, and he'll keep running forward. All those redundant design drafts, he's the one grinding through them. If we transfer him away, where would we find such an obedient workhorse?" These words left Wang Zhen speechless. He also came from a grassroots design background, starting from an advertising and color printing shop, and knew the hardships of design work. But knowing is one thing and doing is another. After becoming a boss, he tasted the sweetness of exploitation and hoped the entire company would operate like a high-speed gear that never stops. Joanna is his lover. She has her own capabilities since she joined the company. Many performance metrics have shown significant growth. This is precisely because she excels at PUA and high-pressure workplace strategies. "All right, you call the shots. I'm heading back now. Since you said Chen Xian has been doing well, let's give him a raise. Base it on 10% of his monthly salary." Wang Zhen packed up, waved his hand, and hurriedly left. The spacious lounge was bathed in the city's lights reflected on the windows. Joanne gracefully picked up the decanter and poured herself a glass of rich red wine. With slender legs moving lightly, she stepped to the window and gazed at the distant cityscape. "A raise? It's about time. But you can't just add it directly, you have to make him grateful first," she murmured to herself, glancing at the time on her wristwatch. "At this hour, he should be working on that case, right? I need to send a couple more messages to give him a sense of urgency." Joanna curled the corner of her lips, relishing the feeling of having her employees under her thumb, convinced she had mastered this art. After sending the messages, she leisurely swirled her glass of red wine, her eyes filled with the city's bustling splendor. 6 Uhr morgens sharp. Chen Xian, who had gone to bed early, woke up feeling refreshed. He remembered he still had 1 hour of game time left. He planned to grind it out right away while he was up early. He also wanted to check how much time had passed in the game after those 8 or 9 hours. Judging by the time difference, at least a dozen hours had passed in Otherworld. Noticing his satiety level had dropped below 70, Chen Xian first had a meal to replenish it. He made a mental note to stock up on more food after work. After eating and freshening up, he finally logged into the game. With just a thought, Chen Xian returned to the tent. Opening his eyes, he could see the sunlight streaming through the holes in the tattered canvas. Stepping outside the tent, the sunlight outside was blazing. The sun was still high in the sky, showing no sign of setting yet. The timing doesn't add up. Could it be that the day-night cycle here isn't 24 hours? Chen Xian arrived at a possible explanation. Regarding this world, some questions simply weren't answered by the system. As he was deep in thought, a soft exclamation came from nearby. Huh? Another newcomer? Chapter 10. Grandpa Lu from Fondo Garden. Hey beauties and hunks, smash that update reminder, drop more comments, roast first then read, make it a habit, or the author will feel like they're playing solo OO. The speaker was a tall and burly guy. He stood at least 1.9 meters tall, with a prominent beer belly wrapped in muscle. Are you a player too? Chen Xian said bluntly. The reason is simple. The person had a very typical Chinese face. He still wasn't quite sure about the scope of this game. But logically speaking, it's normal for adjacent areas to be grouped into the same region. Yeah, bro. The chubby guy was wearing a crudely crafted hard leather armor, with soft leather boots and linen pants on the lower half. His only weapon was the hunting bow slung across his back. Players couldn't see each other's names or ID numbers. That information is only revealed upon death. Therefore, players can choose a nickname to use as their in-game alias when addressing each other. Chen Xian chose Cloud Wind as his nickname. Cloud Wind is also the public nickname visible to other players. And Fatty's nickname is Grandpa Lu from the Fondo Garden. Chen Xian was left speechless, so he decided to just call him Fatty for now. Hey, so calm. Looks like you're quite adaptable. Huh. Brother Pang walked over with an easy familiarity. Chen Xian didn't resist this, but instead asked in return, how long have you been in the game? About a week, just hit level 7. Damn, this game getting hit really hurts. Brother Pang complained in a grumbling tone. What mode did you choose? Chen Xian asked further. He had initially considered asking about talents, but then thought the question might be a bit sensitive. I saw Brother Fatty chuckle with a grin. I originally wanted to choose hardcore mode, but I was afraid of dying. A 70% sync rate isn't bad either. I just awakened a purple strange cuisine talent, which is perfect for cooking. Right now, I sometimes follow the village hunters to learn archery and hunting skills, and other times I help out in the kitchen. By the way, Brother Yunfeng, I have some excellent boiled eggs here. Would you like to buy a few? Since we hit it off so well, I'll only charge you 5 magic copper coins per egg. He put his arm around Chen Xian's shoulder and whispered his sales pitch. 5 minutes later, Fat Brother left first, following the 2 NPC hunters. Chen Xian now held 3 still warm boiled eggs in his hand. He narrowed his eyes with an amused expression. All 3 eggs had special attributes. Grandpa Lu's special boiled eggs. Quality: white. Effect: restores 5 satiety points when consumed. Increases maximum health by 100 points for 3 minutes. Yes, this thing has additional edible properties. Perhaps it's related to that opponent's purple rare tier talent called exotic cuisine. Indeed, one should never underestimate the heroes of the world. Although in a resource-based game, all players are in potential competition with each other, it doesn't hinder cooperation. It's just that I've chosen the path of life and death synchronization, so I should be even more cautious. Buying some eggs is no big deal, but as for teaming up, Chen Xian doesn't have such thoughts for now. While buying boiled eggs, he also took the opportunity to gather some information. The main world of Otherworld is set on a vast continent called the Starfall Continent. The meaning behind its name will be set aside for now. The sun in this world is said to be an independent plane. Thus, it can evenly spread light and heat across the entire continent. The time rhythm is set at 36 hours. Typically, there are 12 hours of night and 24 hours of daylight. However, the daylight hours are further subdivided. In the latter half of the day, the intensity and heat of the sunlight will begin to diminish. Additionally, during each full moon, nighttime may extend by several hours. As for lunar eclipses, they can trigger what is known as a magical calamity. The phases of the moon also reflect changes in the magical tides, serving as a crucial observation indicator. The Grey Crow village where they resided was a large settlement. It had previously served as the shared burial ground for over a dozen surrounding communities. However, with the undead rising and demonic energy encroaching, the graveyard had become a place that struck fear into people's hearts. It was located to the west of Grey Crow Village, encircled by a grove of sentinel trees. After leaving the village, heading east leads to the Misty Forest, north to the Black Marsh, and south lies a straight road that directly reaches a small city called Casbon. All of this was told to him by Fatty. In normal mode, Fatty initially spawns in the village square. There stands a stone hall specifically designated to receive the chosen ones. According to him, there are still 5 or 6 players in the village. Previously, some veterans had also followed the merchant caravans to the city-state. As for more information, Fatty is still figuring it out. He seems quite optimistic about this game. There's no need to fight to the death. I'll just play it safe. After all, dying once only costs 3 years of lifespan, and I still have 56 years left to live. Not to mention increasing constitution can gradually extend my lifespan. The above were Fat Bro's exact words. Even Chun Xian found it quite reasonable upon hearing it. But then it occurred to him that he had chosen the hardcore mode precisely because he saw the short lifespan. There's no comparison with those born as long-lived stars. From Fatty, he learned that the green imps required for the quest mainly roam in the Misty Forest. The active area is about 5 or 6 kilometers from the village. Traveling on foot would take quite some time, so he suggested Chun Xian first buy a beginner's hearthstone in the village. It contains a quick teleportation point to Grey Crow Village. Additionally, it can anchor up to 10 teleportation points no more than 500 kilometers apart. Moreover, in the wilderness, there are neutral teleportation beacons in some areas that can be marked. This is the game's compensatory mechanism for the vast terrain and arduous travel. Upon first meeting the player, a brief exchange proved immensely beneficial for Chun Xian. He quickly walked into the village. The Grey Crow Village was quite lively during the day. It was divided into 2 concentric circles. The outer ring mostly consisted of shacks, while the inner area had many sturdier and more refined stone and wood structures. The village chief's residence and the trading market are the 2 most eye-catching buildings. At the center of the village, there is also a small square. Surrounding it are many stalls set up for selling goods. For example, 3 ordinary eggs can be bought for just 1 magic copper coin. Chun Xian weaved through the crowd, listening to the bargaining between NPCs. Here you can see ragged refugees, defiant-looking mercenaries, adventurers chewing on straw, and merchants wearing oversized top hats. Even without the player's intervention, this place can function as a self-contained system. Many stalls were selling materials harvested from monsters. Nowadays, the number of players is scarce, and moving among them is as inconspicuous as a drop of water blending into a great river. In this logically self-consistent world, Chun Xian savors an alternative exotic charm. He arrives at the trading market and finds a shop selling hearthstones. Hearthstones also come in several different grades. The novice hearthstone is the most affordable, costing only 1 mithril coin. It has a limited number of anchorable locations, short distances, and a mere 120 durability points, meaning it will shatter after 120 uses. For example, the novice hearthstone can only cover a radius of 500 kilometers. This range is considered quite extensive on Blue Star, but in another world, it might not be the case. Chapter 11. Hearthstone, Quests, and the Transition to a Beast of Burden Life. Pulling out a mithril coin, he bought a novice hearthstone. From now on, he could directly teleport back to Grey Crow Village while out of combat. After all, as a space movement item, Chun Xian considered this price quite reasonable. Staring at the mere 3 points of stamina left, it felt like returning to childhood playing prepaid card games, with a sense of urgency where every second counts. Afraid there's not enough time left to reach the nearest lesser green demon spawn point. Better check if there are any quests I can pick up along the way. Chun Xian rubbed his chin, a thoughtful expression on his face. The village square was bustling with activity. It had the kind of lively, rustic charm typically seen at rural market fairs, though the atmosphere was somewhat spoiled by the ubiquitous presence of cattle, horses, and mules relieving themselves wherever they pleased. In one corner of the square, there was a designated area for quest distribution. The eye-catching notice board stands there, plain as day. Not only players come here to take on quests, but also many adventurers among the NPCs. Escort mission. Protect the White Leaf Caravan to Green River Ranch. Requires adventurers of level 15. Quest reward. Mithril coins 10. Random green quality armor 1. EXP 2500. Acceptance deadline. 92 hours 19 minutes. Gathering quest. Collect white pale umbrella mushrooms 12 and green butter mushrooms 3 from the misty forest outside the village. No level requirement. Quest reward. Demon copper coins 60, EXP 800, green mushroom cake 1. Requires learning basic gathering skill. Acceptance deadline. Temporary. Collection quest. Head to the misty forest weed slope, eliminate 5 crimson-eyed coyotes, and bring back their eyeballs and pelts. No level requirement. Requires basic gathering skill. Quest reward. Mithril coin 1, EXP 1500, green coyote leather boots 1. Acceptance period. Temporary. Chen Xian looked around and saw about 20 or so quests. Some had countdown timers indicating their acceptance deadlines, but most showed their remaining time limit as infinite for now. This likely meant these quests were either long-term or the village's fixed rotation tasks. Chen Xian selected 3 tasks with no level requirements, all conveniently located within the misty forest. These included gathering mushrooms, hunting coyotes, and a reconnaissance mission to investigate the latest activities of the Green Imps. The issuer was also the Grey Crow Village Guard. Moreover, judging by the order, it appeared to be a newly posted task. It was mentioned above that the Green Imps have recently become more active, invading and damaging the farmland and orchards on the outskirts of the village. An adventurer is needed to investigate the designated area, gather clues, and report back to the village. The submission deadlines for these tasks are all more than 2 days away. After accepting the quest, Chen Xian logged off directly, saving the remaining 2 stamina points for use the next day. He got up from the bed. Chen Xian closed his eyes and allocated 5 of his 15 attribute points to Constitution. Further enhance overall physical fitness. Added another 4 points to Spirit, making his mind sharper and reactions quicker. He had originally planned to save some points, but considering his current low level made leveling up easier, it was better to add them early and enjoy the benefits sooner. What's more, he noticed that every time he allocated attribute points, his satiety would drop significantly. Temporarily allocating points could easily lead to a state of hunger, so stocking up on food in the game was also essential. If satiety fell below 10 points, a negative status effect would occur, temporarily reducing attributes by 30%. Correspondingly, attributes such as physical attack and defense, as well as maximum health, also underwent changes. Even my lifespan increased by a year. Thinking about his lifespan, Chen Xian couldn't help but feel puzzled. He felt perfectly fine. Although he had long maintained sub-healthy lifestyle habits, it shouldn't have shortened his life to such an extent. Unless he has some underlying genetic disease? It's just that it hasn't manifested yet, so he doesn't feel anything. I need to schedule a checkup. An early death must have some underlying cause. It was just past 7 in the morning. Chen Xian unhurriedly packed his laptop bag, taking along the external hard drive containing the design proposal. Today, unlike usual, he wasn't dressed in a formal suit. Instead, he simply wore a black hoodie paired with a navy blue down vest, dressing according to his own preference. The tight dress shirt was actually quite uncomfortable. Unlike sales personnel, the company had no dress code requirements for designers. But after Joanne's sudden appointment, she demanded that everyone must dress formally. How stylish can cheap casual suits really be? They're just another shackle around the necks of the working class. Enslavement, subjugation, obedience. Today's workplace culture is entirely serving the aforementioned terms. Now, Chen Xian has decided to stop suppressing himself. He realizes that this job won't last much longer. Rather than saying he's going to work, it's more accurate to say that before attaining true transcendence, he still wants to maintain a stable life rhythm and doesn't wish for life to suddenly become tumultuous. Let everything transition smoothly. At the breakfast shop, Chen Xian ate to his heart's content. Then he took the early subway to hurry to the company. How High Tower is located in the most prosperous riverside CBD area of Shanghai City. The entire 19th floor was purchased by Honghu Design. Stepping out of the subway station, Chen Xian looked up at the sky obscured by towering buildings. The last remaining sliver of blue still felt oppressive. All the pedestrians around, regardless of gender, wore serious expressions and walked hurriedly. They seemed to have pressed the fast-forward button, or were like identical puppets. Only Chen Xian walked slowly, standing out like a sore thumb. Wearing his employee card, he stepped into the company right on time to clock in. Hey, something's off today. Xuanzi, I actually saw you arriving at the company right on time. This is like the old man hanging himself a first in history. The speaker was Wei Liang, a colleague from the same team, a year younger than him, who had been with the company for over 2 years. Chun Xian had watched as his hairline gradually receded and gray hairs sprouted at his temples. In his hand, he held a cup of bitter, steaming Americano. Honghu Design is stingy in every other aspect. Only when it comes to coffee and energy drinks are they quite generous enough to make the overworked employees howl with energy. Chun Xian, with his hands tucked in his hoodie pockets, answered with a smile. Whatever, arriving right on time isn't being late. At this moment, Wei Liangkai noticed his attire for the day. What's up with your clothes? Aren't you afraid Xiao Gaona will tease you about it later? He leaned in and whispered. Chun Xian shrugged and gave him a light pat on the back. It doesn't matter anymore. Let's go back to our workstations. His light pats unexpectedly produced a loud thump-thump echo. Wei Liang immediately winced in pain, rubbing his back as he complained with a grievance. Damn, you've got such a strong grip. Glancing down at his own palm, Chun Xian didn't explain, offering only an apologetic smile. Chapter 12, Joan confronts the evil eye. The two returned to their respective workstations. Chun Xian took out his laptop and casually turned on the company computer as well. His workstation was relatively tidy, with 2 potted succulents placed on the side. At that moment, the corner of his eye suddenly caught sight of the intimate photo placed beside the screen. With a slight raise of his eyebrows, he reached out and tossed the photo into the trash bin. Plugging in the external hard drive and logging into the corporate ding talk, his office routine was so practiced it was almost heartbreaking. Message from President Xiao. Unread. 6. This woman is so annoying. Pursing his lips, he recalled how Georgiana had urged him to revise the design proposal last night. He didn't even need to open the message to guess what she had sent. It's not too late to fix it now. Just make a few minor adjustments here and there. Call it a redo, but I bet that didn't even bother to properly review the original document. This wasn't the first time something like this had happened. Once, Chun Xian accidentally sent the original document to Joanna Chow as the 4th revised version, and she didn't notice at all, just approved it outright. She supposedly has this twisted logic that says regardless of how the initial design draft turns out, the more iterations you do, the higher the quality of the project will be. Leaving aside whether this theory holds any credibility, it's undeniably torturous. Chun Xian immediately got to work. It wasn't long before Joan's young but plain-looking female assistant hurried towards him. This junior assistant was a fresh graduate who had just joined the company this year. With her black framed glasses, straight bangs reaching her eyebrows, and shoulder-length black hair, she looked every bit the bookworm. Chun Xian, Ms. Joan wants to see you in her office. Oh, I see. Chun Xian responded, closing his laptop. He followed the assistant towards Qiao Zhina's office. Boss Qiao seems to be in a bad mood, the assistant whispered a reminder. Chun Xian didn't think much of it. You'll get used to it. Sometimes I wonder if she's hitting early menopause. He blurted out his inner thoughts without thinking. Some shifts in mindset happen naturally, without the slightest obscurity. Hearing this, the assistant turned back to look at him in astonishment. She dared to be angry at Joanna but didn't dare to speak out. She had often been scolded for trivial matters in daily life. It's just that she's new to the workforce and doesn't dare say much. Chun Xian's words struck a chord with her, and this sentiment quickly turned into a sense of shared hardship. Joanna's office is on the right side of the floor, far from the noisy and bustling business department, adjacent to the administration department, which is in charge of miscellaneous affairs. Although the company also has a general manager surnamed Li, who holds a higher position than Joe. But the other party has been frequently sent out by the chairman of the board to develop new business in the past year. I heard that it was in the area of short video distribution. Therefore, Jenna Chow was the current bearer within the company. Coming to the door of the director's room, the little assistant gently knocked on the door. Mr. Chow, I've brought Chun Xian here. Ooh, come in. A clear and cold voice vaguely traveled out. The soundproofing of the office was still good. Chun Xian's arms sprouted a layer of goosebumps as if in stress. Unscrewing the door, the two of them walked in successively. Qiao Zhina's office is very large. Only the official area has nearly 100 square feet, next to the same connected lounge. Desks in minimalist tones ran straight across. There was only an all-in-one machine on the desktop. From the underside of the desktop, Chun Xian was even able to see the leg lines beneath the wrap-around skirt. Sitting in the boss chair, Qiao Zhina was adjusting the position of the curls hanging down in front of her forehead in the dresser mirror. She was 28 years old and had an eye-catching and proud figure. If she were to be compared to a mountain, the overflowing peaks would be a disaster. The small maroon round neck sweater was not at all cumbersome. A new-to-market luxury brand trench coat hung on the floor-to-ceiling coat rack next to it. Go get a cup of coffee. The usual. Use the platinum concentrate from the cabinet, add 2 milk balls and 2 sugar cubes. Joanna averted her eyes from in front of the makeup mirror, and her fingers, which were plastered with pink nail pads, covered the mirror. The young assistant nodded busily and walked quickly out of the office. With the door to the room being closed, she then looked at Chun Xian. Chun Xian, the case that I asked you to redo last night is done, right? How come it hasn't been sent over? Nailed it and didn't reply. Did you forget all your basic manners? Wait, what's this you're wearing today? She counted off as usual and suddenly stood up like a cat with fried hair. Chun Xian sneered in his heart. This woman seemed to have obsessive-compulsive disorder. Yes, it was the symptom of liking to force others to run according to her ideas. In the past, whenever Joanna was angry, Chun Xian would always feel a wave of might. Now the other party's reaction had simply become a joke. Nuts. Labor used to be a really honest cow horse. He really wanted to smack his previous self to death. As the saying goes, when the heart carries a sharp sword, the killing heart arises. Some of the aggrieved in the past also suffered. Today's time is different from the past. Grandpa does not suffer from this bird gas. Chun Xian slightly hooked the corner of his mouth, coldly smiled and replied, that case I think there is no problem, so do not need to redo. Party there has not been over, you amateurs. What qualifications with me, this design practitioner, to point fingers. The company doesn't have a clear rule about what to wear. You might as well look at what you're wearing yourself. Saying that, his gaze deliberately swept over the other party's groove and hip line. Such an intense reaction made Joanna a bit unable to react. Stunned, quickly turned to anger. How dare a lowly cow or horse defy its master? She glared and came straight to Chun Xian, who was a head taller than her. Say that again? If you don't want to do it, there are plenty of people to take your place. This threat had worked well for a while. However, Chun Xian only absently focused his eyes towards her brown pupils. You can give it a try. The low voice radiated icy coldness. Evil eye deterrence unleashed. Target falls into a state of fearful disorientation. In a flash, it was as if Joanna caught a glimpse of an evil eye. It probed straight into the mind as if it wanted to release all the fear and nastiness in her heart. The surging fear instantly shattered the defenses of her heart. Joanna shook her head in horror and backed away, not stopping until she hit the desk. The fabric at the front of her dress was instantly drenched in some mysterious liquid. A strong odor filled the air. It was said that boo-boos that were scared out of their minds stank the most, and it seemed that this claim was far from empty. Chun Xian raised his chin and came to the front of the desk, propping up the edge of the desk with one hand. His head leaning towards Joanna's hair, attached his ear and whispered, Remember, you lower key mu go. Don't try to tell me what to do anymore. After saying that, he left the office without looking back. In place, Joanna, who was in a state of shock, was still trembling, his declaration echoing repeatedly in her mind. Chun Xian, who had just walked out of the office, ran into the small assistant who was carrying coffee head-on. He took the coffee and took a sip. While walking, he said, General Manager Chow shouldn't want to drink it. She needs a pair of pants more than anything right now. With these words, he raised his cup and left in style. The past is no more. The future has come. Chapter 13. Silent Temptation. The little assistant froze completely. She stayed in place for 2 seconds before reacting. Hurriedly, she jogged towards the office. Pushing open the door, she saw that Joanna was already sitting paralyzed on the floor. Her expression was terrified, as if she had been unspeakably terrorized. The soaked dress and the odor that filled the air proved that her performance was by no means an exaggeration. Just as the little assistant was at a loss for words in her haste, Joanna finally stopped being stupefied. She shook her head frantically. I won't point fingers. Won't. Because of her overexcitement, a trace of crystalline saliva dripped down from the corner of her mouth in a drawn-out manner. The little assistant, who was about to pull out her cell phone to report a crime, suddenly stopped moving when she saw this scene. The panic on her face also vanished. The various hardships that Joanna usually gave her surfaced in her mind at this moment. Thinking of this, Her demeanor changed and she ran outside with a flawless expression and shouted, "Someone come and help! Mr. Chow seems to be having some kind of a fit." Chun Xian, who returned to his workstation, only felt refreshed. Even his thoughts seemed to have become much more enlightened. How hard it was to hold this bad breath before, how much more relieved he felt now. "Even though I'm a cowboy and only order milk at the bar." Chun Xian hummed a little tune as he began to deal with the task at hand. After using the evil eye to unleash his intimidation on Xiao Zhenna, not only did he not feel half-hearted, instead, he was also vaguely looking forward to the subsequent developments. Since there was more than one player, would there be a transcendent player on an official level in the Chinese nation that was represented by collectivism? The action just now appeared to be just to vent. It was actually also a silent test sent out by Chun Xian. He wanted to know just how much tolerance everyday society had for transcendent powers. Of course, there was also the possibility that Xiao Zhenna had been scared out of her wits and didn't even dare to report the incident. To take a step back, even an unusual report wouldn't yield any substantial results. Everything is about logic and evidence. She can't say that she was scared into incontinence by a single look from herself, right? The corner of Chun Xian's mouth curved up, tasting for the first time the sweetness that transcendence brought. "Ooh, in such a good mood? Did Xiao Dog give you a raise?" Wei Liang's workstation was right next to him, and seeing him humming with a smile on his lips, he couldn't help but ask in surprise. Normally, there was nothing good about Xiao Zhenna calling him over. No, just had a heart-to-heart talk with General Manager Xiao. She realized the past mistakes very deeply. Chun Xian casually babbled. Just look at Wei Liang revealing a "I'll see you continue to make it up" expression. General Manager Xiao committed a crime. I don't know who yelled first in the design department, and then it set off an uproar. The cell phone placed on the desktop rang non-stop. A number of people in the private group of colleagues sent photos of the clusters in front of Xiao Zhenna's office. Among them, there is a more clear shot of the key point. The ugly Xiao Zhenna instantly triggered everyone's gossip. Wei Liang glanced at his cell phone, and the five senses on his face froze. He took a look at Chun Xian, and once again looked down at his cell phone. And in his heart there was a cow beer that he didn't know whether to speak or not. The crowd was watching the blanket-covered Xiao Zhenna get into the ambulance with their own eyes. Afterwards, some other colleagues from the company came over to ask Chun Xian. In response, his answer was to shrug his shoulders and say he was not quite sure. Over the past 3 years, his honest and diligent image was deeply rooted in people's hearts. It didn't even need to be over-explained. People would spontaneously use their inherent impressions to brainstorm a defense for him. Comfortably groping for fish and working until midday, Chun Xian still found for the first time that going to work Moyu could also bring a sense of exhilaration. Ordering a takeout, he closed his eyes and rested his mind. Chun Xian was thinking about the other world. He did not rashly search for these keywords directly on any electronic medium. When he had previously looked up information on the disappearance of Song Bingi and the other 3 unlucky ones, the information he had entered was also their names. The internet never had a thing for privacy. IPs, browsing history, and even device codes are not secrets. Operations such as the use of virtual addresses were also a cover-up. This was the same in all of Blue Star. He closed his eyes tightly and thought hard about the future. If players weren't an isolated case, then the first to grasp the relevant information would inevitably still be the state apparatus. And after the emergence of transcendent powers, the ensuing changes would inevitably make waves in areas that were inaccessible to ordinary people. Although most people were usually rational, but suddenly obtaining transcendent power, there were always people who would be unable to hold back. Their own behavior was not only cathartic, but also a kind of test. Time flashed by and it was time to leave work in the evening. Xiao Zhenna was not around, and naturally there were no so-called overtime assignments today. Chun Xian picked up his bag and left, purchasing a large amount of food back from the convenience store. He tried to include items from reality in his storage space, but it prompted that it was restricted. On the contrary, taking out items in reality to take out items from the otherworld was not hindered in any way. Interestingly, if Chun Xian first took out the tan leather money pouch that came with a small storage space, then he would be able to use it to stow the reality items. However, after loading it with realistic items, the money bag itself could not be stowed in the player's own storage space. This created a one-way segregation. It was just after 8 p.m. when Chun Xian was ready to go to bed early. It wasn't until then that he saw the news about Xiao Zhenna again. It was said that she had regained her sanity, only that her body and nerves were a bit weak from the shock. When faced with questioning, She would only shake her head in horror. The chairman of the board personally made a trip there but didn't ask anything. The department head sent a message to Chen Xian, asking about the matter of Qiao Zhina calling him over. It wasn't a secret after all. In response, Chen Xian still didn't know anything about it. Until Qiao Zhina told the truth, he just had to keep it that way. At 4 a.m., Chen Xian awoke in high spirits. After eating and drinking and washing up, he sat on a chair and logged into the game. Today's stamina had already been refreshed, and with the 2 points accumulated yesterday, he currently had 160 minutes of game time. If he had leveled up a few more times during this period, the time could still be extended. After nearly 22 hours of being online again, it was already 44 hours later in the morning on this side of the game. Because of the difference between the day and night rhythms, the day and night time sequence here wasn't quite the same as Blue Star. With a time difference of up to 2:1, even though the day and night times in the Otherworld were both longer, the turnover rate would still be a bit faster. Chen Xian did not encounter Fat Brotherhood this time. He walked out of the Grey Crow village alone, facing the morning light into the misty woods. The new Hearthstone was blank, and he would have to go searching for anchoring boundary stones everywhere to record them. The forest was quiet, and Chen Xian used a trotting speed to advance through the forest. For the first 20 minutes, he did not encounter any conditions. That was until he passed through a bush and a wooden arrow fell steeply at his feet. Chapter 14, Morning and Evening. The plume at the end of the wooden arrow quivered slightly. In the bushes in front of them, there was a loud, sizzling sound. Not long after, several ugly figures emerged. Green skin, height of no more than 1.3 meters, human-like limbs, but a huge head almost 1/3 the size of the body. This was the Green Inferior Demon. Their image resembled the traditional concept of goblins and kobolds. Only it was even uglier than the image presented in various art and design works. Their huge snouts looked like rotten eggplants. The fierce face was covered with dirty folds and soybean-sized sarcomas. A total of 4 green tie demons appeared in front of them. 3 white-green shoddy demon swordsman LV7, and 1 white-green shoddy demon archer LV9. They had the same yellowish-brown pupils as the lizards. At this moment, they were staring at Chen Xian, saliva dripping from their mouths as they stuck out their slender tongues and licked the tips of their noses. They were staring at him with a gaze full of malice, occasionally emitting strange cries of "Jie Jie, Jie Yu," thinking that you are a Soul Temple elder. Chen Xian spat and couldn't help but curse. The Green Inferiority Demon pulled off the taunt with just its image. It looked very underhanded and smoothly evoked his desire to fight. Without letting them strike first, Chen Xian's right eye blossomed with an evil light. Evil intent invasion. The 4 green shoddy devils stood up straight as if they had been electrocuted. Immediately afterward, they clutched their heads in place and cried in terror. Chen Xian took advantage of the situation with his flame-rousing short sword. The soil underneath his feet was stepped on, and he leapt up, his flaming sword blade stabbing towards the Green Inferior Demon archer first. The arc of flaming light pierced through its shoulder blade. Piercing wound 41. Burning wound 10. Scorched black smoke immediately rose from the pierced flesh. This guy's life value was 220 points. Therefore, Chen Xian did not stop and send out cleaving attacks one after another. After 4 consecutive attacks, its life value cleared to 0. Kill Green Shoddy Demon Archer. Obtained Magic Copper Coin X9. Experience value plus 90. White Hardwood Short Bow X1. Gray Shoddy Wooden Arrow X7. Without stopping, he killed the 3 green inferior demon bladesmen with his fire-bathing short sword in hand. The Evil Eye was remarkably effective against this kind of low-ranked demonic creature. After all, it was Gravekeeper Irwin's killer weapon to bait players. By the time the green inferior demon got out of its deterrent state, the time would have been enough for Chen Xian to kill them dozens of times. It took him half a minute to kill all of them in turn. Killed Green Demon Swordsman. Gained Magic Copper Coin X7. Experience value plus 70. Killed. Gained. A total of 30 Magic Copper Coins and 300 experience points arrived. The archer also exploded a blank bow with a few roughly crafted wooden arrows. His experience value reached LV4 600-800. Cutting off their right ears separately, he moved on towards the misty forest. In the next 20 minutes or so, Chen Xian encountered 2 more small groups of green shoddy devils. These small monsters were always clustered together in groups of 3 or 5. Most of them were the most rookie inferior demon bladesmen. Only occasionally would a more cunning archer appear. However, as long as they were spotted by Chen Xian, they could all be easily taken down with the evil eye, harvesting 440 experience points and 44 magic copper coins. He rose to LV5 and had another 5 points of attributes coming in, which he added to physique first. The experience value was 2401600, and it would become more difficult to upgrade the further he went. The single day's stamina limit reached 15 points, and the online time gradually increased. He realized that the experience of whiteboard monsters was basically level X10, and the burst rate of magic coins was level X1. As for equipment and whatnot, it was completely up to the face. Even if they exploded, there was a high probability that the items held by the monster would explode. Chen Xian could walk sideways around the novice village as long as he stuck to the evil intent invasion 300-second cooldown time to act. However, he did not take it lightly. In the end, it was a game of one life. Monsters could be killed countless times by him, while he did not have even one tolerance. The further into the forest he went, the more obvious the traces of activity of the green shoddy devils around him became. On the way, Chen Xian came across a stream that was no more than 2 meters wide. The clear water of the stream gurgled and stretched. However, what attracted his attention was not the stream itself, but the half-cranium that flowed down the stream. This cranium was roasted and charred, and there were clear teeth marks on the edges. Don't wander off, newcomer. Upstream of the stream is the first campsite of the green shoddy demon in the division region. For a newbie, you've gone too far. A few cool and fluttering reminders suddenly came from the crown of a tree 100 meters away. This distance exceeded Chen Xian's perception, and it caused him to be secretly alarmed. He gazed back and caught a glimpse of a petite figure falling as lightly as a leaf, walking towards him unhurriedly. The visitor was a masked girl. She wore a long, sharp ponytail, and her upper body was tightly fitted leather armor, while her lower body was a pair of dry hunting pants. The girl carried a hunting bow with pale green jewels embedded in the bow arm, and wore a spike hammer on her right waist and an arrow pouch buckled to her left belt. Hello! Chen Xian raised his hand in greeting, indicating that he was not hostile. Seeing his reaction, the girl suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha ha! Don't be nervous. The novice village has a protection mechanism. Anyone who directly or indirectly kills another player will receive a high life expectancy deduction as a punishment, and all players default to the novice status until level 15. She walked around Chen Xian with a smiling face and added, I really want to harm you. Just watch you break into the bad demon camp. Getting to know each other. My nickname is Chao Yu. I'm Cloud Wind. Chen Xian gently held her outstretched hand. Chao Mu came to the edge of the stream. You don't look like you know anything. She reached out and fiddled with the stream. The wet, slender fingers were quite bright in the sunlight reflected off the gaps in the treetops. 9718. Write down this number, send a random text message to it, and you'll receive a download address for an encrypted app that's an internal forum for players of China's Otherworld. Oh yeah, the invitee remember to fill in Asahi, so I can get 500 points for pulling in new players. She repeated the number again. There was no buddy system in the game. People could only meet up at a certain location, or make contact in reality. It was just that most newbies were wary of other players. In reality, communicating more during the novice period would do more good than harm. And after the newbie period, you have to learn to recognize people and treat them with caution. Perhaps for a certain relic or treasure chest, a seemingly enthusiastic traveler will extend a sharp blade behind their back. For players who have chosen the normal mode, the price of dying once is not unbearable. So the fights between players are not as intense as expected. But where there are people, there is a jungle. As long as interests don't disappear, strife will never go away. Chapter 15 Bad Demon Camp. Chen Xian memorized the 11-digit number silently and nodded his thanks. Thanks. Chao Mu waved her hand sagely. She had already conveyed enough goodwill. Be careful. Not everyone is trustworthy. If you're a hardcore mode player, you should be even more cautious. And pay special attention to the changes in reality lately. When she said that, a serious look of remembrance passed over her brows. Along with the descent of the otherworldly game, there's also been an additional thing called rifts in reality. They would give some terrifyingly dangerous places and monsters a direct manifestation into reality. Officially, they are called anomalies, and players are called copies of reality. In addition, every player is equivalent to a walking source of anomalies, Those who die early are left aside, and those who manage to survive will have anomalies more or less gradually appear around them. It's like a terrible contagion. Speaking of this, she was momentarily at a loss for specifics. These things you'll know if you go to the forums. If you don't want to be recruited by the officials, you first have to make sure to keep a low profile. The officials have just as many players, and with the power of collectivism they have solid backup. There's even a special office responsible for analyzing in-game intelligence. Asajiri got up and shook off the water droplets in his palms. Looking at Chan Xian, who was listening intently, he finally admonished. All right, game time is precious and not suitable for idle chatter. When you level up in the future, you might even stay in the Otherworld longer than you stay in reality. I'm leaving first. If you're really interested in there, try to level up above LV12 by next Saturday. I'm interested in forming a player squad. She tapped her feet and disappeared in the middle of the dense forest in just a few moments. Chun Xian showed a thoughtful look on his face. Forum? Rift? The information is too great. I'll have to verify it. The friendliness shown by Chao Mu naturally made him remove some of his guard. However, there must be a demon when things go wrong. Why would the other party show such enthusiasm towards a newcomer? Gently shaking his head, Chun Xian gave up pondering. At the very least, Chao Mu was right about one thing: game time during the novice phase was precious. It was better for him to seize the time to kill monsters and upgrade. Later on, he was going to backtrack up the stream and observe the so-called inferior demon camp. The quest of hunting the green inferior demon was pretty much done for him. Next, he still had to search for the red-eyed coyote. And finally, he would see if the remaining time was enough to travel to the coal farm where the investigation quest was located. Chun Xian took out a sheepskin map. This was the same prop purchased within the village. There were large unexplored black shadows on it, and the most distinctive points were labeled Grey Crow Village, in addition to the Hearthstone anchor point that he had marked just a short while ago. The maximum range of this map was just the area under the jurisdiction of Caspian. If he could get the maps of other senior players or explode a more advanced map, he would be able to get more geographic information, otherwise he would have to slowly go through the map mists on his own. Maps don't show details and can't be used as an early warning, only as a location reference tool. Before the mists were unlocked, pathfinding had to rely on quest information to roughly nudge it. Chun Xian's finger flicked across the map volume. Currently I'm at this location, so the nearest area where a red-eyed coyote is active is probably here. And the coal farm where the investigation mission is located is 2 or 3 kilometers to the right of the path from where I came, so I can make a trip there when I return. There's actually a downside to the game being overly realistic. That is that it's extremely hepatic. A lot of things have to be done personally. A good portion of the limited game time is spent catching up. It's almost impossible to get around the newbie phase. In addition to Hearthstone, one had to find a way to get a mount to do so. After Asajiri left, he rested in place for a few more minutes, combing through the latest information he'd gotten. His opponent's words had hit him hard. He didn't care to digest it in detail yet. Carefully, he set off down the stream, becoming more cautious. Several kilometers away, Asajiri's swift figure kept weaving in and out of the forest. It wasn't until she entered an open meadow that she stopped. This place was like a paradise in the forest. Many wildflowers bloomed on the grass. They dotted the area, making the grass like a thick floral carpet. Uncovering her face scarf, Chao Mu fanned herself vigorously with her palms. Tired old lady. I don't know if I succeeded in pulling this wave of favor. That move that puts inferior demons in a state of disorientation should be the Gravekeeper's. She lay down on the grass without any semblance of image. This was a temporary safe zone that she had accidentally discovered. The surrounding area does not regularly brush monsters. The monster brushing mechanism in Otherworld was closer to the real thing, and after each area was cleared, there would be a period of 2 or 3 game days where there were no monsters. When the time is almost up, there will be monsters wandering around. With a sweet stalk of grass in her mouth, she proceeded to calculate in her mind. Hopefully he'll take the initiative to contact me, and then I'll take the opportunity to pull him into the squad. Grey Crow Village is an area with a high initial difficulty among the newbie villages, and those who descend here are either hardcore players or unlucky ones. As such, there are many relics worth exploring in this neighborhood as well. It's only good to try to raise your strength as much as possible before rushing to Bang City. If that guy is willing to join and can grow up successfully, then by the time the next lunar eclipse arrives, I'll have enough help to be able to try and enter that ruins grotto. She twisted her fingers, thinking. In the end, she simply gave up thinking, her body lying out in a large shape. Mom. My daughter isn't discouraged. You have to hold on too. Chaomu did not lie. Tracing up the stream, Chun Xian spotted the inferior demon camp from afar. The trees there had been cut down and disposed of, all piled up on the periphery. Small inferior demon camp. Even if it was labeled as small, the total number of inferior demons within it would not be less than 150, making it one of the inferior demon refreshment points in the nearby area. The information from the insight was brief and concise. The green inferior demon is a murderous evil demon. The clan has reached a rudimentary tribal civilization. Wooden towers and simple rejects could be seen inside the camp. There were also large and small tents made of various colors of fur and rags pieced together. But more of them were still half-buried dens. Short green shoddy demon bladesmen were everywhere, and there were dangling bowmen on the sentry towers as well. In addition, Chun Xian also saw bare inferior demons that were over 2 meters tall. They were simply two extremes from ordinary inferior demons. A few green inferior demons wearing leather hats could also be seen around the perimeter, roaming around sniffing with a pus-covered hound in their hands. And at the center of the camp, there was the largest tent. When Chun Xian saw it there, only one word popped into his mind. Boss battle. Chapter 16. A fire in the forest, the Wolf King loves me. The wolf forest was not too far from the small inferior demon camp. However, Chun Xian had trekked through the forest for more than half an hour before arriving. As a monster camp that had a high probability of having a boss battle, it was indeed difficult to eliminate it with individual strength alone. It was no wonder that Asajiri had the idea of forming a group to crusade against it. Cooperation and competition between players was a complex proposition. While the lone wolf was certainly dashing and was able to avoid the risk of backstabbing, one person's strength was indeed limited. Collecting the thoughts in his mind, he focused on the wolf forest in front of him. This was one of the most frequented areas by red-eyed coyotes. They were low-level predators in the forest. They mainly attacked green and inferior demons in groups, and would occasionally attack the stables and sheep pens in the farms outside the village. Chun Xian had yet to see a creature like a wolf in reality, but he had seen a lot of dogs and dog-like people. The trees in the wolf forest were a bit more spaced out. However, the open spaces between the trees were covered with thorny shrubs. A closer look would reveal strands of brown hair hanging from the branches of some of the shrubs. This game is too real. Chun Xian didn't know how many times he had made this exclamation in his mind. It had the genre of a game and also had a semi-data-based feedback mechanism. Perfectly fit the definition of all games. To insist that it wasn't a game wasn't taking the bull by the horns. After all, game is just a neutral word. Confirming that it is a game is the only way to dig into the mechanics and patterns in the rules. Coyotes are wily wolves, small and bullying, rarely striking unless they smell weakness. Every bush had the potential to be a coyote's hibernation place. Chun Xian hadn't even taken out his flirtatious flame short sword in order to get those guys to take the initiative to attack. However, he had wandered around in the wolf forest for a full 15 minutes and still had not encountered any coyotes. Leaning his back against a large tree, he simply took out a boiled egg that he had bought from Fatty and ate it. The satiety level was restored by 5 points, and the life value limit was directly increased by 100 points. Searching so blindly is just a waste of time. I should have known that I should have bought some fresh meat from within the village to prepare as bait before setting out. Chun Xian was helpless in his heart. He looked at the forest shrubs that were severely blocking his vision and fretted a little. Wait! Patting his head, Chun Xian suddenly remembered something. He took out the flirtation fire short sword from his storage space, stirring up flames and attempting to cauterize the patch of shrubs in front of him. A fire on the mountain, the chief is in love with me. You can't just start a fire outside. But no one cares in the other world. The sword arced with fire, and it didn't take long to ignite the shrub. A large amount of smoke rose from the moisture-rich branches. Already, open flames were coming out from the cracks in the branches and leaves. Regardless of whether the fire would spread or not, the smoke alone was enough to smoke out any coyotes hiding nearby. He was quick to light fires in the surrounding area of more than 10 meters. After finishing, he ran to the perimeter without looking back. The mountain fire was indistinguishable from the enemy, so if the fire spread, he might get himself caught up in it. Chun Xian ran out of the densest area in the shrubs and came outside the range of the wolf forest. He chose a large cypress tree that was more than 10 meters tall. He, who couldn't climb trees before, froze and climbed up to the thickest branch by relying on his physique enchantment. This was the high point of the perimeter's view, and by concentrating his eyesight he could see smoke and fire entangled in the distance. Burning took away oxygen, and heat rolled up surging air currents. Rolls of smoke, however, were scrambling outward. Ow! Finally, the first mournful wolf howl appeared. Immediately afterward, the entire wolf forest felt like it had exploded into a nest. Wolf howls sounded from everywhere. Scorch wound 10. Densely packed damage prompts quickly refreshed in front of the field of view. Killed red-eyed coyote LV8. Acquired magic copper coin X8. Experience value plus 80. The kill prompt soon appeared. In the next less than 3 minutes, he got 11 kill rewards. Most of those red-eyed coyotes that were burned or smoked to death were between LV6 LV8 in level. Chun Xian had earned 82 magic copper coins and 820 experience points purely lying down. It made the upgrade progress mention 1060-1600. Within a few minutes, the fire was several points stronger than earlier. Chun Xian, who was situated at a high place, could clearly see the line of fire spreading into the distance. This incident made him understand the flexibility in Otherworld. With the help of heaven and earth, it was entirely possible to get greater results in battle. Just as he was pondering whether or not he would burn down the entire misty forest, he only saw a loud roar that resounded through the heavens coming steeply from the core of the wolf forest in front of him. Roar! The roar formed a surging wave of air, forcing back the flames at the center point. Even the peripheral smoke swept outward. It seems to have messed with a big guy. Chun Xian grasped the tree trunk with one hand to stabilize it, squinting his eyes to keep watching. A new situation had indeed appeared, only to see an icicle several meters thick and nearly 100 meters in height break out of the core point of the wolf forest in the distance. That icicle released surging cold air from its roots, rolling in all directions. At the top of the icicle stood a frost-white giant wolf proudly. Even though it was far away, it still looked oppressive. As if sensing Chun Xian's peeping eyes, the giant wolf suddenly turned its head. Its bloodshot eyes stared straight back at Chun Xian. "You are the culprit." Obviously not hearing any sound, Chun Xian felt as if he had seen it speak. Without any hesitation, he slid down the body of the tree, pulling his legs out and running wildly as if he didn't want to die. On his way here, he had identified several temporary safety zones. As long as he arrived at one of them, he would be able to activate the Hearthstone teleportation back to the Grey Crow village. He wasn't prepared to go offline in the temporary safe zone, because that giant wolf was clearly not low in intelligence. It might just build a wolf's den on the spot for his disembarkation point. Above the icicle, the frost-white giant wolf opened its bloodshot eyes and locked onto the direction he had left. It stepped on the cold air and leapt into the forest, each step condensing ice flowers on its landing point. The power that erupted from this frost elemental was palpitating. Chun Xian knew that that guy was chasing after himself and was extremely fast. According to this trend, it would only take 5 or 6 minutes at most to catch up. Perhaps I can run that way, but even if I run there furiously, it will take at least 10 minutes. It took time for the Hearthstone to activate, and when he passed through the nearest temporary safe zone just now, he realized that it was disabled there due to Linfire changing the location of the monsters. His brain was running at high speed, and he eventually came up with an idea. The technique of driving away tigers and swallowing wolves passed down from his old Chinese ancestors had given him inspiration. He would take the frost-white giant wolf and run towards the green shoddy demon camp. If he was locked in hatred by the giant wolf at all times, then his chances of escaping were undoubtedly extremely low. The best thing to do now was to fish in troubled waters and live from the dead. Doing so had the meaning of treating a dead horse as a living horse. The frost-white giant wolf was the natural king of the pack. Chun Xian simply couldn't imagine that there would be such a terrifying boss in the novice village. As it crossed the line of fire, it gave chase. Behind it, there were gradually red-eyed coyotes with charred black fur with burn marks spontaneously following. The giant wolf's ice path was like a straight sword, splitting the fire zone as it advanced. A unique path was carved out of this smoke and fire. Chapter 17. Incarnation of the Gravekeeper. The wolves that came with it also became bigger and bigger. The red light in their eyes seemed to leap out. It was full of anger towards the arsonist. Anger made these red-eyed coyotes overcome their tradition of bullying and fearing the weak, and all they wanted to do at the moment was to tear the person who started the fire into pieces. The Frost White Wolf King led the charge. Its body height was more than 3 meters, and its length was comparable to that of a front 4 and rear 8 truck. Its huge body was just like a tank as it charged across the road. The commotion coming from behind him made Chen Xian not dare to slow down at all. He ran wildly while igniting the fire on the way. As the saying goes, 1 doesn't do it, 2 doesn't stop. The more chaotic the forest was, the higher his chances of escaping. Chen Xian's heart was pounding furiously, and he could feel the taste of blood in his throat. He was like an athletic ape, his body functions completely mobilized to the limit. Looking from afar, multiple pillars of smoke could be seen rising up throughout the front and middle sections of the fog forest. So much so that even the NPC adventurers and the Grey Crow village guards noticed the movement in the forest. Inside the Grey Crow village, the seemingly elderly village chief was standing with his head high on the tallest sentry tower outside the village. He looked out into the distance with a calm expression. What audacity! Even that dormant frost wolf has been brought out. At that moment, a young man beside him wearing a watermarked vestment took a step forward. It seems that the prophecy is true. With the descent of the chosen son, the entire bringing will undergo a sea change, the young man said with a smile. Only the old village chief shook his head. Perhaps, but I just want to protect the Grey Crow village. Just let them fool around. There's more than one guy in the misty forest who can put out the fire anyway. Upon hearing this, the young man nodded gently and turned around to return to the sentry tower, sitting down on his knees with an azure pearl in his arms and entering into a state of meditative cultivation. The cross-country running in the forest quickly drained Chen Xian's stamina. He noticed the mark he had carved on a tree on his way here. When he first entered the forest, even with the help of the map volume, he was still in high spirits. From time to time, he would intentionally observe the characteristics of the surrounding scenery and leave some marks along the way. This meticulous act now became an important guarantee that he could focus on escaping. Roar! There was still about 5 minutes of running away from the inferior demon camp. But Chen Xian was already too late. No matter how much he tried to think of ways, he was unable to distance himself enough from the frost white giant wolf. At this moment, the giant wolf had already rushed to a place several hundred meters behind him. Chen Xian could even hear the crisp sound of trees breaking and the dull sound of treading on the ground. When he glanced back, he felt his soul immediately rise up. A thin layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. His eyes pierced through the gaps in the forest, and he saw the giant wolf's figure with his own eyes. There was little point in continuing to run. What's more, his physical strength was close to exhaustion, and he needed to let his heart and lungs get some respite. A frontal hard confrontation was even less likely to win. The only thing left to do now was to utilize that prop. Chen Xian made a quick decision. He took out a palm-sized doll with his backhand. This was the purple Gravekeeper Irwin's skin that he had previously obtained. As a purple rare-grade curiosity, right now it was Chen Xian's only chance. Activate Incarnate Gravekeeper Irwin. He immediately used the strange object. The doll in his hand suddenly grew in size, as if holding up a layer of shadow. This layer of shadow then wrapped Chen Xian within it. When the virtual shadow and Chen Xian merged into one, he possessed the same appearance image as the Gravekeeper. Incarnation success. Mastered skills. Roar of the Dead. Summon Grave Guardian. Dark Poison. Subterranean Technique. Grave Digging. Attribute Writing completed.
Physique, 55.
Spirit, 217. Spellcasting talent temporarily unblocked. The Gravekeeper before falling into a weakened state was actually this strong? Chen Xian was stunned. He was completely unable to connect the brittle Gravekeeper that he had smashed to death with a single brick with his current powerful state. However, he had to admit that even if the Gravekeeper was so weak at the time, he was able to win because he happened to take advantage of his talent. As the new attributes were applied to himself, the thrill of instantly becoming stronger made him a little headstrong. The Gravekeeper was clearly a spellcaster. Compared to the high spirit attribute, his physical was that much more stunning. However, to a novice like Chen Xian, it was still incomparably pleasurable. Without a doubt, the Gravekeeper's skin was the wondrous item that could be used as a means of pressure at this stage. It was a pity that every time it was used, it consumed 1 point of durability, and there were only 20 chances to use it in total. Chen Xian finally had some backbone. Underneath the gray robe steeply grinned and let out a creepy roar. Ah! The growl did not resemble a beast, but more like the agonizing moans of the dead before they died. Roar of the Dead was unleashed. With him as the center, all undead within a 100-meter radius, including Erwin himself, would increase their movement and attack speeds by 20%, while opening up a 0.8 multiplier of dynamic enhanced vision. All moving objects as far as the eye could see would be slowed down to 0.8 times in vision. After roaring, Chen Xian's eyes and limbs were haloed with a layer of red light. "Awesome!" he exclaimed. The frost wolf not far away was already less than 200 meters away from him. Facing him was a bitterly cold wind. Chen Xian appeared calm. More than 200 points of spirit had greatly strengthened his perception. In turn, the strength in perception could affect the effect of elementary insight. Even though his insight technique had not advanced, he still saw part of the Frost Wolf's attributes. Purple Silver Moon Frost Wolf Fenrir LV-33. Purple Commander Class. Youth. Frost Bloodline. Silver Moon Form. Not a lot of information, but a lot of dry stuff. First of all, you can be sure that the Frost Wolf is a purple rank just like the Gravekeeper. The monster's rank prefix is also white, green, blue, and purple. However, the pronouns were different. Purple items were called rare, while purple monsters were commander. As an existence of the same rank, the Gravekeeper form, even if it was unbeatable, at least it wouldn't be killed in seconds.
Gravekeeper.
Chen Xian raised his right hand and suddenly cast a spell as the Frost Wolf approached the 100-meter spacing. The invisible spell model quickly took shape under the construction of the powerful spiritual force. The location was right on the path that the Frost Wolf was bound to take. Only to see a huge dirt pit more than 10 meters wide suddenly appear there. Caught off guard, the Frost Wolf fell headfirst into the pit. The pit was immediately filled with cold air. That wasn't all. Chen Xian's spread palms suddenly clenched again. The spell, grave digging, had two variations. The surrounding soil closed in an instant, filling the mound on the spot. Spell wound 90. Blunt wound 219. 2 hints of damage determination surfaced. In the next moment, the backfilled mound directly exploded. Dozens of icicles poked out from the ground and stabbed in all directions. The Frost Wolf came out on the ice, and it looked gray. Its nice white fur mixed with a lot of dirt and debris. "It's a bit hard to handle." Chen Xian raised his hand again, and 2 deep black shadows coalesced in front of him. They whirled around, becoming more and more solid. Chapter 18. Charging through the inferior demon camp. The solidified black shadows resembled 2 large cocoons. Poof! The sound of wind breaking rang out, and a pair of pale and dry arms stretched out from each of the 2 black shadows. Afterwards, the black shadows dissipated like ashes in the wind. 2 long figures were revealed. Their heads were wrapped in thick bandages, revealing only the dark red pupils of their eyes. The skin at their necks had been stripped off, so the dark muscle fibers could be seen at a glance. These were the 2 grave guardians that Chen Xian had summoned. One of the guardians held a 2-meter-long halberd tightly with both hands. The other was holding a sword and shield, maintaining a defensive stance. They were ranked at LV-30, and their grade was Blue Captain grade. Even if they couldn't beat the Silver Moon Frost Wolf, stalling for a while wouldn't be a problem. "Finish it off." Chen Xian gave the command. The 2 grave guardians did not hesitate to meet the Frost Wolf, which was many times larger than themselves. They directly ignored the opposing party's intimidating pressure as a commander-class magical beast. This was one of the most impressive of the undead soldier's many strengths. Humility. The Frost Wolf lunged over viciously, attempting to bypass from the side. However, the Grave Guardian holding a shield blade dodged ahead of it and blocked the path it was bound to take. Although it only lasted for a moment before it was suppressed. But in the next second, the other Guardian dragged his halberd to help him run, and came with a savage jumping slash. The rusted blade of the halberd left a tens of centimeters long gaping hole in the Frost Wolf's back half. Cold blood gurgled out. Cleave wound 199. Worthy of being a 2-handed halberd, this damage was not really low. After all, the Frost Wolf's own physical defense wasn't just for show. It was just a pity that high-level magical beasts of this size tended to have a higher life value than humanoid monsters of the same rank. The Frost Wolf ate the pain, and it used its forelimbs to trample the shield-wielding guardian under its feet. Turning back, it opened its bloody mouth and spewed out a raging cold stream. A layer of ice armor was instantly frozen on the halberd-wielding guardian. By this time, Chen Xian had already made a run for it first. He advanced in a marvelous form at a depth of about 10 meters underground. The warm yellow earth elemental magic wrapped him completely, and the thick soil was as silky smooth as water to him. In just 30 seconds, he had advanced a distance of nearly 2 kilometers towards his designated bearing. Not far ahead was the inferior demon camp. The duration of Submerge Earth technique was only 30 seconds, and it could ignore the terrain as long as there were no large bodies of water or underground caverns on the road ahead. Whether it's rock or dirt, it's easy to sneak in. This move was definitely a divine skill for running. In place, the frost wolf threw its head back and tore into it, the last guardian turning into black ash in its sharp blade. It had locked onto Chun Xian's scent, and that damned human couldn't escape. Dozens of red-eyed coyotes howled in unison, shaking the forest canopy. It seems like this camp is a must-enter. Chun Xian understood that this level of delay alone would not be able to get rid of the pack of wolves in pursuit. The cooldown time of Grave Guardian was 120 minutes, and his remaining time for this incarnation of Grave Guardian was only about 20 minutes. Within a short period of time, he could no longer rely on the Guardian. Now it was better to rely on his post-incarnation state to go and break into the camp the hard way. Only then did Chun Xian, who had broken through the ground, firmly run towards that small inferior demon camp. 55 points of physique allowed him to run 100 meters in the forest in about 12 seconds. The world record for a 100-meter man in Blue Star was 9 seconds 58 seconds, but that was on a professional plastic track. Chun Xian's current category was cross-country running, and the difficulty was disproportionate. If it was replaced with a proper running track, such a physique would be enough to run at the human limit level. Easily crossing over the peripheral green inferior demon bladesmen, he dodged the 2 incoming wooden arrows. He jumped over the wooden rejecting horse set up by the inferior demons. Entering the middle of the camp, a strong stench hit his face. Inside the camp, there were rows of wooden racks with corpses with decapitated and disemboweled heads hanging from them. On the other side of the clearing, there was a huge bonfire. Several women who were paralyzed on the ground with their hands and feet bound had long since lost their shape. Dirty bodies, disheveled hair, disorganized eyes. The bad demons of this world are closer to kobolds in both image and style. An indescribable emotion came to my heart. Anyone with a sound mind would find it difficult to substitute game for this world in a simple and crude way. He forced himself to divert his attention. Feces and bones were everywhere in the filthy camp. In the half-hidden underground dens, you could occasionally see the young of a bad demon crawling out. It was said that these little demons only needed a very short development time to enter maturity. A roar! In front, 2 bear kobolds with huge clubs in their hands appeared. They were the strongest of the inferior demon clans. Blue Bear Goblin LV-15. Blue Bear Kobold LV-17. Chun Xian did not avoid it and raised his hand to unleash Grave Digger. This spell was actually considered the Gravekeeper's natural skill. Thus not only was it powerful, it was also easy to cast. The ground in front of them sank, rippling into several dens of inferior demons. The 2 bear goblins unsurprisingly fell. Chun Xian closed his palm into a fist. The soil backfilled, burying them. Spell wound 390. Blunt wound 970. Bear goblins were not as resistant as frost wolves. High damage values appeared. It was followed by continuous, blunt damage and suffocation damage. Trapped under the thick layer of earth, they couldn't do anything to break free easily. After only a few seconds, a kill prompt appeared. Kill Bear Goblin LV-15. Acquired. Magic Copper Coin X60. Experience value plus 600 points. Blue Bear Power Potion X1. Kill Bear Goblin LV-17. Gain Magic Copper Coin 68. Experience value plus 680 points. Blue Barbarian Bone Armor 1. Green Beast Tooth Amulet 1. Level up 5-6. Obtain free attribute points 5. It seems that the extra 2 points of luck added by hardcore mode is still useful. Surprisingly, there was a good burst this time. Of course, this was also related to the fact that both bear goblins had equipment hanging on them. The burst rate of the game Otherworld was tied to what kind of equipment the monsters had on them. For example, a green inferior demon blade runner in a near white plate state wouldn't be able to explode anything good even if it was killed anyhow. At most, it would only explode some items that inferior demons usually picked up or collected. At the moment, he couldn't be bothered to check out the loot. Chun Xian stepped on the ground that had been backfilled with grave digging and continued to run towards the center tent. This time, he took out his flame-rousing short sword and nonchalantly killed the green inferior demons he saw. In the process, he collected enough inferior demon right ears and gained more than 300 experience points. Incarnating as a Gravekeeper had brought him many small surprises, and with this ability, it seemed that he would be able to single-handedly conquer the inferior demon camp. The wolf howls in the direction behind him were approaching, just as Chun Xian was about to rush towards the other two bear goblins. A gust of wind suddenly rolled up from the large tent in the center. The fur tent door was blown open, and from it stepped out a stoic figure clad in a thick-furred kangaroo. Chapter 19 Green Tie Demon Wizard More. I'm on early 8. Are all these novice village bosses this imposing? Chun Xian bristled. From the tent, an inferior demon with a size similar to an ordinary human stature walked out. It was not as tall and strong as the bear goblin, but it was far too sharp in terms of its aura. Animal fur shoulders covered its broad back. On top of its head was a colorful crown of interwoven feathers of various colors. In its left hand, it held a black wooden staff with a purple jewel adorned at the top, and in its right hand, it held a totem pole. The astral wind swirled in front of it. Air currents danced for it. Profound elemental spellcasters were more or less capable of invoking elemental visions. This was about spellcasting talent and potential, rather than having much to do with current strength. If Chun Xian had spellcasting talent and his affinity for a certain element was high enough, then even at the apprentice stage, he could naturally trigger elemental visions around him when mobilizing elemental magic. Erwin, you've recovered? At the first sight of Chun Xian, this rather imposing inferior demon caster was astonished. However, it soon sensed that something was wrong. No, you're not Erwin. It looks like that deadly old man has been wiped out. How dare you resist its evil eye? This fellow knew Erwin and looked quite familiar with it. Chun Xian did not reply. He had already seen part of the information that was insight in front of him. Purple-green inferior demon wizard More LV33. Purple commander class. Inferior demon sorcerer, wind elemental affinity. Witch spell practitioner. After the spirit attribute, elemental insight could barely see only this information. As for the life value, attack, defense, and other attributes, there were no hints. Only a hint of a rabbit's death flashed in the eyes of the green shoddy demon sorcerer More. Without any precursor, he suddenly raised his staff. The purple treasure pearl lit up with light. Colors could also represent various magical elements. Purple was a more niche element, and it was evil energy, also known as evil power. Evil power spell. Paralyze. More instantly fired the spell. Evil power propelled invisible ripples to swing over. In the blink of an eye, it brushed over Chun Xian's body. He only felt a breeze on his face, but the prompt that then appeared revealed the mystery. Looting ashes, returning ruins activated. Immune to spell paralyze. Chun Xian leapt backward and extended the pitch-black palm behind his avatar. It's not polite to come and not go. Eat my move. Dark poison was unleashed. Ethereal black chi coalesced into a seed of poisonous power that shot towards More. Facing the incoming attack, More was a bit surprised. Its spell had unexpectedly failed, and the opponent still had the strength left to counterattack. Raising his totem, a curtain of lavender light completely covered it like a curtain of water. The poisonous seeds hit the curtain of light, sending out purple ripples. Evil power spell. Sleep. The unbelieving More cast the spell again, although it personally had the highest perception of wind elemental magic. But evil energy was the power that every sorcerer must embrace. The spell word swirled again. Ruin of robbery and ashes unleashed. Immunized to spell sleep. Chun Xian still had no reaction. The only talent was as terrifying as it was. After finally confirming that spells with negative effects were ineffective against him. Green shoddy demon wizard More's lips opened and closed as he chanted in a low voice. After transforming into a Gravekeeper, Chun Xian possessed a basic sense of elemental magic. He could sense the elemental anomalies around him. 12 zhang long wind blades coalesced behind More. The sharp and stern aura caused Chun Xian to instantly explode, the hairs on his body standing up. It's almost time. There was a drop of cold sweat sliding down his cheek. The strong sense of crisis made him subconsciously want to flee, but reason was convincing him to keep holding on. The timing wasn't right yet, and if he fled now, everything might be lost. Since he had already gambled his life, he didn't mind fighting a little more. The more powerful the spell, the longer it took to cast. Moore was a bit surprised as to why the guy in front of him didn't run away, and it remembered the failed spell. Could it have immunity to spells comparable to divine sins? The moment this thought appeared, Moore's hands couldn't help but tremble slightly. The originally smooth spell casting became much more obscure. Ow! A ferocious roar came from the forest outside the camp. The restless frost elemental magic finally entered Moore's elemental perception range. Why is that damn wolf here too? Moulton felt that the situation was tricky. The misty forest was vast, and there were many ferocious wolf beasts besides the red-eyed coyote. But no matter which kind they were, their relationship with the inferior demons was not cordial. Many of the lower-ranked bad demons themselves were an important part of the wolf beast's rations. It hadn't been long since Moore had come to this campground in response to the call. It was familiar with most of the commander classes around the Grey Raven village. There were many of them that had bad personalities or were simply unwilling to communicate. The bloodthirsty and sleepy Silver Moon Frost Wolf was the latter. It had a decent amount of intelligence, but it didn't care to communicate with Moore. Humans and bad demons were just food for it. Unless it was in a good mood, how would a hunter want to chat with his prey? At this moment, Chun Xian let out a sigh of relief. Good timing, he praised in his heart. Now it was Moore's turn to be alarmed. It suspected that the condescending stupid wolf had joined forces with this mysterious fellow in front of him. Could it be that the camp was going to be destroyed before it finished collecting enough sacrifices? The giant wind blades took shape with great difficulty. All of them hovered behind Moore, who didn't dare to make a move, especially since he had to chant for half a minute. It's better to save it to deal with more difficult guys. In its heart, it was more afraid of the Frost Wolf, and although Chan Xian had mastered some of the Gravekeeper Erwin's abilities before he was weakened, in the end, he wasn't a genuine commander-class boss. Not far away, Frost Wolf Fenrir sensed that damn guy's breath stop. And the place where it stopped was in the same damn bad demon lair. Anger made it bare its fangs. It must be those green lowly prey that are up to their tricks. I'll tear them all apart. Fenrir's mind roared. Full of anger with no outlet, it turned into the motivation to keep pursuing. It wanted nothing at the moment but to kill all the offenders. The wolf's body leapt to a height of dozens of meters above the ground. The bad demon camp was right in front of it. Frost-white fur stood on end, and wisps of frosty air drifted from the wolf's eyes. The wounds behind it that had been hacked out by the Grave Guardians had actually almost healed. Being of the same commander level, only it had a king-like aura on its body. Ice punishment. It transformed its anger into the strongest spell it could mobilize. At that moment, a pillar of ice about meters thick and 7 to 8 meters long coalesced in the air hundreds of meters above the ground. Nearly 100 icicles took shape. They refracted the sunlight, casting a large shadow of impending death below. How could this spell-casting speed be more than a few blocks away from Moore? Chapter 20. Come all the way. The beasts in the Starfall continent could be roughly categorized into beasts, magical beasts, and beast spirits. The former mainly relied on the strength of their physical bodies to be fierce, and at most, they only mastered 1 or 2 natural spells. Red-eyed coyotes belonged to the category of wild beasts. They were cunning and wily, and their only talent was to explode into a higher speed in a short period of time. The beasts were all natural spellcasters, just with different strengths and weaknesses. The Silver Moon Frost Wolf is the upper class of the wolf-type magical beasts. Fenrir's bloodline was the most significant of the Frost Wolves. The current Fenrir has not even entered the adult stage of a magical beast. As for the beast spirits, they were a special kind of branch. They were souls and were particularly good at spiritual and psychic spells. That was why, facing Fenrir in his furious state, Moore felt the pressure. Chun Xian was sandwiched between the two, and in turn regained his composure. In the air in front of him were giant wind blades, while in the air behind him were thick and long icicles. Sensei could not carry either one. Moore held his purple shield over his head and was about to open his mouth to negotiate. However, Fenrir had no intention of talking to him, and it swung its right claw vigorously as it fell from the air. In a flash, hundreds of icicles were saved and shot towards the shoddy demon camp like a blizzard. Damn! Damn it! Moore roared, revealing the unique canine teeth of an inferior demon. Chun Xian almost forgot that this guy wasn't born sensible, and that inferior demons were also iron-headed waifs with violent tempers. With a flick of his staff, 12 giant wind blades slashed against the direction of the falling icicles. The two large-scale magics collided hard together. The wind blades sliced through a single icicle until they annihilated themselves. However, even if it turned into broken ice, the smallest fragment was the size of a millstone. The end of the encounter was already doomed in just a moment. Both the shattered ice and the icicles that remained intact under the wind blade's slicing impact smashed into the camp. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of heavy cannons hitting the ground was incessant. Chen Xian felt a ringing in his ears. The earth trembled violently. The loud noise was also interspersed with the mournful cries of the inferior demons before they died. The women by the bonfire who had been tortured to the point of losing their sanity were also hit by an icicle, completely blending into the earth. This painful death actually seemed less cruel at this instant. The frost wolf landed on the ground and pounced with a few leaps, charging towards where Chen Xian and more were. It's about time. Chen Xian found his body a little stiff. It was just that the moment at hand was not to be missed. He stretched out his palm in preparation to unleash grave digging. The cooldown of this move talent was extremely short. If the Gravekeeper was allowed to go to the blue star to engage in earth moving, it would definitely be a good move. Frost Wolf Fenrir keenly caught his behavior. It had suffered from Gravedigger before, and this time it subconsciously thought that the move was still used against it. Stupid prey. Congeal. A silent taunt was emitted as an ice shell condensed beneath Fenrir's body. However, he did not expect that this time, Chen Xian was launching grave digging underneath himself. The giant pit molded to engulf him, and the soil closed in an instant. Chen Xian launched his freshly cooled submerged earth art underground again in the nick of time. 886. He traveled through the strata, his destination being the tent behind more. He had come all the way here. How could he go back empty-handed? Precise distance estimation plus a dash of luck allowed him to burrow through the middle of the camp tent. Treasure chests. At the first glance, he scanned 2 treasure chests that emitted different millimeters of light. Ever since he had raided the Tombkeeper's hut, Chen Xian knew that treasure chests could appear in monster lairs or ruins. This was issued by the system of the otherworldly game, and was not a collection of monsters. Moreover, Chen Xian guessed that they could not occupy or even move these treasure chests. The semi-data-mined game world was also a game. All games had to abide by the appropriate rules of the game. Handily, he collected the treasure chests. Chen Xian's gaze swept back to Moore's desk. There was a large, thick book placed there, as well as several ancient scrolls. Naturally, Chen Xian would not be polite about this and packed them all away. The tent was large, but the furnishings were not much. Apart from the desk, there was only a crucifix. There was actually a naked woman tied to the rack. She had bright red fire-like hair, and the vestments with a holy halo on her body were ruptured, revealing her delicate and soft skin. There is no time to delay. We're all here, so let's not worry about what's here and take it all away. With his short sword, Chen Xian used the blade of his sword to cut through the hemp rope that bound her hands and feet. After that, he wrapped his arm around the woman's soft waist and dived into the earth again. He was also unsure if the earth diving technique was compatible with 2 people. Thinking that as long as the coverage beyond was not outrageous, it should be fine. Facts proved that he guessed right. The light yellow film of light covered both of them at the same time. It was just that the speed was reduced by quite a bit. Chen Xian didn't have the time to count here, rushing to get as far away from there as possible in the last 10 seconds or so of skill time. Outside, Moore sensed the movement within the tent. It wanted to do something, but was brutally stopped by Frost Wolf Fenrir. Let's take care of you first. Then we'll deal with that stinker that smells like a corpse. Fenrir sprayed ice flowers from his mouth. Could speak the common language of the continent, and usually just didn't bother talking. The wolf's claws condensed the ice shell and slapped it blatantly, like a heavy hammer, and the evil power light curtain shook violently. It gradually became faint, and it was obvious that it couldn't support itself for too long in the face of a blow of this magnitude. No! Listen to my explanation. The red-eyed Moore forced down the violent demonic nature that instinctively erupted and tried his best to explain. The only thing that responded to it was the ice claw slaps that were heavier than ever. Finally, the evil energy light screen completely shattered. You forced me. Moore exploded. The muscles on its body bulged steeply. The fur coat on its body was stretched taut by the muscle mass. A crimson light was dense on his body surface. Spell boiling blood art. His physical attributes skyrocketed. Grabbing the wolf limb encased in an ice shell with one hand, he flung Frost Wolf Fenrir towards the ground. Boom! The huge wolf body smashed even bigger dirt pits on the ground. Tasting Moore's vicious battle spirit, Fenrir in the pit grinned his blood-dripping mouth, revealing an ugly wolf smile. "Come on, have a good kill." A fierce battle erupted. The fluttering frost mist, stirring evil energy and fist-to-flesh strikes merged together. No one dared to get close, nor did anyone dare to peer in. A kilometer away, Chan Xian broke out of the ground. The first thing done was to pull out his legs and run wildly. The commotion behind him was too great, and even 1,000 meters away one could still feel the terror in between. "Fight! Hit it! It's best to beat them all to death." He carried the soft and boneless woman on his shoulder and ran desperately. It was enough to run for more than 10 minutes. You have exhausted your stamina for the day. Currently in a non-safe area, your stamina is being overdrawn. Physical strength was not enough, so he could only overdraw first. He ran out several more kilometers during this time. The muffled, thunderous sounds of the fight at the back were still rumbling and echoing. Phew! Gasping out a heavy mouthful of turbid air, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Chapter 21 Lilyvale Born of Fire Kisses. The girl woke up at some unknown time. When Chan Xian looked at her, he happened to meet those maroon eyes filled with doubt. A feeling of weakness and exhaustion permeated her demeanor. Before Chan Xian could open his mouth to inquire, she actually slowly closed her eyes again. Orange Lilvi born from the Kiss of Fire LV-17. A reserve saintess of the Hall of Fire, possessing long hair born from a kiss of fire and an affinity for fire elemental magic that is comparable to that of a god's favored one. Currently in a double weakened state of poisoning and spell slumber. Orange. Chan Xian's eyelids fluttered. He realized that this trophy that he had saved in passing was most likely an extremely important captive in the hands of an inferior demon. This prefix was of a higher grade than Frostwolf Fenrir and Green Inferior Demon Wizard Moore. It's just that she's of a lower grade. Otherwise, she shouldn't have been taken captive. The high rank, on the other hand, indicated that she possessed notable talent and potential. After all, this girl was also the so-called Fire Temple's preparatory holy maiden. He estimated that the Fire Temple should be a sizable church power. Taking the time of his short stay, Chan Xian calmed his heartbeat a little. Thanks to Otherworld, he was able to experience the feeling of running a half-marathon in the game. In the distance, the battle between Moore and Fenrir was still in full swing. Two highly powerful iron-headed waifs running into each other were bound to rub out sparks of passion. After confirming the situation, Chan Xian decisively lifted his avatar state. The deathly aura that had been draped around his body was instantly gone. This move was to prevent being continuously pursued. In the Blue Star, wolves alone possessed one of the best senses of smell in the entire natural world. This advantage was only further amplified in the context of the transcendent world of swords and magic. Can even elemental fluctuations. Maintaining an incarnated state would certainly result in more attributes being added. But the Gravekeeper, surrounded by a deadly aura, was as pungent to Frostwolf as a fresh pile of stinky poop on a green field. Therefore, it was safer for him to return to his original state. The duration of the initial incarnation was only a handful of minutes left anyway. He already knew the approximate strength of this move. The Gravekeeper Irwin's Skin Wonder still had 19 points of durability left. As long as it was utilized properly, it was enough to get him through the novice period smoothly. Of course, the Grey Crow village didn't look like a normal newbie village, and even the nearby monsters and bosses were all terrifyingly strong. He pondered about finding an opportunity to explore the background of the Grey Crow village and the region it belonged to. Without resting for long, he once again carried the girl forward. Finally, he found a temporary safe zone, next to a boulder a few hundred meters away. This place was adjacent to a short cliff. There were thick green vines hanging down from above. As it was located in a shady area, it was a bit more humid than the forest. The terrain of the entire fog forest was not flat. The landform could not be described as wide open, but there were quite a few hills and valleys spread throughout. The short cliff corresponded to a small hill that did not exceed 100 meters in height. Hearthstone activated. The first thing Chan Xian did when he arrived here was to take out the Hearthstone. However, he was soon baffled. This was because the Hearthstone teleportation was a standard solo prop, and unlike the geocaching, it could still be cobbled together to allow two people to enter the ground together. He looked around. This was a relatively isolated area in the forest. There was a giant rock sheltering the front, and behind it was a whole short hill. The air smelled faintly of the earthy odor of moss and humus. Ha! He couldn't help but let out a soft exclamation when his gaze roved over the vines on the short cliff. Among the layers of overlapping vines, he saw a hint of a shadowy crevice. Taking a step to the front of the short cliff, Chen Xian used his hand to pluck away a tough vine stem, and hidden within it was clearly an oval-shaped cave. The height of the entrance was less than a meter, and the width was more than 60 centimeters. It was impossible to walk into it with a big smile, but it was not a problem to drill into it with a normal human size. Chen Xian thought for a moment and set the vines aside. Immediately, he took out the flame-ruffling short sword and used it as a torch, climbing into the cliff cave. It was only a few minutes later that he returned to the outside. There was a different world inside, and it opened up after climbing a few meters into the cave entrance. Further on, there was a stone hall located in the center of the mountain's belly. Chen Xian saw 2 fine iron pickaxes that had decayed beyond recognition in the stone hall, as well as a short skeleton. More details he was too late to check out. These discoveries meant that this cliff cave was not naturally formed. However, the exact date of its opening had long been impossible to examine. There was also a clear pool of water inside the stone hall, which looked decent. It was perfectly fine as a temporary hiding place. However, there was still some risk in staying here. Gritting his teeth, Chen Xian still decided to hide in this small and cramped cave first. There was no such thing as foolproof in life. What's more, the Frost Wolf Fenrir and the Green Shoddy Demon Wizard had already fought for half an hour. In the end, no matter who wins or loses, the winner is destined to be bruised and battered. No party could win easily. If they did, they wouldn't have fought for so long. After making his decision, Chen Xian acted immediately. With some effort, he moved forward towards the cave with the girl in his arms. The physical attribute knocked back to its original form, coupled with the energy expended from the continuous trek, not only did his satiety drop below 50 points, but there was also a deep sense of fatigue. After entering the stone hall, Chen Xian returned to reset the vines, covering up even the original gaps as much as possible. Utilizing his short sword to build a fire, he picked up some dead vines and lit them. The air inside the cave was not muddy, and there was obviously another vent. The water pool was rippling, and the water was clear and refreshing. Chen Xian, who was gifted with the Ashes of Robbery returning to the ruins talent, didn't mind being a poison test rat. He scooped up a handful of water and took a small sip. Then he took out another poached egg produced by Fat Brother and carefully peeled off the intact half of the eggshell. The peeled egg was reclaimed into the storage space, and the shell became a small cup. He got some water and pinched open Lilywai's plump lips, pouring a little bit of water into her mouth. After doing this, she still didn't wake up. The previous moment of wakefulness on the escape road was like an illusion. Chen Xian recalled a piece of information mentioned in the insight. Currently in a double-weakened state of poisoning and spell slumber, the antidote to the poison was something he did not have. However, another possibility came to mind, only to see Chen Xian wash his short sword and slowly make a small cut on his index finger in a state of collected flame. Slashing wound 2. Squeezing the wound with all his might, he dripped his blood into Lillian Wei's lips. He who had looted ashes returning to the ruins. Blood might also have a strange effect. If this came true, in the future, he would be able to bleed and dilute it and sell it as a high-grade antidote. As the blood fainted between her lips, Chen Xian crossed his fingers with anticipation. About half a minute later, a miracle appeared. Lilywai's eyelids fluttered slightly. Finally, her eyes opened once again. The maroon-colored eyes were as clear as water, and it actually made Chen Xian a bit distracted between glances. Chapter 22 Contractual Partner. The girl in front of her was indeed beautiful. The long hair born from a kiss of fire naturally flowed. Her skin was again delicate like a doll. Her eyes were bright and alert, and the bridge of her nose was as straight as the peaks of a mountain range. The pair of lips that were stained with a little blood red were even more tantalizing. Torn robe can only barely cover shame, but more set off infinite spring light. Small body, big breasts. If such a girl was in the Blue Star, it would be the very best that Chen Xian could not touch in his entire life. After suddenly waking up, Lily Wei lightly pursed her lips. Her numb body gradually regained consciousness, and there was a mysterious power rushing and cleansing within her, purifying the evil energy spell and paralyzing toxin through and through. "Did you save me?" Her voice was as thin as a mosquito, her throat still somewhat weak. Chen Xian nodded frankly. "Yes, you were tied up in the tent by the Green Shoddy Demon Wizard." As he said so, His eyes unconsciously looked between the girl's legs. Shoddy demons were not nice people. They were meat and potatoes, humans and even beasts. As long as a female fell into their hands, it was hard to escape the fate of being violated and abused. But the Liliwee's robes in front of her, although tattered, looked more like traces of battle. If she had really been violated, she would not just be weak now, but would have more serious injuries. It seemed as if she had sensed Chun Xian's scrutinizing gaze. Liliwee endeavored to gather her legs together. A hint of redness flushed her pale cheeks. Sacrifice. That inferior demonic sorcerer wanted to take me as a sacrifice to the void evil god they worship. I didn't. Her words trailed off, wondering why she had to explain so much. Chun Xian shrugged his shoulders in disbelief. The girl in front of him was indeed very alluring, and it would be impossible to say that there wasn't a little bit of non-thought in his heart that all men would have. Regarding how to dispose of Liliwei, he hadn't thought about it yet. Nowadays, every second is overdrawing the game time. It had to be dealt with urgently. Oh, he nodded slightly, then stood up. What should I do with it? Rubbing his chin, the words appeared to be muttered to himself, but in reality they were said to be addressed to Lilivi. Send you back to the fire temple? He spoke again, looking into Lilivi's eyes. Surprisingly, she, who was a preparatory holy maiden, showed a look of resistance instead. No, no, please, don't send me back to the fire temple. It was because I came out from there that I was captured by the inferior demon sorcerer. Chun Xian's eyes narrowed as he thought in his heart. It seems like there is another story to this. After considering it for a moment, he resumed his crouch and frowned with some difficulty. Then I really don't know what to do with you. The inferior demon wizard isn't far from us. Continuing to stay here isn't a long-term solution either. And I won't be able to move you to a safer place in a short period of time. Chun Xian was speaking the truth. If the other party had fled the fire temple for another reason, then his act of saving Liliwei would be tasteless and purely equal to doing good deeds. Right now, Liliwei was actually in a difficult situation. She thought hard. After a long time, it was as if she had thought of something. You are the chosen one, right? I can vaguely sense that you are different from me. This was the standard term used by the natives of the Starfall continent in Otherworld to address players. The origin of the expression could not be traced for the time being. 9 times out of 10, it was part of the influence produced by the rules of the game. Without denying it, Chun Xian directly admitted it. He wanted to see what Lilvi had to say again. After receiving an affirmative reply, a faint light of hope lit up in Lilvi's eyes. I am willing to follow you. Become your contractual partner, so that I can leave with you. Her words opened the door to a new world for Chun Xian. Contractual partner? There was no such function in the panel at all. Seeing him puzzled, Lilvi immediately explained. The chosen son originates from an ancient prophecy that has spread far and wide. Legend has it that when the epochs change and the continent is about to fall into chaos, the chosen children who have received supreme favor will descend. They are immortal, they are brave and fearless. Most importantly, the souls of the chosen ones are far stronger and more complete than ours. As long as one's perception is strong enough, one can detect it. Chun Xian listened in a clouded state. Unable to perceive souls, he simply couldn't understand the difference between the so-called souls. But prophecies and whatnot, he was able to understand. Perhaps this was some sort of ambush left behind by the game system for NPCs to use for logical self-consistency. After all, compared to the Starfall continent, which was vast and had many foreign races, even if the entire Blue Star descended over, it would be the same as pouring a bowl of water into a pond. Moreover, there was always a flash of doubt in Chun Xian's heart that never faded. Was it possible that this was a real otherworld that was overridden by some sort of rules? All right, what should I do? Chun Xian was not polite, and the meaning of following was clear. It seemed that whether it was the fire temple or the inferior demon camp, it was a dragon's den for her that she was unwilling to face again. Liliwei let out a sigh of relief, her complexion a little sad, but not so tight after all. It's hard to conclude a successful human form, but I can transform into a fire spirit. It's a skill I was born with. Please step back a little. Chun Xian complied and retreated a few meters away. The fire next to him burned and crackled, illuminating dim shadows. In place, Liliwee's body burst into dazzling red light all of a sudden. Surging and raging flames burned from the inside out. Her entirety was transformed into a humanoid blaze. like a fireman in a movie. The fire-kissed red hair was even brighter and more eye-catching, like filaments of light leaping from the fire. Fire spirit Liliwei is willing to be your partner. Whether or not to accept the contracting request. Yes. No. After this change, Chun Xian did receive a new prompt. This was considered unlocking a hidden function? The contract or something made him think of the pet system. With a thought, he made a choice. Yes. Partner space unlocked. Currently contractable partners. 1-1. Fire Spirit Lilyvale. Loyalty. 25. Loyalty. 25. Note. Loyalty below 5 points may result in betrayal or addiction. Loyalty. 25. Loyalty. 25. Loyalty. 25. Loyalty. 25. After the contracting was completed, there was an imperceptible touch of deference in Liliwei's eyes. She bowed to Chun Xian in her fire spirit form. Master! This address made Chun Xian somewhat uncomfortable and at the same time, somewhat secretly pleased. Why would you rather recognize me as your master than return to the fire temple? He took the opportunity to ask the doubt in his heart. Because, this question seemed to evoke some not-so-good memories. Just as Liliwei was about to stutter out the reason, the stone cave shook. The fire spirit form of Lilywhite immediately signaled. There's a powerful guy who is mobilizing the power of the wind to approach here. I can sense the restless elements in the distance. Not being able to ask questions, Chun Xian utilized his new function to collect Liliwei into his partner's space, while the status of temporary safe zone was still intact. He chose to go offline directly. Chapter 23 More and the Embodied Lilyvale. Downline evasion could be called a divine skill unique to players. Although the Otherworld had placed some restrictions on it, it could really save lives at critical moments. The system's definition of temporary safe zone was that there were no active non-neutral targets within a 500-meter radius. After Qin Xian went offline, the stone hall was empty. Only the pile of fire made up of dead vines was still burning. Half a minute later, an uninvited guest came from outside the cave. Its right arm had been ripped off hard, and the stubble was wrapped in dense, writhing flesh buds. The visitor was the green demon sorcerer, Moore. It was covered in wounds, no longer as calm as before. His face was even more gloomy, as if water could drip out of it. A small purple-black snake was coiled around the only remaining arm. At the moment, the snake was constantly hissing and spitting out letters towards the short cliff. Moore's eyes were crimson as he surveyed the front in a gloomy manner. Damn guy, hiding here? It had fought with the frost wolf Fenrir for a long time, and both sides had suffered considerable injuries. Initially, Moore had many concerns. Originally, it had planned to organize a sacrifice ceremony within the camp, offering sacrifices to the great god, thus receiving divine gifts. The main sacrifice was none other than the preparatory holy maiden with the gift of fire spirit that it had captured from a few goblin merchants not long ago. As a human who had been favored by the god of fire, sacrificing her would please the god even more. It was just that the camp was destroyed, and the main sacrifice it had painstakingly prepared was also robbed. So Moore stopped holding back and fell into a complete frenzy. In terms of spell attainment, it was no match for Fenrir. However, with the support of evil spells, and many other means, it fought with the other party and lost to both sides. Fenrir tore off its arm, and it also poked out one of Fenrir's eyes. These injuries were not impossible to recover from, they were just more troublesome. Medicines or spells with strong healing effects were needed to heal the severed limbs again. After getting out of the battle, the first thing Moore did was to hunt down the little thief disguised as a gravekeeper. The small snake in its hand was a contracted partner that had been bred for many years and could be tracked over a large range by any associated item. Moore used a small fragment of his hoodie for it to track while casting a wind spell to catch up. It eventually locked on to this place. A hidden cave? Spell shock. A vast shockwave acted on the short cliff. All the hanging vines trembled violently. The tiny cave entrance was soon exposed. Moore, who was about the size of an ordinary human, frowned and drilled in. Coming inside the stone hall, it saw the fire, but not the main sacrifice or the culprit. The skeleton of a rusty iron dwarf. This should be a prospecting site dug out by one of the groups of stray dwarves when the Three Castles Rebellion broke out hundreds of years ago. Among the green shoddy demons, Moore was an unapologetically erudite and wise man. From the very beginning of its birth, it was very different from its companions around it. Not only was it able to control its restless demonic nature well, it was also good at observing and thinking. Finally, he was recognized by a great sorcerer of the clan and was taken in as an apprentice. Following the great sorcerer in disguise, he traveled through several human kingdoms. He knew the situation of the continent and the common language of the major ethnic groups. The grand sorcerer had said a few words to it. Inferior demons are vile and contemptible in the eyes of countless races. Wisdom is a luxury amongst our brethren. But is their plundering nature evil? Throughout the races of the continent, evil everywhere. In the future, it is your duty to lead your people farther, to offer everything to the great God of the three faces, and to prostrate yourself at his knees, and this is the cause worthy of carrying out for the rest of our lives. These words inspired the confused more at the time, making it lose its inferiority complex towards the ethnic group it belonged to, and it supported it to become stronger step by step. The lowly demon descent could also make the continent's races tremble. The setback in front of it made it extremely angry. Suddenly, the space around it twisted inexplicably. There was a slender golden light that descended from the sky, pierced through the rock wall, and directly entered its body. Moore's eyes flashed with golden light, and a dazed expression appeared on his face. So, this is it. A pure new world, it muttered to itself in a daze, and in the next moment, it even disappeared in place along with the stone hall it was in and the entire hill. Chun Xian, who was lying on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes. Back. Every time he returned to the blue star, he would always subconsciously feel relaxed. Calling out the panel. He owed 5 points of stamina backwards today. Tomorrow, there would only be 11 stamina. Of course, it couldn't be said that he would be able to level up a few more levels along the way and slightly extend the game time by a few minutes. Ooh, this function is still there too. Chun Xian saw the contract partner option in a lit state. He busily got up and tried to summon his contract partner, only to see a spatial singularity suddenly bloom in the empty space in front of him. The space in front of him rippled like water. Lilui carefully stepped out of the portal opened by the spatial singularity. Master! Is this the world where the Chosen One resides? She saluted Chun Xian in greeting. Aside from being a bit weak, she was no longer much of a problem after taking Chun Xian's blood. Sure enough, I can summon Lilui, who has become a contractual partner, in the Blue Star. The so-called contractual partners were a step above slave agreements, but Chun Xian, who was the contractual master, still held the initiative. He now had many questions that he wanted to ask the other party. Gulp! Just as he was about to open his mouth, he heard Lilui's belly thunder. Conscious of her rudeness, Lilvi's cheeks flushed red. Chun Xian also slapped his head as he looked towards the other party still wearing ragged vestments, and could not help but let out a cry that he was too hasty. Let's eat something first, then wash up and clean up. I have a lot of questions I want to ask you. He got up and went to the cupboard, taking out the instant food he had purchased on his way out of work yesterday. Pulling open 2 buckets of instant noodles, he put in the seasoning and a slice of portion luncheon meat, then boiled water in the kettle. Leaning against the wall, he pulled out his cell phone, ready to shop for clothes for Lilyvale from the takeaway platform. Standing still, Lilyvi, on the other hand, curiously surveyed everything that came into her eyes. She had an extremely well-developed body that perfectly fit the description of the 4-letter word, front and back. Her height was around 1.65 meters, and her waist was well-proportioned without much flab. As for the bust, Chun Xian glanced at the voluptuous mountains in front of her, and for a moment was unable to estimate the exact size. Ex-girlfriend Lin Man was a 36C, and this size was already not considered small amongst regular people. But Lily Wei was definitely a size bigger than her. Better buy sports underwear. Chun Xian muttered and pondered, raising his eyes from time to time in appreciation. He had long since stopped being a first-timer, and he still had this bit of stamina. Soulmates had a loyalty setting. Before pulling up the favor, being too presumptuous would only backfire. Noticing that his gaze went straight to his breasts, the keenly perceptive Lilui was nervous and shy, and she turned slightly sideways with her arms wrapped around her. This shyness added a touch of flavor to her. Chapter 24 Settling in. By the time the hot water kettle made the sound of steam being bared, Chun Xian had already picked out a few sets of clothes for Lillian Wei. The underwear, pants, shoes and socks were all chosen by him through visual inspection, so they should not be too bad, and if they really can't be worn, they will be replaced. Nowadays, takeout can buy anything from big home appliances to small 3C wires. The only thing is that the clothes on the takeaway platform are limited in style, and many of them are sports brands. He bought 2 sets of casual clothes, plus a set of sportswear, enough to deal with a period of time. As a newcomer, it was impossible to get everything in one go. Putting his cell phone into his pocket, Chen Xian picked up the kettle and started to make noodles. The pungent-smelling spices were quickly melted away by the hot water, filling the air with a fragrance. Chen Xian's feelings towards soaked noodles were complicated. It belonged to the category of instant food that you would vomit if you ate it every day, but you would suddenly want to take a bite of it if you didn't eat it every once in a while. There was a time when he ate instant noodles for 7 days in a row in order to catch up on work. At the end of the day, when he smelled the odor again, he would feel sick to his stomach. At that time, Lin Man still knew that she felt sorry for him and insisted on giving him lunches for half a month so that he could change his tastes. Pull back some drifting emotions. The past is like yesterday. Unforgettable, only those beautiful moments remain. The sudden appearance of an aroma caught Liloui's attention. The tip of her nose fluttered lightly. It smells so good. The Otherworld was a transcendent world of swords and magic. There were definitely delicious ingredients and cooking methods, but they were definitely not something that ordinary people could taste. And the fire temple and ecclesiastical power just didn't sound right, and it probably wouldn't let the preparatory saintesses under its command eat and drink indiscriminately every day. Therefore, it was normal that Lily Wei would behave like this. The holy maidens of other worlds couldn't resist the charm of Blue Star's technology and ruthless living. Chen Xian carried 2 buckets of the deluxe version of spiked instant noodles and placed them on the dining table. Eat. Liloui nodded her head and sat down with some curiosity to survey the 2 bowls of deliciousness bubbling with a rich aroma in front of her. Gulp. Are they all for me? Chen Xian smiled. Of course. There isn't enough to go around. He had discovered yesterday that Blue Star's food was still able to restore satiety, but the amount of recovery was inversely proportional to the physique attribute. In other words, the stronger the physique, the greater the amount of food would become. Watching Liloui hold the plastic fork and roll up the noodles, Chen Xian, on the other hand, pulled out a few protein bars and nibbled on them. He would rather eat this hardened contraption first than eat instant noodles. Sitting across the table, Liloui's lips lightly opened, and her expression changed when the first mouthful of instant noodles entered her mouth. So delicious! Even her eyes were dense with tears. Chen Xian was a little confused by this scene. No, why are you teary-eyed? I'm sorry, master. It's me who lost my temper. I haven't eaten anything other than fire food in many years, explained Lil Wei in a small voice, wiping away the tears in her eyes with the back of her hand. Seeing Chen Xian's confusion, she then added, the fire temple is dedicated to the god of fire. It is the source of the world's fire, representing the infinite flames. The holy women of the church will serve the deity and listen to the oracles for the rest of their lives, so they must remain pure. We can only eat fire food, which is a substance baked by a special flame. It provided satiety, but each time it was consumed, you could feel an intense burning pain. The bishop told us that the searing pain would allow us to be purified and get closer to the gods with each passing day. Chen Xian was somewhat speechless as he listened. What the hell is this self-mutilation divine religion? Food that has no flavor and only causes burning pain when eaten. Even if this thing was given to a dog to eat, I'm afraid that the dog would rather go to Panhong Park than put its mouth on it. Shaking his head breathlessly, Chen Xian didn't know how to comfort her, so he just had to let her eat more. The greatest romance of the Chinese people is to greet each other. Have you eaten? Eating well was almost a complex imprinted in the bloodline. He couldn't bear to see others suffer on the issue of eating. Walking in the streets of China, asking for money may not be given. Asking for a bowl of rice to eat will certainly have many people willing to give generously. With a few protein bars down, the feeling of satiety was immediate. The flavor of this thing is average, as a meal replacement in a hurry is not bad. He looked at Lily Wei burying her head and eating bitterly, as if she was facing a feast, and couldn't help but sigh a little. The takeout ordered earlier was delivered successively. Clothes, toiletries, and $1,000 class cell phone. He happened to have a dual card, and split one out to give it to Lily Wei first. Nothing was fine in Blue Star, but not without a cell phone. After the contract was concluded, she would be able to listen and read Blue Star language and words, which saved a lot of trouble. Pick a set of clothes you like and change into them first. I'll throw the rest in the washing machine. Right? Take a shower first, follow me. Chun Xian picked up the newly purchased towel and walked towards the bathroom. Lily Wei hurriedly got up to follow. This is the shower. The left and right wrenches can adjust the water temperature. This is the shampoo and body wash. Squeeze out a small amount of each after wetting and scrub your hair and body with them. Chun Xian introduced them once more, and Lilian Wei was mesmerized as she listened. It was surprising that such a convenient effect could be achieved without relying on magic. I see, she timidly replied. Chun Xian exited the bathroom in a gentlemanly manner, smoothly bringing the door with him. Not long after, the sound of clattering water flowed from within it. The hazy figure appeared on the frosted glass, causing Chun Xian to be a bit distracted. Sitting back on the edge of the bed, today was the weekend and he had a lot of free time. Opened the company's several group chats. Inside, they were all discussing Chao Zhina's situation. Since it was still early today, most of the topics stayed in last night. As of early yesterday morning, Chao Zhina had awakened. But the trauma from the shock made her always look disoriented. It was said that she would have to be hospitalized for a minimum of 2 weeks. Concerned greetings were expressed by everyone in the large group. But in the various smaller groups, it was basically mockery and shouting. To an ordinary person, the power contained in a purple-grade evil eye is almost irresistible. The energy level gap between the two realms was so obvious. Yet, some sort of potential intermingling was occurring in the form of a game. This made Chun Xian vaguely uneasy. He still had many secrets to explore and had to take the initiative. As this thought surfaced, along with it was the string of numbers that he had memorized. Chao Mu's words once again echoed in his ears. It's time to look on the forums. Any game was deadly behind closed doors. Of course, he had to be careful to protect his privacy and his bottom card. And the bottom card was in himself. So far the players hadn't embodied the brutal laws of competition amongst themselves. After all, the world in which the Otherworld is located can have no shortage of external crises that are difficult to deal with. Simple logical judgment does not yet determine everything. Anyway, let's take a look first. Thinking of this, he opened a text message, entered the number, and casually sent a 1 over. He soon received a complex string of URLs and login keys. Just when he was about to switch to computer operation, a knock on the door appeared. Knock, knock, knock. Chun Xian, open the door. Lin Man's voice came out with a hint of coldness, hardness, and rustiness. Why is she here? Chun Xian frowned, searching for a way to retrieve Lily Wei back into the partner space. However, the idea was abandoned after a moment. There was no need for him to do this for Lin Man. Chapter 25. Your pride is unbearable. It wasn't as if Lily was some kind of unseemly monster. And Lin Man was even less qualified to get to the bottom of her origins like Uncle Hat. The house he rented was a small 1-bedroom, 2-room house. The Sparrow was small, but it had all the essentials. Other than the slightly remote location, everything else was not bad. Lin Man lived here with him in the past. In the name of concentrating on exam preparation, Lin Man rarely did housework and almost never cooked. Only when she occasionally felt sorry for Chun Xian to work overtime, she would be a good wife and mother for 10 days and half a month. In retrospect, that so-called heartache was more like pity. Raising his eyebrows, he walked towards the door. Through the cat's eye, he saw the impatient Lin Man. Today's Lin Man wore a delicate light makeup, and her upper body was covered with a small V-neck sweater with long sleeves and a down vest. A touch of white career line was brightly exposed. Chun Xian, if you don't open the door. There was a hint of sulking in her tone. Only before the words fell, the door of the house opened unexpectedly. Chun Xian supported one arm on the door frame, narrowing his eyes in question. What are you doing here? Such a cold attitude caught Lin Man somewhat off guard. For simple words had easily crushed the submerged pride in her heart. She had originally come very justifiably, but at this moment she was also a little weak. You weren't like this before. Did you break up and treat me with this attitude? After a brief moment of weakness, she felt inexplicably annoyed again. The dog-licking boyfriend who had once been so obedient to her that he couldn't wait to rip out his heart, now dared to become so cold? Did you just mix history in your brain? Say it or get lost. This is not your dormitory. Chun Xian was a good swan in hand in his student days, and his two casual words made Lin Man look dumbfounded. To her, he had changed too much. In the past 2 days, not only had he not come to seek peace, he had also mouthed off in the face of her. She was so furious that her face was red, and I'm afraid that when she went back in the evening, several mammary nodules would have popped up. I came to get my things. I have a box of spring clothes I didn't take with me. With that, she made a move to push the door in, but it wouldn't budge. Wait here. Did I let you in? Chun Xian closed the door with an expressionless face and dragged out an old 20-inch suitcase from the closet inside the house. Returning to the door, he carried the suitcase to the door without saying a word. Lin Man's mouth was slightly open, and her heart was filled with more indescribable emotions. As the saying goes, those who can't get it are always in commotion, and those who are favored are emboldened. She actually felt somewhat aggrieved at this moment. Not even inviting me in to sit down. Chun Xian slapped his forehead. He realized how this woman had so much drama, changing her face faster than the sky. No wonder she was so difficult to coax before. Love brain harms people. Hurry up and go. I have to go out later. He reached out and broke Lin Man's arm that was blocking the doorframe. Just then, a shy voice came from behind him. Master. I've changed my clothes. The soft and gentle female voice instantly caused Lin Man and Chun Xian to be stunned at the same time. The one who gave out the voice was none other than Lily Wei, who had just taken a bath. Thanks to the magical language module of Otherworld, she spoke proper Chinese when she came to the blue planet. Chun Xian turned back to see Lily Wei twisting her fingers and standing in the living room with her head bowed. Her hair was wet and her face was covered in a thin layer of watery light. Underneath, she wore a knee-length skirt with a bare-legged goddess inside. On top, she had a small, lace sweater, the mountains bound by the buttons bulging. Outside, she was draped in a short white duffel coat, unzipped to show off her golden-proportioned waist. Whether it was her face value or her figure, the exotic Lily Wei was 10 blocks away from Lin Man. At that moment, Lin Man's mind was spinning, unable to react at all. Woman. A beautiful woman. A beautiful woman who had just gotten out of the shower. 3 progressive keywords extended smoothly in her thoughts. Finding a new girlfriend so quickly, and by the looks of it, a mixed-race one at that. Lin Man's mind was roaring. The honeyed confidence that she had originally molded from thinking that she had perfectly taken Chen Xian and dominated in that relationship was somewhat clammed up. Beautiful. After freezing for a moment, Chun Xian came back to his senses and said with an approving face, Lily Wei was not stupid. The style of women's clothing in the Blue Star was very different from the Starfall continent. But the other party fumbled around a bit and wore it beautifully as usual. Such a reply became flirting in Lin Man's eyes. And that pretty woman even called Chun Xian master. When did he become so flirtatious? Xiao man, haven't you gotten your stuff yet? There's an old man urging me to move my car. A guy with a back-combed head and gold-tinted glasses walked out of the building entrance. As he urged, he shook the BMW car keys in his hand as if for emphasis. Incidentally, he also revealed the black universal watch on his sleeve. At a glance, it was clear that he was a force of forcing third-stage player. Seeing the duo who seemed to be confronting each other by the door, there was a flash of joy in his eyes. It was as if he had captured some good opportunity. Yo, this is the unmotivated ex-boyfriend you were talking about, right? He waved his car keys and walked quickly, not hiding the hostility in his words. This kind of foolishness Chun Xian thought would only appear in Dragon King novels. Unexpectedly, reality was always more magical than fiction. The what must be around him was no better than those descending wisdom male counterparts in brainless novels. Chen Xian didn't get angry. The corner of his mouth instead hooked up a sarcastic smile. Lin Man, Lin Man. I see that you are getting more and more mixed up and pulled. Where is this rustic BMW man? A smell of pussy. He returned with a smile on his face and pulled over Lily Wei, tightly wrapping his arms around her waist. The more the other party wanted to prove something, the less he would let them have their way. Hurry up and get lost. Chun Xian waved his hand. This time, the BMW man was not happy. His own car keys and wristwatch actually didn't scare this kid. When his usual peers saw him in this outfit, his aura naturally weakened by 3 points. He wanted to find Chun Xian to argue. In response, Chun Xian simply made him freeze in place with a single look, and then fell to the ground trembling. The passive effect of evil eye evil intent deterrence was triggered. There is a probability that deterrence will be triggered whenever one looks into his eyes, causing the target to fall into a state of fear, with the chance of activation depending on the opponent's malice, mind, and spiritual attributes. It was enough to leave a psychological shadow on the BMW man. The most crucial thing was that it was completely triggered passively. The greater the opponent's malice, the higher the trigger chance. Chun Xian revealed an indulgent smile and closed the door while Lin Man assisted the BMW man. The door to the room isolated the inside and outside, as if separating two worlds. Loosening his soft and boneless slender waist, Chun Xian turned his head with a slight apology. Instead, he saw that Lily Wei was keeping her head down. Your soulmate, Lily's loyalty has increased by 3 points. Current loyalty 28 points. Chapter 26. The Last Oracle. No. This can also increase loyalty? Chun Xian was somewhat surprised. People were noble and self-aware, although he had a decent appearance and could be called handsome. However, he was not handsome enough to the point where he could make others fall for him. The only explanation was probably Lilywai's character. The Fire Temple was strict about her daily life. There was almost no contact with males in normal times, and whether it was as a preparatory holy maiden or a sacrifice for the void evil god. Those so-called gods all seemed to prefer virginity. This was also the reason why she was in the inferior demon camp but was not spoiled. Living and growing up in an environment so cut off from love and desire that it could be considered harsh. Lilywai's threshold for flirting with the opposite sex was bound to be lower. Chun Xian's face showed a sudden realization. Seeing through it and not saying anything is still a good friend. He put away his salty hand with great interest. He was determined to pull the loyalty to over 80 points as soon as possible. This thing was almost equivalent to goodwill. The higher it was, the more restrictions it could unlock. It was only then that he didn't have to worry about the appearance of backlash. Regarding her master's behavior just now, Lily was somewhat plausible, so she cooperatively chose to acquiesce. It always feels weird, but master is different from those bad guys. She could feel the shyness sprouting in her heart, as well as the unconsciously raised heart rate. Chun Xian picked up the glass of water and took a large sip. Suddenly, he remembered that Lily Wei had become a soulmate, but it seemed like he hadn't checked the other party's specific attributes yet. Mulling this over, he called out Lilywai's panel in his mind. Soulmate. Lily Fire Spirit. Talent. Orange Epic. Level. 17. Experience value. 10,757, 99,775. Lifespan. 273 years and 37 days.
Physique, 31.
Spirit. 319. Physical attack. 31. Physical defense. 9.3. Spell attack. 319. Spell defense. 63.8. Life value. 1239 1280 plus 3500 hardened calcined body. Mana. 3190. Satiety. 82-100. Fire spirit body. Higher affinity for fire element. Intermediate fire mastery. Hardened calcined body. Fire mystic art. Her panel stats were quite exaggerated. It even exceeded Chun Xian's state after he had transformed into the Gravekeeper. However, Lily Wei was a mage, and her physical side was relatively weak. Without any equipment boosts, she displayed extremely high spellcasting attributes. Several of the words below had extended content. Body of Fire Spirit was the one where she transformed into a fire spirit. After transforming into a fire spirit, Lily gained 50% damage reduction from physical and flame magic. Mana recovery speed and spellcasting efficiency are increased by 100%, and the power of fire spells is increased by 50%. Duration is currently up to 1 hour, and she can transform once every 24 hours. As she grows, this ability will also be enhanced. Fire elemental higher affinity wasn't simple either. This phrase meant that Lily could cultivate to an extremely high level on the path of fire magic. In addition, it had a certain increase in the casting and power of fire spells. Moving forward, intermediate pyromancy proficiency represented the progress of her cultivation. Intermediate fire spells required mastery of at least 32 fire spells of the 1st to 3rd ranks. The description of hardened calcined body corresponded to part of what Lilvi had said about the fire temple. By taking fire food for a long period of time and roasting one's body with flames every night, one could slowly raise the upper limit of one's life value. As a price, one would need to endure this inhuman pain on a daily basis. That last phrase, fire mystic technique, was because Lily Wei had once received a true oracle secret technique during her awakening. It was a flame magic called Flame Stream Waterfall. The description said that its power could be comparable to a heavenly disaster level spell, but Lily Wei was currently unable to fully master it. Every time she cast it, even with her talent bonus, she would have to chant for several minutes. Thousands of mana points would be drained in no time. The power that could be utilized could only reach 20% at most. Even so, it was considered a killer move. Chun Xian was instantly delighted. Lilui was no vase. She was a powerful fire spell beater. Mages were recognized as mobile turrets in any magical world, and were able to output to their heart's content when effectively protected. In addition, Lilui's growth potential was equally huge. With great joy in his heart, he couldn't help but look at Lilui, who was sitting at the table taking small sips of milk, and quipped, "Yes, you're wonderful," suddenly complimented. Lily White raised her hand to gather her hair in front of her forehead in a somewhat dumbfounded manner. Her white teeth biting on the straw, she had an air of innocence. Chun Xian forced himself to withdraw his gaze. Now was not the time to indulge in female colors. He took out his laptop and opened his browser to type in that large string of not-so-normal forum addresses. In passing, he looked for a topic. "Lily Wei, you still haven't told me why you left the Fire Temple. The way of life and cultivation there was certainly agonizing, but you had spent more than 10 years before, so it wasn't so much that you couldn't bear it until now, was it?" Seemingly inquiring about Lil Wei, Chun Xian was actually trying to find a way to gather more information about the game world. This question caused Lily Wei, who was fighting with the straw, to stop her movements. She lightly caressed the scorch marks on the inside of her wrist. Shadows of crimson flame danced in her eyes. 3 years ago on the night of the prayer fire, I saw with my own eyes Sister Marina being pushed into the fire altar. The bishop said that the flesh and blood of a holy woman could please the gods, but all that came from the flames was a greedy laughter that ran through the void. That is not God. A pure orange-red fire suddenly flared at her fingertips again. The altar burns with a ghostly blue evil fire, and the current bishops have long forgotten that Vulcan is supposed to symbolize purification and rebirth, and they perform fire sacrifices in an almost paranoid manner. Every 7 years, the Fire Temple selects the most spiritually gifted virgins for the divine marriage, which is in fact the sacrifice of young girls to the god of fire. And smaller fire sacrifices are performed on a daily basis. There were toothy children, hobbling and stooped old men, and clueless and frightened young girls. They were all mercilessly pushed into the fire. All I have to do is close my eyes and I can still hear every echo of agony. But they were never given a true oracle. I'm sure of that, because I had the honor of listening to the true voice of the gods when I awakened the body of the fire spirit. At that time, the great god of fire seemed weak beyond measure, and it whispered a warning to me. The rift opens, and the grace of God is silent, while granting me a fire mystic art and exhorting me to keep his true symbol in mind. The divine fire is unending. It seems that it was also from that day onward that the several bishops of the Fire Temple underwent subsequent changes. I even suspect that the fire god worshipped in the Fire Temple now is just evil in divine robes. She spoke the worries in her heart word by word. All of this in the Starfall continent. Every word that went out was treasonous. Chun Xian listened and pondered. The original pure teachings of the Fire Temple were undoubtedly in favor of order-abiding goodness. However, it had drastically changed after Lilywei claimed to have listened to the oracle for the last time. One must realize that fire could bring warmth and light, but it could also turn into burns and ashes. Peaceful flames and extreme flames were two completely different concepts. Obviously, the fire temples that Lilywei desperately wanted to escape from had long been corrupted and evil inside. The biggest difference between them and the inferior demons, I'm afraid, was that they still wore a human skin. Chapter 27. Players' Privilege, Access to the Forums. Sure enough, the fire temple that could make Lilywei desperately flee had indeed changed. The fire god they worshipped might have long since been overrun by an unknown evil. And what is that rift? After a moment of contemplation, Chun Xian realized another blind spot. In response, Lilvi simply shook her head. A rift usually refers to a void passage that connects to other dimensions. But I don't know exactly where the rift that God is referring to leads to. Oh, Chun Xian gave a long response. One last question. How many people actually know about the concept of the Chosen Sons? Chosen Son was what some NPCs called players. He was concerned about the hidden information in it, and there might be some background clues left behind by the game of Otherworld. Lilwi answered in a small voice. It comes from an ancient prophecy. It can be traced back to tens of thousands of years ago, the era of the era change. At that time, the power of the human race on the Starfall continent was far from as robust as it is today. The prophecy states that the Supreme who governs the entire world will summon the chosen sons to descend, who are brave and fearless, who enjoy the privileges granted by the Supreme, and who will rise to power at the time of the change of era. When perception reaches a certain level, one can detect the difference in souls between the two. Those who know of this prophecy are usually spellcasters from all over the world, wise men, or those erudite people who are well versed in the history of the continent. Chen Xian realized. This was indeed an ambush that the game had set up in the background thread. After pausing for a moment, Lilvi suddenly spoke again. However, after becoming your soulmate, the Underworld Supreme let in more information. The Starfall continent is only a proving ground for the Chosen One. This change of epoch will be even more violent than the rise of the human race 10,000 years ago. Chen Xian was still unsure of what to tell her. After all, this game of Otherworld was really special. If one were to say that Lily Wei was just an NPC, then this argument would not hold water. This was because she was now appearing on the ground in the blue planet as a soul partner. Instead of getting serious about the definitions of player and NPC, it would be better to say that the beings of the two worlds were not the same. Rather, it was better to say that the living beings in both worlds were all alive. The only difference is that players enjoy the privileges granted by the so-called Supreme. Yes, whether it's semi-data, quest rewards, or a clear upgrade mode, it's all a privilege granted by the Most High. Those players who chose normal mode were also able to revive multiple times. Because adding physique also gradually increased the lifespan, it was the same as further reducing the loss of death. Having gotten this matter initially straightened out, Chen Xian only felt that his OCD had been cured for the most part. Oftentimes, getting to the bottom of things was not a good habit, but after figuring out the cause of something, there was indeed a sense of relief in clearing away the clouds and fog. Without continuing to ask questions, he looked at the browser interface where he had entered the URL and pressed the Enter key. The address of the forum was not in the common format, and the total number of characters after it came to 59. The page jumped. First, there was a pitch-black page, and then 2 large golden characters emerged. Otherworldly. Please click to register and create a forum account. Chen Xian clicked in passing. A magical scene soon appeared. The page refreshed again, and an indifferent vertical pupil appeared. Its gaze seemed to have crossed the binary virtual world and was truly projected on Chen Xian. Verification passed. Confirmed as the 3rd batch of internal test players. You have entered the forums through the exclusive code of player Asagi. After the vertical pupil swept through the air, he directly passed the authentication session. Hiss! Chen Xian sucked in a breath of cool air, contributing to the exacerbation of global warming. This forum creator was something. Wasn't that vertical eye that was able to perform spatial scanning just now feared to be a special kind of high-grade oddity? After authentication, the only thing to fill in was the game nickname. Cloudwind. Entering the forum, the page was unusually refreshing. No advertisement inserts to be seen, which really enhances the browsing comfort a lot. This forum was limited to the Huaxia region. There were 3 postings at the top. The free postings below are divided into 2 categories. The first is the ordinary post that can be browsed at will. The second type was feature posts that required points to be unlocked. The former is mostly watering down and chatting. The latter are tips or experience sharing. There is a recharge portal at the top right, through the Global Multiple Payment Nodes Transit. 100 renminbi can be exchanged for 1 forum point. It also supports reverse redemption. Exchanging points for money is also not a problem. In addition, you can also earn points directly by answering points questions or completing points tasks. In addition to the basic sections of the forum, there is also a trading area. Although the game does not have a trading market, players can meet offline to trade game props by means of manifestation after reaching a consensus. The forum would play the role of a middleman, charging a certain amount of points as a deposit. It hadn't been long since I first got on the forum. A prompt popped up in the lower right corner. Player Asagi has sent you a friend request. Chen Xian clicked pass, and immediately a dialog box popped up. Xiaomu. Yeah, why are you just now getting on the forums? Not too long ago there was a huge fire in the Misty Forest, and I heard that 2 bosses were alerted. I was a bit worried about you. Cloudwind. I saw it, so I hastily found a temporary safe zone to get offline. Asagiri. Thumbsup.jpg. Cloudwind. I noticed that the intensity around Grey Crow Village doesn't seem like a mere newbie village. Asagiri. Yes, Grey Crow Village is a novice village with a high initial difficulty. And while it's dangerous, it also contains relics and opportunities that aren't found elsewhere. Asagi, if you search for Grey Crow Village in the forums, there will be a guide written by a veteran player, and some of the information is quite valuable. I'm going to catch up on my sleep, and I should be online in the early hours of the morning, so come to the Black Rose Tavern within the village and meet me. The conversation ended abruptly here. Chao Mu's forum avatar turned gray. Chun Xian forked off the dialog box, tapped on the forum search function, and typed in Grey Crow Village. The results came out quickly. The poster was Drunken Master, and the post was last updated 4 months ago. Introduction to the Grey Crow Village of high difficulty initial descent places. Reading unlock. 100 points. Spell. Unable to paraphrase relevant content, violators will be briefly silenced. This spell seems to be an anti-theft measure. However, it was estimated that it did not constitute an effect on oneself. After all, hijacked ashes returning to the ruins was immune to all similar effects. 100 points equaled $10,000. Chun Xian still had a deposit of 100,000 or so biting his teeth wasn't unbearable. So he clicked on recharge and exchanged the full amount of points. Unlocked successfully, he carefully consulted it, the look on his face gradually changing. First it was dazed, and then it turned into anticipation. The poster Drunken Master was the so-called first batch of internal test players. The first post was updated half a year ago. It was updated here for 2 months before and after until he reached LV30 in level and passed the so-called novice test, leaving the novice village for Bang City. Chun Xian did gain quite a bit from reading through the posts. Chapter 28 Knowledge of the Otherworld. The Drunken Master similarly chose the hardcore mode of fighting for his life. He descended into the Black Ground Swamp to the north of Grey Crow Village. At first, he had to face the Bloodtooth Crocodile and Swamp Iguana. In the end, it was only through luck and talent that he was able to get through the initial difficulty. Therefore, he made the presumption that although the hardcore mode embodiment was the highest, the initial difficulty faced could only be described as grueling. Subsequently, Drunken Master used Grey Crow Village as a starting point to explore the 4 directions. It took nearly 2 months to level up to LV30 or above, pass the hardcore test, and leave the novice village for Bond City. Yes, LV30 was a critical point. All players had to perform a relevant copy of the test. And the test that hardcore players had to face was going to be even more difficult. After leaving the novice village area, there was no way to return through conventional means. Only NPCs who hadn't been affected by the Chosen One could ignore the limitations of this rule. He focused on analyzing the 3 brush areas outside the Grey Crow Village: East Misty Forest, West Cemetery, and North Ground Zephyr. Each of the aforementioned areas contained bosses whose strength far exceeded the standard of a novice village. They also corresponded to an ancient relic respectively. It was a pity that he had only had time to explore the Earth Zephyr, where there was a temple that had been sunk into a quagmire. The monsters that guarded the door alone were all above LV35 in level. It simply wasn't something the average novice could handle. The most promising method of raiding was to hold a group and team up. In this introductory content, Chun Xian also understood the level limit. As long as they reached LV30, they would be forced to participate in the novice test. Pressure does not give players the opportunity to cultivate into the 10-mile slope sword god in the novice village. So if you want to raid the ruins of the novice village, it is best to act in a team between levels 20-28. Drunken Master, at the end of the knot without regret that he missed a great opportunity, he encourages later players must be more group, will be the novice village of the chance to develop thoroughly. This would be of great benefit to the subsequent move towards a wider world. After reading this post, some of Chun Xian's previous doubts about the Grey Crow Village area were solved. He also understood why Chao Mu would be obsessed with finding someone to team up with. In addition, from the detailed description of the post, he had distilled some clues. The qualifications for the otherworldly game first appeared half a year ago. Based on Drunken Master's communication with other players, he found out that a batch of slots would be issued almost every 2 months. Normal practicing in the novice village was also almost 2 months or so to LV30. The experience value required for the first 10 levels was multiplied for each level. After the 10th level, each level was a 1.1 multiple of the previous level. Estimating from the chronological order, Chun Xian should be the 3rd batch of end-of-life internal test players. The total number of players was unknown, but since the creation of the forum, the number of registered players exceeded 100,000. Of course, many of these players had fallen. Especially hardcore players were the group with the highest mortality rate. Ordinary players at least have a margin for error. Hardcore players are really no retreat to speak of. Exiting this post, Chun Xian was distraught. He quickly browsed through those free public posts and found that there were many players who believed that the Otherworld was likely to conduct a public beta test sometime in the future. This was because as the internal test progressed, more and more rifts were appearing in the blue star. Monsters from the game were quietly invading reality. The areas where they materialized were called Otherworlds, or copies of reality. There is often an entire space within it, much larger than it appears from the outside. The reason why the news of the rift's appearance hadn't been publicized on a large scale yet was because the Otherworldly Executive Bureau, code named 171, was guarding the area and handling the finishing touches. The few videos that had been exposed to media platforms had also been taken down or restricted. Those who occasionally swiped it would mostly dismiss it as claptrap AI special effects. All victims or those involved are compensated and sign non-disclosure agreements. It's worth mentioning that anomalies appear more or less gradually around players. This is in line with what Asagi had mentioned, that players are all sources of contagion. The vast majority of players will also experience anomalies before they qualify for the beta. This includes, but is not limited to, seeing clouds or airplanes stalled in midair, nightly looping dreams, slyly changing starry skies, evil eyes, empty ravings, and so on. There are also some just like Chun Xian who see the phases of the moon change, and even brush up on all sorts of hunting videos like False Theory of Life and the Lunar Matrix. All of the above could be omens of an upcoming player. That was why everyone agreed that the public beta was an inevitable trend. The influence of Otherworld on Blue Star would become more and more obvious. It was enough to brush for more than half an hour. Only then did Chun Xian close it with a sense of satisfaction. After completing the initial verification, Chun Xian obtained the permission to download the forum app. He would be able to continue brushing on his cell phone later. He turned his head and saw that Lily Wei was sitting on the sofa tirelessly studying her cell phone. She was very interested in cell phones, especially the various information on the mobile internet. While Chun Xian was trying to understand the other world, how could Lily Wei not be experiencing the new world in her own way? There was still some time left before 10 o'clock in the morning. Chun Xian was prepared to first check out the other loot he had obtained from the green inferior demon wizard's tent. The first thing he took out were 2 treasure chests, 1 silver and 1 copper. Opening treasure chests and whatnot was simply something that one would never get tired of. Not to mention that the treasure chests in the game had the characteristic of a blind box. Chun Xian's gaze swept over them in turn. Secret silver treasure chest purple. A treasure chest that shines with a cold silver light. Who knows what will be opened in it? Secret silver chests can randomly open 4 types of items, with the highest quality not exceeding purple, and some slight probability of special items. Blue bronze chest. A treasure chest with a heavy sense of age. No one knows what will be opened in it. Bronze chests can randomly open 4 types of items, with the highest quality not exceeding blue. After the black iron chest, the higher level bronze and secret silver chests have now arrived. With the previous experience of opening the chests, Chun Xian didn't dawdle a bit and raised his hand to choose to open the chests together, only to see the 2 treasure chests open almost simultaneously, from which a ball of light popped out. Open bronze treasure chest. Obtain. Blue boots of lightness X1. Obtained. Green skill book stored power -1. Open secret silver treasure chest. Get unknown dusty heart, gain unknown dusty heart. Gain purple attribute fruit 1. Obtains. Bluering of hardness 1. Obtained white first order weak mana potion 4. Not bad. 2 treasure chests open 6 items. For Chun Xian at this stage, basically anything opened could be quickly converted into strength. As usual, the 2 empty treasure chests were put away, and their materials themselves had a decent value. Secret silver and ancient copper were both higher order magic metals. Capable of being used to forge weapons and equipment, they were considered hard currency among mineral resources, sort of an added value provided by the game. With anticipation, he reached out and touched the balls of light, examining each item one by one. Chapter 29. A pleasant checkup session. The first thing he took out was the brand new pair of boots. Wind patterns were drawn on the surface of the soft leather. It induced a slight breeze to surge around the boots. Gazing slightly, the item's attribute bar appeared aside. Boots of lightness. Quality. Excellent grade. Physical defense. +6. Spell defense, +4. Durability, 80/80. Active effect. Lightness increases base movement speed by an additional 30% and reduces the effects of weight bearing by 20% when activated. Duration, 90 seconds. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Passive effect. Wind surround increases jump and base movement speed by 5%. Light as the wind, sprinting like an arrow. As a footwear equipment, it is already considered very qualified. Both the active and passive could increase base movement speed. It was able to potentially increase Chen Xian's mobility, which would be of considerable benefit in both combat and trekking. He directly chose to equip it, only to see the boots disappear into his feet before they were in a hidden state. Chen Xian stood up and gently bounced, and indeed felt his body become lighter. The next item was a skill book. There was no pattern on the perfunctory cover, typical of the system's production style. Stretching out his palm, he lightly covered it, and information emerged. Skill book stored power dash. Quality fine grade. Learning requirement. Physical fitness 15. Stored power sprint. Stored power in place for 369 seconds. Can suddenly launch an explosive sprint in the specified direction within a distance of 30, 60, 90 meters. The stronger the physique, the faster the sprint speed. Up to 100 points of physique to reach the upper limit of the speed. Cooldown time of 30 minutes. The faster you charge, the more enemies will die. It's fine, quite practical. The charge department skill could be used equally flexibly. Not only was it suitable for offense, it was also well suited for escaping. Chen Xian always believed that hardcore players did not lack the opportunity to accumulate attributes, so it was more important to look at the ability to save one's life. Tapping his palm, he tapped on Mastery skill, only to see the skill book turn into dots of green aura that instantly disappeared into his body. Mastered skill. Stored power dash. A prompt appeared and some arcane knowledge was seared into his mind. It was as if he had already used power stroke 1,000 times. The mastery and proficiency of the skill immediately increased. The next item was the first time he had seen something with the unknown prefix. There must be a demon in everything, and this thing had something to say about it. With a flick of his wrist, a heart the size of an apple appeared in his palm. It was wrapped in a greenish-gray stone shell, but the outline of the heart and the opening of the aorta were clearly visible. Dusty heart. Quality. Unknown. A long dormant heart that seems to have a surge of power sealed within it. A hard stone shell that cannot be broken by ordinary means. After reading its information, Chen Xian became even more curious in his heart. He took a lithium drill that he normally used and replaced it with an alloy drill for opening holes, trying to break open the layer of stone shell. Buzz! No matter how much the brushless motor burst its torque to its limit, the drill bit was unable to pierce halfway through. It didn't even leave a trace on the surface of the stone shell. It's really quite hard. There's no rush. Find a small lathe workshop some other day and try all 18 skills. Chen Xian pondered in his mind. He understood that there was bound to be a specific method for this heart to be unsealed. However, the clues from the insight feedback were extremely limited, which did not prevent him from trying more in the future when he had nothing to do as a joy. What he couldn't use for the time being could only be stuffed into a corner within the storage space for now. In comparison, he was still more interested in the next item. Attribute fruit. Quality. Rare grade. Effect. Immediately gain 20 points of free attributes after consuming. Effect. Immediately gain 20 points of free attributes after consuming. Note. Each quality of attribute fruit is only valid for the first consumption effect. Immediately gain 20 points of free attributes after consumption. Note. This one fruit was close to the attribute gain brought about by leveling up 7. Compared to the Dusty Heart, which would not work in a short period of time, it was considered the true grand finale reward in this secret silver treasure chest. The fruit in his hand was as small as a plum. The skin was purple and carried a refreshing fruity aroma. Gudong. Chen Xian subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The attribute fruit was tantalizing the longing in his heart. Without peeling the skin, he directly stuffed it into his mouth. The fruit was sweet and delicious, and even the skin had a nice flavor. It didn't have a core, and it didn't take long for it to turn into sweet juice and slide into his stomach. Cool. Free attribute points plus 20. Chen Xian added 15 of these points to physique. Caused his own physique to grow to 43 points. The satiety level dropped, and the physical quality quickly pulled up by a large margin. When the feeling of hunger and thirst appeared, He hurriedly ran to the kitchen, picking up a glass of water and preparing to take a sip first. Crunch! A crisp, ringing sound appeared. The high borosilicate glass cup that was the prize of the annual meeting in his hands had suddenly burst into cracks. Chun Xian was stunned as the cool water in the cup swayed slightly. He carefully set it down. Last year, he had designed several products for a glass manufacturer, thus slightly understanding the characteristics of these glasses. The grip strength of a normal person is between 40 kg 60 kg. Ordinary glass on the market can reach more than 100 kilograms pressure resistance. The hardened glass with higher boron content should have a grip strength of at least 150 kilograms. From the situation that the glass cracked but did not break, it seems that his current grip strength just reaches this standard line. However, there was still a considerable gap from the recognized grip strength world record of 195 kilograms. Chun Xian moved his fingers. His body was rapidly adapting to the new strength. He threw the cracked glass into the trash can and brought a stainless steel insulated cup with his backhand. For this thing to be crushed and flattened with a tiger's mouth, it would require a grip strength of 500 kilograms or more at the very least. Drinking and eating quickly, Chun Xianri raised his satiety level to over 80 points. As he dropped the food bag, a black veiled ring finger ring appeared in his hand. It had a wider ring surface and glowed with a dull light that was not eye-catching. Chun Xian slipped it onto the ring finger of his left hand, and the ring immediately adapted. There was also a flash of iron color on his body surface. Armed color hegemony? Chun Xian glanced down at himself. It always felt like the defense had increased quite a bit. Physical defense in Otherworld was directly linked to physique. The stronger the physique, the thicker the skin. The additional defense of the equipment, on the other hand, was a stack state, and was entirely very purely a numerical addition or subtraction. Rigid rings. Quality: excellent grade. Requirement: physique 20. Effect: rigid nature physical defense plus 10. Spell defense plus 10. Life value limit plus 150 points. Durability: 100-100. The 10 points of dual defense greatly enhanced his basic defense. The increase in lifesteal cap allowed him to have a higher margin of error when dealing with small monsters in general. Chun Xian was satisfied with this. Lastly, there were 4 bottles of first-order weak mana potion, which was nothing to write home about. The loot from the treasure chest was checked and collected. Basically, they were all immediately transformed into strength. This put him in a doubly happy mood. The loot session hadn't ended yet, and he was more and more looking forward to the subsequent harvest. Chapter 30: Evil Energy Treasure Code. He came to the living room with a big stride. Straight away, he cleared out the desktop. Then, with a big wave of his hand, he boldly took out a new round of loot. Potions, armors, amulets, books, scrolls. They shone with different lights. Chun Xian was not polite and swept through them one by one with a torch-like gaze. Bear Power Potion. Quality: excellent grade. Effects: Bear's strength increase physique by 30 points, raise life value limit by 300 points, decrease pain perception by 30% after drinking, duration: 5 minutes. Feel the bear's power, feel the bear's power. Savage Bone Armor. Quality: excellent. Physical defense: 5. Spell defense: 3. Requirements: physical fitness: 15. Durability: 85-85. Active effect: Brute Arm greatly strengthens the power of the next strike. Increases base damage by an additional 50 points. Cooldown time: 30 minutes. Passive effect: Armor reduces the probability of amputation of the arm when taking damage before the durability of the arm armor is zeroed. Beast Tooth Amulet. Quality: fine grade. Requirements: Spirit 10. Requirements: Spirit 10, Physique 8. Effects: the damage sustained by the wearer from any long-range attack will be weakened by a fixed 8 points, and when the life value is below 10%, it will be able to inspire a protective light screen with 1,000 points of solid value and 30 points of double resistance. The latter can only be activated once effects. The damage sustained by the wearer from any long-range attack will be weakened by a fixed 8 points. Durability: 50-50. These 3 pieces were all exploded by Chun Xian on the way while doing a quest. Hardcore players had a much higher initial burst rate than the average player with the extra luck boost. He put away the Bear Power Potion and equipped the armor and amulet. Now his physical defense reached 31.4 and his spell defense reached 20 points. This was considered another privilege of players, which was the integration of equipment defense. The defense brought by each piece of equipment was holistic and not bound to the equipment part. This was very much a game and a privilege. Chun Xian, whose defense exceeded 30 points, had a tough skin membrane. His muscular defense was enough to effectively withstand the damage caused by an ordinary person holding a blade. If the wielder of the blade was less powerful or if the knife was duller, then it would be a bit difficult to even make him break his skin. To summarize, it was still one word: cool. The joy of becoming stronger surpassed everything, and even made him feel like he couldn't stop. If it was possible to have unlimited loot without having to take risks and fight for his life, that would be simply too beautiful. It was a pity that this was impossible. There was no turning back in Otherworld, if what the forum said was true. Then when the public beta opens in the future, danger will still come. Instead of being war-weary and escaping, it would be better to put up a good fight. Only after firming up his beliefs did he look at the heavy and ancient book on the table, as well as the 4 scrolls tied up with animal tendons. As he looked, his attributes appeared. Orange Codex of Evil Energy Previous Book. Quality: Epic Grade. Both hands. Evil Energy Damage: 161, 264. Chanting Speed: plus 18%. Equipment Effect: Spirit plus 38. Mana plus 18%. Equipment Effect: Spirit plus 38. Mana Limit plus 600 points. Mana Recovery Speed: plus 30%. Equipment Effect: Spirit plus 38. Mana Limit plus 600 points. Mana Recovery Speed plus 30%. Durability. Effects: Evil Energy Treasure Tome Upper Book. Consume 80 points of mana ranging from 80 points to select an evil energy spell classification for random extraction, and issue a 1st to 3rd order evil spell of that type based on the extraction result. Cooldown time 5 minutes. Requirements: Evil Energy Specialization Spellcasting Unit. Mutilated Treasure Tome can be restored to its full form after collecting the other 2 volumes. Requirements: Evil Energy Specialization Caster Unit. Mutilated Treasure Tome. This large book is a spell-casting book specialized for evil energy spellcasters and wizards. It looks like it has a lot to offer. Just the mutilated state alone had a considerable attribute gain attached to it. More importantly, it had infinite durability. Chun Xian speculated that it might be feasible to use it as a shield. This Evil Energy Treasure Tome was definitely one of Moore's bottom-of-the-barrel treasures. But now it belonged to someone Chen. Gently flipping through the book, the thick pages were covered in traces of age. The words written on it were exceptionally demonic. Not only could he not understand half of it, but he would also have a feeling of dizziness after staring at it for a long time. The ruins of the ashes are unleashed. Immune to mind twist effect. The prompt appeared before Chun Xian's eyes regained their clarity. Anything that hitched a ride with evil energy really wasn't that simple. Closing the treasure tome, Chun Xian put it away. The remaining 4 scrolls were all painted with spell words. Purple spell scroll confuse. Purple spell scroll sleep. Purple spell scroll perception reversal. Blue spell scroll steal luck. The effects of the first 2 spells are not difficult to understand. They are high-level negative effects. The interesting ones were cognitive reversal and steal luck. The former could cause the target's cognition to be misplaced, treating friends as enemies and causing an in-place reversal effect. The latter is triggered by probability. The chance of using it is unknown, and the description only says very low probability. When activated successfully, it can steal 2 points of the opponent's luck value for that day and transfer it to itself. This is a rare spell scroll that involves luck. At this point, all the loot was packed up. Chun Xian also finally possessed some life-saving assets. Don't look at the fact that he was currently only LV6, but his actual attributes and means far exceeded the standard that should be expected at this level. Stretching out a huge waist, he looked towards Lil Wei and barked, "I'm getting ready to go out. I'll page you if there's a situation. You can also microchat video me." Chun Xian got up. He had just briefly taught Lily Wei how to operate a cell phone. Because of her proficiency in reading and writing, she could input in handwriting. This brand new cell phone was installed with his subcard and also logged into a microchat mini number. Both parties could contact each other at any time. These were all backup means, being soulmates. He and Lily Wei were able to initiate a weak telepathic communication within a certain range. The fuzzy telepathy couldn't convey too complicated a mood. However, emergency messages such as "the wind is tight" and "my dear brother" Save me, we're still fine. He wasn't ready to take Lily Wei anywhere, even though she wouldn't cause any trouble in terms of her appearance. However, Chen Xian still thought it would be better to keep a low profile when he first arrived. And he didn't want to take Lily Wei into his partner's space. He had heard that it was in a state of temporal and spatial freeze. Instead of letting Lily Wei confine herself inside, it would be better to let her out to experience a new life. Chen Xian, who had changed into a sweatshirt, walked out of the house under Lily Wei's greeting. Lin Man and the man with glasses had long since left, and the passive evil eye deterrent was enough for the other party to reminisce for quite a while. The weather outside was somewhat gloomy, with layers of overcast clouds as thick as a dirty blanket. It made the temperature and light several degrees lower than usual. Chen Xian's resistance to cold had improved, so he didn't feel much cold. However, the pedestrians on the road were basically walking with their necks scrunched up. Stopping a cab, Chen Xian prepared to head to the fitness studio on the outskirts of the city, where he had spent quite a bit of money to rent an independent training room by the hour. It was usually rented out to competitive or bodybuilders for pre-competition training, not an open field. Meanwhile, the man with the gold glasses, who had barely recovered from his fearful shock, was driving his car soulfully. Lin Man, who was sitting in the passenger side, looked at him with a face full of concern. Lin Fei, why don't we find a place to sit? Your face is so ugly. Green Shade Park isn't far from here. I've heard that the greening there is done very well. Let's go there, she suggested, although she didn't know why Lin Fei was suddenly scared like this by Chen Xian. But that didn't stop her from applying her usual tactics to shorten the distance between the two. Fine. As long as we don't go to see that ex-boyfriend of yours, we can go anywhere. Lin Fei, whose lips were pale, agreed with his mouth full. The BMW turned at the next intersection and headed towards the Green Park located in the suburbs. Chapter 31 Shade of Green Park. Located on the outskirts of the city, Green Shade Park had a tranquil environment. The city authorities had put a lot of effort into the greening of this place, thus it didn't have that pandemonium feeling of the city. Since it was a cloudy day, there weren't many people walking in the park today. Lin Fei drove his BMW into the slightly empty parking lot of the park. With the electronic handbrake button lighting up, Lin Man then dared to ask carefully. Before, when he was driving, he really didn't dare to ask questions rashly. What exactly did you see just now that scared you like this? I don't know if it was because the warm air in the car was too sufficient, but Lin Fei's forehead was beaded with a layer of sweat. He raised the back of his hand and gently wiped it away before answering in a sluggish tone. His eyes are terrifying. I felt the sky spinning after I locked eyes with him, and I also saw hideous monsters chewing on corpses. These descriptions caused Lin Man's red lips to part slightly. Reason made her feel that these words were too much bull. I think you're hallucinating because you've been staying up late a lot lately and not sleeping well. Considering that Lin Fei was considered a quality stock in the unit, Lin Man decided to give him a little comfort. So she reached out her hand and straightened his collar for him. Such an action made Lin Fei's face look a little better, and a hint of a smile finally reappeared on his face. However, very quickly, this hint of a smile froze. Lin Fei, who had his eyes fixed ahead, suddenly raised his hand and tremblingly pointed it not far away. That. His teeth were fighting. The unknown Lin Man looked in the direction of his finger, and the blood color on his cheeks rapidly faded. Ah! This was immediately followed by a deafening scream. Starting from this center, the realm within a kilometer radius changed in an instant. The solidified spatial barrier seemed to have turned into a film, thus isolating the inside and outside. Black mist so thick that they couldn't be melted filled the center, and they quickly enveloped the entire park. In the eerie fog, a small hill that was no more than 100 meters tall descended with a bang. Hundreds of little green monsters with rusty machetes laughed as they advanced with the black fog. The parking lot was clearly within the shroud of black fog. Lin Fei tried to start his vehicle in horror. The next moment, a muffled sound came from the hood. In just the blink of an eye, a rusty knife hacked into the front windshield. Lin Fei was completely stunned and his crotch became wet. Lin Man wasn't much better, but at the very least, she barely maintained the will to survive. She unbuckled her seatbelt and climbed into the back seat, watching the front windshield being hacked out cracks and openings one after another. Help! 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 The cries for help were lost in the mist. At the same time, in the hill in the center of the park, a robust figure slowly stepped out. It raised the feathered cloak behind it and looked down at its hands. A pure world. Pure offerings everywhere. The hunt, it's on. It waved the totem in its hand, and a large number of green shoddy demons were caromming out of the cave behind it. There was a layer of spatial film outside the realm that concealed the visions, so from the outside looking in, there didn't seem to be any changes here. If a senior player happened to pass by, they would be abruptly startled. The realm has descended. In the cab, Chun Xian stared at the location profile on the navigation app and sked. Well, this LA Wraith Fitness is quite expansive, worthy of being a famous brand among the many gyms in Shanghai. The headquarters is a mall-style 6-story building. Although it's located in the suburbs, the land price is still not expensive, the nearby transportation is convenient, and there's a park and subway entrance not far away. The map slid, and one could see that 2 intersections away from the building was the Green Park. Chun Xian's focus on fitness wasn't impromptu. Apart from wanting to test his physique, he also had a bold idea. Since the attribute states of the game and reality were interchangeable, then in addition to the game feeding back to reality, reality should also be able to feed back the game, although realistic items could not be brought into the game through the storage space. However, if Chun Xian were to exercise in reality, his physique should increase as well. Transcendence was equally applicable to all kinds of fitness methods, except that the intensity was much higher and geography had to be utilized when necessary. For example, climbing snowy mountains in the highlands, utilizing water pressure at a certain depth, swimming long distances, strength training with oversized weights, and so on. After all, the current game time was very limited, so it would be nice to utilize the real time to grow more attributes. After about 10 minutes of driving, the destination was reached. Paying to get out of the car, the domed building on the side of the road was the headquarters of LA Wraith Fitness Studio. Its founders were several big names in the bodybuilding and fitness industry in China. The main focus here is refined high-end fitness. The standard annual card dues exceed 100,000 yuan, with the cheapest single course costing 800 yuan per session, and the advanced single session of the advanced course reaching thousands of yuan. Chun Xian just stood and took a look at the building. The direction of the side of the body inexplicably came from a pinprick of tingling sensation. This strange feeling was fleeting. The 15 points of spirit made his intuition sharper than ever. However, when he turned to look in the direction of the tingling sensation, what he saw from afar was normal again. A breeze blew in the distance, and cloudy clouds drifted in the sky. Chun Xian was wary and pondered whether he should go and explore. Looking at the direction, there was the location of the Greenshade Park. After all, Chaomu had once given a warning, causing him to not dare skim over any breeze in reality. At this time, a phone vibration came from his hand. The marketing coach who was responsible for receiving him when he booked the experience card yesterday called. "Mr. Chun, have you arrived yet?" A pleasant, gentle female voice came out. Just arrived outside the building. I'll go in and wait for you." Chun Xian was succinct. "All right, I'll come pick you up in the lobby right away." The phone hung up, and he frowned as he glanced in the direction of the park once again. In the end, he shook his head slightly and stepped through the revolving door to enter the building. What met his eyes was the curved row of front desks. The heating inside the building was sufficiently pumped, and with the fresh air system, it didn't make people feel suffocated. The huge LA Monster Fitness logo is very eye-catching. It was a simple drawing showing the back and arm muscles. It looked straight and transparent. There are several gate accesses on the left and right sides of the front desk. Members simply swipe their faces to enter. The 2 front desk ladies and several marketing instructors in yoga pants were chatting away. They all have bodies that can be a feast for the eyes. The front and back are usually considered the standard for fitness women. Exercise plus medical aesthetics are enough to create any visually striking body. Clover jewelry can be seen on almost everyone's neck or wrist. This proves that they have a lot of big injustice species in their fish pond. As we all know, 4-leaf clovers are the first choice of gift giving for fishing men. It can be seen on anchors and fitness women. Society has always been like that. It's all about the man's wealth and the woman's need. A good portion of the men who come here aren't in it for the gym. As such, they knew exactly what their clients wanted. Even the shirts under the uniforms of the 2 front desk ladies deliberately revealed a line of snow white. Chun Xian could not help but sigh at the declining world trend and decided to take a good look at these shameless women with a critical eye. Chapter 32: The Power of Xian. The brain depository don't go away, the back is more exciting. Chun Xian's 5 senses had long been different from what they used to be, and his binocular vision had even changed from the original mild myopia to at least 5.0 plus. This was comparable to the visual acuity required for pilot recruitment. Thus, everything within his sight was exceptionally clear. He unapologetically swept over the undulating places of those fitness women's postures. The eyesight was so clear that he could even see the faint veins on the mountains. As the saying goes, if you don't look at it, you're looking at it for nothing, and who wouldn't look at it for nothing? It wasn't until he got a little closer that a receptionist finally noticed the arrival of a guest. She was wearing a ponytail and her face carried a tokenized smile. "Hello, how may I help you?" The few marketing coaches also looked expectant when they heard the commotion. They all hoped that they could catch a new client today, preferably the kind of big fat sheep that was willing to buy lessons. However, they saw Chun Xian casually reply, "I'll rent a small independent training room. There's already a trainer who's matched with me." He was wearing a Decathlon civilian model sportswear today. The sneakers on his feet weren't big brands either. Neither were the keys to the luxury car hanging from his waist, and his wrists were empty. With just a glance, the ladies decided that his spending power was insufficient. It belonged to the poor dog class. They all lost interest at once and lowered their heads. It was only assumed that he was running errands for some small sports group. Chun Xian was keenly aware of this scene and could not help but secretly laugh in his heart. Reality was always more straightforward than fiction. At this time, if there was a scene where he paid homage to the Dragon King and the women were dumbfounded, it would be a proper thing to take to a short drama. "Oh, okay. I wonder which coach is receiving you?" that front desk lady asked curiously. "It seems to be called Lu Qing." Chun Xian looked at the information on the reservation text message. Once these words came out, the women all revealed a dazed look. "All right, you can sit there for a while and wait for a moment." The receptionist lady reached out and pointed to the temporary hospitality area 7 or 8 meters away, where there were sofa chairs and coffee tables. Chun Xian had his hands in his pockets and didn't have too many mood ups and downs. After criticizing their bodies, he only felt tasteless. Sitting on the sofa, he still had some remembrance in his mind of the strange feeling he had just experienced. It seems like it wouldn't do to not have some connections about the otherworld in this reality. Rubbing his chin, Chun Xian generated a thought that appeared in almost every newbie. Figuring everything out on one's own was no less than tramping alone in the dark of night. Information is king was never an empty phrase. Just as he was letting his thoughts go, his ears flicked, and his enhanced sense of hearing allowed him to catch the whispered exchanges of the fitness ladies. He, only Lu Qing, that fake noble fugitive, is willing to take this kind of thankless order. Last time, Mr. Wang of the Huanyu Company looked at her and wanted me to take the lead in asking out for dinner, and was also willing to send a new Gucci handbag, but she even pushed back, playing with that set of desire to escape. Really when and stand. Look at her have been on board for more than 3 months. A little take the performance or not. The spitting was very mean. It was only at this time that the receptionist found a chance to interject. "Why? She has just graduated and hasn't experienced the social beatings yet. After a while, she will understand that the best initial capital for a woman is her body." These words immediately caused the resonance of the women. Chun Xian listened for a while before coming back to his senses. It seemed that the marketing coach named Lu Qing was quite ostracized. But was it wrong? It wasn't. He had realized one thing since he was freed from Lin Man's PUA clutches. When surrounded by black, that dash of white was the original sin. About 2 to 3 minutes later, a young-looking girl stepped out of the elevator and walked through the gate into the lobby. The little black cat charm on her cell phone, jingling, as she walked. The girl's long body was nearly 5'7". Although her upper body is not great, it is still average. The most eye-catching thing was the pair of long and slender legs that were tightly bound by the sweatpants. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the legs were longer than life. She was wearing pink Nike retro running shoes, and a tantalizing arc was stretched out between her heel and calf. The upper body was much more conservatively dressed, a high-necked running shirt. This outfit dropped the seduction, but picked up a real youthfulness. She looked around and quickly spotted Chun Xian sitting on the couch. So she quickly walked towards him and said somewhat apologetically, "You are Mr. Chun, right? Sorry to keep you waiting. Hello, I am Lu Qing, and will be responsible for introducing you to the various facilities of our Wraith Fitness Studio headquarters this time. The training room you reserved is on the first floor in section A03. Chun Xian waved his hand, indicating that he did not care. After all, a fitness brand that wanted to continue could not just rely on female trainers to engage in rubbing shoulders. The main business had to be peddled as well. Therefore, LA Wraith Fitness covered many programs such as stress relief warm-up, introduction to strength training, introduction to aerobics, dynamic cycling experience classes, swimming, cold therapy, massage, and men's Pilates. He got up and followed Lu Qing through the gate and out of the lobby where the front desk was located. Lu Qing let out a sigh of relief. It had been 3 months since she had joined Wraith Fitness. It had been hard to get through the difficult transition period, but her income hadn't picked up half as much. Occasionally, when she met someone who was interested in getting a card, most of them would have their own agenda. For example, they would ask her to have dinner in private or go to a bar. She always politely declined. This led to her monthly performance is at the bottom, never opened any big orders. Not only that, but her co-workers were also ostracizing her. They said she was pretending and being and standing. She was also a bit confused, not knowing whether the original intention she had been insisting on was right or wrong, and whether she could earn the so-called clean money in this business. Leaving there is the same as leaving a large mass of negative energy for Lu Qing. Even if she knew that the reception of the experience card was time-consuming and laborious and still couldn't earn much money, her mood couldn't help but relax a lot. Mr. Chun, let me introduce you now. The first floor is mainly a comprehensive training area. In addition to training rooms of various sizes, there is also a public training area. All types of facilities within it are equally complete, enough to satisfy hundreds of members exercising in it at the same time. The third floor is mainly for combat training with boxing, free sparring, wrestling, UFC fighting, and other programs, and our pavilion likewise has professional combat coaches. The fourth floor is a massage and stress relief area with built-in imported sports cold therapy equipment, which is why we are a partner of the Shanghai Marathon every year. And in addition, the women's yoga and Pilates areas are there as well, except that those classes are limited to ladies only. On the fifth floor, there are several large swimming pools, including a standard track-level pool and 2 heated pools, equally suitable for relaxation and weight loss. Lu Qing introduced in a brisk tone. As the headquarters of Wraith Fitness, this place could be considered ridiculously large. There were hundreds of both male and female marketing coaches, and there were dozens of professionally licensed fitness class teachers. In addition, sometimes big names from the fitness and bodybuilding industry at home and abroad are invited over. Putting aside those unspoken rules, there was a reason why Wraith Fitness was expensive. Oh, go straight to the training room. I want to take a look at the equipment, Chun Xian said as he looked towards the muscular and strong founder standing sign beside the walkway. Lu Qing, who was walking in front, nodded gently and slightly accelerated her pace. Arriving at training room A03, he took out his access card and swiped open the door. Within it, however, was not an empty state. Just as he entered, Chan Xian saw 7 or 8 muscular-vested strong men gathered in the strength area of the training room. They were surrounding a middle-aged man with large muscles doing flying birds with a pair of huge 30 kilograms dumbbells. Before even getting close, Chun Xian could feel a surge of soaring hormones and testosterone. People can't help but feel the urgency of a strong man locking up men. To be honest, a place with too much androgenic hormones would indeed make straight men feel a little uncomfortable. Sisters are usually not as interested in big muscles. Aside from face value, many times big muscles were not as popular as big kunai. Lu Qing habitually intended to take Chen Xian to the warm-up aerobic area first, preparing to use the warm-up of the exercise as an introduction point to test the other party's intention to run a card. This is a qualified marketing coach should be sales approach. However, he did not expect Chun Xian to go towards the strength area where the big men were. There were not only a full set of dumbbells and barbells there, but also facilities such as bench press racks, Roman chairs, deadlift boards, and right-angle shoulder press benches. At this point, however, it was full of muscle-bound men from the Heron family and not a single outsider. There are school valves and schools in the literature circle. In the bodybuilding circle, there are naturally factions. The founder of the Heron family, Heron Chenghui, is a male bodybuilder in China, once known as the first muscle beast in China, and has won many tournament honors. He is now a first-class bodybuilding judge and professional fitness trainer. He also founded a fitness academy and a fashion brand. The bodybuilders he brought out are the members of the Heron family. But in addition to the early members, later joined the basic rarely participate in international events, mostly roll domestic field, more some completely just to get a gimmick as a netizen. However, those who have the guts to call themselves Heron's family are at the very least muscular and strong. Of course, whether or not they have used the 9 dragons, that is not known to outsiders. In the bodybuilding industry, 9 dragons is a term of derision. It is used as a substitute for cumberland, methanolone, oxycodone, rehablon, conolin, tretinoin, cisplatin, nandrolone decanoate, nandrolone decanoate, nandrolone phenylpropionate. They are the secret to generating drugged muscle. The resulting muscles are big and scary. As we all know, the ability to build good-looking muscle mass is largely a matter of talent. Some people are born with muscle bundles that are hard to build, and you have to stick to self-discipline and training day in and day out, and put in countless hours of sweat before you can succeed. There are a few tough guys in the bodybuilding world who have made a name for themselves through talent. But for many later, not enough talent how to do. Then only on the hard work. Less work, more gain. This is also the reason why medicine men generally do not have a long life. Chen Xian had once read a related post, so he was not a fan of these big-headed muscle men. Of course, he wouldn't despise the entire fitness circle because of this. It was important to realize that any circle had its fair share of clarity and turbidity. He didn't want to have anything to do with these bodybuilders, but he wouldn't let their presence delay his business either. He just turned his puzzled eyes to Lu Qing. This was his reserved training room. However, he saw that Lu Qing was also filled with questions, and hurriedly took out her cell phone in preparation to ask in the work group. Chen Xian's appearance caught the attention of those burly men. It just so happened that the middle-aged man had also finished a set of Flying Bird and started resting between sets. Chen Xian looked towards the dumbbell rack, pondering on the weight that might be suitable for him. "Hey, buddy. What's going on? This is our scheduled training room. How did you get in?" "We, the Heron family clan, are competing in Shanghai this time and want to do intensive training here." Suddenly, a thick voice interrupted Chen Xian's thoughts. The one who opened his mouth was a man around 30 years old with his sides shaved. He was equally muscular, with rippling veins still visible on his biceps. There were even large, dense tattoos on his arms. Everyone here was much stouter than Chen Xian in terms of size alone. "Hug a sliver. This is the venue I reserved." Chen Xian's tone was casual, and the app that placed the order had the relevant booking details displayed. At this time, the middle-aged man who appeared to be the leader of the Flying Birds clapped his hands. "Maybe the staff got it wrong. Let's wait for the results." His name was Shang Ping, and he was one of the Heron clan's eldest brothers. At this moment, he was rounding up the crowd in a pleasant manner. It wasn't that he hadn't seen this kind of young man before, thinking that he had practiced a few things. But they would soon leave the field due to low self-esteem. Although bodybuilding wasn't a strength competition like weightlifting or Hercules competitions, every one of them present had a strength level that was far superior to that of ordinary fitness enthusiasts. And whether it's a gym or an iron gym, strength is an important measure of potential status. It's still this uncle who is reasonable. This middle-aged man was at least 40+ years old, and calling out an uncle was just right. Just as the crowd was talking, the door to the room opened again. Another female coach walked in busily. "Sorry, everyone. It was my mistake." The Heron's door was reserved for the larger B training room. Rakamaru sniffed in dissatisfaction and dealt with it. At the same time, she was ready to call out for housekeeping to clean the equipment. Chen Xian ignored the two women's whispered arguments. He walked straight towards the dumbbell racks. After hearing about the mistake, Shang Ping took the initiative to give up his position and stepped aside. At this time, seeing Chen Xian's actions, he was even more curious to know what this young man was going to do. Shang Ping was a very early practitioner in this business and a licensed bodybuilding instructor. He could assess the general level of strength from a person's physique. Seeing Chen Xian ignoring the many dumbbells, he came to a stop in front of the 100 kilograms single giant dumbbell. He was instantly a bit surprised. Those other strong men from the Heron's house even snorted in a low voice. "Don't break that little arm of yours and then look for Pavilion Director Shen to touch. Ha ha ha. Young people are just imposing." Chen Xian ignored those words. "Why do I, Chun, need to explain my actions?" He picked up the 100 kilograms dumbbell with one arm. The expression was relaxed. Those strong men were surprised. Shang Ping's eyes were even wider, and his eyes were first shocked and then delighted. It was not unheard of for a small body to have great strength. Before, there were fitness bloggers using 100 kilograms dumbbells to engage in joint testing. Many fit ones could not win. Instead, a small physique porter managed to take it, and at the time that video had over 300,000 likes. That's physical talent.
Chapter 33 Almighty physique.
Such a physique can still have such a strong display of strength. It's really a one in a million good seedling. I'm afraid that even the performance of the old black homoerotic physique that has a genetic advantage in bodybuilding would be just like this. Shang Ping growled in his mind. As a senior practitioner in the bodybuilding industry, putting aside the chaos in the industry in recent years, he actually still has some pursuit. This could be seen from his social media accounts. The masters and brothers who are good at doing tricks have broken 1 million fans, all kinds of protein powder, creatine, and other supplements. There are also those who engage in abstract play paragraph, in short, all in the pan-entertainment industry to mix in the wind. There is a kind of side business as the main business of the frame. But Shang Ping hardly operates his account. The occasional video content is mostly an introduction to training techniques. Sometimes he would also take a shot of a bodybuilding competition. This has led to his number of fans not going up at all, and so far has not broken the 100,000 powder mark. However, Chun Xian, who had put down the dumbbells, was still not satisfied. He still wanted to perform a higher intensity test, so his eyes swept over to the barbell. At this time, Lu Qing had long been dumbstruck. She had initially intended to persuade Qin Xian not to join in the fun with these Heron family's muscular hulks. Unexpectedly, she had seen the scene of his little display of skill. "Uncle, you guys should leave, right? It's rude to stay in someone else's scheduled training room and spectate the training," Chen Xian said with a smile. Just now, it was just a casual carry. These people stayed here to spectate. He couldn't exert himself. He didn't want to act out any bad scripts, he just wanted to test it properly. Upon hearing this, Shang Ping quickly waved his hand, signaling the others to leave first. He, on the other hand, came to Chen Xian's side with a smile on his face. "Little brother, is there any interest in moving towards the sports world?" Chen Xian waved his hand. "Not interested. Goodbye, uncle." Seeing him say that, Shang Ping was somewhat helpless. He could only nod and leave. Craning his neck, Chen Xian finally remembered Lu Qing and waved at her. Incidentally, he surveyed the surroundings to confirm that there were no cameras. As it was not a public training area, considering that many of those renting the training room were professional athletes, a certain amount of privacy was needed, so there was no surveillance equipment installed here. As Shang Ping and others left, a cleaning ant was wiping the bench press board with a rag. "There is a professional running speed measuring machine here, right?" This question shifted too much. After all, last second he was in close contact with dumbbells. This moment, he was asking about a running test machine. In the end, it was a professional venue, and Lu Qing pointed to one of the more bulky treadmills. Although the shape and structure was similar to a normal treadmill, but in reality they were all high-precision speed measuring machines. Consisting of infinitely variable motors, low-resistance tracks, they were also equipped with infrared sensors and 6-axis sensors, which could monitor speed, slope, and stride frequency in real time. It was not as good as a professional speed measuring track, but the advantage was that it saved space and had a lower error, at the very least within an acceptable range. Coming to the machine, Lu Qing was a bit rusty in debugging it for him. Just at this time, a scream, if any, outside interrupted everyone's attention. The scream was extraordinarily creepy, and at the same time there was also the sound of car honks coming and going. This forced Chen Xian to choose to interrupt the test. He turned his head to look at Lu Qing, and from her eyes came a confused emotion. No one knew what was going on out there. Chapter 34 Diffusion of a Strange Realm. The light in the room suddenly dimmed. It was important to realize that the entire first floor was surrounded by floor-to-ceiling windows. Even if it was a cloudy day, the indoor lighting was quite good, and as long as a small amount of daytime fill light was turned on, it could appear bright. But in that instant just now, the outside world almost completely darkened. Chen Xian was also like a cat with fried fur, generating a prickly feeling like a mane on his back. Turning his head to look at the nearest window, he realized that the outside of the building was being enveloped by a black fog that was spreading like a wave. "You have entered the otherworldly realm." Golden subtitles appeared, and Chen Xian suddenly came to a realization. Sure enough, the previous perception was not without a cause. He narrowed his eyes, but he did not regret that he did not check in time. As a LV6 rookie, he would be able to live as long as he could. He wasn't going to float just because his attributes were 1 billion points higher than his peers and he had 1 billion more points in his life-preserving base card. Even if he went straight to the descent place of the otherworld just now, what could he do? Being a brave and fearless failed man? And don't forget, there are more than 100,000 internal test places in China, and there are still tens of thousands of other players who have survived to this day. among which there is even the participation of the state machinery. To put it bluntly, even if the sky is falling, there is a taller person who can hold it up first. Chen Xian is still considered to be a person who favors an orderly character. However, he was not so saintly as to meddle in other people's business or overdose on suffering anxiety. His principle was to take care of himself first, and then deal with the storms around him as far as he could. However, the black mist filling over right now meant that the scope of the Otherworld had encompassed the building. Regarding the Otherworld, Chen Xian had only seen some introductory information in the forums. It was considered to be a kind of reality copy. It was essentially a scene from the Otherworld that had been fully realized. The scale of the Otherworld varied, and the forums had once mentioned a large Otherworld that had appeared at the border of China. This appearance caused thousands of casualties. The backbone of the otherworldly executive board had almost poured out. There were also many casual high-level players who were invited to support it. It was said that there was an orange epic boss with a level of LV40 in that otherworldly realm. Even the whiteboard mini-monsters started at level 30, and there was no shortage of green elite level and blue captain level monsters. For now, most of the exotic realm's raid levels weren't that high. But as time passed, its intensity and frequency of appearance seemed to be slowly increasing. One day, Bureau 171 wouldn't be able to perfectly cover up the truth. But when that day comes, I'm afraid it won't be long before the so-called public beta. The current situation wasn't quite right. After the expansion of the foreign realm, it even directly included the building where LA Warcraft Fitness Studio was located. It was true that he didn't go looking for trouble, but trouble would also come to his door. Chen Xian was inexperienced in his first encounter with the other realm, so he immediately decided to first defend himself by staying put. If he left the building and traveled to the open ground, he was afraid that the form would be even more unfavorable to him. Moreover, the black fog outside was so dense that it could be described as a handful of fingers. If one left hastily and went deeper into the fog, one would not even know when one was surrounded by monsters. Staying in the building would at least give him a chance to counterattack with the help of the terrain. Quickly clearing his head, Chen Xian looked around. His eyes quickly locked onto a safe passage not far away. Stairwells were always the most suitable place for monsters to get stuck. In addition to the hall where the front is located, the only breakthrough point for monsters is the public training area, because there were a large number of floor-to-ceiling glass windows, sort of directly connected to the outside world. If it was concrete strength, it was fine, but high-strength glass would not be able to block the monster attack. Just at this time, a noisy murmur also came from within the public training area. There was no way to hide the movement outside the window. The overwhelming black fog had darkened the sky by several degrees. Moreover, with the coverage of the foreign realm, there would have to be a question mark over whether they were still in the realm of Blue Star or not. Chen Xian's mind quickly made a decision. That was to stand firm here, waiting for other players or official forces to arrive. As a player, he would at least have a chance to fight back if he was suddenly trapped in a foreign realm. To put it another way, the foreign realm was also equivalent to an additional leveling spot. Narrowing his eyes, he quickly ran towards the public training room. One of the nearest safe passageways was there. Chapter 35 Monster Attack. What's going on out there? Hurry up and turn on the lights. The darkness outside makes me a bit panicky. Where did this dense fog come from? The weather forecast didn't issue a fog warning. The dense fog rolling outside is actually gray, just because the fog is thick enough so it looks like a big black area. At this moment, everyone inside the building had noticed the anomaly. It was only that most of them had yet to realize the seriousness of the situation. Chen Xian ran into the public training room. This place had long since become a mess. Glancing at his cell phone in passing, there was absolutely no signal on it. The Huawei cell phone he used came with an emergency satellite SMS function of 10 messages per month. Theoretically, even if he was in no man's land, there were at least 10 messages that could be sent out. However, at this moment, the satellite link situation had been stuck on the search screen. The answer was obvious. Although the other realm was also a manifestation, this realm was in a special state of isolation from reality. This confirmed his earlier speculation about the isolation of the realm. More lights were urgently turned on in the pavilion. The return of light slightly reassured the crowd. Go upstairs. But don't go to the top floor. Choose the 4th or 5th floor. Chen Xian shouted on the spur of the moment. He didn't know how much more time the Otherworld would leave them, but it was clearly unwise to remain on the 1st floor. The large surrounding floor-to-ceiling windows were all high-strength laminated glass with a thickness of over 12 millimeters though. It might be more than enough to withstand normal wind impacts, but it definitely couldn't block the monster's violent breakthrough. The top floor may not be reliable either. Flying class or good at climbing monsters enough to easily climb to the top. The center floor is the safest. After all, the building structure is similar to a shopping mall. It doesn't have a glass front like an office building. The floors above the second floor had thick walls. His words puzzled the crowd. At the scene, there were more than a dozen casualties in addition to the group of burly men from Heron's Gate. Including Lu Qing, there were also several staff members, some of whom had just come in one after another. "Which one are you?" A questioning voice rang out. The one who spoke was a male coach who had just entered the training area with 2 female trainees in preparation for warming up. Chun Xian ignored him and looked at Shang Ping and Lu Qing respectively and urged, "Don't delay. Immediately go upstairs and find a cubicle to hide in." The building's interior space was ample, and there were many places suitable for hiding, provided that a certain amount of escape time was set aside. If they really waited until the monster came, they wouldn't be able to escape in time. Seeing that his tone was so serious, coupled with the fact that the situation was indeed bizarre, Lu Qing hastily agreed, while immediately pursuing the question. "What about you?" "I'll hide too, don't worry." He spoke out in relief. You have to take care of yourself." After saying this, Lu Qing took one last look before turning and running away. The ever-steady Shang Ping also nodded gently, and then greeted the other members of the Heron family sect with a grave face as they left. There were a total of 2 elevators and a freight elevator that could go up from the first floor, with the exception of the safe passage. When the group of big men entered the safe passage and climbed the stairs with great vigor, there had long been a lot of discussion within the common training area. The remaining dozen or so had mixed attitudes. Some instinctively felt the danger and appeared to panic. The male trainer with the female trainee also vaguely felt that something was wrong. But Chun Xian's direct attitude in the party made him feel offended. So the guy directly retorted, "It's simply petty. What era is it? Still engaging in scare tactics. It's just a rare fog," he loudly proclaimed. Chun Xian was too lazy to bother with him. Idiots existed at all times. Normally, the first to die were these idiots. At this moment, he was busy using his soulmate's telepathy to call out to Lilui. That sense was still there, so he smoothly sent out the call. Sensei Lilvi could help or not. She was after all a small boss with an orange talent. Seeing that Chun Xian had ignored him, the male coach instantly became even more agitated, just as he was about to have a good debate with Chun Xian. The 2 female trainees beside him both revealed expressions of fear as they trembled and pointed out the floor-to-ceiling window not far away. "There's something in the fog. Xiaoya, you're so timid. Do you want your brother to accompany you at night?" The male coach was stupid enough to still have the heart to flirt, and the gazes of all the remaining people present turned to the window, only to see an arm strewn with magical patterns steeply protruding from the black mist. Although that arm looked similar to a 7- or 8-year-old child, it was well-muscled and held a machete stained with dark red blood. Boom! The rusted blade slashed hard against the glass. That entire side of the glass visibly shook. As the fog drifted, the face of the attacker was finally vaguely revealed. No taller than 1 meter 3, with eyes taking up a third of the face and possessing large, ugly noses, the monsters were getting more and more numerous, and they smashed hard around several panes of glass. Soon large cracks appeared on the glass. Thanks to Huaxia's strong level of glass craftsmanship and the stability of the laminated structure, they should still be able to carry a few hits. But unfortunately, a mournful scream had already appeared at the other end of the walkway, corresponding to the direction of the front desk. Chun Xian bowed slightly in an explosive stance. He recognized the incoming monsters as none other than the green inferior demons. It was just that these demons were not quite the same as the ones he had seen in the foggy forest of the Grey Crow village. They had many extra demonic lines on their bodies, connecting from the joints of their limbs all the way to their foreheads. The red light in their eyes was even greater, without the slightest bit of fear, only the desire to kill. That male coach was stunned by this scene. There really is a monster? I'm afraid that this kind of low-quality coach, who mixed into the Wraith fitness, was also mainly for the purpose of getting girls or fishing for rich women. Anyway, this rashness of his managed to make Chun Xian's aversion to stupidity go off. Before and after was but a dozen seconds. The first side of the glass was broken open amidst the manic chopping of the inferior demon. Chun Xian's eyes narrowed. Green bloodthirsty green inferior demon swordsman LV-19. Green demonized green inferior demon blade and shield hand LV-17. Blue bloodthirsty green inferior demon bowman LV-17. Blue bloodthirsty green inferior demon sorcerer apprentice LV-20. Looking around, insight was activated. Densely packed information refreshed. Their levels were generally higher than the green shoddy devils in the misty forest by a large margin. It was even so outrageous that there were no whiteboard monsters among the actual disciples. The green elites started off with a few blue captain-level bowmen and sorcerer apprentices interspersed among them. Chun Xian also noticed that these monsters all had the prefixes of bloodthirsty and demonized. It was important to realize that ordinary people were able to defeat the relatively weak low-ranked white inferior demons as long as they didn't wimp out. However, when faced with the pro-max versions of these green inferior demons, ordinary people were like lambs to the slaughter. Even Chun Xian himself had to be cautious. He waved one arm, the prairie fire short sword in his hand outlining an orange-colored arc of fire. His feet stepped on the lightness boots, surrounded by air currents, and his arms were wrapped in the barbarian bone arm armor. The beast tooth amulet on his chest and the hardness ring on his finger were both glowing with spiritual light. The equipment appeared, and Chun Xian formally entered the battle state. The male trainer, who was still in a high mood, immediately left the female student beside him and turned his head to run. Just before he could run a few steps, he was accurately shot in the head by a sharp black arrow. The arrow plunged into the skull and crumbled the skull. Red and white were scattered all over. The screams of the two female cadets rang out beside them. Bowmen generally rarely aimed at the head, mostly shooting at chest and abdominal vitals. Unless the opponent was particularly tyrannical. Chun Xian's gaze shifted and saw that 100 meters away, the inferior demon archer standing on the flower bed was revealing a rampant smile as it backhandedly drew out a new black arrow and strung it. Its perceptions were sharp, capturing Chun Xian's gaze and threat. At once, it turned the direction of the arrow. Saliva dripped from the corners of its mouth as it let out a rampant laugh that represented the arrival of death.
Yeah.
Chapter 36. The only way to live is to fight. Jie, you big man. The sound of glass shattering around him increased. Just as he had predicted, the terrain of the first floor was destined to be difficult to defend. Like a rotten drum that leaked on all sides, there were breaks everywhere, and those inferior demons could break in from everywhere at any time. What surprised Chun Xian was the density of monsters in the fog. There were dozens of bad demons surrounding the building alone. Perhaps there were more inferior demons coming from the depths of the black fog. The intensity of this otherworld is not low. The small inferior demon camp only had 100 or 80 inferior demons, and most of them were still low-level whiteboard monsters. There was no time to dawdle. The inferior demon archer who had just shot the male trainer had already locked onto him. He stomped one foot and air currents surfaced. Light body technique was unleashed. Chun Xian felt a sense of relief, as if he had transformed into a light feather. The changes brought about by the impact of the 20% reduction in weight bearing could be more than just a feeling. With the same physique, the lighter the body, the greater the speed gain. The additional 30% increase in base movement speed was even more of a boost. He flashed to the back of the barbell rack in the blink of an eye. The large and small barbell pieces became the best cover at the moment. Run quickly. Take the safe passage. The elevator room was near the lobby, where it shouldn't be possible to go. The closest thing to training area 1 was the stairwell. There were a few people who had their legs softened by fear. Those bad demons were just like zombies pushing against the floor-to-ceiling windows that were full of cracks. The gaping hole in the place that had already been broken open was getting bigger and bigger. Chun Xian couldn't care less about them, and only reminded them in passing that it was important to escape as many as possible. The density of the monsters was so high that if he wasn't careful, he himself might have to fold here. He raised his hand and flung out an activated spell scroll towards the periphery. The scroll was covered in bright fire patterns. Just after it was thrown out, it burst into flames. The fire patterns then expanded and instantly constructed into a spell model falling horizontally along the front. The fiery flames of the fire wall blazed, forming a temporary barrier. Chun Xian ran towards the safe passage without looking back. Continuing to stay in the relatively open hall was a dead end. The demons would not use the elevator, and in a short period of time, apart from climbing the walls, the stairwell was the key passage. And by entering the relatively cramped stairwell, those sinister inferior demon archers wouldn't be able to be as unscrupulous as before. With his light body art and physique enhancement, he was able to reach the stairwell afterward, surpassing the survivors who had just heeded his warning to flee to the stairwell. Clatter! Loud shattering sounds rose and fell. The hordes of inferior demons raged on. The wall of fire bought the crowd a few extra seconds. The direction it blocked was the most open, and the inferior demons converged in the largest numbers. Quickly walking to the safe passage, Chen Xian kicked open the fire door. The stairway was dimly lit, with only 2 emergency lights illuminating an eerie green light. Come in. He greeted the survivors as they entered. He also watched as those less courageous guys further away missed their last chance to escape. The bad demons didn't sympathize with their weeping and wailing. They swung down their rusty blades in a frenzy, their victims' skin and flesh being chopped open and blood splattered like ink. Chen Xian's eyes also became colder. It was only after entering the Otherworld that he realized that he possessed the potential of a natural warrior. The more the moment of crisis, the more calm he was. The human body did not have a lot of blood. The warm blood dripping from the corpses emitted a strong bloody odor. Those guys who were overwhelmed by the Thai demons were torn apart almost instantly. That's why mixed in with the gore was a foul odor emitted by fresh organs. Running at the end was one of the female trainees beside the stupid male coach from before. She was snotty and unsteady, 6 or 7 meters away from the fire door. But there was already a bloodthirsty and inferior demonic swordsman following behind her. The sound of dragging knives added to the panic on her face. But she at least didn't wait for death with weak legs like her already dead companions. The instinctive will to survive was sustaining her. From the tearful eyes, Chen Xian could tell that she did not want to die. After hesitating for half a second, he still sighed in his heart. Looks like labor still can't be a cold and heartless ancestor man. He didn't know if it was that will to survive that moved him. Chen Xian suddenly wanted to be a hero this second. Die for master! He leapt out like an arrow off the string. The arc of fire on his short sword leapt as he blocked between the inferior demon and the female trainee. The fire blade in his hand slashed at the inferior demon's face, but it was stiffly blocked by its horizontal rusty blade. However, after only a few moments of stalemate, the blade still pressed down, slicing through its ugly face, leaving bone-deep burn marks and gouges. /66. Searing wound 10. This ghostly thing's power was much weaker than Chen Xian's, but it was enough to easily suppress an ordinary person. This was normal, though. After all, the level was so much higher and the grade had gone up as well. It had a life value limit of 420 points, but this blow still reduced its blood count by a lot. In pain, the inferior demon squeaked. Just as it was about to counterattack, Chen Xian's right eye erupted with an evil purple light. The uncooled passive effect, evil intent deterrent triggered. The bloodthirsty green shoddy demon blade runner in front of him immediately froze in place. The suppression of demons by the evil eye was like the superior deterring the inferior. The effect was quite good. Chen Xian did not dawdle, and slashed with his sword one after another. After 4 consecutive slashes, Ignite was triggered. The inferior demon bladesman burned as if it were a torch. Kill green inferior demon blade runner LV16. Obtained magic copper coin X32. Experience value plus 320. Otherworldly points plus 2. In a matter of seconds, he resolved the inferior demon bladesman. The rescued female cadet stumbled and ran into the fire door. Not far away, the fire from the fire wall was weakening, and the choking smoke was spreading rapidly. The training area where they had stayed earlier had been flooded with over 30 bloodthirsty bad demons. There was also an additional huge figure. Purple Demonized Bear Inferior Demon Warrior LV22. Commander Class. Demonized Body, Bear Bloodline. The Demonized Bear Inferior Demon Warrior became a purple boss. It was the same rank as Moore, but its strength shouldn't be as formidable. The effect of demonization caused the attributes of these magical creatures to be strengthened. Thus, it wasn't surprising that it produced an advancement. This guy was over 3 meters tall and was savagely beating his chest. Is this intensity something a newbie like me should face? Chen Xian was speechless in his heart. Without continuing to expand the battle, he turned around and ran. The peak height of the training area was 5 meters, which was more than enough to accommodate the Bear Inferior Demon Warrior. While the height of the stairwell was less than 3 meters, he wanted to see if the Bear Shoddy Demon would chase after him. Seeing him escape, the irascible Bear Inferior Demon casually grabbed one of the Inferior Demon Bladesmen beside him and vigorously threw it over. When Chen Xian, who was as light as a swallow, passed through the fire door, the unlucky inferior demon swordsman landed on the ground with a bang. Blunt strike 399. The few dozens of life points that were left in his body held his breath. His limbs were twisted and his bones were broken. Even though green blood was spraying from the corners of his mouth, the ferocity in his eyes still didn't converge for half a minute. Retreating into the safe passage, the people who came in before had already gone up the stairs. With the passage of time, it was only a matter of time before the demonic creature went up the stairs. The stairs were one aspect. The exterior walls, ventilation ducts, and elevator shafts all had the potential to be their subsequent breakthroughs upwards. The building's good fresh air equipment not only brought in fresh air, but also left behind densely spaced ducts. Thoughts raced through his mind. Being in a foreign realm, the situation was undoubtedly very passive. It was different from actively attacking the foreign realm. The former was from the outside in and held the initiative. As for the latter, it was completely being forced to incorporate the foreign realm, thus entering the demonic home ground. The most important task at hand for him was to hold on for as long as possible. The scale of this otherworldly realm was already not considered small, and it had a tendency to expand. Neither those lone wolf high players nor the otherworldly authority would ever sit idly by and watch it expand further. Now it was up to when exactly the due intervention would come. It's going to be a fight to the death. If we can kill our way out of this wave, the benefits we get won't be small. Stronger, higher-level demons meant more lucrative rewards. The high experience value would allow Chun Xian to upgrade faster. Luck might even explode some useful equipment or wonders. Therefore, the only way to survive here was to fight. After some pondering, Chun Xian did not feel like retreating. Instead, it ignited the fire of his fighting spirit. Chapter 37 Invasion. Control. The fire doors were soundproof. It was suddenly quieter when he entered the stairwell. He climbed a dozen or so steps upwards and came to wait on the platform located in the middle of the floor. The sound of chains being bound came from the fire door on the second floor, and it was clear that those who had escaped into the second floor first had already proceeded to start blocking the door. Chun Xian stood alone with his fire sword in hand, and he was going to guard the passage in this direction alone. Right at this moment, a hoarse and concerned urgent follow-up came from the gap in the stairs above the second floor. You quickly come up to the third floor. They're locking the door. Chun Xian looked along the gap and saw the face that was still streaked with tears. It was none other than the female trainee that he had just saved in a fit of kindness. Suddenly, Chun Xian felt doubly relieved. He vigorously waved his hand. You go, and instruct them to hide well. Don't delay. The girl sobbed, and after a moment of hesitation, she still turned around and went up the stairs. Immediately afterward, there was the sound of a sibilant blocking of the fire door on the third floor. He could not escape. There was no point in escaping now, and he couldn't really escape from the otherworldly realm. It would be better to get stuck in the stairwell of the safe passage. At least he could maintain the advantageous terrain. Here, it was difficult for the bear demon to move freely, and the demon swordsman could only rush up one by one to save his grandfather. The stairs could only accommodate 2 to 3 inferior demons in parallel at most. This was much better than being in the open and facing the inferior demons side by side in a siege. Boom! The short period of silence was fleeting. After a violent hammering, the fire door downstairs was smashed open with a bang. The demonized bear inferior demon warrior bent down slightly and poked its head inwards. Under its intimidation, those inferior demon bladesmen, bowmen, and sorcerers' apprentices only dared to stay at the back. Some others continued to sweep and search on the first floor. The bear inferior demon warrior's weapon was a large, rough stick slung behind its back. It found the gate too cramped and difficult to navigate for its size. So it took a few steps back, drew out the big stick and pounded frantically against the edge of the door. Small hammer 40, large hammer 80. The heavy pounding sound echoed throughout the building. The metal door frame covered with aluminum shell was smashed off in only 2 blows. The concrete walls also continued to fall in pieces from the pounding. With a body of flesh and blood, Bear Tai Demon had done what only a digger-crushing hammer could do. Just smash the building as hard as you can. One without a squeak. Chun Xian laughed in his heart. He captured a good opportunity at this moment. Evil intent invasion was unleashed. His right eye was completely replaced by the evil eye at this moment. The evilly glowing eye took in the hearts of the people. The surging evil intent instantly invaded the bear shoddy demon warrior's sanity. Bear inferior demons were known for their strength, and they were an anomaly in the inferior demon community. It often gave unforgettable lessons to adventurers who rashly intruded into inferior demon camps. Strength was its advantage, while intelligence was its shortcoming. Take this bear inferior demon warrior for example. Even though it had been demonized to reach the strength of a purple commander class, it still looked clumsy. As the Tomb Guardian specialty that was once used to lure newbies, the success rate of evil intent invasion largely depended on the opponent's spirit attribute. Of course, except for guys like Chun Xian who were immune to negative effects, the invasion was successful. The bear inferior demon warrior instantly became stagnant. The hammering motion stopped and the big stick in its hand fell to the ground, smashing a large crater into the ground. It was different from the passively triggered evil intent deterrence. After the successful invasion, Chun Xian was the master of this bear inferior demon warrior. Of course, the duration was very short, only a handful of minutes. It was already enough for him. Finish them off. He gave the command through his mind. Some confusion flashed in the eyes of the sluggish bear shoddy demon warrior. But soon its eyes were red and flashed with a bloodthirsty and tyrannical light. Picking up the big stick again, it didn't continue to hammer on the wall, but instead turned around and swung the stick, smashing the two inferior demon blade fighters into mush with just one blow. Blunt blow 590. Blunt blow 572. 2 lines of damage with a slight difference appeared one after another. Chun Xian actually received a kill prompt as well. Killed bloodthirsty inferior demon blade runner LV19. Acquired magic copper coin 19. Experience value plus 190. Killed bloodthirsty inferior demon blade runner LV19. Killed bloodthirsty inferior demon blade runner LV17. Obtained magic copper coin 17. Experience value plus 170. Obtained magic copper coin 17. Experience value plus 170. The rewards of both experience and magic copper coins were only half of what they would have been if he had killed it with his own hands. However, it was much more enjoyable than if he had personally killed the monsters. After all, he didn't have to take any risks. Not to mention that the bear shoddy demon warrior, as a mini-boss, was much more efficient at killing those of its lower-ranked counterparts. The huge wooden stick smash could kill an inferior demon blade fighter below level 20 with a single blow. Levels higher than 20 would only have one breath left after taking a hit. Kirakiri. Kirakiri. Makabaka. The sudden change of events caused the other inferior demons to gibber. They shouted in a language that Chun Xian could not understand. So much so that Chun Xian also saw an inferior demon sorcerer apprentice next to him stomping his feet in a hurry. Seeing that the bear inferior demon warrior ignored it, it waved its humble deadwood staff and summoned a poisonous snake composed of mauve vapors to bite the bear inferior demon's foot. Piercing wound 79. Toxin wound 12. 2 lines of damage flashed by, only scraping off a layer of the bear shoddy demon warrior's bloody skin. As the blood bull of the herd, it had a blood volume of 1,800 points. Both physical and spell defense were high. Chun Xian held the fire sword in his right hand, while his left hand firmly clutched the doll-shaped curiosity, Gravekeeper skin. He watched as the bear inferior demon warrior wantonly killed his kind outside the safe passage. The experience value and magic copper coin balance rubbed up. Level up 6-7. Gained free attribute points x5. Chun Xian directly added all of his physique along with the remaining 5 attribute points from the attribute fruit he had previously taken. After adding all 10 attribute points, his physique reached 53 points. His physical quality had risen a notch. The satiety level dropped by about 20 points, which was used to compensate for the consumption of the sudden rise in physical vigor. Currently, it was a time when miracles were needed, and he desperately needed a strong physique and could no longer care about saving points. Base physical damage, defense, blood volume, and even lifespan all saw a simultaneous increase. The great way was simple. Being a FA master was certainly dashing, but becoming a saint in the flesh wasn't the least bit bad either. The most important thing was that there was no additional threshold for physical strengthening. The killing outside continued. Kill prompts kept popping up. If this wave was lucky, it might directly send him across the level 10 mark. The increase in experience required for each level after level 10 wasn't as frightening. So the first 10 levels were a small hurdle. Normal leveling would take a week or 2 if you practiced diligently. because of the limited stamina in the early stages. While frantically killing, the life value of the bear Thai demon warrior was also rapidly running out. A good tiger can't stand up to a pack of wolves. After the madness, those bad demons confirmed its defection, and their ferociousness recovered again. Not only did they not run away, but they started to attack the bear bad demons in an organized manner. Each slash of the bear swordsman could only inflict a dozen points of damage, which was just a scrape. The main output were the 3 cunning inferior demon archers and the 2 surviving sorcerer apprentices. They hovered in the periphery, occasionally shooting a black arrow or casting an evil sorcery spell on the bear demon from time to time. The end result was that only about 3 or 4 minutes had passed before and after. Before the time for the evil intent to invade the control had even ended, the bear shoddy demon warrior couldn't carry it anymore. Chen Xian's experience value had also risen to LV 742 66,400 at this point. The magic copper coin balance had also broken through the 700 mark. There was also a temporarily unknown roll otherworldly points of 49 points. Incidentally, he also exploded a green staff and 2 white machetes. Before the bear shoddy demon was on the verge of death, Chen Xian quickly had it burrow into the safe passage. He personally dealt the final blow, finishing off the bear shoddy demon warrior, which was already covered in scars. This was a purple commander, and even though his B game was a bit worse, he could not waste the opportunity to personally kill it. The flaming short sword was plunged into the eye socket, and its last ounce of life was harvested as the burnt and stinky juice splashed. Kill demonized bear Thai demon warrior LV22. Acquired secret silver coin X1, magic copper coin X76, experience value plus 1,760, purple useless big stick X1, purple demonized blood X1, blue bear inferior fiends stink gland X1, green bear inferior fiends demonized cranium X1, purple shade of green exotic world 3 key X1. Chapter 38 Useless big stick. Come with some comments, come with some urges for more work. It was worthy of being a commander-level mini-boss. This wave was considered to be a big explosion. Even the weapon used by the bear inferior demon warrior was exploded. Chen Xian backhanded it out. The original form of the giant rod that was nearly 2 meters in length and tens of centimeters thick had undergone some sort of optimization, turning it into a large rod that was more suitable for use by a human body type. This was also a reflection of the player's privilege. It was like a bat that was one size too big, but the surface was rough and hard, and it felt extraordinarily heavy in the hand. As the first purple rare grade quality weapon that arrived, it was impossible to say that he wasn't excited. Eyes turning, he briefly glanced at the attributes of the big stick. Useless big stick. Quality. Rare grade. Both hands. Blunt strike damage. 121, 152 plus 31 brute force. Attack speed. 15%. Attack range. 120. Durability. 300, 300. Active effect. Big stick sweeping swing in the specified direction, dealing 2.0 times blunt damage to all enemies within range. Cooldown. 5 minutes. Shock strikes in front of you, causing a continuous shock to a 10-meter radius area, causing all targets within the area to become unsteady and reduce movement speed by 30% for 10 seconds. This effect can cause additional damage to buildings and terrain. Cooldown 30 minutes. Crush throw a large rod, it will grow to 2.1 meters in length and 65 centimeters thick at the end, repeatedly crushing and smashing in a given direction, up to 12 attacks, each dealing 3.0 times more blunt damage. Cooldown 8 hours. Wall of rods. Stick the rod into the ground in front of you, and its form will extend into a wall of rods to block damage, 70 points of physical and spell defense. Durability will decrease by 1 point for every 120 points of damage. Cooldown time 60 minutes. Passive effect. Useless. This equipment cannot be reforged, enchanted, or enhanced. Brute force. The user's physical minus spiritual will increase the amount of additional blunt damage, with a cap of 100 points. Heavy. The stick is too heavy, and the basic movement speed and jumping ability will be reduced by 15% after equipping it. Requirements. Physique 45. Spirit 20. Throw away your brain and enjoy the joy of a useless stick. This was indeed a piece of equipment that didn't need to carry a brain. So much so that the lower the spirit attribute, the higher the additional blunt injury bonus. However, it was definitely a good weapon for Chen Xian, who had temporarily gone on the physical side. With multiple utility skills attached to it, it would allow him to use both offense and defense. After Chen Xian quickly checked its attributes, he immediately had a clear picture in his mind. The huge body of the bare inferior demon was like a short wall blocking the entrance to the safe passage. The bad demons outside were screaming furiously, and after only half a minute of stagnation, they attacked again. Chen Xian, who was holding the big stick in his hand, retreated to the staircase platform. The first inferior demon Blade Runner climbed over the body of the bare inferior demon and entered the safe passage. It charged towards Chen Xian with a wild clamor. It was followed by the second and third head. The cold emergency light illuminated them in shadow, as if 100 ghosts were dancing about.
Yeah.
Seeing Chen Xian, they instantly became excited. Swarming up the steps, the advantage of the terrain finally came to the fore at this moment. The 3 inferior demons that ran at the forefront collided shoulder to shoulder. The 15-centimeter high steps were exceptionally difficult for these short inferior demons to navigate. When they managed to arrive in front of Chen Xian, all they had to wait for was an icy cold swing of the big stick. Boom! The rough rod swept over their heads. Chen Xian, who frowned and stared, could clearly see the deformed cheeks of these ugly fiends and the green blood that spewed out. Blunt strike wound 213. Blunt blow 227. Blunt blast injury 195. 3 damage values popped up one after another. His power while holding the big stick was certainly not as powerful as a bare inferior demon warrior, but it was still enough to take out nearly half of the inferior demon bladesman's blood in one hit. The 3 inferior demons fell back like rotten gourds after taking the hits. The inferior demons that rushed up right after them were knocked to the ground. Good chance. Seeing that the section of stairs was almost clustered with more than a dozen inferior demons, he keenly spotted a new moment. Shock strike. Pour it on me. The big stick in his hand violently struck the front. The remaining blood of the 3 inferior demon blade masters that had crookedly fallen were instantly emptied. Not only that, the heavy club almost completely smashed the inferior demon's flesh and blood until the club's head touched the ground. A strong vibration appeared. A spiderweb-like crater appeared on the stairs at the point of impact. With this as the center point, a burst of shock vibrations followed one after another. Crunch! Cracks crumbled out of the side of the staircase. The inferior demons clustered on top of it fell to the east, unable to stand smoothly at all. They were also affected by the slowdown effect, and each of them became incomparably sluggish. Chen Xian leapt down and stepped on the demonic flesh sludge that he had smashed. Big Stick Sweep was unleashed. With the help of terrain and weapon effects, he came up with a combo. The big stick swept forward with great force. The head of the stick was wrapped in a strong wind and looked amazingly powerful. Boom, boom, boom. Those inferior demons seemed to have turned into sandbags of flesh and blood, shattering under the powerful sweep. Green blood splattered, and several drops were stained on Chen Xian's cheeks, making him look like a demon king descending into a pile of demonic flesh and blood. He couldn't be bothered to check the kill prompts that quickly refreshed under his eyes. At this moment, his heart was only filled with the determination to carry out the kill. The heavy stick was lifted by him one after another. Accompanied by the vibrations, his smashes became even more ferocious. Each swing of the bat seemed a bit sluggish, but in fact, each blow had an unstoppable momentum. Blunt weapons were characterized by such atmospheric power. When the shocking strike effect ended, the stairs were already a mess. Chen Xian's feet were covered in green flesh and blood, mixed with broken bones and organs. Occasionally, 1 or 2 dislodged eyeballs could also be seen. Just as he was about to make a break for it, a sharp pain suddenly came from his left shoulder. Only then did he hear the belated sound of a sharp wind break. A sharp arrow drenched in black light actually shot at a speed that exceeded the sound and hit him in the blink of an eye. Looking at the location, the strike was aimed at Chen Xian's heart. Although it wasn't clear how the Otherworld ruled on vital strikes, he was bound to take additional damage if that strike hit. If it wasn't for the critical moment, the beast tooth amulet on his chest came into play. It cut down some of the damage and force of the arrow. He was afraid that he would have hung up by now. Piercing wound 137. After weakening 8 points of damage through the amulet, and after his whopping 43.8 base physical defense reduction, the arrow still dealt 137 damage. At this point, his life value was 343,480. The rigid ring had given him a higher life cap and defense. Otherwise, this strike alone would have been enough to give him a pot to drink. Chen Xian covered his shoulder as his gaze turned to the entrance of the passageway. There stood an inferior demon archer with an evil smile hooked at the corner of his mouth. His bloodshot eyes allowed Chun Xian to instantly recognize that this was the same guy who had previously shot the male coach. With his arm traumatized, he was temporarily unable to use the big stick that required both hands. Pain was also crazily invading his mind. 7 or 8 meters away, the inferior demon archer was laughing as it drew a new arrow. And behind it, a new swordsman was fishtailing into the passage.
Chapter 39. Musti.
Unlike the madness of the inferior demon bladesmen, as a higher-ranked existence, the inferior demon bowman had an extremely uncommon killing intelligence. It first sat back and watched as its companions flooded into the safe passage, and then launched a deadly sneak attack when Chun Xian had just finished a round of combat and his spirit was briefly lax. Chun Xian did not dare to be slow, immediately launching wall of rods and inserting the big rod in front of his body. Watching as it suddenly enlarged, it formed a sturdy wall that blocked most of the direction of the attack. Next, he decisively used Gravekeeper's skin to transform into a Gravekeeper. The hunched figure paired with the pitch-black robes instead allowed him to better dodge the attacks. Hiding behind the wall of rods, Chun Xian raised his hand to cast a spell. 2 spatial singularities suddenly condensed in front of him. They quickly blossomed, from which 2 grave guardians were summoned. The guardian with the sword and shield was struck in the abdomen by a sharp arrow just as he appeared. Piercing wound 112. Damage values emerged from the top of its head. However, the guardian didn't even grunt and advanced forward in a shield-wielding defensive stance. And the other halberd-wielding guardian also advanced together with the cover of his companion. At least they were summons that were able to pester Frostwolf Fenrir for a few moments. Not only were they quite leathery, their fighting instincts weren't bad either. Those newly incoming inferior demon slashers and shields were temporarily blocked by the 2 guardians. The sound of demons hissing and slashing and clashing was incessant. The sinister and ruthless one, the inferior demon archer, didn't continue to attack the defenders. It jumped onto the corpse of the bare inferior demon warrior and set up its longbow, always aiming at the stick wall. It had a posture of showing its head and taking seconds. Chun Xian's maneuver bought himself a moment of respite. He took out the first-order weak healing potion and uncorked the bottle and gulped it into his mouth. This thing didn't have any special flavor, kind of like diluted milk. The arrow seemed to have been shot with a skill, and it was extremely fast, so it directly pierced through his body. His entire right arm was numb with pain, making it difficult for him to even move his fingers. With a bottle of healing potion going into his belly, green numbers of +8 per second began to emerge from Chun Xian's head. The pain from the wounds quickly lessened, and the muscles seemed to be tightening up the injured area, causing him to feel that the skin and flesh of his shoulder was taut. And then he took out a Grandpa Lou's special boiled egg for a bite. The 5 points of satiety recovery and 100 points of life value cap gain made him comfortable again. Other than that, Fatty's cooking was definitely good. Chun Xian was going to wait until the next time he went online to find him and buy some more. The prerequisite was that he would be able to leave this foreign realm alive. After taking care of the healing, he tried out the earth diving technique and grave digging. The former couldn't take effect because the concrete layer below isolated the soil. However, grave digging could be performed as a Gravekeeper's talent, only that the effect would be greatly reduced in a concrete environment. Phew! The difference in numbers was too great. The 2 grave guardians were eventually emptied of their life values after killing 6 inferior demons, thus turning into dust and annihilation. Chun Xian had underestimated the otherworldly realm. He had initially compared this place to the small inferior demon camp in the Misty Forest. In reality, the difference between the 2 was enormous. The inferior demons that appeared here were not only large in number and high in rank, but their ranks were all elite to begin with. Although people defined the realm as a copy of reality, even the smallest realm wasn't meant for players to brush alone. In less than 10 minutes from now, Chun Xian had killed 30 to 40 TIE devils in total, but the commotion outside the passageway still hadn't disappeared. These damned little monsters simply kept on coming. Shoo! A sharp arrow hit the stick wall, and against the high defense it only dealt a little damage. This was a test made by that TIE demon archer. Following the fall of the 2 grave guardians, those newly influxed cannon fodder inferior demons rushed towards the stairway where Chun Xian had erected the rod wall with their rusty swords and wooden shields. Chun Xian did not say anything, just waving his hand to spread poison. The Gravekeeper's skill, Dark Poison, was unleashed. Ethereal black gas condensed into a seed of toxin that shot towards the heads of those cannon fodder inferior demons. It then exploded with a bang, spreading the toxin downwards. 7 or 8 inferior demon blade masters were encompassed, and all of them were in a poisoned state in an instant. Their steps became shaky, and 20 poison injury numbers continued to pop up above their heads. While applying the poison, Chun Xian launched evil intent peeping in the meantime. In an instant, it was as if he possessed a peculiar third-person overlooking perspective. His eyes penetrated through buildings and various obstructions, taking in everything in front of him. There were at least dozens of inferior demons roaming the training area outside the safe passage. At the same time, he saw the inferior demon archer that had shifted its position yet again and locked it firmly in place. This fellow had already hidden in the shadows beside the corridor pillars on the inner side of the passageway, seemingly waiting for the opportunity to launch a new round of deadly attacks on Chun Xian. The smile of intoxicated killing at the corner of its mouth made Chun Xian instinctively feel disgusted. At the time when it thought it had shifted its position seamlessly, Chun Xian struck out brazenly. Dig the grave! The wall that the inferior demon archer was leaning against suddenly softened as if it were a quagmire, wrapping around it in the next instant. As Chun Xian clenched his fist, the softened concrete suddenly closed and returned to hardness. Blunt strike wound 640. Kill bloodthirsty green shoddy demon archer LV-17. Grave digging. The damage of this move is flexible. When launched using normal earth, the pit dugout is large and deep though. However, the damage of being buried alive wasn't too high. Smaller demons might be trapped, but they still had a chance to break free if they were physically strong enough. But when the casting material was changed to concrete, everything was different. Grave digging could only allow the concrete to sink no more than a 2-meter radius and 1-meter depth from any direction. But when it was combined, the damage directly exploded. It was equivalent to sealing the Thai demon archer into the concrete block on the spot. After finishing off this cunning and vicious fellow, Chun Xian felt a sense of relief. Its blue captain level class made its kill experience value quite lucrative. Counting the previous experience gain, he had directly risen to LV8. Once again receiving 5 attribute points, Chun Xian still added all of them to physical. His arm finally recovered to the point where he could barely use his big stick again. Chun Xian put away the wall of rods and began to harvest the bloodied inferior demons that were in a poisoned and stunned state. After a short period of intense killing, coupled with a highly strained mind, it gave him a sense of exhaustion. Only by turning his strength into the swinging of the big stick could he temporarily calm the uneasiness in his heart. Just at this time, a rough chopping sound suddenly rang out from upstairs, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. "We've come to help you." Shang Ping's raspy voice came, causing Chun Xian to be somewhat taken by surprise. He smashed the inferior demon bladesman in front of him into mush and immediately looked back. He was just in time to see Shang Ping running down with 3 strong men from the Heron's house in a fiery hurry. They were wearing combat gear on their bodies and carrying barbell pieces and iron bars in their hands. And behind a few burly men, Lu Qing followed close behind, clutching a mop bar with the sharp stubble folded out. Everyone's expression was 10,000% nervous. Chun Xian didn't know what kind of mental struggle they had gone through in the past 10 minutes or so. Chapter 40. Action of the Authority. "What brings you guys here?" Chun Xian, who had transformed into a tomb guardian, looked like a gloomy old man. He swung his stick to flatten alive the last inferior demon bladesman in front of him who had entered the safe passage. Shang Ping and the others suddenly stopped in their tracks. Vigilantly, they questioned, "Who are you?" Chun Xian pinned the ground with his great stick and remained silent for a moment before replying. "I am me. It's a transformation effect." His appearance changed, but his voice did not. This explanation made them look at each other in disbelief. After hesitating for a while, they still chose to believe it. After all, even a ferocious monster like the shoddy demon had appeared. Coming with a transformation ability didn't seem like anything to be surprised about. Chun Xian picked up the heavy, useless big stick and returned to the stairs. He found a section of the steps that wasn't stained with much demonic flesh and blood and sat down. We're here to help you. It's hard to beat 4 hands with 2 fists, and it's easy for a person to get hurt here without care." Shang Ping could see that Chun Xian was extraordinary, and vaguely guessed that he should know the secret of this change. However, he did not say much, but only explained the purpose of his and the others. "It is very easy for you guys to die if you stay here." Chun Xian was a bit tired and likewise had no intention of explaining too much. Elite-level inferior demon blade masters far exceeded ordinary people in both strength and speed. Although Shangping and the others had been trained for a long time and had the advantage of a large body weight, their physique was much stronger than the average person. However, they still had to bear a great risk of death in the face of the humongous demonic creatures. We've already thought about it. Continuing to stay upstairs is also a dead end. Just now, monsters that can fly appeared outside. They have dark, membranous wings and sharp talons like eagles. This would have been looking for a window big enough for them to burrow in. Although the upstairs did not use large glass curtain walls, it still retained a number of traditional sliding windows. With the appearance of flying demons, it was only a matter of time before a breakthrough came in. Not to mention the fact that there were still a large number of inferior demons roaming inside and outside the first floor. Even if they wouldn't be able to use the elevator, they wouldn't be able to pass through the safe passageway station by Chenxian for the time being, but as time passed, they would soon be able to discover new breakthroughs such as the pipes. All right, then you guys will stay by my side. Since they had made their decision, then Chenxian would no longer dissuade them. Shangping and Lu Qing plus the other 3 strong men of the Heron family gate would be enough to check for him and deal with the leaks. The fact that they were willing to come down and help him proved that the 5 were quite brave. Those cowards didn't even have the courage to fight to the death. Now, we can't go out rashly. The open space outside is even more of a monster's home turf. Chun Xian made up his mind to defend the safe passage until the opportunity to break out came. River Map Protocol activated. Full band communication camouflage unfolded. Magic Sense satellite monitoring complete. Confirmation of a high-powered alien realm in Shanghai City. The location is Greenshade Park. The hazard assessment is school level. The range is approximately 1 area with a radius of 3.72 kilometers. The Zodiac Squad and the Black Knight Squad are heading to the scene. Among them, the Black Knight Squad is carrying the newly developed second-generation magic energy puppet Kue Long. More squads are being urgently mobilized. Notifications issued for all registered players around Shanghai are also in place. China, inside an underground base somewhere in Kyoto. A loud report rang out. There were various instruments here that were flickering with light, and a number of them even had intricate magical runes drawn on them. Elemental auras were leaping and moving between machinery and lines. This place was the command center of the Otherworldly Authority. There was a wide, huge screen in front of it, on which a map of Shanghai City was being displayed. The location in Green Park was highlighted with circles. The Authority divided the Otherworldly realm into 9 equal ranks according to the military path system. They were Pawn, Soldier, Sharp, Lieutenant, School, General, Marshal, Marquis, and King. The school level was the 5th grade, and the exotic realm that currently appeared at the highest grade was only at the general level. For the Otherworld Authority, the intensity of a school-level Otherworld was already not low. By combining the magic rune literature, alchemy engineering, and magic tattoos from the Otherworld, they created an efficient monitoring system. After coming into contact with the Otherworld, the Authority did not treat it as a mere game. Rather, it treated it as an Otherworld. There were scholars who had been given spots in the internal testing who were specifically tasked with drawing knowledge from the magical civilization of the Starfall continent. The current blue star belonged to the category of weak magic, though. However, magic arrays and runes could be effective, as long as they were paired with the magic energy crystals used to power them. At the front of the scene, there was an old man in a white trench coat with his arms wrapped around his body, gazing at the screen with a solemn expression. This area isn't small. Although it's located on the outskirts of the city, there are tens of thousands of people affected by the range. At this moment, a young man behind him wearing a blue work uniform reported with his head bowed. Master Huang, according to data comparisons, the number of otherworldly realms that have appeared this month has increased by 17.2% year-on-year, and its appearance is directly proportional to the growth in the number of internal test players. The magic network construction has been completed by 79%. We have rewritten all the information and academic results we have obtained about the magic civilization, and will train a new batch of relevant talents as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, the old man known as Yellow Master nodded and then inquired, "Are there any movements from other countries?" The young man shook his head slightly. The speculation of the national war theory has put the countries on alert. They follow through with the regional secrecy strategy, and we can only keep trying to send people from the game to those kingdoms that correspond to the descent of the kingdoms to investigate on our own. In addition, there has been a new development in the investigation of the legend of the Eastern continent in the Starfall continent. It is said that hundreds of years ago, there was a huge building ship isolated from the natural disaster sea that traversed the east and it mysteriously touched down by the Eastern Sea. The ship was empty, which vaguely contained more clues about the Eastern continent. The think tank speculates that there should be a transcendent system that fits the Eastern civilization present there. Master Huang pondered silently for a long time before nodding softly. I understand. Let's take care of the immediate future first. The top priority is still to grasp more transcendent power as soon as possible. By the time the construction of the magic network is completed, we will be able to ensure that the densely populated areas will not appear in the otherworldly realm. In addition, we must continue to utilize the contagiousness of players to continuously pull in new players and increase the number of new players. The idea that players are contagious is not an empty claim. Virtually every new player has the potential to correlate to a subsequent quota of more players. The method is also very simple. As long as you arrange for some people to have more contact with the players, there is a probability that a few more new players will be born from them. Some of the players might also cause the otherworld to descend. Ever since the discovery of the otherworldly game, the authority had a specialized think tank to continuously analyze it. At the same time, the various data and information collected were summarized and organized. There was no doubt that the otherworld possessed the power to change the entire world. Under such a wave, no one was willing to sit back and wait for death. Chapter 41 Black Knight Squad. Shanghai City, the Green Shade Exotic Perimeter. The surrounding main roads were completely blocked. The warning sign, temporary construction, was hung at the intersection. The one responsible for maintaining order was not Uncle Hat, but many staff members wearing blue vests. They wore identity tags with the 171 logo and were inserting a secret silver pillar engraved with runic circuits into the designated directions. The surrounding airspace was also completely blocked off and a temporary no-fly zone was set up. All legally registered drones were unable to approach, and those illegal low-altitude craft would also be shot down by high-frequency laser air defense systems. In addition to the masking effect of the otherworldly realm itself, the otherworldly management area had similarly conducted visual masking in the periphery. A city-level AR code named Mirage System was put into use, which consisted of nanoscale laser projections with light and shadow magic arrays, creating a camouflage that was enough to conceal the observation of ordinary people. Attention! HQ has opened the River Map Protocol. 1,000-kilometer level space magic array far endpoint has been successfully activated, confirming the normal supply of magic energy crystals. Opening the first round of teleportation pickup, orders came from the communicator in an organized manner. After the last secret silver pillar was placed at the designated location, the construction of the receiving magic array was completed. They suddenly lit up under the energy supply of a large number of low-rank magic energy crystals. A beam of magic power was shot out, constructing an arcane model of a spell formation. After a few seconds, the formation formed by the beams of light solidified completely and then landed on the ground. A spatial singularity appeared in the center. This singularity rapidly expanded and changed into an oval-shaped teleportation light gate with a height of over 10 meters. The whole then stabilized. After the light door opened, a figure wearing different equipment stepped out calmly. At the head was a tall black armored knight. He wore a full set of armor and a conical helmet that was also black. The viewing port of the helmet was extremely small, and from the outside only 2 points of eyes could be vaguely seen. The armor was exquisitely crafted, with magical gems and rune circuits embedded in it. The chest area was carved with a black lion, which looked exceptionally powerful and domineering. Underneath the knight rode a divine and extraordinary mounted warhorse. Not only did he wear a horse coat embroidered with a black lion, he also wore a helmet with clashing horns. The neck of the warhorse had no hair, only layers and layers of fine scales. There was also a threaded riding spear hanging on its flank that did not shine in any way. With a length of more than 3 meters, even some giant beasts could stab right through it. Following closely behind were 5 warriors of various sizes. 3 of them carried shields of different sizes, while the other 2 wore battle axes and 2-handed swords. Behind them were 2 female archers, and a caster in vestments carrying a staff. Following the group was also a priest who was covered in a dense, holy light. This was a 10-man squad. The occupations were fairly balanced. Everyone was wearing a shoulder cape embroidered with a Black Knight's emblem. They were the Black Knight squad affiliated with the Otherworldly Authority. The Black Knight himself, who was responsible for leading the squad, had been an outstanding sergeant in a certain department of the Chinese PLA. He had won the first place in many regiment-level competitions. Later on, He became a player by chance and was quickly absorbed by the otherworldly authority. He was one of the first batch of internal test players, and now his rank had reached LV49. In the available information, it was ranked among the top 30 of the domestic player rank list. However, rank was not the entire standard for measuring combat power. He himself had completed the difficult transfer quest by chance, which was how he finally became a Black Knight. In addition to a powerful physique, Black Knights were also capable of casting powerful black magic. It was a powerful hidden profession that practiced both magic and martial arts. Its true combat power can be ranked in the top 10 of known players in the country. Because of the need to take care of the game, the authority adopted a squad rotation system. This time, after capturing the appearance of the green shade exotic realm and evaluating its energy level as a school level, the authority immediately mobilized the team on standby. The authority immediately mobilized the 2 fist squads that were on standby. The Black Knights were the first to arrive at the scene. Each of them had their fists in the air. For others, the Otherworld represented danger. But in the eyes of the Black Knight squad, the Otherworld was a good place to earn extra money. It was rare to be able to level up in reality, and there were often several treasure chests within it. What's more, clearing the Otherworld can also earn you points, which can be used to exchange for some precious items. The further you go in Otherworld, the harder it is to gain experience. This is not only because of the increasing experience required, but also because of the rules of the mechanism. When a player kills a monster whose level is more than 5 levels lower than his own, he can only get 70% of the experience. When the level difference is more than 10 levels, only 50% of the experience is gained. And so on until the gain is completely zero. The idea of becoming a 10-mile slope sword god by brushing low-level monsters all the time was almost impossible to realize. Under such a premise, the other realm became a copy that the first internal test players were attracted to. The level of the monsters is usually not low, and there are also powerful leaders similar to level bosses. This was why, knowing the dangers, every time a high-level exotic realm appeared, it would attract quite a few casual high-level players. All hands prepare. The Black Knight led the assembly. His voice was clear, and he sounded like he shouldn't be very old. Immediately after the entire team was lined up, he instructed the priestess, who had her long hair tied up and was wearing a divine officer's hat. Ching, first exert a blessing on everyone. Having received clear instructions, that pretty-looking priestess wearing a pair of glasses immediately raised the staff in her hand that was embedded with holy light gems. In a gentle chant, she scattered holy light to the crowd. Immediately, she looked at the 3 stout warriors carrying heavy shields and slowly spoke. Ah piao, ah fool, and ah dummy. Enter the garrison state according to the original program. Ah biao wore a bullhorn helmet and carried an iris-shaped shield. The beard on his face looked like a Chengdu flavor. Ah fool was bald and wore an iron hoop forehead protector on his head, and he carried a round shield to use with a spear. Dummy had personalized thick eyebrows. He carried a square heavy shield and a chain hammer at his waist. The 3 were from the same village and used to be forest rangers somewhere in the southwest. Their code names were also game nicknames. Although it sounded a bit naive, it fit their respective temperaments. Don't worry, boss. We'll definitely protect Ching and the girls. If there's any monster that doesn't take care of itself, our 3 brothers will rip its brains out. The 3 patted their chests, their fighting spirit high. The Black Knight was accustomed to the trio's reaction and simply nodded calmly. With that, his gaze in the cracks of his helmet went to the 2 twin-looking archer sisters. Little Warmth and Moo Moo take the high ground immediately after entering the foreign realm to focus on the shooters and spellcasters among the monsters. Although this is a suburb, there are still several buildings nearby with a wide view to choose from. This time, we'll clear the area from the periphery first and wait for Mouse and the others to come for support before entering the core area together. It's expected that in another quarter of an hour, those casual players in the perimeter who reacted the fastest will arrive. We're going to pull ahead. Chapter 42 Mobilization. Winnie was the older sister, with her balled-up hair and a look of impatience all over her face. She raised her fist and echoed after her. Pull out the top. Moo Moo, who wore a duck-tongued cap on her head, was the younger sister. She was chewing on bubblegum while fiddling with the noise-canceling headphones around her neck with a cold expression. Aside from their similar looks, the 2 had extremely different temperaments. Behind them, they were both carrying a green vine longbow that was close to 1.5 meters in length. There were flowering vines wrapped around the arms of the bow, and a small flower blooming at the end of the branches. Although it looked a bit fancy, As long as one got a little bit closer, one could feel the rich vitality coming from the longbow. Each of the two sisters had a wind-patterned light armor over their upper body. In addition, there were different accessories and other equipment. Even if one was a novice, one could tell with a glance that they were both definitely veteran rangers. Stinky moo moo. Why do you always have a sexually cold expression? This is a school-level exotic realm. Get excited and manic. Nuan turned around and pinched her sister's face, the two hairballs on her head quivering, making her look even more playful and cute. However, she saw Mu roll her eyes. She had put on an extra red and black racing jacket on the outside of her light armor. At this moment, she was sticking her hands in her pockets. Cut. Big whoop. It's your 20th birthday tomorrow, and you're still acting like you're possessed by your great aunt without any sense of propriety. Hearing this, Nuan was instantly unhappy. She huffed and puffed up her cheeks with plump apples and immediately jumped up to retort. The Black Knight, who knew that there was no end to sisterly fights, chose to interrupt spell casting. Quiet. Forget it during normal times. Fighting is forbidden during the mission. The Black Knight shook his head somewhat helplessly, looking towards the other two output-type warriors. Vigor and Gulong, this time I'm going to let you two split up. You're still mainly responsible for checking for gaps and fixing those leaks that might disrupt the battle formation. Dali's weapon was a long-handled, hideous battle axe. The surprising contrast was that he himself was less than 1 meter 6, and that was still the height with combat boots on. But height is clearly not a measure of combat prowess in the Transcendent system. If you don't see it, a certain Nissan Island anime had a 1 meter 6 soldier chief who could take down a 100-meter giant. However, even with some mental preparation, the sense of contrast was still extremely impactful. The most important thing was, Dali had a typical baby face and a pair of melancholic Danfeng eyes. If one only looked at his face, one might think of him as a melancholic teenager. However, his body was extraordinarily explosive, and the hard leather armor on his upper body was held open by his pecs. There was also a girdle tied around his muscular arms. This muscular body was enough to put even the disciples of the Heron family, such as Shangping, to shame. After receiving the instruction, Vigor nodded earnestly in response. Gulong, who stood on the other side carrying a two-handed sword, wore sturdy silver battle armor. On his head was a barrel-shaped overlaying helmet with a movable visor pushed up to his forehead. The bearded face was somewhat vicissitudes. Judging from the equipment, this was a proper plate armor warrior. The thick full set of armor made him look like an Iron Man, and the lobster gauntlets and foot guards and other parts were all in place. It was clearly a suit-type equipment. The emblem in front of the plate armor was a white tree illuminated by the moon's aura. Team leader, whatever you say, ha. I'll do as I live. Gulong was a typical Northwest man with a simple and bold personality. Even the game nickname used was his real name. He had an unlit black Lanzhou in his mouth, squinting his eyes as if savoring the aroma of tobacco. The Black Knight gently raised his hand to signal. A true man needs no words. Only at the end of the mobilization did his eyes look towards the very end of the group, where there was a low-profile spellcaster. Dark blue vestments and a hood hid all of her features. The wooden staff was then used as her walking stick. Grandma Yen, how are you feeling? The Black Knight's tone was filled with concern. In the next moment, the head under the hood slowly raised. The white silk on both sides fell down, revealing the face of an amiable old lady. It's fine. She casually pestled her staff, electricity arcing around her body. The brown eyes even suddenly lit up with electricity. The team had an old man, but there was a treasure. This Grandma Yen was the oldest member of the Black Knight squad. This year, there were 2 out of 60. She looked hale and hearty, and her back was not yet hunched. Inside and outside the game, she was also a rare caster with a specialization in the Thunder system, possessing a special grade Thunder system perception talent. I wondered if this had anything to do with her occupation before she retired. This was because Grandma Yen had been a grassroots engineer at an electric power company, and was even one of the first batch of electric talents that the country of Huaxia had cultivated at a time when the country was in the midst of 100 years of destruction. She herself was quite interested in electricity and was a connoisseur. After becoming a lightning caster, she was even more capable of learning by example, and often had new insights and breakthroughs. Regardless of her combined destructive power or rank, she was the second most deserving person on the team besides the Black Knight. Grandma, you remember to save that chain Thunderweb move for the boss in the core. As soon as we open up and enter the core area, we'll immediately have Ching cast mana link on you. Grandma Yen was like the king of thunder and lightning in battle, and she was even quicker when clearing out the monster swarms. She was an indispensable AoE output profession in the team. Its importance was unquestionable. Alright, young Z, you can rest assured. Grandma, I hate those monsters the most. I will definitely destroy them all. The simple pre-battle mobilization was over. The members of the Black Knight squad came from all over the world. Their discipline was not as high as that of the regular army, and the degree of cooperation had to be completely made up for by one collective practical battle and pre-battle emphasis. The authority did not impose too much discipline on any of the members, but the ex-military Black Knights could never look at hanging around. The saying that sweating more in normal times would result in less bloodshed in wartime had been proven in battle after battle. There were not only equipment from other worlds, but also some high-tech equipment on their bodies. For example, the large electronic watch they wore was a fusion device that integrated some of the achievements of runic literature and alchemy engineering. It could realize the wearer's magical communication in the otherworldly realm. The multi-dimensional map information has been downloaded to everyone's terminals. Our entry direction has the following objectives. First is the LA building where the Wraith Gym is located. There are approximately hundreds of survivors left. According to the information monitored by the Magic Sense satellite, the building happens to be located at the edge of the alien realm's second expansion belt, and it's highly likely that there are node bosses with keys to unlock the core zone. Secondly, there is the Ningyu Mansion that is just across the road from it. This building has a total of 36 floors, and the good news is that the 12th floor above it hasn't been opened properly for half a month due to the recent pipeline renovation construction. But below the 12th floor, there are still multiple companies doing weekend overtime work for their employees, numbering conservatively in the thousands. As for the social vehicles and passers-by on the road, at this time, I'm only afraid that they are in a bad way. Chapter 43. A force to be reckoned with. The Black Knight turned on the laser projection built into the device. Seriously, he introduced the direction of their main attack this time. The Otherworld was more than just a mere game figurative for them. As the saying goes, eat your pay and do your duty. The squad's highest priority mission was the rescue and evacuation of the surviving masses. Only after that will the core of the alien realm be raided. The Zodiac squad would then enter the battlefield from the other end until the two squads converged. As for the casual players, the Otherworld Authority would focus on arranging for them to enter from the other two directions. Ensure that the offensive against the Otherworld was comprehensive. The other mobilized sub-squads would all become reserves. In the past, this kind of otherworldly realm that appeared directly in the city was relatively rare. But normally, as long as you hide in the cubicles of a building and don't run around, you have a good chance of surviving. It would take at least 5 to 6 hours for the demons to sweep through an entire building. And that's not even counting the nooks and crannies. Unless they encountered the kind of giant monsters that quickly destroyed the building from the outside, they were all able to hold out for a while. All right, the operation begins. The brief mobilization and deployment didn't waste much time. With a big wave of his hand, the Black Knight strangled his horse's belly with both feet and rode his Fey warhorse to take the lead into the alien realm. The team members behind him maintained their formation and followed closely behind. They were all not surprised by their own captain's style of leading the way. Passing through the border of the Fey realm, everything in front of them rippled like water. It was only after a few moments that it regained clarity, exposing a city boundary shrouded in black mist. The painting style here was very different from the outside world, bearing a gloomy black and white texture. Such dense, evil energy? It's all turned into fog. Priestess Ching covered her nose and frowned in disgust. She was sensitive to evil energy, dark shadows, and undead death auras. It's certain that the monster that appeared here is a demon race. It's just that it's not clear whether it's a brawny upper species demonic creature, or a wide variety of inferior species demons. Cyan crouched down as she lightly twisted a pinch of soil that had been corrupted by evil energy to a pale hue from the green belt. The Black Knight stood not far in front of the crowd, and the black mist that drifted in was all deflected by the invisible aura he himself emitted. From a distance, it looked as if shockwaves were constantly rippling beneath him. Dale, Biao, Dolly, Ching, Grandma Yen, and Xiaowen and Moo Moo. You guys form up and head to Ningyu Mansion, try to clear the place in a quarter of an hour and bring all the survivors to between the 15th and 20th floors. so that you can avoid the low-ranked magical creatures from making a comeback. Wait for my instructions later. Silly, Gulong. You guys come with me to purge the LA building where the magical beast fitness is located. Quickly completing the specific deployment, the team split into two. They each advanced towards their targets located on both sides of the wide main road without any procrastination. Vehicles colliding together were everywhere on the road. Drivers' side windows were cracked and blood was strewn everywhere, but not many bodies were seen. This reinforced the crowd's suspicions. Most of the demonic monsters had the tradition of collecting corpses for sacrifices. Soon, Grandma Yen and the others encountered a group of monsters. It was a group of inferior demons that numbered over 40. Among them were several demonized inferior demon archers that had made Chun Xian feel tricky. They shot out streams of black arrows, and Dull and Biao immediately raised their shields within precise timing. The curtain of light expanded along the shield, blocking all of the flying attacks. Hundreds of flowers bloomed beneath Xiao Wan and Mu's feet. Green natural energy coalesced in front of the Bao arm, transforming into a flying vector that hit the chest of the inferior demon archer. Piercing wound 597. Vitality draw 99. A flowering vine quickly grew out of the inferior demon archer's wound. It grew uncontrollably and produced a small, fragrant white flower. Priest Qing Qing, who was leaning back, was shrouded in holy light, wrapping her hands around her staff and levitating with her eyes closed. Holy words are like vectors, penetrating through all your bones scatter. The skill, Judgment Shrapnel Vector, was activated, taking the 120-degree sector in front of Qingqing as the core. The pouring magic power condensed into 12 vectors of light under the holy sound. They shot out at 10-degree intervals, each one able to pierce through several inferior demons, while also causing a small range of splash damage. The ends of the light vectors split into tiny feather-like streams of light, which not only dispersed the black fog, but also provided a brief illumination effect. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Holy light wound 737. Splash wound 59. Intense damage bubbled up. There was no fear of a priest having enough milk power, but there was a fear of a priest knowing martial arts. The holy light system seemed to have an extra damage bonus against demons. The group of inferior demons in front of them was instantly emptied of most of them, and the effect of the skill was very formidable. The remaining inferior demons were also killed by the two Mu sisters with elemental arrows within 7 or 8 seconds. Done. Continue advancing. Xiaonuan waved her hand energetically. These inferior demons were on the low end of the scale for them. Only a small amount of experience could be gained. Grandma Yen smiled as she shot 2 thunderbolts forward. They vaporized the black mist and opened up a clear path. Just like that, after following up by killing through another group of stone ghosts and multi-armed red inferior devils monsters. It only took less than 3 minutes for them to kill their way into the Ningyu mansion. On the other side, the progress of the Black Knight and the others was a bit faster. The monsters along the way didn't even need Silly and Gulong to make a move. As long as the Black Knights carried their mounted rifles, a wave of charges was all that was needed. Those little monsters were as vulnerable as a bowling ball crashing into a bottle. Under the riding gun, all beings were equal. Every time he charged, the riding gun would exude astral light. The actual range of the attack was so great that low-rank inferior demons died when they touched it. They quickly killed outside the building. The Black Knight halted his horse and stretched out his fingers, which were protected by a lobster gauntlet, and gently spun around, only to see the black fog enveloping the building in front of him suddenly surging towards him, coalescing into a black bead that contained a dense amount of evil energy. The power of black magic could turn shadowy forces such as evil energy into its own. Dealing with the black fog in front of him, the building instantly appeared clearly in front of the trio's eyes. The surrounding floor-to-ceiling windows were broken, and there were flames burning inside. The revolving door corresponding to the direction of the hall was even visible as a large splattered blood stain. It was worth mentioning that the demons seemed to have encountered trouble here, because they hadn't even had time to take the bodies away. The Black Knight saw a body that had been torn into several parts right in the doorway. Judging from the fabric of sweatshirt and yoga pants left on it, it was some unlucky female trainer. Breaking through the revolving door, the tiny space inside the front of the stage was even bloodier. A small pile of corpses had actually been erected there for Kyoken. 7 or 8 female corpses were torn apart and then roughly stacked together. One could see the brutal images of arms and legs entangled with each other, and heads wrapped around bellies and intestines. First purge the hall of demonic creatures, then look for a passageway up the stairs. A few stone goblins have already burrowed in from the second floor just now. They had just finished off a dozen or so stone goblins outside, but there were still leaks. At this point, I'm afraid that there are only survivors on the upper floors, so they must clear out all the demonic creatures immediately. The three of them immediately took action. However, they found that the demons in the hall were relatively sparse. Not long after, the Black Knight discovered where the safe passage was. Only then did they notice that most of the demons were attracted there. At this time, the entrance to the passageway was already surrounded by layers and layers. Chapter 44 Demonized Blood. At the same time, inside the safe passage, Shang Ping's lips were bloodless. He was covering his bloody left arm, which was cut by a rusty knife. The flesh was turned over, and although no bone was visible, blood was gushing out. The original combat gear he wore became a joke. He did not expect that the seemingly rusty machete would be so sharp, and that monster, which seemed to be about the size of a child, had more strength than a normal adult man. In addition to him, one of the other three men who had followed the Heron's Gate had already been shot through the throat by the inferior demon archer who had arrived later. Underneath the warm body, blood was gushing out from the carotid artery. Lu Qing's eyes were red, with tears at the corners of her eyes, but she tried her best not to let them fall. The mop stick in her hand was stained with a little green blood. Who? Chun Xian gasped for breath. As his mana ran out, he lifted his incarnation as a Gravekeeper. The 49 points of physical attributes ensured his combat power. After the game data was reflected to reality, the body was not a perpetual motion machine. The high-intensity battle was continuously draining his energy. The heaviness of the useless big stick exacerbated the changes in this regard. In addition, he noticed that Shang Ping and the demons were equally capable of attacking each other though. However, no damage values would appear. It seemed that even though they were in a foreign realm, there was still a status cut between players and ordinary people. Craters smashed out by big sticks could be seen everywhere on the stairs and walls. The air had a pungent fishy odor. The unpleasant odor was indescribable. Chun Xian had multiple injuries on his body, with only about half of his life value left. The pain surging through his body was frantically sending warnings to his brain. After Shang Ping and the others came down, this was already the second wave of attacks they had repelled. Right now, the crowd didn't seem to see any hope. Even the upper floors had heard mournful screams not long ago. It was unknown exactly which floor had been invaded by the monsters. The only thing worth celebrating was Chun Xian's choice to defend the safe passage was wise. The demons would have to face many inconveniences if they wanted to attack this place. The demons swarming outside were unable to swarm in, and the passageway from the entrance to the stairs had become a meat grinder. If it wasn't for this, they wouldn't have been able to hold out long ago. Chun Xian used the corpses of the demons and the useless big sticks to construct a simple defense line. The crowd was able to gain a moment's respite. He took out the last bottle of weak healing potion and poured a small amount into his mouth. Then he came to the side of the wounded Shang Ping. Lu Qing was suppressing her fear as she tore off segments of cloth from the corpse's clothes and used them to tie up Shang Ping's injured arm. Chun Xian split the remaining half of the bottle of healing potion into two once again. Half of it was applied to the injured area, while the other half was fed into Shang Ping's mouth by him. Although the healing value could not be seen, the improvement in the injury was immediate. The bleeding rate slowed down greatly. Shang Ping's tightened brows also finally relaxed slightly. Chun Xian looked down and scrutinized himself. The decathlon tracksuit had become tattered and torn. The only thing that could remain intact in the heat of battle was the materialized equipment. However, parts like the arm armor and boots were more or less reduced in durability. The half-data game world wasn't really a game after all. His level was still LV8, only his experience value had risen to 7,212,800. At this rate, perhaps Chun Xian could easily break through the small threshold of LV10. The prerequisite was that he could survive. He didn't dare to slack off as his mind plunged into the storage space. During this time, he had exploded some more items. However, there were almost none that could be put to use. Chun Xian still had a few more cards at hand. For example, the spell scrolls that he had gotten from the green inferior demon wizard Moore's tent. There was also the bear power potion that could instantly increase chi. However, none of these might allow him to successfully break out. He placed his hopes on the other items that had exploded from the bear tie demon warrior earlier. With this in mind, He quickly locked onto a thin-necked bottle that was surrounded by black gas. The material of the bottle was like crystal, and the crimson liquid rolling around inside could be seen through its transparent body. This was the only purple rare-grade item popped out by the bare inferior demon warrior. With just a thought, it appeared in Chen Xian's hand. Gently shaking it, the viscous liquid actually reflected a regal luster in the dull light. Demonized blood. Quality. Rare grade. Effects. After drinking it, you will be permanently demonized, continuously contaminated by the demonic nature, losing most of your self-control and becoming bloodthirsty and murderous. At the same time, your full attributes will be increased by 200%, your spell and physical defenses will be increased by 100 points, and your lifespan ceiling will be increased by 1,000 points, and you will be able to weaken the damage of the evil energy that you have endured by 10%, but you will receive an additional 15% damage when facing attacks such as holy light, flame, and lightning. Make soul's fuel wood for demonization. This thing has great side effects. It prompts the taker to become demonized, drastically increasing their attributes and defenses. The price is losing self-control and becoming a humanoid demon. For others, the cost of blood of demonization was huge and could only be used for backstabbing. However, Chen Xian's eyes lit up. The one thing a buddy wasn't afraid of was negative effects. His throat slid, and he instantly unscrewed the cap of the bottle. The demonic blood within it instantly boiled over, sprouting wisps of black gas. Chen Xian raised his neck and drank it all in one go with his eyes closed. The entrance was extremely fishy, as if he had swallowed a concentrated blood packet. There was also a vicious flavor. The moment the demonic blood was swallowed, a burning sensation swept through the entire body. There was a tyrannical emotion that rushed violently into his brain. And then, there was no more then. The emotion was like a mud cow entering water, and it vanished in an instant. Two prompts appeared in Synchronization. Ruins of robbery and ashes unleashed. Immunized from demonic contamination. Chen Xian still retained his self-control. However, the burning sensation still raged within his body. The veins between his forehead rippled, and the skin of his body surfaced with a pitch-black demonic pattern that was connected through and through. Roar! This made him unable to resist throwing his head back and roaring. Deep and ghostly black light erupted from his mouth. But then it converged extremely quickly.
Permanent démonisation failed.
Acquired skill, demonized body beginner level, already acquired by default. After a series of twists and turns, permanent demonization had failed, and in its place he had obtained a brand new skill. Eyebrows slightly raised, he pulled up the details. Demonized body beginning stage. The first stage of transforming into a demonized body drastically increases affinity for evil energy and demonic aura. Can be sustained for a maximum of 15 minutes on a single occasion, and can only be activated once every 24 hours. The attribute gain was the same as demonization, the difference being that this state was temporary. Originally, Chen Xian was mentally prepared to not be a human being. Now it was much more flexible. Be prepared to follow me and break out. Chen Xian turned his head and said. Even though it was still unclear what the situation was like in the outside world, he did not want to remain trapped here. The surviving four nodded with ugly faces. Turning around, he took a deep breath. Chen Xian resolutely unleashed his demonized body. Chapter 45. Well played. The feeling of dryness and heat surged once again. Chen Xian's circumference boiled with a large amount of black qi. Demonic lines appeared on the surface of his body. They converged from his torso and limbs to Chen Xian's forehead center. Immediately afterward, a layer of tough and fine scales emerged from the surface of his limbs. The figure became even taller and more robust. As the magic pattern spread, surging power filled his entire body. The fatigue from before was swept away. Along with the changes, there were also changes in his senses. Not only had he completely adapted to the dark light environment, he was also able to sniff out the scent of every demonic creature. The drifting black mist no longer made him feel uncomfortable. Instead, it brought him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Just like a baby returning to its mother's embrace, Chen Xian only felt at ease. He had to admit that this sense of security greatly reduced the apprehension in his heart. The 98 points of physical and 30 points of spirit allowed him to experience a more powerful state. Get on. Stay close to me, he barked in a deep voice. Carrying the useless big stick, Chen Xian bent down to store his strength. A short 3 seconds later, He launched himself towards the entrance of the passageway. The big stick simply became a siege hammer in his hands, wrapped in an unstoppable momentum that knocked all those stragglers out. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the mouth of the passage. Steeply stretching out his scale-covered palm, he pinched an inferior demon archer who was hiding by the wall. This was the culprit who had just shot that strong man from the Heron family gate. The sudden turn of events caused the sardonic smile on the inferior demon archer's face to freeze. It saw a pair of eyes that were even more bloodthirsty than its own. There was also a sense of oppression like a landslide. This feeling was like facing an even more ferocious superior species of demon. It made it unable to resist trembling and even wanted to bend its knees and prostrate. Even worse, it had also triggered the passive of evil eye. The evil intent deterrence caused it to completely lose the will to resist. Chun Xian pinched its neck and swung it as a weapon. A large amount of blunt damage appeared along with it. Bones and blood splattered everywhere. At the back, Lu Qing and the others were busy following. With almost every step taken, the texture of their feet was slippery. If the lighting was turned on at this moment, the crowd would have seen that this place had long been like hell. The will to survive overcame everything, and they watched in trepidation as the black air covered Chun Xian killed in a frenzy. After he had smashed another 5 or 6 inferior demon bladesmen to death, the inferior demon bowmen in his hands were only a few feet away. The inferior demon bowmen in his hands were left with only their heads and a portion of their shoulders. The rest of it had been smashed into meat paste. It was too dead to die. Shrugging off the remnants in disgust, Chun Xian used brute force to drag the bare inferior demon warrior's massive corpse away. Holding the great rod of uselessness high in the air, it took a jumping smash towards the outside. The ground crumbled and spiderweb-like craters appeared. Several inferior demons were directly crumpled away by the impact. Chun Xian only felt immense pleasure. The eluding ashes returning to the ruins immunized him from the negative effects of the demonic contamination. However, after entering the demonized body state, he became even more adapted to killing. The mental threshold was greatly enhanced. Every strike became decisive and harsh. There was not the slightest hint of procrastination or obscure hesitation. 98 points of physique gave him strength measured in tons at least. The useless big stick in his hand became even more competent, and was even a bit on the light side. Re-entering the hall, the black fog around him seemed to have become a little lighter. As far as the eye could see, there were still layers and layers of bad demons. There were also a few new species mixed in. There was a red demon with 4 arms, and a ghoul with a mouth that could reach the base of its ear and was covered in sharp teeth. To top it all off, through the drifting hazy black mist, he could vaguely see a Mori Spectre knight on a high horse standing proudly in the direction leading to the front desk. Hey! What kind of sin have I created? Obviously the core of the Otherworld is not here. Chun Xian was even more excited about the battle under the effect of his demonization instincts. But that didn't mean that he was completely crazy. In reality, he couldn't wait to leave this place, the sooner the better. Although his mouth was cursing, the movements of his hands did not stop. The useless big stick was thrown up by him. The group attack skill that he had been saving to save his life, Crushing Crush, was unleashed. The big stick that he threw returned to its original shape in the blink of an eye. It transformed into a giant stick with a length of 2.1 meters and a thickness of 65 centimeters at the end. It began to repeatedly crush and smash in Chun Xian's designated direction. Boom, boom, boom. The rough smashing caused a gust of reverberations. The monsters within the range were killed when they were hit and injured when they were touched. The blunt damage bonus of up to 3.0 times was enough to kill the inferior demon bladesmen in seconds. Even stronger monsters such as the 4-armed red inferior demon or ghoul would not be able to withstand 2 hits. 11 consecutive smashes cleared a path to the outside for Chun Xian. Instead of choosing to leave through the front door, he planned to escape through the broken floor-to-ceiling window. The final blow of Crushing Crush, he purposely left for the hazy figure on horseback. The flying, useless big stick directly shook through the mist and smashed viciously towards that black-armored knight. Hee, interesting. Chun Xian vaguely heard a snort of laughter in the sound of the big stick's breaking wind. The next moment, he revealed an incredulous expression, only to see that black-armored knight lightly raise an armored arm, and it easily framed the big stick that smashed down horizontally. A bit of strength. Give it back. The big stick was thrown back by the other party, gradually shrinking on the way until it landed at Chun Xian's feet. Captain, team leader, Two bold cries rang out in succession. What happened just now? The demons are killing each other? Gulong and Afu were even farther away, and it was only now that they managed to gather at the Black Knight's side. They could distantly feel the demonic nature released from Chen Xian's body, as well as the intimidating pressure that only belonged to the upper species of demons. The upright Gulong's two-handed sword suddenly lit up in his hands, his astral energy flourishing and stirring, and he went up to perform a jumping chop. However, he was stopped by the Black Knight in time. Don't rush, that's a player. He should have mastered a demonic skill or taken something. It looks like he's the one who is dead set on guarding the safe passage. You guys go clean up the remaining monsters. The Black Knight was experienced enough to surmise the truth without getting close. Silly carried a battle shield and held a battle spear as he began to clear the monsters. Gulong, on the other hand, rushed towards the safe passage. As he passed by Chen Xian, he stopped slightly and glanced at him. He also looked at Lu Qing and the others who were following him. Suddenly, he apologized. I'm sorry we're late. I'll leave the rest to you. After saying that, he rushed up the stairs with great strides, so fast that he seemed to be pulling out shadows. This was simply not the speed of a plate armor warrior. The Black Knight touched his hands together and formed a triangular hand seal. He pushed his palms flat to form an equilateral triangle, and rotating magical gears emerged in his palms. By edict in the name of the eternal Night Monarch, fission all of your flesh and blood are dark fuelwood. Black magic dark energy fission. After a few seconds of chanting, the magic gears rotated at high speed and shot out a ray of black light. They pierced through the monster's head with precision. Each strike had a second to kill effect. When the gears stopped, there was no longer a single standing demonic creature in the hall. He arrived beside Chen Xian and suddenly dismounted. The Black Knight in full armor was a cut above the demonized Chen Xian. Yun Feng? Good name. You fought well. Chapter 46 The Key. The Black Knight was full of solemnity, with a calm aura forged by iron and fire. It was as if he wouldn't show even the slightest bit of cowardice even if he faced a landslide directly, unless one possessed a special insight ability or talent. Under normal circumstances, players could only see each other's game nicknames. Information such as rank was invisible. In Chen Xian's eyes, the Black Knight's nickname was displayed as Tree of the Highlands. Hello, Tree of the Plateau. He wondered if the nickname had another deeper meaning, and this was not the time to delve deeper at the moment. Are you guys from the Otherworldly Authority? The question caused the Black Knight to nod slightly in some surprise. Yes, I am the head of the Black Knight squad coordinated by the Authority. You can also just address me as the Black Knight. By the way, you should be a novice, right? His tone was flat. In response, Chen Xian did not deny it and revealed a bitter smile on his face. Raising his hand, he gave a thumbs up. Older brother is worthy of being a veteran player. Having complimented and given an affirmative reply, he did not go into too much detail. Chen Xian didn't have the habit of being a self-starter. Hee, because most veteran players recognize me. The odds are that your response is that of a novice. These words carried the suspicion of boasting, except that the Black Knight's attitude was natural. Just seeing him shake his head to himself, his eyes looked up to the ceiling. The battle upstairs is coming to an end. The area of influence of this otherworldly realm isn't small, but the monsters in the periphery aren't too tricky. After saying that, he reached out and lightly patted Chen Xian's shoulder, saying rather fondly, "To be able to play at such a level as a novice, your talent is not simple. It's either that or another strange encounter." His bluntness caused Chen Xian to subconsciously flutter his eyelids, but in a moment they relaxed again. There was no lack of amazingly talented characters amongst the internal test players, and this Black Knight was clearly the top of the domestic otherworldly players, a true top-level elite. Whether it was his vision or experience in all aspects, he was far superior to himself. It wasn't that Chen Xian was being presumptuous, he had always been a pragmatic person. Nodding imperceptibly, he considered this guess to be affirmed. The Black Knight laughed out loud when he saw his reaction. Don't worry. I've seen too many players who are either super talented or extremely lucky. I just wanted to tell you that if you're confused about it all, then joining the Otherworldly Authority is also a good choice. Truth be told, today's authority has already organized and summarized some transcendent cultivation methods that are applicable to ordinary people as well, and it can also test spellcasting talent on a small scale. The casual players are also flourishing. Without destabilizing society, the authority defaults to cooperation between players. As the otherworldly realms appear more frequently, have a wider range of influence, and more players, it's hard for the higher-ups to continue hiding the news. The arrival of the otherworld is a general trend, and we are all just grains of sand and dust under the wheels of the times. His words were honest and contained a few emotions. I will consider it, Chun Xian replied, weighing his words. The duo had yet to chat for a few sentences. Gu Long descended the stairs carrying the great sword dripping with green blood. He was followed by a large group of pale-faced survivors behind him. Especially when they passed through the safe passage, several of them couldn't help but vomit on the spot. Team leader, it's all done. Silly, who was holding a shield spear, also stepped back to the Black Knight's side. Looking at his two men, the Black Knight asked aloud, "Is the key out?" Both A Fool and Gu Long shook their heads. At this time, the Black Knight once again looked at Chun Xian. Yunfeng, were you the one who eliminated the area mini-boss here? Hearing the word key, Chun Xian had already guessed what he wanted to ask. Stammering at this time would be tantamount to covering his ears. The other party was too much stronger than himself, so playing slick would seem very unproductive. Instead of that, it would be better to be frank. So he flicked his wrist and took out the purple-green shade Exotic Realm 3 key that had exploded from the Bear-Tai Demon Warrior. The three Black Knights did not immediately take the key when they saw it. He nodded thoughtfully, then explained. The node key has an important role in opening the core area. It can weaken the strength of the core area. According to the usual practice, the key recipient can choose to keep it, but will have to participate in the attack on the core area, and can also participate in the distribution of the loot of the core area after the raid. Of course, if you are unwilling to participate, I can directly exchange weapons and equipment or other resources with you. To be honest, this Black Knight was quite polite. If he were to really rob hard, the current Chun Xian wouldn't have a single thing to do, and would at most give him a note in his little book. After hesitating for a while, he tentatively inquired, "Can't I just take the key and leave the foreign realm?" This time, before the Black Knight could reply, Silly, who was shaking off the blood stains on the tip of his spear, took the initiative to answer. "It's easy to get in, but hard to get out. The realm will only open up if the core crystal pillars are destroyed to a certain extent," he said word for word. Chun Xian was skeptical about this statement for the time being. Glancing at the secret key in his hand, he made a decision in his mind. More than 10 minutes later, Chun Xian had 2 more pieces of purple equipment in his storage space. There were also 3 more eclipsed gold coins of great value in the currency balance. In addition, the Black Knight had also given him quite a few first and second rank potions, as well as a 4th rank Wind Spell Scroll Dragon Scroll Frenzy. Both sides felt satisfied. Without a doubt, the value of that node key was definitely greater than the items exchanged by the other party. However, Chun Xian was well aware that this piece of fat meat was something he simply could not eat at the moment. Instead of holding on to his greed for a handful, it would be better to take what he could get and exchange it for some ready-made benefits. The crowd stepped onto the path of transfer in silence. Chun Xian resumed his original form and took a bottle of energy potion to restore his status. The Black Knight was personally responsible for opening the road. Gu Long, who held a heavy sword, cleared the monsters on the left and right flanks with an unscientific high movement speed. Silly followed as a rear guard with his shield. The preoccupied Chun Xian followed Lu Qing and the others. The group of over 300 survivors was lined up in a long snake with multiple people lined up side by side. Among them were a dozen or so injured, and the Black Knight distributed weak healing potions imitated by the authority to them. There was no agitation, no clamor, only grief and shock after facing death head-on. After witnessing a life and death crisis, everyone's obedience was greatly improved. Under such circumstances, the crowd was quickly transferred to Ningyu Mansion, heading to the 15th-20th floors in batches. The team members who had arrived earlier had already inserted a secret silver pillar around the building. Not long after, they were all lit up. The ray of light that shot out constructed a magnificent magic formation that enveloped the entire mansion. This place would become a reception for the survivors on the bearing to which it belonged. According to the Black Knight and the others, they would only be able to return to the outside world once the destruction progress reached its mark. Chun Xian stayed outside the building with the end of the group, waving goodbye to Lu Qing and the others. "Have you thought about it? Freedom to explore the Otherworld is a right of the players in the Otherworld Management Agreement. I won't stop you, but please also be careful. and perhaps we can fight side by side in the future." The Black Knight came to his side and said in an admonishing tone. Chun Xian raised his chin solemnly. "I'll just fight monsters and upgrade in this neighborhood. I won't wander off." Seeing this, the Black Knight no longer discouraged him. He pulled out a white crystal the size of a date palm from his pocket and tossed it into Chun Xian's hand. A small gift before saying goodbye. "This is an information crystal that contains some relevant intelligence about the other realm. It's all newly summarized, and it might be helpful to you." After saying this, he left in style without looking back. Chun Xian received the crystal and likewise did not bother to look at the Black Knights departing back. He gazed out into the distance where the black mist was thinning. That was the direction from which it had come. The soul partner sensation in his heart that had originally become blurred was becoming strong again. Chapter 47 Magic Lady Rider. Obsession. Outside the Otherworld, Chonghenan Road, one of the main roads leading to Greenshade Park, had been blocked off. Cordon tape after cordon tape was drawn. The blockade had reached 6 kilometers away from the place of the incident. A triple barrier has been set up from the inside to the outside. The outermost is Uncle Hat. Moving inward were the authorities' field personnel who had the status of players but were not the main combatants. The innermost part was the reserve team that came in response to the authorities' call. At the same time, there were about nearly 200 players who were closer to the changing sea who voluntarily rushed to the scene. After signing a notice of danger labeled with the energy level of the Otherworld, the dispersed players would enter from the corresponding other 2 directions respectively. Even with the use of the Cityscape AR and the Large Illusion Realm, the commotion here still attracted the attention of some of the melon eaters. After all, the range covered by this otherworldly realm was truly not small. As time passed, the risk of this place being exposed would become greater and greater. At one of the outermost blocked intersections, Lily Wei removed her motorcycle helmet with a tight frown. When Chen Xian had left, she had used her cell phone to look up quite a bit of information about Blue Star. With her higher spirit attribute, she read and absorbed it extremely quickly. She had a preliminary understanding of this weak magic world. In her opinion, although Blue Star had a low level of utilization of magic and related powers, however, its attainments in mechanical engineering were far superior to the Starfall continent. For example, there were all sorts of high-speed moving vehicles, as well as large airliners whose size was comparable to that of a dragon. When she received Chun Xian's urgent call through her mind, she immediately asked a passerby to borrow a Springwind 250 SR motorcycle. After a short attempt, she was able to skillfully drive this thing. However, since she didn't know how to use navigation, she could only follow the fuzzy sensory tracking that had been cut off. Master is just ahead. With a nice shimmy to a side stop, she looked to the seemingly unproblematic view of the city behind the barrier. Lily Vi, who was extra sensitive to magic, detected the illusion. At that moment, an Uncle Hat noticed her and approached her, ready to talk her away, but Lily Vi ignored her on the spot. She muttered the common language of the continent that Uncle Hat couldn't understand. With red flame as a guide, molten iron as a boat, branding the marks of the realm, harnessing the unquenchable fury, the red razor trail was unleashed. Lily twisted the throttle and the tires ignited with orange flames. The speed steeply broke through the design limit, soaring to over 300 kilometers per hour. The warped motorcycle crashed through the barrier, leaving a trail of flames burning in its wake. The Hat Uncle was lifted down by the sudden surge of airflow. The look was full of horror, but he was quickly muffled by a colleague who knew the inside story. Unfortunately, there were still many vehicles lingering around here. What had just happened had already been captured by quite a few traveling records. Uncle Hat, who was in the know, hurriedly reported the situation to the authority. It didn't take long for Lily, who was heading towards the other realm, to be intercepted by a second wave, and this time the ones who struck were the authorities' staff. Each of them were established players, originally recruited from within the system. Upon realizing that even after obtaining the qualifications for the internal test, individualism still couldn't overpower collectivism. All of these people had extinguished the idea of becoming an ancestor man. The end of the universe was the establishment. There didn't seem to be anything wrong with being an establishment player. Their days were more comfortable than the average casual player. However, in recent months, several of the country's top loose players have also formed their own labor unions. Various benefits were pulled full circle, and some of them even gave away extra game props. The level of these staff members is between 15-25 levels, not high, but competent enough for field work. When they first saw Lillowy riding a fire-burning battery car, they thought they had run into a player who didn't quite understand the situation. Although the otherworldly authority and that big brother who created the forum were doing their best to promote player communication. However, there were still some players who remained single player. This was an unavoidable situation. There are also some Buddhist players who simply specialize in life professions. They spent their days in the game fishing and raising flowers. Stop! Stop! This player, please sign the informational letter and enter the foreign realm in an orderly manner. The staff member holding a loudspeaker shouted at the top of his voice. The soulmate mechanism doomed Chun Xian to have the highest priority for her until her loyalty was zeroed out. However, she still stopped at an interminable moment, because the front was clearly blocked by magic. There were also well-equipped reserves heading this way. Scared the baby to death. Thought you were going to punch the card. The staff member blocking the front slapped his chest. Are you a player? Sign the agreement. The man didn't see much of it and maintained a relatively polite attitude. Competing with players was a thankless task. If you encountered a grumpy old man, you might have to suffer an undeserved disaster. However, Lilvy's reply left him a bit at a loss for words. I'm not some player, I'm going to save my master. Master! The staff chewed on the words. It was at this time that the reserve captain who had arrived spoke up just in time. She's a soul mate. How rare! To be in human form. Let her in. The latest progress came from the terminal. Black and the others have purged the peripheral demonic creatures close to this direction. The reserve captain sked, but with a big wave of his hand he directly signaled to let her in. It was evident that the player was not in direct conflict with collectivism. Rather, adaptation, fusion, and some sort of self-consistency arose from the objective situation. However, behind every seemingly outrageous rule, there must be a predecessor who paid a price for it. Lillowy didn't care to listen to them. When the other side gave way and opened a gap in the magical blockade, she twisted the throttle and drove into it. The fire-burning trajectory left a strong burning scent in its place. The valiant back caused the crowd behind her to salute. Underneath the helmet, the red tresses born from a kiss of fire fluttered in the wind. What a magical female rider. Not enough. Far from enough. The green shade Otherworld within the belly of the mountain in the core area. Here stood a black crystal pillar. The sorcerer in a feathered cloak was letting out a dissatisfied growl. This little offering won't be able to call upon the god's projection to descend. It's also not enough to expand the realm again. How can this completely solidify the descent nodes here? It paced anxiously and repeatedly. If Chun Xian were here, he would have realized that this sorcerer was actually an old familiar demon. Right now, a large number of human limbs were piled up next to the crystal pillars. Ripples were dug out on the ground, which had been completely filled with blood. Great Wizard of More. The living sacrifices you asked for have been brought. The divine sacrifice should be made as soon as possible. The incoming humans are strong. A red-skinned inferior demon wizard holding a wooden staff walked into the stone hall with a grave expression. It was followed by hundreds of humans whose hands were bound. They clustered in the passageway looking incredibly crowded. At the forefront were the cloaked Lin Man and Lin Fei, who had long been scared out of their wits. Hearing this, Moore became furious. The shadow behind it suddenly expanded and became incomparably hideous, even covering the dome. You! Come over here! The evil energy in front of Moore's body condensed into a giant claw and picked up Lin Man, who had wet her skirt. He said he was going to take her first. The frightened Lin Man stomped and kicked frantically. Don't! Don't! It was so hard for me to get into the establishment. I haven't enjoyed a real life yet. Don't kill me. I'm willing to do anything. The giant claws of evil energy suddenly loosened, and Lin Man dropped to the ground, only thinking that her pleas for mercy had had an effect. She knelt to Moore's side and raised her hand to undo the waistband of its pants. Out of fear, this seemed to be the only way she could think of pleasing her opponent. What a strong obsession. Greedy female human. Your desire will serve me well. The corners of Moore's mouth grinned in an evil arc. A totem pole poked out of the ground behind him. It merely flicked it, and Lin Man was fixed to the totem pole by black silk threads. The living sacrifice begins. The gods will create a powerful companion for us. The butcher's knife rose and fell, and a human head was chopped off. Blood pooled below the totem pole, and dark, foggy hands climbed down the totem pole from the bottom up, until the terrified Lin Man was completely submerged. Chapter 48. Between the false and the real, the comfort of a blind audition. So it is. The core crystal pillars of the other realm will likely solidify until a rift is created. After that, the realm will transform, turning into a buffer zone between the Starfall continent and the Blue Star. Chun Xian drifted off, part of his previous doubts answered. Immediately, he removed the information crystal that was tightly attached to his forehead. The information contained within it was greatly rewarding to him. Finally, he had figured out what the Otherworld and Rift were. If a player was a privileged status that could grab resources from the Starfall continent to keep growing, then the Otherworld was a side effect. The game system interfered everywhere, and those NPCs who had been imbued with consciousness called it supreme. But the world in which the Otherworld is located has a divine presence. The multi-dimensional gods, plus the so-called 9 kings of Starfall, constitute an ancient transcendent power. For example, the demon race, including the inferior demons, serves a deity called the 4 evil gods. Blue Star humans seem to be pure sacrifices of a higher order to them. They will do whatever it takes to create the rift. It remains to be seen what pure means. There is a known pattern that the more players there are, the more frequently the realm appears. The concentration of magic in the blue planet is also slowly increasing. As for the magical game Otherworld, the authorities' think tank had pondered over it after repeated speculations. There were 2 major core speculations. The first was the civilization trial theory. According to the information gathered from the NPCs, the Starfall continent had experienced more than one cyclical epoch change. Many civilizations had risen and fallen, ultimately forming the current pattern of 10,000 races standing side by side. Of course, there were 10,000 ethnicities, and standing side by side was an exaggeration. There were many ethnic groups that had long since declined, or even annihilated in the river of years. Thus, the players could be some sort of test case for the supreme setting. The reason why the authority is paving the way for the gamification of all people is purely because there is already an irreversible trend of the 2 worlds converging, and the other world will eventually become the second world of mankind. Lastly, there is the theory of virtual inversion. It was possible that the Blue Star was the only virtual existence. In contrast, the Starfall continent, where the secondary realm is clear, may be the real world. In the universe, the size of the Blue Star is insignificant. Jupiter is 1,300 times that size. The distant planet HD 100546b is known to hold 450,000 blue stars. The existence of the Starfall continent is a force that breaks the rules of physics. People are still currently unable to get a glimpse of its entirety. Under such a cognitive premise, it is a bit too arrogant to consider the Blue Star humans as the center. In terms of volume, it seemed that the Blue Star players were the variable that had been hastily added in. Nowadays, in just less than a year, there were a total of 12 solidified rifts around the globe. Due to the timely handling of China, there was only one rift in its territory, located in the remote Xiangtong no man's land. The rift region has spatial compression and expansion characteristics, with the interior being much larger than the exterior. Its outbursts were influenced by the phases of the moon and only came out on a large scale on the nights of lunar eclipses. Moon phase is another term that is brought up with high frequency in the crystal information. However, it was ambiguous at key points, so it was clear that the truth was not that simple. Nowadays, global players were divided into 7 advent regions according to the 7 kingdoms of the Starfall continent. The concept of geomancy in the blue planet clearly extends into the Otherworld. Since ancient times, geo-relationship is a potential competitive relationship. This is the origin of the national war theory. At the end of the message, there was also a brief introduction of the Hichu Agreement. This is the node established by the 171st Bureau, that is, the Otherworldly Administration, based on the 64 hexagrams of the Book of Changes. The country has deployed 64 nodes with optimal distances according to the 64 hexagrams. The technology of Hearthstone teleportation was cracked by reversing it, thus realizing the rapid deployment of combat squads to various places. The system was led and developed by the first high-level space system talent player in China, Mythic Air. It was also the first space technology to be utilized on a large scale in reality. It was just that every time one picked up a teleportation, they had to consume an exorbitant amount of materials. Chun Xian gathered his consciousness. In his heart, he could not help but sigh a little. It was as if he had glimpsed the imminent arrival of a magnificent era. The timing of him obtaining the qualifications for the internal test was just right, not too late and not too early. Both had the experience of previous generations to draw on. Nor would he be obliterated when the Great World arrived. After resting in place for about 10 minutes or so, the Black Knight squad left Ningyu Mansion first. They displayed the combat qualities that a fist squad should have. They attacked the areas where the monsters were densely packed in a wide open manner. After shredding them to pieces and reducing the density of monsters in the periphery, they headed straight for the core area. The black fog there was so thick that it practically covered the sky. Ningyu Mansion was protected by a thick magic light screen, and it had just become a gathering point for scattered players. This was also the reason why the Black Knight squad was relieved to place the survivors here. During this time, Chun Xian also saw a small team of scattered players. They were gradually cleaning up the remaining demons around them, quickly harvesting experience values, purely treating this place as a practicing spot. As the players stepped in, the rhythm of the entire other realm also shifted from disorganized chaos to an orderly purge. With transcendent against transcendent, the demons no longer had a crushing advantage like they did against ordinary people. After all, players were truly the fourth heavenly calamity. Compared to the individual demons, the players were not only tricky and versatile, but many of the normal mode players also appeared to be fearless of death. Chun Xian was tired of fighting just now and did not act for the time being. He just sat in front of the steps of the building, which was also protected by a magic formation, and rested, patiently waiting for Lil Wei to arrive. He could already clearly sense the breath of the other party getting closer and closer. Not long ago, he was just a mediocre social animal. Now it was a player with a knife's edge. The world was quietly changing, yet most ordinary people remained unaware of it. This world was indeed a huge information cocoon. There was no time to continue lamenting about this. He immersed his mind in the storage space. The items that he had previously exchanged with the Black Knight using the node secret key were all lying quietly inside. Various types of basic potions were basically manageable. It covered healing, mana, and energy recovery. The additional eclipsed gold coins given allowed him to buy whatever he lacked. For a novice, it was considered quite practical. The spell scroll that the Black Knight had given him was more than enough to serve as a life-saving card. Of course, all of these were just additions to Chun Xian. The 2 pieces of purple rare-grade equipment in his pocket were the main event. At that time, the Black Knight had taken out the unused equipment from his inventory for Chun Xian to blindly select. Before the equipment's attribution was converted, the insight mechanism for other players was the same as viewing the player himself, and only brief name information could be seen. Considering that he was rather lacking in defense, the first thing he selected was a sturdy-looking battle armor. Then he spotted a badge with a rather delicate and flashy shape. At that moment, the Black Knight suddenly became squirmy, and actually looked a bit fleshy. However, after considering it for a moment, he still handed the badge solemnly into Chun Xian's hands. This put him in a good mood. It was considered to be some comfort. Chapter 49 Hidden Profession Angry Thunder Apostle. Raising his hand, he lightly dusted his chest. A crisp echo sounded out immediately. Immediately after, Chun Xian's upper body revealed the sturdy chest armor. It was dark red in color overall. It had a layered structure similar to scales. The edges of each piece of scale armor glowed with a faint edge of black light. The shoulders were molded into the shape of broken dragon horns. 12 rotating toughness mana ring runes were embedded inside. The waist and belly joints are made of double helix structured magical beast leather. The surface is painted with magic patterns. It can provide more comprehensive protection for the equipped person. 3 crystallized bones were exposed at the spine position of the back, with light particles lingering between the bones. With a slight movement of his mind, attributes immediately surfaced beside it. Reverse scale barrier. Quality: rare grade. Physical defense: 95. Spell defense: 70. Equipment requirements: physical fitness: 40. Life value limit: 500. Durability: 385. 400. Active effect: Powerful Guardian 1. Active effect: Powerful Guardian generates shield based on your own physique attribute. Each point can be converted into 30 points of sturdiness value, and at the same time use the value of the physique itself as a double resistance. The sturdiness value of the shield can be restored by 50 points per second, and it can last for a maximum time of 25 minutes with a cooldown time of 4 hours. 12-fold toughness. Activate the toughness spell ring. Dramatically increase resistance to effects such as knockdown, punch, and shock. Duration 15 minutes. Skill cooldown 2 hours. Reverse scales reverse. After activating this skill, The scales will pop out and enter into the reverse scales reverse state, duration 5 minutes, during which 30% of the damage of the close-range physical attack sustained will be returned to the attacker. At the same time, it will cause a counter-vibration effect, causing the enemies whose physique attribute is lower than that of the already party to appear frozen. Skill cooldown time 4 hours. Passive effect. Shock roar. Every 10% reduction of the equipped person's life value will unleash a shock roar effect in a 10-meter radius around them, dealing a fixed 200 points of blunt damage and knocking down all targets with a physical attribute lower than his side. Scale walker physical and spell defense increased by an additional 35 points when not moving. A man's gotta be tough. Equipped with this battle armor, Chun Xian's dual resistance directly rose by a large margin. He finally understood why the Black Knight and his party were able to attack the bloodthirsty inferior demon group without fear. It was true that in any game, equipment was the fastest way to increase strength. Not to mention that most of the magical equipment in Otherworld came with different active and passive skills to a greater or lesser extent. The more equipment you had, the more abilities you could perform. Of course, the cooldowns of these skills were not too short, and they had to be used at the most appropriate time. Chun Xian stroked the lines of the scales, and this time, he did not conceal it, but kept it equipped. He sat in place and flicked his fingers. A light blue badge carved with lightning splitting the sky appeared in both fingers. This badge was only the size of a thumb, yet it seemed to condense the skyline of a stormy night into it. The base was a deep-sea translucent blueprint, the internal flocculent cloud pattern slowly surging with the flow of light. The edges of the badge are forged with secret silver to create a lightning-striking pattern in relief, and the lightning pattern in the center that rips through the sky is not a flat carving, but a three-dimensional slit inlaid by countless tiny blue broken crystals. Whenever the ambient light dimmed slightly, tiny arcs of electricity would leap up in the slits. They are reflected in the prismatic surfaces of the crystals, creating the illusion of branching lightning bolts. The back of the badge is also engraved with an ancient inscription whose meaning is unintelligible. This thing was extraordinary just from its appearance. Initially, Chun Xian was also confused as to why the Black Knight would place such a fine badge that looked like it had a great deal to offer in the blind selection of items. However, it was only after he took over and saw the attributes that he came to a realization. This badge was indeed a bit ribald for the average player. Emblem of Thunder Eclipse. Quality: rare grade. Wearing requirements: none. Durability: 539/550. Active effect: electricity sensation enchants the weapon with lightning, causing it to enter a state of electricity sensitivity. Each attack will be accompanied by an additional 150 points of electric shock damage. Lasts for 3 minutes, cooldown time 2 hours. Split Thunder Lead can pull falling thunder to bombard the target area, inflicting 550 lightning damage to targets within a 3-meter radius. With 8% true damage of the enemy's maximum life value. Cooldown 1 hour. Thunder Net Dazzle generates a thunder net to entangle the target, causing it to take 100 points of lightning damage per second and fall into a state of paralysis. Lasts for 12 seconds, cooldown time 4 hours. Thunder Domain opened to itself as the center point, making a 100m radius turned into a Thunder Domain. Duration 300 seconds. During the period around the body will randomly drop a falling thunder every second, causing a fixed 500 points of damage and the target's maximum life value of 6% of the real damage. Cooldown time 12 hours. Passive effect: Thunder Eclipse. When equipped, you will be subjected to Thunder Eclipse every 3 seconds, not suffering any specific damage, but there is a 50% chance that you will be briefly paralyzed and suffer intense electric pain. Split Zeus Thunder Pivot Thunder Eclipse Dome Pulse. The stuff is indeed good. 99%. Rare item. Comes with a lot of skills and basically all of them are output enhancing. It is a must-have choice for traveling at home and killing people. But it is bad on the Thunder Eclipse, this pure debuff. Every 3 seconds to a time, each time there is a 50% chance of paralysis. Dry battle when a hempa squeak. Who can stand it? That was why the Black Knight had put it on the shelf. When the badge was selected by Chun Xian, he was indeed heartbroken. Only the heartache wasn't for the badge itself, but for Chun Xian, the little wretch. However, such things as fate were indescribable. None of them could stand the negative effects of Thunder Eclipse. But Chun was partial to it. Looting ashes, returning to the ruins unleashed. Immunized to paralysis. After blocking out the repeated prompts, Chun Xian felt a sense of relief. He had already ignored the paralysis effect n times from just now until now. It was evident that there was still a lot of potential to be tapped into with the talent of hijacked ashes returning to the ruins. It was truly the arsenic of the other, but the honey of this. While he was reviewing his gains, suddenly a new tip popped up. Continuous endurance of thunder erosion. 100-100. Open hidden profession Raging Thunder Apostle Inheritance Side Quest Stage I. Mission requirement. Endure thunder erosion continuously. 100-100-000. Mission reward. Opening of Stage 2 mission. Physical fitness plus 50. Thunder affinity level plus 1. Thunder elemental resistance of all levels plus 25%. Each thunder eclipse is actually a process of calling some thunder to wash the body and transform the physique. If you want to have thunder and lightning, you have to bear all that it brings first. When Chun Xian saw the prompt for the profession quest, he immediately couldn't sit still and immediately jumped up. The quest requirements were simple. He had already endured 100 thunder eclipse times. That was the condition for opening the quest. The advancement requirement was just for him to continue to endure the full 100,000 times thunder eclipse. But it had to be continuous, which meant that it couldn't be interrupted halfway through, according to the frequency of once every 3 seconds. He only needed to wear it continuously for more than 80 hours to complete the first stage of the branch. Easy. Easy. The way to open this hidden profession was hidden in the badge. It was just a pity that other players were the ones who actually found it difficult to trigger the inheritance quest. Unless the other party was an Iron M. Chapter 50. You're a player too? The emblem of Thunder Eclipse still looked cool when worn on his chest. Every time the Thunder Eclipse was activated, tiny arcs of hair like electricity would stir around him. After being immune to negative effects such as paralysis and pain, what was left behind was only that indescribable permeability. Chun Xian felt quite comfortable. If the original Thunderbolt Dharma King Yang Yongxin had gotten this, he would definitely be overjoyed. Dude, you're alone? Just as he was dispersing his thoughts and relaxing his taut nerves, a sudden greeting came from behind him. The one who spoke was a young-looking takeout boy. The light blue hungry MO vest was particularly conspicuous. However, what appeared within the open vest was a hard leather armor that contained an enchanted aura. Seeing Chun Xian's gaze puzzled but not answering, he hurriedly explained again. It's like this, buddy. If you're alone, why don't you join our squad? Not only is it safer for everyone to team up together, leveling is also more efficient than solo. Saying that, he waved his hand at the 4 players who stayed a few dozen meters away. Those 4 people instantly walked towards this place. The Otherworld was formed by encapsulating part of the reality area though. However, it was much closer to Otherworld in terms of rules. There was an experience bonus for teaming up, and the specific bonus percentage was distributed according to the number of people in the team. The more the number of people in the team, the lower the extra experience bonus, and accordingly the faster the speed of clearing will be. Of course, there is a limit to the number of people in a team. The maximum number of people in a single team is 30. If this was just a simple game, then Chun Xian might have agreed. But the Otherworld was different. The absolutely real transcendent game had life and death crises everywhere. Not to mention the fact that he was a hardcore player who was finished if he died once. Therefore, the teammates he chose had to be trustworthy so that he could safely trust his back. He wouldn't dare to join a wild team like this. If the subsequent purge went smoothly, it would be fine. But in case something goes wrong, then as an outsider in the team, he is the proper cannon fodder. He could be betrayed at any time. What's more, any team needs to bond. Chun Xian did not intend to gamble on the unknown humanity. So he shook his head. Sorry, I have company. In response, the delivery boy scratched his head awkwardly. Then, fine. At this time, his 4 teammates came over with a flourish. They were 3 men and 1 woman, dressed in different costumes. The only girl on the team had heavy dark circles under her eyes and looked shriveled. The black tights outlined her flat, airfield figure. The twin daggers she wore around her waist seemed to indicate that she was a scout-type player. As for the 3 male members, they looked fancy. 2 of them were middle-aged men with ordinary faces and the helmets of Huajian 29 Bureau on their heads. The dark skin and rough faces all emphasized that they were construction workers in reality. Is the player's sense of secrecy so poor? Or is it because the otherworldly administration is indeed pursuing a liberalized player management policy? After all, countless examples since ancient times have proven that it's better to block than to block in the face of a great power. That's right. Those ordinary players with more lifespans remaining aren't that fearful of death. Chen Xian muttered in his mind. Of course, it was possible that the situation before them was caused by survivor bias. Other than the two worker uncles, the other male member was mysterious. He was cloaked in a hooded jacket and also wore a thick cotton gauze mask. While Chen Xian looked into his eyes, he had an inexplicably familiar sense of vestigial vision. But for a moment he couldn't recall it. The mask was a good thing, often making it impossible to tell the difference between a speed claw and a speed puppet. Ha! Just as he was thinking, the masked man was the first to voice his surprise. He only hesitated for a moment, but gently pulled the mask down, revealing most of his face. Ah! Chen Xian was shocked on the spot when he saw his face. Cough! Xiaolang, this is my friend. I'm going to talk to him on the side. The masked man used a cough to hide his emotions, and then he turned his head to say to the delivery boy. The latter was self-effacing. He and Chen Xian walked over to the flowerbed 70 to 80 meters away. Wei Liang, you're a player too. Chen Xian was truly astonished. This was because what appeared under the mask was clearly the vicissitudes of his colleague Wei Liang's face that had not yet aged. At these words, he wore a bitter smile. Yeah. It's been almost a month since I got the internal test qualification. I didn't realize that you're a player too, Brother Xian. After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Chen Xian to answer, and suddenly lowered his volume and said mysteriously, Xiao Zhena, is that you? Words are said to this point. Chen Xian frankly nodded. Liangzi, don't you tell me? Our vice team leader Yuan of Department 2 suddenly left due to illness? Upon hearing this, Wei Liang nodded somewhat awkwardly. Now everything made sense. The reason why Chen Xian had an extreme distaste for Xiao Zhena, aside from the fact that she always practiced high-pressure workplace PUA, it was also related to the recent departure of the department's deputy team leader. At that time, there were already rumors in the small group that the chairman of the board thought that Chen Xian was working hard enough, and had mentioned to Xiao Zhena more than once that she wanted Chen Xian to take over that position. But even if it was just a small management post, Xiao Zhena was unwilling to let go. She would rather leave it vacant for almost 2 weeks. This was one of the reasons why Chen Xian was annoyed, and that departing vice team leader Yuan was said to have suddenly found out that he was suffering from systemic lupus erythematosus. As a chronic terminal disease, patients needed immunosuppressive treatment for life. Wei Liang had had his salary deducted more than once in the past 2 years by this Yuan deputy team leader for various reasons. The other party had previously been in good health and usually had the habit of playing sports. So after learning about Wei Liang's player's identity, Chen Xian realized that the logical chain of truth actually just made sense. Wei Liang felt pretty much the same as him. Both parties had a pretty good relationship in the company, essentially because each felt the same way. After being surprised, both sides looked at each other and smiled. There was nothing wrong with letting evil be rewarded for evil. Brother Xian, you should be a senior player. The equipment on your body looks like hard goods. Wei Liang surveyed the armor, and other equipment on his body with envy in his eyes. In response, Chen Xian just smiled noncommittally. Wanting equipment to take effect would make it impossible to hide it, unless one was in possession of a wondrous artifact that concealed the effect. Overall, he found that the otherworldly game encouraged player cooperation. A variety of compensatory mechanisms for the cooperation aspect were introduced for potential competitive relationships between players. This move was feared to prevent players from completely falling into a vicious relationship of big fish eating small fish. It was just like the triad immortal cultivation worldview described in many immortal cultivation novels. Won't the otherworldly authority pursue us for doing this? Chen Xian mentioned, but saw Wei Liang hook up the corner of his mouth. Just don't cause any deaths. Players are privileged at this stage. It's not that Bureau 171 doesn't want to manage it, but it can't manage it. The advantages of collectivism are certainly great, but in front of the other world, everyone is a newbie. But if you jump out as a lawless ancestor person, then there will definitely be senior players who will step in to clean it up. Speaking of this, the smile on Wei Liang's face became even more mysterious. The corners of his mouth drew a triumphant arc. He stretched out a palm, signaling Chen Xian to watch. In just the blink of an eye, a cloud of yellow and green gas condensed in his palm. Orange color, epic talent, sickness gas. Chapter 51. Sister-in-law doesn't look like a local. Chen Xian stared at the so-called sick chi in his palm. Without any further explanation from Wei Liang, one could guess what it did. Is this the same trick that made vice leader Yuan suffer from lupus erythematosus? he whispered. Wei Liang nodded gently, his tone becoming firm. This is what he deserves. Although his words carried no hesitation, Chen Xian still saw the confusion deep in his heart. At one time, the other party and himself were both recognized as honest people within the company. It was said that honest people were the most terrifying when they got angry. However, it was not other people that they had difficulty defeating, it was actually the bottom line in their hearts. Even after using extraordinary means to ruthlessly teach those who had bullied them a lesson, the sense of guilt was always difficult to quell. In this regard, Chen Xian inexplicably did not think that much. He wasn't sure when exactly he had produced the change. Was it the breakup he heard in the restaurant? Is it those PUA words and personality suppression that you see on the nail? Or was it the depression of working diligently for years and still not being able to change things? Or the coming of the Otherworld? Irrespective of the cause, the camel of the past has long been crushed by the last straw. Both of them suddenly became silent, and then after a few seconds each looked at each other, shaking their heads and smiling bitterly. I'm really not the material to be a great villain. Wei Liang shrugged, his tone reverting to lightheartedness. Here, Brother Xin, this mass of sickness qi is for you as a gift. Reaching out to take it, Chen Xian was not afraid of this kind of debuff. The sickness qi condensed but did not disperse, as if it was bound by an invisible force field. Insight was unleashed and information really did surface. Special, grade 2 sickness qi intestinal obstruction. Effect. Can be used on any flesh and blood being to cause the corresponding disease to appear. Its effect was simple and straightforward. Since sickness qi could be given away, it could be traded. This was the major reason why Wei Liang took the initiative to bear his talent. The auxiliary type and this type of talent that could produce wonders did not have as high a level of secrecy compared to the special and combat types. Just like Fatty, for example, he would introduce his cooking talent to everyone. And although Wei Liang did not go so far as to tell people when he saw them, he was nonetheless able to tell Chen Xian truthfully. Something, he praised sincerely. This caused a smile to return to Wei Liang's face. After I enter the sickness and disease state, I can generate a ball of random sickness qi every 4 hours. The level changes as my level and attributes increase. Right now I'm in the disease and illness state. My physique has weakened drastically, and I'm also infected with diseases. He pointed at his mask and continued to explain. Chen Xian subconsciously took half a step back, and then quickly regained his footing. This was because the robbery ashes returning to the ruins had not been triggered. Seeing his reaction, Wei Liang hurriedly added, Haha, at the moment, my contagiousness is still relatively weak and only has a significant effect on ordinary people. Players are basically completely immune. Chen Xian bristled. Why don't we just call you the source of plague from now on? That said, your luck is also too good to have drawn an orange talent straight away. At this time, Wei Liang actually wanted to ask a mouthful about what his talent was again. However, seeing that Chen Xian did not have the slightest desire to talk about it, he instantly understood. There was an unspoken tacit understanding. Xian's talent was afraid that it wasn't the more sensitive combat-oriented talent, right? A combat-oriented talent was like a master's hidden stance, and if it was spread out hastily, the stance would lose most of its significance. Wei Liang secretly guessed. This was also the current situation of players today. Auxiliary and production-type talent players hated to tell the world about it. This was a well-deserved talent that could increase the value and gold content of joining a guild or an authority. No matter what, they could also pull in a few more clients and earn a little more money. Without looking deeper into this aspect, Wei Liang made his own comment. I saw a discussion post in the forum. It was to the effect that there were almost no currently known player talent levels that were lower than the blue excellent level. Many player veterans speculated that this was because of the existence of a guaranteed bottoming mechanism for the talent pools that the internal test players participated in drawing, and that by the time it was fully open, more people would only be drawing mundane talents. After all, according to the population ratio, the people who can become internal test players are truly 1 in 10,000. This argument did have a few points of truth to it. Chen Xian decided to go to the forums more often when he had the time to read posts to gain insight. Speaking of the forum, he was curious as to what exactly the creator of the forum was. Just as he was about to ask a question, Wei Liang suddenly turned his words around. Brother Xian, it's actually not bad for you to join our squad. Truth be told, this is the second exotic realm purge I've participated in with the team. Could it be that you have a regular team, Brother Xian? Seeing Chen Xian frowning slightly, he appeared somewhat embarrassed. He could not help but ask curiously as well. In response, Chen Xian truly did not know how to answer. He could only vaguely say, sort of, "It's not like we're out of contact. There are still opportunities to fight side by side in the future." That's true. By the way, Brother Xian, you can consider realizing a portion of the game currency and props. It's not bad to improve your life. Because at this stage, we're staying in reality for longer. The main reason I still go to work is because I haven't gotten used to it yet. But I've already started experiencing a life that I didn't have in the past, which would have been days that I would never have experienced in my life, he said as he took a chic Trident emblem car key out of his pocket. Sales 63 AMG. My dream car. Wei Liang laughed again. To be honest, Chen Xian had never seen him laugh so often before. There was no reply. This was because the sudden sound of a roaring engine interrupted the conversation between the two. It was as if a mechanical beast was running wildly towards this place. Such a commotion naturally caught the attention of the surrounding players. Looking along the source of the sound, a female rider wearing a motorcycle helmet with red hair flowing behind her could be seen speeding towards the area. Wherever she passed, she left behind a dazzling trajectory of flames. The female rider went straight to where Chen Xian was and came to a beautiful tail-swinging stop. The smoke and dust from the fire wrapped up the silence for a moment. That was until she took off her helmet and came to Chen Xian, owing her respects. "Lord, brother." The visitor was none other than Lily Wei. She greeted habitually before immediately changing her words. After seeing Lin Man's reaction, Chen Xian had explained before she set off that she should change her tone to brother in front of outsiders. Wei Liang's expression, who was standing next to him, instantly became odd. He was surprised to find that he was actually unable to gain insight into this red-haired girl with a moving temperament. It only showed Lily Wei and a large series of question marks. Wei Liang didn't realize that this was because the mechanism for gaining insight into Lily Wei was just as extremely limited as gaining insight into items that were not attributed to him. However, he could tell that the girl had a very unusual relationship with Chen Xian. And being able to enter the other realm, she should be a player as well. It had to be said that the title brother had really confused him. This also had to do with the fact that Wei Liang hadn't come into contact with soulmates. "It's okay, Brother Xian. It's only been a while." He raised his elbow against Chen Xian while squeezing his eyebrows. "What a brother and sister. How affectionate. This is your sister-in-law, right?" "Hello, sister-in-law." This strange greeting left Lily Wei a bit at a loss for words. Although she wasn't a Blue Star person, she still understood the inner voice of Wei Liang's words after becoming proficient in the language. She, who was already more shy about male-female relationships, immediately blushed. "Why, hey, sister-in-law is still shy. Brother, our sister-in-law doesn't look like a local." Seeing Wei Liang chatting more and more vigorously, Chen Xian on the contrary did not have the leisure to catch up. Since Lily Wei had already arrived, it was time for him to regroup and go brush up on the monsters. Go. I'm gonna go brush up on my monsters and practice leveling as well. By the way, this is my return gift to you." Lily Wei mounted the motorcycle, and Chen Xian took the initiative to sit behind her. Before leaving, he took out a small glass bottle filled with pink liquid and tossed it to Wei Liang. With that, he let Lily Wei leave and drove closer to the central district. In place, Wei Liang smiled from the bottom of his heart, as the hard luck couple seemed to have been saved at the same time. Only when the motorcycle was far away did he look down at the small bottle. Soon after, his mouth opened in surprise. Under primary insight, a large number of question marks and a slightly sloppy note appeared on top of the bottle. A diluted liquid of unknown material and craftsmanship, immune to all single negative effects below 4th rank once after taking it.
Chapter 52 Familiar Scent.
Kill 4 armed red devil chaser LV-21. Obtained magic copper coin 42. Experience value plus 420 points. The red-skinned shoddy devil's corpse in front of him was strewn with scorched sword marks. Chen Xian's experience value steadily increased, as he orderly purged the wandering demons around him at a frequency of 1-2 monsters per minute. Ever since equipping the battle armor of Reverse Scale Barrier, the inferior demonic monsters in the foreign realm would only be able to barely break their defenses against him. Combined with the passive of Evil Intent Deterrence, he didn't even need to take out his useless rod. With just a flame-ruffling short sword, he was able to frantically output alongside Lily. Of course, this also had a lot to do with the fact that the Black Knight squad had previously strangled all the monster swarms in the periphery to pieces. Moreover, other players could be seen in the surrounding area at intervals of 1 to 200 meters, also working hard to clear the monsters. There was no longer the pressure of fighting alone. It was no wonder that every time the exotic realm opened, the casual players around the region would spontaneously come. With the authority sending out a fist team to press the battlefield, the outer perimeter of the foreign realm had become an excellent place to brush monsters. The monsters here had all been enhanced. With a high initial level, the experience given was even higher. Lilui, how much mana do you have left? Chun Xian turned his head and asked. The battle power displayed by the barely equipped Lilui was still formidable. The fire elemental high affinity allowed her spirit attribute to have a higher percentage of mana converted. The basic spell attack was even 319 plus 49 points, and the mana cap was 3,190 points. The staff she was currently using was still a green fine-grade short staff of withered vine that had exploded from the body of an apprentice inferior demon wizard not too long ago. It added an additional 49 points of base mana damage. The many types of fire magic she had mastered through intermediate pyromancy proficiency allowed her to transform into a spell turret. The low cooldown fireball spell was even hitting one after another. Each shot was able to directly hit the bloodthirsty inferior demon swordsman. There are still 1970 points. Lilui reported. Chun Xian nodded gently, indicating that he understood. His current level had risen to LV9, and he had received another 5 free attribute points as a reserve. Attribute points as they could be added at any time, so there was no need to add them off in too much of a hurry in non-emergency situations. LV17 Lilui also had a not-so-low experience value gain here. Meditate and rest for a quarter of an hour. We'll continue brushing monsters in a different place later, although she still had a lot of mana value remaining. However, Chun Xian still decided to rest for a while so that she could meditate to recover. Those long cooldown, high-powered fire spells were even more so that she was not allowed to cast any of them. The situation in front of him looked optimistic, but he didn't dare to take it lightly. Letting Lilui keep a hand in case there was any situation, whether it was breaking out or clearing monsters, would come in handy. Chun Xian was not greedy. He had already gained a lot of benefits from this wave of the Otherworld. As long as he could steadily rise to LV10 next, he would be happy. If he wanted to rely on the whiteboard monsters around the novice village to rise to level 10, he would have to brush them for 3 or 4 days at the very least. They quickly arrived inside a convenience store with broken glass and blood-stained areas. Chun Xian picked up 2 pints of cola from beside the crooked cooler. When he was young, he had dreamed of having a kiosk of his own, to take whatever he wanted to eat. In a sense, that wish was sort of realized here. Sitting together with Lilui in a corner that was covered by a concrete wall, Chun Xian snapped open the pull-top lid and raised his neck to take a large sip, letting out a smooth, bubbling sound. Phew! Cool! The gold content of the first sip of a $3 cola was worth 2.99. Lilui had been frowning tightly ever since she went deeper into the alien realm. At this moment, after receiving the cola handed to her by Chun Xian and taking a sip, her frown only slightly relaxed. Why do you look so worried? Master, I feel that something isn't quite right here. The elemental magic is all agitated. When there were no outsiders, Lilui was still in the habit of calling her master. This was the effect brought about by contracting. Hearing this, the optimism that had just risen in him fell steeply to the bottom again. There was no need to mention the accuracy of Lilui's spiritual sense and elemental perception. Being gifted with a fire spirit, she could be called a humanoid radar in terms of elemental insight. After a brief moment of silence, Lilui added, "Furthermore, I vaguely sense a familiar aura here." She looked towards Chun Xian, her eyes filled with fear. "That aura belongs to the green shoddy demon wizard who took me captive." Upon hearing this comment, Chun Xian raised an eyebrow. More. How did it appear in the Otherworld? Could it be that this Otherworld was infected by me? The contagion theory that Xiaomu had told him about always lingered in Chun Xian's mind. Speaking of which, if it was Wei Liang who had gotten the game qualification first, then did his own subsequent acquisition of the internal test quota have anything to do with him? His mind wandered, and he remembered that in Wei Liang's squad, the 2 helmeted brothers were both at the same construction site. To say that there was no correlation, he really didn't believe it. That guy Moore's strength is considered a very powerful existence in the same rank and class. If it really descended into this otherworldly realm, it would inevitably become even more terrifying after the enhancement of the demonized or bloodthirsty state. Chun Xian said softly, Suddenly, he thought of an even worse possibility. Could Moore have become the Otherworld's town boss? Rumble. Just as the two of them were thinking, the ground suddenly shook. It was as if they had been hit by a short, strong earthquake. Inside the convenience store, the goods on the shelves all tumbled to the ground. Chun Xian did not bother to hesitate as he pulled up Lilawai's arm and quickly left the store. 10 minutes ago, the entire Black Knight squad assembled. Grandma Yen hovered at a height of 10 meters above the ground, electric arcs surrounding her. Her silver-white hair stood up towards the back, and her eyes had electric lights that lit up at first, making it impossible to look directly at her. Priestess Qingqing was bathed in white holy light, and her radiance irradiated around her, forming a domain that made the demons shy away. A Piao, A Dull, and A Fool each held up a curtain of light, forming a sturdy iron triangle barrier. Gu Long, who still had the black orchid stayed in his mouth, stood in the left seat, his two-handed sword swirling with sharp ripples. The 1-meter-6 tall Dali carried a battle axe to defend the right side, and the fong-like axe blade was trembling slightly. The Ranger sisters climbed to the top of the street lamp, which was located within the shroud of the squad's 3 Shield Brothers defense circle. At the forefront was still the Black Knight, Highland Tree. He was holding up his mounted rifle, and the Fey warhorse at his hip was leaping forward with its front hooves digging into the ground, its nose puffing out heavy breath. Ahead of the crowd was the Green Park, but sturdy barriers made a secondary separation between it and the Fey perimeter. Power, the Black Knight called softly. Hearing his greeting, Vigor put away his battle axe and took out 2 node keys. They were No, 3 and No, 4 respectively, the former of which came from Chun Xian. They served to weaken the strength of the core's protection. In addition, in the settlement after breaching the alien realm, the act of utilizing the secret key would be rewarded with additional points. Young Z, we've arrived. A thick male voice came from the wristband terminal. 12 players wearing corresponding Zodiac Nuwa masks appeared at the end of the road on the right with their heads held high. They were the Zodiac squad that had entered the foreign realm from another direction. The leader wore a rat face, extraordinarily tall, more than 2 meters tall in the team, just like a crane-like sense of suddenness. Soon, the 2 fist squads of the authority converged. Brother Rat. Black Knight waved his hand. The man wearing a rat exorcism face paused slightly, and a shadow circle appeared under his feet. He actually sank directly into it. The next moment, the shadow circle appeared in front of the Black Knight. Hands surrounded by the Z-Rat Old God emerged from it. Young Z haven't come back well. Chapter 53 Civilization Inheritance Sequence. Divine Intent Pouring. Brother Mouse, let's go in. There was some helplessness in the Black Knight's tone. The name Young Z was like deaf. However, those who called him this were close companions or elders. This was related to his real name, Zhang Shurong. Upon hearing this, Z-Mouse hemmed and hawed, taking out the other 2 secret keys with different numbers. At this point 1 to 4 the secret keys were all assembled. The 4 secret keys were guided by the invisible, and they blossomed and rose up, like meteors into the core light curtain in front of them. Each key's integration caused a ripple to ripple across the surface. It was like plucking away layers of shackles. Crunch! The crunching sound of the light curtain rupturing was incessant. Until the ringing faded, its strength had been weakened by more than 80%. Z-Mouse and the Black Knight looked at each other, and both nodded imperceptibly. The former summoned his team members. Shin Monkey, you chicken, break it. The monkey Nuwa face holding a black iron long stick and the chicken Nuwa face holding a hollow drum immediately stepped out of the team. Joint, Morning and Dusk can be triggered by Shin Monkey and UG joining forces. Additional 50% damage. Zodiacal lights and shadows flowed out behind the duo. They quickly merged into one. When the light shadows dissipated, the Shin Monkey had already leapt up with its stick. The end of its stick gathered light and slammed into the cracked core area light screen with the might of 1,000 pounds. Chinese Zodiac skill, 1,000-pound stick, attaches an armor-shattering effect and deals 2.0 multiples of blunt damage. Blunt damage 7690. An eerie black light erupted from the point of the stick strike. The entire curtain of light shattered with a loud bang, turning into a sky full of pitch-black ashes that floated down. Heh. Nothing more than that. The Shin Monkey teasingly laughed, and the UG beside him stroked his long beard with his hand and shook the hollow drum in his hand to show that he agreed with him. The Zodiac squad was extremely special. Their natural abilities were related to the corresponding Chinese Zodiac, and different zodiacs could also produce different linking effects between them. At first glance, this seemed to go against the main theme of sword and magic of the Otherworld. In reality, it's something else. Zodiac game places from that one Nuwa face, rather than individuals. They are sets of descent appear, not in the system of the player's so-called internal qualification, individually subsumed into the special account qualifications of the civilization inheritance sequence. The 12 zodiac signs were ranked 9th in the Chinese civilization inheritance sequence. The authority found these 12 exorcisms in front of the 12 zodiac murals in the ancient tomb of Weishan. According to the requirements contained within, those who corresponded to the Chinese zodiac and date of birth were selected to receive the account qualification. Become a player of the Chinese zodiac, they will be the other 11 companions naturally produce close and telepathic understanding. If they die, as long as the Nuwa surface is not lost, it can be inherited by another player whose birth date conditions are met. Of course, the successor needs to re-practice. In addition to the talent of the Chinese zodiac, everything else has to start again. Zodiac players alone can only be considered first-class level. But teaming up and cooperating, it was a different story. In a cooperative state, they could directly raise their battle power by a notch. In addition to this, there are several other tokens of the civilization inheritance sequence that have already appeared in China. Each of them corresponded to one or several super players. Of course, just like the Zodiac token, there was a selection threshold for this type of player. Therefore, the thicker the civilization heritage, the greater the advantage of entering the Otherworld. It was like the last layer of shroud had been lifted. When the curtain of light dissipated, the black fog in the core area immediately surged like a dazzling magic snake. A portion of the black fog surged towards that small mountain. As the fog became thinner, the scene there was exposed. With the small mountain as the center, the ground was crisscrossed with demonic patterns. They formed a demonic and evil magic formation. Just like the beating of drums, they shook the void. Ripples visible to the naked eye swirled along the space above. The scene in the realm was as if it had turned into a mirror, with a distorted shaking sensation. It was also like a television picture with a blurred signal. Seeing this, Z-Mouse and the Black Knight simultaneously realized the seriousness of the situation. No good. It's the evil sacrifice of the demon race. They were praying for a response from the main material realm to the evil deities in the void. And judging from the vibrations in space, the evil sacrifice was nearing its end. Kill them. Destroy them. The bosses of the two squads ordered at the same time. Right now there was a need to scramble to kill their way into the core area and destroy the evil sacrifice ritual. They rushed into the park with a surprisingly loud voice. The inferior demons along the way were all mowed down and eliminated, completely unable to stop their advance. Even two headless stone devils of the commander class that were 5 meters tall and had a rank of LV-45 only blocked them for a few seconds. That was until a figure wearing a feathered cloak appeared in the fog in front of them. Only then were the Black Knight squad and the Zodiac squad forced to stop. The person who came was none other than the town boss of the other realm. Orange inferior demon, which more LV-49. It was followed by all the remaining elite demons in the core area. The lowest level among them was over LV-25. The rank was even starting at the blue captain level, and not even the green elites were worthy of participating in the battle. Humans, you're too late. The blood light in Moore's eyes flourished. A pillar of pitch-black light was cast down from the void above the hill behind it. Extremely oppressive power was pouring across the endless void. Some sort of evil was rapidly breeding and taking shape. This made every player with keen senses subconsciously stand up in sweat. Moore laughed fiercely, and the terrifying black shadow behind him suddenly lengthened, directly covering the front as if he had laid a dragnet. The crowd immediately felt stiff and obscure, their mobility dropping by at least 20%. Holy dispersion! Ching Ching, who was a holy light priestess, raised her staff high and unleashed a move of high-grade dispel. The gem at the top of the staff burst out with eye-catching holy light. The holy light system had an extra effect on evil forces, including evil energy and the power of the dead. However, the black shadow that should have melted like spring snow meeting the blazing sun only slightly collapsed and regained stability in the blink of an eye. The opponent's strength far exceeded their expectations. This was feared to be a rare high-intensity boss of the same rank. At the same time, an even more terrifying anomaly occurred behind the pillar of light pouring out. The earth shook violently, and the hardened road surface crumbled out into a deep, bottomless crack. Pipes buried deep underground ruptured, spewing out water in the sky. Everyone in both squads realized that things were getting out of hand. Chun Xian pulled Lily Wei and ran out of the convenience store, coming on to the open main road. At this time, the earth tremors had finally subsided for the time being. Everywhere, one could see cracked and warped plots of land. They were like sandwich cookies with thick concrete at the top and dirt clinging to the bottom. Finding a blood-scarred bus, Chun Xian climbed onto the roof. Almost all of the players in the neighborhood were looking out in the direction where the core area of the Otherworld was located at this moment. Above the green park, the originally dense black fog had become much thinner. However, a black pillar of light that connected the sky to the earth was intuitively revealed. It as if connected to the unknown void. There was a terrifyingly huge shadow floating in that light pillar. It had 2 heads and 4 arms, and the upper body could be seen to have more obvious female curves. The lower body was like a strange human spider. 12 jointed limbs that looked like human thighs made up its lower body. The bloated abdominal sac was dragged behind it like a bundle. Because it was in a state of virtual shadow, the crowd couldn't see any more details. They could only feel an endless pressure coming at them, making the crowd feel breathless. The wildly surging evil aura was like the low air pressure before a rainstorm, and even the weeds and trees along the roadside couldn't help but droop their branches and leaves. Inferior Witchmore has successfully summoned the divine will of the 4-faced evil god, Andamari, through a living sacrifice. The greedy desire of the officiating living being has swelled through divine intent and descended as 2-faced evil air greed. Warning. The current alien realm level has been raised. Warning. Monsters have begun their second stage of alienation and will receive double alienation points for killing them. As a result of this, the Exotic Realm Raider shop will be opening up Exotic Realm Roulette and more precious props redemption slots. Warning. The current Exotic Realm level has increased. The eye-catching announcement in gold letters rose. The players were in an uproar. The remnants of the demons that were originally being chased and slaughtered by the players in the periphery were all roaring up to the sky. Large swathes of black awns descended, in which the demons festered. Chun Xian personally witnessed a bloodthirsty inferior demon blade runner not far in front of him produce a second stage enhancement. Its veins bulged out all over its body, and its eyes were streaked with blood in the blink of an eye. The magic patterns on its body even lit up over and over again. The spine bulged, and sharp bone spikes roughly penetrated the body. It became groveling and bent over, full of explosive power. Bone blades with cold flashes extended out from the underside of its small arms, and even its head became cephalic with several extra horns. Roar! The inferior demon that had completed its enhancement instantly sensed Chun Xian's gaze. It turned its head to gaze, its bloodshot eyes that stared back containing endless malice. Chapter 54 Gluttony Killing Evil Blade. The second stage of enhancement made its appearance even more loathsome. The most important thing was that its strength had increased by not a single star. Blue Greedy Slaying Evil Blade LV31. The level gap prevented Chun Xian from gaining insight into more useful information. Its rank had also jumped from its original Green Elite rank to Blue Captain rank. Things are getting tricky. Chun Xian's strength far exceeded that of a player of his level, and could be described as the intensity of a novice village bully. But the enemies he had to face also had superlative standards. As an immodest novice, he hadn't even reached level 10 before he began to face off against rank 30+ squad leader level monsters. Even worse, there was more than one such monster. All of the demons that still survived had been strengthened by the turn of events just now. Included were those green inferior demon archers, sorcerer apprentices, for armed red inferior demons, and so on. The large swath of black awns also dropped in more evilized monsters. The quantity wasn't as high as the ones that were brushed out at the beginning of the Otherworld expansion, but the quality was quite a bit higher. Each evil monster wailed and attacked as if they were high on little blue pills. The pressure felt by the players who were originally leisurely brushing the monsters surged steeply. The greedy killing evil blade that was eye to eye with Chun Xian even suddenly rose up. The bony, jagged lower limbs erupted with a strong force. Just a single sprinting jump spanned a distance of 7 or 8 meters. The hideous stance made Chun Xian unable to help but think of the zombie dogs in the movie. Burn out all evil's ring of life. Ring of resisting fire was unleashed. Not far away, Lily Wei decisively cast the spell. After a short chant, the spell model surrounded Chun Xian's body, becoming solidified as the elemental magic gathered. In an instant, a slowly rotating ring of flame spells appeared in front of him. This was an extremely effective close-up defense-type magic. Chen Xian himself quickly took out the Great Rod of Uselessness and simultaneously unleashed the active skill sense of electricity, attached to the emblem of thunder erosion. The rough body of the rod looked like it had turned into a Tesla coil, bursting out a forked arc of electricity. Muscles were violently tensed, and the motion capture ability of vision was drawn to full capacity, always focusing on the monster that was darting towards him. Everything that happened on the scene seemed slow but fast. In less than 3 seconds before and after, that greedy killing evil blade had crossed a distance of tens of meters. Its bouncing power was equally amazing, and every time it jumped, it was able to leap a height of 3 to 4 meters. Raising its arms and bone blades high, it assumed a jumping chopping stance at Chen Xian like a praying mantis. "Eat your grandpa Chen's stick," Chen Xian shouted, swinging the useless big stick in his hand with precision. However, the expected home run image did not appear. The greedy slaughter evil blade beckoned with a one-armed bone blade. Clank! The sound of gold and iron clashing came belatedly, and a large number of sparks erupted from the point of intersection. The moment of collision, Chen Xian felt a strong force coming from him. Fortunately, it did not exceed his tolerance limit. No matter how hideous the greedy evil blade in front of him looked, its archetype was merely a green inferiority demon that wasn't known for its strength. After 2 enhancements, its strength was not to the point of being able to suppress Chen Xian. What was difficult to deal with was its swift stance and even more skillful killing techniques. After breaking the blow of the big stick with one arm, it didn't choose to fight hard, but with the help of the force of the recoil, it slightly adjusted its stance direction. The blade arm on the other side swung harshly towards Chen Xian's neck. The ring of fire resistance was in full force at this moment. It pivoted upwards outside of Chen Xian's body, blocking the sharpness of the bone blade without missing a beat. And at the moment of impact, it stirred up a wave of highly impactful flame airflow, directly lifting the greedy slaughter evil blade to more than 10 meters away, and it did not stop until it ruthlessly crashed into the side of a sedan. Half of the body of the sedan, which weighed more than a ton, was knocked off the ground at an angle of 30 degrees. The body of the greedy killing evil blade was also stuck within the contours of the dented car door. Blunt blow 282. Burning wound 101. 2 damage values appeared. The skin is still pretty tough. Chen Xian was not alarmed. He realized that there was a gap between himself and the greedy slaughter evil blade in terms of combat experience. However, this was a very normal situation. Most players were not martial arts masters in reality. The other party was a demonic creature that was born to kill. Combat skills and experience need to be accumulated through study and years of fighting. Before mastering skilled combat techniques, players had to rely on skill sets to make up for the lack of martial arts. Chen Xian directly activated the light body technique. 2 streams of air spread upwards along his feet, making him feel as light as a swallow. The big stick in his hand suddenly disappeared, and he rushed towards the sedan that the greedy evil blade had fallen into. With the storage space, his maneuvering was flexible. When charging and chasing, he could first put away the big stick that was dragging down his mobility, then immediately take it out when he came to the target's body. Not far away, Lily Wei reacted even more quickly. The short staff of withered vine in her hand was steaming, and cracks had already appeared. Several grapefruit-sized fireballs formed one after another, quickly hitting the sedan. This was second-rank fire magic consecutive fireballs. After being cast by Lillian Wei, the power was quite a bit greater than normal fire magic. Boom, boom, boom. Each fireball accurately hit the greedy slaughter evil blade inside the recessed side door, exploding into a brilliant shower of flames. The body of the vehicle also continued to shake as the flames rose. Fire damage 219, 227, 203. Including the scorching damage, 5 or 6 damage figures appeared densely in front of them. The total damage value exceeded 1,500 points. The explosive power of a powerful pyromancer was as terrifying as it was. The battle was over before Chen Xian could even get his hands dirty. Kill greedy evil blade LV31. Obtained magic copper coin X 124. Experience value plus 620 partner kill. Exotic realm points plus 12. Blue greedy killing demon blood X1. Blue evil blades bone X2. A ding-dong burst. Chen Xian had quite a bit more loot in his pocket. The demons had indeed gotten stronger, but the burst rate had also increased a lot. He was even more impressed by Lilawai's strong performance. Chun Xian pondered that he must get her a handy staff in the near future. This would allow her to fully utilize her strength. The withered vine short staff, due to its quality of only green, coupled with its general compatibility with the fire system, dropped in durability rapidly when used via Lilvi. Let's go! This place should not be stayed for long. It was less than 800 meters in a straight line from Green Shade Park. To be on the safe side, it was better to hurry and retreat to the Ningyu mansion that was protected by a magic formation. Lilui nodded her head. The two of them were about to leave side by side. Something strange happened. Several manhole covers by the roadside were crumbled away by a huge force like champagne bottle caps. A slippery purple striped tentacle madly surged out from the sewers. They swept around, knocking the cars on the road into a twist. Two of the tentacles rushed towards Lilywhite with a clear goal in mind, wrapping around her ankles in the blink of an eye. Caught off guard, Lilyvi looked panicked. The tentacles whirled around and dragged her down to the ground, about to drag her into the ground at any moment. Transform into a fire spirit. Chun Xian, who was several meters away, roared loudly. Chapter 55. There's advancement, not retreat. His voice brought Lilywhite back from her panic state. Rushing before the tentacles dragged, she suddenly unleashed her natural ability. The delicate body transformed into a fire spirit's body composed of fire elements in a matter of moments. Rolling waves of heat surged, rousing streams of flame scorching the tentacles. Only the slippery slime on it was instantly vaporized. Zilala! The skin and flesh of the tentacles tightened and shrieked. It was like a squid's whiskers being roasted on an iron plate. This made the tentacles unable to bind her anymore. At the same time, the surrounding players had one after another exchanged blows with the second stage reinforced demonic creatures. The tentacle monster hiding in the sewer was still not dead. It emerged from the manhole cover at the back and attacked Chun Xian, who had his back exposed. However, it did not expect that when the tentacles were about to touch him, what was ushered in was a heavy smash from the useless big stick. Blunt strike damage 196. Purple blood erupted, leaving speckles on the ground. Chun Xian's right eye radiated a purple glow, having entered the state of evil intent peering. The third-person perspective allowed him to know the wind and grass around him like the back of his hand. Being defeated one after another made the tentacle monster tremble with rage. It no longer hid. The center of the road, not far away, suddenly rumbled. Several tentacles poked out from it. They clumped together and tried their best to widen the exit like arms. Before long, a disgusting mass of sarcoma hardened out of the gap. All the tentacles extended out from the lower half of the sarcoma. At first glance, this guy looked like a purple onion that hadn't gotten rid of its roots. If you looked closely, you could see pus oozing from everywhere on its body. There were also large and small eye-shaped gaps that were gurgling out dark purple pus. Nestled in the center was a large, pitch-black eyeball. The light of the eye was not filled with any emotion. Purple evil air of Oblivion LV35. Confirming the eyes, it's a new breed that hasn't been seen before. The situation was becoming more and more outrageous. The ranks and grades of the magical creatures that appeared were getting higher and higher. Although Chun Xian was confident, he was not so inflated as to think that he could handle this foreign realm after the energy level was raised. If it weren't for the fact that the realm was not open, he would have wanted to leave first. No one could have predicted that things would develop to such an extent. Originally, he had only come here for the physical test. Chun Xian shook his head helplessly. With his backhand, he took out the skin of the Gravekeeper, immediately transforming into a Gravekeeper. This bull obliviator, whoever likes to fight can do so. Di Chun was not going to serve anymore. Lily Wei, smash it back. In her fire spirit state, her spell-casting ability even surpassed that of the fire elemental. With just a gentle wave of her arm, a giant fireball with a diameter of over a meter coalesced above Purple Evil Air's Oblivion. It then slammed downward. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chun Xian stretched out his palm, aiming for the area where the Oblivionist was located and suddenly clenched it. Grave digging was activated. This combo succeeded in sending the Oblivion back from whence it came. The layer of earth mixed with concrete debris buried the Oblivion. Chun Xian glanced at Lily Wei in her fire spirit form and unleashed Submerge Earth technique. Without saying a word, the latter also instantly understood what he meant, wrapping herself in a stream of flames and running wildly away. The duo instantly transformed into little runners. More than 10 seconds after they left, The Obliviator broke through the bindings but did not pursue. The ghostly pupils of its eyes looked in the direction they had left. It then pounced towards where the other players were. Inside the green park, the atmosphere was oppressive to the extreme. The black light pillar in front contained countless evil intentions. The divine intent poured out by the four-faced evil god Andamari was filled with unnameable spiritual pollution. Even though the crowd did not make substantial contact with it, hollow whimpers still rang in their ears. They cycled along with the ringing in the ears. It was incomparably agitating, losing the composure it deserved. The two-faced evil air in the pillar of light had yet to completely awaken, and something like an umbilical cord underneath it was connecting to the sacrificial pool in the hill. However, the spliced foot limbs underneath its body were already trembling slightly. Complete revival was only a matter of time, and that time would never be too long. Its strength depended on the divine intent poured out by Andamari. This, in turn, was related to the specifications of the sacrifice. Not to mention, even if it was a sacrifice of 1,000 people, with Bluestar's purity feature, the strength of the final monster would be the same. The strength of the monsters created in the end was absolutely unimaginable. This was not the only thing that made the situation difficult. On the opposite side of the Bad Demon Grate, Witchmore was also affected by the second wave of enhancement. The feathered cloak behind it moved without wind. Threaded horns grew out from both sides of its forehead. The canine teeth in its lower jaw became more robust and curved. Although its rank and level remained unchanged, its aura had grown stronger. The senior players present all knew very well. In terms of rank, orange to gold was a hurdle. The prefix of the orange rank corresponding to the monster system was Overlord grade, while the item prefix was Epic grade. The rank corresponding to gold after continued promotion was named Legendary, and the item prefix was Legendary. Stepping into Legendary, one had more or less comprehended the skin of some rules. The strength of the two was not of the same magnitude at all. As for leveling, 010 was the first stage, while 1130 was the second stage. Within the game, level 30 was considered to be out of the novice state. Going forward, level 3150 is the third stage. Players' talents also change when they reach each stage. For example, the Black Knight is stuck at LV49. Wanting to move up wasn't just a matter of experience, there were multiple criteria including ability sense and so on. Therefore, after the second reinforcement, Moore's own strength had just about reached the limit of what could be reached in the current segment. What's worse, it was also a spellcaster. With the advantage of location and numbers, the destructive power of a high-level caster was beyond doubt. Orange Greedy Slaying Witchmore LV49. Under the insight, a rim of orange light shone next to its name information. Humans, you're about to be finished. Moore was emboldened with an arrogant smile. The eyes inside the Black Knight's helmet narrowed slightly. On the other side, Z-Mouse clenched his fists as shadows surged beneath his feet. The news of the mutation had already been spread by the reserves stationed at the periphery. 20 minutes ago, Rogue Island, the third Fist Squad under the Authority, had also answered the call. At this time, it had already teleported outside the foreign realm through the river map agreements receiving spell formation. Several other reserve squads had also entered urgently to strengthen the protection of the survivors' gathering points in the outer regions. Incidentally, they were also taking care of gathering the scattered players in the surrounding area. There was no going back for the raiders of the other realm. Either you break the crystal pillars, or you can only leave when the rift solidifies. But in the meantime, the demons had already killed them 100 times over. Retreating at this point would not help. The only thing to do was to fight to the best of their ability. It wasn't the first time they had encountered a desperate situation anyway. If they didn't have the realization to die, how could they become truly strong? Fight according to Alternative Plan 9. The Black Knight barked aloud to his team members. They had made plans regarding most of the dangerous situations. Plan 9 would mean fighting to the death. If this rift was solidified, the intensity would be immeasurable. The area affected would cover at least half of the province. The slightest mishap would mean that there could be 10 million casualties. In turn, the casualties would become sustenance for the evil sacrifices, thus creating a vicious cycle. It would be a true Shura prison ground. Chapter 56. Too Late Extra Chapter. An extra chapter because the readers of this book are overly handsome. Apart from this reason that made it impossible for them to retreat, there was no other choice at the moment. The consequences of compromising with a demonic creature would often be more miserable than death. The evil god's methods were treacherous and varied, and there were ways to destroy a person on a spiritual level. There was a limit to physical pain, but there was no limit to spiritual damage. Instead of that, it would be better to kill a person. Edict in the name of the Eternal Night Monarch. Darkness descends, I am Shadow Walker. Black magic shadow advent. The Black Knight suddenly struck. Large clusters of dark shadows erupted from every crack in his armor around him. These shadows quickly merged and wrapped the Black Knight along with his horse. It wasn't long before the Black Knight possessed an even larger shadow body. The Black Knight raised his lance, which was also enlarged by the shadows, as the shadow horse leapt forward. In the squad, Grandma Yen was like a thunder god descending to earth. Electricity arced all over her body. A giant thunder net with a length and width of 100 meters appeared above the heads of the demons. Chain Thunder Net was activated. This was a wide area control skill that the Black Knight had told her to save for the core area. When she slapped her palms downwards, the blue-colored thunder net suddenly fell down and covered the demons below. A chain of lightning bolts was inspired within the thunder net. At that moment, Moore, who had been focusing most of his energy on maintaining the defensive sorcery to protect his rear, finally struck. Thunder system? It sneered and raised the four-sided evil god totem in its hand. Sharp purple claws coalesced above the thunder web, and a few swipes caused it to break apart. But more attacks followed. Holy Light Priestess Ching Ching summoned 2 Holy Spirit warriors covered in radiant light. They were fearless of the evil energy in front of them and launched their attacks without fear of death. Wherever the light covered, the evil thoughts retreated. On Moore's side, 2 greedy killing demon bear warriors, wearing bronze armor, met them with bone-slashing swords. They were the enhanced versions of the bear inferior demon warriors. In the clash of light, the demon bear warriors were no match for the Holy Spirit warriors and were beaten back. However, stalling for some time was still not a problem. A blood-colored tattoo surfaced on the cheeks of Vigorous, who was holding a battle axe. A dark red energy halo was dense all over his body, only to see him suddenly let out a roar. All the teammates around him, including himself, had a blood-colored battle axe buff icon appear above their heads. Occupational skill, Raging Blood Roar activated. It increased basic physical damage by 20% and increased movement and physical attack speed by 25%. This wasn't all. Dali launched the occupational secret skill, Burning Blood. This was his signature ability as a blood-burning berserker. The blood in his entire body boiled like mercury. The originally gnarled muscles swelled by 2 circumferences once again. The surface of his skin became red as if it was a scalded shrimp. The blood-colored tattoos on his cheeks were even more tyrannical, and his eyes had long been completely drenched in the color of blood. Completely mad, he roared as he leapt high into the air, crossing a distance of 100 meters in an instant. The battle axe in his hand suddenly twisted and expanded, as if it had turned into a fanged beast. As he moved, he spilled drops of blood behind him. Burning Blood. 1% of maximum life value will be lost every second, ignoring pain and mental interference while increasing damage and double speed by 2%. Bleeding will stop when life value falls below 20%. If life value is reduced to below 10%, the secret skill effect will be forcibly terminated. Savage Jump Slash. Vigor's voice became coarse, although the skill wasn't vocally activated. But roaring it out not only strengthened his voice, but also prompted his teammates about the current rhythm of their offense, only to see his hands grasping the fanged battle axe and slashing down viciously. The protective light screen constructed by the 2 red-skinned inferior demonic sorcerers below was instantly cut through. The fang-like end of his axe blade swept across, tearing the 2 sorcerers apart directly. Dali became more and more excited and began to frantically slaughter the demons that stood between him and Moore. The berserker, who was known for his violence, paired with the Mad Dog flow style of fighting, made these second-order enhanced demons feel all kinds of trouble. Seeing this, Moore once again raised his totem pole, summoning hundreds of black snakes to twine around. They were exceptionally flexible, and although some of them were chopped away by the mad axe, but more of the black snakes managed to entangle Vigor. Each black snake intertwined with each other, wrapping it into a writhing cocoon. Boom! In less than half a second, Vigor burst the bonds with brute force. With crimson eyes, he charged at Moore again. Idiot with muscles growing into his brain, go and have a go at the evil energy guard. 2 pillars of light fell, from which 2 3-meter-tall evil energy guards wearing evil lord masks appeared. Moore seemed to be well aware of the berserker's characteristics and didn't intend to fight hard with them. He even waved his men back, intending to use his summons to delay and consume. At that moment, two vibrant emerald green streams of light shot out. It was Mu Mu and Xiao Nuan who struck. Their speed was faster than the eye could see. Swoosh! They pierced through both sides of Moore's shoulder blades respectively. Piercing wound 1030. 1072. Green blood spilled, and dense plant roots emerged from its wounds. Rooted in flesh and blood and then rapidly decaying and withering, it showed a picture of blight and glory and birth and death. Spell suffocation. Moore was unconcerned about the injuries on his body. He directly activated the spell. Invisible ripples rippled, and when it was about to touch the Black Knight squad's side, it was again forcefully counteracted by the Holy Spirit shadow summoned by Qing Qing. Surrounded by light, Qing Qing's face paled a little. It's almost time. Moore glanced at Vigor, who had already decimated one of the evil energy guards. He also looked at the Black Knight squad in the distance, which had barely suffered any losses yet, and a trace of scorn passed through his eyes. These guys were different from other weak humans. Not only were they overly strong on their own, but their cooperation was also incomparably tacit. The Ranger sisters kept shooting out green vectors, and Grandma Yan's lightning spells were like long blue whips that fell one after another. The three MTs formed a superimposed and complementary light screen. They stood their ground without wavering. The Black Knight with the strongest aura remained in place, seemingly accumulating the power of the shadow. Moore's malicious eyes swept across the field. As long as it was delayed for a few more moments, the balance of victory would fall completely. Suddenly, its expression changed in surprise. Wait, I seem to have forgotten something. Quietly withdrew to hundreds of meters away from the Zodiac squad, completed some kind of strange formation. See Snake Nua's face reported in a grim voice. Brother Rat. It lifted Oblivion. Z-Rat, who was located in the front, had long ago opened up a 3-point shadow channel. One was located in front of them, and there was another one that was clearly at the feet of the Black Knight, only to be obscured by a large area of dark shadows. Tiger, horse, dog, 3 zodiac signs Nua's face single-arm pestle on the ground, forming a joint formation, 3 harmonies and 6 charges. The entire team charges for plus 200% damage. The 12 Chinese zodiac shadows charged into the shadowed passageway with teeth and claws. They spanned hundreds of meters, clearing away all the demonic creatures that stood in front of Moore. They blasted right in front of it. Couldn't choose to carry it hard like it did with the two sisters' arrows. Most of its energy was withdrawn, and the purple light curtain behind it that was blocking the small mountain suddenly shrunk and condensed to its own body. Boom, boom, boom. After 12 strikes in a row, the originally thick defensive light screen dissipated in an instant. At the same time, the Black Knight finally moved. He instantly sank into the shadowy passage beneath his feet. When he reappeared, he had already followed the trajectory of the shadow channel and launched an unstoppable charge following the 12 zodiac shadows. The shadow riding lance pierced through the astral wind, setting off tornado like air currents. So after the shadows, Moore waited for a more deadly attack. Under the riding lance, all beings are equal. Piercing wound 9772. Shadow erosion 3279. Moore's chest was penetrated, and it was picked up by the riding lance and didn't stop until it was 100 meters behind. Having taken such a fatal injury, it did not die. Spell damage transfer. 50% of the damage was spread to the surrounding demons. Thus, while his chest was penetrated, a dozen or so of the surrounding greedy slaughter demon things died violently on the spot. With his hands against the tip of the shadow lance, Moore let out a strange jia laugh. The totem pole in his hand was thrown out, enlarged and placed behind him, which stopped his charge. The Black Knight watched as its lips opened and closed. 3 words in the common tongue: too late. Too late. Chapter 57. Undetonable Greed. Tragic green blood froth sprayed out of Moore's mouth. The core hill located not far away exploded. Huge pieces of debris splashed around like shrapnel, smashing a large amount of dust everywhere. The pillar of light poured by the evil god had disappeared. When the dust fell, the figure of the two-faced evil air greed was fully revealed to the crowd. It had a double-faced head with a female head in front. Makeup that had been washed away by several tear tracks could be seen underneath the eyes. There were also traces of lipstick applied to the lips. Delicate curls of wool hung down at the sides, and the eyes were tightly closed at the moment. All the details were magnified dozens of times. The other side of the head was a greedy grinning face with a wide grin. Its cheeks were covered in pustules, and its huge nose was gently shaking like a ripe eggplant. The yellow pupils were filled with endless desire. The intensity of the greed and desire it released was so strong that even looking at it would create the horrifying illusion of being devoured by greed. At this moment, these two sets of faces were switching at high speed. The huge head was rotating like a Rubik's Cube, but it was the greedy face that dominated. 12-foot limbs made from a mishmash of human limbs roughly stepped on the ground. The hardened ground shattered at once. This guy was almost 10 stories tall, and it was even more oppressive when he got close. Ha 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 ha. Evil heir. Kill them. Consecrate the flesh and blood to the great Andamari. More laughed maniacally. Without needing to care about its rear, it gathered all its energy. It directly broke free of the shadow riding lance that pierced its chest. It floated up in the air with reckless abandon. The open wound on its chest was filled with countless purple flesh buds. The two-faced evil heir responded with a greedy laugh. One of the articulated limbs instantly disintegrated, with hundreds of arms and thighs scattered everywhere. They were extremely active, lunging at the living non-magical creatures around them. The first to suffer was Vigor. The red-eyed Vigor had already lost the concept of fear. In a short encounter, he had decapitated more than a dozen greedy killing demonic creatures, including 2 evil energy guards. His body was completely saturated with green blood. So much so that there was still an unknown unlucky demon's 9 turns of large intestine hanging on his shoulder. Affected by the burning blood effect and the demon's counterattacks, he had less than 15% of his life value left. The attack and double speed movement plus attack speed were also raised to a whole new realm. There was even a vestigial feeling of tearing through space between swings of the axe blade. But even so, he was no match for evil heir. Countless arms grabbed him, chopping off 1, lunging at 10. After a brief tug, Evil C's huge palm slapped at him from top to bottom. Powerful! Gu Long's voice echoed in place, but his figure suddenly disappeared. Only a black Lanzhou with its cigarette but bitten off fell to the ground. His speed broke through the sound barrier, leaving a ring of Mach behind him. The two-handed sword in his hand exuded astral energy and rose half a meter high. Obviously a plate armor warrior, his movement speed was so high that it made even a ranger sigh. This was talent. Orange epic talent. Sonic Stroll. The player's talent was paired with different professions and equipment skills. An uncountable number of matching schemes were formed. More than anything, it made the entire Otherworld colorful. Rushing at the moment when the large palm fell, his sword's hair collided with Evil Heir's palm. At that moment, light blossomed. After a moment's lag, the huge palm still slapped down. A palm imprint several meters deep was pressed out alive. Gu Long, on the other hand, pulled Dali to appear more than 10 meters away. His two-handed sword chipped out with a crack that was difficult to repair, and a touch of scarlet dripped from the corner of his mouth. Thanks, brother. The overflowing impact damage caused Vigor's life value to drop below 10%. He lifted out of the burning blood state and weakly looked at Gu Long beside him. Ahem. You wa polite wimp. Gu Long spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm. After cursing, he retreated towards the team with vigor. This northwestern Hanyu had taken over 2,000 points of damage even just now. It was evident that they weren't even an opponent of the same magnitude in front of the evil heir. The Black Knight charged again, and the shadow riding lance smashed one of evil heir's knuckles to pieces. The sky was filled with blood-colored limb fragments. Blood and flesh even fell like rain. The traumatized evil heir instantly became furious, and a sarcoma erupted from the bloated abdominal sac behind him. Each flesh tumor was an evil oblivionist. They danced their tentacles wildly, flooding the Black Knight squad protected by the shield light like a tidal wave. The short surge in numbers gave the crowd the illusion that they could not be killed. The protection formed by the triple light shield rippled under the lashes of the countless tentacles like a long lake in the rain. Seed of greed. Evil heir focused his attention on dealing with the Black Knight. It triggered the greed in his opponent's heart. The Black Knight in his shadow form was highly resistant to all types of mental and mind-type control skills. However, he still fell prey to evil heir's personal targeting. Clear love. Only for China. The sound of the oath with a hint of youthfulness echoed in his ears. When enlisting in the army, the young Zhang Shurong voluntarily filled in to go to the snowy frontier where conditions were harsh. It was located on a plateau with a harsh climate and thin oxygen. The ultraviolet rays and frost of the plateau made every soldier's face appear plateau red. Zhang Shurong from the south has suffered a lot. However, from the army to defend the country is his childhood dream. He has his own persistence. A few years ago, San crossed the border several times. Based on the principle of not firing the first shot, both sides started a fierce physical battle. In the case of the enemy, Zhang Shurong did not take half a step back even if his head was bleeding. He, a tree of the plateau. It wasn't until later when the Otherworld descended that he was transferred to the authority and led the Black Knight squad, guarding the future of China in another, more critical area. The memory of the scene flashed by like a dream. What was left behind was the incredible cry of the evil heir. The unknown murmur seemed to marvel. "Where is your greed?" The visor of the Black Knight's helmet popped upwards, revealing a face full of sincerity. His true face was not as intimidating as the shadow armor. The sinuous scar at the corner of his forehead he had never repaired was the man's best military honor. "I'm sorry. I'm afraid you can't detonate my desires. Because I want China to stand on top of the world." The sharpness of the mounted spear that had already dimmed actually revitalized once again. The war horse at his hip ruffled its hooves and hissed, and he recharged with unusual might. This time, the abdominal sac was directly shattered, and the explosive destructive effect caused evil heir to let out a mournful cry of pain for the first time. Even the tightly closed woman's face furrowed its brows at the blow. Boom! Unable to detonate desire. After eating the pain, evil heir slapped the ground with both palms. Spiderweb-like cracks spread everywhere, and destructive black lights emerged from the ground. One of them heftily wrapped the Black Knight in it. The black aura directly lifted him off the ground and left erosion marks on the sturdy armor. This strike caused the dark shadows on the Black Knight's body surface to collapse, and thousands of damage points appeared. The huge palm covered in black light followed right after and completely flattened it. At this moment, the Black Knight's body suddenly lit up with the runic shadows of the Een Tiger and the 100 Days Dog. This was the joint skill of the Tiger and Dog Zodiacs, loyalty. Take damage for a teammate when they are in danger and rebound 200% physical damage. On the other side, Een Tiger and Su Dog simultaneously sprayed blood from their mouths and collapsed weakly to the ground. Chapter 58. Found you. The owner of the Unsheep Nuwa mask hastily unleashed the Zodiac talent, Compassionate Light Formation. A healing field with a radius of 8 meters unfolded, restoring 5% of maximum life value every second. It lasted for 10 seconds. Green healing values flashed continuously. It quickly pulled back the damaged lives of the duo. While the Black Knight squad was fighting head-on against the evil heir, who was as strong as a mechanical descender, they, the Zodiac, were not idle and were cooperating to fight against the greedy killing Witchmore, who had freed up his hands. The heavily damaged Moore was still not to be underestimated when he was fully utilizing his evil arts. The 12 Zodiacs managed to suppress Moore by virtue of their joint ability, preventing him from cooperating with evil heir to form a comprehensive advantage to eliminate the Black Knight squad. The rebound effect caused evil heir to fly backwards as if he had been slapped back with double the power. The evil god Forsaken at the back had already shattered the protection of the light shield. After receiving help, the Black Knight could only choose to return. In a head-on confrontation, it was difficult for him to outwit the evil heirs whose strength had exploded. 1 or 2 evil heirs alone were nothing to the crowd. However, facing the suppression of tens of times their own numbers, the squad was immediately under pressure. The chaotic dancing tentacles could simply be described as covering the sky. Moore, on the other side, could hardly endure the current situation of being held back. The evil heir was certainly powerful, but its intelligence was not high. It was because the living sacrifice that provided desire suppressed a part of the consciousness. On the contrary, Moore was cunning enough to also possess a decent battle command ability. However, its strength was unable to overpower the Zodiac squad, who worked well together and were already extremely good at joining forces. It can only be done. Moore gritted his teeth, and his eyes suddenly became determined. It waved its hand and scattered a rain of evil energy arrows. Taking this opportunity to briefly get rid of the Zodiac squad's entanglements, only a lavender arc of evil energy light was sprayed out from behind Moore's back. This caused it to suddenly accelerate and fly towards the two-faced evil heir, who was barely able to climb up from the large pit. Moore landed directly on top of the evil heir's head. As the guardian of the Otherworld, the evil heir obeyed its orders. Great Andamari, your pious favorites pray to you with the divine art, evil body fusion. It knelt between the evil heir's tousled hair and bowed its head in supplication. It was less like a prayer and more like a chant of evil magic. When its words fell, a new change appeared. The lower half of Moore's body melted like wax oil, and the same sign appeared on the top of the evil heir's head that corresponded to it. After the two melted together, they merged into one. Aminos, still saying it's not a mechanical seance. The stocky Z-Rat spat and couldn't help but curse. Immediately, he led his team to aid the Black Knight squad. The 12 zodiac signs were unpredictable, and all the different genera could link up with each other. Each of them also had their own unique active and passive talents, which could be called the most comprehensive squad with the most comprehensive team fighting ability within the jurisdiction of the otherworldly authority. Gathering is a ball of fire. Scattering is a sky full of stars. Unlike the Black Knights, there was more or less a sense of individual heroism. The two squads quickly converged. The evil air obliviator that surrounded the Black Knight squad was strangled by the wind. One by one, the corporeal bodies exploded, filling the ground with mangled tentacles. However, on the other side, Moore's fusion with the evil air was also nearing its end. Its insidiousness combined with the evil air's terrifying strength was enough to bring about the end of those difficult humans. Greedy killing field. Mysterious ripples spread along the trajectory of space. It directly encompassed the surrounding area with a radius of 500 meters. And then those ripples suddenly lit up, transforming into a field of rolling black mist. Aside from the Black Knight, almost everyone froze. Their expressions gradually changed. The greed in their hearts took root and grew into towering trees. The gazes that looked at their companions also gained a hint of blood red. The living beings within the realm would be completely unleashed with the most evil desires in their hearts. It was important to realize that desire was present in everyone. When it was controlled within a certain range, it was neutral. This was the so-called self-discipline. But if desire is amplified infinitely, the self-interest in it will follow and amplify suddenly. It will overpower people's self-control and goodness, and at the same time evoke the desire to kill. This is the true meaning of greed and killing. People become extreme and evil within the realm. What was even more exaggerated was that the two-faced evil air greed could draw power from it. The injuries on its body healed with the naked eye. Crush them, Moore screamed wildly. Only half of its body was glued to the evil air's canopy. Under its command, the evil air charged towards the crowd with heavy steps. A fight ensued. Dumble charges at his older brother, Piao with his shield. Mu Mu shot arrows at Grandma Yen. Supporting each other, Gulong and Dali instantly clashed axes and swords. The only Black Knight on the scene who managed to stay awake had nothing but determination in his eyes. He was going to use a move that exploded his full potential. Whether or not he could finish off evil air was still unknown, but after using that move, he would definitely die for sure, because he was a hardcore player himself. Unless in the future, the authority or the team members obtained the legendary resurrection scroll. In the name of the Eternal Knight Monarch Edict, before the word order could be uttered, the evil air's massive body suddenly stopped. Even half of the foot limbs were still suspended in midair. The Black Knight was not the only one who was confused. Even Moore, who was only halfway on its head, was also puzzled. What's going on? Move! Move for me! It roared maniacally, and the evil air's body trembled as if there were two wills gaming within it. Ah! The covetous face let out an agonizing roar. The huge head whirled around. The female face seemed to dominate. The eyes that hadn't been opened steeply opened and closed. Senile resentment erupted out. Found you! It's all your fault? It's all your fault. It's you who didn't work hard. It's you who are so poor. Why aren't you rich? That's why. Very well, the typical "it's all your fault" principle emerges. This sentiment is full of resentment. After all, it was the core cause of the current male-female confrontation in Blue Star. Damn it! What are you doing? Moore questioned with a growl. The evil air's womanly face responded to it rather simply and roughly. It reached out with a giant hand and clutched viciously at the upper half of Moore's body that was exposed above its head. Eft! Like a sponge being wrung out, Moore's body suddenly shrunk between its fingers. It vomited out a large mouthful of green blood. The original injuries that had slightly improved in the previous battle directly worsened. That wasn't all. The giant hand roughly ripped half of its body from its head like plucking a mushroom. With its skin and flesh, green blood, and some of its organs fell in a scooping manner. The dying Moore was flung away by it and smashed into a building several hundred meters away, causing the collapse of nearly half a floor. Roughly resolving more, it stepped away, ignoring the Black Knight and the Zodiac Squad. Along with it, the greedy killing domain also dissipated. The crowd slowly recovered from the unusual situation and watched in disbelief as Evil Air walked towards the periphery. Chapter 59. Ex-girlfriend comes to cut you with a knife +1. Because the Hikari readers of this book are bound to get rich this year, so add more. Achoo! Chun Xian pestled his big stick and suddenly sneezed. Turning his head, he glanced at the core area 2 or 3 kilometers away. The beating there was earth-shattering. Every now and then, there was a whole wave of ground shaking. There were even movements of buildings collapsing coming from there. Due to the distance, the crowd could no longer see the situation there. Which grandson cursed me? He rubbed his nose and tugged at the wound on his body that was cut by the bone blade, grimacing in pain. Hijacked ashes returning to the ruins. Obviously pain is considered a negative status. Chun Xian spat in his mind. But it was useless. The pain still had to hurt. There were several smashed, greedy slaughter, evil blade corpses in front of him. Brother Xian, thanks to you and sister-in-law this time. Wei Liang, who looked a bit lousy, sincerely thanked him. The takeout boy known as Xiaolang, the sickly female scout, and the 2 construction site veterans also came forward to thank him. They all had some injuries on their bodies to a greater or lesser extent. Chun Xian smiled and waved his hand. The road sees the injustice and pulls out the sword to help. Not to mention that Liangzi is still my friend. His tone was frank, which further endeared him to the crowd. Things had to start from 7 or 8 minutes ago. At that time, Chun Xian wisely took Lily Wei with him and ran away. Based on the principle of a gentleman not standing under a dangerous wall, he was prepared to head to Ningyu Mansion to rendezvous with more players. When the subsequent support teams from the outside world entered, they would also be the first to arrive there. At least until the realm opened, the mansion was safer. Of course, being within a foreign realm, one could not talk about absolute safety anywhere. Unexpectedly, a few hundred meters away from the building, he met Wei Liang's team, which had been attacked by more than a dozen greedy slaying evil blades and several greedy slaying Bao demons. The level range of the people in the squad was 1825. The strongest was Zhang Lang, the takeaway boy, who was a water caster. Next were the 2 site veterans who took the warrior route. As for the sick and baneful woman, her actual combat ability was weak, and her talent was skewed towards the scouting system. Wei Liang's situation was similar to hers. Sickness Chi was indeed a good talent, but it was quite powerless in fighting monsters. Even if it made the monster get sick, so what? It wasn't like there was more than one monster in front of him. That's why he was always grateful to this team for at least being willing to take him. With the aforementioned premise suddenly encountering the strengthened greedy killing monster swarm, the squad was no match at all. Chun Xian and Lily Wei then became a force to be reckoned with. After a bitter battle, the situation was finally turned around and the team was victorious. Chan Xian, who was leaning on the big stick, received treatment from Xiaolong's hydrotherapy healing magic. Both water and nature magic were quite good at healing. It was only slightly inferior to the Holy Light department. Chan Xian, who had quickly recovered from his injuries, let out a sigh of relief. No longer plagued by pain, he focused his attention on the rewards from killing the monster just now. During this period, Chun Xian's level broke through LV10 in one fell swoop, stepping through the first leveling barrier. The experience value progress came to 851,200. Going forward, the experience required would not be at such an exaggerated ratio of multiplication. Instead, it was a fixed 1.1 multiplier. Right now, there were a total of 25 points of free attributes that could be allocated. With the current physique and spirit being sufficient, he wasn't going to add any points. Anyway, adding these 25 points wouldn't be able to second the sky or the earth or the air. It was better to leave it in his hand and add it as he used it. What's more, the Raging Thunder Apostle side quest would be completed in the next 3 to 4 days. There might be a higher attribute requirement at that time. In addition to these changes, his only talent, Looted Ashes returning to the ruins, also had a new movement. Level reached LV10. Looting Ashes returning to the ruins unlocks the active skill Woe to the East. Scourge can amplify the negative effects suffered by 100 times and be suffered by any target within the line of sight. The realistic time of this effect can be activated once every 72 hours. Chun Xian was very satisfied with this move, Woe to the East. The original Looting Ashes returning to the ruins only served as an all-purpose dissolution, allowing him to be invulnerable to all poisons and all laws. It was a solid passive ability. But what child cries every day? This wasn't it. The counter ability came. Whoever dared to lay a hand on him, someone, would directly receive a 100-fold rebound. Regardless of the game, numerical skills weren't scary. What was truly scary were conceptual abilities. Just like the force ranking of anime characters. No matter how hard the protagonist of a hot-blooded manga tries, he can't catch up to the blue fat guy in a funny manga. Without a doubt, this was a conceptual divine skill. The downside was the long cooldown time. But as an active skill, it was again understandable. I really want to know how the talent will change after LV30? Chun Xian was filled with anticipation for the upgrade and was instantly energized. After the healing was complete, the group recovered quite a bit of their status. Let's go! Xiaolong's heart palpitated. The Stage 2 reinforcement had made the intensity of the Otherworld unsuitable for their squad to practice. Even if ordinary players weren't afraid of death, they didn't want to die for nothing. After all, death would not only deduct life expectancy, but would also drop all the equipment currently on their body. Only the things in the storage space could be inherited. Chun Xian was not unavoidable. Today's goal had long been exceeded. Like a stock that had skyrocketed, he was waiting to sell and exit. However, just within a few steps, the earth shook more and more violently. This time, the movement was even greater than the previous time. Everyone couldn't help but look towards the core area, and to their horror, they realized that a behemoth was charging straight towards them. And along the way, both the buildings and the viaducts it crossed were brutally smashed away. Against the backdrop of the city, the sense of fear of the behemoth pulled straight through. Chun Xian glanced over his shoulder to see the hideous female face and was dumbstruck. Lin Man? He rubbed his eyes, even thinking that he was experiencing an illusion. There was a hell of a joke about an ex-girlfriend coming to cut you with a knife. Why is she here? And turned into a monster. At this moment, Chun Xian's head was full of question marks. Such a transformation was difficult to accept no matter how big his nerves were. The evil depraved Lin Man came straight towards him, her resentful gaze always pouring over him. The feeling made the hairs on his body stand on end. You guys go away. It's coming at me. Chun Xian put away his surprised look and hurriedly yelled at Xiaolang and Wei Liang. It wasn't that he had any dedication. This move was still due to pragmatism. Since it was difficult to escape, there was no need to drag others down. Upon hearing this, the crowd all had tears in their eyes. There are still many good people in the world. Wei Liang choked and hugged him before following his teammates to leave. When he was leaving, he felt that the female face looked slightly familiar, but he wasn't familiar enough to immediately recognize Lin Man. Previous encounters had only been limited to occasional encounters when Chun Xian was off duty. Not escaping did not mean that Chun Xian wanted to die. In his hands, he clutched Spell Scroll Confuse and Spell Scroll Sleep. The target of use was selected as himself. Lily Wei, you should go as well, Chun Xian said gruffly. Lord. Lily Wei was a bit hesitant. The will to survive made her want to flee. However, the contracting relationship made her subconsciously want to guard. Go! Chun Xian roared again. Due to the evil air's large stride, the movement frequency of its foot limbs was also very high. So in just over 10 seconds it had crossed a distance of 1 or 2 kilometers. Lily Wei could only leave helplessly. In her fire spirit form she had a great speed advantage. In the end, she glanced back at Chun Xian, who had generously gone to his death, intending to deal with the evil air alone. And the image of the scene seemed to be burned into her mind. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. Ahead, Evil C's roar filled with resentment rang out, causing Chun Xian's eardrums to ache. Chapter 60 Disruption of the Evil Air Body. Plus more too. The first thing I wanted to do was to save up for tomorrow, but I thought I hated the dog with the broken chapters, so I put it out in the form of an extra shift, and today's update will be nearly 9K. I'm not sure how much I'm going to be able to afford to buy a new one, but I'm going to be able to afford to buy a new one. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to afford it, but I'm sure you're going to be able to afford it. The saddest thing in the world is that the author of a book in Tomato does not earn as much as the readers. So much resentment towards me? Although I didn't throw any good looks after the breakup, I never owed you anything, right? I had thought that ending a relationship without dragging it out would be the last decent thing. Chun Xian muttered, his heart a mix of emotions. It was impossible to say whether it was sadness or lamentation. However, He could tell that Lin Man in his evil air form was resentful towards himself. I did my best too. The corners of his eyes suddenly became a little sour, but in the end, he didn't shed half a tear. He stood in a daze. He actually really looked like he was waiting to die at this moment. I've thought of a way. This should work. Chun Xian's eyes lit up abruptly. Evil air came running ahead of him. All along the way, the places he passed through were a scene of collapsing houses. Instead, evil air calmed down a little when he came closer. However, the resentment in his eyes still lingered. With a wave of his giant arm, he directly scooped up Chun Xian and lifted him up in front of him to survey him, and with a slight force, he made Chun Xian feel as if he was going to be pinched and burst in agony. Several bones seemed to have shifted. He propped up his powerful guard in time. The shield with over 1,000 points of sturdiness value was as fragile as a bubble, but it was enough to briefly block it from exerting force. The evil air didn't think that much about it, and it quickly figured out how to lash out. So it lifted Chun Xian high into the air while opening its bloody mouth. It wanted to chew and swallow Chun Xian raw. Give it a try. If you don't succeed, you'll have to use the spell scroll on yourself. Gritting his teeth, Chun Xian took advantage of the fact that the powerful guardian had yet to shatter. Taking out the ruffled flame short sword, he slashed his palm. Blood pattered and dripped into the giant mouth first. This blood seemed non-existent compared to the evil air's huge mouth. However, it set off an extremely violent reaction after falling into the mouth. After previous tests, Chun Xian had discovered that his blood had a magical dispelling effect. Even after a tenfold dilution, it could still perfectly dispel negative effects below the 4th rank. A drop of undiluted, intact blood was even more powerful in its effects. Each drop was equivalent to a one-time effective, looted ashes returning to the ruins. Insight showed its name as N question marks. So Chun Xian named it Blood of Hijacked Ashes. The evil sacrifice was an alien negative state for the sacrifice itself. Whether it was the massive and twisted evil air body or the various powers it wielded, all of them essentially originated from the four-faced evil god Andamari. Based on the above information, which was not a secret, Chun Xian decided to take a gamble. For this reason, he had also prepared a backhand. There was no such thing as 100% in the world, and he could only try to make sure that it was foolproof. His guess proved to be right. The conceptual level effect of the blood of hijacked ashes was beyond imagination. The divine power from the void was hardened and rejected, and the evil air let out a wail of pain. The moment the guardian light screen on Chun Xian's body shattered, the giant hand that clutched him also lost its strength. He was thrown out. The height of tens of meters could definitely cause him to fall half dead. However, Chun Xian reacted in time. He utilized the storage space's take-as-you-go feature and backhandedly took out the skin of the Obliviator, and then immediately activated it. As a transformation prop, it had a small mechanism. That was that every time the transformation was lifted and then reactivated, the cooldown of the relevant skills that the Gravekeeper had mastered would also reset along with it. The price was a faster frequency of durability consumption. Borrowing this mechanism, he activated the Submerge Earth technique in the split second before he landed on the ground. It was like falling into the water and blending into the ground. This move was still very useful. It could even work on concrete. It just weakened the speed and depth of the submerged ground movement. It was simply perfect to use at this time to save one's life. The impact of the fall was neutralized. Chun Xian did not show his head, but quickly dived away from his original position. During this time, damage prompts continued to pop up in front of his eyes. Blood of Ashes has disintegrated evil energy, dealing 9,792 damage. The blood of hijacked ashes has disintegrated. The evil air's size was massive, and its blood was also exceedingly thick. It was only after about 10 seconds or so that Chun Xian emerged from the ground. He was already hundreds of meters away from evil air. Looking from here, the evil air was rolling and wailing on the ground, causing the vibrations to continue. Its figure had shrunk to 1/10 of its original size. Black smoke was rising all over its body as if it had been drenched in sulfuric acid. The body disintegrated into streams of black water, and that black water quickly vaporized and annihilated. This made it impossible to see more details as it was plunged into a scene of black gas scattering all over the place. Chun Xian could only vaguely see the evil air body's figure getting smaller and smaller in the midst of it, until a new prompt appeared. Ding! The blood of robbed ashes has expelled Andamari's evil divine intent. Evil Air Body Disintegrates. Kill Gold Two-Faced Evil Air Greed LV49. Obtained Ember Gold X122. Experience value plus 15,680. Gold Two-Faced Evil Face X1. Gold Seed of Greed X1. Orange Thousand Souls Core X1. Orange Evil Airs IX1. Special Fusion Stone X1. Exotic Realm Points plus 6,568. You have achieved the first kill of a golden legendary monster. You obtain the special title Evil Air Nemesis. Eclipsing Gold Coin X100. Fine Gold Treasure Chest X1. Secret Silver Treasure Chest X2. Random Golden Legendary Level Trinket Strange Equipment X1. Evil Air Nemesis. Your attacks on any Evil Air Magic Descendant will increase damage by 10% and gain an additional 30% experience. And you will receive an additional 1 free attribute point for every 100 monsters of your ethnicity that are not lower than your own level by 10 levels. Andamari's Malignant Gaze. When you appear in any realm not guarded by a dimensional crystal wall, you will be greeted by Andamari's Malignant Gaze, with unknown consequences. Your reputation in the Evil Air Demon Camp 5000. The current camp's attitude towards you is hate, and when encountering monsters of the corresponding ethnicity, you will receive a higher hate priority, while NPCs of the corresponding ethnicity will refuse to cooperate or communicate with you. Your current camp's attitude towards you is hate. You have attracted the attention of the forces of the 72 extraterrestrial evil gods, and the probability of encountering related unknown events is increased. Chun Xian exhaled a mouthful of suppressed turbid air. His own blood was indeed powerful. Of course, this was thanks to the fact that he had calculated the mechanisms in this series of problems. First of all, looting ashes returning to the ruins belonged to the type of ability that was passively effective. Its determination mechanism was to dispel externally applied negative effects. Without biting the bullet, it was an aberration that appeared on the non-subject itself. For example, curses, poisonings, mental invasions, and so on. But things like stabbing yourself, loss of lifespan, etc. don't count. This seemed limited at first glance. In reality, it opened up a broader mindset for Chun Xian. It all started when he had previously used a drop of his own blood to awaken Lilui. With the aforementioned premise, then there was a basis for resolving the evil air. Because the evil air came from a living sacrifice coupled with the power infusion of the evil god. After seeing Lin Man's face, although he didn't know why the other party had appeared here, he understood that Moore had taken Lin Man as the subject of the living sacrifice. In this way, the conditions were established. As long as the evil air was fed the blood of hijacked ashes, the foreign evil power would be dispelled. The bet was that Lin Man was indeed the subject of the evil air. But if the target was the great sorcerer Moore, that would be different. The other party picking up evil power was the same as eating and drinking water. It wasn't even considered a foreign negative power. Chun Xian had gambled correctly. In case this move didn't work, then he would immediately use Spell Scroll Sleep on himself. Then using Scourge of Woe, he would directly apply the 100 times enhanced spell word effect on the evil air. From a probability standpoint, any strategy that was careful or safe would still not have a so-called 100% success rate. This is also a concept. Since accidents could never be avoided, he chose to trust his own judgment. The long breath he exhaled slightly released the depression in his heart. As he was about to take a look at the loot, suddenly, he heard the helpless cries coming from the place where the evil air had fallen. Walking quickly, he saw the ragged Lin Man sitting on his knees on top of evil air's melted black water. "Ooh, uncle, I'm so scared." She actually cried blankly like a 3-year-old child. It seemed to have lost the memories of an adult. But, in the final analysis, a life was saved. The onslaught of evil power had destroyed most of her memories. Perhaps cutting with the decaying adult mind and memories was a rebirth of sorts for her. Chapter 61 Epilogue. The experiences of these days had overdrawn too much of Chun Xian's joy and sorrow. First, he was disillusioned in life and hit rock bottom. And then the Otherworld descended, turning his life upside down. The semi-data-based reality game, the blood-fighting Otherworld invasion, players with different talents. After experiencing all of this, he had lightened up a lot on the past. At this time, Chun Xian was still in the state of incarnating the Gravekeeper. Just as he was pondering whether or not to be a good guy to the end and summon the Tomb Guardian to bring the memory-losing Lin Man to Ningyu Mansion, a loudspeaker alert suddenly came from the direction near the edge of the Otherworld at the rear. "All players, please do not fall behind. Immediately head to the corresponding survivor holding points in your respective directions. The latest monitoring results from the Magic Eye satellite show that half a minute ago, there was a fluctuation in the alien realm's energy level, and a downward trend has appeared. The Chivalry Island team has entered the alien realm from the west side area, heading to the core area for support. Another combined 197 additional players have entered with the reserve team. The notification echoed in the outer region. This allowed the hesitant players to gain a slight sense of security. The reason why Bureau 171 was not resented by players was mainly because of two things. The first was that they didn't force players to join and didn't form a strong competitive relationship. Secondly, there was something about the authority that was true on. Within the borders of the country, the number one iron-headed wave force was the authority. But then again, granted, raiding a foreign realm is usually a matter of getting in and getting out. But the authority doesn't mindlessly add oil. In the outside world, they had a perfect monitoring mechanism that could detect changes in the foreign realm's energy level. This was the Magic Eye system. It was likewise a combination of modern technology and magic energy technology. There was no need to say much more as Chan Xian sniffed and breathed a huge sigh of relief. Let the authority wipe its ass next. He did not intend to go back to the core area to join in the fun. After resolving the two-faced evil heir, he felt physically and mentally exhausted. Getting so much harvest also needed to be viewed and digested in a timely manner. Together with the so-called Chivalry Island, then the number of fist squads in the other realm reached 3 this time. It should be no problem to deal with a more. Chan Xian pondered, not looking at Lin Man, who was still crying like a small child. The aura left behind by the evil heir at the original location was still emitting a powerful deterrent. This caused the remaining individual demons in the vicinity to tremble and not dare to approach. After noticing this, Chan Xian took out a number of glass bottles from his storage space. They were all the potion bottles that he and Lily Wei had previously used up. Before the black slime completely evaporated, he quickly filled all the bottles, pressed back the corks, and put them away again. The commotion made here just now was too great. I'm afraid it would attract other players or the authorities' reserve team. It was better to leave the cleanup work to the professionals. He no longer had the heart to consider what was right or wrong in the future. Therefore, Chan Xian immediately dived underground after collecting some of the black liquid. He continued to rush towards the direction where Ningyu Mansion was located. Green Shade Park, the core area. The people from the Black Knight Squad and the Zodiac Squad had broken away from the control of lust. What's going on? Z-Mouse rubbed his head. Although there were skills in the Zodiac link that weakened the spirit and mind interference. But being in the greedy killing domain, everything happened in an instant. It was no exaggeration to say that even if they each had a life-preserving card. But in that situation just now, if the evil heir hadn't suddenly gone berserk, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Not long ago, all of them were in a state of frenzy, and their memories were quite blurry. Only the Black Knight witnessed the evil heir ripping the great wizard Moore, who had ordered it, right off his head, and then shouted. Thinking of this, the Black Knight's expression immediately turned odd. It seemed to shout, "Why aren't you a rich kid? There's a story here." Shaking his head, he did not continue to think more. Ahead, the dying great witch Moore still had that astonished look of disbelief. The evil heir's strange appearance was beyond its expectations, even to the point of breaking its deep-rooted perceptions. The Black Knight glanced at the recovered Z-Rat. The latter instantly understood what he meant, beckoning his hand. Behind him, Ohio Pig and Cinnabar Dragon came forward. The Ohio Pig's Zodiac talent passive was Blessed Luck, 15% probability of dropping extra coins supplies when killing an enemy. He had a two-way linking skill with Tatsuo Dragon. Pig and Dragon is Gathering Treasure. Extra 20% increase in coin drop rate, with a chance to get more materials. Dragon and Pig for River and Sea Feast. Double ingredients potions items will be dropped when killing monsters of elite and higher ranks. That's why Cinnabar Dragon and Ohio Pig are usually responsible for the last hit in a squad. In squad mode, everyone could share a portion of the experience gain. As for the loot, it could be completely distributed afterwards. After receiving the signal, they immediately rushed towards Moore, ready to deliver the fatal blow. Moore, who only had half of his missing body left, had a forlorn expression. "You guys don't want to grab any power from me." It let out a final roar, spittle mixed with a large amount of green blood. Before the words fell, his remnant body suddenly swelled. "Guard! A biao, a dui, and Aful hastily braced their defenses. In just one breath's effort, Moore's remnant body exploded. The expanding purple ball of light swept in all directions, repulsing the wreckage of buildings and fallen and bent trees along the way into the distance. It would rather die than allow the humans it hated to gain more benefits. When the purple light dissipated, with the bursting point as the center, a standard semicircular crater appeared. The life value of the three Bean brothers plummeted, and the defensive light screen that they had teamed up to hold up was shaky. Fortunately, both teams had a nurse. They directly pulled their status back. Only the faces of the people were not too good. Mu Mu and Xiao Nuan, who had been keeping their eyes tightly shut since just now, suddenly reported. Evil Air has been killed. As rangers, scouting was a basic skill. They were able to lock onto and sense targets within a certain range. However, not long after they were out of the greedy killing state, the Evil Air's aura completely disappeared. At these words, everyone was silent. Things seemed to have gotten a little weird. Never mind that much. Young Z, let's destroy the core crystal pillar first. Although they didn't get the head of the boss, there were usually treasure chests and useful supplies in the core, and in addition, smashing the crystal pillars would give them a considerable amount of exotic realm points at the settlement. The Black Knight nodded with a full heart. Smoothly, he closed the face guard of his battle helmet. Together, they rushed towards the hill that was in a semi-collapsed state. The already cracked crystal pillars were buried in the rubble. The only remaining demonic creatures around them were merely big cats and small cats, and they were no match for them at all. As the shadow-riding lance and shin monkey's 1,000-crown stick hit the crystal pillar at the same time, it suddenly shattered and turned into ashes in the sky, completely annihilating it. The eye-catching announcement in gold letters appeared in front of the eyes of all the players participating in the otherworldly realm. Ding! The crystal pillar of the Shade of Green realm has been destroyed. Otherworldly realm restrictions have been lifted. Ding! Shade of Green realm's crystal pillar has been destroyed. Chapter 62: The Deep Meaning Behind the Announcement. As soon as the announcement came out, all the players participating in this exotic realm were in a state of jubilation. For most players, this was the best possible outcome. When the exotic realm's energy level had suddenly increased and the intensity of the magical creatures had changed previously, there were many who were even pessimistically prepared for the worst. That was to directly die once and lose the equipment items on their bodies as a way to get out of the alien realm. Inside the core area, the members of the two squads also let out a sigh of relief. The overpowering intensity of the two-faced Evil Air was still causing the crowd's hearts to palpitate. It was only after a brief lag that the supplementary announcement appeared. Players' final settlements, the Otherworld roulette wheel, and the point store will be distributed later on in the form of personal notifications. Due to the fact that this Otherworld is a high-energy level class, the unlocking of elemental magic and multidimensional power in the Chinese region is plus 5.72%. Note 1. Huaxia has been noticed by the 72 extraterrestrial evil gods, and the probability of the relevant otherworldly realm appearing in the future will be slightly increased. Note 2. All Huaxia players who kill monsters of the Evil Air Magic Descendant category will receive an additional 5% bonus to their experience and explosion rate. The number of slots placed in the Chinese civilization region Otherworld is plus 20,000. The supplementary announcement was very informative. Even Chen Xian, a newbie, could see some clues about the national war. This was because the region rewards of the Otherworld were given out according to the civilization. In the Chinese region, the unlocking degree of elemental magic and multidimensional power was plus 5.72%. This could probably be interpreted as a gradual approach to the transcendent side of the world system. From no magic to weak magic, such a change is the difference in unlocking degree. Secondly, Huaxia has been noticed by the evil gods, and in the future there will be a higher chance of a relevant otherworldly realm appearing. With this in mind, Huaxia players were given a targeted buff. This clearly encourages players to fight against the Evil Air's demons. Finally, a concept Huaxia civilization region was mentioned, which further solidified the speculation of the national war theory. Taking the region as a unit, there would be 20,000 lucky people who would be qualified to be players of the Otherworld next, and they would all become the living force of the entire Chinese transcendent power. For the raiders of the Otherworld, the so-called Supreme System was still based on the principle of encouragement. This was also an important reason why Otherworld would be called a copy of reality. Outside the Ningyu mansion, Chen Xian sat by the flower bed, pondering over those messages and potential lines contained in the announcement. After experiencing these things, no one would ever treat Otherworld as a mere game again. But the awkward thing was that although Otherworldly might not be pure, it really was a game. A transcendent game was also a game, and an Otherworld game was even more of a game. Chun Xian once again characterized it in his mind. This damn thing was a game, just a special one. Life was not something to bite off more than you could chew. He never bet on the what-ifs, and believed in the 9,999,999 parts per million even more. It was only after characterizing the Otherworld that the future strategy could be made clear. Since it was a game, there were gameplay and mechanisms to follow. From the announcement information, he speculated on some hidden motives. It was like how high-level players were always guessing the next game update of the dog planner. This was crucial to the next planning. Under mental relaxation, Chun Xian's mind became incredibly active. Lily Wei was behind him, massaging his neck muscles with her hands. She was able to make her palms heat up slightly, comfortably causing Chun Xian to squint his eyes. After a moment, he shook his head with a bitter smile. The authorities think tanks can't even fathom the true purpose behind the Otherworld. So what's the use of me thinking so blindly? It's still necessary to follow the version closely, at the very least to be a son of the version. After a moment of serious consideration, he was relieved. Craning his neck, Chun Xian rose suddenly. Wei Liang and the others were discussing something nearby. Chun Xian greeted him. "Liangzi, I'll slip away first." "All right, Brother Xian. Come out for a meal when you're free in a couple days?" Although it wasn't quite clear why that evil heir had suddenly died violently. But they were all heartily happy for Chun Xian's escape from death. After having this file of saving their lives, the original rustiness dispersed quite a bit. In response, Chun Xian simply waved his hand casually. "Let's talk about it." Lily Wei had already put on her helmet and mounted the Spring Breeze motorcycle that she had come on. Ever since Chun Xian had faced the evil heir alone just now and let Lily Wei leave, her loyalty had risen by another 5 points, currently standing at 33 points. It had become even more attentive and docile. Many things no longer required Chun Xian's words, and she would take the initiative to do them well. Settling down on the back seat of the motorcycle, Lily Wei twisted the throttle and drove away from the spot. Chun Xian yawned and suddenly thought of a problem. "By the way, Lilvi, where did this motorcycle come from again?" "The evil heir's place of death. The black water here evaporated within minutes of its death. The broken ground only left large black stains. A very sharp death. It's as if it suddenly disintegrated." An old man wearing a bucket hat squatted on the ground and extended his index finger to rub those stains. After saying that, he looked at Lin Man, who had dropped to the side with a lollipop in his mouth and snot bubbles. "There's also this woman. All of her memory layers after the age of 3 have been erased, and even with the use of mind interference spells, she is unable to access any memories, consistent with the result of powerful evil energy after repeated flushing of the spirit. She might be a survivor of the evil sacrifice." The old man clapped his hands. Behind him were 8 other people, each wearing a bucket hat. This was the authorities' other fist squad, the Chivalry. The authority had never been strict with the high players under its command. Usually, they could wear whatever they liked, even if it's Ka's sword Immortal Li Bai, or Su Zhang's version of Ao Bai. There's no problem. Although Chivalry Island carried an ancient style, it did not belong to the civilization inheritance sequence. Its name comes from the hidden profession martial monk that the old man in the squad has been transferred to. The clues in Otherworld about the existence of the mysterious Eastern continent were also first discovered by the old man. Therefore, the old man took himself as a chivalrous person and set up the squad's program of chivalry and righteousness. Scratching his head, the old man took off the wine gourd on his waist and poured a large mouthful of soy-scented thatch. "Let's go. Go check on Little Young and Z-Mouse and the others. Leave this girl to the aftermath team. Check her background first. Xiao Rong and the others might know more details." The old man clapped his hands. The crowd did not chime in, just nodded their heads. Seeing that this was a team of few words, they turned around and got into the 2 Slammer military SUVs, rushing towards Green Shade Park. When the Otherworld proclaimed the completion of the raid, the various types of logistical support vehicles that had been prepared long ago drove in. In addition, there were firefighting, medical, and buses used to urgently transfer survivors. For the authorities' logistics and aftermath department, the real hard battle had just begun. Chapter 63 Investigation and MVP Settlement, +1. System tip. Read this book and urge for more work daily to unlock an external plugin. The survivors are to be counseled and supervised. Because of this, new players may appear due to the contagion mechanism. It is true that the authority will not force players to join, but this does not prevent them from utilizing their authority to a close to the water tower first moon. The authority does not force players to join, but that doesn't stop them from using their power to get a closer look at the newbies and take them under their wing. Additionally, survivors are required to sign a non-disclosure agreement. The cost of repairing damaged buildings and paying compensation in the form of hush money is also not a small amount. To make matters worse, the casualties numbered in the thousands. They had to interview all the families of the victims and those who knew about them within a few days, and arrange for prompt medical treatment for the many injured. All members of the field and aftermath teams were looking forward to the early release of information. But even after a long period of intensive preparation, the timing is still not sufficient. Publicizing these things now would only cause panic among the public. But there is no way to keep it a secret. Many of those killed died in mysterious circumstances. That was why the third major magic energy project after the River Map Agreement and the Magic Eye Monitoring Satellite was created, the Magic Net program. The plan was mainly to form a magic net in key areas of the territory by laying special magic nodes. After their research, they found that the area covered by the magic network would form a special kind of isolation. The change that first appeared in the descent of the Otherworld was not the realm, but the deposition of transcendent power led by magic. If the entire domain was covered with the magic net, then the Otherworld would force a breakthrough. However, if one only ensured that the major densely populated areas were covered with magic nets, they would be able to effectively repel the otherworldly realms, causing them to descend into sparsely populated areas without magic nets as much as possible. This plan was hugely costly, and all the magic energy materials needed would have to be obtained from the Otherworld. There were also several hundred spellcasters and scholars who had mastered the relevant magic energy techniques teaming up to work together. There was also a player with the gift of magical observation who was dedicated to assisting. Even if it was fast and furious, it would still be at least a month before it could be commissioned. Black Knight Zhang Shurong's face was full of tiredness. He put away his armor equipment and called his warhorse back to partner space. A slightly rocking Yutong bus carried everyone in the squad to the subbase more than 100 kilometers away for a temporary stay. Because of the high cost of opening the River Map protocol, it was only used for emergency teleportation. So they would be staying at this subbase for a few days. It just so happened that tomorrow was the start of the Black Knight squad's 5-day rotation. After level 30, there were many channels to obtain stamina-related props. The use of stamina in the game will become more flexible. Because it is linked to the time spent online, it is crucial for players to improve their strength. In addition to leveling, which is the basic factor in determining the value of stamina, there are many ways to replenish and enhance it, but they are not accessible to novices. They usually saved up their physical strength first, and then went online again when they were fully refreshed during the rotation period. On the road, Zhang Shurong had been staring at the information on the terminal. It had an investigation about Lin Man's identity on it. Combined with the information summarized by the crowd, it could be confirmed that Lin Man was the subject of desire among the living sacrifices of evil things. The exact reason for the loss of control was still under investigation. But at this moment, Zhang Shurong had already discovered some clues. In the information, Lin Man's resume was mediocre. Ordinary undergraduate university graduate, majoring in Chinese language and literature. After graduation, there has been no official work because the background did not check the work unit wages on behalf of the payment of taxes and payment of social insurance records. But the public examination record is year after year. So lasted 3 years, only finally in a few months ago, the organization department of a district party committee in Shanghai City. Served as a clerk. In fact, it is a daily print summary of the district committee's documents. Typical T-job, not much prospect, not much pressure. What really interests him is the social relations column. It is labeled ex-boyfriend, Chan Xian, accompanied by a 1-inch half-body photo of the entry. There were several other suspected ambiguous objects in the back. After starting the investigation authority, in just a few hours, Lin Man's life history was completely raked over the coals. In addition to accessing the established files, technical means were also utilized to investigate her social accounts, bank flows, text messages, and call records. It's a green tia. This Chan Xian. It's him. Zhang Shurong remembered being at the Wraith Fitness building. Quickly, he turned the information he had gotten around in his head. Without any hesitation, He lifted his wrist terminal and dialed a mysterious number. Master Huang. I have a clue about the abnormal overthrow of the evil heir in the Green Shade realm. Please leave this matter in my charge. The person in question is a player. There was a moment of silence before a response came from the other end. Young. It's not often that you're so attached to aftermath investigations. I trust you to handle this. You have been given the relevant authorization. All you need is to submit your request in the background. The authority AI has been informed of your authorization. Not long after the communication ended, he received an address. Chan Xian. How exactly did you resolve the evil heir transformed by your ex-girlfriend? His fingers tapped the back of his thighs. A golden nest is not as good as one's own doghouse. Chan Xian, who had taken a good shower, was refreshed. It was as if all the cruel and unpleasant sights that he had seen previously had been washed away with the flow of water. One must learn to detach oneself. Ever since looking away from everything, Chan Xian had become extraordinarily open-minded. Even if there were mood swings, he would not keep them overnight. He threw himself headfirst onto the bed. In the living room, Lily Wei was wearing her newly purchased bear pajamas, sitting cross-legged on the sofa and studying her newly purchased tablet computer. There were several convenience bags full of snacks on the floor and an unwrapped bag of chicken juice tomato-flavored chips on the table. Both the tablet and the cell phone were important mediums for Lily Wei to learn about Blue Star and to learn all kinds of knowledge. With her strong mental power and memory, her learning ability could be described with the word formidable. As for the tricky Spring Breeze 250, our motorcycle was handed over by him to the authority field. This kind of aftermath work, Chun didn't want to get his hands on half of it. He carefully considered Wei Liang's suggestion and thought that there was indeed a need to use game currency or props to cash in a sum of money to improve his life. What Wei Liang said made sense. In the future, no matter what, this side of the reality side of life had to be taken care of as well. There was absolutely no need for him to live any more miserable days. It didn't matter if he went to that class or not. The appearance of the Otherworld accelerated the process of his adaptation. The bad breath in his heart towards Chao Zhina had also been released. He did not have any attachment to the company. It had been 2 hours since he returned to the rental house. Chun Xian adjusted his state and prepared to check out the loot. It was at this time that the settlement announcement, which was only visible to individuals, finally appeared. Ding! The Otherworldly roulette function is open for a limited time. The Otherworldly point store function is open for a limited time. Your settlement has been completed. Regular kill points, 107 rank 29. Critical kill score, 977 rank 1. 8 score, 992, rank 1. Exploration score, 163 rank 1. Exploration score, 163 rank 17. Exploration score, 163 rank 17. Overall performance score rank and general. Overall performance score rating and overall performance evaluation, 912 rank 1. Total score, 3,151 rank 1. Total score, 3151, current exotic realm overall ranking 1. Total score, 3,151, current exotic realm overall ranking 1. Acquired, otherworldly points plus 3,151. Eclipsing gold coin x30, double experience card 24 hours x1, 50% explosion rate up card 12 hours x1. Random orange quality trinket wonderful item x1. Your hidden reputation in player camp plus 1,000. Is it public reputation? Yes. No. Chan Xian had actually become the MVP in this Otherworld settlement ranking. There should be an MVP exclusive settlement screen here. He was in a great mood. And who would mind the rewards? Chapter 64 Exchange Shop. This was Chan Xian's first time participating in an otherworldly replica. Before this, he had absolutely no relevant experience. All knowledge of the Otherworld came from mere words summarized after briefly browsing the forums. Thus, Chan Xian did not expect that the settlement of the Otherworld would have a unique scoring mechanism. After taking a closer look at each of the scoring items, he thought that it was still quite reasonable. Out of the 5 scoring items, 3 of them he had received a score of 900 plus. They were Key Kill Score, Aid Score, and Overall Performance Score. The first 2 were not difficult to understand. As a monster whose level had reached Golden Legend, the strength of the two-faced evil heir greed far exceeded the standard of what current players could deal with. Chan Xian had utilized Blood of Ashes to eliminate it, which was indeed a critical kill. Based on this, he had also directly saved the player who would have died at the hands of the evil heir, so his assistance score would naturally be very high. The final comprehensive performance score had a standard of measurement, which was the combined evaluation of level and actual performance. He was only LV10, and he was able to resolve the double-sided evil heir. Such a comprehensive performance could only be described as amazing. After reviewing it slightly, Chen Xian thought that he really deserved this MVP. As for the player's camp reputation, Chen Xian decided not to publicize it for the time being. As the saying goes, when the matter is over, one should go away and hide one's achievements and fame. Before he was sure that, I don't eat beef, he'd better keep a low profile and eat beef with everyone else in a muffled voice. As he made his choice, the golden subtitles slowly dissipated. Chen Xian called out the player panel and found that there were indeed 2 additional sub-options. They were Otherworldly Roulette and Otherworldly Points Redemption Store. A countdown appeared below both options. 47 hours, 58 minutes, and 21 seconds remained. After the countdown returned to 0, the relevant option would disappear. The current balance of his otherworldly points was 10,284. The bulk of it came from taking out the evil heir and the settlement rewards, while the rest stemmed from killing small monsters. Chen Xian had no idea of the spending power of this amount of points, but he knew that it was certainly not a small amount. With a thought, the otherworldly roulette wheel appeared in front of his eyes. It was blank, without any zones. This made the pointer located in the center seem lonely. Only a new note message appeared. Tense and exciting roulette draw. Spend different points to rotate the pointer and draw the same random reward. There is no limit to the types of rewards in the roulette wheel draw, but there is a limit to the quality of the rewards that can be drawn at different levels. 1 point quality limit, green fine, 10 points quality limit, blue excellent, 100 points, purple rare, 100 points, purple rare, 1000 points, orange epic, 10,000 points, orange epic, 10,000 points, gold legendary. The higher the quality and the rarer the item, the lower the chance of getting it. Consume points to start drawing. Chen Xian rubbed the freshly sprouted stubble on his chin. This carousel was purely and simply a dog betting game. From 1 point to 10,000 points, it was divided into 5 draw grades. The upper limit of qualities that can be obtained in each slot is different. Pay attention to the word limit and circle it for the test. The bag pit's oldest brother. It means that there is no guaranteed payout mechanism for the reels. Take the 1,000 point level as an example. The orange quality cap might seem tempting, but in reality, there was a huge possibility that you would get gray, white, green, or blue items in the draw. Chen Xian skimmed his mouth. Although he was confident in his character, he would not hastily waste his points here. Compared to the roulette wheel where the harvest was unstable, it was safer to take a look at the redemption store first. The roulette wheel dispersed and he opened a new option. Immediately, several subcategory options surfaced. Resource materials, weapons and equipment, auxiliary props. Note, the high-level items in the exchange store are limited to 1, and the refreshment of the items is solely based on the points earned. Chen Xian's expression became serious. He scanned through the list details in each category with the same rigor he used to treat exams in high school. It was only after about 3 to 4 minutes that a flash of realization appeared on his face. The first classification offered redemptions that included eclipsed gold, secret silver, ancient copper, magic crystals, various types of elemental gems, minerals, and herbal raw materials. The upper limit was orange quality. Among them, eclipsed gold is the raw material for eclipsed gold coins. It took 100 points to exchange 1 monetary unit of eclipsed gold. This category was definitely the favorite of those players who specialized in production professions or magical energy technologies. The second category was more interesting to Chen Xian. The quality of equipment available for exchange here ranged from white to orange. With the exception of trinkets, almost all equipment categories were covered. It even included consumables like arrows and crossbow bolts. There were also common throwing weapons such as flying knives, throwing spears, and flying axes. The exchange prices weren't cheap. Equipment like white, green, and blue quality equipment Chen Xian basically couldn't see. Starting from purple quality, weapons required around 800-1200 points, with staffs and two-handed weapons being more expensive. Orange quality equipment required 204,000 points with an even greater price gap. Chen Xian sifted through the staffs under the orange quality category. He intended to prioritize Lil Wei's combat potential. The types of weapons that a Master of Law could use also had many varieties if broken down. However, the most common ones were still staffs, spellcasting books, magic beads, totem poles, and the like. For these spellcasting weapons to maximize their effects, they had to match the phases of the mage themselves. Theoretically, every spellcaster was capable of casting spells of all elemental systems. However, in reality, depending on the elemental affinity of each mage, there would always be one or more elemental systems that were more suitable. For example, Lily Wei was a typical fire spell. There was no doubt about that. Therefore, Chun Xian would have to choose a spellcasting weapon that had the highest affinity with the fire system. If it did not match, it would not only increase the consumption of durability, but would also affect the efficiency and power of spellcasting. Based on this principle, Chun Xian quickly sifted through the suitable targets. Several item descriptions with pictures appeared before his eyes respectively. Orange Flaming Pearl, 3,200 points. Orange Arsonist Julius Short Staff, 2,900 points. Orange Scepter of Flame of the Fire Sea Domain, 3,600 points. Orange Grip of Lava, 3,000 points. These 4 pieces were the spellcasting weapons that Chun Xian had sifted through. They were all very suitable for fire spells. When casting fire spells, one could get twice the results with half the effort, and even the additional skills were mostly related to fire. There was no need to mention the treasure bead. It was a very classic 2-handed spellcasting weapon. The second is a short staff and the third is a long staff. The difference between the two lies mainly in one-handed and two-handed. The former adds less mana damage and has the advantage of being able to equip an additional non-spellcasting type of sidearm. Many mages will equip short swords or chain hammers, and some will even equip a shield to their sidearm. A two-handed staff does quite a bit more damage, just with less of a sidearm position. As for that last one, Lava Grip, it was a bit more special. It was a rare, overlapping type of equipment. It was styled as an orange and red gauntlet, and it also took into account the gain effect of fire spellcasting. It had both a double resistance boost and a spell damage attribute, and both attribute values were not low. However, choosing it was the same as occupying both the handguard and spell-casting weapon columns. Furthermore, each of them had different additional skills. After pondering for a while, Chun Xian decided to hand over the choice to Lilvi. Chapter 65 Julius the Arsonist's Short Staff. Lilwy, come see which one suits you better? Chun Xian greeted the living room. With that, he shared the details of all 4 of those pieces of equipment one way via telepathy. There were hundreds of types of equipment available for redemption in the store. However, after sifting through the relevant types and qualities, the ones most suitable for pyromancy were only these 4. Upon hearing this, Lilwy put down the tablet and carefully scrutinized the equipment information in her mind. A few moments later, her expression became slightly agitated. Master, these are all very precious epic-level spellcasting equipment. Are you really going to reward me? Chun Xian nodded with a smile. In a matter-of-course tone, he replied, with your talent, it's really condescending to use those inferior staffs. We're soulmates, you getting stronger is the same as me getting stronger. Thousands of gold to buy a horse's bones. Loyalty exchanged for actual action would last. Besides, what he said was also the truth. Your soulmate, Lilwy's loyalty has increased by 8 points. Current loyalty 41 points. As the prompt appeared, the smile on Chun Xian's face increased. This was purely an unexpected delight. After all, strengthening Lily Wei was already imperative. Thank you so much. To any firecaster, an epic-level spellcasting equipment was considered a heavy gift. It was only natural to be delighted at the sight of it. Several minutes passed. Chun Xian watched as her expression went from hesitant to determined. Only then did she make her final choice. Master, I've thought about it. I choose Arsonist Julius Shortstaff. Chun Xian did not squeak, waiting for Lilvi to state her reasoning. Originally, he had thought that the other party would choose a treasure pearl or longstaff that dealt more damage, because it's the core component of the Arsonist Julius set. As it happens, I know the whereabouts of several other components. One of its matching secondary weapon, the Arsonist Julius's fire-burning shield, is housed in the Fire Temple's prayer hall in Casbah. There is another legend to the effect that by collecting all of the sets left behind by Julius, one will be able to search for the treasures and legacies he left behind. And as long as you collect 2 of them, you'll be able to receive additional attribute gains. Casbang was the superior map that corresponded to Grey Crow Village. It belonged to the state city according to the Aboriginal district, with a population size of hundreds of thousands. Nodding lightly, if that was the case, then there was nothing wrong with Lilvy's choice. Moreover, through comparison, the attributes of this short staff weren't too far off. With the decision made, Chun Xian made the exchange decisively. 2,900 points were deducted. Light blossomed in front of him. There was instantly a crimson short staff that was about 60 centimeters long. It had a ring-like staff top at the front end, but it was not embedded with any elemental gems. The body of the staff was oddly shaped. There were intricate secret pattern circuits on the surface, connecting from the head to the tail. The staff released a gentle heat, and the surface was also dense with orange light. Lilywei picked it up and just waved it slightly, and brilliant spark trails appeared. Chun Xian, an outsider, would just take a look at the appearance and special effects of the equipment. However, Lilywei, who was holding the short staff, changed her face slightly the moment she touched it. Even in the weak magic environment of the Blue Star, with the increase brought about by the staff, she could easily mobilize the fire elemental magic to converge. Her red hair suddenly flicked to the back as if on fire. It was as if two flames were burning in her eyes. The air became dry and hot. In an instant, however, 7 or 8 fireballs the size of grapefruits appeared in the room. Stop, stop, stop. Chun Xian hurriedly called for a stop, fearing that he would set the house on fire. He was fine with it, but the landlord specified that he was not happy about it. Lilywei's hair fell back down, and all the fireballs annihilated and disappeared at the same time. Seeing her reaction, Chun Xian knew that he had chosen the right short staff. Squinting his eyes, the list of its attributes refreshed. Previously, Chun Xian had already taken a cursory look at it, but reviewing it again, he still genuinely felt that it was good. Arsonist Julius Short Staff. Single-handed. Quality, epic grade. Magic damage, 639-682. Blunt damage, 4852. Fire spell chanting speed, plus 18%. Fire spell release consumption, 12%. Fire spell release consumption, 12%. Durability, 2,300, 2,300. Equipment requirements, Spirit 200. Fire elemental magic affinity medium. Active skill. Great Arson consumes 1,000 mana, releases flames into the surrounding area, igniting an area with a radius of 120 meters in a short period of time and causing a fiery burning effect that lasts for 30 seconds. Fixed burning damage is 500 points per second, double damage to buildings. This skill will be activated regardless of terrain and environment, cooldown 12 hours. Fire Chain consumes 100 mana, creates a chain of fire that binds the target. For small to medium-sized targets, it can inflict 25 seconds of binding time and 20 points of burning damage per second ignoring armor and resistances, cooldown 4 hours. Ash's Burning Pillar of Fire consumes 450 mana, coalesces and summons a pillar of gathering fire at the feet of the 3 enemy units closest to you no more than 100 meters, dealing 0.5x flame damage per second and binding them in place for 12 seconds, cooldown 6 hours. Passive effect, flame absorption able to absorb objects such as open flames, lava, fire elemental bodies, fire elemental gems, etc., and convert them into flame value after absorption, with a cap of 3,500 points. Reserve flame value can be converted into burning mana to replenish itself. 1 point of flame value corresponds to 10 points of mana, and can also be used to repair the durability of the staff's damage at a ratio of 1 to 100. Note: those equipped with an affinity for fire elemental magic lower than a high rank will not be able to withstand the replenishment of scorching mana. Arsonists delight the larger the fire within a 300-meter radius around the equipoise, the higher the density of the ignited area and fire elemental magic distribution. The additional mana damage gain will be obtained, with a range of 1999 points. The moment it burns to incandescence, the ashes will also reflect the 7 rainbow lights. Very strong, very violent. The base mana damage of the short staff alone was nearly 700 points. There was also the damage increase passive that had a strong effect. If the conditions were met, it could increase base mana damage by up to 999 points. Taken together, its average bonus was already not much worse than a long staff of the same rank. It was worth noting that the mana damage gain was numerically much higher than the physical attack weapon in terms of physical damage value. This is also the reason why the comprehensive output ability of the Master of Law is generally stronger than that of the warrior. At every turn, it's a big hit. The only weakness is that the skin is brittle. But this is not a fatal flaw, not to mention that there is no perfect profession in the world. Besides that, the passive ability of flame absorption was also very good. Not only could it accumulate flame value as an emergency supplement of mana. To put it another way, it could also be used to put out fires. Even, it could be used to absorb fire spells cast by the opponent. Getting back to the point, an epic short staff was not meant to be a cabbage on the side of the road. It was scarce and it was strong. So, strong was the end of the story. With this short staff, Lillian Wei's strength would skyrocket. In the future, when she went to Casbon, she could find a chance to see if she could get that matching fire shield. Looking at Lily Wei, who was gripping the short staff with love, Chun Xian was also quite satisfied. There were still 7,384 exotic realm points left. With this amount of points, he intended to pick out some suitable items for himself. Chapter 66: The Wind and Thunder Battle Axe of Love +1. Chun Xian paced around the living room, thinking carefully about how to maximize the use of this amount of points. For a gambling dog game like roulette, he intended to leave some points slightly to test the waters. If he won the clubhouse tender model, it wouldn't hurt him if he lost. Currently, his equipment was quite complete. The main weapon was the useless big stick. The ruffled flame short sword that he had initially obtained was only green in quality. It had worn out quite a bit of its durability in the high intensity of killing monsters. The arms had blue barbarian bone armor. The jewelry had green beast tooth amulet, blue rigid ring, and purple thunder eclipse emblem. And there was a random chance to draw a high-level trinket wonder item in each of the quest and settlement rewards, so there was no need to rush. On his feet, he wore blue boots of lightness, and on his upper body, he also had purple reverse scale barrier. Let's start thinking about the weapons first, then the parts that are missing equipment. The attributes of the useless big stick were good, but it was not the weapon Chun Xian had in mind to take advantage of. It was too heavy and would quickly drain one's chi when using it. This was a hidden attribute that was tied to physical fitness, and was also closely related to equipment weight and fatigue. Simply put, using a useless stick will reduce combat endurance. However, a blunt weapon was again essential, so Chun Xian was prepared to use it as a backup weapon. The focus at this moment would be to re-pick a higher-ranked weapon that was more suitable for him. The exchange price for physical damage weapons was a bit more favorable. Chun Xian preferred the longsword that could cut and stab, or the battle axe that had no threshold for getting started. The sword and shield stream or axe and shield stream were the pairing options he currently aspired to. Another reason was that one-handed swords and one-handed battle axes were cheaper to exchange in the same class. Even if he obtained the hidden profession inheritance of the Apostle of Wrathful Thunder in the future, then these one-handed weapons could still come in handy as secondary weapons. Although two-handed weapons were ferocious, they were a bit less flexible after all. With the idea in mind, Chun Xian quickly sifted through the two alternatives for the ultimate second choice. Orange Wind Thunder Battle Axe, 2,460 points. Orange Frost Teeth, 2,400 points. The former was an axe, while the latter was a one-handed sword. Both come with elemental effects. That Frost Teeth could come with the power of frost. It's good for controlling the field and pulling. Each hit has a freezing retardation effect. It could also create a small area of frost field, which was also quite useful against clustered enemies. The Wind and Thunder Battle Axe, as its name suggested, combined the power of both wind and thunder elements. It seems to be a bit more comprehensive. Wind and thunder had the commonality of swiftness, and could form a complementary element with a high degree of compatibility. After a moment's thought, Chun Xian still decided to choose the battle axe. The axe was one of the weapons with the lowest threshold. Just swing it horizontally and vertically when fighting. As long as one was skillful in its use, even with only 3 axes, one could still have a fight with an expert. This was what Chun Xian had summarized when battling against the greedy killing evil blade. When lacking combat experience with the relevant weapon, prioritize picking a weapon with a low threshold in order to better utilize one's true strength. Don't go blindly pursuing fancy. New recruits simply can't play with those swords and spears. This point was based on pragmatism. What prompted Chun Xian's decision was still the hidden profession of the Angry Thunder Apostle. Whether it was the Thunder Eclipse emblem or the prefix Raging Thunder, it all meant that the hidden profession was most likely to be the Thunder Eclipse emblem. Both implied that the hidden occupation would most likely be of the lightning system. In the choice of weapons, try to rely on this system. There will not be any major problems. The exchange prices of the two were more or less the same. Since he had an idea, Chun Xian immediately chose to exchange it. Points were deducted and the item materialized. Light blossomed in front of him, revealing an imposing one-handed battle axe. This battle axe had two blades on both sides. One side was haunted by electric arcs, while the other side was guarded by wisps of light cyan-colored airflow. Arcane and unusual runes were embedded in the center. The length of the axe handle was around 80 centimeters, and the swinging range was not small. Holding it in one's hand, the heavy texture was reassuring, not yet as heavy as a large stick. Just by gently swinging it into the air, arcs of light and bladed air swept through. Instantly, the wall directly in front of him was scraped out with several finger-deep gouges and burn marks. Gotta pay for that. Chun Xian finally realized how Lily Wei felt just now after she obtained her new staff. Her hands were itching, couldn't control sending a few at all. This feeling of being in love with it was like the first cell phone one bought for oneself when one graduated and just started working. There was a smoothness of a dream come true. I knew you were destined to be with me. Chun Xian rubbed the axe handle as if caressing a lover. The list of its attributes was quietly displayed right next to it, so intuitive that it did not hide any semblance of a secret. Wind and Thunder Battle Axe. Single-handed. Quality. Epic grade. Slashing damage. 379-411. Blunt damage. 125-137. Attack range. 80. Attack speed. Plus 10%. Durability. 2100-2100. Durability. 2100-2100. Attack speed. Plus 10%. Equipment requirement. Physical fitness 55. Active skill. Wind and Thunderstrike. Activate Wind and Thunderstrike to cover the axe blade with manic thunder and sharp wind, adding an additional 300 points of thunder damage and 200 points of wind blade damage. The damage breakage judgment is determined by the hacking attack, and the damage breakage is equal to the damage breakage after the hacking breaks the defense. The duration is 10 minutes and the cooldown is 3 hours. Heavy Thunder Chop stirs up the power of thunder, greatly increases the damage of the next strike, inflicts 2.0 multiples of cleaving damage and 1200 points of thunder magic damage. When the attack breaks the defense, it will inflict the target's negative statuses such as paralysis, conduction, and burn, cooldown time 2 hours. Wind Chasing Strike. Unleash the power of Wind Spirit. Increase attack speed by an additional 15% and 45 points of armor breaking determination. This effect can inflict penetration on light armor units, inflicting additional damage to the target at a 2.0 multiple of the overflowed armor penetration value, and comes with a tear status that lasts for 10 seconds, lowering life points by 35 points per second. This skill lasts for 5 minutes with a cooldown time of 2 hours. Wind Rising Thunder War Axe chops forward, delivering a ranged strike with thunder and wind blades to a straight line of 30 meters, dealing 1.5 times the cleaving damage plus 600 points of wind and thunder magic damage each time it hits the target. Cooldown 12 hours. Passive skill. Wind Lightness. When moving with an axe, speed is increased by 10%. Breaking Evil can deal an additional 0.2x cleave damage and increase experience gain by 3% against enemies of undead, evil heirs, magic descendants, crypt creatures, shadow beings, demons, and other ethnicities of the evil camp. The Symphony of Storm and Thunder is the Rhapsody of the Vault of Heaven. Wonderful. Chun Xian dispersed the list, having completely memorized its attributes. The next step was to rely on actual combat to slowly break it in and familiarize himself with it. A weapon was like a partner that did not speak, and its importance was self-evident. Moving forward, Chun Xian was prepared to exchange for a battle helmet. Compared to the lower limbs equipped with shin and leg armor, the part of the head it provided protection for was the head. After spending some thought, he quickly picked out the only answer. This time it wasn't tangled. The price of 1,800 points for redemption wasn't too expensive. After confirming the exchange, the equipment was materialized. Chapter 67. A small profit on the roulette wheel is a Hail Mary. It was a silver-gray metal half-helmet. The top had a bristled crown similar to the ancient Roman battle helmets. The face guard was movable and could be pushed upwards to the forehead area. A nose guard hung down between the eyes, and there were cheek guards on either side, capable of protecting most of the face. Although it is not as comprehensive as the barrel helmet or cone helmet, it is lightweight and does not affect the field of vision. Gray Water Knight's Helmet. Quality. Epic. Physical defense. 140. Spell defense. 110. Additional head damage reduction. 5%. Durability. 1,600-1,600. Requirements. Physical fitness. 35. Active skill, courage headbutt launch headbutt skill, hit the enemy target not more than 3 meters away from yourself, can cause 3.0 times the body attribute of the enemy's blunt damage, the damage ignores armor, and the body lower than their own target caused by a sustained stun for 5 seconds. Each time you use the skill will make the durability of the helmet is fixed to reduce the 3 points, a certain probability of successive launch of their own fall into a short stun. There is no cooldown for this skill, so please use it at your discretion. Grey Water Fighting Spirit. Inspire Grey Water Fighting Spirit. Make oneself not afraid of pain. Gain an additional 40 points of double resistance. Increase the life value limit of 1,500 points. Lasts for 10 minutes. Cooldown time 4 hours. Will Amplitude inspires friendly units around you, sharing 50% of the control effects they endure. Lasts 10 minutes, cooldown 2 hours. Grey Water Phantom Body. Consume 500 life points to coalesce a Grey Water Phantom Body with 20% of its own attributes, no more than 100 for a single item. The Phantom Body won't be spied by detection abilities lower than the 5th rank, can be manipulated by will, has certain attacking abilities, can summon up to 2 Phantom Bodies at the same time. The Phantom Body can exist for 1 hour continuously when it is not attacked, and every time it is summoned twice, it needs to wait for a cooldown time of 2 hours. Passive skills. Grey Water Resistance plus 5% to all elemental resistances. Last Guardian. When a fatal attack occurs to the head, the helmet will lose all durability at once, not effective if below 100 points, blocking 1 fatal injury to the head of the equipped person. The curvature of the helmet's spine mirrors the wavelength of the ancient vigil. The reason for picking it was actually quite simple. It's not expensive to redeem and the values are good. Plus, the skills were comprehensive and there was even a passive that could save your life. Of course, out of all the additional skills, the one Chen Xian was looking at was actually Will Amplitude. It allowed the equipment to share half of the control effects for friendly troops. For someone with a Looting Ashes returning to the ruins talent, Chen Xian, any control techniques targeting his own party would be useless. Wearing the battle helmet, Chen Xian's protective attributes directly rose by a hair. There were also several more handfuls of skills. After a round of redemption, he still had 3,124 points. With careful calculations, he should still be able to exchange for another orange item of defense. However, Chen Xian did not intend to continue exchanging. After all, he had additional equipment rewards from both killing the evil heir and the settlement rewards. So now he focused on the auxiliary props. The items available for redemption here were even more varied. They included all kinds of spell scrolls, alchemy items, potions, rune stones, summoning stones, and so on. Most of them were used to assist in battle. It was said that immortal cultivation emphasized on wealth and law. In fact, this principle was applicable in any transcendent system. If Chen Xian had enough high-level spell scrolls on hand, when the fight started, a hard smash would be able to smash the opponent to death. There were many things in the exchange list that Chen Xian had never seen before, which opened his eyes. Among them were even potions that could replenish physical strength. Special Beginner Stamina Potion, 50 points. There were a total of 3 types of stamina potions, priced at 50,150,500 points from beginner to higher ranks respectively. Beginning rank restores 10 points of stamina, middle rank restores 33 points, and high rank restores 120 points. Theoretically, it was still the most cost-effective to buy the high grade, but for newbies, it was not bad to have the need to use vials and medium vials. So Chen Xian considered for a moment and finally spent 500 points to buy 4 vials of beginner rank and 2 vials of middle rank. Next, he focused on picking out some auxiliary items that could come in handy. 30 bottles each of 2nd order weak healing potion and 3rd order mana potion, costing 900 points. There was 1 AoE type spell scroll for each of the 3rd rank fire, water, lightning, nature, and shadow systems, costing exactly 1,000 points. Lastly, there was a 3rd order runestone worth 500 points light wind wings. When used, it could coalesce a pair of wind feathers and possess a certain amount of flight ability. The biggest difference between it and a spell scroll was that it could be used repeatedly. It has a total of 40 durability points and consumes 1 point per use. There was currently a balance of 224 points left. This allowed Chen Xian to deeply realize what it meant to not have enough money to spend when it came to use. Everything that should be replaced had been pretty much replaced. For a novice, such a stockpile of supplies could even be described as luxurious. Go play on the carousel for a bit. Still the same sentence, having come here, it was always a bit unsatisfactory not to experience it. Open the otherworldly roulette option. A large roulette will silhouette appeared in front. Chen Xian was not ambiguous, directly choosing 2 each of the 110 grades, plus 4 more of the 1-point grades as add-ons, directly using not a single drop of points left. The points obtained in different realms were not universal anyway, so there was no need to save them. 3 roulettes of different sizes appeared. The pointers slowly rotated and then accelerated to the point of being indiscernible. In just a few seconds, the results all came out. Extraction complete. 100 points. Green polished stone, purple whistling wind saddle blanket. 10 points. White-black iron dagger, secret silver coin x1. 1-point slot. Gray tattered leather boots, white unknown jerky, special dyeing broken master key, gray hard leather shard. Ha! Back to the capital. The other broken brass and iron could be ignored. However, the purple whistling wind saddle blanket and special universal key on the verge of breaking caught Chen Xian's eye. The special prefix was an independent quality level. It represented that the item often possessed some unusual special effects. Normally, the probability of drawing it was not much higher than drawing an item with the upper limit of the stall quality. Saddle blankets are mount equipment, and in the traditional concept, it specifically refers to the use of horses. It is mentioned in Du Fu's poem, Sending a Man from the Army. Horses are blocked to prevent the loss of the road, and the snow has no brocade saddle blankets. However, there are more types of mounts in Otherworldly, and it has a wider application. It could bring about an increase to both the mount and the rider. However, Chen Xian did not have a fixed mount for the time being, so this thing could only be put away for now. Then, with a slap of his hand, a cracked ancient key appeared in his palm. Universal key on the verge of breaking. Quality. Special. Effect. Universal key. A universal key made by Curtis, the divine thief of the Starfall continent, containing unique rules of theft that can open most door locks and magical prohibitions. Durability 3-3. Durability 3-3. Each use consumes 1 point of durability. Hubris. Bending the tip of the teeth will cut through all lock holes. Curtis the thief. This tattered-looking key is equal to 3 universal unlocking opportunities. In Otherworld, players have obvious privileges and supreme favorites though, but most of the wealth remains in the hands of the natives. These 3 chances, if used properly, would surely make Chen Xian a fortune. Plus, it was even capable of breaking magical prohibitions, adding even more practical value. By now, Chen Xian was beyond satisfied. Roulette. A small profit means 1,000,000 blessings. Chapter 68. Evil Face and Devouring Greed. The rewards from the otherworldly settlement were all pretty much checked and collected. Next, it would be the turn of a series of items gained after slaying the evil heir earlier. Thinking of this, his mind immersed itself in the storage space. It quickly locked onto and removed a large pile of items. Their surfaces were covered with a golden or orange halo, and they looked like they had a sense of mobbing. The halos on the surface of the items could be converged at any time. However, when they were formally taken out for the first time, they would all appear to have a flow of light. Chen Xian first looked at a strangely shaped mask. The left half of it had a greedy and evil expression, with the corners of its mouth curving up to the base of its ears. However, the right half was blank, as if it was left in some sort of suspense. A golden legendary grade item, its value was incalculable to players at this stage. Chen Xian gradually narrowed his eyes, his expression becoming cautious. The matter of his elimination of the evil heir might be able to be concealed from those casual players. However, it definitely could not escape the eyes of the high-level players under the authority's command. With this in mind, Chen Xian's mind conjured up the stern and majestic figure of the Black Knight. In addition, the authority would definitely conduct an investigation afterward. As long as a background check was conducted on Lin Man, who had lost his memory, a hint could be found. Therefore, he had every reason to think that someone from the authority would definitely come to his door in recent days. To be honest, he didn't want to join the organization. This was the way to not be tied down by responsibilities and to be a player of indulgent freedom. To enjoy every journey, every game. Right now was a time of great wins. There are always strong characters rising and unfortunate players falling. Though didn't think the authority would overstep the rules for this. Still, he decided to prepare for both. The cards and resources he already had in his hands now were enough for him not to be underestimated by any power or individual. What he needed was not resources but time to rise. With the looting ashes returning to the ruins and the active technique derived from it, woe to the east, he was confident that he would be able to go and take a look at the scenery at the highest point. It was still the same saying. Concepts were the true divine techniques. His talent was in no way inferior to anyone else's. After objectively pondering over this heavy issue, Chen Xian spiraled back into relaxation. The cart will be able to get to the mountain, and the living will not be suffocated by urine. Putting his mind back on the mask. The double face vaguely corresponded to the characteristics of the evil heir. The mask retained half of the greedy face but not Lin Man's, leaving only half of it blank. This aroused Chen Xian's curiosity. Items that were already clearly attributed would not be half as obscure to probe. With just a slight eyebrow raise, the list of the mask's attributes appeared next to it. Twin Life Evil Mask. Quality: Legendary Grade. Equipment type: Curious Item. Active effect: Mask of Greed. When worn, it transforms into the Mask of Greed and hides it, additionally boosting persuasive power over NPCs and players, depending on the opponent's will, character, and spirit attributes. Blank mask can be transformed into any face and change the shape of the whole body. The effect cannot be detected by less than the 6th order of the detection ability to pierce, can be maintained for a long time, but also customize the player nickname and other camouflage information. Each time to erase the reset will need to wait 72 hours. Evil Side: Stimulate the evil side of the heart. All attributes increased by 200%. Mastery of evil combat potential. Duration 30 minutes. Cooldown 24 hours, during which most of the autonomous consciousness will be lost, sinking into the evil instincts. No cooldown for switching between 3 faces. Passive effect: Isolation. Can isolate from prying eyes and most skill detection below 6th level. Observation of the heart: Can recognize the emotions of other intelligent beings and understand the emotional state of the other party. The blankness of the right face is molded into the greed of the left face. Good stuff. As a curiosity, it balanced the dual characteristics of props and equipment. Yet it was very different from regular equipment. 3 faces with 3 effects. They represented the 3 characteristics of persuasion, disguise, and evil enhancement, respectively. Chen Xian put it on his face and switched to the face of greed. When the mask touched the skin of his face, it was as if it had fused together without any sense of cumbersomeness. Stepping in front of the floor-to-ceiling mirror, he saw that he looked as normal. With just a thought, the mask reappeared, and it had taken on the exact appearance of greed. Chen Xian pondered that he could find an opportunity to try the effect. As for the blank mask, there was no suitable disguise target for the time being. Perhaps it could be used temporarily on Lilvi to disguise her as a player. The third active skill, Evil Face, was sort of an explosive effect. As for the side effect of being evilized, he wasn't worried at all. Chen Xian could just wave and leave the rest to hijacked ashes return to ruin. Going forward, it had 2 more useful passives. Isolation could prevent one from being spied on. After all, there were all sorts of detection and spying abilities. The one in the back, Observe the Heart, was a bit more interesting. He turned his head to look at Lilvi, who was playing with her new staff. It didn't take long for a prompt to appear. Her heart was filled with joy at this time as well as expectations for the future. The effect of observing emotions was not as straightforward and exaggerated as listening to the heart. However, it could also allow Chen Xian to obtain a lot of additional information. This could work not only for players but even for NPCs. It would be of great help to his future journey through the Otherworld. The Golden Legend really does have some reputation. Chen Xian could not help but marvel. He did not unclasp the mask, as it could hide on its own anyway. The next item was still of golden quality. This allowed his sense of anticipation to be fully mobilized. After fighting so hard for so long, wasn't it just for this moment in front of him to enjoy the spoils of war? Chen Xian reached out and picked up the seed covered in a layer of golden aura. When his hand touched it, the golden aura slowly dissipated. A black irregular body with a surface covered in vein-like dark golden lines was revealed. It was about the size of a pigeon egg. There was no way to tell its purpose from its appearance alone. He then narrowed his eyes and called out the list of attributes. Seed of Greed. Quality: Legendary Grade. Seed of Concentrated Greedy Desire. Brand a strand of spiritual energy to make the strange object recognize its owner. Passive skill: Lust Nourishment will automatically parasitize after contacting an intelligent being, absorbing the desire of the parasitized to generate an energy essence to feed back to the host. Each energy essence can bring permanent gains in different attributes after use, and the output will continue to consume the toughness of the parasitized soul until the soul falls into an irreversible state of weakness. Parasitism will not be dispelled by purification abilities below the 6th rank. Every crack gives birth to a new abyss when the seed coat chafes. It is not the germ that gushes forth but the throat of thirst. Chen Xian was surprised by its effects. Simply put, one could become the master of this seed of greed by imprinting his spiritual power. He could then choose to parasitize the seed onto any intelligent being. By sucking up the desire of the parasitized person, he would be able to generate energy essences that could increase his attributes. If one were to exaggerate, it could even drain the soul of the hosted person. The efficiency of the output is unknown, but its use carries a clear evil lure. If it fell into the hands of someone with flexible moral standards, it would probably be taken for indiscriminate parasitization in a matter of minutes. Chen Xian, however, considered that he could throw it at his opponent in the future. As long as the opponent did not have the purification abilities of the 6th rank and higher, then they could only watch as they were drained by this seed of greed, directly contributing growth sustenance to Chen Xian. Chapter 69 Noble Circle and Fusion Stone +1. Today's extra shift, late but here. Since there was no target to use for the time being, Chen Xian could only put away the seed of greed first. Next, he skimmed over the items that glowed with an orange halo. His eyes focused on a golden ball of light. It did not represent any item. Rather, it was a chance to draw. Random golden legendary grade trinket strange equipment. Gently touching the ball of light, a new prompt soon appeared. Whether or not to proceed with the extraction. Yes. No. Looking at the subtitles in front of him, Chen Xian felt slightly nervous. Although there was a quality guarantee that he would not encounter the embarrassing incident of a high-level box opening up roadside trash. However, even if it was an item of the same rank, there would still be a large gap between the strength and weakness. Come on. Chen Xian took a deep breath and chose, yes, with great anticipation. The ball of light in his hand suddenly became bright, and the core position was switching at high speed. Ding. Extraction complete. Acquired. Gold Noble Circle. The ball of light dissipated, leaving only a small and delicate earring in its place. Men's style, only a single ring. Without gemstone accessories, it was unremarkable from a distance. Reaching out and picking it up, only by observing it closely could one discover the fine and delicate lines engraved on the ring. The silver-colored moonshadow sculpting art had left elemental runes representing the 3 systems of wind, earth, and water on it. The wind pattern consisted of 428 miniature runic dimples that would create localized airflow disturbances every 3 seconds, which should have a defensive effect. The earth pattern transforms into 2 intersecting contours of dark golden mountains, projecting a hologram when attention is focused on them. The water pattern uses an even more marvelous filling process that actually manages to flow under the influence of body temperature to resemble the changing tidal lines of the oceans. So this is a legendary piece of jewelry that at first glance looks understated, but in reality is incredibly luxurious. Yes, earrings also belong to the jewelry class equipment. And according to the equipment rules, a player's 2 ears can be equipped with 1 each. In reality, Chen Xian was not a fan of all kinds of accessories, not to mention earrings, even large gold chains and rings he felt a bit cumbersome. But when faced with high-level jewelry, he wouldn't be picky. What's more, when his equipment was revealed, he had even put on the more ostentatiously styled battle helmets and armor. Didn't mind multiple earrings at all. The clip-on ones also didn't need to have their ears pierced. Silently reciting the equipment in his mind, it clipped right onto his earlobe. There wasn't the slightest bit of discomfort, and its weight couldn't even be felt. A new power was added to his body, making him feel instantly relieved. There was no doubt that it definitely had attribute-gaining effects. Squinting slightly, the earring's information instantly surfaced. Noble Circle. Quality, legendary grade. Effect. Physical spiritual attributes increased by 10%, rounded up to the nearest whole value. No single gain exceeding 100 points. Attribute gain of the same type can only take effect on one of them. Active skill. Noble Good will forcibly raise the favorability of an unranked or low-ranked NPC target by 10 points. Can only be used once on the same target. Cooldown time 24 hours. Noble Arm summons 6 Knights of Honor of the same rank as the Akept. Can last up to 120 minutes. Cooldown 36 hours. Wind Ring creates 12 rings of wind around the body, weakening 80 points of long-range physical damage while reducing 12% of magical damage. Repelling enemies within a 3-meter radius, lasts 15 minutes, cooldown 4 hours. Rock Wall constructs a rock wall with a maximum length of 30 meters and a maximum height of 6 meters in a specified direction. The wall has a total of 100,000 points of solid value and 500 points of double resistance. Can last up to 12 hours when not destroyed, cooldown 12 hours. Tidal Surge summons 6 rounds of fan-shaped tidal waves to continuously wash over the specified direction. Maximum wash distance 100 meters. Maximum outer arc length 90 meters. Each round of tidal waves will deal a fixed 800 points of water magic damage to the target and cause an impact effect. Cooldown time 12 hours. Passive skill. Knighthood. The equipped person can choose any one of the 7 current kingdoms of the Starfall continent and immediately obtain an honorary knighthood, enjoying the corresponding benefits of nobility. Hailsham Honored Noble Book Club. Every night of the full moon, you can use this token to open a temporary portal and travel to a special demiplane for a limited time to attend the Honored Noble Book Club. The arc of the circle measures the radius of the nobility. The golden trinket was different in the end. It had a comprehensive effect. Of the 5 active skills, the first one could directly add to an NPC's favorability. The second was a summoning type skill. The next 3 corresponded to the 3 elemental runes of wind, earth, and water engraved on the ring. What was truly intriguing were its 2 passives. Knighthood allows him to obtain an honorary knighthood in one of the 7 kingdoms. In this way, he gained the privilege of status among the Aboriginal powers. As for the Hailsham Honored Noble Book Club, he was a bit confused. Just from the introduction, it seemed to be some kind of mysterious association organization. He would find out when he tried it out on the next full moon. Equipped with the Noble Circle, his physique increased by 4 points. Actually, technically it should be 4.9, but it only rounded up. It was always considered an additional gain. Taking a deep breath, Chun Xian placed his gaze on the 2 orange items towards the back. They were a gray-tinged core and an eyeball as black as the abyss. With a slight raise of his eyebrows, their attributes immediately appeared next to them. 1000 Souls Core. Quality, Epic Grade. A core made from thousands of souls through evil sacrifices, suitable for use as the soul core of high-level magic puppets, statues, and constructs. 1000 souls gathered. The dead never die. Quality, Epic Grade. The Eye of the Evil Heir. Quality, Epic. The Eye of the Two-Faced Evil Heir contains endless grievances and greed, suitable for use as a forging material for special wonders, as well as an excellent sacrifice to please some of the gods. Pupil of Evil, Heart of Evil. Both of these are material items. They cannot be equipped directly, but the potential value is still very high. The former could be used to make high-grade puppets and might be useful in the future. Even if it couldn't be used, it could be sold for money. The latter is more interesting. It can be used to forge wonders and can also be used as an offering. Both belong to the category of things that could not be used for the time being, but it would not be a loss to keep them. Stretching his back, a large portion of the items he had taken out earlier had already been collected by Cha. The next item was a special item. Thinking about the concept level role of the universal key from before, Chun Xian was also filled with anticipation for it. It was a stone with colored light flowing from its surface. It was as if a rainbow had melted and coalesced. Although the colored light flowed, its texture was not translucent. Hidden beneath the rainbow light was chaotic obscurity. Observing and pulling out the attributes, this was almost becoming Chun Xian's regular process of checking for items. Fusion Stone. Quality, Special. Effect. Fusion can cause 2 arbitrary items beings with clear attribution to undergo a mandatory fusion. The higher the phases of the fusion object, the higher the chance of a positive effect from the fusion, and vice versa. Fusion. Create a whole new set of rules. Chapter 70 Skill Book Weapon Storm. Fusion. Chun Xian stared at the fusion stone in his hand, pondering the exact use. Needless to say, this was another concept level effect. Could even fuse living beings. The prerequisite was a clear attribution. It should be like a pet, mount, or something like that. Then, the notes also mentioned phasing. This was the factor that had the greatest impact on the fusion result. Blindly fusing a few times could potentially backfire. It was still necessary to follow the law of elemental restraint. In this regard, the Chinese doctrine of the 5 elements would be able to serve as a guide. It shouldn't be a coincidence that the 5 elements corresponded exactly with the 5 basic elements. After pondering for a little while, Chun Xian's mind was filled with the image of Thunder 2-in-1 from the legendary handgame advertisement. This fusion stone, if used properly, might really be able to combine top-tier equipment. Put it away. Put it away. Chun Xian put it away solemnly. Only then did he raise his eyes to the 2 cards in front of him. It was only when they were popped that the Otherworld had a few moments of what a game should look like again. Neither of these two cards had any fancy patterns. The role was the name, and it was the only character that was on them. Chun Xian casually scanned them, and their relevant information appeared. Double experience card 24 hours. Only for use within the foreign realm, or the game does not take effect when leaving the realm in question, and the remaining time will be frozen as well. Double experience gain after use. Double experience gain after use. 50% explosive rate up card 12 hours. Only 4. 50% explosive rate up card. Only 50% explosive rate up card. 50% explosive rate up card. 2 privilege cards were in his pocket. Chun Xian was prepared to pick a suitable time to use them. There was naturally no need to utilize the perks for daily monster brushing and whatnot. He would wait until he was able to harvest experience on a large scale, or use it when he was able to slash bosses. In the end, there were 4 more things in front of him. They were 3 treasure chests and an orange ball of light that represented the chance to draw wonders. This wave was really a loot getter. The green shade Otherworld was certainly depressing, but the rewards it brought were also enormous. In the days to come, whether it was the Otherworld or reality, Chun Xian's survival rate would be greatly increased. Standing from the perspective of a hardcore player, he had actually always been more concerned about his ability to preserve his own life. He could escape if he couldn't beat them. Not being able to fight now didn't mean that he wouldn't be able to fight in the future. Of course, the spirit of adventure cannot be lost. In the Starfall continent, the Matthew effect was manifested to the fullest. The stronger, the weaker, the weaker. What you could get was often also tied to what kind of risk you were willing to take. Continuously accumulating cards on this basis, so as to be able to attack and retreat, was Chun Xian's goal. The treasure chests and extraction opportunities were all somewhat randomized. Among them, the fine gold treasure chest was purple in quality, and the secret silver treasure chest was blue in quality. Neither of them could open items that exceeded their own rank. So Chun Xian simply opened them all in one go. Extraction complete. Acquired. Orange Golden Scale Fisk's Organizer. Open Fine Gold Treasure Chest 2. Open Fine Gold Treasure Chest 2. Open Fine Gold Treasure Chest 2. Obtained. Blue Forest Wearer Leather Pants 1. Get Purple Skill Book Weapon Storm 1. Get Blue Phantasmagoria Crystal 1. Get Green Crispy Fried Schnitzel 3. Obtain. Green Crispy Fried Schnitzel 3. Obtain Purple Wolf Flute 1. Open Secret Silver Treasure Chest. Get Green Primary Magic Energy Crystal 1. Obtains. Blue Robe of Remnant 1. Chun Xian first ignored the items opened in the treasure chest. Looking towards the plainly styled organizer bag, it looked like it was sewn from burlap. A small bell was tied to the mouth of the bag. The surface was dusty, simply dirty and old. When the orange light dissipated, no one could tell from its appearance that it was actually an epic-level curiosity. Its size was closer to that of a grocery bag that dangled on either side of one's waist. There were many aborigines in the Otherworld who wore similar-looking organizer bags. However, after reading its information, Chun Xian's eyes lit up. Golden Scales Fisk's Organizer Pouch. Quality: Epic Grade. Effect: Advanced Storage Space. Golden Scales Fisk Storage Bag has precious advanced storage space, with volume data of 100 meters wide x 100 meters long x 30 meters high, which can be placed or stowed by thought, and the rules for collecting items are the same as the player's storage space. Commercial negotiation. Call out the Soul Shadow of Golden Scale Fisk to negotiate. Existence time 1 hour, cooldown time 24 hours, chance to get 3% 50% purchase price discount. Space is profiteering. Fisk's weights never tilt. Players have primary storage by default. The volume is 8 cubic meters, which is still sufficient for the time being. Could be upgraded and advanced, but at the moment Chun Xian had no access to the relevant pathways. This Golden Scale Fisk storage bag, on the other hand, that was awesome. With 300,000 cubic meters of space, it was comparable to a large mobile warehouse. In addition to storing things, it could also summon Golden Scales Fisk to conduct business negotiations to obtain discounts. Players had coins in their hands to a greater or lesser extent. These coins were the common currency of the Starfall continent. It was also a precious magic energy metal itself. In addition to being used to trade between players with each other, a greater role was actually used to buy all sorts of items from the Aborigines. As long as the money was in place, high-level equipment and whatnot could be bought. Chun Xian was very satisfied with this organizer bag. Finally, there were the items that were opened from the treasure chests. Both of the fine gold treasure chests produced purple items, proving his luck once again. The blue forest wearer leather pants came with 30 points of physical defense and 20 points of spell defense. There was also a passive called Forest Wearer. When trekking through the forest, movement speed is an additional plus 10%. Chun Xian happened to be short on leg gear, so he just equipped it. Now, his defense equipment was considered complete. Going forward, the blue illusion crystal and green primary magic crystal were both or materials, and the green crispy fried schnitzel was food with a certain gain effect. After consuming it, you can obtain a gain that lasts for 15 minutes of plus 30 base physical damage. That blue robe of remnant was just right for Lilwei. It came with 45 points of physical defense, 40 points of spell defense, and was able to reduce the damage taken when facing fire spells or burns by 10%. This robe was a perfect match for fire spells. The robe was an orange and black color scheme, with a black ash pattern on the bottom and an orange fire pattern on the top. It was considered quite good amongst the blue excellent grade equipment. Handing it over to Lilwei in passing, Chun Xian's mind was focused on the two purple items. He extended his palm to pick up the skill book first. Information instantly surfaced. Skill book Weapon Storm. Quality: Rare grade. Learning requirements: Physique 55. Elementary Weapon Proficiency Category 2. Activation requirement: Dual Wielding Weapon. Weapon Storm: when you start rotating in dual wielding weapon form, you can inflict 3 times dual wielding weapon damage 2 plus 20% body physical damage determination on the enemies around you every second. Lasts for 10 seconds, cooldown 15 minutes. Weapon Storm: when your weapon starts spinning, you're a tyrant among the steel. The skills were awesome, but unfortunately Chun Xian could not learn them for the time being, because he hadn't unlocked any weapon proficiencies yet. Chapter 71. Logging in and going to an appointment. The physique requirement for the skill was simple. He just had to add the points he had accumulated, and counting the circle's bonus would be more than enough. The hard part was that he hadn't yet reached the proficiency initiation for any weapon. The concept of weapon proficiency was introduced in the forums. Proficiencies in common weapons could be learned from specific NPCs within the novice village for initiation. At the same time, using a certain weapon for a long period of time could also automatically lead to proficiency. Each weapon has its own proficiency path. The higher the level of proficiency, the more damage you can get when using that weapon. Weapon Storm skill is really strong, but it requires mastery of 2 weapon proficiencies, and it had to fulfill the dual wielding requirement. Chun Xian was going to focus on practicing axes and swords. Having made the arrangement in his mind, he then focused on the last item. It was a piccolo carved from bone. The bone had become a warm texture comparable to white jade. It had obviously been played with by the maker for a long time. The shape was very rough and simple, without any carvings or inscriptions left behind, showing a kind of primitive simplicity. Wolf flute. Quality: Rare grade. A flute made from the bone of a howling night shadow wolf's cavity, capable of attracting wandering wolves in the vicinity when blown. What is blown is not a melody. It is an IOU from the wilderness. Quality: Rare. This is a non-equipment item. The effect was simple. It was to summon wandering wolves. It reminded Chun Xian of the Frost Wolf King in the Misty Forest. Perhaps the wolf flute in his hand would soon come in handy. Chun Xian's false eyes took on a bit of cunning in his gaze towards the piccolo. It took a small 2 chimes before and after before he finally finished exchanging, checking and equipping all the loot. Considering that he was only at LV10, he hadn't encountered any bottlenecks in his upgrades in the future. He simply added the 25 attribute points he had saved to physique in a brainwave. After the enchantment of his new equipment, his attributes had also changed greatly. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, his personal panel was synchronized in front of his eyes. Player: Chun Xian. Level: 10. Experience value: 18,820 51,200. Lifespan: 12 years and 127 days. Lifespan: 12 years and 127 days. Life expectancy: 12 years and 127 days.
Physique, 83 plus 8 cercles.
Spirit: 15 plus 1 circle. Physical attack: 91. Physical defense: 27 plus 145. Equipment: spell attack: not yet opened. Spell defense: 3 plus 107 equipment. Spell defense. 3 plus 107 equipment. Life. 547 555 plus 150 equipment. Mana. Not yet turned on. Satiety. 89 100. Stamina. 10 plus 10 level. Stamina overdraft. 5. Assignable attribute points. 0. Assignable attribute points. 0. Assignable attribute points. All of the above are basic attributes. Except for the life value, there is a significant increase in all other items, including lifespan. With the increase in physique, the lifespan also gradually increased, slightly improving the situation of short-lived ghosts. Currently, only the life value item was lower, but it also exceeded the average standard for players of this level. Furthermore, as long as Chen Xian had all types of gain skills turned on, then his life value would immediately increase to several times the current level. When all the equipment was revealed, he looked quite imposing. The equipment on his body was not a patchwork state after all. The major big pieces were basically complete, and none of the levels were too low. Wonderful! Giving a thumbs up, Chen Xian was satisfied and prepared to go rest. It was now a little after 9 o'clock in the evening, and he was prepared to go online at around 2 in the morning. By then, he still had to go to the Black Rose Tavern for his appointment. Physical and mental shortened the amount of sleep he needed. Less sleep was also tantamount to indirectly prolonging his lifespan. So there was nothing wrong with staying up late partying. Lilui spread sleeping pads and blankets on the sofa. Chen Xian set the alarm clock and the two of them exchanged a good night. He quickly entered the land of dreams. Late night. Shanghai City Affiliated Hospital. This was the best comprehensive tertiary hospital within Shanghai City. Every weekday was at full capacity. Patients from nearby counties, towns, and villages with some conditions would come here by all means. Intensive care wards are in short supply all year round. There is no lack of primary care resources in China, but almost every city's well-known tertiary hospitals are full. Inside the intensive care ward, where a room is hard to find, the bright moonlight shadow was reflected into it through the crevices of the pleated windows. On the hospital bed, Xiao Zhenna, who was on a tranquilizing drip, slept very uneasily. From time to time, she stomped and kicked the covers on her body. The caretaker guarding the side was dozing off, only occasionally looking up to see how the infusion was going. It seemed that the tranquilizing drugs were having limited effect on her now. "Don't," she murmured in a small voice, obviously not yet recovered from the fear of the evil eye's intimidation. Suddenly, a round moon shadow appeared on the wall opposite the hospital bed. Xiao Zhenna, who was still in a drowsy state, snapped her eyes open. A flash of realization passed through her eyes. So this is it. In the next moment, she violently ripped off the foretube in her hand. Ignoring the caretaker to stop her, she stumbled and ran out of the hospital. On this night, she was not alone. The alarm clock rang on time. Chen Xian yawned and did a lazy cat stretch. Lily Wei on the other side didn't seem to be sleeping at all. It was sliding and flipping through the tablet with the dimmed brightness in her hand under a blanket. Powerful mages really didn't need to sleep. Their meditations could both quickly recover from mental fatigue and replenish their mana along the way. After washing and cleaning up a bit, I ate some more fast food for breakfast. At 2:20 a.m., Chen Xian retrieved Lily Wei back into his partner space and logged into Otherworld on time. After a slight sense of withdrawal, he appeared at the place where he had gotten offline earlier. To his surprise, the hill he was originally hiding in had disappeared in its entirety. Associating the Great Witch more with the hill in the green shade Otherworld, that last trace of confusion lifted. Maybe that guy becoming a boss of the Otherworld really does have something to do with me. Chen Xian didn't know what exactly had happened in the previous fight between Moore and the Frost Wolf King. Right now, it seemed that it was probably a lose-lose situation. Taking out the Hearthstone, he confirmed that the current surrounding area was still a temporary safe zone. Chen Xian directly initiated teleportation. Accompanied by flashes of blue light, the next second he appeared next to the teleportation stone pillar outside of Grey Crow Village. He hid his equipment and kept a low profile. Only the linen dress pants that existed as undergarments were revealed. Only after confirming that he had returned to the safe zone did he re-summon Lilui. Staying in the partner space was not as boring as the passage of time though. But Lily Vi couldn't do anything either. Staying in the outside world, she was still able to read and study or delve into spell models in her mind. Therefore, unless it was necessary, Chun Xian did not intend to keep her in space for a long period of time. After all, she was also a living human being, not some cold object. The current Grey Crow village was in the early morning. The entrance to the village was bustling with activity and seemed to be more lively than before. The difference in the time sequence caused the rhythms of reality and the Starfall continent to be out of sync from time to time. But it only took a little bit of getting used to. Entering the village, he proceeded along the main road. Soon came to the Black Rose Tavern located near the village square. The tavern didn't have many customers at this time of day. The Grey Crow village had a curfew, so the tavern's business was mostly concentrated in the long hours from noon to night. The daytime in Starfall continent was 24 hours long, and the nighttime was only 12 hours long. If converted into real time, it would be halved. In the future, even if the game is 48 hours long, the reality is only a day. Pushing the door into the tavern. At a glance, he saw Asajiri sitting in the corner. There were also several players sitting by the tables. They were talking and laughing loudly and seemed to be discussing something passionately.
Chapter 72 Turquet Flavor Pot pourri plus 1.
Chun Xian had a good impression of Chao Mu. After all, she had informed herself of a lot of information in the first place. Of course, Chun Xian could also tell that Chao Mu was an ambitious player. But ambition was something that almost everyone who entered the Otherworld would have. Who wouldn't want to stand taller and walk farther, mastering the true transcendent? From what was revealed earlier, she seemed to be interested in a certain relic around the Grey Crow village. It was in order to explore the ruins that she took the initiative to befriend players from the same novice village. After all, the current total number of players in Huaxia was small, and was successively divided into several batches. Inside the novice village, excluding those casual players who had little combat power, the number of teammates that could be gathered was really limited. Most of the players would not stick to the ruins around the newbie village. They couldn't wait to level up to 30 or above and head to Bang City to experience the wider world. Furthermore, those ruins in the novice village were certainly quite difficult for players below level 30. By no means were they as cheap as the cabbages on the side of the road. Regarding these aforementioned issues, Chun Xian had long considered them. His footsteps paused slightly, and then he stepped forward. Chao Mu, who had just put down his wine glass, saw him at once. Yun Feng, it's just you. Patting the adjacent empty seat beside her, her gaze darted over Lilvi, who was holding a short staff, for a moment. Only when Chun Xian came closer did she ask with a smiling face. This one is. Lily Wei unsmilingly flashed out a player ID. Flame. Before coming, Chun Xian had temporarily handed over the twin evil face to her to use, and utilized the effect of the blank face to forge a player nickname. Either way, bringing it around disguised as a player was more favorable to Chun Xian. The face was also slightly adjusted to make it look more characteristic of Chinese appearance. Chao Mu nodded her head, not knowing what she was thinking. She smiled and invited the two to take their seats. Then it stood up. Other than Chun Xian and them, there were 4 other players present. To meet is to be friends. By way of introduction, this is Mr. Ruya, taking the warrior route. These two are Yun Feng and Flame. She pointed to a smiling middle-aged uncle and introduced him. Nice to meet you. Mr. Juya, who had his arms wrapped around him, responded mildly. Asajiri turned to the other side. These 3 were vaguely a small group, and it appeared that they had been in contact before this. And judging from their subconscious relaxation movements, it was possible that they knew each other in reality. This possibility was low, but not completely absent. After all, from a probability perspective, anything was possible. The 3 men were all young in appearance, looking like they were still undergraduates. The other 2 were vaguely led by a guy who was clearly a spellcaster. A long staff that looked to be of mediocre quality rested beside that guy. Asajiri pointed to the guy first and introduced him in a slightly distant tone. This is Fire, turkey-flavored potpourri, who has awakened the watercaster talent. After that, she looked over to the archer sitting next to the guy. His name is Sorrowful Tonight, Night. Asajiri's expression gradually became embarrassed. The 3 men burst into laughter. At this time, a 3rd youngster with a black iron machete interrupted with a smile. It's better if I do it myself. My nickname is getting older big too. After saying this, the 3 of them laughed again. Chun Xian leered and was speechless. He could tell that Chao Mu really couldn't find a suitable candidate. Even such a lewd, abstract player had been found. The 3 of them were practically a family of crouching dragons and phoenix chicks. The key was mistaking nastiness for humor. If he saw these three abstract nicknames on the internet, Chun Xian would inevitably laugh. But in Otherworld, he would only feel that the other party was more or less two-dimensional. After all, this game harbored transcendent opportunities. Seeing that both Chun Xian and Lil Wei did not squeak. It was only then that the three people who were having an epileptic fit of laughter gradually stopped laughing. Che, why so serious? The turkey-flavored potpourri waved his hand with a smirk, and then he focused his gaze on Lily Wei. This Miss Flame, I wonder where she is from? So good-looking, like a mixed blood baby. Lily Wei didn't pay any attention to him and just sat down with Chen Xian on her own. Neither side could see the other's level. In terms of equipment, Chao Mu, Mr. Confucian, and Chen Xian were all in a state of hiding. The same was true for the three Tart boys. One could only judge the strength from the weapons they had not put away. Snap! All right, let's get to the point. Asajai clapped her hands. She was probably well aware of the trio's personalities, afraid of sparking any unpleasantness. After all, overly jumpy personalities could easily cause conflicts. Not everyone would be able to accept self-centered jokes. More people would only feel offended and uncomfortable when they met for the first time. After the three of them barely quieted down, Chao Mu looked at Chun Xian. Actually, I've summoned you all here in order to rush to raid a relic outside the village before level 30. You two have just arrived, so I'll repeat some of the information. I'm sure you all already know the terrain outside of Grey Crow Village. East Misty Forest, West Cemetery, North Black Zephyr. These 9 words are enough to summarize it. Each area corresponds to a large leveling spot with a different terrain environment. The circles are divided in terms of distance from the village. The closer to the village, the lower the distribution level of the monsters. The area of the forest that caught fire yesterday is roughly located in the front middle section of the Misty Forest. Asajai dipped her finger in the wine and drew a sketch on the table. There are no fixed practicing spots to the south. That's the main way out to the upper level maps, the busy Bonanza Strait. Of course, if one is not afraid of danger and accidents, then crossing the other 3 directions and spanning longer distances can also reach other Bangchangs in the corresponding direction. But the Starfall continent is vast, and that would be a grueling and long journey through the wilderness. These were indeed not considered secrets, but Chun Xian still felt fresh when he heard them. He hadn't explored much of this world. After a moment's pause, Chao Mu focused on drawing a circle in the south. Although according to the forum bigwigs, there should be relics present in the depths of all 3 leveling zones. But I only have clues on hand about one of the ruins. That would be the cemetery. For the record, that relic is located in the depths of the cemetery, and any player below level 30 who goes there runs a great risk of death. The last warning she focused on Chun Xian and Lily Wei. This was because the 3 abstract boys and Mr. Elegant had expressed that they could accept it. It was true that ordinary players were relatively less afraid of death. Dying once only deducted 3 years of life expectancy, and the physique bonus could extend life expectancy. Grey Crow Village was relatively special, and the number of hardcore players allocated would be a bit higher. But the overall ratio was still not much higher. Chun Xian only commented at this time. If you want to get something good, you definitely have to be prepared to take risks. What I want to know is the exact time of departure. This question caused the other 4 to be slightly stunned. They all seemed to have overlooked a key point. Asajiri hadn't made it clear when she was going to depart. Only a strange color flowed in her eyes. The closest opportunity to depart is tomorrow night within the game. Almost 26 hours from now. According to the Grey Crow Village's calendar, tomorrow night will be the day of the lunar eclipse. Chapter 73. It's you, Living Conan. When these words came out, everyone was silent. In the Starfall continent, it wasn't a secret that there would be a demonic plague on the night of every lunar eclipse. At that time, both demons and beasts would go berserk and agitated. They would recklessly attack the surrounding villages, towns, and settlements. During the demonic plague, you can either stay online for half a day or stay in the novice village and follow the village guards to mix experience. It is said that there is also a big difference in the intensity of the demonic plague. If you are unlucky enough to encounter a high-intensity demonic plague, you can't escape death even if you hide in the novice village. There weren't many examples of novice villages being overthrown in Otherworld, but there were still some. However, the intrinsic force value of the novice village was basically on par with the surrounding area. Like the Grey Crow Village, it was estimated to be the piggy bank fortress of the novice village. and going out on the night of the demonic calamity was several times more dangerous than usual. Going to explore the ruins at that time is no different than sending them to their deaths. Ms. Asagiri should have been more forthcoming. Mr. Elegant, who hadn't said much, suddenly opened his mouth. He leaned forward slightly, his tone calm, but his words carried a hint of reproach. After a few moments of silence, Asagiri explained. The refreshment mechanism of the Otherworld is gradual. In other words, when a batch of monsters is eliminated, it doesn't immediately refresh in the same place. I've already stepped on the spot. There are several temporary safe zones available for offline in the direction of the cemetery. So let's make an appointment at that time and uniformly go there to get offline. There won't be too many monsters outside when the undead storm Grey Crow Village. As for why it has to be the night of the lunar eclipse, it's because there's an ancient magic energy restriction in that ruin, and it will only break at that time. She didn't give out the details of the location and the specifics of the ruins. It wasn't hard to understand. If this was said, as long as it got out, it would be none of her business. But the seeds of suspicion had been planted. Mr. Confucian and the three abstractions all revealed a look of hesitation. Chun Xian also had a false eye, not knowing what he was thinking. This squad seemed to be disbanding before it was even formed. Immediately afterward, Chao Mu gritted his teeth and said, "That relic is called Ancient Lungka's Secret Research Stronghold, and it has existed for even longer than the cemetery itself or even the Grey Crow Village. It's able to be traced back to the undead plague that erupted on the continent hundreds of years ago. I've already explored it once, and there are a large number of withered dead roaming within its walls, so I can't handle it alone. And there will be at least one purple-ranked boss sitting in such a relic." Chun Xian did not speak. He used the rest of his eyes to secretly observe Mr. Confucian's reaction. After a short period of coldness, Sorrowful Tonight stepped forward. "Why, it's nothing more than a fight. The big deal is losing a life. I'm sure Mrs. Seijai won't hoodwink us." He looked around and said in a big grinning tone. These words were like some sort of signal. The attitudes of the other few people quickly eased. Things seemed to have reached a consensus just like that. A special mechanism existed when the Devil's Tribulation descended. By receiving the Defend the Village quest from a specific NPC, one would be able to receive exclusive stamina that was limited to consumption during the demonic tribulation. That way there would be no need to purposely get stuck with stamina before going online. Then it's a deal. At 1500 hours PM real time, we'll meet outside the village and head to the offline location you mentioned together. Mr. Elegant looked like a fastidious person. After confirming it, he left the tavern. The three abstract brothers also hung back and got up to leave not long after he left. Only Chao Mu, Chun Xian, and Lily Wei remained at the square table. Well, they're finally gone. Raising his wine glass and taking a sip of the bitter rye wine, Chun Xian solemnly looked towards Asagiri. "Now can we talk about the reason? Why the obsession to find me to join the gang? After all, I'm a novice. There must be a demon when things go wrong." Right now was the time for Chun Xian to confirm her attitude. Frowning slightly, Chao Mu's expression quickly stretched out again. "Your eyes." Her voice was soft as she raised her hand and pointed to her right eye. "You know about it?" Chun Xian's interest was piqued, and he was curious as to just how much Chao Mu knew. So he took the initiative to reveal the evil eye. It was like a purple halo dotted in front of the right eye pupil. "Don't be nervous. Remember when we first met? I'm good at sneaking around, so I've already observed you from afar from the treetops for a while. Saw you shock those bad demons with your eyes." At this point in the conversation, Asagiri paused briefly. "I've delved into the cemetery more than once, so naturally I know that there's a Deus Ex Machina evil eye Gravekeeper there. It only refreshes at night and takes advantage of opportunities to attack people, and it specializes in mind control. It's not a secret. It wasn't long ago that I returned from visiting there at night. The graveyard keeper is gone, and even that hut collapsed. I remember the evil eye, and I remember yours." The amount of information in these words would be great. Knowing the evil eye Gravekeeper while making speculations from his use of the evil eye was not difficult to understand. But how was one's identity as a hardcore player revealed? It seemed to have seen the thoughts in Chun Xian's mind.
Chao Mu suddenly smiled.
Because that's the birth point of hardcore players. Normal players are born in the safe zone near the novice village. When you take refreshed at night, hardcore players' birth point, low level, and carrying the evil eye, which are several seemingly disorganized key pieces of information? The answer is obvious. For you, as a newcomer, to obtain the evil eye, you must be a hardcore player who happened to descend there. Chen Xian was dumbfounded. Seeing this expression on his face, Chao Mu's originally somewhat depressed mood seemed to have improved a bit. The Gravekeeper you encountered, did it have a frail prefix? That's right, I did it. An emblem engraved with daylight patterns appeared in her hand at some point. The evil eye is connected to that relic, and it can solve quite a lot of trouble. I had planned to go alone to finish it off. The sunlight emblem heavily wounded that guy, but underestimated the strength of the evil intent invasion and nearly flipped the car. Luckily, I was still blessed with a great life and escaped back. I didn't expect it to be picked up by you. But the weakness only affected its physique. The power of the evil eye is half decreased. Yun Feng, it's not easy for you to finish it off. I wouldn't treat you like an ordinary novice. You have to know that since the otherworldly internal test, there have been many amazingly talented characters who have made a career out of being a novice. Speaking here, she looked at Chen Xian with a smile. The words have been said to this point. It's you, living Conan. However, Chen Xian remained calm. Thank you. He sincerely thanked him. Such a reaction wasn't expected from Asajiri. If it wasn't in a weakened state, I wouldn't have been able to manage it. In that case, let's get down to business about the distribution of the harvest. Chapter 74 Karma. There was no doubt. Asajiri was not a simple player. It didn't matter if it was her insight into the surroundings of the Grey Crow village or her knowledge of the Otherworld. All of them were out of place in the context of the entire novice village. Of course, it was as she said. There were crouching tigers and hidden dragons among the players. The novice village might not be full of rookies. Before level 15 there was the mechanism of novice protection, where killing players below level 15 was penalized by deducting a large amount of life expectancy. But when you reach level 15, there is no such protection rule. Therefore, level 1529 is also known as quasi-newbie stage by senior players. This is also the biggest watershed stage in the early stage. Players in the early stage of the gap is almost all in this interval opened. The strongest players have already shaken up all the leveling spots around the newbie village and have risen to prominence. And the weak were still fumbling their way through the upgrades, facing Chao Mu's showdown. Chen Xian didn't deny, didn't lie, and wasn't half-hearted. The fact that Chao Mu was able to come up with these inferences was not only because she was smart enough to do so, but there was also an element of chance and coincidence. To put it bluntly, even the heavens were on her side this wave. This, then, was part of her luck. Such a spontaneous attitude made Asajiri's eyes light up slightly. The explosions from killing monsters go to the individual. There's no need to take them out and redistribute them. The loot scavenged in the relics. Let's split it 37. 3 for you, 7 for me. She didn't ask Chen Xian such nonsense as being afraid of death. Much less did she ask him why a newbie would dare to explore the ruins together. Because the answer had long been obvious. Lies were not the best sign for negotiation. So she directly prescribed a distribution plan that she thought was fair. She also believed that Chen Xian's potential strength could afford the share. Unexpectedly, Chen Xian hooked the corner of his mouth and shook his head. 50-50. Flame, and I still have to distribute it twice. Don't worry. I'll use my strength to prove that this distribution scheme is reasonable. He rushed to add seriously before Asajiri could retort. This caused Asajiri's words to get stuck in her throat. Reason made her want to retort with a reasoned argument. But then a second thought came to mind. If Chen Xian really didn't have enough strength to distribute half of it, it wouldn't be too late to settle the score then. Still, she was curious. The novice in front of her, who was still carefully dealing with the inferior demon and the red-eyed coyote yesterday. Could he really be this powerful? Or was his talent a rare high-level combat type? A novice's strength depended on many things. For example, is it a hardcore player? How was the initial luck? Have they gotten such things as attribute-enhancing wonders? All of these could open up an attribute gap equivalent to more than 10 levels within the first day. But the most crucial factor is talent. The talent of the players in the internal test is basically not bad, but there is always a strong hand among the strong. A high-level combat talent can make the early stages take too many fewer turns. Even cross 10 or 20 levels to fight. This is by no means alarmist. At the current stage, almost every one of those reputable high-level players in the Huaxia region had exploded with extraordinary combat power during their novice days. Well then, good luck with the cooperation in advance. Chao Mu extended his hand and shook Chen Xian's. Only then did he whirl around to look at Lil Wei. She had not been asked for her opinion on the distribution just now by default. Flame, you don't look like you have a low rank? But how come I've never seen you before? Lil Wei glanced at her. In an indifferent tone, she replied, I rarely come back. Oh. Chao Mu responded non-committally. Chen Xian did not explain too much. Explaining was tantamount to covering up. There was no point. Right, since that's the case, why did you still drag those 4 unsuspecting guys in? He turned the tables and raised his doubts. Hearing this, Asajiri smiled mysteriously. You see it. Not a bad observation. Humph. She gave a thumbs up, followed by an imp-like smile. Those guys are all cheaters, thinking that their disguises are seamless. Cheaters. Chen Xian curiously pursued. Chao Mu gently nodded and then whirled around to explain for him. The so-called cheaters are players who intentionally get stuck at levels during the novice stage. Higher-level players have a strict laddered experience reduction mechanism for hitting lower-level monsters. The purpose of this is to push players to travel to high-level maps as quickly as possible. But some players do the opposite. They give up on leveling up completely and get stuck at level 28 or 29. Then they'll do everything they can to squeeze all the resources in and around the novice village. They'll even venture out and roam to other novice villages, or even areas under the jurisdiction of other state cities, in the form of multi-person groups. It's not hard to get a suitable mount at level 20 or so, and if you're lucky you might even be able to get an air mount. Those 4 weren't even players from Grey Crow Village either. I also happened to come across them, so I'll just pull some hard labor along the way. Chao Mu said here and smiled wryly. After hearing her words, Chen Xian came to a realization. This was about getting stuck at the novice limit in terms of leveling up and trying to accumulate as much strength as possible, scavenging the relics and resources around the novice village, until enough sustenance was seized. Such an operation was not 100% safe though, because there are many relics and deep leveling areas outside of the novice village that have monsters and dangers that are over the top in strength. But leveling in a group like this was definitely much safer than the normal exploration of the average novice. By the way, how do you know the 4 of them are in a group? She took a large sip from her wine glass and threw the question to Chen Xian. In response, Chen Xian simply shrugged. There's something to it. 3 little cuties, being the clowns, that Mr. Elegant got a Rejong guest persona, and deliberately ignored them. Not to mention, the little gestures when they make eye contact are just too much. It can be, Asajiri quipped with some sympathy. She was very willing to work with smart people, and this was also considered an investment in connections. Chen Xian had just passed her inner test. Hehehe. After talking for so long, I'm really quite curious as to why you know so much about the Grey Crow Village and the Otherworld. You're like an extremely seasoned veteran player. There are some detailed aspects of information that aren't even mentioned in the forums. Playing with the ox-horn wine glass on the tabletop, Chen Xian continued to ask questions. As Chaoyang tested him, how could he not be testing Chaoyang? The choice was a two-way street. Some doubts had to be answered for it to work. Unexpectedly, this question had instantly caused her mood to drop significantly. She bowed her head in silence. It took half a minute before she looked up. My father is also a player, and a player who chose the hardcore mode from the first batch of internal test slots. The reason he fought so hard wasn't to covet transcendent powers, but to save my mother. In this divine game, he saw the hope of reversing reality. My mother had acromegaly, and neither weak nor strong healing potions could cure her. Only high-level resuscitation scrolls and potions were effective. But my father ultimately failed to fetch the required potions or wonders for my mother. He died. This is where he descended in the first place, by the way. Chapter 75: The Cheater's Schemes. Chen Xian was silent. Chaomu was not a stupid white girl. He had reservations about this reasoning for the time being. Interactions between people were never something that could be concluded in a few words. But his intuition told him that Chaomu should not be lying. Ignoring Chen Xian's change in expression, she said to herself, my father left me a notebook containing a great deal of experiences and insights about the Otherworld. Initially, I did not know the truth, but there were too many strange things about my father's death. He would usually go out under the guise of doing odd jobs to earn money for his medical bills, but in reality he rented a room exclusively for game logging. That day, as usual, he came to the hospital to visit his mom, left and never came back. It wasn't until the evening that I received a call from the police and saw my father's remains in the morgue. It looked like he had drowned. His mouth and nose were full of moist mud. At the mention of the sadness, Chaomu's eyes were slightly red, but her expression became more and more cold and calm. Chun Xian crossed his arms in front of the table and assumed the posture of a quiet listener. At this time, he only needed to play the role of a qualified listener. It was then that the authorities' aftercare personnel found me, revealing the existence of the game and making me sign a non-disclosure agreement. That's how I found the rental house where my father was when he passed away and discovered the notebook. Eventually, I was suddenly offered a spot in the game a month or so ago. This is why I am certain that the player is the source of the infection, and my point of descent was, quite literally, Grey Crow Village. With the clues mentioned in my notes, I finally discovered the existence of the hidden relics 2 weeks ago, in the depths of the cemetery. Chao Mu's words ended abruptly here. In fact, there was absolutely no need for her to say so much to Chun Xian. However, if one does not open the box of confidences as long as one opens it, then even the person in question would not be able to control it. Suppressing grief in the heart would only accumulate pain. So this confiding was not a case of Chao Mu going along with the flow, for the sake of having a good time in her heart. Condolences. I believe you will be able to cure Auntie, Chun Xian sincerely said. Thanks. All right, let me take you guys to the demonic calamity quest. That way, you can get the exclusive stamina during the demonic tribulation. Chao Mu restored his smile and led Chun Xian out of the tavern to head to the village guard's quarters. The moment she pushed the door open, the back of her hand gently brushed the corner of her eye. Brother Ru, that Chao Mu doesn't look like he's easy to fool. And the pair that arrived behind them, they also give me a feeling that they're not too easy to mess with. Outside the village, the turkey-flavored potpourri and the others were walking on the forest path. The sunlight passed through the treetops, dropping bits of light and shadow. Mr. Confucian walked in front, with a wooden crutch in his hand. It was only when he walked that he realized that he was actually a cripple. Don't treat everyone like a cutie. Up. There are a lot of stupid people in the world, but not many of the ones who make it into this game are stupid. The ones who aren't smart enough are either dead or still playing in the mud within the novice village. His voice was cold, but it didn't cause the potentate trio to retort. At this time, the older turned Big Two interjected. Brother Ru is right. Anyway, as long as she brings us to the ruins, it's still not up to us to say or do anything at that time. If the monsters are fierce, do it later. Sorrowful Tonight walked aside, his expression no longer half frivolous, only nervous solemnity. Don't take it lightly. The auras of those three aren't weak. This was the feedback from his excellent level talent, Qi smelling technique. This talent could drastically improve the sense of smell, and could also determine the strength of the target by way of sniffing the scent. In addition, there is quite a bit of knowledge about tracking. At those words, Mr. Elegant stopped suddenly. It doesn't matter. I will look for an opportunity to continuously interfere with their spirits. See what happens then, and if I have to do it, I'll make sure to erase the relevant memory fragments before killing them, lest I get stabbed in the forums or included in the authorities' blacklist. Let's break level after this one. I'm tired of roaming between novice villages. He continued on his crutches as soon as he finished speaking. Behind him, turkey-flavored potpourri and the other three glanced at each other, none of them speaking again, although Supreme encouraged players to cooperate and win-win. However, after level 15, it was not uncommon for players to kill each other. The authority turned a blind eye to this. This was because it was simply impossible to do effective regulation, especially for killings that occurred within the game. Many ordinary players who had been victimized would go to the forums to post the first thing they did after being revived. As a result of this, the authority introduced the player blacklist. Players who encountered murderous plots could go to the authority's headquarters, where there were magical instruments capable of accessing memory fragments. The opponent's game nickname would be included in the blacklist. If the opponent's real face was found, he would also be wanted in reality. However, such an initiative would only cover a very small percentage of killings. As cheaters, Mr. Elegant and the others didn't just rely on roaming around newbie villages and raiding ruins to get rich. The bulk of their recent income was killing and looting fellow players. Especially not too long ago, they took out a hardcore player the hard way, directly as the successor took over all the supplies in the other party's storage space in its entirety. With Mr. Ruya's talent for spirituality, they left behind almost no evidence of their guilt. Those ordinary player victims after resurrection would completely forget even their nicknames. Doing so wasn't considered foolproof, but the risk was at least acceptable. Riches and riches were at stake. As long as one could accumulate enough sustenance, what was killing some players? The main thrust of a player's activity in the Otherworld was killing, and the only way to upgrade was to keep killing monsters. Some people's hearts would grow cold in the process. The breeze brushed through the foggy forest, and the figures of the four gradually disappeared into the shadows of the forest. Done. See you in the afternoon then. I'm going to go practice leveling and turn in my previous quests on the way. Chun Xian received the relevant quest on the notice board of the village guard garrison. Guard Residency Quest. Arrival of the Demonic Plague. Requirement: Level 10. The night of the lunar eclipse is approaching, and the Grey Crow Village will be tested by the Demonic Plague. Please guard the Grey Crow Village and kill the incoming monsters. Note: if you leave the area of Grey Crow Village for more than 3 minutes during the quest, you will fail the quest. Requirements: Level 10. You will receive 72 exclusive stamina points. You will receive 72 points of exclusive stamina, during which the default safe zone will be disabled and you will not be able to get off the line. Reward: Secret Silver Coin X10, 28,000 experience points. Grey Crow Village Reputation plus 500. Undertaking period: 1 day temporary. This was a quest that most players would take. It was equivalent to giving 12 hours of online practicing time directly. Only that lunar eclipses didn't happen every day. On average, it would only occur once between 25-36 days in real time. Lilvi also came and stood in front of the bulletin board, playing the role of a player seriously. Good. I'll see you this afternoon then. Asajai smiled and waved her hand to say goodbye to the duo. Both parties agreed to reserve stamina for the rush before darkness arrived. This would be just enough to seamlessly connect with the exclusive stamina. Witnessing Asajiri's departure, Chun Xian and Lillian Wei took large strides towards the plaza. Chapter 76: Mission Change and the Whisker Demon. Good job. Here's your payment. Alfie Anvil, the Grey Crow Village Guard Squad leader who rode a mountain horse and carried a black iron double-bladed sword, said approvingly. The village guard militia following him tossed Chun Xian a money bag, a badly worn shield, and a pair of leather boots made using a tanning process without saying a word. Alfred, who had a beard, looked at the right ears of those inferior demons that had been thrown on the ground. Next to them were a dozen or so red-eyed coyote eyeballs and pelts. Chun Xian nodded slightly and took the quest rewards he deserved. At the same time, he swept a glance at the hints that appeared in his mind. Grey Crow Village Purge Quest I completed. Acquired: Magic Copper Coin X50, Grey Crow Village Reputation 100 points, White Hardwood Shield X1. Collection Quest completed. Acquired: Secret Silver Coin 1. Obtained: Secret Silver Coin 1, 1,500 experience points, Green Coyote Leather Boots 1. Your current reputation of Grey Crow Village is Friendly 600-1000. Higher reputation helps to get more quests and offers in the regional camps. Some hidden NPCs and quests are also related to players' regional reputation, so there's nothing wrong with boosting more reputation. After Alphenville left, Chun Xian took out the form that the other party had given him earlier. Naturally, the second stage of the quest was triggered. Grey Crow Village Purge Quest 2. Quest requirement: Kill 20 red dirty devils and bring back both thumbs. Quest reward: Magic Copper Coin 550, Grey Crow Village Reputation 300 points, Green Short Armed Crossbow 1. A very typical novice running quest. Chun Xian's stamina was still limited today. Deducting the 5 points from yesterday's overdraft, plus the time consumed in the tavern, he now had 12 points of stamina left. He still had to set aside 2-3 points of the stamina to meet up with Chaolina and the others. Of course, it didn't matter even if he used them all, he still had the stamina potion for emergencies anyway. In fact, there was still a scouting mission that hadn't been completed yesterday. There was still some time before the deadline, so it was just right to take a trip to the forest. Brush the monsters for a while in the meantime, and the equipment rewarded by the previous 2 quests would also come in handy. Coyote Skin Boots. Quality: Fine Grade. Physical Defense +3. Spell Defense +2. Durability 50-50. Passive effect: Wolf Walk increases jump and base movement speed by 3%. Hunting is Symphony. Hunting is Symphony. Hunting is Symphony. This pair of boots Chun Xian gave to Lily Wei. The bonus wasn't much, but it was always better than nothing. The same went for that hardwood shield. It had a sturdiness value of 80 points and double 10 armor. As long as the damage taken didn't exceed the sturdiness value, it could be fully resisted. However, it would lose a certain amount of durability every time it took a hit, and if the damage overflowed, the durability would be drastically reduced. This thing only has a total of 30 durability points, and there is no skill attached to it, so I can only say that it can be used in an acceptable manner. It could still be used to resist the arrows of inferior demon archers. Quickly leaving the village entrance, he once again advanced towards the foggy forest. This time he changed direction and headed towards the coal farm where the investigation quest was located. More than an hour later, Chun Xian was leaning against the crumbling wooden fence. The wind-lightning battle axe in his hand was dripping with dark green, tainted blood. Lily Wei was beside her, pouring small sips of first-order mana recovery potion into her mouth. Upon arriving at Cole's farm, she realized that it had already been overrun by magical creatures. The entire farm was destroyed. Headless corpses were set up on fires and roasted. A dozen white plate inferior demons and 5 or 6 elite-level red inferior demons were roaming the periphery. Chun Xian and Lily Wei killed them and harvested over 10,000 experience points. While inside the farm, Chun Xian saw a small boss that was draped in sulfurous smoke through a crack in the wall. It had a grotesque tentacle-like beard. In its hand, it clutched a uniquely shaped long-handled blade. The battle spear-like blade was dense with a tainted purple light. The details of the quest have also changed. Investigation mission. Go to Coal Farm. The coal farm was attacked by demons and reduced to ruins. Among the bad demons roaming around the area, a devil from the 9 hells was strangely mixed in, and the invisible connection reveals an aura of conspiracy. Requirement: report the situation here to the village guard's Commander O'Keefe. Quest reward: Magic Copper Coin X 900. Experience value plus 3,500 points. Gray Crow Village Reputation plus 500. Free Attribute Points plus 1. Requirements: kill the demon and bring back the body. Inspect the scene thoroughly and search for any traces that may be related to the conspiracy. Requirements: kill the demon and bring back the body. Inspect the scene thoroughly and search for any traces that may be related to the conspiracy. Advanced quest reward stacked. Secret Silver Coin X2. Experience points plus 6,000. Gray Crow Village Reputation plus 1,000. Akoff Favorability plus 30. The entire quest had produced a sea change. It seemed to involve a hidden branch line. It was important to realize that the world of Starfall Continent was a living world. The situation and inter-ethnic relations are constantly changing. Nothing lasts forever. Even the Gray Crow Village, which appeared to be full of secrets, might be destroyed in one of the conspiracies initiated by the demons. Chun Xian naturally would not refuse this mission. He once again gazed at the bearded demon. Insight was activated. The opponent's attribute list was refreshed. Purple Bearded Demon Gaston LV-25. Purple Commander Class. Race: Devil Medium Inferior Demon. Life: 4,750.
Physique, 225.
Spirit: 77. Physical Attack: 579. Physical Defense: 210. Spell Defense: 235. Active Skill: multiple attacks. The demon launches a whisker attack and a long knife attack, inflicting 2.0 times piercing damage plus 1.0 times slashing damage and causing the target to fall into a state of poisoning, losing 35 life points per second for 12 seconds, unable to regain life during the poisoning period. Inferno Machete: gathering the foul energy from the 9 hells. Swing the machete in your hand, inflicting 3.0 times slashing damage to the target and making the wound unable to heal for a period of time. Passive Skill: Disruptive Toxin Tentacles contain toxins that can interfere with magic. Spells cast by casters attacked by the tentacles will have their power reduced by 30%. Specialization: Low-level demonic toughness. Each point of physical attribute will receive a higher percentage of life value feedback, and additional resistance to toxins and suffocation. A demon from the 9 hells, drawn here by an unknown rift. It is a different branch of the demonic race from the bad demons. Perhaps it was because of the low-level difference. This time, initial insight actually fed back quite detailed information. It's not a high level, but its damage is not low. It was considered a very threatening mini-boss around the novice village. With nearly 5,000 points of blood paired with a high level of double resistance, Even a group of novices would have trouble defeating it. However, Chen Xian still had a great deal of certainty. It was just the right time to use this guy's blood to give the axe a taste of its own medicine. The newly obtained equipment all needed to be used and familiarized with in battle. The combined use of various equipment skills was an important factor in utilizing combat power. Flat A could only be used as a supplement to output. So Chen Xian didn't resist combat. He was even looking forward to fighting monsters with different characteristics. Chapter 77 Small Rift. Beside the Whisker Demon were 3 squad leader level 4 armed red inferior demon warriors and a sorcerer apprentice. They were adding blood, flesh and herbs to a crucible. The purging of the outer perimeter had caught their attention. And just as Chen Xian was observing, the Whisker Demon sensed his gaze extremely keenly. It stared fiercely at the ruins of the broken wall where Chen Xian was hiding with its lizard-like cold pupils. At this moment, these demons were on alert, but they did not leave, always guarding the crucible. This point seemed rather strange. What's in the pot? Chen Xian muttered in his mind. From the information of the character change, this bearded demon was not supposed to appear around the Grey Crow village. Thus, there had to be something fishy about it. Is it ready? Chen Xian did not waste any time as he used his wind and thunder battle axe in his left hand and his flame-ruffling short sword in his right. Turning his head to look at Lilvi by his side, he inquired. Lily Wei, who had already recovered quite a bit of her mana, immediately nodded her head. As usual, I'll be in charge of charging, and you'll be in charge of wandering around casting spells. With the defense of the purple reverse scale barrier, Chen Xian was basically able to completely ignore the attacks of the white plate inferior demons along the way. Even a blue squad leader level 4 armed red inferior demon would only be able to knock out 20 to 30 points of his blood. Yes, master. Please depart on the silent count of 6, and I will perform a preparatory spell. After a short exchange of words, Lily Wei raised her short staff for the advanced spell casting. Chen Xian, on the other hand, suddenly unleashed the skill, Wind and Thunder Strike. One could only see a layer of manic thunder and sharp wind covering both blades of the battle axe in his hand. Next, the boot skill light body technique was unleashed, paired with the passive, wind lightness, and wind surround. When moving with his axe, his movement speed bonus percentage would reach a staggering 45%. Each movement was as light and athletic as a leaping and flickering stream of air. After completing the status enhancement, Chen Xian jumped out of the broken wall without saying a word and charged towards the Whisker Demon. Just as he launched his attack, a ring of protective fire rose from his body. This was the first magic that Lilui had cast in the nick of time. The moment it saw Chen Xian, the bearded demon swung out the long-handled machete in its hand to the rear as if it had prepared for it. The ruins of the wooden house that originally stood behind it exploded with a loud bang. In the billowing smoke and dust, a purple fissure about 3 meters long and less than 60 centimeters wide appeared. Both ends of this fissure extended a broken spiderweb pattern. The space seemed to be ripped apart, and countless dangerous auras were coming out from the rift. Roar! A slightly suppressed roar came out from it. Immediately, a large head appeared at the other end of the rift. Icy yellow eyes were peering through the crack. The crevice was too small for it. Chen Xian was so shocked by this scene that he slowed down his steps. Lilui at the back raised her short staff high. She consumed 450 mana points and inspired the skill Ash's Burning Fire Pillar. In a flash, only the Su demon and the other 2 red shoddy demons, who were 50 to 60 meters away, suddenly and abruptly rose up under their feet in fiery, clustered pillars of fire. They were like roasting cages formed by flames, holding the 3 monsters firmly in place. Lil Wei's base mana damage was 319 points, plus the 682 points of mana damage added by the short staff. Every second within the pillar of fire, the target would be dealt a 0.5 multiplier of flame damage. Only a high damage value of Scorch Wound 254 was rising from the top of the Whisker Demon's head. The damage taken by the 2 4-armed red shoddy demons, on the other hand, was upwards of 450 points. This was due to the difference in spell defense. In the outside world, the Whisker Demons could be vaguely seen struggling furiously through the pillar of fire. The burning that lasted for 12 seconds was enough for them to drink a pot of water. The red inferior demon warrior that wasn't bound by the pillar of fire rushed towards the running Chen Xian. The inferior demon sorcerer apprentice guarding the crucible also had to stop adding materials to the pot. It hurriedly tried to pick up the crucible on the fire to escape. But in the next moment it was entangled in the lightning net that shot out. The bouncing arcs of electricity held it in place. Lightning damage 100. Paralyzed. In the distance, an electric light flashed on Chen Xian's chest. This was precisely the skill he had unleashed. Thundernet Dazzle. Facing the four-armed red inferior demon that was leaping high in front of him to cut him in half. Chen Xian stopped sideways and horizontally. Purple light erupted from his right eye, triggering the evil intent deterrent. The four-armed red inferior demon fell with spasms. The axe blade that had the power of wind and lightning attached to it slashed at its ugly head. The axe blade that was surrounded by electric light slashed into the side of its head. Several damage values appeared one after another. Evil Heir's Nemesis effect activated. Slash damage 335 plus 33. Lightning damage 300 plus 30. Evil Breaker 67 plus 6. Chen Xian hit 3 direct damage determinations in one attack. The first damage was a basic slash, while the second originated from Wind and Thunder Crossing, whose 300 points of Thunderbolt wound could directly deal full damage as long as the slash was able to break the defense. The last damage comes from the passive skill of Wind and Thunder War Axe, Break Evil. When facing enemies of evil camp ethnicity such as Undead Evil Heir Magic Descendant Crypt Creature Shadow Spirit Demon. Each of his attacks deals an additional 0.2 multiplier cleave damage. The experience gain will also be increased by 3%. Finally, his Evil Heir Nemesis title comes into play. The 10% damage increase buff would take effect on every damage with precision. Eft. A sound like a rotten watermelon shattering came. The four-armed red shoddy demon in front of him instantly flew sideways to several meters away. The side of its head was slashed with a shocking wound. It only had less than 200 life points left, and at this moment it was collapsing on the ground and convulsing madly. Without saying a word, Chen Xian stepped forward to replenish the wound. Lifting the Flamestream's short sword and thrusting it into its eye socket, he dealt a full damage that ignored armor, completely emptying its life points. Killed four-armed red inferior demon warrior LV-19. Obtained magic copper coin X57. Experience value plus 342 group. Share 228 plus 112. Not far away, the whiskered demon was still bound by the pillar of fire. The air was filled with the strong odor of burning flesh and skin. The other two four-armed red inferior devils that were also trapped within the fire pillar had turned into ashes as early as the 4th second of the fire pillar burning. Chen Xian thus received half of the experience from these 2 kills. The rules for sharing experience in a 2-player team were like this. A solo kill could only gain 60% of the normal experience, while it would eat up 50% of the teammate's kill. The 40% of that experience that the solo loses is counted as part of the experience pool. There was a 10% difference between this in and out, which was the extra experience from grouping up. As long as both sides have about the same output, then teaming up is cost-effective. If a single person could kill indiscriminately, then there was no need to team up. But Chen Xian didn't even care. Anyway, when attacking the demon descendant, he could still enjoy the additional 33% experience bonus from the Evil Heir's Nemesis and Evil Breaker. However, this bonus would only take effect if he killed on his own. Kill Inferior Demon Sorcerer Apprentice LV-20. Acquired. A new prompt appeared, and the Inferior Demon Sorcerer that was entangled in the Thunderweb died with blue smoke. At this moment, the pillar of fire that lasted 12 seconds finally dissipated. Other than that unknown fissure, the only thing left at the scene was the whiskered demon with charred skin. This purple skin had long been covered in ash. The body moved slightly. The roasted and crisp skin fell off, quickly accumulating a layer of smoking ashes around its feet. Chapter 78 Killing and Surveying. The arsonist Julius Shortstaff with its epic rank was truly extraordinary. Just one skill had brushed off more than half of its blood, only to see the whiskered demon shaking all over. The charred pieces of skin fell down. It revealed the lavender-colored fascia and muscle lines underneath the skin. The manic-bearded devil muttered a language that Chen Xian could not understand. It only let out a half-whisper of pain, and then with a steep stomp of one leg, it rushed towards Chen Xian. The speed of the bearded demon was very fast, and as it moved, the ash that shook off its body was thrown behind it. Chen Xian simply stopped where he was, responding to all changes with no change. The Scale Waller passive suddenly took effect, raising the double resistance by 35 points. That was not all. The 12 toughness runes on the battle armor were successively lit up. Those scales covering the key parts of the armor also instantly popped up, like sharp blades united in unison. Chun Xian's mind was focused on the extremely fast, rushing bearded demon. The figure that was so fast that it almost pulled out a residual shadow caused his vision to become somewhat blurred as well. Boom! A dull sound came. The machete's sharpness was blocked by a milky white light film barrier. Cleave damage 519. The defensive light screen from Powerful Guardian blocked the strike. Chun Xian saw with his own eyes that there was black-purple energy spreading in wisps along the light curtain at the point of the exchange of blows, only to be quickly annihilated. That was some sort of contamination caused by an evil force. And the moment the machete fell, the tentacles on its chin extended steeply, saving up and shooting towards Liliwei, who was dozens of meters away. This was its ability, multiple attacks, making the two attacks almost simultaneous. Liliwei was far more of a threat to it than Qin Xian. The whisker demon that possessed battle wisdom would not let her output to her heart's content. The two attacks arrived almost simultaneously. Even though it was bounced off in the next second by the counter damage attached to the reverse scales counter and the ring of protective fire. However, those tentacles were still bouncing and stabbing at Liliwei. Although Liliwei had long ago put up a layer of fire curtain, the tentacles still defiantly wrapped around her. Liliwei, who had learned intermediate fire spell mastery, had mastered many first to third rank fire spells. With sufficient mana, she was able to play far more skill sets than Qin Xian. Could be described as both offense and defense. It would not be easy to rely on the reckless flow to kill her. It was only a matter of moments before the tentacles wrapped around Liliwei, who was surrounded by a curtain of fire, and then violently retracted. One after another, damage stats appeared, which were the burns attached to the fire curtain. However, the bearded demon was also a cold and ruthless character, directly ignoring those damages, and was determined to pull Liliwei in front of him. Seeing this, Chun Xian would not let it have its way. He unleashed gray water fighting spirit, and a layer of gray light enveloped his body. Like a shot of adrenaline, he became no longer afraid of pain. The dual resistance was once again raised by 40 points, and the life value cap was also increased by 1,500 points. This allowed Chun Xian to carry the attacks of the Whisker Demon without the need for Powerful Guardian. His defense stats had changed drastically. Physical defense: 18 plus 145 equipment plus 35 scale waller plus 40 gray water will. Spell defense: 3 plus 107 equipment plus 35 plus 40. Life: 1789 400 plus 150 rigid rings plus 1500 gray water will. The light curtain was lifted by his initiative, meaning that Chun Xian turned defense into offense. A thunderbolt as thick as an arm suddenly fell from above the head of the Whisker Demon. Rumble! A sound like spring thunder exploding reverberated in all directions. Whisker Demon was immediately jolted, pretending to be more than was struck by lightning, from head to head. Evil Air's Nemesis unleashed. Lightning Wound 315 plus 31. True Wound 380 plus 38. It eats a strike from Chun Xian. Split Thunder Lead. The tentacle-wrapped pull of Liliwei was immediately curbed. Courageous Headbutt. Chun Xian struck dry and came back with a renewed vigor. The Greywater Knight's battle helmet on his head slammed into the cheek of the Whisker Demon as if it had been pulled by some kind of tug. Purple blood splattered, and it was instantly stunned. Even Qin Xian was slightly dazed. Evil Air Nemesis. True Wound 180 plus 18. The tentacles completely loosened, and the curtain of fire in front of Liliwei dissipated at this moment. It was good that she was only slightly soiled at the corners of her clothes and did not suffer any injuries. Kill it while it's sick. Chun Xian raised his battle axe drastically, wind and thunder resonating at this moment. One after another, they hacked into the flesh of the bearded demon. Chun Xian watched as purple blood continued to spurt out of its mouth, and it was just hacked to death by itself. Along with the prompt appearing, the skin and flesh on the bearded demon's body reeled back, and it was already a mess. Killed Bearded Demon Gaston LV25. Acquired Secret Silver Coin X2. Experience value plus 1,200 group share, 800 plus 600 Evil Air Nemesis. Obtained Purple Bearded Devil's Horn, Quest Advanced Team Map Remnant, Blue Bearded Devil's Heart, Purple Disturbing Devil's Tentacles 2. It didn't have much experience, and was of a normal level among monsters of the same class and level. Of the 4 items that were popped out, the The first one was a strange item that could summon 4 whisker demons of the same level as itself to help in battle. The second is a quest prop, prompting to bring it back to the Grey Crow village and hand it over to the village chief or village guards to trigger a new quest. The last 2 items were all materials related to the bearded devil. Chun Xian kicked its corpse to make sure that nothing was missing before putting it away. Then, he quickly stepped over to the crucible for insight. The crucible of gluttony, which is made from the flesh, blood, and heart of living beings, supplemented by various evil herbs. It has a strong attraction to the majority of demon descendants. Chun Xian narrowed his eyes and put it away first. It was only at this time that he turned his gaze towards the small rift once again. The gigantic head with its prying eyes had disappeared since a moment ago, and now all that could be seen when looking into the fissure was a grayish haze. The information fed back by the insight was rather sketchy, proving that it had a high rank. 9 Hell's Rift, affected by the rules of the crystal wall, not yet fully opened. Ding! Quest Progress Update. You have discovered a 9 Hell's Rift that is still in chaos and has not yet been fully opened. Please report this to Village Guard Commander Akov as soon as possible. Chun Xian understood in his heart, and then slowly retreated. Evil intent peeping was unleashed, opening a third person through the wall overhead view. Repeatedly searching the scene for another half a minute, he found a bone rod about a meter long with a dense purple light on its surface next to the ruins not far from the rift. When he pulled the bone rod out, smoke like runes rose from below. The rift that was still quite stable shook slightly. It became a bit blurred like a mosaic had been covered. The grayish isolation of the rift was suddenly swung open and the large head reappeared. It let out a roar, but it was unable to reach this end. Chun Xian glanced down at the bone rod in his hand. Orange Void Beast's Bone of Locked Space. Epic space-based material that can be used as a base material for building long-distance teleportation arrays. Often used to ensure the stability of spatial anchor points. It went without saying that this thing was related to the rift. After Chun Xian took it away, the rift immediately became less stable. After confirming that there were no other trophies worth taking away, he first stowed Lillowy into his partner space before taking out the Runestone Light Wind Wing. Riding on the feathered wings transformed by the Wind Spirit Elemental, he returned towards the Grey Crow village at breakneck speed. This would save him a lot of physical strength and time. Chapter 79. Isn't this a proper main thread? The outskirts of Grey Crow Village. Village guard residence. A dozen or so young men were holding short sticks for swinging training. The stick is the mother of all military strikes. Short can imitate the chopping of swords and axes. Longer sticks can be used to practice the swinging and stabbing of guns and spears. Therefore, it was the most suitable for these novice village guards to use for training. Amidst the sound of shouting and swinging, the village guard's commander, Akov, stood with his arms folded. He had thick, short tufts of hair that flared out like a hedgehog. A large square face with protruding brow bones framed steely eyes. Skin was slightly dark on his lanky frame. Full muscle mass was well defined, holding up the cotton lining and ring armor that covered his body. A set of bronze-colored armor rested on a hanging rack at his side. Everything from battle helmets to shrimp shell gauntlets. One of the breastplates was also branded with the emblem of a juxtaposed iris. Another youthful-looking squire was carefully scrubbing the armor for him. They used dry rags to apply a yellowish grease to the patchwork of parts. Even though there was no enamel or polish on this armor, it was still able to glow with a dull, cold luster in the sunlight under the moisturizing of the grease. My lord, there is an adventurer who claims to have completed the investigation of Cole's farm and has important information to tell you in person. Suddenly, a loud announcement from outside the compound interrupted the peace within the schoolyard. All of the village guard recruits couldn't help but stop the swinging motions in their hands. Akov frowned and looked towards Alf, who was trotting in on his mountain horse. Chun Xian did not recognize the village guard commander. He could only find the junior Captain Alf Enville, who he had met twice. First, what's with the fire? With respect to Alf's slightly impulsive and hasty reaction, Akef looked quite dissatisfied. He was a man of strict style, having served in the Iris, the core legion of the Thousand Towers megacity. He held the military position of lieutenant commander overseeing 120 men. This legion was considered elite when looking at the entire kingdom of Arancia. As such, the pursuit of discipline had always been with him, and it hadn't changed even after coming to the Grey Crow village. Alf rolled over and dismounted from his horse, came to his side and said a few words in his ear. At that moment, only a slight change in Alf's demeanor could be seen. Take him to the outlying tents, then inform the village chief immediately. Without any unnecessary indication, Alf left with a decisive nod. Continue training. Swing. Swing again. Don't stop for me. This is the most basic offensive action. I want you to turn it into instinct. Akaf yelled at the recruits. All the recruits were instantly jolted and hastily swung their short sticks again. A few minutes later, inside the tent, Akaf looked at the ungainly bearded demon corpse and paced repeatedly. The information he displayed in Chen Xian's eyes read: Purple Village Guard Commander Okef Moran LV-39. High-ranked infantry training in the Kingdom of Aransha. Iris Elite Training. Intermediate Warrior Specialization. Specialty. Low-ranked battle intent. As a village guard commander, high and low is considered a mini-boss, possessing 2 phrases as well as a specialization and expertise. The strength shouldn't be weaker than the Moor and Frost Wolf King before the evil fall. And that Aransha is exactly the kingdom that players from the Huaxia region are focused on descending to. Located in the eastern part of the Starfall continent, it is also known as the Furnace Kingdom under the mountains. It is known for its mountains, forests, and large changes in terrain. It has rich mineral resources and smelting and forging skills. These were not secrets, and had long been introduced in the forums. Chen Xian sized up Akaf while telling him the truth about what he found on the scene. That's how things are. That rift hasn't disappeared yet. You guys should be able to make it over there now. At the same time as his words fell, the prompt for the completion of the quest became visible. Investigation quest completed. Acquired. Magic Copper Coin X 900. Experience value plus 3,500 points. Grey Crow Village Reputation plus 500. Free Attribute Points plus 1. Advancement quest requirements completed. Obtain stacked rewards. Secret Silver Coin X2. Experience value plus 6,000 points. Grey Crow Village Reputation plus 1,000. Akaf Favorability plus 30. Your current reputation of Grey Crow Village is Cooperation 2,100 3,000. You have unlocked the right to stay at night in Grey Crow Village, and the NPCs here have a starting favorability of 5 points towards you. As the prompt flashed by, Orkov's tone towards him became much gentler. Thank you for your help. We'll report this matter to Bangxing immediately. The 35 points of goodwill were still of some use. Unlike Lilawee, who was affected by the partner contract, it was important to realize that Orkov was a neutral NPC to any player. It was more of a soldier among the Aborigines. This was enough to see the role of goodwill. At this time, the door curtain of the camp tent was suddenly lifted. 2 figures, one tall and one short, walked in successively from the outside. The short figure was the Grey Crow village chief. Next to him was a tall spellcaster wearing watery robes and holding spell beads. The village chief looked rather old, but his pace was steady and his eyes were bursting with light. Chen Xian turned his head to look and habitually initiated insight. Grey Crow Village Chief Falcon's Eye Valentine A. Wandering Water Spirit Bony A. Good Lord. Together you two are the hidden bosses. His heart was a little surprised, but he quickly let it go. If he didn't have 2 brushes, how could Grey Crow Village be a piggy bank fortress in a novice village? Although he couldn't see much information, he was able to obtain quite a bit of information from the name alone. The village chief was named after Falcon Eyes, so maybe it represented some sort of specialty he possessed. And the wandering water spirit was intriguing. It reminded Chen Xian of Lilawee's talent of being able to transform into a fire spirit, but her information was still predominantly human and would not directly say that she was a fire spirit. Then the spellcaster in front of him, while Chen Xian was thinking, Falcon Eyes Valentine suddenly laughed. Young chosen son. It is impolite to snoop rashly. His tone was thick and amiable, sounding no different from an unusual hale and hearty old man. However, these words had once again startled Chen Xian. Not only did the old village chief belong to the class of NPCs that knew the concept of the Chosen One, but he had also detected Chen Xian's insight into him. This proved that primordial insight was something that would be detected by those aborigines and bosses with sharp senses. It was still important to advance it if one was in a position to do so. Of course, this should also have something to do with the difference in rank and strength between the 2 sides. Chen Xian coughed lightly in embarrassment. Fortunately, the old village chief did not delve deeper into the matter. He seemed to have been mentally prepared for the appearance of the chosen son. There must be underlying reasons for it that the player was unaware of. He paced over to the corpse of the bearded demon, his eyes as sharp as knives as he scrutinized it. It is indeed a Sioux devil from the 9 hells. It seems like those extraterrestrial evil gods have reached some sort of agreement with the archons of the 9 prisons. Although they are of the same demonic descent, the streams of bearded devils and inferior devils are completely 2 branches with a great disparity. Falcon Eyes Valentine spoke to himself. It was unknown whether he was speaking to the 2 Orkovs or to Chun Xian. Finally, he leapt up and summarized in a slightly bitter tone. War. It's coming soon. No wonder the chosen sons have appeared one after another. Last time it was the undead calamity, so could it be this time? Chun Xian perked up his ears on the side. Wasn't this properly the main line? Chapter 80 Follow-up quests and bargaining. Otherworld is characterized as a game, though it literally takes Blue Star humans into another semi-data-based Otherworld. But the tone was the tone, and it determined many of the characteristics. It's a game that inevitably has main threads. These main threads are either explicit or implicit, often more than one. And since Otherworld doesn't have a set script, it's a living world. Therefore, it was even more so that there were as many branches of the mainline as there were. But from the words of the old village chief, as well as some of the information he had previously been informed of, Chun Xian found that it seemed that it was not the first time that the intelligent ethnicity of the Starfall continent had experienced a large-scale calamity. The Grey Crow village was likewise not the core area of the continent. The situation that had arisen here was more like a sign before 1,000 holes. By the time you found a cockroach in your home, all corners had long been littered with them. Judging from the old village chief's reaction, this situation had a much tougher test for the Aborigines. All 3 of them went silent, and the atmosphere became a bit gloomy. No, what are you guys waiting for? Hurry up and release the follow-up mission. Chun Xian became a little embarrassed. Time is money, my dropping friend. He didn't want to waste his physical strength on waiting. Cough, cough, cough. So he lightly coughed, taking out the quest condemned squad map remnant. He had wanted to wait until the subsequent quests appeared before taking this out. Now it seemed that this mutilated map might be the lead-in. By the way, I found this mutilated map on the body of the Whisker Demon. He had scrutinized this mutilated map on the way back, but he couldn't read it at all. The words on it were like ghostly drawings with continuous strokes, and the terrain depicted didn't look like it was in this vicinity. The old village chief took the mutilated map and frowned as he scrutinized it. The water spirit beside him, who hadn't said a word, also sized it up in silence. 9 prison script. Like a scout's precursor map. There's no time to lose. We must rush to report this matter before the demonic plague causes elemental disorders. Akaf, laboriously open the book of transmission and report truthfully the situation found outside the village. Then deploy several village guard squads to the ruins of Coal Farm to investigate. Fully withdraw to the village before nightfall. The old village chief gave the order calmly. Akaf nodded with a grim expression and left. It was only at this time that the old village chief looked at Chun Xian. Young chosen son, would you be willing to assist us in completing the subsequent investigation? I can see your potential. If you are willing to help, I will teach you a practical skill. Investigation mission, harbinger of the demon plague. The increasingly restless demonic descendants make the old village head feel uneasy. As the most knowledgeable person within the village, he has traveled the continent more than once. The appearance of the chosen son corresponds to the prophecy, and he understands that a new catastrophe is about to come. Requirements. Within 12 days of Starfall Continental Time, explore 6 demon camps of different sizes in the Misty Forest area, and look for clues that may be related to the exotic realm or the Rift Sacrifice, which is also the main activity zone of the demons around the Grey Crow village. Quest reward. Secret Silver Coin X5. Experience value plus 36,000. Falcon's Eye Technique X1. Grey Crow Village Reputation plus 1,000 points. Blue High Quality Mountain Horse X1. Falcon's Eye Valentine's Favorability plus 20. Requirements for Advanced Quest. Investigate and eliminate all demon camps, and bring back items related to the sacrifice ritual or unusual demon corpses. Advanced Quest Reward. Secret Silver Coin 60. Experience value plus 180. 000. Letter of Introduction to Baron Morton Cass 1. Map of Cassborn Territory 1. Side Quest. Demon Hunter's Grief. Purple Griffin Tusk 1. The subsequent related quests finally came out. As a quest that was suspected to be the main quest, even if it only scratched the surface. Its specifications still far exceeded the average level of quests a novice could undertake. Chen Xian nodded busily. I am willing. Upon hearing this, the old village chief paced with his hands behind his back. Very well. Legend has it that the chosen son can change the fate of the continent. I hope you can bring me more surprises. After saying that, he paused for a moment and then went on to add. There is definitely more than one rift leading to the 9 realms, except that the larger the scale of the rift's opening, the more preparations are required, as well as the longer the period of stability to be maintained. That rift within Cole's farm should only be a miniature rift, but that's not a good sign. Chen Xian couldn't help but speak out. Could it be that they're planning to invade in a big way? But I realized that those demon descent evil heirs aren't much of a force to be reckoned with. This question caused the old village chief to smile helplessly. After pondering for a moment or so, he explained to him. The demon descendants are widely distributed. They exist in the continent in the form of large and small settlements and camps. Adventurers hunt the demon descendants and skin them for usable magical materials. And they often raid travelers and villages, turning humans into breeding seedbeds and food. The evil gods have given them the ability to reproduce horribly. And so over the years, the demonic descendants of the continent have given birth to countless fancy offshoots. Grey Crow Village is just a corner of the continent. There are so many demon descent camps here alone. So what about the outside world? The demon descendants are just pawns cast by the evil god. When they accumulate enough sustenance, they will pick up the evil god's invasion, and that's when the real disaster will occur. In comparison, those devils in the 9 prisons are instead a bit more pure. Saying this, the old village chief looked like he had lost his talk, waving his hand with a worried expression, signaling that he could leave on his own first. However, Chen Xian did not move a muscle. It was only when the old village chief looked at himself that he rubbed his hands together. Old grandpa village chief, look, I neither know magic nor have a mount, so it's not going to be easy for me to trek around in the misty forest. Why don't you give me that mountain horse first, so that I can assist you more efficiently? At these words, Falcon Eyes Valentine froze. It wasn't the first time he had issued a quest to the Chosen One. Which time hadn't he been overpowered? But this was the first time he had seen a bargain. These Chosen Ones had a volatile personality. With the privileges granted by the Supreme, they would be the hope of a new era. It was said that the founding monarchs of the 7 great kingdoms today were all chosen sons who descended from the heavens back then. The old village chief muttered in his mind for a while. Perhaps it was due to basic goodwill, he finally agreed to this condition. Go to the village stables and ask the steward to bring you a good horse. Tell him it's old Falcon's Eye's intention. After saying this, he waved his hand once more, this time with a bit of impatience embedded in his movements. Chen Xian overdrew a wave of favors and wisely left nimbly. Having a mount would save a great deal of trekking time. The foggy forest was dotted with trails, and the mountain horses that had been trained for years were perfectly capable of handling them. When encountering places that were really impassable, the horse could also be put into the mount space first. Its mechanism was similar to that of a partner, leaving endless possibilities. After all, ordinary horses can only be considered starter mounts in the magic world. Chapter 81 Mount Personally Door to Door. The first chapter of all the chapters corrected some of the errors, such as spirit written as wisdom, but also some of the equipment name on the wrong word, and now the chapter review more than some cannot see over, you find the wrong word available error correction function manhwaedit. After Chen Xian left, the worry on the old village head's face did not diminish in the slightest. The water-based spellcaster shifted and completely transformed into the form of a blue water spirit. I told you, ever since the Chosen Sun appeared over a year ago, the continent has gradually ushered in a prologue of chaos. The 72 extraterrestrial evil gods are eroding those gods under the higher divine lineage. The scale of this plague is bound to be even more terrifying than the undead plague of hundreds of years ago. It spoke in a calm tone, not as tightly wound as the old village head. The old village chief, who was pacing back and forth, shook his head. The invasion of the evil god is a foregone conclusion. But that's not the only problem right now. The relationship between the 7 kingdoms has also hit the freezing point with the recent nasty incidents that keep happening. Almost every kingdom has seen varying degrees of chaos erupt within them, with constant friction in the border areas. Ambitious people and those who are hiding behind the scenes are all on the move, and the backlog of conflicts within the kingdoms is gradually being ignited. Internal and external troubles. The water spirit tossed the Dharma bead in its hand as it sniffed. The current one couldn't see a specific expression. Old falcon eyes, you are truly worried about the nation. Even if the human race is in decline, so what? If we go back thousands of years, humans weren't the main protagonists in the continent either. I am going to leave within a few days after the end of this lunar eclipse night. Before that, I will help you guard the village one more time, as a way to repay some more of the saving grace you gave me in the past. Then, I will continue east until I enter the sea. These words didn't make the old falcon's eye relax. It was only slightly moved when he heard that it was leaving. You're not going to look for an inheritor among the chosen within the village? The water spirit sighed helplessly. There aren't many chosen sons who have descended on the Grey Crow village, and among them there are a few good seedlings with a good affinity for the water element, but the power contained in their bodies is too refractory. The inheritance of spells from pure water spirits isn't so easy to receive. It requires special gifts and talents. That's why I'm going to take another chance on the road. Maybe I can meet a fellow clan member who opened their mind at the hatchling stage. After saying that, they stopped talking. It seemed that each of them had their own preoccupations. Leading a strong mountain horse away from the stables, Chan Xian's face was filled with smiles. High-quality mountain horse. Quality, excellent. Charge damage, 98. Slow pace, 8.69.2 kilometers per hour. Endurance maintenance, 14 hours.
Fast Pace, 17-19 Kilometer/h.
Endurance maintenance 6 hours. Running, 27-34 kilometers h. Endurance maintenance 95 minutes.
Sprint, 52-60 km/h.
Limit maintenance, 320 seconds. Physical defense, 35. Spell defense, 20. Life, 620. Life value, 620. Hunger, 88-100. Requires riding skill level 1, riding skill level 1, riding skill level 1, riding skill level 1. The mountain horse in the Otherworld was about 30% better than the Blue Star mountain horse in all speed indicators. What stood out more was endurance. As far as Chun Xian knew, the good mountain horses in the Blue Star had the risk of triggering pulmonary edema if their extreme speed exceeded 90 seconds. In this indicator, the Mongolian horse, a representative of the Plateau mountain horse, had a stronger endurance than the Plains horse. But in the end, it couldn't be compared to the horses in the Otherworld. After paying 2 secret silver coins, Chan Xian learned level 1, riding technique, from the horse herder, which was sufficient for daily riding. If one wished to perform combat riding, they would need to have at least a level 2 riding skill. This ability could be slowly improved while riding. The higher the level, the better the riding effect would be, and there would be additional bonuses. In addition to learning riding skills, he also purchased a fine-grade saddle blanket and a large amount of refined grass made by mixing egg whites and bean flour. The purple whistling wind saddle blanket that he had previously obtained, this mountain horse could not be equipped because its attributes did not meet the requirements. The contracting of a mount was simpler than a partner. This good horse that had been trained for a long time was very docile. The initial loyalty after a successful contract was 50 points. Putting the horse into the mount space, Chan Xian was considered to have gotten rid of the current situation of running on 2 feet. Stuck at the juncture where he still had 2 points of stamina left, he decisively chose to go offline. Returning to reality. Outside, the sky had only just turned a shade of deep blue. Calling out Lily Wei, he asked her to continue studying on her own, absorbing all the knowledge and humanities in the blue planet. Chan Xian incidentally also sent over a copy of the advanced team map remnant that he had taken earlier. After obtaining it, Chan Xian purposely took the time to get offline and used the storage space to take it out and materialize it before taking out his cell phone to shoot it. Although this thing was a quest item, it might contain other high-value information, so there was nothing wrong with having an extra copy. After doing this, he took a nap to recover from the loss of energy in the game. At 7 o'clock in the morning, the sky was brightly lit. Today swept away the usual gloom. The sunlight outside the window was warm. The arrangement for the morning was simple. Chan Xian was going to exchange some of his secret silver coins or eclipsed gold coins for cash to improve his living conditions. Then, utilizing the forum's channels, he would try to contact Fatty to purchase some buff food. He knew the other party's nickname, so he could directly utilize the forum's friend system to add friends. The prerequisite was that Fatty had registered for the forum. Otherwise, he would have to go to the village entrance to see if he could have another chance encounter. He squatted at home in the afternoon and waited for the appointed time to go online. Chen Xian sat on the bed and reviewed the situation, followed by a backward lean to lie back on the bed. Obviously, he wasn't very sleepy, but there was just a sense of weariness. Why does it feel busier than going to work? Whatever. Squint for another 15 minutes. Opening my eyes again, I picked up my cell phone and saw that the time had come to 8:17 in the morning. The sense of time when staying in bed really isn't reliable. Wash up and change. Chen Xian was ready to take out his cell phone and log into the forum. Knock knock. A very rhythmic knock suddenly came from outside the door. Chen Xian came to the cat's eye to take a look. Outside was a young man wearing a duck-tongued hat and a black turtleneck trench coat. Under the brim of the hat, he had a full baby face. Who is this? Chen Xian was a bit confused. He didn't recognize this guy at all. After leaving the Otherworld, he couldn't use insight in reality either. Without a squeak, he waved to Lilvi in the living room, who instantly understood what he meant. Removing the face of greed, he handed it over to Chen Xian. Only after equipping it by wearing it did he open the door without moving. Which one are you? The young man raised his head and revealed a gentle smile. I am the Tree of the Highlands. You can also call me Black Knight or Zhang Shurong. As he introduced himself, Chen Xian was a bit surprised, but his expression quickly returned to normal. This was because he had been mentally prepared. The otherworldly authority had the backing of the state apparatus. It was normal for it to be able to find out about himself after stringing together all the clues. What surprised him more was that underneath the Black Knight's battle helmet was actually a face that still had a bit of teenage innocence. And the other party even came to his door in person. Won't you invite me in? It's not very convenient to talk about some things outside. Oh. Zhang Shurong stood straight, a smile still hanging on his face. After pondering for a moment, Chen Xian still shook his head. Then please be bothered to wait for me for another 10 minutes. Let's go find a tea room to have a good chat. After saying this, he nodded apologetically and promptly reclosed the door to the room. Chapter 82 Sincere Thanks. Muzhu Special Courtyard. This was a medium-grade tea room. It was not too far from Chen Xian's rented place. It was a typical new Huaxia-style tea house. This type of tea house was not common in the city center, but there were more of them in the suburbs. Chen Xian chose a private room with floor-to-ceiling windows, adjacent to the courtyard. He ordered another 388 tea drink package. The reason why he didn't chat in the residence was purely because he wasn't used to it. Lily Wei sat down beside him, while Zhang Shurong sat across from him with a smile on her face. From the looks of it, Chen Xian still had some difficulty combining him with the iron-blooded and stern Black Knight. He looked like a world-weary older boy who seemed to be a few years younger than himself. As the tea products and refreshments were successively served on the table, Chen Xian politely refused the substitute brewing service and brewed the tea himself. He didn't know anything about tea art, and only knew the most basic process of brewing, filtering, pouring, steeping, and drinking. Zhang Shurong looked at him and did not rush to speak. When Chen Xian poured tea into the 3 teacups, he took a sip without hurry. Yunfeng, you're the one who took out the two-faced evil heir, right? He said in a declarative tone. In response, Chen Xian had absolutely no intention of covering up and frankly nodded his head. Yes, that evil heir's body of desire came from my ex-girlfriend. She has a deep grudge against me. It's really nothing more than the male silence and female tears stuff. Zhang Shurong smiled, signaling that he understood. Just when Chen Xian thought he was going to press for details, the next reply was somewhat unexpected, only to see Zhang Shurong put down his teacup and get up to bow squarely to him. Thank you. Only after thanking him earnestly did he regain his seat. I don't know what means you used to destroy the evil heir. Perhaps you have a supreme talent, or perhaps you happen to disintegrate your ex-girlfriend's obsession. Either way, you solved a big problem for us. At that time, I was ready to fight to the death. If it wasn't for you, even if we were able to win in the end, we would have lost several outstanding members. The difficulty of the two-faced evil heir was undoubtedly superlative. Not only did it have the intensity of a golden legend rank, even its level exceeded LV50. It was no exaggeration to say that according to the leveling difficulty of Otherworld, it was not a monster that players should have faced at this stage in the first place. So even if the Black Knight squad plus the Zodiac squad, the two-fist teams, faced the two-faced evil heir, it was still very tough. Attrition was a probable event. And the Black Knight squad was basically filled with hardcore players within their squad, who had a higher ceiling than poo play. However, the margin for error was much lower. Of course, the Starfall continent had wonders and spells that could resurrect life. Only again, it wasn't within the reach of players at this stage. It was said that there was a foreign player who was an innate nurse holy body, gifted with a resurrection spell, but there were significant limitations and cooldowns. So resurrection was a concept that clearly existed, yet was out of reach. Chen Xian did not know what to say for a moment, could only nod gently. You're welcome. It was just a fluke. Being in a foreign realm, I can't do it alone. Not to mention the fact that that two-faced evil heir was originally coming for me. Zhang Shurong instantly became more relaxed. I'm relieved to get your affirmative answer. I'll help you with the bureau's side. He seemed to have discerned that Chen Xian was not willing to have too much contact with the authority. This was actually not an isolated case. Suddenly obtaining transcendent power, it was good to be able to abide by the rules. Not many people wanted to accept the organization's management. There were also quite a few players who were afraid of becoming tool people. Although Zhang Shurong thought that this was just an unfounded worry, he still respected their thoughts. In reality, the current situation in Blue Star was not optimistic. The signs of the intermingling of the other realms and realms were beyond one's control. The national war theory was closely related to the turmoil on the Starfall continent itself. The external conflicts were too numerous and impossible to ignore. If one was not careful, the most serious consequence would be the destruction of civilization. In such a situation, many sneaky cats and dogs were instead suppressed by external factors. Most of the strategies have to be based on pragmatic starting. Not for the sake of anything else, but for the sake of heritage and survival. If this could not be guaranteed, any power and enjoyment would just be a bubble. In response, Zhang Shurong did not explain too much. After speaking, he flicked his wrist and took out a heavy money bag. Slowly, he pushed it in front of Chen Xian. My team members and I are grateful. This is a gift of thanks. It can only be a token of appreciation, so please be sure to accept it. The roll of coins is still relatively limited in the novice village, but it will come in handy when you head to Bang City or Mega City. In addition, offline player transactions, it is also hard currency. Zhang Shurong was filled with sincerity. Seeing this, Chen Xian lifted his hand to unlock his money bag, and within it were all eclipsed gold coins. The quantity was about 180 pieces. This was no longer a small amount. As the highest valued coin in the Starfall continent's universal currency, it had quite a firm purchasing power among the Aborigines. Good. Then I'll accept it. Chen Xian did not refuse. The other party spoke frankly, and he would look pretentious if he refused. Seeing him decisively accept, Zhang Shurong's eyes instead had a hint of appreciation in them. He liked people who were refreshing. Clapping his hands, he was obviously relieved. It was evident that this famous Black Knight was not a guy who liked to owe favors. Taking another sip of his tea, his gaze went to Lilui. Is this your soul mate? A rare human form, he said bluntly. It wasn't much of a secret. After all, the motorcycle that Lilui had borrowed was still entrusted to the authority to make good. She had also fought with the relevant staff when she arrived. Even this morning, there was a related video captured by a car recorder that had been leaked out in the Douyin. The scene was of a red-haired female rider on a fire-burning motorcycle riding away. However, the video was urgently taken down within minutes of its appearance. Those who occasionally swiped it only thought it was an AI video. The companion system is actually essentially a pet system. The only thing that could really carry a human to and from the blue planet was the dependence system. This was something that belonged to the middle and late stages to be able to access, and the strength had to reach legendary at the very least. Zhang Shurong had only heard a little about it, so he nodded his head. Chen Xian could probably guess it, as taking in Lilui in the first place was also because of the rubric of playing the fire spirit form. Yes, it was all by chance, he said briefly, not giving more details. Zhang Shurong was unimpressed by this, grinning from ear to ear. Is there nothing you want to ask me? Some rules, mechanisms, information about the Starfall continent? Don't be so nervous. I'm not one of those strict old farts. As long as it doesn't fall within the scope of the secrecy regulations, I'll tell you the truth. Yes, he, a high combat player who was about to break through LV49 and step into a new stage, was considered the forerunner of all players in China. With the authority as a big tree behind him, both his gaming experience and mastery of the various rules were far beyond Chen Xian. This was a rare opportunity. It was much better than him slowly figuring it out or flipping through forums on his own. What exactly is the biggest enemy we are currently facing? After a little pondering, he asked the most concerned question in his mind. Chapter 83: The Answer to the Problem +1. The greatest enemy? Shaking his head, the smile on Zhang Shurong's face suddenly tightened, replaced by a touch of worry. Players theoretically have many enemies. We are both hunters and prey. Speaking here, he paused for a moment and waved his hand to strike a gray light shield, preventing any sound sources from leaking out. This move also proved that what he was going to say next must be of great significance. He pondered slightly as if weighing where to start. Well, let's start with the Starfall continent. Zhang Shurong used his hand as a pen, black lines overflowing from his fingertips as he casually drew a large circle. Assuming this is the realm where the Starfall continent is located. After saying that, he drew another small circle next to it and outlined a line between it and the large circle. This is the blue star. Let's just call it where the Supreme Being has allowed us to descend in the form of a game. The prevailing conclusion of the Bureau's think tanks at the moment is the civilization trial theory, and that the continent of Starfall is a proving ground. The known clues are that the Starfall continent is vast and immense, covering an area at least hundreds of times the surface area of the blue planet, and inhabited by tens of thousands of ethnic groups, including some non-intelligent species. The dominant force is magic, finely known as elemental magic. In addition, there are a variety of marvelous forces coexisting. According to the intelligence we received from the Aborigines and some of the literature that still survives, the Starfall continent erupts into different disasters on a cycle of 503,000 years. These disasters tend to come from the outside. The words came to an abrupt end here, and Zhang Shurong once again contemplated and brooded. Whirling around, he stretched out his finger again and drew two more different small circles on the other side of the large circle. Returning to the main thread. The realms that are known to have invaded the Starfall continent are the Demon Realm and the Dead Realm. One of the invasions of the Death Domain happened 500 or 600 years ago. It was a terrifying force dominated by the undead. And the invasion of the Demon Domain happened in a much earlier period and was mainly dominated by demons. Of course, they are certainly not the only realms that have infringed on the Starfall continent. It's just that we haven't checked the earlier documents yet, and we can only look for clues about the previous epoch from the ruins in various places. His description was intuitive. Combined with the illustration of circles representing realms, it even made Chen Xian ponder. Thinking back to the night he first entered the game, when he groped his way to the Grey Crow village after taking out the Gravekeeper. The first NPC he encountered was Grey Crow Village Guard Squad Leader, Alfie Enville. At that time, he recognized Chen Xian as the chosen son at first glance. When issuing the Purge quest, he also said something that in retrospect was correct. His original words were, "The intermingling of the Death Realm and the Demon Realm is becoming more and more intense, with a rift opening up everywhere. The entire Starfall continent is suffering greatly, and the Grey Crow Village is naturally no exception. Resurgent undead and monsters impregnated with an evil aura can be seen everywhere. This is a list of purges. You can complete it at your discretion." Now, the concepts of both the Demon Domain and the Dead Domain were not hard to understand. If they were both old invaders, then it was only natural that Alf would say so. And the streams of the Nine Hells and the evil god inferior demons were obviously newly involved recently. Judging from the time period, perhaps it was even synchronized with the player's appearance. What made Chen Xian even more curious were the 72 extraterrestrial evil gods, and the devils in the 9 prisons, as well as those inferior demons that were cast by the evil gods. They seemed to be different from demons again. There might be a more complex ethnic spectrum involved. After all, even the multi-dimensional plane had come out, so it was normal for it to be a bit more complicated. It was probably like the human race of the Starfall continent and the humans of the blue planet. It was both the same and different at the same time. Thinking of this, Chen Xian took the initiative to ask, "Then what is the matter with the evil god? And the 9 prison devils? Does the authority have any relevant information?" The new questions made Zhang Shurong even more excited to talk. Knowing about the evil god was not strange. After all, he had experienced the other realm. What he was curious about was how Chen Xian, a newcomer, knew about the 9 hells. Raising his finger, he drew a new circle further away. This is the 9 prisons. As you can see, it's another realm. It's also known as the 9 hells. The literature shows it to be a superimposed state world with 9 positions. Each level has a Maharaja, of which the 3rd level also has a god of tyranny. The monsters inhabiting it are collectively known as devils, and the lower order devils are of the same lineage as the inferior demons that roam the continent today, but there are many differences. Some of the groups are also somewhat related to the demons, but the whole is still independent. As for the evil gods, he drew a horizontal line above all the circles. These realms below can also be called the main material realm. Located in the figurative dimension, the so-called outer dimension. The dimension is a sandwich in addition to the elemental plane, transitional plane, and special plane. The outer realm floats the astral divine realm, and all of the multidimensional god systems within range exist there. Some of the deities also live in the corresponding elemental realm or main realm. Deities interfere with the main material interface through rules and beliefs, including prayer channels, projections, and overlapping divine domains. They do not descend directly. The might of gods also varies. Strong gods, such as the god of magic, have divine domains that exist even within an instant of all spellcasters chanting. Okay, back to the evil gods. He comes from outside the domain, the nothingness beyond the divine domain. But the main realm that they themselves rely on should be a world similar to the Nine Hells, or else they wouldn't have put in so many inferior demonic hordes. Of course, that world could also be a product of the evil god's parasitization. According to the information already available, the 72 extra-dimensional evil gods have the characteristics of parasitism and pollution assimilation. Its nature is different from any of the known gods. This explanation allowed Chun Xian to instantly understand the situation. But at the same time, he also felt dizzy. The amount of information was too great, and it needed to be gradually digested through knowing and doing. In other words, the Starfall continent is about to usher in a new round of catastrophe-level invasion? Chun Xian rubbed his temples and distilled a new question. However, he saw Zhang Shurong nod his head before shaking his head. Yes and no. The situation this time is far more complicated than in the past. We have discovered some extraordinary conditions, but this part of the information cannot be communicated for the time being as it is still in a state of secrecy. In short, the danger of the evil god is far greater than in the past. In addition, while the players are descending, internal conflicts are erupting in the human kingdoms across the continent, and large intelligent communities such as orcs, elves, dwarves, trolls, shatterers, alchemy gnomes, and a portion of the ethnic groups that were neutral through and through during the last round of the era change are also stirring. Combine that with the fact that players from around the globe are descending on different kingdoms in the form of 7 regions. The truth of this game is far more complicated than we imagined, and there's not even a precedent to learn from. A very typical internal and external problem. We must seize power from the Starfall continent and even dig up even older relics. His tone turned serious without realizing it. Chun Xian fell silent, picking up his teacup and drinking it in one go. When he looked up again, his eyes became incomparably resolute. The situation was indeed complicated. The road ahead was bumpy, and it was impossible to see the truth behind the fog, and even more so, it was impossible to fathom the Supreme's motives. The Blue Star players were like a handful of seasonings added to a large frying pan. Whether it would ultimately produce a delicacy or boil into a pot of shang, all was yet to be seen. The solution to the problem is simple. That is to keep getting stronger. If the gods can't be relied upon, then become a god yourself, he said word for word. Chapter 84. Invitation Card. Getting stronger is both our way out and our privilege as players. Zhang Shurong nodded approvingly. Compared to the more lengthy growth cycle of the Aborigines, the speed at which players' strength increased was undoubtedly much faster. This was true even with the stage-by-stage leveling tests. At the same time, it was as if players were born to kill from the beginning of their descent. Although daily training and some of the behaviors could also gain experience value. But the main way for players to upgrade is still killing. Almost every moment is in a state of hunting and killing, as a way to accumulate enough experience for upgrading. In killing, players can gradually strengthen themselves and hone their killing skills. Secondly, players are a group, not an individual event. If hardcore players are the elite, then the larger number of ordinary players are even more of a bug after they embrace the group. The biggest reason was that they weren't afraid to die. Dying a few times wouldn't hurt at all. The advantage of the 4th heavenly tribulation was exposed. Therefore, from the perspective of the entire player group, even though the situation on the Starfall continent was complicated, and that future trials would come one after another, the players were not without a fighting chance. Pouring a fresh cup of tea, Zhang Shurong spoke once again. Tell us about the rift. His finger gestured at all the circles representing the realms. The Starfall continent is where these realms meet. Ancient sources from certain aboriginals indicate that they change periodically. In certain years, the Starfall continent occasionally intersects with one of the dimensions. That point seems to be related to the phases of the moon. The study of the moon regarding the Starfall continent has only just begun. Other than that, to connect the subdivisions to the subdivisions, you have to rely mainly on the rift. He emphasized. With that, he drew a small horizontal line representing a blockage between the blue star and the Starfall continent. There is no possibility of a direct intersection between the blue star and the Nine Hells, the Demon Realm, the Death Realm, and other realms. But both they and the Starfall continent itself can exert or materialize influence on the blue star in the form of a rift. The Otherworld is the precursor to the rift. The Otherworlds known to have appeared so far, in addition to the demon descendants, are the orcs and elves, as well as their offshoots, such as the Dark Orc Otherworld that appeared in the western region not long ago. All of the ethnicities that have appeared in the other realm have shown a natural aggression towards Blue Star humans. There is a hidden motivation for their invasion. There is some kind of pure power in Blue Star that they desperately need, and at the same time they are able to consolidate and expand the Otherworld through killing or sacrifice-like behavior. To be honest, this is a similar motivation to the Blue Star players gaining experience value through killing in the Starfall continent. So that brings us to another speculation, the Rift Dual Introduction Theory. Each of Zhang Shurong's words shocked Chen Xian greatly. Many of the doubts that had previously lingered in his mind were also cleared up. Seeing that he looked like he was listening intently, Zhang Shurong then added, "The theory goes like this. There are currently two recognized causes of the rift. The first is certain monsters in the Starfall continent that are at least commander-class bosses. They were chosen by the Supreme and dropped into the Starfall continent in a player-like capacity. Just like players killing to seize sustenance in the Starfall continent, they were also given the opportunity to kill in the Blue Star to enhance their strength or expand their power. The second is the evil invasion theory. The evil gods and the higher existences in the Demon Realm and the Death Realm have also noticed the Blue Star as a pure land that contains strange powers or is favored by the Supreme, although they are unable to directly connect their respective controlled realms to the Blue Star. But they can create a rift to the Blue Planet through the Starfall continent's dependence. The rules that the molded rift follows are the same as the selection theory. In other words, it's a row rice-like selection. It's quite reasonable to assume that the Blue Star is not only the cradle and home of the players, but also a buffer zone, or secondary testing ground, independent of the continental testing ground. So that makes sense for guarding. And the rifts can't just be viewed from the perspective of a mere copy, they both have the potential to be a prelude to invasion or all-out war. The conversation ended here. Zhang Shurong had told as much as he could. These were all key pieces of information that had been summarized and refined by the think tank. If Chen Xian were to collect them on his own, he would have to get this much dry information from at least 10 times the redundancy. Drinking the newly poured tea dry, Zhang Shurong suddenly smiled. Still, you have the foresight. Coming to a tea room to talk is indeed just right. My throat is dry from talking. Chen Xian hurriedly helped him pour another cup. He still had many questions he wanted to consult. There doesn't seem to be any attributes like evasion in the Otherworld, but there is the concept of evasion. That means evasive maneuvers and techniques need to be made on their own at the pace of battle? A new question was raised. Zhang Shurong raised his chin. That's right. So honing combat or soldier striking skills in reality is able to feed back into the game. The more skillful the combat skills, the more powerful the combat power that can be exerted in the same attribute state. Moves that others can't dodge, you can dodge, and move awareness that others don't have, you do. The gap in the smallest details is thus opened. Strong enough combat skills can also turn decay into magic, giving you the chance to fight at a higher level. Instead of only relying on skills, talents, or attributes to vigorously produce miracles. In short, skills can allow you to get 1 + 1 greater than 2 battle results. And physical training in reality feeds into the game as well, it's just that the player needs a stronger intensity of training to fulfill the enhancement needs. During breaks, only about 1/5 of our time is spent on entertainment and relaxation, and the rest of the time is still mainly used for training. After all, that's a game and a reality. Such an explanation was clear and thorough. When realizing it, the battle power that a white player and a player with combat experience could exert was different. Feedback goes both ways in some ways. Previously in Warcraft Fitness, Chen Xian had made a similar guess. This topic made Zhang Shurong suddenly remember something. He reached out and fumbled in his coat pocket. Eventually, he found a silver-gray metal invitation card in his money clip. Handing it over to Chen Xian. This is a combat training camp led by Bureau 171 and co-organized by the 7 major player powers around the world. The duration is 3 months, and the opening of the camp is on April 3rd, 3 weeks from now. In addition to carrying an invitation card, you also need to fulfill the requirement of reaching the level of LV 30. You can attend it. There will be martial arts type expert players there who specialize in fighting and all kinds of military strikes as instructors, and they will also teach all kinds of techniques for improving attributes or honing the spirit in reality. The meeting place on Shanghai side is on the 4th floor of the Guangxin Hotel. Chapter 85 Urgency and Preparation. Fine, I'll think about it. Chen Xian didn't refuse, but he didn't explicitly agree either. After getting to know him better, he realized that those motivated players didn't swing for the fences in reality. Instead, they chose to roll up together. Not only did they work hard at the game, but in reality, they were likewise constantly honing their combat skills and striving to additionally improve their attributes and abilities. Squads like the Black Knights often also practice cooperation and tactical pre-planning. Zhang Shurong sniffed and spread a smile anew. I will also appear as a mentor on a few of those training days. Oh, just as he was still saying something, the special communicator on his wrist suddenly vibrated. After glancing down at it, he raised an eyebrow. I have to rush back to the base. This isn't enough to express my gratitude with my teammates. Contact me when you can. This is my secret contact line. I'll buy you dinner next time. He quoted a 6-digit encrypted number for the special line. Chen Xian made a note of it and got up to see him off. Zhang Shurong, who was born in the military, acted decisively and never dragged his feet. After he left, Chen Xian returned to the tea room, his brows slightly furrowed and filled with a look of serious contemplation. An invitation-based training camp? Should I go? Chen Xian did not think that Zhang Shurong would trap himself. He trusted his intuition, and there was no need for the other party to use the means of a pit. This was because there was no point in playing such a trick with the Black Knight's strength and status. There's no rush. There's still 3 weeks left, and I haven't reached my level. Honing his combat skills was indeed necessary. He also had the intention of learning, relying on brushing up monsters and upgrading in the game, although it was also possible to gradually improve combat instincts. But in the end, it couldn't hold a candle to deliberate training. The information that the Black Knight had told him just now did not polish off Chen Xian's will. Instead, it caused him to become more energized, and a stronger sense of urgency arose in his heart. In front of this great world, everything was fake. Only strength was real. Chen Xian's false eyes and the teacup in his hand slowly burst into cracks. Midday. Chen Xian, who had taken Lilywei out for a meal, returned home. Just now, he had already contacted Grandpa Lu of Tumblr Garden through the forum. Incidentally, he also took the time to go online and trade with him. For less than 2 secret silver coins, he had purchased all of his current inventory. Among them, there were 86 poached eggs alone. The 100 points of life cap gain was a bit insufficient at the moment. But even if it was used to restore hunger and satiety, it was cost-effective. There were also some blue excellent grade foods. As for the further purple color, he stated that it was already sold out. It wasn't surprising that anyone who had come into contact with Fatty would realize the potential of his talent. There were foods with gains among the Aborigines as well, but the price was more than several times Fatty's asking price. The amount of access was also far less stable than Fatty's homemade. Chen Xian gave an extra secret silver coin in the name of a deposit on the spot. It was agreed to trade again 2 days later. This time he saw Brother Fatty. The dress on him had become similar to the hunters within the village. It looked like he had deliberately learned to hunt and seemed to have the intention of being self-sufficient. The duo didn't exchange too many pleasantries. As neither of them had much stamina left, this was an awkward situation that most newbies faced. Usually, 3 points of stamina would be purposely reserved for emergencies on the line. After purchasing a batch of food, Chen Xian took a bottle of beginning stamina potion to reserve his stamina for subsequent actions before returning offline. Lying on his bed, he covered his eyes with both hands, making it increasingly difficult to look at the world directly. The things he had recently come into contact with were no less than experiencing an information explosion for him. There was a lot of information that had a subversive effect on inherent perceptions. Sitting on the sofa, Lily Wei put down the tablet in her hand. Gradually understanding the existence of Bluestar, she was barely able to read the mind of this cheap master of hers. The shock in her heart over the past 2 days was no less than that of Chen Xian at the moment. In particular, the concept of game was even more depressing to her. Who could honestly accept such a cruel truth? Originally, this was something that she, as an aborigine of the Starfall continent, could not have known. Because in the continent there would be the supreme completely in control, silencing and memory modification were not a matter of concern. But since becoming a contractual partner, part of the confinement on her was lifted. The master and servant duo were each troubled at this moment. However, any confusion stems from weakness. They still had a chance to get the key to discovering the truth. Buzz! A pop-up window popped up on the cell phone placed by his side. A notification appeared on Nail. Your company has a new notification. Group Director Ms. Jenna Chiao has left. Chiao Zhina resigned? That guy shouldn't have become a player, right? The effect of evil intent deterrence was clear to him. It wasn't enough to scare her into even keeping her position. Recently, after seeing how contagious players were, he had a new suspicion. Whatever. There were plenty of things worth worrying about, so what was she? Since Chen Xian had moved, he had no regrets. Being cool at the time was the only thing that was really cool. Of course, this matter might become a hidden danger and deserved follow-up attention. Just at this time, Wei Liang sent a message. Did Brother Xian see that? Qiao Zhina shouldn't have become a player, right? Chen Xian sent a Sun Wukong annoyed.jpg emoticon over. Maybe, after all, after the exotic realm ended, there were 20,000 more spots in the Chinese region. After sending this message, he pondered for a moment or popped a voiceover. The communication was quickly connected. The sound of soothing music came from the other end, and there was a small clip shouting, "Hate it. This is still not up at noon." It seems that Liang Zi, this kid, did not enjoy a lot of happiness. The mind is good. Don't talk. My big brother is calling. Hey, Brother Xian, did you see the news and can't sleep? There was a hint of coziness and snark in his tone. Off, what's there to be sleepless about? There's no regret if I dare to do it. I'm looking for you to ask. Do you know any players who collect coins? I'm going to cash in some secret silver coins and eclipsed gold coins. Right, what's the current ratio? Chen Xian was looking for Wei Liang mainly to cash out. He wasn't going to indulge in hedonism, but it was still necessary to improve his life. And as Zhang Shurong said, reality was able to feed the game, and with money, even building his own training center wouldn't be a problem. Daily life would also be more convenient. There was no need to waste time on various redundant and useless daily actions. Well, Brother Xian, wait a moment. A movement to get up came from Wei Liang's side. Soon the music faded and the background became quiet. Brother Xian's current ratio is like this. The reference equivalent is gold, not a fixed monetary amount. Every 100 magic copper coins corresponds to 1 gram of gold. That is, every secret silver coin corresponds to 1 gram of gold. And eclipsed gold coins, one of them corresponds to 100 grams of gold. I have reliable sellers here, the payment is quick, and with the authorities' authorization, the bank side won't restrict the account. Wei Liang obviously wasn't the first time he had taken otherworldly currency and sold it for money. He spoke with a light touch, without any half pauses. Chapter 86. Paint the night pitch black +1. Every day to urge more, there will be an echo. The author can still be like Otherworld Deng so that all the hikikomori to urge for nothing not. This ratio is not low. The reason is that coins are something that monsters are almost bound to explode. Moreover, not counting this side of the blue planet, it is widely circulated in the Aborigines. The exchange of different levels of coins is also very convenient. In addition to seized money bags, trade or quest rewards and other ways. Normally, a monster's coin popping rate is doubly correlated with its class and level. The same is true for experience values. Take for example a green shoddy demon blade runner of white plate rank with a level of 10. If you kill it, you will receive 10 magic copper coins and 100 experience points. Assuming that it was of green elite rank. Then the burst would be doubled and so on. A full 100 magic copper coins would turn into secret silver coins. It wasn't complicated at all. Of course, such an explosion rate also follows the principle of sharply decreasing returns for high hits and low hits. In the case where the player's level exceeds a certain value of the monster, whether it is experience or coins, the output of the kill will be greatly reduced. So in the case of normal monster brushing, even for newbie players, Getting a few hundred magic copper coins every time they logged in wasn't too difficult. Not to mention that there were tons of basic quests that could be picked up within the novice village. All of these constituted the most basic way of acquiring coins. The capital in Blue Star and some of the players who didn't lack real money were also happy to acquire them. It was only after weighing multiple factors that the current exchange ratio was finally formed. Thinking of this, he mentally pulled up the list of balances. Magic copper coins, 1726. Secret silver coins, 6. Eclipsed gold coins, 355. Zhang Shurong had previously given him 100 eclipsed gold coins, which were simply worth a lot. Considering it for a moment, Chun Xian finally replied, Liangzi, make an appointment for me. I need to cash in 30 eclipsed gold coins first. The time is set for tomorrow at 4 p.m. The location is up to you. Right, you should have time tomorrow, right? For Wei Liang, he wasn't much more polite. After all, they were also considered to have carried the gun together. All right, I'll take care of this matter. 30 eclipsed gold coins is no longer a small deal. Brother Xian, do you want spot gold? Or are you going to transfer the money directly according to tomorrow's trading price? Direct transfer. There's no use for me to keep the spot gold. Chun Xian immediately replied. Wei Liang on the other side was busy wrapping things up. Just as Chun Xian was about to say hello and hang up, Wei Liang's deliberately lowered volume came from the loudspeaker. Brother Xian, what was the origin of those 2 bottles of potions you gave me yesterday? Sure enough, Chun Xian knew that he would definitely ask about it. Even the diluted hijacked Ash's blood utility was hegemonic. Well, it has to do with my talent. All right, let's talk next time. I have things to do later. Chun Xian didn't explain more. The timing wasn't right yet. Moreover, he did not intend to reveal the true utility of the hijacked Ash's returning ruin. It was also the choice of many players to keep their talents secret anyway. It had long since formed an unspoken rule in the long run. Chun Xian's silence on this did not seem strange. After hanging up the communication, Wei Liang got up from the intelligent toilet and returned to the bedroom characterized by very modern decor. Lying on the bed, the sexy and hot anchor girlfriend beside him immediately pestered him. However, he didn't have the heart to play with it. Well, I knew it. Xian's talent is definitely a pharmacist. It's through. Everything is through. Brother Xian and I really are the chosen beaters. I'm the source of the plague, and he's the pharmaceutical talent that's compatible with me. After freeing his mind, Wei Liang became much more cheerful than before. But this kind of jumpy speculation was still a bit exaggerated. But it would be hard for normal people to directly connect an immunity-type talent with a pharmaceutical. After all, people didn't have a god's perspective. And the use of diluting blood was also an advanced use developed by Chun Xian. It was not a shallow use. Although there wasn't any complex threshold, there was a detour after all. Concealing it was only a stopgap measure. One day, he would no longer need to bother with such trivial details. Then let's get off here. The cemetery is just ahead. Let's meet again in 2 hours in real time. By then most of the wandering undead in the cemetery will have been affected by the demonic plague and will have launched an attack on Grey Crow Village, while the neighborhood will remain within the village precincts and won't go beyond the quest. Asajiri looked around and carefully admonished. Currently, the 7 of them were located in a sentinel grove outside the cemetery. This was a temporary safety zone that met the requirements for getting off and on. When the demonic tribulation arrived and took the quest, they would only be able to go up, not down. So they had to meet up in advance and come here to get offline at the same time. Mr. Elegant still kept his distance from the turkey-flavored potpourri trio, maintaining his previous high-flying image. Chun Xian was silent with Lily Wei. He and Chaomu had a heart-to-heart. After reaching a consensus, the crowd went offline together. There was no objection in this regard. Time passed. Chun Xian, who had made preparations, went online at the same time as Lily. Chaomu logged in early and stood by the side. The 3 abstract brothers had yet to come, but it was Mr. Elegant who came online almost right around the same time as Chun Xian. He had finally put away the wooden stick he had been leaning on and replaced it with a long-handled warhammer. One end of it was shaped like a crane's beak hoe, while the other had a rounded hammer face. Quite a few runes could be seen engraved on it, and there was an attribute-less magic gem at the end and top of the hammer handle. Although Chun Xian belonged to the category of a novice when it came to runic recognition. However, he could tell that this warhammer was not of a low grade, and since there was no elemental enhancement, The runes driven by those 2 gems were attribute less gains. For example, power increase, damage increase, or something like that. Speaking of which, Mr. Confucian's limp should be caused by an internal condition. If it was an external injury, just a bottle of weak healing potion would fix it. Potions and spells with strong healing effects were relatively rare, and they could even restore broken limb injuries. Chun Xian silently assessed the threat level of his opponent. When there were still a few minutes before the appointed time, the 3 abstract brothers finally arrived. The sky was dark at this time. The moon was obscured by a dark curtain. The sounds of ghosts and wolves could be heard in the distance. All the monsters wandering in the outside world were in an inexplicable state of mania. The most frantic ones were the demonic and evil monsters. Next were the undead. The next were the beasts and magical beasts. The mysterious driving force made them move towards the nearest human settlement. Their desire for human flesh and blood rose to the extreme. That said, humans were the cornerstone of the otherworldly recipe. Basically, any monster's recipe has humans in it. Even the undead, who claim to hate all living beings, preferred to grind their teeth with fresh human blood and bones. Under the influence of the demonic plague, it was quite quiet around the crowd. The scene in front of them was just as Asajiri had planned. While most of the wandering monsters in the wild were heading to the Grey Crow village, the outside became much safer instead. "Let's go. I'll drive the road. Please don't make too much noise and don't talk unless it's necessary," Asajiri emphasized in a cautious tone. The crowd nodded their heads. The 3 abstract brothers' faces also lost their usual playful expressions. The night was pitch black. A sentinel tree looked like a huge ghostly shadow standing here. The earth was dominated by darkness tonight. It reflects the fearful hearts and makes them even more restless. Chapter 87 Skeletons as Lamps. Sand Monk calls out straight to the insiders. After traversing hundreds of meters through the forest, the crowd left the confines of the Sentinel Grove without a single scare. The outline of the cemetery's outer perimeter could already be seen ahead. The ghostly blue flames were like wandering guards, drifting around in the distance, leaving behind blurry trails of light and shadow. The moon in the sky was like a black cake with clear borders. The usual star-filled sky was nowhere to be seen. This had a great impact on everyone's eyesight. Darkness was the source of human fear. Being in such an environment, everyone could not help but get nervous. Chun Xian had props for night traveling, but he did not take them out. This was because now was not the time. Returning to the cemetery once again, he did not feel half as reminiscent. He had left in a hurry when he descended here. He only remembered the rotting soil that littered the remnants of the monument, and the slimy and disgusting sharp-toothed worms. There were rows of crooked fences along the side of the cemetery, covered with creepers that had rotted and blackened. Asahi suddenly stopped and backhanded a hearthstone, attempting to teleport back to the village. After confirming that it was ineffective, the crowd understood what she meant. This was using the hearthstone teleportation to detect whether this place was a temporary safe zone. With this, it was possible to determine if there were any monsters lurking within a 500-mile radius. In a game without a dynamic mini-map, it was important to know how to take information for yourself. This reminded Chun Xian of the days when he had originally gone to Dam Zero to pick up rags with a classmate who lived in Bakshi. Taking information was an important skill. Be careful. Although most of the monsters will go forward to attack Grey Crow Village, but the bosses that have a clear sense of territory, and the monsters that are in a relatively closed environment won't leave easily. Asajiri put away his hearthstone and reversed the hunting bow that was slung behind his back. After a moment's pause, he beckoned to Mr. Confucian again. "I'll go to the front as an open scout, and you, Mr. Juya, will act as the leader," saying that she also glanced at the hideous warhammer with a different meaning. It was a normal operation for a warrior to lead. In this regard, Mr. Juya did not have any objections. Chun Xian and Lily Wei, on the other hand, always followed at the very end of the group. Changing the formation a bit, Asajiri shook the black cloak behind him, and his figure suddenly became a blur. Officially setting foot in the cemetery, the loose, rotting soil under their feet intensified the nervousness of the crowd. A significant portion of human security came from having one's feet on the ground. This cemetery covered a huge area, comparable to a medium-sized park. It was said that previously this place was a communal cemetery for a dozen or so surrounding villages. It was only abandoned until the phenomenon of undead revival occurred. Chao Mu explored the path dozens of meters ahead, and Mr. Elegant, holding a warhammer, limped along behind. When he was about 100 meters deeper into the cemetery, Asagiri issued a warning. A pair of red, glowing eyes appeared in the darkness ahead. There's a group of skeletons and walkers ahead. We can't go around. The right side is the territory of the graveyard boss, and the left side has a trap dug out by the giant worm king, so we can only kill our way through. But be careful. Don't startle the boss on the right. That guy is scary. Returning to the group, Asagiri elaborated on the situation ahead. There were two known bosses in the cemetery. They were the giant worm king and the Suture monster patch, who commanded most of the dead in the cemetery. Of these, the one that needed extra attention was Patch, as it was the equivalent of the cemetery's area boss and never left the area by half a step. Learning that they needed to fight, the crowd was pumped up. Moving towards where those red lights were, it didn't take long to see the wandering skeletons. All the red light came from the cold soul fire in their skulls. The total number of skeletons was about 30 to 40. Most of them were white skeleton warriors wielding rusty weapons. Mixed in were a few red skeletons that were particularly conspicuous. Their bones were red and thick, and their spines were covered with bone spurs, giving them a kind of deformed beauty. Nearby were several ghost trees that were twisted to resemble the withered dead. Between the branches, there were several skeleton archers holding bone bows. These poor guys, since the pelvic bone below the part has been removed, as if deliberately strung there as a bow and arrow sentry tower. Skeletons didn't need to eat, drink, or sleep anyway, standard living radar. But in this group of skeletons, the crowd did not fail to see the so-called skeleton mage. And by the side of the skeletons, there were more than a dozen dried-up living corpses that were mindlessly stumbling around. Chun Xian took a cursory glance. White skeleton warrior LV-12. Green crippled skeleton archer LV-15. Blue spiny spine red skeleton LV-19. White wandering walker LV-10. The level of these monsters was generally not high. The trouble was because they were hugging the group, and the crowd couldn't make too much noise yet. Standing in front of the group of monsters and looking to the right, one could vaguely catch a glimpse of a gigantic throne built from broken monuments and bones. It was about a dozen meters tall, and a large number of ribs that pierced out like sharp blades could be seen on the base below. There was also a skull set at intervals as an illuminating accent. And at the very top of this throne, there was a huge monstrous figure sitting on the end. A height of at least 3 meters was paired with a waistline that 3 or 4 people wouldn't be able to encircle. Under the hazy black shadow, 2 large and 2 small arms and the chained meat hooks hanging from its shoulders could still be seen. The hazy red light reflected a blood color on its body. It didn't move, but it gave the crowd a great sense of threat. If they wanted to not make too much noise, they couldn't use mass-killing spells. One could only close in on the battle leveling A and the bowman's long-range point-blank kills to finish off this group of roadblocking undead. When it was said to be done, it was done. Mr. Elegant unambiguously launched a charge. The double-headed warhammer in his hand danced out a rotating windmill. Those whiteboard skeletons died when they were hit. Using the strength of a card leveler to deal with these level 10+ skeletons was simply a dimensional blow. Chun Xian did not use his wind and thunder battle axe, but instead took out his useless stick. He leapt up with the rod, and with a single jump smash, he smashed 2 neighboring living corpses straight into the rotting earth, indistinguishable from each other. Lillowy implicitly cast the most basic fireball spell, a fireball trailing an orange-colored trailing flame smashing into the group of skeletons. The turkey-flavored potpourri chose the water arrow spell, condensing water elemental magic into elemental arrows that shot out. The aging big man used to hold 2 black iron machetes, and seemed to go for the attack speed stream, and in an instant, he was able to hack out a flourish of slashes around his body. On the other hand, Sorrowful Tonight was holding a fanged shortbow, shooting out arrows with gray air currents wrapped around their ends. Each one of them could kill a white skeleton in seconds. It had to be said that this temporarily formed team didn't have much of a tacit understanding. But basically, each of them was a good veteran with good strength. To strike at will was the extreme of what this section could achieve. In just 2 minutes, there was no more standing monster in front of them. Asagiri bent down and picked up a few dying skeletons that had been purposely preserved. They hadn't completely annihilated, but they couldn't produce half the harm anymore either. As long as the jaws were removed, they could be used as lanterns. In passing, he threw one of the skull's lanterns to Mr. Elegant. Asagi threaded the other ones with twine and hung them diagonally around his waist. This scene is almost like a Cos of the Sand Monk Quicksand River version. combined with her petite, lowly figure and cute and delicate features. Such an image would be very visually contrasting. Chapter 88 Howling Patch, Shadow Jungle. Thank you for your recent rewards and urges. These 2 days the ratings are gradually improving. Today a little later there should also be an increase in the... You really are this. Chun Xian looked at this current image of her as a dark lowly ranger and gave a thumbs up in a flirtatious tone. Hearing this, a sage eye turned back to him and playfully spat her tongue out at him. Slightly. It's called making the most of what you have. The cold light of the soul flame doesn't easily startle the more sluggish undead. Alright, let's move on. As long as we pass through this area and head to the shadow jungle adjacent to the cemetery, it won't be far from the ruins. The crowd nodded. Both Mr. Elegant and the 3 abstract brothers had no feelings for this place. Asajiri was similar. Because of the level difference, they had barely gained anything. Instead, it was Chun Xian who had harvested 4,700 experience points from this wave, counting the group share. There were also over 200 magic copper coins. The harvest was average. After all, the experience of low-level whiteboard monsters was rather crotch-pulling. And this could only be considered an appetizer for this night. Not enough for me to warm up. After eliminating the group of monsters that blocked the way, the turkey-flavored potpourri fooled around again. Hey, after all, it's just a newbie monster in the cemetery. Retarded skeletons are better than inferior demons. Putting his 2 machetes into the sheaths behind him, the aging Big Two grinned and agreed with him. Right at this moment, on the distant skeleton throne, Patch the Suture monster, who had been quiet, suddenly let out an extremely impatient roar. Roar! It frantically flung up the flesh hook chains in its hands. That slurred lisp was shouting out a word repeatedly in the continent's common language. Mom! 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 It shouted with a heartbreaking cry, with a few moments of grief and helplessness. This scene caused the crowd to look at each other in disbelief. Patch was a rather powerful boss around the Grey Crow village. It was said to be leveled over LV40, with an orange overlord level of strength. Even those prospective new players who were in their 20s and were preparing to leave Grey Crow village were unable to gain much insight into useful information. It was evident that there was a gap between its strength and that of the average player. But it was also a very special boss. It almost never left the cemetery, and its frequency of activity was extremely low. There was also an equally low desire to kill. This was the biggest anomaly it displayed. This was the information that Drunken Master had highlighted in his post. He had also explored the cemetery more than once. There was just no certainty that he could deal with it until he left this place. It had ultimately become a regret in his heart. So under normal circumstances, as long as he didn't get into Patch's hate range, he wouldn't mess with this guy. However, what was currently happening was simply incomprehensible to the crowd. It seems to be crying? Mr. Elegant narrowed his eyes, his intuition telling him that this might be hiding some kind of branch. Veteran players all had good intuition, and were quite familiar with digging into plot strands. Chao Mu and Chun Xian shared the same opinion. However, no one was going to approach this dangerous guy rashly. After all, there was still a vicious battle waiting for them inside that relic. Chao Mu shook the group not because they couldn't cross the cemetery, but because they weren't sure how to deal with the monsters in the ruins. Therefore, the real difficulty of this trip was still ahead. If they blindly invoked the patch, it wouldn't be called developing a branch line, but rather an extraneous branch. The crowd still had to prioritize heading to the ruins. A howling patch cried out for his mom in a creepy voice. Each sob shook the skeleton throne and rustled. The iron hook cut a sharp chirp, and it intertwined with the wailing into a piercing requiem. It startled countless crows in the dark forest in the distance. It's not clear what Patch is upsetting, but let's just hurry and get out of here, Asajiri said in a deep voice. Saying that, he took the lead and walked quickly towards the front. The crowd was silent once again. No one was willing to stay much longer, and they all moved away from this place. Chun Xian re-hung at the end of the line, glancing thoughtfully at the weeping Patch in the distance before leaving. Half an hour later, the border at the other end of the cemetery. Here the remnants of hedges were everywhere, and beyond the front was an obscure shadowed jungle. In the meantime, the crowd had passed successively through stumpy monument line stretches. They ran into what seemed to be a newly born mini-boss. Purple 6-armed ghoul LV-22. It had 6 arms and moved as fast as a ghost. That one arm with reflexive joints was propped up in a radial pattern on the ground, and its spider-like crawling trajectory pulled out asphalt like trails of mucus between the remnants of the monuments. However, under the siege of the crowd, in the end, there was only one way to perish. The three abstract brothers looked unreliable, but their combat power was still good. And Mr. Confucian's battle power could even be described as formidable. He was of the violent school, and every smash of his warhammer had an effect comparable to a 40mm grenade landing. Loot was distributed by default according to output contribution under the group. Chen Xian received a rare grade material, purple aberration lump. The other purple curiosity was split between Mr. Confucian. It was a purple rune stone, the effect of which was to summon 6 armed ghoul into battle. The others got something else. So far, everyone was getting along quite well. Strife did not appear. The 3 abstract brothers were even acting like they didn't care about the loot. In addition to this little boss, along the way the squad had strangled hundreds of monsters, including the spiky toothworms with their offshoot carrion worms. There were also all sorts of skeletons and zombies that were weird and strange in form, and they even encountered a few ghosts. Those ghostly things had an initial 80% immunity to all physical attacks. Only elemental magic could inflict better damage effects. And the skeletons were the most diverse. The common white skeletons were fairly normal in form. Some of the deformed skeletons, as well as the messy spliced monsters, were even more eye-catching. It was as if they had entered a bone expo. Both Chen Xian and Lily Wei had risen 1 level each. After level 10, the upgrade experience required for each level was 110% of the previous level, and the difficulty of upgrading would not be as exaggerated as before. Take a little break to recover your status. Chao Mu sat on a crumbling tombstone. Chen Xian took out the Grandpa Lu's special boiled egg and shared one with each person. Even though he knew that those 4 might harbor dissenting thoughts, he wouldn't even show his inner thoughts before tearing his face apart. This thing wasn't worth a few coins anyway. It was not bad to replenish his hunger and satiety levels and hang a temporary buff. The shadow jungle ahead was considered the second circle leveling area outside of the cemetery. It was still under the jurisdiction of Grey Crow Village. However, most players were unfamiliar with this place. This was because they had to cross the entire cemetery to get here. This place belonged to a multi-leveled leveling area. That was why this map was far less popular than the Misty Forest and the Zephyr. Let's go, keep going. After eating the poached egg, Asajiri clapped his hands and signaled the group to depart. As they entered the forest, the sense of eeriness suddenly became stronger. Twisted branches crisscrossed like the claws of dried ghosts. The humous steaming dampness wrapped with the smell of fish came crashing down on them. Every step was like stepping on the slimy throat of some giant beast. The cold light from the skeleton lantern couldn't illuminate too far. The red flames wavered noiselessly in the skull. The shadows of the crowd were pulled into monstrous giants. The shadows in the darkness, however, bred more writhing unidentified outlines in the cold light.
GRRRR.
As expected, only a few minutes into the trek through the forest, trouble appeared. Intense strange cries resounded not far ahead. The fishy smell that lingered in their noses was steeply intense. However, they didn't find any monsters. Chapter 89 Migration of the Clans +1. Yeah. Basin oil. Update much there yet. Swoosh. Right at this time, 2 poisonous needles shot vigorously. Before the sound arrived, the needles arrived first. One shot towards Chao Mu's neck, while the other shot towards Mr. Confucian's eyes at a tricky angle. Clang! The sound of gold and iron clashing appeared. Asaji's exposed skin instantly showed a metallic color. The poisonous needles sparked against her skin, bounced off, and stuck into a black tree not far away. In just an instant, the tree was corroded with a large hole that churned with green water. Mr. Elegant's means of defense was more common. Only the pendant he wore on his chest suddenly lit up, inspiring a pale white light shield that blocked the attack of the poisonous needles. Stirring water current. The turkey-flavored potpourri waved his staff, gathering surging water currents to rush towards the surroundings. Accompanied by the sound of tidal waves, the sneak attacker hidden in the shadows finally revealed himself. Lily Wei summoned a fireball with one palm and controlled it to float at a height of about 10 meters above the ground to serve as a light. The monsters were small, as if they were 7- or 8-year-old children. Under the light of the orange flame, their bodies appeared light blue, with a scaly skin with mucus similar to fish skin. The heads were oddly shaped like fish heads. There were distinct features, but the details were not visible. A row of fins, also pale blue, exists from the back of the head to the spine. Possess webbed palms and feet, with near-human limbs and the ability to walk upright. Their scaly belts have a certain optical stealth effect, and at this time are rapidly changing color in the light. The stealth effect in the darkness of the night was even better. It's a fishman. There are actually fishmen in the shadow jungle. Asagiri, who had always known the situation around Grey Crow Village like the back of his hand, was surprised for the first time in his tone. Obviously something had gone wrong with the intelligence. Or there was an unexpected situation. After all, the Starfall continent was incomparably vivid and did not follow any script. The most troublesome thing was the unknown number of fishmen. There were at least as many as 50 or 60 heads just where the eye could observe them. Some of the fishmen had watery totems painted on their faces and held blowguns. Others held steel harpoons, their dorsal fins braced like swords. There were even large, muscular fishmen that looked like bullfrog war gods. There were deep divers in the darkness with purple scales flashing that had yet to show their full face. The magic of the tidal wave was already pressing on the nerves of the crowd like a substance. Everywhere, there was the friction sound of two webbed palms gripping the ground, mixed with the low roar of crunching. It was as if a net was being tightened. Blue Shallow Water Sneak Attacker LV-27. Blue Shallow Water Follower LV-25. Shallow Water Flesh Eater LV-30. Purple Mugol Deep Diver LV-33. Purple Mulgore Tidal Predator LV-35. Insight was unleashed, and as far as the eye could see there were densely packed names. All the people's expressions changed. The shallow water fishman was a very common fishman monster. Often living in large lakes or swamps, they congregate in primitive clans. There were also a small number of shallow water fishmen clans in the Black Ground Swamp north of Grey Crow Village. Their presence in the shadow jungle itself was something out of place. Judging from the numbers, there was at the very least an entire small shallow water fishman clan here. And mixed in with them were a dozen or so of the even tougher and more gruesome Mugol fishmen. This was a bizarre situation, because although Mugol fishmen were also amphibious fishmen, they usually lived in the deep sea. Of course, there are quite a few instances on land where Mugol fishmen have been found active at one time or another. They were considered to be a higher-end combatant among their freshwater counterparts. It was like a group of Wudalang with 2 or 3 Wusong mixed in. Chan Xian frowned, pulling Lilawai's wrist and slowly backing away, shielding the crowd in front of him. The situation wasn't quite right. The fishmen were holding a convention. Ha! Just as both sides were about to break out into battle at any moment, a muffled hiss suddenly came from the rear of the fishmen. Like some kind of call to arms, the fishmen began to turn their direction from back to front in an orderly manner. The fishmen at the back turned around and left. They crouched on all fours, walking like toads and dogs at the same time. The direction of departure was the north side of the shadowed jungle, until the fishmen in the rear were almost gone. Only then did the circle of fish that surrounded the crowd slowly back away until they had exited a safe distance before turning their heads to leave. Such a move was more like a group migration. Most of the fishmen were not very intelligent, but there were often wise men sitting in the clan. This was probably the reason why they weren't affected by the demonic plague. Ha! Human. The low, muffled voice appeared again. Out of the darkness stepped an aged fishman with 2 wipes of long beard hanging down. It leaned on a bone staff taller than itself, with a statue of an 8-bearded fishman at the end. In the eyes of the crowd, the top of its head shone brightly with an orange light. Orange Shallow Water Prophet LV-40. Put away the foolish thoughts of killing in your hearts. We don't want to fight, we just want to get out of here. These words seemed to imply that they were in a hurry. Asagiri, who was standing in front, licked the corner of his mouth and boldly pursued the question. Don't you guys live in the lakes of the Black Earth Zephyr? Why did you leave? The Shallow Water Fishman clan was among the hardcore to chew on around the novice village. They were united and good at ambushes and cooperation. They were also good at using poison. It was difficult to kill them in bulk like they did with the bad demons. From the player's perspective, this was digging for hidden emergent plots. The Earth and Zeppelins have collapsed, and the evils left behind by the barbarian age have resurfaced in the world. Turbulence is the future. After saying this, it stopped speaking and retreated step by step until the darkness obscured itself. Soon, no trace of it could be seen. There was a change in the Earth and Zephyr. Although the Shallow Water Prophet was a bit vague, it still gave some clues. Everyone's hearts were jolted. Immediately, they were a bit thankful. These shallow water fishmen seemed to be scared out of their wits and hated to arrive at their destination earlier. The crowd also didn't want to fight them head-on. Even though everyone more or less had cards, no one would jump out and take risks in a fight that was clearly not going to be cheap. Much less would they casually hand over their cards and engage in a meaningless fight for their lives. Players may be reckless at some point, but we are not stupid. When the situation is unknown, you go reckless and can still be praised for having an adventurous spirit. This was a clear disadvantage, and if you still went for it, it would be a bad brain. With a sigh of relief, he confirmed that the group of fishmen had completely left before Asajiri resumed leading the way to the ruins. This time, everyone unanimously requested for Lilvi to maintain the fireball lighting. Continuing on for about a quarter of an hour, they came to an open area in the forest. It was still damp, and the clearing was filled with many half-buried ruins. Gray-green moss was distributed on the clearly grained brick walls. Only half of the headless statue remained exposed on the ground, resembling a traveler deep in the mire. Here it is. Asaji's words revitalized the crowd. Chapter 90: Garanker's Secret Research Strongholds. It's better to enter the ruins quickly. It's a long night, and I have a not-so-good feeling about it. For the first time, Mr. Confucian urged. The weeping of Patch the Suture monster, the migration of the shallow water fishman clan, all of these anomalies were deeply disturbing to him. The three abstract brothers hurriedly followed and chimed in. Yes, don't delay. Chun Xian did not urge, but he was likewise somewhat curious about the situation within the ruins. None of the people had found the entrance to the ruins. Clearly there was another mystery here. Chaomu simply answered, and then took out an ancient copper secret key from within her storage space. She then held the secret key in her hand and chanted. After saying a string of words with odd syllables, the secret spoon in her hand projected a gray light that shone on the ground in front of the headless statue. Rumble. The earth trembled slightly. There was a piece of ground about 3 meters square that suddenly settled, then slid towards the right side along with the soil that had accumulated on the surface. It was like a cut cake with a combination of changes. After the land mass moved, a dark hole was exposed. The damp air from the outside with a slight coolness suddenly surged towards the inside. This proved to be a rather closed environment within it, as if it was a deep underground container with no ventilation measures reserved. There were descending steps within the passageway. Chaomu took the lead in taking a step down. With every step she took, the crystals embedded in the walls on both sides would light up. Without a doubt, that ancient bronze secret key must hold some of the permissions in the ruins. This time, Chun Xian did not choose to follow at the end, but instead pulled Lilui along as he followed Chaomu step by step. He counted in his mind every time he descended a step, and when he reached the 72nd step, a wide underground hall opened up in front of him. Calculating the settlement coefficient based on the height of the steps, Chun Xian estimated that they were currently located at a depth of 12-15 meters underground. There was a rustling movement coming from the step passage behind them. Mr. Elegant and the others were close behind. The main building of this underground relic was in serious disrepair. The thick walls made of square stones piled up in the hall collapsed in multiple places. The moment Asagi stepped inside the hall, the soul flames inside those skeletons hanging on her waist suddenly went out. This meant that they were suddenly struck by some kind of hidden blow. The crowd felt a wave of cold air brush over them, as if they were in the center of a depression. There was a thick marble pillar on both sides of the hall. A number of large reliefs in a rough style remained on the walls. In the center was a spacious walkway. A sheet of iron candlesticks was placed in the middle of the stone pillars. The candles on them were all unburnt. Candle tiers were streaked and solidified on the floor. The most oozing thing was that at the end of the hall's walkway, a stone coffin was placed. Many beheadings were carved on it. The beheaded people covered all races. The decapitated heads were piled up into a kyokan. At the back of the sarcophagus was a thick black curtain blocking the way. You have discovered a new scene. The secret research stronghold of Garanker. The prompt flashed by. All of the people's expressions changed in different ways. Holding the secret key, Asagi came to that sarcophagus and barked in a deep voice. I'm going to open the mechanism, so prepare yourselves for battle. In front is where the progress is stuck. When the black curtain of light's blockade is lifted, a large number of ghouls will first appear, with a powerful necromantic demon statue sitting at the back. It wasn't the first time that Asajiri had entered the ruins. It was because she realized that she was unable to single-handedly brush this place that she came up with the idea of finding someone to team up with. Even though she could already tell that Mr. Confucian and the three abstract brothers were up to no good. But right now, it still wasn't the time to tear their faces off. She wouldn't back down because of that either. Seeing the crowd nodding, Asajiri once again held the secret key in her hand and chanted in a low voice. This time the chant was longer. It lasted for as long as 2 minutes before and after, and was almost like reciting a long text. Everyone, including Chun Xian, could not understand her chant. Only Lilawai's eyes showed a hint of complexity. It's undead language. Chun Xian heard her voice transmitted telepathically. Contractual partners were able to communicate with their minds. The clarity and amount of information communicated would depend on the distance and loyalty. Currently, both parties were close enough to clearly communicate in short sentences. Chun Xian did not make a reply, only lifting his chin without moving. Immediately, he turned his head in silence to look at the path from which he had come. This relic seems to be a little too tidy, although it appeared to be messy and retained traces of battle damage and age erosion from back then. However, Chun Xian did not see much dust deposited along the way. A research stronghold. The mutation in the cemetery. The Stitch monster. A thoughtful light flickered in his eyes. It was as if he had grabbed the truth by the scruff of the neck in a haze. Chao Mu's chanting sounded like a gentle and mournful elegy, gradually pulling back Chun Xian's thoughts. Judging from her performance, there must have been another strange encounter when she discovered this relic. Furthermore, that ancient bronze secret key seemed to have more than just the function of opening the door. She should be able to master some of the spell prohibitions remaining in the relic with it. It's just that those restrictions can't be used to deal with the undead monsters inside the ruins. In other words, this might be Chaotix's home turf. Otherwise, with the composure she had previously displayed, she would not have taken the risk of bringing the 4 people with evil intentions. With this thought in his mind, Chun Xian also thought of the worst possibility without sparing any malice. That was that Chao Mu had incidentally cleaned himself up as well. This possibility was small but not completely absent. Mere admiration could not allow Chun Xian to completely drop his defenses. In this regard, the ancient people of China had foresight. The so-called "one should not be on guard against others" was the reasoning behind this. When the chanting stopped, the black light curtain behind the sarcophagus suddenly dissipated. The back half of the rectangular hall was revealed. Roar! A wolfhound-like low growl came out. Sensing the movement, a ghoul awoke from its silence. They maintained a prone crawling stance, their shadows dragged by the cold light of the crystals. In the next moment, more ghouls crawled out from the shadows that the light could not illuminate. Chun Xian's eyes widened to see more details. There was no skin or hair on the ghoul's head. It was all reddish flesh and sinew. A large mouth extended almost to the cheeks, and the sharp teeth inside were like the blade wheels of a shredder. They were on all fours, naked, without a trace of hair or skin. The joints were badly deformed, and the spine on their arched backs almost broke through. There was also a bone spur extending from the top. It was almost like hyenas crawling out of the depths of hell. Their eyes were a dull grayish-brown color, and they seemed to have lost most of their vision. These monsters didn't act rashly. They quickly gathered, arching beside a ghoul that was a circle larger in size. Chapter 91 Ghoul Attack. The area further back also had a heavy stepping sound coming from the ground at this moment. There was an extraordinary evil aura stirring. Chao Mu slowly stepped back to the left and right of the crowd, his right hand gripping the hunting bow tightly and his left hand resting on the arrow pouch. Both sides fell into a standoff. No one had the idea of rashly making a move for fear of incurring the most hatred from the monsters. After all, this was just a temporary team with no trust or tacit understanding to speak of. The number of ghouls on the opposite side was still rapidly increasing. They poured out from collapsed wall holes and vainly collapsed ruins. A sizable number soon gathered. As Chun Xian looked around, small boxes emerged from their heads. Within them were all the relevant information gained from the insight. With just a thought, one of the boxes suddenly enlarged. Blue-skinned ghoul LV-33. Blue captain grade. Race: undead abnormal. Life value: 1250. Physical attack: 312. Physical defense: 90. Spell defense: 65. Active skills: bite, pounce. Passive skills: corpse eater, low light vision. fear of fire, lightning, holy light. There were no ghouls present that were lower than blue in color. All of them had the prefix skinning. It suits their dark red skin and image. Among the monsters of this rank and level, they belonged to the typical high offense and low blood. Their life value was just 1,000 or so, but their basic attack was 300 plus. The most crucial thing was that they had enough of a numerical advantage. Enough to eliminate the weakness of a single blood volume. The one who was in the center was the leader of this group of ghouls. Purple-skinned ghoul leader LV-39. Purple commander class. Corpse feaster. Cunning instinct. Hunting intuition. Corrosive poison. Chun Xian had long since gotten used to the primary insight being good and bad. As long as the insight target's rank and level was slightly elevated, then he would only be able to see sketchy information. Based on his recent experience, its basic attributes must be at least 3-4 times that of a captain-level ghoul, and the ratio in terms of blood would even be a bit higher. Although the Su Devil that Chun Xian had eliminated previously had the same level of commanding officer, it hadn't broken through the 30-level barrier. But after all, it had not broken through the level 30 mark, and had opened up a lot of gaps in terms of level. Therefore, the ghoul commander in front of him was still very tricky. Moreover, it had at least 4 passives or specialties, a typical quality boss template. Chun Xian's quickly analyzed the conclusion. Lily Wei had already activated a ring of protective fire on him. Since everyone wasn't rushing, Chun had no intention of going up and playing the big head. If you want to be more than patient, don't bother with the consequences. However, everyone unspokenly began to activate jewelry, wonders, or spell scrolls to add various single gain statuses to themselves. Still really don't want to suffer any losses at all. Chun Xian single-handedly held the useless stick and prepared to continue paddling. He knew that the real game was only beginning now. However, the next time his gaze inadvertently swept over the sarcophagus, he was suddenly stunned. Wait, there shouldn't be something in there, right? The fact that Fang Xiaomu came to the sarcophagus chanting openly and calmly caused the crowd to be subconsciously diverted. Thus, they ignored it as a harmless thing. Chun Xian fixed his eyes on the fact that there were gaps on the sides of the sarcophagus. At that moment, he moved his gaze upwards and happened to be eye to eye with Xiaomu, who had retreated to that vicinity, only to see the corners of Xiaomu's mouth slightly hooked, seemingly hinting at something. But before the two of them could have any further implicit communication, the ghoul leader who had gathered his minions raised his thick right limb and let out a cruel roar.
Yeah, roar.
This roar caused the hundreds of ghouls gathered around it to open their mouths at the same time. The next moment, the charge began. They either pounced or walked against the wall like geckos, or even crawled from the top of the wall. It was very clear that they were killing towards the 7 people. The hall was not cramped, but it was underground after all. In addition to the lack of light, it was even more dim. Looking at the ghouls running towards him, Chun Xian's mind could not help but think of the term, 100 ghosts walking at night. It was even reminiscent of the scene of the biochemical crisis. Apart from not having a long tongue, these ghouls and lickers were similarly ugly. He couldn't think of anything else. The hunting bow in Chao Mu's hand was already open. 3 consecutive arrows were shot at the ghouls rushing ahead. These 3 arrows were extremely penetrating and seemed to have used their skills. Further back, the same bowman, Sorrowful Tonight, also fired his bow in succession. The arrows with gray gas trails left clear trajectories before hitting the front row one after another. Mr. Elegant and the aging Big Two rushed out almost simultaneously. The crane-beak double-headed hammer slammed hard into a ghoul crawling from the side. Blunt strike damage 627. The ghoul was much stronger than the skeletons he had encountered in the cemetery earlier. Chun Xian was able to backtrack from the damage he dealt out to roughly what zone his attacks were in. It was evident that this guy was indeed a warrior who went for the power flow. The war hammer in his hand was also at least a purple rare grade weapon. The full damage of this strike was a full 700 plus, and it looked like it was only a flat A. He struck while observing, sprinting and leaping, jumping to the middle of several ghouls. Chun Xian steeply unleashed the big stick skill, Shock Strike. Boom! The earth continued to tremble. With him as the center point, a radius of 10 meters shook. The tremor generated shockwaves that raised those rubble and rocks into a ring. All of the ghouls within this range instantly became unsteady on their feet, and whether they were crawling or running, their speed was suddenly reduced. Immediately following this, Chun Xian unleashed a big stick sweep. sending all 3 ghouls within the arc in front of him flying out with a vicious blow. For one of them, Chen Xian personally saw the head of the rod make close contact with its abdomen. With his eyesight, he could even clearly see that underneath the crimson skin membrane, several ribs were directly broken in this blow. Dang! Those few ghouls were like baseballs that had been smashed away and slammed into the bodies of the other homunculi. Combined with the Shock Strike's range slowdown and disruption, it directly disrupted the rhythm of their charge. Blunt Strike, 245. Blunt Blow, 257. Blunt Blow, 242. The damage of the useless big stick has a growing nature. The greater the difference between the physical and spiritual attributes, the higher the damage would be. However, all things considered, Chen Xian did have a considerable gap in the area of blunt damage output with Mr. Rui, who made the sledgehammer. Chen Xian's wave of attacks managed to slow down their momentum as they rushed in. Lilian Wei also completed the casting of Continuous Fireball at this time. A grapefruit-sized fireball shot off like a cannonball. Each hit would blossom a flower of scorched flames on the ghouls' bodies. The turkey-flavored potpourri shot was slightly slower. His spell casting this time seemed to have been increased with the help of his jewelry equipment, only to see 3 suspended and erect azure blue magic arrays appear in front of him. Each of them was only the size of an ordinary basin. When they had finished coalescing, water arrows began to be generated continuously in the center of the array. They directly shot towards the direction where the ghouls were in the form of a triple shot. Those ghouls in the front row that rushed faster fell in just 1 shot, even if the crowd was separated from each other. But when they shot together, they still had an unstoppable momentum. Chapter 92. Boss Out. Backstab Attacks. Halos of various colors of magic bloomed in the hall. Chen Xian and Mr. Confucian, as melee players, guarded one side of the front row in front and behind. The useless big stick swept across the room, and the kill prompt soon appeared. The current position he was in belonged to the risky position. It was like a reef under the waves. Every time the ghouls that pounced in front of him were knocked away, new ones soon pounced on them. The intensity in a short period of time could simply be described as endless killing. Roar! When he swung his baton again in between, several skinned ghouls that came from the side opened their bloody mouths with sharp teeth intertwined towards him. The ring of fire protecting his body was like an active star ring, directly sweeping 2 of the ghouls across the room. At the same time, Chen Xian, who had sensed the steep increase in pressure on the front row, had a ring on his hand that lit up. Rigid nature was unleashed. His base double defense was +10, and his life value cap was +150 points. The armor's shield skill was not used, as that move had been reserved for higher intensity attacks. The ring of fire annihilated, but it did not resolve all of Chen Xian's crises. One of the ghouls lunged at a more tricky angle and bit down hard on his arm. Even with the protection of his arm armor, this blow still caused Chen Xian to feel excruciating pain. The brute bone armor located on his arm erupted into cracks, reducing its durability by 7 points. Piercing wound 139. A damage value popped up above his head. The remaining life was clearly visible. Life value: 661 400 base, plus 150 ring passive plus 250 gain. Without activating any more skills, his current life value cap was only 800. This included the passive and active effects of the rings, plus the poached egg he had temporarily eaten after entering the hall. Chen Xian flung his arm violently, sending the culprit flying. A small cloud of gloom coalesced. Immediately, a thunderbolt struck down from above the ghoul's head. Split thunder lead. Lightning wound 435. Elemental restraint wound 185. True wound 100. At the same time as the lightning strike fell, Chen Xian threw his big stick towards the front, activating the skill, Shattering Grind. In passing, he glanced at Mr. Elegant, who was located at the back of the side, only to see that he was similarly beginning to fall under pressure. 2 damage courses of 100 or so emerged from the top of his head. As expected of a card-ranked veteran player suspected of being a cheater, his base defense was half a caddy with Chen Xian. There was a good piece of defense equipment designated on his body. This was the case with melee players. The pressure they faced was like a tidal wave that waxed and waned. However, the longer they supported themselves, the more impressive the output efficiency of the back row would be. The overall outcome of the battle depended entirely on them. Moreover, at this moment, he and Mr. Elegant actually had a hint of a secret rivalry. Whoever withdrew to the back first would be weaker in terms of momentum. However, Chun Xian did not intend to retreat for the time being. At this moment, the crowd was in a formation like a high and low horn, and he was located in the position of the high horn. Behind him was Mr. Confucian, and further back was Chao Mu. Moreover, at this time, the aging Big Two also rushed to the front row with machetes in both hands. Sitting firmly in the position between them, taking the place where the sarcophagus was as the dividing line, to the front were the four of them. Towards the back were Sorrowful Tonight and turkey-flavored potpourri. As for Lilui, she stood motionless at the end, which was Chun Xian's intention. The partner contract allowed the master-servant duo to communicate at all times. Her disguised player identity became a clear move. From this, a classic pincer stand was formed. But right now it is obvious that it is not yet time to tear the face. The size of the big stick after crushing suddenly increased. Directly into a length of 2.1 meters, thickness of 65 centimeters, rolling pin. Under Chun Xian's mind control, it repeatedly crushed and smashed the ghouls around him. The high blunt damage bonus of 3.0 times, coupled with the AoE effect. Each crushing attacked 2-4 ghouls, dealing over 600 points of single damage. At a certain moment, it was as if Chun Xian had the posture of a one-man army again. He directly smashed the ghouls that surrounded him on all fours until their lives were cleared. This scene caused Mr. Elegant's eyes to narrow slightly, while Chun Xian was secretly observing him. It was not like he was secretly paying attention to Chun Xian's performance. Less than 2 minutes before and after, the ghouls' onslaught froze without achieving any semblance of results. The group nature of the players was indeed obvious. Because of this, they were able to arm wrestle with bosses whose individual strength was far superior to their own after embracing the group. The crowd finished off about 30 ghouls. At this point, Mr. Elegant's blood level was reduced to below 60%. Although he had been taking the time to pour healing potions into his mouth, and at the same time he was trying his best to perform evasive maneuvers. However, the damage sustained slowly reached the threshold. There were also multiple injuries on his body, mostly left by the ghoul's sharp teeth. The armor on his limbs and back were bared in blood. With the added power of defense, his skin membrane was tough, but after all, he was not able to defend himself completely. Chun Xian was slightly better than him. During this time, he activated a second-order life-healing spell scroll. The abundant milk power restored his injuries with an efficiency of 35 life points per second for 300 seconds. What was more difficult was that the brute bone armor and forest wearer leather pants had lost quite a bit of durability. This was wear and tear that was bound to occur in a physical battle. Durability could be repaired, but for every 1050 durability points repaired, their durability limit would be permanently reduced by 1-2 points. The details depended on the equipment class and repair process, and different equipment needs to be repaired by finding natives who have mastered different skills. That's why warrior players would often appear to become a bloody gourd while fighting.
KKKK.
The lack of progress caught the ghoul leader's attention. It also made it even angrier. Unlike the minions under its command, this guy had some intelligence. There was even a phrase called cunning instinct. Definitely a hunter with sharp intuition. It moved, and the other ghouls followed along with it to launch a new round of onslaught. The terrain of the hall wasn't quite open, but it wasn't on par with being small and cramped either. This kind of swarming and shoulder-to-shoulder tactic was a headache. Chun Xian decisively decided to retreat just as the ghoul leader stomped its legs a bit. It was fine to resist the onslaught of those captain-level ghouls, but he didn't want to be the first to face the boss. The big stick swept smoothly across the room, grating away the nearest ghouls and buying a gap to escape. However, it was at this time that the situation finally appeared. Mr. Elegant had similarly observed the boss's movement. His eyes instantly turned white and he unconsciously floated more than 20 centimeters off the ground. The 3 strands of bizarre and powerful spiritual forces resembled a viper of nothingness. They silently flew towards Chun Xian, Lilian Wei, and Chao Mu at the same time. They hit their targets in just a single breath. White light flashed on Chao Mu's body, revealing a protective light screen. However, it was unable to block the spiritual attack. She let out a muffled grunt and felt the sky spinning. Blood dripped from her ears and nose. As soon as she landed on one knee, she was unable to stand up. She could only struggle and barely manage to heavily insert the ancient bronze key into the gap between the stone slabs on the ground. Chapter 93: Attack and Defense Changing Forms. Lilian Wei's perception was the sharpest of all the people present. The moment she received a spiritual shock, she instantly transformed into a fire spirit. All of her will merged with the flames. But even so, the flames on her body still wavered brightly and uncertainly for several moments. Ruin of robbery and ashes unleashed. Immune to spirit burst impact. Eh? Sure enough. Chun Xian on the other side gave a dark cry. Mr. Elegant finally bared his fangs at this moment. He used the knucklehead of the boss's outburst to launch a spiritual shock so that he could use the ghouls to drown out the trio. Chun Xian rolled sideways in a smooth manner, dodging the pounce of a ghoul. Both his and Liloi's changes caused Mr. Confucian to wonder in astonishment. Ha! Fong's spiritual impact was like a mud cow entering the sea, not causing any semblance of an effect. Chun Xian, who had completed a roll, had his earlobes light up slightly. The multiple skills attached to the Gold Noble Circle were launched at the same time. The might of the Golden Legendary Grade equipment completely erupted. 12 wind rings coalesced around Chun Xian's body. They fixedly weakened 80 points of long-range physical damage while mitigating 12% of magical damage, and were capable of repelling enemies within a 3-meter radius around them. The wind rings repelled all the ghouls that tried to pounce on him. As if that wasn't enough, a thick wall of rock rose up between him and Mr. Confucius and the aging Big Two, separating Lillywig, a Sage-Eye, and the other two abstract brothers. The rock wall possessed a total of 100,000 points of sturdiness and 500 points of double resistance. Not to mention blocking the two of them, even a ghoul boss wouldn't be able to break through it in a short period of time. That wasn't all, he also unleashed Tidal Surge at the same time. 6 rounds of fan-shaped tidal waves continued to wash in both the front and back directions. It directly washed over 100 meters. Mr. Elegant and the ghouls were instantly knocked to the ground by the water currents. Each round of tidal waves had 800 points of water magic damage, and Chun Xian easily harvested the ghouls' experience value. This move of his was specifically held back against Mr. Confucius and the others. 3 elemental skills were sent out at the same time. They covered terrain change, water shock, and wind defense. After taking a shot of tidal shock, Mr. Juggalo's life value plummeted. But he also had a base card. Huge spiritual power instantly swept through his entire body, wrapping him up and flying. When the spirit was strong enough, it could influence reality to a certain extent. Players who took the spiritual route were not only elemental mages, there were also spirit chanters and casters of the plastic energy system. However, Mr. Confucian belonged to a special case. The spiritual power he mobilized came from his own high-level talent. Spiritual amplitude. This talent could passively increase the gain effects of his spirit attribute. For example, it allows him to gain higher mana damage and stronger magic resistance. Comes with an active effect, spiritual shock. After the first stage, there is also an additional effect of memory erase. However, it requires the opponent to be in a coma or completely lose their autonomous consciousness to perform it. In fact, Mr. Jade had always wanted to follow the path of a plastic energy department caster. However, before level 30, he couldn't go to the Mage Tower in Bangqing to learn the specialized way of shaping energy. He could only take the path of hammer warfare for the time being. It just so happened that the Crane Ho double-headed hammer in his hand was quite powerful. Came from a 2-headed ogre boss. Utilizing Spirit Shock, he also had a great advantage against unusual bosses. But if the opponent was an undead, elemental creature, or a demonic golem or something like that, then Spirit Shock would be useless. In the past, his unrivaled skills were not expected to lose their effect in front of Chun Xian. At this moment, Mr. Elegant was suspended in the air a few meters above the ground. The necklace on his neck shone with green light, rapidly recovering from his injuries. The aging sophomore also had 2 skills. In the face of the tidal wave's onslaught, his twin swords danced into blade wheels, which actually carried the effect of magical destruction. The tidal wave was cut and disintegrated only just before it reached his proximity. Chun Xian did not expect his opponent to be taken out so easily. His move was just to interfere and harvest the experience value of the ghouls in the process. After doing this set of moves, his body violently changed into a night watchman. Immediately afterward, the earth diving technique was activated and he sank directly into the ground. If you have something to say, go talk to the ghoul leader first. These card levelers were going to be harder to deal with than other novice players. Chun Xian was mentally prepared for this. Just let them spend some time with the boss first, and he turned to deal with the 2 abstract brothers behind the rock wall, playing a wave of Tianjima's tactics. Outside the rock wall, at the same time that Mr. Jaded does it. The turkey-flavored potpourri then reversed the direction of the spell casting. The water pattern hexagram manifested underneath Lillowy, who had just transformed into a fire spirit. It turned into a cage of water currents to bind her. However, fire spirits were not easily restrained by elemental spells. Apart from spells and a few means of restraining elemental bodies, she was never weak in a clash of spells of the same rank. Surging flames rippled around, bursting through the cage in half a second. Water and fire intertwined, erupting a large amount of scorching steam. Swoosh! 2 flame beams streamed steeply through the steam to explode underneath the turkey-flavored potentate. A light blue water curtain was propped up on his body, but it quickly broke. As a counterattack, he even waved the staff in his hand, condensing dozens of water arrows and saving them towards Lillowy. As the saying goes, water and fire are incompatible. The battle between the two was essentially a game of 2 types of elemental magic. While they were fighting against each other, Sorrowful Tonight jumped to the side with her bow and arrows. At Asajiri, who was kneeling on one knee and was filled with pain, she shot 2 arrows that were laced with gray aura. However, the protective light screen on her body surface was exceptionally strong. Although it couldn't block the spiritual impact, it could easily deflect these 2 arrows. Just as Sorrowful Tonight frowned and prepared to unleash her skills, the ancient bronze key that was inserted into the cracks in the ground suddenly lit up with red light. Crimson lines also appeared on the ground. They all connected to the sarcophagus that looked similar to the decoration. Gluttony! An obscure friction sound appeared. The thick coffin lid moved to one side. Wisps of blood chi steamed out from within the coffin. They fluttered out, dragging a full-body armor constructed entirely of red skeletons and some bone accessories. The armor, which looked like a set of exoskeleton armor, flew towards Chaotix. And then it fit perfectly on her body surface like a metal piece attracted by magnetic force. Ka! Click! When the last prismatic bone plate covering the face was closed, the eye slits on the face of the helmet steeply lit up with red light. Kneeling on one knee, Asajiri stood up directly, and a straight, long-handled red bone blade was added in front of her. Shaped like a stranger's sword, it had a flat and straight edge. She got up strangely and suddenly erupted with a bouncing ability that far exceeded her previous ability. With just one jump, she arrived in front of Sorrowful Tonight. The red bone blade in her hand slashed down viciously. It swung out a crimson blade. The worst thing was that, at the instant she acted, uncountable blood chi ghost claws rose up underneath Sorrowful Tonight's feet, firmly grabbing his legs. The temporary defensive glow that he had propped up was chopped away without any hindrance. He was scared out of his wits and subconsciously raised his bow to intercept. But the long red bone blade was still not half as obscure. It sliced straight down until it touched the ground. Chapter 94. This a massacre. Deaths and injuries 1197. The damage value in blood red font appeared. Asajiri, who had put on the weird armor, finished off Sorrowful Tonight with just one slash. His body turned into 2 near-perfect cuts of the human body. The red and white were exposed. But this bloody scene did not last long. This guy wasn't a hardcore player, and soon after his death, he disappeared into a wisp of white light. However, the equipment items on his body were all left behind. Chen Xian, who had just emerged from the ground, was horrified by this scene, but it was to be expected. The hints given to him by Chaomu just now indicated that her backhand was hidden within the sarcophagus. It was just that he didn't expect it to be so ferocious. Chopping people was as easy as chopping melons and cutting vegetables. Chen Xian did not waste any time and chose to aid Lily Wei. He raised his hand and made a move of dazzling thunderweb. The water screen defense that the turkey-flavored potpourri had propped up on his body did not do anything. The water curtain might be able to cut the damage of fire spells and long-range arrows, but it couldn't block the grid at all. Water was a conductor of electricity. Zira! The water curtain on his body broke, and his body was covered in electric arcs, trembling under the electric shock. Taking this opportunity, the flames on Lillowy's body flourished. She put her hands together and spewed out a scorching cluster flame from it. Boom! A popping sound rang out as the airflow was pushed away. The turkey-flavored potpourri transformed into a human torch and melted into white light and disappeared in a whale. Spellcasters usually mastered multiple spells, but none of their blood and defense stood out. As long as the defense was breached during a fight, or the balance of the collision of spells was broken. Then victory or defeat would be decided in an instant. 2 of the 3 abstraction brothers were resolved. One thing they didn't lie about was their status as ordinary players, although those 2 hadn't yet seen death in the true sense of the word. However, the loss of the elite equipment on their bodies plus 3 years of lifespan was enough to make it difficult for them for a long time. At this moment, Chen Xian suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. It was as if he was being targeted by some kind of deadly beast. "Move! Don't approach me!" Chao Mu's urgent warning voice came out through the face helmet. Chen Xian dove into the ground with a jerk. The red bone blade split in place a moment after he dived down. I can't control the evil blood armor. There's still 2 minutes to wait before it automatically lifts." Chen Xian didn't have time to answer her at all. This set of blood armor came from the sarcophagus, and should have been triggered by Chao Mu using the relic authority of the copper key. After confirming that her current state was indeed unable to control herself, Chen Xian decisively cast grave digging on the blocked rock wall. A temporary passageway was opened up. Right now, Chao Mu's state of being so capable of fighting could not be wasted. At the other end, the sounds of battle immediately came. It appeared that Mr. Confucian and the changing older Big Two had already engaged the ghoul leader. The movement of the battle quickly attracted Blood Armor's attention. Compared to Chen Xian, who had dived underground to play an obscene game, and Lily Wei, who didn't have any semblance of flesh and blood in her fire spirit form, it was still more interested in a fresh target. Secretly poking and prodding after it, Chen Xian watched as the blood armor killed its way into the back of the rock wall. It ignored the ghouls and slashed its heavy blade at the already wounded and aged Big Two. Unsurprisingly, it came back with another slash. The splattered blood hit Mr. Elegant all over his face, and it also made those ghouls go berserk. This blood armor didn't seem to have any interest in undead creatures. It was only attracted to living creatures. This might be the reason why Chao Mu was unable to use the power of the blood armor to completely raid the ruins. Chen Xian was secretly frightened as he watched. He thought that he wouldn't be able to get the better of the blood armor in a head-to-head match. The attack of this damn thing was unknown, as it killed in seconds every time it struck. The damage was in a state of complete overflow. It was definitely an evil, strange object with excessive strength. The wisps of blood aura emanating from it seemed to harbor a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The 30 seconds of subterranean art ended. Chen Xianfeng tightly tugged at the call. He held it with one hand, and the passageway that had opened up in the rock wall instantly closed. It had to be said that these skills of the gravedigger were quite practical. "Let's go. Let's retreat back to the entrance of the passageway first." He pinched the time and did not intend to remain where he was. "Let's first let the blood armor status chaotix finish off Mr. Confucian. It's not like the path from where he came was closed anyway. Only the cutie. It was only the ones who continued to stay here." Wiping a handful of blood splattered on his face. Mr. Confucian's rolled-over white eyes were unexpectedly streaked with blood. The aging Big Two's body disappeared into white light. The 3 abstract brothers were all wiped out. It was a completely lopsided slaughter. A strong fear rose in the heart of Mr. Elegant, who had always prided himself on his composure. Because the 3 abstract brothers were ordinary players, it wouldn't hurt to die a few times. He, on the other hand, was a hardcore player. The choice that was filled with ambition in the beginning had now become a death ticket that could not be torn up. Blood armor wouldn't hesitate for a second. After decapitating the aged Big Two, it reached out and brushed the blood flowing from the tip of its blade. For a brief moment, it showed its intoxication with killing. Immediately, it rushed towards Mr. Confucian, who was not far away, at a speed that pulled out residual shadows. The maniacal Mr. Confucian violently threw out a large number of spell scrolls. Attack magic of all shapes and colors erupted at the same time. These were all the ones he had accumulated over the days. The disordered elemental magic triggered a chain reaction. Explosions appeared one after another. Those skinned ghouls were blown up one after another, and even the ghoul leader didn't dare to directly challenge his power. Mr. Elegant was wrapped in several layers of light curtains. He was lifted to the corner by the chaotic elemental martyrdom explosions. Lightning, freezing, flames, and ground stabbing, a variety of spells blossomed on Blood Armor's body. Gorgeous light and billowing smoke obscured everything. A few seconds later, the sound of the many spells subsided a little. Mr. Elegant hid in the corner of the wall, but his expression was not half relaxed. This was because he did not receive the alert that blood armor had been killed. As the smoke drifted, the magnificent figure stepped from it. The blood armor was only slightly soiled at the corners of its clothes. It was by no means something they could deal with. Even those high-level players, facing the blood armor, would only end up with a bad outcome. He was completely frantic, with mixed feelings in his heart. To be honest, ever since embarking on this path of leveling and plotting against other players, he had fantasized about the arrival of such a day. When you come out to be a gangster, you always have to return the favor. This was the realization that belonged to the wicked. His eyes returned to their original form and flashed with a hint of despair. After all, it was a bad move. He had thought that his cards were strong enough, yet Chao Mu's methods were even more incomprehensible. He smiled ruefully and ignited all of his spiritual energy. Using himself as a furnace, he detonated the final fireworks. Buzz! An invisible buzz echoed. He fell to the ground woodenly, losing all vitality. And his spiritual energy launched an indiscriminate onslaught of excessive intensity in all directions. In an instant, all the skinned ghouls within a 100-meter radius all died with their craniums bursting. That ghoul leader also fell into a fainting state.
KKK.
Only the blood armor still stood. All the spiritual impacts were isolated by the layer of blood aura. Chapter 95. This relic is not simple. TSK. What a terrible fight. Chan Xian, who had retreated to the entrance of the relic, stroked one hand on the slightly trembling walls of the relic. The internal elemental martyrdom explosion had caused the relic to shake. It wasn't intense enough to collapse the place. Behind him was the stairway passage that returned upwards to the surface. Lilawai remained in her fire spirit form. In this form, both spell casting and survivability would be greatly improved. Even from here, Chun Xian could feel the intensity of the battle within it. When the aftershocks of the spirit shock detonated by Mr. Ruya struck, all he could feel was a suffocating wind pressure sweeping over him. Robbery ashes returning to the ruins unleashed, immune to spiritual shock aftermath. Seeing this line of prompts float by, Chun Xian knew that Mr. Elegant was finished. The spiritual shock that could reach here was definitely his big move. The trembling of the wall stopped, and Chun Xian did not re-enter hastily. Under the hood, he narrowed his eyes slightly. Stuck on the clock, he counted 60 seconds. Counting the time it took to come over, it had almost dragged enough for 2 minutes. He summoned the Tomb Guardians and ordered them to go in first. At the same time, he used his mind to feel the status of the Guardians. Only after they walked out 70 to 80 meters first did Chun Xian follow along with Lilvi. After a few minutes, the situation had changed drastically. The rock wall had been forcibly broken through a large hole at some point, and the sarcophagus that was originally in an open state had been closed again. Seeing this, Chun Xian had a good idea. As usual, he let the Tomb Guardian open the way to the back of the rock wall. The wall here was blown up with pits all over it. Chao Mu was lying weakly not far away. The body of Mr. Juggernaut lay limp in the corner, like a roadkill kicked to death in passing by the big guy. There were not 1 in 10 skin ghouls left, and most of them were turned into corpses. Most of the survivors had been reduced to corpses, and the ones that had survived were in a bloodied and unconscious state along with the leader of the ghouls. Asajai was not unconscious, but was just quite weak. There were clearly no external injuries on his body. However, only about 10% of his life value was left. There were negative statuses that would appear when a player's life value decreased to different stages. Below 50% would start to weaken, which was the reason why Mr. Elegant had previously been pouring potions to keep the life value from dropping below this stage. And below 10% was the near-death line. The physical attributes would temporarily decrease, greatly affecting mobility. One might even fall unconscious. At this moment, Asajai was on this line. She was painstakingly filling herself with life tonic. Chun Xian tore open a second-order life-healing scroll to help speed up her recovery. The blood armor incident had proved that Chao Mu wasn't a backstabber. If she really wanted to make a move, there was absolutely no need for her to remind Chun Xian. It was straightforward to let the blood armor make the big kill. The only shortcoming was that both sides had really lacked trusting communication previously. Neither knew what kind of tactics the other would use. Furthermore, Mr. Confucian's mental shock had caught her off guard. Suddenly traumatized, she could only choose to use this backhanded move. Trust was something that could only be cultivated in life and death battles. Of course, the tacit understanding of battle was likewise. Phew! Almost got sucked dry again. Asajiri palpitated and patted his chest. Then he warned in a loud voice. Cloud, wind, flame. You guys go deal with the ghoul leader. Now is a good opportunity. At those words, Chun Xian immediately took action. The ghoul leader that had been continuously affected by the waves had only a quarter of its life value left. It was still in a defenseless and unconscious state. It was a lamb to be slaughtered. Chun Xian sprinted quickly, crossing over the corpses of the skinned ghouls. As he got closer, a battle axe intertwined with wind and thunder appeared in his hand, coming to the ghoul leader's head. The side of the axe blade where the lightning arcs flashed immediately stirred up the power of thunder. Heavy thunder chop was unleashed. The damage of the next strike is increased drastically. It deals 2.0 times slashing damage and 1200 points of thunder magic damage. When the attack breaks the defense, it will paralyze the target. The light of the blade wrapped in thunder viciously split its head. Slash damage 626. Lightning 1070. Breaking evil 125. Kill skinned ghoul leader LV39. Obtained. Secret silver coin X3. Experience value plus 1872 group, share 1248, plus 56 break evil. Acquired. Garanker's Diary Fragment 1, Purple Ghoul Essence 2, Purple Ghoul Fangs 12, Purple Ghoul Hard Skin 6. Its life value was emptied. Chun Xian could be said to have gotten its head lying down. Right at this moment, the heavy sound of treading on the ground once again came from the depths of the ruins. In the darkness, a 10-meter-tall demonic statue slowly stepped out from each of the left and right sides of the hall passage. Chun Xian swept a glance at each of them, and the orange font gave him a jolt. Orange Skeleton Demon Statue LV44. Orange Undead Demon Statue LV41. The ghouls were just appetizers. These two demon statue bosses with an orange Overlord class level were the finale. As they approached, the walls in the back passage lit up with an eerie cold light. There were no longer crystals on the wall towards the back, but an almost jade-like skull. The picture instantly became even more eerie than before. It seemed that using skulls as lanterns was not exclusive to Asajiri. At the end of where the cold light shone there was a huge stone door. The secret hidden in this relic seemed to be behind that stone door. Exit first. Let me recover my status. Asajiri, who had pulled up her life value to over 80%, regained her footing. She quickly reminded. She was afraid that Chun Xian would rush up and fight the demonic statue hard right now. Only through experience would one know just how difficult these two big guys were to deal with. Chun Xian replied with a retreating action. The three of them retreated back together along the gap in the rock wall. This rock wall now became the best cover for a flexible retreat. However, the two demonic statues did not pursue either. They stopped at the location where the ghoul leader was killed and then stopped moving. Like two statues, they quietly guarded the passageway without any intention to actively attack. Returning to the back of the rock wall, Asajiri fell back to the ground. Although her life value had been pulled back, she still looked like she had suffered a great deal of damage. It was obvious that the blood armor had caused a hidden negative effect on her. The blood demon armor is even greedier than when I first activated it. Just in those 3 or 2 minutes just now, my lifespan was reduced by 7 years, Chao Mu explained. Chun Xian frowned and glanced at the sarcophagus. Speaking of which, from the moment I entered this place, I felt as though it wasn't a relic left behind by the undead. Its history is perhaps even older than the undead calamity period. But again, this place is a bit too clean. He voiced the doubts in his mind. Asajiri pondered for a moment, then revealed an expression of sudden realization. You're right. Although there was a hint when we entered the ruins that this place was Garanker's secret research stronghold. But as far as I know, the sarcophagus belongs to a powerful person named Blood Demon. The style of carvings within the ruins is also quite different from the undead department. Even the lighting crystals when we came in have turned into cranial lamps down the line. Speaking of this, Chun Xian and Chao Mu suddenly exchanged glances. This relic was clearly not as simple as it currently appeared. Chapter 96. Hard. Too hard. That Garanker clearly belongs to the undead camp. In other words, he might also be a latecomer, not the true owner of this relic. Chun Xian voiced the speculation in his heart. His words seemed to have opened up new thoughts for Chao Mu. As the discoverer of this relic, more details were only known to her. Speaking of which, this relic was indeed too clean. It was as if it had been roughly cleaned. There was no sense of antiquity after hundreds, or even thousands, of years of dust. At this moment, Xiaomu suddenly took out the ancient bronze key again and placed it in Qian Xian's hand. Yunfeng, take a look with your insight. Upon hearing this, Qian Xian narrowed his eyes and stared. Key of the Purple Blood Devil 1-2. Purple Blood Demon's key that holds 1/2 of the authority. The secret key showed Blood Fiend, and this point was again different from Garanker's name, unless Garanker is the Blood Demon. And there were 2 of these secret keys, the one he was holding was just one of them. As long as we get through the relics, we'll know the truth. In fact, Chun Xian had other suspicions in his mind when combined with the background of the cemetery's mutation that he had already been informed of. However, everything had yet to be actualized, and he chose to wait and see what would happen. Handing the ancient bronze key back to Xiaomu, Chun Xian glanced at the direction that was blocked by the rock wall. He could not help but inquire with some doubt. Since the blood armor is so powerful, then why did you pull someone into a team? He hadn't seen the entire process of the blood armor's power with his own eyes just now, hence this doubt. This question caused Asajiri to face a bitter smile. She reached out and patted the motionless sarcophagus and replied somewhat helplessly. The blood armor is indeed powerful, but it also has many drawbacks. The first is that the container that carries it can only be this sarcophagus. And the sarcophagus can't be shifted. I've even tried destroying its bottom, but to no avail. Its hardness far exceeds my destructive ability. She paused for a moment, looking at the sarcophagus with complicated eyes. Unless I can collect both secret keys, I might be able to take the sarcophagus away. Of course, that's just my guess. Secondly, the blood armor will eat up the host's lifespan for sustenance once it is activated, and it will also kill uncontrollably and indiscriminately. But this killing is limited to living beings. Undead, ghosts, golems, elemental elves, and so on are not within its hunting range. That's why I need to pull together a team. Actually, I have some certainty that I can deal with those 2 demonic statues on my own, but on the contrary, that group of nimble ghouls is something I can't deal with at the same time. Hundreds of captain-level ghouls plus a boss. Standing in terms of solo brushing, it really wasn't that good to deal with. Don't look at the fact that just now, Chun Xian had chopped and sliced his way through, but in reality, he had taken advantage of Mr. Elegant's burst seed. After all, he had already exploded his seed to the point of losing his life. In the case where the blood armor would not strike against the necromancers, it was indeed a bit difficult for Xiaomu, as a ranger player, to face the ghouls whose mobility was not bad and whose numbers were still superior. As for Chun Xian, although she was certain that his strength was not weak, but exactly how much strength it had was likewise an unknown. Now everything fell into place. It was nothing more than a difference in information. Human cooperation and interaction, or even any level of gaming, is essentially playing with the difference in information. The resulting chemical reaction was also incomparably marvelous. With this in mind, he reached out and touched the sarcophagus, taking a closer look at the decapitated carvings on it. At this moment, Chun Xian was very interested in the blood armor. This was because he believed that the hijacked ashes returning to the ruins should be able to immunize the negative effects of the blood armor. The prerequisite was how one should get their hands on it. Unless one could obtain the second secret key, but since the sarcophagus could not be moved, trying to move the blood armor could only be done within this ruin. After pondering for a while, Chun Xian shook his head. It was better to focus his mind on the subsequent raiding of the ruins first. It was only after waiting for about 10 minutes or so that Xiaomu finally recovered her condition. She could tell that Chun Xian was interested in the blood armor and hurriedly reminded him. The driving source of the blood armor is longevity. Being unable to control yourself is one aspect. If you overindulge in its killing power, you will eventually be drained by it. Chun Xian nodded noncommittally. Immediately, he asked, "It's time to go deal with those 2 demonic statues now, right?" Xiaomu first took out his water pouch and took a sip before answering seriously. There exists a restriction on the movement of the demon statues. Theoretically, we could just kite them to death remotely. But their double resistance is extremely high, and I can't even break the defense with my flat A shots. These are just 2 big lumps of iron with undead characteristics. Their mechanism was more like that of an organ beast, mainly to guard the passageway. So not only was their movement speed slow, there was also a restriction on their movement range. So by utilizing a long-range attack, there was indeed a chance that they could be riddled to death without injury. But the prerequisite was to be able to do an effective defense break. Statue-type monsters already had excellent blood defense, plus the extra boost from the giant body type, making their life value more than 10 times that of a boss of the same rank. But as the saying goes, as long as you dare to show your blood bar, even the gods will kill you. Even though Chaomu made it sound tough, Chun Xian still planned to give it a try. The giant demon statue that was 10 meters tall was comparable to a moving 3-story building. The body of one of the skeleton devil statues was mainly made up of various skeletons stacked and pieced together. It was just that there weren't many gaps left between bone and bone. The undead demon statue, on the other hand, looked like it was cast from fine iron all over its body, with a bright red cross slit on its helmet-shaped head, perhaps to corroborate his claim. A sage-eye crossed the rock wall, raised her hunting bow, and unleashed the skill, powerful shot, only to see her shoot an arrow wrapped in a sharp wind-breaking sound towards the undead demon statue. Clang! The arrow collided on its shoulder, sending out a string of sparks. Piercing wound 17. With the skill being utilized, the damage was actually only 17 points. No wonder a sage-eye said that her flat A couldn't even break defense. Hard indeed. Chun Xian rubbed his chin and furrowed his brows. The solid condition was not only here. Seconds after the attack landed, green recovery numbers popped up on the demonic statue's head. Magic Iron Self-Healing plus 17. Should we let Lil Wei try? Chun Xian muttered in his mind, and then he beckoned to Lily Wei. Flame. Cast a second-order magic, explosive fireball, on the demonic statue. This move was a signature single spell in second-order fire magic. It had a notable single killing effect. It came with various special effects such as burning and explosion. Moreover, with Lilywei's fire spirit form paired with the arsonist shortstaff, her base spell damage was nearly 1,000 points. Casually, the entire skill addition would be able to deal 2,000 to 3,000 points of damage. This was much higher than Chun Xian and Chao Mu's physical damage bonus. In terms of output, Master FA was the top-ranked profession that deserved it. Boom! The spell model was quickly constructed. Only a fireball the size of a faceplate was seen coalescing in front. Fire Spirit Lily Wei floated up and pushed her palm against the fireball. Swoosh! The explosive fireball flew towards the demon statue. A cloud of sparks exploded on the undead demon statue. Fire damage 1729. Elemental magic reflection 30%. After the flames erupted, there was actually a burst fireball that was only a third of the size that bounced back towards them. The fire spirit Lilywei didn't hesitate to block in front of them. With her fire spirit physique and the flame absorption passive of her short staff, she smoothly defused it. Hard. Too hard. Chun Xian finally realized the helplessness of Chaotix. Chapter 97 Trophies and Tactics. And it was even if it was just hard alone. The undead demon statue actually had a passive magic reflection. It was properly a hard nut to crack. Still, the fact that Lil Wei had dealt nearly 2,000 points of spell damage gave them hope. The magic iron self-healing effect was recovering at a rate of 200 points per second. A threshold existed for this trait, but it was still tricky. Next, Chun Xian had Lil Wei deliver a burst of fireballs to the skeleton demon statue standing on the other side as well. Fire damage 2672. Skeleton strike trigger. 2 sharp bone spikes that were similar to short spears shot towards them. Luckily, Chun Xian and Chaomu were prepared and dodged them in the nick of time. With their own eyes, they watched as the bone spikes plunged into the stone ground. The conclusion was already obvious. Of the 2 types of demon statues, the undead demon statue had the highest defense. At the same time, they both possessed a certain passive counterattack ability. The only good news was that these 2 demonic statues really wouldn't cross the boundary of the passageway. It had an awkward feeling of being unable to fight and die, and unable to cross over. Their creators were clever. Demon statues that couldn't move over a wide range might seem to constrain play, but that wasn't actually the case. Because they were too large, their base movement speed was low. If they were able to walk around at will, then outsiders would only need to take the trouble to lure them away. Plus, there were many cramped corners within the ruins, so the slightest mishap would put them at risk of getting stuck. Instead of doing so, it would be better to always play to the advantage and directly come to an immovable object. Chun Xian inclined his head as he pondered on a way to break the situation. He even considered whether or not to have Lil Wei utilize the divine art, flame streaming waterfall, directly come up with a powerful miracle. Raising his eyes over the 2 demonic statues, he looked towards the end of the passageway. A Sage-Eye, on the other hand, took the time to run over to the corpse of Mr. Confucian. Hardcore players would not turn into white light upon death. The corpse would be left intact, and other players would be able to inherit all the items in their storage space. Death would immediately materialize into reality. Chun Xian acquiesced to her behavior of going to dispose of the loot first. The previously agreed upon rules of distribution were limited to the harvest within the relics. Like the loot from killing players, it was to each his own. Although Chaomu relied on the blood armor, she had ultimately paid the price of her lifespan. Only after some fumbling around, Chaotix's face revealed a touch of joy. This Mr. Confucian was indeed fat. Not only did he have 2 purple rare grade defense gear on his body, he also had an orange legendary grade necklace with a healing effect. And his crane beak double-headed hammer was also a legendary grade weapon. There were even quite a few items in the storage space, plus almost 37 ember gold coins of wealth. Chaomu came to Chen Xian and took out the warhammer and 20 eclipsed gold coins and handed them over to him on the spot. Seeing is believing. Without your pressure, I'm afraid I wouldn't even have the chance to use my blood armor. Facing that indefensible spirit shock, there's still a real possibility that I might roll over. She spoke frankly. If it wasn't for Chun Xian and Liliwei being on their side, greatly restricting the other party's outbursts, Chaotix was afraid that she would have been directly targeted in the first round of spiritual shock. Good. Chun Xian never pushed back when it came to receiving benefits. Wanting and shirking again would be too fake. After collecting the benefits, the thoughts that were originally tense due to the raiders being in trouble gradually relaxed. Counting the equipment items on the abstract 3 brothers, the duo's trip has been no loss. Killing those players with a few points of strength was even more profitable than killing a boss of the same level. No wonder Mr. Elegant was willing to take the risk. Chun Xian looked at the crane beak double-headed warhammer. It was discovered that its equipment requirement actually required 80 points of physique. This guy's physique attribute is so high? Then wouldn't he not have enough attribute points in the future if he goes for a spirit-based specialization? 80 points of physique was not much to say the least. For a hardcore player cheater who was nearly level 30, it wasn't difficult to add 80 points of physique. But it would definitely affect future attribute planning. After all, attribute points gained from upgrading were the most stable and flexible channel out there. Asajiri took a look and explained in passing. When we wait until we get to Bang City, spending a certain amount of eclipsed gold coins is able to wash points. It's just that every time you wash points, it seems like you'll lose 5 points of free attributes. The world of Starfall Continent was certainly real, but there was still a complete set of rules for the game. It was just that many functional NPCs had seamlessly merged with the identity of the Aborigines. Oh, no wonder he's willing to take the reckless flow first to transition. The duo simply sat down on their knees. There were still more than 9 hours left for them. Since they hadn't thought of a solution to the demonic statue for the time being, they simply didn't rush. In addition to Mr. Confucian, a Sage-Eye also picked up the equipment left behind by Sorrowful Tonight and growing older Big Two. Even if she couldn't use this equipment, she could still take it to carry out the process of finding other players to barter with offline or exchange it for ember gold. Chun Xian also scavenged the equipment on the turkey-flavored potpourri. He obtained a purple water spirit staff and a water-patterned robe of the same quality. There were also several pieces of blue excellent grade equipment and jewelry. It was just a pity that none of them were suitable for Lilivi because of the elemental phases. The opponent had taken the route of water specialization. Theoretically, the caster was able to cast spells of multiple elemental systems. However, in order to ensure efficiency and power, the elemental system with the highest affinity would often be chosen for specialization. Chun Xian's attributes were not enough for the time being, so he could only regretfully put the crane beak warhammer away. Since he couldn't use it, he didn't have the heart to play with it. His eyes once again looked towards the passageway, as a cranial lamp was lit up at the back. Some of the details previously hidden in the darkness were gradually revealed. The one that attracted the most attention was the tightly sealed stone door. Wait, what is that? Chun Xian vaguely saw that a hunched skeleton wrapped in rags seemed to be leaning in the corner next to the stone door. It was just that he couldn't see it very clearly due to the distance and light. In the next moment, his eyes flashed with purple light, entering into the evil intent peeping state of the third-person overlooking perspective. This skill had a maximum range of 1,000 meters, and also had the effects of magic perception and sneak peeking. It was even able to traverse walls without magic protection, and could be called a divine skill of detection. At this moment, Chen Xian kept pulling the focus of his perspective under evil intent peeping. Eventually, it was confirmed that there was indeed a skeleton there. The most crucial thing was that there was a key hanging from the neck of the skeleton. The outline was similar to the key that Asajiri had gotten. Although he wasn't sure if that was the key to break the game, such a clue was worth taking a risk. Do you have any summoning skills or related items? Chen Xian suddenly turned his head and asked. Chao Mu froze for a moment, and after responding, he took out a rune stone and a green leaf insignia. I also have a few summoning items here. Later, we'll launch them at the same time and use the summoned items to entangle the demonic statue. Meanwhile, you and Flame continuously attack the demon statue to cover me. I'm going to charge it myself. Chen Xian made his decision. Chapter 98 Garanker's Corpse. If I can pull the rating above 7.2 this month and maintain it, next month the author will put up a fight and guarantee 3 shifts a day. Chen Xian took out the bearded demon horn after he finished speaking. It was covered in purple magic patterns. Bringing it to his mouth, he gently blew. Buzz! An imperceptible buzzing sound passed. 4 spatial singularities like rotating nebulae immediately appeared in front of them. They rapidly expanded and transformed into light cocoon-like spatial gates. Afterward, 4 bearded demons with long-handled machetes emerged from them. The long tentacle whiskers on their chins were all swinging wildly. All of them were of the purple commander class rank. Only their level was the same as Chen Xian's, which made them much weaker than the bearded demon boss that Chen Xian had destroyed that day. However, it was definitely more than enough as cannon fodder to attract the hatred of the demonic statues. On the other side, Chao Mu also activated the piece of green leaf insignia in his hand, only to see 3 greenish points of light fly out and dive headfirst into the crevices of the stone floor. These green points of light were like seeds that quickly took root and sprouted underground. The roots swelled and spread, and within a short time, they broke through the stone slabs laid on the floor of the ruins. 3 trees grew out, their roots twisting into bipeds and their branches twisting into arms. Clear outlines of the 5 senses emerged from the trees. Blue Emerald Green Guardian LV-26. This process took only a few seconds. The tree people let out a low growl. They were all over 2 meters tall with thick and powerful roots. The blue captain level equivalence was not too bad. Combined with the winding and growing characteristics of the plant spirits, they might not be strong enough to fight head-on, but pulling and delaying should not be a problem. All right, that's it. I need to borrow that secret key of yours for a while. Chen Xian stopped Chao Mu's intended move to activate another summoning class runestone. Estimating from the distance of the passageway, the 7 summons would only need to stall for him for 20-25 seconds, and he would have enough to run a round trip to bring that skeleton back. If he couldn't delay it for that long, it wouldn't be too late to use a new batch of summons at that time. As for borrowing the secret key, it was purely to prevent unexpected situations. The light body technique was activated, and the air currents surrounded his body, making him as light as a swallow. Chen Xian incidentally also took out the Wind and Thunder Battle Axe, which had the passive, Wind Lightness. It also boosted his speed by 10% when moving with the axe. In addition, the Boots of Lightness had the passive of an additional 5% speed boost. Even if Chen Xian's base movement speed was average after so many additions, his speed could still reach a rather unimpressive level. Phew! He bowed slightly and prepared himself to start running. Before running out, he gestured. The Whisker Demons and Tree People were the first to lash out at the demon statue. The 4 Whisker Demons were divided into 2 groups and launched multiple attacks separately. The long whiskers that danced around extended and stabbed the demon statue, although they didn't cause much damage. However, those long whiskers that looked like elastic ropes could become blocking cords. The 3-headed Tree People's moves were even more ferocious. Their branches grew wildly, directly entangling the legs of the 2 demon statues. One of the Tree People was responsible for checking for defects. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chen Xian stomped on the ground and charged forward. He crossed over the branches and vines that extended haphazardly, avoiding the sweeping tentacles of the bearded demons. Hardly, he charged through the 2 demonic statues, and the demon statue that was attacked simply stomped its feet and crumbled away from all obstacles. The huge iron fists of the undead demon statues slammed. The 2 whiskered demons were instantly turned into 2 slices of purple pie. Again, because it was a summoned object, it quickly turned into purple light and dissipated. The tree man who had entangled its legs was even stomped to pieces on the spot, turning into disintegrated tree pieces. Green sap splattered everywhere, giving the air a hint of grassy odor. The difference in strength was too great. None of them could last more than a round under the demonic statue. However, it bought Chen Xian some time, so at least running over was not a problem. Phew! Chen Xian crossed the distance and arrived in front of the large door that was covered in carvings. After a cursory glance, the carvings on it were of the same type as the sarcophagus, and it was still the scene of the lordship of the clans. Next to it were 2 lines of unknown carvings that were unintelligible. In addition, there were several armored men suspended in mid-air above the carved scene. The style was similar to the blood armor within the sarcophagus. At first glance, it reminded Chen Xian of the magical side of Iron Man, with a bit of an armored warrior feel to it. His thoughts quickly skimmed over the stone door in front of him, and he placed his attention on the skeleton. The skeleton was in a curled-up position, as if it had been frightened in some way, or as if it was hiding from something. The bones were not white, but rather had a reddish copper-like metallic color. Chen Xian first ripped off the key hanging in front of his chest, and his eyes quickly swept over it and the skeleton. Purple Blood Demon's Key 1-2. Skeleton of Suture Warlock Garanka. Suture Warlock Garanka descended from the Deadlands crossing a year and 7 months ago, corrupting cemeteries, pillaging populations, and secretly conducting nefarious suture research, and established a research base in this even older blood demon relic, only to die shortly thereafter. Bringing the skeleton to the Mage Tower of Casbon and informing them of the situation will unlock the quest in question and earn you a certain reward. That key was indeed the same as the one Asajiri had gotten. It held half of the authority of the relic respectively. After briefly confirming it, Chen Xian did not hesitate for half a second before storing the entire skeleton in his storage space, leaving it to be carefully scavenged in the future. And that skeleton itself was actually the culprit behind the corruption of the cemetery. Yet it died a violent death. It died right outside the stone door. What's even more outrageous is that not far away are the 2 demon statues it arranged to guard this place. From the known background clues, this Garanka itself was at the very least an area-level hidden boss. Now he died here for no apparent reason. Then what exactly is the one who killed Galanka? Chen Xian thought hard. Subconsciously, he looked towards the back of the gate. Without a doubt, that backside was definitely the core area of the temporary research stronghold. It was also the bit of the relic that could be controlled by the half of the secret key that Galanka held. And the thing that killed it was likely inside as well. Thoughts tumbled through his mind, thoughts changing by the minute. Watch out! Just then, the sound of Asajiri's warning came. The 2 massive demonic statues had resolved the summons that were in their way. It was striding towards him. These demonic statues only had instinctive intelligence and mostly followed instructions. It was equivalent to a construct, except that it was the power of the undead that drove the core. They walked side by side, blocking the way. Fortunately, Chen Xian had already made a plan in his mind. His earlobes flickered as he unleashed the skill, Noble Armament. 6 more knights of honor wearing armored heavy armor instantly appeared in front of him. These summon knights all wore cone-shaped helmets and wielded knight swords and iris-shaped shields. The mounts under their feet were Fey military horses, with a pole of mounted spears hanging beside them. Without saying a word, they charged towards the demonic statue. It was a pity that the terrain here did not allow them to charge, and their level was tied to Chen Xian. Although they looked imposing, what they could actually do in the face of a demon statue was very limited. With a flick of his wrist, Chen Xian took out 2 secret keys and combined them into one. At that moment, there was a dense blood mist steaming between the 2 secret spoons. Chapter 99 Chaos Devourer. One thing leads to another. The 2 secret keys merged into one. It became a complete key that was draped in blood aura. As things stood, Chen Xian had already surmised part of the truth. The first thing that could be ascertained was that this relic had nothing to do with ancient Lanka. It came from an even more ancient era. Garanka was a latecomer just like them. It only managed to get half of the key, and the other half fell into the hands of Chaotix by chance. Garanka from the Deadlands belonged to the forces of the undead. So the first thing it did when it descended was to corrupt the Grey Crow Village Cemetery, and at the same time use the environment of the ruins to establish a secret stronghold. This explained why the relic was unusually clean. Having obtained the complete secret key, Chen Xian's consciousness had many more relic permissions that he could control. This included opening the runic gate in front of him. Evil Eye. Use the Evil Eye. Chao Mu seemed to have seen his intentions and hastily reminded him. With regards to this relic, she should possess some clues that even Guernica was unaware of. In retrospect, the main reason she had sought out Chen Xian was for the evil eye. Without any hesitation, he decisively activated the evil eye while choosing to open the rune gate. The right eye immediately radiated an evil purple eye light. The runic stone door in front of him also opened in synchronization. An odor of dust hit his face. This interior was dark. However, under the evil eye's purple eyes, he saw a large puddle of what looked like soft slime lurking in the corner of the chamber. It had a purple outline around its body, which stood out in the evil eye's vision. That form reminded Chen Xian of the stinky mud from Pokemon. Special Chaos Devourer Juvenile Body Weak LV1. Insight flashed and the name surfaced. That damn thing was still a weird one, and it carried a special prefix, followed by a weird level of LV1. Couldn't be the real culprit behind letting Guernica die, could it? The demonic statue at the back was still looming, and Chen Xian propped up his powerful guardian's light screen to advance. The room was dark, so he immediately took out the Gravekeeper's lamp. The ghostly, wavering light illuminated the room. The mass of soft slime suddenly lunged towards Chen Xian. Early prepared, someone's body flashed with lightning as his battle axe slashed forward. Thunder and wind blades surged forth, stirring towards the front. Wind-rising thunder surge was unleashed. The soft mud monster gibbered as it was struck by the thunder. Its body was haunted by electric arcs. This guy was clearly much better to deal with than the demonic statue outside. Although it wasn't clear how Guernica had flipped, and whether or not it had flipped at the hands of this soft mud monster, it didn't stop Chen Xian from chopping it for a round first. There was no closing of the rune door, as the two demonic statues stopped right outside the door. Apparently the restrictions were quite large. Thunderbolt Suppression Level 1 lasts for 2 seconds. Damage Weakness Deepened. Damage Weakness Deepened. This move was an AoE skill that dealt 1.5 times cleave damage and 600 points of wind and thunder magic damage to all enemies 30 meters in front of it. However, no damage value appeared when it hit the soft mud monster. There was only the Weakness Deepens prompt. But it was clear that this guy seemed to be afraid of lightning. Guernica, as a boss from the undead camp, surely did not know lightning. Chen Xian wondered if this was considered a crooked shot. When the arc of electricity dissipated, the soft mud monster was still not dead. It instantly stretched and expanded into the form of a large puddle, wrapping towards Chen Xian like a rag. Seeing this, Chen Xian hurriedly dodged, but the soft mud monster was actually able to turn in mid-air. It froze, splitting its head and covering the powerful guardian light screen. Chaos Devouring Wound 1800. In the next moment, Chen Xian was stunned. The damn thing had dealt full damage to the shield in just one hit. His powerful guardian sturdiness value was based on Chen Xian's physical attributes. With a strength of 1800 points, it could resist a wave of Lil Wei's high-intensity fire spell even if it faced her directly. But now it was instantly broken open in seconds. The soft mud monster covered Chen Xian's body, just as he sensed a sense of crisis and was about to unleash his life-saving backhand. Suddenly, the soft mud monster covering most of his body was covered in electric arcs again. Lightning Suppression 2 rank lasts for 5 seconds. Chen Xian suddenly recalled the Thunder Eclipse that was activated on his body every 3 seconds. It came from the emblem of Thunder Erosion, an occupational inheritance prop. As a test, it discharged on him every 3 seconds to gradually transform his physique. This discharge was intrinsic and normally wouldn't be felt by an outsider touching it. However, the soft mud monster's devouring erosion could obviously shake the interior straight away. Only this time it was hit squarely by the lightning erosion. As the saying goes, a brine hits one thing and a thing hits another. The soft mud monster fell into paralysis and struggled to break away. It seemed to come with some sort of invasive trait, no wonder it had the name Devourer. How could Chen Xian do as it wished? Having experienced so many things, he had long since learned that the more unusual this kind of fellow was, the more mysterious the hidden power behind it was. Not to mention that this soft mud monster was definitely not a good guy either. Regardless of whether or not Guernica was killed by it, since it had appeared here, and since Chen Xian happened to be able to suppress it, then naturally he would not let it come and go as it pleased. GGG. 100 causes will have consequences, and your retribution is me. Chen Xian was not a cowering person. He let out a rampant laugh and lunged back towards the soft mud monster. He ruthlessly pressed it underneath him and ravaged it. The effects of lightning suppression could be stacked continuously, and each time it was triggered, it could prolong its paralysis. At the same time, it became weaker, and its soft clay body would gradually diminish. It was like a mud puddle undergoing exposure to the sun. It went on like this for several minutes, and that large puddle of soft mud was disintegrated. Kill Chaos Devourer Juvenile Body Weak LV1. Acquired. Magic Copper Coin X1. Experience Value +1. Acquired. Special Chaos Devourer's Core. It wasn't until the kill prompt appeared. Only then did Chun Xian put his heart down. This damn thing was very peculiar. There had been no damage values. However, every time it was suppressed, it would continue to weaken until it completely disintegrated. It had burst out 1 point of magic copper coin and experience, which was completely negligible. The only thing left under Chun Xian was a rounded bead the size of a lychee. It was grayish-purple in color and carried an inexplicable gravitational pull. Chun Xian gazed at it slightly, attempting to peek at its effects. Special Chaotic Devouring Core. Chaos Devouring. Chaos Transformation. Chaos Equalization. Requirements for use. A. Currently unavailable. His insight was completely unable to see the detailed information, and Chun Xian was not yet satisfied with the usage requirements. One could only see that it came with 3 effect words. This was definitely an extraordinary curiosity. Chun Xian put it away only to slowly study it after leaving. With the lamp in hand, he began to survey the research stronghold. It was quite spacious here. Located right in the center was an extremely wide operating table. Looking along the light, one could still see a large piece of dried and blackened blood stains remaining on it. Chapter 100 Guranker's Experiment Log. The stone platform was exceptionally wide. Not to mention dissecting a human on it, even 5 or 6 bear demons lying side by side would not be a problem. Along the wall was a row of tables stacked with journals, books, and design drawings. On the other side was a tool bench. On it lay hammers, awls, large steel nails, saws, and other tools. Each tool was covered in bloodstains, and all of them were of blue excellent quality, only with less than half of their remaining durability. Chun Xian took a look at them and accepted them as they were. He intended to fix them and sell them to other players to use as weapons. Immediately, he walked towards the desk. Blue suture technique from beginner to proficient. Purple ancient Lanka stitching handbook. Green anatomy of the necromancer. Limb grafting. Orange soul transference. The remnants. White Guranker's experimental journal. All of these books can be learned. However, there are multiple prerequisites. First, one needs to have an affinity talent for necromancy. Secondly, one has to have a spiritual attribute that reaches a fairly high standard. And lastly, one had to be proficient in the language and script of the necromantic realm in order to deconstruct these books. For those players or NPCs who were on the path of a necromancer caster, these books were valuable skill books. On top of that, there were many stitching designs on the tabletop. Most of the images designed on them had deformed limbs and were filled with body structures that went against normal human aesthetics. One of the designs was clearly Stitch Monster Patch. There were also a large number of messy random writings on it. The common script of the Starfall continent mixed with the Deadland script was used. It could be seen that Guranka seemed to be intentionally learning the continent's native script right after his descent. Chun Xian's false eyes barely recognized the handwriting in the generic script portion above. Very good. This method skillfully avoids the drawbacks of the soul transfer technique. Patch possesses a decent basic intelligence, but a soul infusion is still needed to transform it into combat ability. Many of the accompanying notes had been scribbled. At the bottom of the drawings, there was a bolded scrawl that seemed to have been left at the end. Failed. The obsession remaining within the soul is difficult to completely strip away. Perhaps it is time to start with the memory redaction aspect. The development of the suture monster seemed rather complicated. Not only was it related to necromantic stitching, but it also involved the migration of souls. From the information that could be discerned, the patch that sat in the cemetery today was a complete failure. Immediately afterward, Chun Xian flipped through the experimental logbook, turning from the first page. At the very beginning, the proportion of universal text was only 1/3, and later on, almost the entirety of it was in universal text. This logbook completely recorded the process of Guranka's descent since the deadly domain, then the process of corrupting the cemetery and establishing the research stronghold. Chun Xian focused on the relevant pages that lingered before and after the establishment of the stronghold. The 7th day of the sabbatical moon of the 7911th year of the Dead Era. It had been some time since he descended to the Starfall continent, and he had basically mastered the common language of the homeland. The cemetery in Grey Crow Village has accumulated a large number of corpses, which is just right for a place of corruption to be cultivated into a hotbed of the undead. The seed of corruption has been planted, and I will send Erwin to guard the road leading from the cemetery to the village, and try to make sure that the movements here are not detected by the Starfall human race before the corruption takes place. And just near the cemetery, I have quietly discovered a grove of trees infested with blood aura and shadow power. The anomaly here is cause for concern. The 11th day of the sabbatical moon in the year 7911 of the Dead Era. By the Pale Archon, after several days of investigation, I found the remains left behind by the blood demon powerhouses of the ancient era in the woods, and this appears to be a clothing grave. I found the secret key in the remnants of the wall, but its authority is incomplete, only allowing control of some of the relic's prohibitions. There is a sarcophagus within it that contains the aura of a blood demon, which cannot be opened, and conventional means of destruction are ineffective, so it should be recorded and reported to His Excellency the Crow-Faced Walker as soon as possible. The secret key I possess can open the stone hall deep within the ruins, which is just right for my research stronghold. Death Era 7911 Soul Shift Month 6. The research on the combination of soul transference and stitching is officially opened, and I need to take captive a human child under the age of 10. After a recent hasty hunt due to Erwin's failure to control his desire to suck and squeeze the living, the movement in the cemetery has finally caught the attention of the village of Grey Crow, where most of the humans are weak, but there are a few strong ones to be wary of. As an outpost of the Maharaja, one should abide by the principle of keeping a low profile. Fortunately, the cemetery's decay has been completed, and the recently boiling power of the dead is enough to discourage any living being. Dead Chronicles 7911 Soul Motion Month 17th. The necrotic dodo that sent the message was never able to leave this area, and the message could not be delivered to His Excellency the Walker for the time being. I'm going to go and report to the Valley of the Dead in person once I finish the research at hand. Well, so far this soul removal experiment has gone well. The child soul is pure enough that I've decided to name it Patch, a memorable name for the first bone dog I bred back in the day. An environment suitable for the birth of the undead has also been created in the cemetery. Next, I will take a good look at this odd chaotic being. It seems to be something left behind by a blood demon powerhouse with exaggerated transformation abilities. The vast majority of power, including the power of the dead, will be absorbed and transformed into chaos by it. Interesting. Morning Moon 19, year 7911 of the Dead Era. After several attempts, I realized that this territory has been blocked off by a mysterious power. It is currently in a state where no one is allowed to enter or leave. The meteors are falling with increasing frequency, and the rhythmic changes of the moon phases are shorter, which is in line with the starfall recorded in the Dead Chronicle, which will see the descent of some chosen children who wield mysterious powers. Could this be the reason why the Archons have begun to spare no effort in descending their outposts to the Starfall continent? This discovery made me feel a little bad. Luckily, I have already completed my duty. In that case, it's better to continue to hibernate, and it's also time to further coordinate the undead pups that have been born in the cemetery in recent months. The two demonic statues are certainly powerful, but after all, they are slow to move, and the control runes in their centers need to be recharged and repaired as soon as possible through the cranial altar. By feeding on blood and flesh, the chaos spawn has expanded considerably in size, but also shows a more voracious appetite. Perhaps I will have to replace the higher boundary to imprison it. Disappointingly, Patch is restless, and the residual obsession prevents it from being effectively controlled. I can only imitate an anchor for the obsession based on the fragments of memory in my soul and use it to strengthen control. The log is neither long nor short. It was both a record of the process and a diary. Chun Xian flipped through a wave of it at speed, and it quickly reached the bottom. He revealed an expression of dawning realization. Now that 90% of the fog had lifted, the remaining 10% of the truth was in Chaotix's hands. The Suture monster Patch outside, and the two demonic statues were all Guranker's creations. The Chaos Devourer just now was a native it found in the Blood Demon ruins. Its origin was related to the Blood Demon. Judging from the fact that Chao Mu took the initiative to remind herself to activate her evil eye, she should know about this part of the clue. Based on the principle of scraping the ground, he quickly put away all the books, handwritten notes, and design drawings. He then headed towards the pile of skeletons located behind the anatomical stone platform. Chapter 101 Distribution of Booty. The pile of skeletons formed the outline of a ring-like phalanx. In the center was a skull with a big brain. This should be the so-called skull altar, as Chen Xian found 2 pitch-black runestones inside, all bearing the orange epic grade prefix. Orange Undead Fiend Manipulation Rune. Orange Skeleton Demon Image Manipulation Rune. These were the pivotal runes mentioned at the end of the log. They can be used to control the demon statue. However, the 2 demon statues would remain in their current state until a new command was given. Chen Xian held the runes in his hand, and their usefulness immediately manifested. Through the runes, he would be able to control the 2 demonic statues, as well as reduce their size and stow them away. Earned it. Although it was difficult for the demon statues to stand alone, they were well suited to be used as aids. Chen Xian preferred the demon statue of the dead, because it was big and hard. Hard was strong, and strong was hard. Putting away the runes, Chen Xian continued to search. It didn't take long to find 2 purple secret silver treasure chests and 1 orange fine gold treasure chest. He accepted them all as they were. Using the insight detection, he confirmed that there were no more items of value within the stone hall. Not in a hurry to leave, he took out Garanker's corpse again. Roughly mashed it a few times. A few items were poured out from the pockets of the ragged clothes. They were a handkerchief embroidered with a rabbit pattern, a fragment as light as porcelain, and a transfer scroll. Among them, the white shard was instantly recognized by Chen Xian. It was none other than the orange pale secret keys fragment that he had previously obtained from Gravekeeper Erwin. Counting this piece, Chen Xian had 2 fragments on hand. The collection progress had reached 2/6, and getting another 4 shards would complete the puzzle of it. And the other 2 items were shown under insight as Quest Momes handkerchief. This handkerchief can soothe the obsession in Patch's soul. Please bring it to Patch to activate the related quest. Suture Warlock Transfer Scrolls. Requirements: Level 30, medium or above necromantic affinity, wisdom attribute greater than 120, introduction to suture and necromantic anatomy. Transfer location: Wreckage Valley. This scroll can only be used once. Note: completion of the transfer may result in a change in camp reputation. The handkerchief is a quest prop associated with Patch the Stitch monster. Judging from the clues, the soul inside that seemingly hideous suture monster comes from a certain child. And the obsession remaining in the soul was exactly what made Garanker think that the experiment had failed. As for that transfer scroll, it was hook straight bait salty. The conditions were clear, with a clear camp conversion, purely for the willing. Of course, it didn't mean that after transferring into a suture warlock, one wouldn't be able to communicate with other powers in the continent. After all, players have unlimited possibilities. Accumulating camp favorability through various means could completely erase the negative impact of the profession. Although the profession thing was closely related to the world background. But the decision was still in the hands of the transferring player. Here also represented a hidden camp route. That was to join the dead domain. However, this transfer scroll was definitely inferior to the Angry Thunder Apostle in terms of specifications. The more powerful the hidden profession, the harsher the transfer conditions were, and there were often exclusive side quests. While lower-level professions are basically just bringing props, fulfilling the requirements, plus traveling to a designated location or looking for a designated NPC can be accomplished. He had a number in mind. Chen Xian left the stone hall with large strides. The 2 demonic statues outside stood frozen. He took the runes and gave separate commands, only to see pitch-black necromantic power emerge from the body surfaces of the 2 demonic statues. The magic patterns on their surfaces flickered as they shrunk at a speed visible to the naked eye. From a height of about 10 meters, they changed to the size of a meter out. The power was completely stagnant, as if they were robots that had lost power. Not too far away, Xiaomu saw this before walking quickly. The second half of the exploration was almost completed by Chen Xian alone. However, because of the words, so he still took out the vast majority of the harvest he had discovered from the relics. With the exception of the chaotic devouring pearl, that was only obtained by the battles he had endured. When it was time to collect benefits, he would never be soft. Nor would he take advantage of others when fulfilling an agreement. The smile on Asagai's face was almost overflowing. It was evident that she had a very persistent pursuit of power. In the other world, power came from the accumulation of little gains. Looking at all the loot, including the 2 demonic statues, Xiaomu was first elated, and then showed hesitation on her face. In front of the 2 of them lay 5 books, 2 runes for the manipulation of the statues, transfer scrolls, handkerchiefs, 2 silver and 1 gold treasure chests, and fragments of the pale secret key. A total of 13 items of varying value. After hesitating for a moment, she suddenly spoke. Yunfeng, you pick first. The 50-50 split is already a bit inappropriate. Of the items here, you pick 7 and I'll just take 6. She held back the greed in her heart and took the initiative to change the distribution ratio. Chun Xian pondered for a moment. Taking away the pale secret key, the soul-shifting technique remnant, the rune of manipulation of the undead demon statue, the handkerchief, and the treasure chest of 1 gold and 1 silver. He prioritized taking the 6 pieces he needed and didn't pick the full quota. Straight away, he left all the remaining items to Asajiri, including the transfer scroll and the corresponding profession skill books. There was also a powerful skeleton demon statue. There was a way to get along. The items he chose were a bit more precious in terms of quality and usefulness. Since he had already taken advantage of the situation, there was no need to covet that extra bite. Seeing that Chun Xian had actually left a devil statue for her, the look of appreciation on Chaomu's face increased. After taking ownership of the demonic statue, they were both able to see a detailed information presentation. For the current stage, the 2 magic statues could bring great assistance. After quickly distributing the loot, Chun Xian did not immediately examine it in detail. Instead, he first took out the complete version of the secret key that was combined into one. Chao Mu, can you tell me where you got that half of the secret key from? You seem to know that the evil I can see through the monsters in the stone hall? Taking this opportunity, he asked the doubts in his heart. Now that the ruins raiders had come to an end, Asajiri naturally had no thoughts of hiding anything. He narrated it to him one by one. More than 10 minutes later, Chun Xian finally understood the beginning and end. The clue about the other half of the secret key came from the diary left behind by Chaomu's father. In it, it was recorded about the investigation of the cemetery. It also mentioned an old retired mercenary who lived in the Grey Crow village and had frequented the Shadow Jungle before the cemetery's mutation. That half of the secret key was obtained from the old mercenary. The other party had gotten the secret key even earlier than Garanker. As for why Asajiri knew about the Gravekeeper, the Evil Eye, and the slime monster in the Stone Hall, it was because of the follow-up investigation she had conducted on her own some time ago. From the Gravekeeper, Irving was able to learn the relevant clues. Chapter 102: The Beginning and End. At that time, the Gravekeeper was not yet in a weakened state. It was already a bully outside the cemetery. At the beginning of Garanker's creation of the Stitch Monster Patch, it was considered to be a successful Stitch creation. So it let Patch sit in the cemetery. This resulted in a pattern where Irving, the Tombkeeper, was the main outside and Patch was the main inside. As for Garanker, he became a complete shirker, concentrate on immersing himself in his own research. It wasn't until later that it realized that the area it was in had been closed off and turned into a state where it could only enter and leave. Couldn't even contact the superior great undead in the nearby area. At the same time, the obsession in Patch's soul erupted, making it difficult to control it effectively. The chaos-devouring body hidden deep within the Blood Demon ruins was also discovered. This was what led to the series of changes that followed. It wasn't until some time after Garanka's death that Irvine, who had been out of contact with it for a long time, realized that something had gone wrong. At that time, it tried to take a detour to the ruins in the Shadow Jungle. Because the pachyderms in the cemetery were out of control, even it would be attacked if it went deeper into the cemetery. However, when it entered the jungle and found the ruins left on the surface, it realized that it did not have a secret key and was unable to open the ruins' restrictions, unless it used its talent, dig, to keep digging downwards. But the restraints of the ruins below were still strong. Even Earth Dive could effectively isolate it. After a few attempts, not only did it fail to enter the ruins, it instead caused the boss-level trapper shadow-spotted beasts inhabiting the forest to attack because of the commotion. Although Gravekeeper Irwin in his heyday couldn't defeat it, he still had no problem running away by virtue of ground submerging technique and other means. Just like this, Irwin, who had lost his leader's instructions, temporarily fell into a period of confusion. Couldn't enter and couldn't get in, and it couldn't leave and couldn't get out. In order to find a turnaround, it almost skipped all around the Grey Crow village. Prided itself on its strong running ability anyway. It was because of this that Moore, the Green Tie Demon Wizard, recognized the Gravekeeper. Then later, Irvine resigned itself to its fate. It had nowhere else to go, so it could only continue to stay outside the graveyard to keep watch and bait the hardcore players that descended into that neighborhood. becoming an unapologetic novice Terminator. This was also the reason why the mortality rate of newbie players who descended on Grey Crow Village was extremely high during that time. Of course, there was not just that one hardcore descent point outside the cemetery around the village. Although the hardcore players at the other several descent points would have to face a siege of small monsters in the opening, at the very least, they wouldn't be in a situation where they would meet a certain death by turning a corner and encountering a boss. What followed was the part where Asagi discovered a series of clues and began to intervene. It was also at that time that she learned about the Blood Demon ruins through clues and got the other half of the ruins' secret key from the old mercenary. She took the ranger route, and her talent was the orange-ranked Shadow Walk. The initial effect grants her the ability to sneak around in high-level shadows. Level 10 also allows her to transform into shadow form. This form grants her up to 80% immunity to physical damage, as well as the ability to ignore regular control skills and make up to 12 passes through shadows within a certain range. However, she is relatively powerless against spell damage and mental psychic controls. Through Shadow Sneak, she has taken the opportunity to infiltrate the Gravekeeper's hut. Due to Irvine's daytime and nighttime activities, Asagiri has also heard the guy shouting in his sleep on more than one occasion while stomping around. After spending some time watching, she finally gathered some clues, knowing that the evil eye could peer through Chaos Lurkers. Though at that time she had no idea what a Chaos Lurker was, only knowing that it was an unknown monster that was being held captive by Garanker. The later episodes were clear to Chun Xian. She had single-handedly entered the ruins once before forming a group. Discovering that the half of the secret key she possessed could open the sarcophagus and activated the blood armor for the first time. However, that blood armor, while certainly terrifying, would deprive her of control over her body. It would also deplete her lifespan at a rate of 25 years per minute. The biggest loss was that the blood armor would not strike out at the undead at all. It wasn't that they couldn't be killed, nor was there a restriction. Rather, the blood armor was simply not interested in killing undead. It seemed to have its own thoughts, but would never show half of them. Chaotix would only feel a strong desire to kill living beings when it was under its control. That armor, that sword, all of them were meant to drink blood. After figuring out the beginning and end, Chun Xian was enlightened. He was even more interested in exploring the Starfall continent. Here, exploration was like putting together a jigsaw puzzle. He and Xiaomu, who were originally unrelated to each other, had thus become intertwined. The fragmented clues were thus pieced together, giving Chun Xian the joy of playing a puzzle game. After distributing the loot, both of them had made a huge profit. Chao Mu did not feel that he had suffered any losses. Just the legacy left behind by Mr. Jade, along with the skeleton demon statue, was enough to get her through all the stages before level 30 with ease. She was already level 26, and had previously been suppressing her level in order to explore the surrounding ruins. After all, with her natural ability, it was easy to either brush up monsters and upgrade or run investigations. Now she had two choices. The first was to continue digging up the relic sustenance around Grey Crow Village. There were different secrets in both the Misty Forest and the Black Zephyr. What's more, it wasn't too long ago that they had just bumped into the Shallow Water Fishman clan that was running away from the Black Zephyr. This showed that the Black Zephyr didn't need to be explored for the ancient relics contained within it to be revealed. It was only that it was definitely more sinister or more proactive than the Blood Demon ruins. Otherwise, the fish people wouldn't have turned their backs on their homes and chosen to trek and migrate. Just imagine, if the blood armor in the Blood Demon ruins hadn't had the restriction of the sarcophagus and had gone on a killing spree haphazardly, I'm afraid that there wouldn't have been a single living thing to be seen in this vicinity. Although the current situation was no better, the decayed cemetery had become a breeding ground for a steady stream of undead, combined with the blood armor's inert characteristic of not killing the undead. The potential danger level of this area would never be much lower than Black Zephyr. It was only under the checks and balances of various factors that the risks here did not all explode. Instead, it was also dismantled quite a bit in this round of stirring between Chun Xian and Xiaomu. At this moment, Chun Xian, who held the full version of the secret key in his hand, suddenly stopped talking. The intelligent Xiaomu noticed this. Yunfeng, are you planning to unlock the sarcophagus? The corresponding half of the secret key could only open the sarcophagus, but could not move it. However, the complete secret key might be able to completely lift the restriction of the blood armor or take away the sarcophagus. In response, Chun Xian nodded, not intending to hide his intentions. The blood armor was incredibly powerful, and it was simply a slash for a little friend. To say that he had no thoughts in his mind would be impossible. However, Mu coveted its power just as much, only to be deeply scandalized by the severe side effects. Even an old lifer with 100 years of life to live wouldn't be able to use it more than a few times before it was drained. And the feeling of being out of control was too frightening. She couldn't harness it, and it was more like a reverse transformation into a puppet or tool of the blood armor. Players with a slight cognitive foundation could realize at this moment that the blood armor was not something that could be tamed by ordinary people. If they were too greedy towards it, they were afraid that not only would they not be able to master it, but would instead be mastered by it. Chapter 103: Controlling the Blood Armor. After hesitating for a moment, Asagi still took the initiative to persuade. The blood armor is very powerful, but it is likewise uncontrollable. Chun Xian licked his somewhat dry lips. He was well aware of the risks involved. The blood armor was so powerful that it would definitely not be so easily dominated by players. There must even be hidden plots worth digging into. Chun Xian's greatest defense was the ruins of robbery and ashes. It was immune to all external negative effects. It was also able to use blood as a vehicle to expel the negative energy left in other people or objects. However, his intention to harness the blood armor was still risky. Don't worry, I also just intend to study it first. Is it all right if this complete secret key is given to me for safekeeping first? Naturally, Asagi wouldn't refuse this request, but she was only worried about his decision. In her opinion, there was already enough to gain from this trip. With no current external threats, there was absolutely no need to take risks in this regard. Even the previous Mu had only used the blood armor as a means to save his life as a last resort. In that case, please also be careful. Flame and I will leave the ruins first and wait for you on the ground. The blood armor was attached to the body, and not an inch of grass could grow. In order to avoid accidental injuries, Asagi could only retreat first. There was no need to worry about Lilui maintaining her fire spirit form. However, just in case, it was better to follow along and evacuate. Seeing the two women leave, Chun Xian took a deep breath. He came to the side of the sarcophagus with the secret key of complete authority in hand. Special Blood Devil's Coffin. The sarcophagus mound where the blood demon's armor is sealed. The evil blood armor and blood-drinking knife within it are still governed by the blood-killing intent. Eager to drink blood at any time, it can be stored or moved by inserting a key. Perhaps it was the effect of the authority. This time he could see more detailed information about the sarcophagus. Moreover, after he got closer, the blood and chi on the lid of the coffin churned, creating an additional depression that was just right for embedding the key. Chun Xian embedded the secret key.
Ka-ka-ting.
With a sluggish sound of riveting movement, the sarcophagus detached from the foundation of the relic. It was in the state of an item that could be stowed away at any time. He reached out and lightly touched the sarcophagus, and instantly saw the option to open it. This thing was just a special container. If he wanted to mobilize the blood armor, he had to open it. There wasn't too much hesitation. It would be pointless to talk about retreating when it came down to it. He believed in the power of the looted ashes returned to the ruins. His arsenic, my honey. Open. His mind moved. The coffin lid was pulled by an invisible force and immediately began to move to the side. Chun Xian gazed. He only saw wisps of blood chi boiling and lingering within the coffin. The evil blood armor floated out under the baking of these blood chi. This set of battle armor was simply like a full coverage single soldier mech. The texture was closer to special bones than metallic materials. The same was true for the long-handled red bone blade, its surface glowing with a dull blood-colored luster. The moment they appeared, they surged madly towards Chun Xian as if they had gained traction. Every single part was about to stick to Chun Xian's torso under the pull of the blood aura. Without dodging, he allowed the armor to come to him. In just half a second's effort, he became a blood-armored man. Hijacked ashes, returning ruins unleashed. Immune to evil blood armor control. Immune to lifespan extraction. The blood armor tried to control Chun Xian, but failed to do so. Under the effect of robber ashes returning to the ruins, it was unable to even draw on its lifespan. However, a new problem ensued. Without drawing on its lifespan, the blood armor was like a dead thing, unable to burst forth with any semblance of power. It was as if the burning lifespan constituted the power source of the blood armor. Therefore, after pondering for a moment, Chun Xian decided to lift the control over lifespan extraction. The lifespan flowed out, and under the control of the shielding evil blood armor's consciousness, he was finally able to use the blood armor. Surging power filled his entire body. He was able to leap up across hundreds of meters with almost just a thought. A single slash of the blood-drinking sword in his hand was a bladed light more than 10 meters long. Rumble! The ground of the ruins in front of them instantly left a deep slash mark. In less than 10 seconds before and after, Chun Xian chose to actively disarm it. This thing consumed about 2 years of life per minute under normal drive. Each flat A swing consumed an additional half a year of life expectancy. Jumping and running would also incur a small additional loss. So all in all, each minute of combat consumption actually translates to 3-5 years of life. Pure and simple Kryptonian life flow. Chun Xian really couldn't afford to play as a short-lived ghost. However, he had already confirmed that hijacked Ashes returning to the ruins was immune to the brutal control of the blood armor's own consciousness. This was good news. Being able to control itself could be utilized. The only thing to consider was longevity. Recently, although his lifespan had increased quite a bit through the growth of the physique attribute, but when converted to the consumption of the blood armor, it really wouldn't last long. It would be good to put it away as a killer weapon that would not be used easily. Anyway, the decision was already in his own hands. Thinking of this, Chun Xian heavily exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He directly put away the blood coffin. Strictly speaking, it was truly the most valuable thing in this relic. Chao Mu had the self-awareness to not be able to harness it. Then Chun Xian smiled openly and accepted it. The relic located underground was depressing. He couldn't wait to leave this place. So while stepping onto the steps, he took out the handkerchief. It was heavily associated with the Stitch monster patch. If he could solve patch, it would be the same as indirectly grasping the cemetery as an undead brush point. Back on the ground, Asajiri was chatting with Lilivai in one way or another. Since Lilui was still in her fire spirit form, there was a distance of several meters between the two of them. The orange-colored firelight reflected on the ruins, making the surroundings less eerie. Standing on the ground again, Chun Xian used the secret key to close the downward passage entrance. How was it? Chao Mu asked after him with concern. In response, Chun Xian merely shrugged. Took it away. Keep it for the evening first. You shouldn't mind, right? Upon hearing this, Chao Mu shook her head decisively. Of course I don't mind. I've never been attached to powerful forces that I can't control. There are plenty of powerful forces out there, so if one is too greedy, the one who will have a hard time is still oneself. She was quite spontaneous. Something like power was just as easy to induce desire in the heart. Only those who were pragmatic could go far. Her words implied a caution, and Chun Xian was well aware of her good intentions. However, did not explain too much on this topic. So, what are your next arrangements? Going to the cemetery? Or return to the Grey Crow village? We can launch an attack from the back of the monsters besieging the village and gain a lot of experience that way. Chao Mu discussed with him. Chun Xian listened patiently, waiting for her to finish before raising the handkerchief. Let's go to the cemetery first. I've just gotten my hands on the quest props, so I might be able to take care of Patch in one fell swoop. Chapter 104 Uninvited Guests from Ancient Times. Grey Crow Village. The eye-catching shroud of light completely enveloped the village inside and out. As a village that had stood here for many years, it not only had a population that far exceeded that of ordinary villages. It also had a force level that was quite abundant compared to the surrounding area. In addition, after being chosen as a novice village by the unfathomable Supreme, intangibly, the Grey Crow village became an important node of communication with the higher-level map. In the underworld, the Most High regulated everything. The fact that Garanker was unable to leave this area or even send a message outward was largely due to this reason. Back more than 20 hours ago, when Village Chief Falcon's Eye Valentine learned from Chun Xian that the Nine Hells Rift was suspected to have appeared in the Misty Forest, he immediately ordered his people to open the Book of Transmission. It was a long-distance magical summoning item. The higher-level state cities possessed the body of the Book of Summoning. The villages and towns under their jurisdiction retained copies of the Book of Summoning that had been divided. As long as words are written on the copies, it will be synchronized to the pages of the main body. In this way, it is used as a communication tool. And not all villages could get a copy of the Book of Transmission. Only those whose population and prosperity reached a certain standard would be authorized to get it. Casbon, who received the news, responded immediately. The appearance of the signs of the Nine Hells invasion meant that a large-scale rift would follow within the jurisdiction of the state. In reason, in public and in private, the state city councils would not sit idly by. They sent an entire squadron of Griffin Knights, which was the treasure of Casbon. It was also an air cavalry unit with relatively high aerodynamic power. In addition, 2 elite units of the Cast Knights were also sent from the ground. There was also a space-based caster who used a 100-kilometer level space shuttle spell to bring a few garrison military officers towards Grey Crow Village in advance. If it wasn't for the fact that after dark, the demonic plague had descended and the surrounding area of Grey Crow Village was in a state of magical disorder, making it impossible for normal energy level space shuttles to penetrate in long distances, they were afraid that they would have already arrived. Knowing that a large number of strong reinforcements were about to arrive, the aged Falcon Eyes Valentine appeared quite calm. As long as Big Brother Bangshing didn't abandon or give up, the demonic plague in front of him would be nothing more than a bit of frost. But the situation at the moment was actually not optimistic. The outer magic energy shields were swaying wildly, and ripples from the impact could be seen everywhere. The magic power stored in the pillars of magic energy standing in the center of the village was rapidly depleting. Blood-toothed crocodiles and swamp iguanas from the Black Swamp were coming from the north. In the direction of the Misty Forest were a large number of roaring beasts, and small groups of inferior demons mixed in. In the direction of the cemetery to the west, hundreds of skeletons and ghouls were even more shoulder to shoulder. There are actually no shallow water fishmen this time? Old Falcon's Eye stood on the highest sentry tower within the village to coordinate the whole situation. It wasn't the first time the village had experienced a demonic disaster. He had a good idea of what kind of monsters would appear in each demonic disaster. On the night of every lunar eclipse, monsters such as bad demons, shallow water fishmen, and so on would more or less come. However, most of them were unintelligent or less intelligent beasts. The number of monsters that had a certain level of intelligence or were under the control of the bosses was relatively small. But there wouldn't be a situation where none of them came. Old Falcon Eyes frowned slightly. Although he wasn't anxious about tonight's situation, but as an old man he was still keen enough to notice something unusual. Normally, they wouldn't use this kind of risky hard resistance tactic. Generally, they would first send village guards to set up fortifications in all directions to block the attack. Only at the last moment would they turn on the magic energy shield. Only this time, because of the upcoming reinforcements from Bond City, Old Falcon Eyes decided to wait for the enemy. The wandering water spirit Boney, who had a close relationship with him, was standing at the forefront in its human form. It played with the staff in its hand, letting the vestments behind it drag on the muddy ground. Magic energy reserves are expected to last another 4 hours and 7 minutes. Are you sure you don't want to open a portal and send someone out to charge around first to reduce the monster density? A sound transmission horn hung in front of Boney's body, allowing him to connect directly to Old Falcon's Eye. Regarding his suggestion, Old Falcon's Eye thought about it and still didn't agree. According to his estimation, in at most another hour, the Griffin Knight Squadron and those few martial officers would be able to arrive outside the village. At that time, letting them deal with the monsters besieging the village was the best plan. For the Bang City elite, wouldn't it be a handful to exterminate the monsters outside the village? At those words, Boney shook its head. It only made suggestions, the decision was still in Old Falcon Eye's hands. Time passed by. The shield isolated the inside and outside, making the inside of the village far quieter than usual. Hiss! Suddenly, a cracking sound echoed within the village. To the north, a huge figure about 30 meters tall appeared from the end of the forest. It had a water elemental-like body. Water Giant Spirit. This is actually the water giant spirit that exists in the ancient canonical records. Boney exclaimed in shock. It was a refined water spirit, and the water giant spirit counted as a relative of its ancestor generation. It had gone completely extinct thousands of years ago. It didn't expect to encounter one here. Water giant spirits were far more powerful than ordinary water spirits, as well as the water elementals born in various waters. Their larger bodies allowed them to wield more majestic elemental power. This made the appearance of every water giant spirit set off a water attack frenzy like a natural disaster. However, according to the records, most of the water giant spirits were mild-tempered and preferred to stay in the waters, rarely going ashore or actively attacking other living beings. This time seems to be an exception. The cracking sound just now was a swift attack from the direction of the water giant spirit. It directly reduced the sea's magic reserves by 0.5%. Old Falcon Eye's expression changed. He and Boney simultaneously poured their gazes over. A few seconds later, both of their expressions changed again at the same time. This was because they saw that the water giant spirit was hooked up to the reins, and something similar to a saddle blanket was placed on its head. On top of it sat an odd fellow with a human body and a fishtail. Old Falcon Eye's pupils contracted, utilizing the gift of sight to see more details. That's the silent Black Naga? His words caused Boney to be abruptly startled as well. The Black Naga was an ancient branch of elves that chose to walk into the sea because of the internal strife within the elven race. It was one of the ocean overlords of that era. They used the branches of the world tree to cultivate a number of aquatic berserkers. Again, they became extremely aggressive because of the blackened fall. They eventually became extinct in the same period as the water giant spirits. I didn't expect to see them here. Judging from the direction, they all came from the Black Ground Swamp in the north. There was a rich underground water network there, and it was rumored that a certain waterway tributary was once connected to the East Sea Great Sea. Now it seems that the rumor was not an empty one. These two ancient existences seemed to have been pulled by the demonic plague as well. The strength of the Grey Crow Village's shields won't be able to hold them back for long. It was necessary to take the initiative, at least hold out until the arrival of strong reinforcements from Bond City. Wandering Water Spirit Boney sighed. Ugh. I knew tonight wasn't going to be such a good time. With those words it shifted into its water spirit form and prepared to strike. Chapter 105 Fighting Grey Crow Village, seeing Patch again. #%. On the head of the water giant spirit, the Black Naga was speaking a string of unknown language. It had a rather standard female face. However, the color of its lips was glazed, and its mouth was even strewn with sharp teeth. That messy hair like watercress was draped behind its shoulders. The slender arms were all covered in black water patterns. The webbed palms were holding a long whip that looked like it was made of fish bones. The attack just now was not from the water giant spirit, but rather a random strike from the Black Naga. The water giant spirit underneath slightly inclined its head, and after hearing its words, it stopped in its tracks. Immediately afterward, it raised its arms, which were composed entirely of water elemental magic. The magic power stirred, and its spell casting was heavenly. Only to see a giant water bullet with a diameter of over 20 meters coalesce rapidly above. The Black Naga was also known as the Fallen Elves and the Wrath of the Ocean. They had notable intelligence. So this Black Naga in front of him did not intend to go forward and attack. Instead, it was prepared to utilize the water giant spirit's strengths for a medium to long-range high-power strike. It was important to know that there were no weaklings among the water giant spirits. This was an ethnic characteristic. From the beginning of their birth, they were over 5 meters tall. The spell-casting level of a newborn water giant spirit could be comparable to a mid-level water spell. After a little growth, the ability to cast water-based spells is even more rapid, far beyond the human water spells. The only constraint is that the number of water giant spirits is relatively small. Although the strength of a single body is strong, it is destined to not become the main character in the continent. The water giant spirit underneath the Black Naga was over 30 meters tall. It meant that it had already entered its adult stage. The water spells cast by it were comparable in power to a small-scale natural disaster. At least at the moment, the giant water ball condensed above its head was extremely oppressive. Not to mention the concentrated water elemental magic power in it, its size and weight alone could kill a person alive. At the moment when it was about to launch the giant water ball, from the direction of Grey Crow Village, an azure stream of light leapt out. It looked incredibly small in front of the water balloon. However, it rushed across in an instant, directly disintegrating the molding water balloon spell. The stream of water splashed down from the sky. Phew! What a lot of effort! The stream of light stopped, and it was none other than the wandering water spirit Boney. The Black Naga noticed it, and a look of interest passed through the vertical pupils that resembled snake eyes. %. After muttering softly, the bone whip in his hand turned into a white shadow and entangled towards Pony. Under the water spirit state, Boney instantly dispersed and turned into water droplets in the sky. Afterwards, it coalesced again more than 10 meters away. It was only just able to re-coalesce into shape when it was covered by the water giant spirit's double palms. The surging water elemental magic power was crazily squeezing, eroding and transforming each other. This is pure volume game. Even though Boney belonged to the special gifted among the water spirits, he would quickly fall into a disadvantage in the face of this move. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several arrows shot out vigorously. They exploded after hitting the water giant spirit's wrist. They hardened and broke his wrist. Boney took this opportunity to get out of the trap. The water giant spirit also quickly regrouped a new palm. 100 meters away, Falcon Eyes Valentine had changed into a ranger's uniform at some point, holding a longbow that was taller than others. His eyes were flashing with essence. "You are all weaknesses in my eyes." Drawing his arrows again, he strung them and fired. They flared up halfway through the shot, containing extraordinary power. In the rear, Village Guard Commander Akaf sang the battle song of the Kingdom of Aransha and led the village guards, temporarily conscripted adventurers, and more than a dozen players out of the range of the shields as well. However, they didn't go to deal with the Black Naga and Water Giant Spirit. Instead, they aimed their spears at the monsters that were besieging the village. Battles clashed, and shouts of killing were endless. For the time being, a pattern of king against king and soldier against soldier was formed. The night was still long, and they were looking forward to the arrival of reinforcements even more than before. "You and Flame help me press the line. I'll go and come." Inside the cemetery, Chun Xian turned around with Quest Mom's handkerchief and instructed the two girls. According to Garanka's experiment log, this should be the imitation that it had produced. It was able to thus tickle the obsession of the Stitch monster Patch. Associated with the previous scene of Patch crying out for his mother, it wasn't hard to brainstorm a sad story. The soul in Patch's body came from a certain child captured by Garanker. It was a sin to think about it. In such a cruel world, human life is as low as weeds. As a precaution against the unexpected, he and Asajai each activated the magic statues in their hands. The demon statue of the dead and the demon statue of skeletons were once again side by side as rear guards, standing at the edge of Patch's hate range. Chan Xian, on the other hand, was alone with his handkerchief as he walked towards the otherworldly throne that was made up of remnant monuments and broken stones and a large number of skeletons. After getting slightly closer, his insight could barely observe some information. Orange Stitch Monster Patch LV41. Orange Overlord Class. Race: Undead Suture Creature. Advanced Undead Toughness. Advanced Undead Resistance. Corpse Feaster. Corrosive Poison Cloud. Flesh Butcher. Aberrant Body. Typical multi-word quality boss template. These words are all passive effects such as talents, specialties, expertise. For example, Advanced Undead Toughness grants Patch extra resistance. It also gave it a higher percentage of blood and defense for each point of physique attribute. A normal player's 1 point of physique only corresponded to 5 points of life. However, a Patch with the expertise boost would get at least 60 life points per point of physique. After completing a level 30 trial, the first specialty will be awarded based on the performance of the trial, their strengths, attributes, and other aspects of their traits. None of this was a secret. Chun Xian had also long since completed his basic general knowledge literacy. Every time he saw the specialties of those bosses, he would unconsciously feel envious. Which player didn't want to become a humanoid boss? Chun Xian lowered his step frequency and approached cautiously. It didn't take long before he caught the attention of the carrion wreck dogs that were perched near Patch. They tugged on their rotting vocal cords and let out a monstrous roar. Hordes of ghouls and skeletons crawled out of the rotting earth. Patch, who had stopped crying long ago, also noticed him. The chained meat hook in his hand shook at once. Chun Xian was ready to run at any time. Raising his hand, he held the handkerchief aloft. He didn't really know how to use this thing. The item profile only said that it could soothe its obsession and required that it be brought to Patch in order to activate the relevant quest. Right now, faced with a scene like 100 ghosts walking at night, Chun Xian was just moving forward with a stiff upper lip. Fortunately, the handkerchief did play a role. Although the undead were restless, they did not attack. Patch also silently put away the meat hook with its chilling light flashing. As he approached further, the undead that surrounded the periphery consciously lined up a path to the sides. Chun Xian's nostrils were filled with the stench of rotting corpses as he walked into the strange group. It was as if time had been stretched out. Just like this, step by step, he finally arrived in front of Patch. Chapter 106 Rules Obsession. As he drew closer, the stitches on Patch's body were unmistakably displayed in front of Chun Xian's eyes. Each one was like a sinuous centipede. They crisscrossed, stitching together limbs that were clearly from different individuals. Both of the guy's arms were strong, but there was a great difference in skin color. In addition, a tiny deformed arm was sewn under Patch's ribs on the right side. Its abdomen was slit along the midline and remodeled into the shape of a lip. There is also a bone-spiked canine tooth coming through the body. Yellow fat could be seen leaking out of the gap between the sutures at the waist. standing at a height of over 3 meters, coupled with its lanky figure, made it seem like a small mountain stitched together from blood and flesh. "Mom!" it murmured. The head tilted forward slightly, allowing Chen Xian to look directly into its eyes. It was a pink-skinned head without any hair, with the same black stitches all over it. The corner of one of its lips was slashed open to just below the ear, exposing a large area of dark red tooth bed. It had no nose, and there was only a bloody hollow there. But what Chen Xian found astonishing were Patch's eyes. As evil stitching creations, stitching monsters belonged to the sequence of war weapons in the undead. The meaning of their existence was to kill. However, Patch's eyes were incomparably clear, and there were faint tears brewing in the corners of his eyes.
Quest, Rules Obsession.
The young soul of Rules was stripped and imprisoned in the soul crystal by the Suture warlock Gravekeeper. Because the soul of a young child is pure and easy to control, it was used as the main soul of the Suture monster Patch. However, the pure obsession in the soul could not rest in peace and always longed for liberation. Quest requirement: defeat the Suture monster Patch, take out the crystal that holds Rule's soul, and hand it over to Rule's mother, Zona. Quest reward: experience value plus 22,000, free attribute points plus 4, Rule's guardian, orange corrosive poison x1, random reward x1. That party of handkerchiefs turned into diffuse points of light and disappeared. Chen Xian also successfully obtained the quest he had been longing for. However, the quest requirements made his scalp a little numb. It was by no means easy to harden Patch. Although this fellow was nowhere near as strong as the two-faced evil heir, he would not be disintegrated by his blood either. While Chen Xian was preparing to pull away first, the Patch in front of him cried once again, "Please, big brother, kill me." The main soul in Patch's body was a child named Rules, so there was nothing wrong with it shouting "big brother." Only at first glance, it still gave Chen Xian the creeps, only to see Patch's arms begin to dance wildly. It violently grabbed a carrion wreck dog by its side, and the large mouth on its abdomen grinned, as if opening the entrance to a meat grinder. The deformed little arm was responsible for shoving the carrion wreck canine into the abdominal mouth. Accompanied by a few whimpers, putrid juices and remnants of bones splattered in all directions before the entire carrion wreck canine was chewed up by Patch. Strangely enough, it still did not attack Chen Xian. "Hurry! Hurry!" it roared in some agony, with Rule's urging voice interspersed in between. Seeing this, Chen Xian instantly understood. This was the effect of that square handkerchief. It allowed Rules to temporarily regain its sanity and did its best to suppress the agitation of the body. Although it was the main soul, the Suture monster's body was still mixed with a crazy bloodthirsty fighting instinct. Though Rules was able to suppress the tyranny, it couldn't hold out for long. After all, it was only a young child's obsession, and the willpower it contained was always limited. This was the favorable treatment given by the mission. It didn't just allow Chen Xian to receive the mission, but also significantly reduced the difficulty of fighting against Patch. What he could do at the moment was to fulfill Rule's long-cherished wish, end this sinful body, and take away the crystal containing the soul. Chen Xian's wrist flicked, and the wind thunder battle axe fell into his palm. The Suture monster Patch, on the other hand, vented its tyrannical fury on the surrounding undead under the control of Rules. Sharp meat hooks followed the chains as they swept around. Every time it swept by, it wrapped up limbs and broken arms. Chen Xian took a deep breath as the wind thunder battle axe in his hand slashed towards Patch. The tough, thick skin allowed him to feel a certain amount of resistance. As the axe blade cleaved in, thunder stirred in the wound, annihilating each other with the power of the dead spirit. Wisps of black gas could be seen drifting out continuously. Both the Breaking Evil and the Graveyard Scene damage bonus granted by Gravekeeper I rank effectively boosted the output. Several damage values emerged from the top of its head one after another. Patch subconsciously let out a furious roar, and the meat hook was then about to fling itself towards Chen Xian. However, it put on the emergency brakes at a crucial moment. As it received more and more attacks, the probability of losing control would increase. That was why Chen Xian decided to cut the Gordian knot quickly. He greeted Lilui and Chaogu and began to synchronize their attacks from the periphery. The undead demon statue and the skeleton demon statue also advanced in tandem, displaying a little friend stance as they came towards the core area where Chen Xian was located. His hand movements were unceasing, attacking at a rate of 2 to 3 axe swings per second. However, the blood quantity of the Stitch monster was profound. After many specialties, ranks, and body size additions. Its total blood quantity was at least 30,000 points or more. Chen Xian was only able to inflict a few hundred points of damage per slash. Chen Xian could not see the breakdown of its blood quantity, but was able to estimate it based on the decrease in the total blood bar. To put it bluntly and honestly, even if Patch completely gave up his resistance and let Chen Xian flatta, he would have to chop for quite a while before he could clear his blood bar. When the battle in the periphery began, Chen Xian then shared a steady stream of group experience. In order to increase his output efficiency, he decisively opened the Thunder Domain skill. The emblem of Thunder Eclipse worn on his chest suddenly lit up for a moment. After the bright light went out, a burst of muffled thunder came out from above the heads of the group. Rumble! Active lightning elemental magic coiled above. With Chen Xian's standing point as the center, an invisible pressure instantly enveloped 100 meters around. Crackle! Every second, a thunderbolt would fall within range. The landing point was random, but it couldn't help that there were a large number of undead following Patch within this range. Thus, almost every time a thunderbolt fell, Chen Xian received a kill prompt. A huge amount of experience accumulated rapidly. It didn't take long for him to level up, and Patch's blood level had been cut down by a third of his hard work. His waist and abdomen were filled with openings made by the axe blade. Rule's control was continuing to weaken. Patch became more and more manic. It was a good thing that both Lilui and Chaotix had killed their way into the output range. Thunder Domain's attacks were too random and only suitable for dealing with clustered enemies. The single thunderbolt that fell from the sky baked an intense battle atmosphere. It caused the undead that had been densely gathered around the perimeter to fall in pieces. Lilian Wei, who had come not far behind Chen Xian, immediately cast spells. Fireballs, rockets, and fire beams were all shot towards the Suture monster Patch, and the air was mixed with the scent of burning. It was the smell of ashes and death. Chapter 107. Killing the Little Friend. Flame, thunder, and holy light were all elemental types that could effectively restrain undead. Therefore, when Lilui's fire spells hit, each hit would deal additional damage. There was no blood in Patch's body, and the thick layer of yellow grease under the skin was unapologetically flammable. The wound that Chen Xian had previously cleaved open became Patch's life-saving talisman. With the successive hits of the fire spells, Patch's body ignited into a blazing fire. In doing so, he inflicted a large amount of scorching damage. And beside Liliver, holding a hunting bow, Asajiri took the time to launch a power shot at Patch while clearing away the scattered undead that tried to pounce. The sharp arrows pierced through the tough epidermis and fat layer until the quivering tail feathers were left. Under such circumstances, Patch's blood bar was soon down to only a third. The density of the undead monsters in the surrounding area also greatly reduced, becoming much thinner. With the end of the Thunder Domain effect, rules could no longer contain Patch's killing instincts. The meat hook whistled and generated wind as it stabbed towards Chen Xian. It was so fast that it was difficult to avoid with his body's reflexes. However, in a moment of urgency, the Greywater Knight's battle helmet that Chen Xian wore was violently covered with a halo of light, which then pulled Chen Xian towards a skeleton soldier slamming into him 3 meters away. This was the skill Courageous Headbutt. The change in position caused the meat hook to fall short. It was true that Chen Xian was unable to dodge the meat hook strike just now, but the displacement effect of the skill allowed for the most timely response. As the headbutt ended, Chen Xian continued to move away from Patch with a roll in place. Lilian Wei and Chao Mu did the same. They saw the change in the situation and immediately understood the need to shift their positions to avoid being targeted. Having lost the constraints of rules, Sewing Monster Patch would no longer be able to keep his hand in. If he fell into this guy's hands, he would only be in a bad way. Patch's fat body trembled and shook out a large amount of sparks. The burning orange flames reflected its hideousness. Burning damage still appeared on the top of its head, which in no way prevented it from taking heavy steps to pursue. The meat hook in its hand flung up once again. Boom! But this time it failed to fling it. The skeleton demon statue slammed into it from the side, and Patch fell eastward. The bony construct arm savagely yanked the chain of the meat hook in its hand. At the same moment, the undead demon statue also came in front of it with a big stride. The pair of pitch-black iron fists were raised high above its head after being brought together. Then it slammed onto Patch's chest. Boom! Patch's elastic body dented downwards, and his entire body was smashed into the rotting soil. The flames burning on the fat even bloomed suddenly. Spots of fire drifted in the sky, which actually looked beautiful in the dim light. This blow caused an effect similar to that of an iron flower, which was extremely ornamental. The 3-meter-tall Patch was considered a behemoth to normal people. But in front of the two statues that were more than 10 meters tall, it was like a little kid that was being wildly flattened. The statues not only had high defense and thick blood, but also completely crushed Patch in terms of pure power confrontation. It was thought that these two statues were the reason why Galanka was able to develop the Suture monster with impunity in the first place. Chun Xian, who had withdrawn from the first line, was as steady as an old dog. While the statue was hammering Patch with a thump, he wasn't idle either. He switched his target of attack to the surviving undead monsters around him. Using the Wind and Thunder battle axe, he started harvesting like crazy. Ding! Your title, Gravekeeper I, has reached the promotion requirements. Title: Tomb Guardian 2. You will receive an additional 6% damage bonus when in any cemetery graveyard, and have a certain chance of finding hidden items and mechanisms in the graveyard ruins. Killing 500 undead monsters not lower than your level 3 and 2 undead bosses not lower than purple commander level will upgrade your title to 3 rank. His title advanced. Chun Xian remembered that this title was looted from Erwin after killing him at the time. It could be promoted by killing undead monsters that met the conditions. From the time he entered the cemetery after nightfall and then continuously killing small monsters, he had killed exactly 100 undead. Since Chun Xian's level was only LV12. Basically, all of the small monsters in the cemetery were of a higher level than him, easily fulfilling the requirement. At this time, not too far away, Patch was also swarmed by 2 demon statues with only a sliver of blood skin left. Chun Xian decisively struck. Let go of that Stitch monster. Let me do it. He and Chao Mu each ordered their respective demon statues to back off. Patch had already been punched into the ground. The sunken rotting earth formed a crater around it. The exaggerated effect of the blow caused Chun Xian to feel pain. He leapt up high and slashed at Patch with the side of his double-sided battle axe that was branded with a wind pattern. Wind by Strike unleashed. The complex wind patterns on the axe blade were illuminated. The power of the wind spirit roared. This strike was able to increase the attack speed by an additional 15% and the armor-breaking judgment effect by 45 points. Comes with the negative statuses of Penetrate and Tear. It also dealt 2.0 multiplier cleaving damage. Sharp wind broke deeply through Patch's neck, the axe blade cutting through the collarbone. A 4-digit damage swiped out of its head, completely emptying Patch's last ounce of life. Ah! Dark green pus oozed from the corners of its torn mouth. The light in its eyes was dimming. Thank you, big brother. A clear child's voice resounded from the broken throat. This was Rulf's final acknowledgement. Kill Stitch Monster Patch LV41. Acquired. Secret Silver Coin X6. Magic Copper Coin X52. Experience value plus 3,936 group share. 2624. Plus 196 Broken Evil. Obtained. Orange Butcher Hook of Flesh and Blood 1. Quest Soul Crystal of Lures 1. Orange Plague Poison Capsule 1. Purple Patches Thick Skin 12. Purple Flammable Necrotic Fat 19. Purple Patches Bone Teeth 37. Orange Flesh and Blood Essence containing Necrotic Poison 1. As an area boss in the cemetery, although the rewards of experience and money weren't exactly generous, killing it would inevitably trigger a big explosion. Not only did it explode the guy's weapon, but also a whole bunch of materials. And the items required for the quest also exploded at the same time. He didn't immediately dispose of the loot, but continued to drive the demon statue and efficiently brush the monsters along with Chaotix and Lilvi. More than 10 minutes later, with Patch's fallen place as the midpoint, all of the undead mini-monsters within a radius of a few hundred meters were wiped out. The area here was about 1/6 of the entire cemetery. However, it had become much more refreshing as far as the eye could see. The accumulation of experience allowed Chun Xian to level up again. In the personal list, his level came to LV13. The progress of the experience value was 9,310, 68,147. The decay in the cemetery had not stopped, and more undead monsters would be born here in the future. It was a very suitable spot for Chun Xian to brush monsters. After all, the density of the undead monsters was high enough that as long as they had a strong meat shield, they could fearlessly surround them. However, right now, a more suitable place for them to brush their monsters was the Grey Crow Village. There was a large number of monsters attracted by the demonic plague there. In the end, the quest could be completed by submitting the quest props to Rule's mother. Of course, before leaving the cemetery, Chun Xian still had some things to take care of. Chapter 108, Scraping the Ground and Swinging Fat Brother. Here, this is for you. Chun Xian handed over the meat hook weapon that Patch had popped out to Chao Mu. Although the loot from the kills was not included in the distribution. However, he still decided not to covet this wave more. Originally, Patch's head was what she had let out. Asagi didn't even think about stealing the head. In her opinion, the harvest from this trip had long exceeded expectations. Moreover, with Garanker's research base being officially raided, some of the mysteries that had previously lingered in her mind had also been answered. Initially, based on the clues left behind by her father, as well as the background information gathered from her investigation, she had thought that the stronghold was related to the undead natural disaster that occurred several hundred years ago. However, she didn't realize that Galanka was actually a pawn that had been dropped over a year or so ago when the realm of the dead and the Starfall continent realm converged. This time, if it wasn't for Chun Xian joining in, it really wouldn't have been so easy to handle. Satisfied, she had long had the intention of leaving the cemetery. After all, the level of the monsters here was a bit on the low side for her, and the experience gain wasn't much. Taking advantage of the fact that she had quest stamina to pocket tonight, Chao Mu was more interested in rushing back to the Grey Crow village early and rubbing off on a wave of readily available experience value. However, she also knew very well that Chun Xian's level was not high, and clearing the cemetery would be of great benefit to him, so she still patiently accompanied him here to continue fighting. When dealing with the Suture monster patch just now, Chao Mu had also had a slight urge to take the head, but it was quickly pressed down. Even if she had some craving for the loot after killing the boss, she would not show it. However, the generosity shown by Chun Xian had left her a bit unprepared. This is an orange epic weapon. And it's also from an area boss. Are you sure you want to give it to me? Without immediately taking the chained flesh hook, Chao Mu emphasized to him in a very serious tone. In response, Chun Xian waved his hand with disinterest. You also said that those who see it get a share. Not to mention that you also contributed a lot in the battle just now. Chun Xian had no feelings for weapons like the flesh hook chain. He had the Wind Thunder battle axe of the same orange quality. Leaving this meat hook behind was of little use. The greatest use would still be to take it and sell it to other individuals or player organizations. But the problem came. He was not short of money at the moment. A large amount of wealth had been accumulated on hand. Even in the novice village, he couldn't effectively convert that wealth into battle power. And other than selling the easiest currency to pour through, he wasn't prepared to sell any game items through offline channels for the time being. So after a little bit of consideration, he simply decided to give this precious weapon to Asagiri to deal with. On the one hand, it was considered a personal favor, and on the other hand, it was a peace of mind. Anyway, the combined value of the other items that popped out of Patch's body was only higher than the chained meat hook. Chun Xian did not lose out. Thank you. A layer of tears grew in Chao Mu's eyes quite suddenly. Her stable emotional defenses had been broken by a weakness. Her greatest quest for the Otherworld was not power or wealth. These all served her goal. That is to cure her mother's disease. Cryosurgery belonged to genetic diseases, and was an existence that modern medicine could not do anything about. Even in a magical world, it was not something that could be handled by cures that could only restore trauma. In order to solve the disease, you must be able to do the so-called transformation spells or magical objects. Secondly, there were those among the players who possessed high-level healing talents. The flesh hook chain gave her more leverage to try and find a reliable high-level player. Either way, it was an opportunity. All right, wait for me to scavenge around. Then we'll set off for Grey Crow Village. Have a good time brushing a wave of monsters in the remaining few hours. I still want to level up a few more. After saying that, Chun Xian turned his head and searched carefully in the neighborhood. For him, scraping the ground was an essential step. The Gravekeeper title had a potential bonus for searching in cemetery graveyard scenarios. He searched east and west with the remnant monument throne where Patch had previously been entrenched as the center point. After about 7 or 8 minutes, Chun Xian returned to the two girls with a big smile on his face. Apparently, he had really found some good things in his search just now. First was a fine gold treasure chest, followed by a purple misty forest treasure map that had been rummaged out of a severely damaged tomb, which was clutched in the hands of a skeleton that had yet to be revived by decay. The harvest from scraping the ground was an unexpected blessing. Chun Xian naturally wouldn't take the initiative to take it out and distribute it unnecessarily. And Chaomu wasn't the type of person who was unpleasant. With this matter out of the way, the three of them set off on their return journey. While rushing on their way, they were recuperating after the battle. The cemetery was huge, and although Patch had already been taken out, there was still the giant Worm King entrenched in another area. The process of decay had not been suspended either, and this was still the largest undead dead zone in the vicinity. Chun Xian already saw it as a better spot to brush monsters than the Misty Forest in the short term. The battle outside of Grey Crow Village was in full swing. Under the leadership of the village guard's commander, Akov, the monsters gathered outside the village were hardened and thinned out. Compared to the step-by-step aborigines, the dozen or so players' fighting style was much more aggressive. Each one of them wailed and launched their attacks as if they were pumped with chicken blood. These players did not include Fatty. He stayed at the back to output. Although he wasn't keen on fighting, Fatty's need to upgrade was still there. Even casual players were not willing to stay in the novice village all the time. Holding a bow and arrow, Fat Brother topped himself with the flirty idea of Grandpa Lou of Tumbledown Garden. Holding a bow and arrow and continuously shooting out an arrow. The reason he chose the bow and arrow as his main weapon was simple. Because it was the best long-range physical attack weapon to start with. Compared to the slashing or stabbing of a melee weapon, it was obviously much safer to nestle a bow and shoot arrows dozens of meters away. His archery skills were average. Without any professional background, he just followed the hunters in the village for a few days. He had learned an entry-level hunting bow technique. If it wasn't for the dense distribution of the monsters in front of him, only 6 or 7 of the 10 arrows he shot would have hit at most. Not to mention the standard of a ranger, he hadn't even reached the level of a novice hunter. Paddling and groping for fish to mix experience. This was his goal tonight. Anyway, the stamina given by the quest was not used for nothing. The battle line for clearing the small monsters was still solid. But the battle situation in the north didn't seem optimistic. It was impossible to see the details of the situation over there from the direction he was in. One could only hear the continuous roar of explosions coming from the area, as well as the sound of water churning. The chaotic movement was enough to prove that the battle there was intense. This Grey Crow village shouldn't be in trouble, right? Fatty put down the arrow he had just drawn and sat down behind a pile of straw. Backhandedly, he took out a bowl of beef noodles that was still steaming hot and ate it. Came a wave of laziness in place. The storage space was used as his best refrigerator. Storing in it, even the state of the food just out of the pot could be preserved. Recently, he had earned a lot of money by relying on his cooking talent. Realistically, living a wealthy life. Coupled with the tawdry Buddhist character, he really didn't want to fight for his life. Chapter 109. Sacrifice and Redemption. Not to mention death, he didn't even think about being injured. There was real pain in Otherworld. Other than jitterbugs and those battle maniacs who would want to go and be abused. The reason why a large portion of players were afraid to fight was because of the pain feedback. So on top of that, players who could fight bravely were already considered elites. In addition, the monsters were all strange looking, and when killed, there were even fewer scenes of blood and flesh. These factors have increased the war aversion of some players. Of course, as time passes, players will gradually become old-fashioned. But it seems inevitable that a guy like Fatty, who is naturally Buddhist, would go down the path of swinging for the fences. In less than 2 minutes, a large bowl of beef noodles entered his stomach. Fat Brother put away his bowl and chopsticks and reached out to scratch his head. Otherworld was good at everything. In his opinion, the biggest drawback was that there was no real safe place. Even a novice village could be wiped out overnight. He really wanted to find a reliable place to experience a life of leisure. Because here everything was real to the touch and behavior was incredibly free. He would also often go to the tavern in the village, and just by pulling out a handful of magic copper coins there would be a wonderful woman willing to wait on him. Heard there were more fun places to visit in Bond City and the Mega City. There's even a chance to come into contact with exotic beauties such as elves, dragonesses, eagle banshees, and so on. This is a double life. Reality plus fey double dashing was what Fatty was chasing after. He had gradually started practicing lately, also because he wanted to go to Bang City to have a look. Thinking of this, Fatty made up his mind to run away as soon as the situation was slightly wrong. Hiding in the outskirts of the village, in the dry well where he had stepped on before. The dozen or so players who fought with the village guards this time weren't exactly experts. Levels ranged between 10-20. Their seniority wasn't much older than him. The current Grey Crow village is in the stage of not enough youth. After all, the Otherworld has been on the Blue Star for half a year. Players are like leeks, through the trials and tribulations of either GG or go to a more advanced map. Grey Crow Village was just one of the many newbie villages. Although it belongs to the higher difficulty novice maps, that's about it. It had a limited number of players residing in it for each period of time. Fatty lazily got up. Lifting the hardwood hunting bow beside him, he prepared to continue mixing experience. But just at this time, the earth trembled violently. A parabola was drawn from the north, and it fell hard onto the pile of straws in front of him. Boom! The pile of straw piled into a small mountain collapsed downward at once. The dirt and dust hidden within it were shaken out. In the roiling dust, Fatty saw the figure of the old village chief vomiting blood. Cough, cough. The ranger suit on his body had multiple tears. There were also several wounds from the bone whip. With a twinkle in his eye, Fatty hurriedly climbed onto the pile of straw to help him up. Quickly! Run away! The old village chief pushed him. Every time he vocalized, blood sprayed out of his mouth. From a player's perspective, he was also considered a question mark type NPC. His strength was certainly not weak in this novice village. However, judging from the bloodstains, the old village chief was close to the near-death line. This meant that the monsters coming from the north were far stronger than him. Based on the principle of doing a good deed for a day and seeing if you can trigger a hidden quest in the meantime, Fatty carried the old village chief on his back. Fatty picked up the old village chief on his back and was about to run towards the village protected by the protective light shield. No matter how strong the attacker was, it was better to be protected than exposed. Only before he could take 2 steps, the vibrations of the ground became louder and louder. There was also pattering water drops drifting down from the distance. He raised his head to the north and instantly saw the massive water giant spirit and the black naga sitting on its head. Compared to the old village chief who was hovering on the line of near death, they were in a significantly better state. However, they weren't completely unscathed. The water giant spirit's body, constructed from water elements, had quite a few breaks that would be difficult to heal in a short period of time. There were also large scorched blast marks, like sores covered by water currents. There was a wound on the black naga's shoulder that was bubbling out gurgling black blood. It was calm, its cold vertical eyes devoid of any emotion. Fatty pulled his leg and ran. However, the next moment, the black naga's bone whip was flung towards him. The bone whip that appeared to be only 2 meters long was rapidly lengthened under her swing. Such an attack was simply not something that Fat Brother and the current old village chief could dodge. He cursed, gritted his teeth and closed his eyes, ready to give away a blood. Wow! At this moment, the odd sound of striking water appeared. The expected death did not come, and a curtain of water broken by the whip appeared above his head. Those water curtains split into water drops falling everywhere. Oddly enough, Fatty was able to see that all of the water drops shared a cleared blood bar. Old Falcon Eyes. The favor of saving your life? I paid it back. Live. Must live. Clear voices like the echoing of a clear spring left an extinct sound in the ears of Fatty and the old village chief. Those water drops quickly soaked into the soil the moment they touched the ground. It returned to nature. All that was left in the original spot was a pure jade like azure pearl suddenly floating up and landing steadily in Old Falcon's Eye's hand. 2 lines of clear tears were already dripping from his wrinkled cheeks. Go! He sprayed out a mouthful of blood foam once again. Boney's sacrifice had instead galvanized Old Falcon's Eye's will to survive. The black naga witnessed this scene with its own eyes, and its indifferent eyes finally changed slightly, revealing a hint of teasing. As a fallen elf, it was far more cruel than most beings. It would not empathize with humans at all. The bone whip in its hand swung towards the duo once again. Aminos! Fatty hadn't had time to run a few steps. He whimpered, feeling that it was still hard to escape death. It was at this moment of crisis. A new situation also appeared. Only a dark red stream of light was seen cutting through from hundreds of meters away. In just an instant's effort, it swept past the direction where the bone whip was sweeping. Splat! Fatty opened his eyes again, only to see half of the broken bone whip fall to the ground. In the sky tens of meters above the ground, there was only a red armored man holding a long-handled sword, styled like Iron Man, floating proudly in the air, confronting the black naga from afar. Unable to care about the broken bone whip, A horrified expression appeared on Black Naga's unperturbed face for the first time. "It's you, Blood Demon's Dark Vanguard Officer Vidal," it exclaimed in the language of the deep sea. It clearly knew the true owner of the blood armor, and it was also deeply afraid of it. Inside the blood armor was none other than Chen Xian. As the saying goes, it was better to come early than late. What's all the muttering about? In his Kryptonian state, he didn't have the heart to listen to the Black Naga muttering to himself there. The long-handled blood knife in his hand churned out monstrous blood chi. The sharp red blade suddenly swelled. The power of the blood armor truly fascinated him somewhat. "I'd like to see if you guys can actually carry a blade." Chapter 110 Urgent Mission. Save Grey Crow Village. The time went back to a few minutes ago. Chen Xian rode a mountain horse and carried Lilyway at a trotting pace towards the Grey Crow Village. Chao Mu, on the other hand, activated Shadow Sneak and followed not far behind. When they were still a few hundred meters away from the village, the three of them heard shouts of murder. Just as Chen Xian sharpened his blade, he was preparing to deliver a wave of backstabbing strikes to the group of monsters directly in front of him. Lilwy, who had rarely taken the initiative to speak, stopped him. There are two strands of water elemental magic power clashing fiercely there, and neither of the energy levels are low. She raised her hand and pointed remotely to the north of the village. The superb elemental perception talent had established Lilyway's position as a human radar. Asajiri emerged from the shadows and glanced at the battle ahead. Her expression suddenly became a bit odd. The battle at the periphery hasn't ended yet. Why is the shield guarding the village rising? This is not the same setup as last time. Counting this time, she had experienced a total of 2 demonic disasters in the Grey Crow village. Thus, she quickly noticed that something was wrong. Chen Xian led Lilyway to roll over and dismount together. First, he put away the mountain horse. The mount that had been obtained with great difficulty could not be sent here. The three of them unanimously decided to wait and see what would happen, not rushing forward to join the fray. The noise of the battle to the north of the village grew louder and louder. The sound of the turbulent water and the sharp sound of the whip strikes in the air made the crowd feel that it was not simple. Soon, as both sides of the fight moved, the huge water giant spirit appeared in the distance. Its body was deep blue, glowing with an ethereal halo. It was even more conspicuous in this dark night with no moonlight. From a distance, it looked like a tall ocean ghost. At the same time, he also vaguely saw 2 retreating figures, as well as the white whip shadows that quickly swept by. Only in Chen Xian's eyes, those whip shadows were more like sharp streams of light. It was the belated sonic boom that led him to his conclusion. It seems that the Grey Crow village has encountered a tough opponent this time. Chen Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze focus always aimed there. What to do? Should we retreat first? Chao Mu's ability to observe the battle was no less than Chen Xian's. She thought that joining the fight now would easily be a disadvantage. Just as the duo hesitated, a prompt for an urgent mission popped up in front of them. Trigger emergency mission. Save Grey Crow Village. Requirement. Strength ranked among the top 3 players in the current village domain. The Grey Crow Village in the midst of the demon plague is under attack by Black Naga and water giant spirits. Please repel them or assist in defending the village until the reinforcements from Bond City arrive, thus relieving the predicament of the Grey Crow Village. Note: reinforcements are expected to arrive in 32 minutes and 19 seconds. If the village is breached during this time, the mission fails. If Falcon's Eye Valentine dies, the reward for the mission will be halved. Reward: Elder Gold X10, 88,000 experience points, Grey Crow Village reputation plus 3,000, Casbah's initial reputation plus 1,000. Extra reward: hidden rewards will be awarded according to the contribution of the kill. Quest reward: hidden rewards will be awarded according to the contribution of the kill. Undertaking time limit: 58 seconds. Undertaking time limit: 58 seconds. Undertaking time limit: 58 seconds. This was an urgent quest. The triggering requirements are simple. First of all, you must still be online during the demonic tribulation, and secondly, you must be able to reach the top 3 of the current village domain's online players in terms of strength level. There was no tiger in the mountains, and Ah Xian called himself the king. Compared to those ordinary players, Chen Xian and Chao Mu could be called the strongest in the novice village. The duo glanced at each other. Better pick it up. It's not too late to run away if the situation isn't right. Chen Xian made the decision. Seeing this, Chao Mu, who had already had the intention to retreat, also gritted his teeth and chose to follow a hand. The three of them advanced in tandem. They quickly arrived at the outer battle line. Chaomu and Liliwei each used their own means to attack the skeletons and ghouls that had gathered in front of them. Chen Xian wielded the useless stick and stiffly swept a path through the group of monsters. They and the village guards attacked from both sides, and in no time at all, the density of the monsters on the west side of the village was cut in half. It wasn't until the water giant spirit and black naga mentioned in the quest requirements shifted further towards this area. It was only next that Chen Xian saw the severely wounded old village chief, as well as the wandering water spirit Boni who had deflected a fatal blow for him. There was also the fat brother who was carrying the old village chief on his back and preparing to run away. Seeing this, Chen Xian could not care less about paddling. The 17 points of attributes saved from tonight's upgrade were all added to physique. Counting the recent upgrades, his life expectancy broke through the 15-year mark. Life is something that can still be earned when it's gone. Chen Xian crossed his heart. His initial life expectancy had not been as generous as it was today. It was also a run to mix it up in a small way. So instead, he didn't have an overly life-shy mentality. Anyway, levels could still be raised and attributes could still be added. With this realization, he decisively slapped one hand towards the empty space at his side. A blood coffin engraved with a decapitation pattern appeared. The lid of the coffin opened, and the blood armor was automatically absorbed by him, completing the splicing process. Clang! Accompanied by the final clanging sound of riveting together. Chen Xian transformed into the blood armor man. Surging power filled his entire body, a feeling that was hard to describe. It was a pity that even though he was able to temporarily exempt himself from the blood armor's control by way of his talent, he could only burn his lifespan to borrow the power of the blood armor. It wasn't his private item, and he couldn't even gain insight into the attributes, so the specific gain data could not be seen. With just a thought, Chen Xian charged into the sky. Right at this moment, the Black Naga swung his bone whip with the intention of taking the old village chief's life. In his eyes, it wasn't the old village chief that was taken out, but half of the quest reward. Thus Chen Xian decisively launched his sword. The lifespan flowed faster, and the blood-colored blade light displayed a sharpness that could cut through nothing. The bone whip was chopped off in an instant. There was no delay, after all, every second was now kryptonite. Chen Xian directly rushed towards the Black Naga. Capture the thief first, take out this culprit first, then the bean water giant spirit as a mount would not be enough to worry about. Moreover, he was indeed curious as to whether the Black Naga could actually carry a blade. The blood armor floated and sprinted, transforming into a crimson rainbow light. In just the blink of an eye, it arrived above the Black Naga. Surging blood chi surged around. Even the water elemental magic power overflowing from the water giant spirit was forced back. The second blade was swung decisively. The red-colored blade sliced downwards. Chen Xian saw a terrified expression on the Black Naga's face. It could be seen that it should recognize the origin of the blood armor, and was even quite fearful of it. In a flash, the Black Naga's pupils flipped black, and its dazzling hair instantly surged up to wrap around the front. A black protective light screen like a deep ocean appeared. The blade sliced through the hair, and then broke through the light screen outside her body. When the red aura dissipated, its scale-covered right arm flew out. Black-green bloodsword. You're not Vidal. If it was him, I would already be dead with this slash. The Black Naga covered the wound of its broken arm. Its eyes filled with resentment. It had seen the scene of Vidal's blade in his blood armor, and the intimidation was far better than the current one. Could be said to be unavoidable and undefendable. But even if it wasn't Vidal, it is also in a weakened state after sleeping. If it continues to stay here, it will be hard to escape death. Chapter 111, Reward Settlement. Chen Xian couldn't understand the deep-sea language at all. One could only surmise some conclusions from its reactions. And at this moment, the answer he gave was to swing the blood blade once again. The red aura swept across the Black Naga's abdomen. The tough, scaly skin was broken open, and it was instantly a scene of a broken belly. Although Chen Xian could not see its attributes, he was able to judge the damage through the change in the blood bar. This slash had taken out roughly a quarter of its life value. It seemed that the Black Naga in front of him had a rather strong life force. Now, it didn't dare to remain in place and beep, and the water giant spirit underneath it seemed to have received some sort of order, disintegrating into a surging stream of water in a matter of moments. The Black Naga was wrapped in the water current, towards the direction of the northern black-ground swamp surging to escape. The speed was extremely fast, comparable to a rushing torrent. Chun Xian unleashed his blood armor to chase after him and slash again. However, this strike was completely withstood by the water giant spirit. Its blood bar was more than several times longer than the Black Naga. And this was also the result of the previous fierce battle. With a large body size, there was naturally more blood. Coupled with the elemental body and the characteristics of the water system, it was able to cut down on most physical damage. This made the threat that the blood sword posed to it very limited. Considering the life expectancy that was passing by at all times, Chun Xian still gave up the chase. The mission objective had already been accomplished anyway. As long as the existence of the Black Naga was known, there would still be opportunities to trouble it in the future. With that in mind, the blood armor immediately lifted and wrapped around him as he flew back to the side of the sarcophagus. He raised his hand and put the sarcophagus away. The origin of this kind of evil thing had a great deal of fame, so it was better to minimize hanging around in front of the Aborigines. He adhered to the principle of using it quickly and putting it away quickly to deal with it. When Xiaomu saw him return, his face was filled with envy. Being able to ignore the chaotic killing of the blood armor and control it freely meant mastering a great killing weapon. According to the intensity around the novice village, Chun Xian, who held the blood armor, could almost walk horizontally in this area, as long as he didn't intentionally play dead. After driving away the Black Naga and the water giant spirit, the biggest threat was considered lifted. Lily Wei and Chao Ling continued to assist the garrison in the western direction outside the village to winnow down the monsters from the cemetery. Chun Xian, on the other hand, came before Fatty. Yun Feng, I can't believe it's you. At this moment, old Falcon's I had already fainted. The bead was still clutched tightly in his hand. Fatty, on the other hand, had witnessed the entire scene of the blood armor man's might. Until the blood armor disintegrated again, revealing Chun Xian's original face. I really didn't expect you to be interested in participating in the demonic plague defense. Quickly bring the old village chief back to the village. Reinforcements will arrive later. Chun Xian couldn't be bothered to make small talk and said succinctly. Upon hearing this, Fatty nodded his head. He was curious as to why Chun Xian was certain that there would be reinforcements. The difference in information made the cognitive perspectives of the duo significantly different. Without asking more questions, now was not the right time to be a curious baby either. He carried the old village chief on his back and ran wildly, smoothly entering the protective range of the shield. Chun Xian, on the other hand, held the useless stick and participated in the battle of purging. Only with the arrival of reinforcements could the quest be settled smoothly. More than half an hour later, corpses were strewn everywhere outside the village. Most of them were of various monsters, while a few were of village guards and aboriginal adventurers. Chun Xian leaned against a large tree that had been ravaged by swords and axes. Lily Wei and Asajai had also rushed to join him. The battle had ended 2 minutes ago. The squadron of Griffin Knights that descended from the sky had eliminated all the remaining monsters in just a few moments. The size of each of those griffins was comparable to a small car. Their wings were even closer to 10 meters. Griffins, as the name suggests, had the body and head of a lion. Their legs were like lions, and the ends of their front limbs had huge claws like falcons. The plumes on their chests are as hard as steel. They belong to the wind raptors. Not only are they physically strong, but they can also perform several single wind spells, and in terms of flight speed, they are also among the top raptors of the same class. And every Griffin Knight they corresponded to had received strict training. They were able to throw flying hammers containing lightning from the air. Those flying hammers would return to their hands after hitting with the power of wind. Each griffin along with the rider on it was a series of question marks in front of Chun Xian. One could only see a purple halo from the color of the name. This was the cutting-edge battle force of Bang City, and it really wasn't something that novice players could covet. They were highly disciplined. 120 Griffin Knights formed a squadron, and 12 Griffin Knights formed a squad. 10 of the squads each had a squad leader, while the remaining 2 squads directly followed the squad leader. In this way, a well-organized combat unit was formed. As these Griffin riders flew in, everyone's eardrums were filled with the sound of flapping iron wings. Right in the battle just now, Chun Xian had risen another level. The level came to LV14. The experience value progress came to 11260744963. And with the arrival of the Griffin Knights, the urgent mission was finally over. Chun Xian and Chao Mu both wore happy faces. The rewards of this quest were considered very generous at the current level. Most importantly, when Chun Xian sacrificed his blood armor, the entire quest was stable. Chao Mu was even more of a pure lay to win. After all, Chun Xian had also paid the price of his lifespan. 2 mission prompts appeared in quick succession. Urgent mission. Save Gray Crow Village completed. Quest reward. Eclipsing Gold Coin X10. 88,000 experience points. Gray Crow Village reputation plus 3,000. Caspian initial reputation plus 1,000. Extra reward. Orange Boney's Water Spirit Bead. Garrison quest. The arrival of the Demon Plague completed. Quest reward. Secret Silver Coin X10. Experience value 28,000 points. Gray Crow Village reputation plus 500. A total of 116,000 experience points allowed Chun Xian to upgrade again. The current level was LV15. The progress of the experience bar changed with it. 52,297, 82,459. And at the same time a new prompt appeared. Your current reputation of Gray Crow Village is Respect 5,600, 6,000. You will be granted the right to return to the Gray Crow Village, and the natives of the village will treat you as a VIP and will be willing to fulfill some of your excessive requests, as well as obtaining a piece of real estate within the village. Your current Casbah reputation is Cooperative 1,000, 3,000. You have unlocked the right to stay at night in Casbah, and all neutral NPCs in the area have a starting favorability of 5 points towards you. You have unlocked the right to stay at night in Casbah. Reputation is a good thing. It brings quite a few camp benefits. The camp thing is further divided into many tiers. Geographically, each village has a different prestige. Ethnically speaking, the reputation of the entire human race had a much higher gold content. It just wasn't easy to take the ethnic front reputation. Turn off all prompts. The extra rewards given in the emergency mission were not delivered directly. It was thought that there should be another plot. Just as the two of them were silently taking stock of their harvest, a hobbling figure came before them. The person who came was none other than the village guard's commander, Akef. He had quite a few injuries on his body, and his right thigh was pierced by a bone arrow. This was the reason why he was hobbling. Several people, the village chief wants to see you. Chun Xian immediately got up and nodded. Chapter 112 Old Falcon's Eyes Wish. Akef wore a weary face. The look was not as arrogant as it used to be when facing other players. Especially when talking to Chun Xian, there was even more respect in his tone. Please follow me. He led the way in front before he could receive treatment. Looking at the bone arrow sticking out of his thigh that was quivering as he walked, Chun Xian couldn't help but feel a bit of flesh pain. This Akef was really a tough guy. Once again, he came to the old village chief's residence. The severely injured Falcon's Eye Valentine was receiving joint treatment from a nature system caster and holy light priest respectively. Pale green pure light intertwined with milky white holy light, quickly recovering those injuries on his body that were visible to the naked eye. In the player's view, his life value had returned by more than 70%. However, the old village chief still looked a bit weak, with deep sorrow in his eyes. Only after seeing Chun Xian and Chao Mu arrive did he manage to muster up some spirit. His eyes focused on Chun Xian. I've heard it all. Thank you both for lending a helping hand. If it wasn't for you guys repelling the Black Naga, I'm afraid that the Gray Crow Village would have long been reduced to rubble. He nodded at the two of them separately. Spinning around, he first waved his hand to greet Asajiri as he approached. I can see that you intend to take the ranger route. I intend to give you a token of the legacy of the Falcon of the Hunt. This is also the origin of my Falcon's Eye name. Old Falcon's Eye fished out a yellowed bronze emblem from his pocket. On it was carved a soaring hunting falcon. It was evident that he should have fondled this emblem from time to time, as there was no patina to be seen on it, and the surface was even coated and shiny. Take it with you and head to the Black Rose Tavern in Caspian. Receiving the emblem, Asajiri immediately received a career branch. The Falcon of the Hunt was an ancient heritage power. The professions included were ranger, scout, and assassin. This compatibility with Asajiri was a perfect match. After all, Asajiri had the orange epic talent of Shadow Walk. It was very suitable for going in these career lines. Clutching the emblem, Asajiri solemnly thanked him. Thank you. Old Falcon Eye just waved his hand in response. The passing of his old friend had left him physically and mentally exhausted, as if the essence of his entire body had been drained away for the most part. Next, he turned his head to look at Chen Xian, revealing a very rare, bitter smile. Among those chosen sons I have seen, you are the one with the most potential. The words ended abruptly here. The old falcon eyed the others and suddenly spoke. Please also wait outside the house first. I have something to say in private. Hearing him say this, the crowd nodded their heads and walked out of the house without hesitation. The not-so-spacious bedroom instantly became much quieter. You were able to ignore the interference of the will to kill, thus comfortably manipulating the armor left behind by the blood demon. This shows that you possess either an overwhelming will or mental resistance. So, there is something I wish to ask of you. Chen Xian heard the feeling of entrustment from his tone, and goosebumps immediately rose on his arms. After slurring a bit in his mind, his expression was as normal. Intuition told him that there was a story on Old Falcon's Eye. Analyzing it from the game's point of view, it was likely that there was a hidden branch line. After pausing for a moment, Old Falcon's Eye continued. I won't live long. The wanderlust of my youth gave me a dream of becoming an adventurer. Even after I was fortunate enough to be able to join the Falcon of the Hunt and become a ranger later on, this dream was never erased. But the Starfall continent is too vast, and it has even gone through changes in civilization. Nowadays, there are still many strange and dangerous places that have not been explored. There are also many semi-dimensions and realm spaces that depend on the continent's main dimension. At that time, I was mainly active in the area under the jurisdiction of Casbang to the Thousand Towers giant city. I witnessed many wonders and searched for the remains of many ancient civilizations. Of course, during this period, I also encountered many crises, and I was forced to overdraw my lifespan several times due to high-intensity battles, and I could sense that my life was about to come to an end. Maybe 3 months, maybe 5 months. Old Falcon, I spoke in a sighing tone. Chen Xian, who had always liked to hurry, did not rush this time, but made a gesture of listening with all ears. Hidden threads or not, character stories or not. At this moment, it all became less important. He only saw an old man who had foreseen the imminent arrival of death and this final desire to confide. In my journey, there was one location that I never managed to successfully complete my exploration. It is still a bit disheartening in retrospect. It has thus become the biggest obsession in my mind. It's located in the mountains more than 1,000 kilometers away to the east of Casbah. It's the highest of them all, and at the top of that mountain exists a cave that connects to an ancient relic. Inside the cave, magical sounds that are strong enough to disturb the spirit and soul are emitted at all times. As long as one gets a little close, they will be severely affected. I no longer have the chance to uncover the secrets there. You have a strong correlation resistance. Can you fulfill this wish for me? After Old Falcon Eyes slowly finished explaining the beginning and end, a line of quest prompts popped up in front of Chen Xian. Quest mission: Falcon Eye Valentine's Wish. Falcon's Eye Valentine, who has a dream of becoming an adventurer, is obsessed with a relic and hopes that someone can complete the exploration before he dies and provide him with feedback on the situation within it, thus fulfilling the long-cherished wish of his heart. Requirement: complete the exploration of the designated site within 17 hours on the 21st day of the 5th month in Starfall Continent time, and return to the Grey Crow Village with reputation satisfied to report the situation to Old Falcon's Eye. Quest reward: Old Falcon's Eye's Legacy. Growing title: Rookie Adventurer. Whether to accept the quest: yes, no. More than 5 months in continental time is roughly the remaining lifespan of Old Falcon's Eye. It was equivalent to more than 2 months in reality. Considering Old Falcon's Eye's strength in its heyday, there was still some difficulty in this quest. At least the level of the monsters in that unknown group of mountains was definitely not low. However, Chen Xian didn't hesitate, but rather accepted this quest quite openly. There was no punishment anyway. If he could fulfill Old Falcon's Eye's last wish in the meantime, it would also be considered to give this quest more meaning. Good. Seeing him nod his head, Old Falcon's Eye smiled in relief. Right? Thanks to you chasing away the Black Naga just now. This is the elemental treasure pearl left behind after my old friend fell. It's useless to leave it with me. It's also a guy who likes to travel. Please take it with you. Well, there are also these maps, all of which are of areas I had set foot in when I was young. I hope they can be of some use to you. Chen Xian received these 2 items and then bowed slightly. Sincerely, he said his thanks. Thank you. Chapter 113 Real Estate and the Situation. Ding. Acquired. Falcon's Eye Valentine's Map. Your atlas has finished updating its information. Acquired. Orange Boney's Water Spirit Bead. In Otherworld, players' maps were in static presentation mode. In the context where information is king, map resources are very valuable. The normal situation is that players need to explore on their own to light up those unknown areas. The next step is to collect finished atlases, including maps or related items mapped by the Aborigines themselves. The maps of those strange and dangerous places were the most precious. Of course, players can also exchange maps with each other to expand the lighting range. Based on the fact that the area where Old Falcon's Eyes had been hanging out was mainly between Casbah and the Thousand Towers megacity, this would be of great help to Chen Xian's subsequent exploration of the relevant areas, and would save him a lot of time. Holding the pile of atlases in his hands, Chen Xian was overcome with emotion. Including Old Falcon's Eye, the Aborigines of the Starfall continent were all flesh and blood, even though they were all defined as Aboriginal NPCs. However, it was still difficult for Chen Xian to simply and roughly define them as he would define paper people. You have a good rest. By the way, I still have a small request. More than 10 minutes later, Chen Xian, Chao Mu, Fatty, and Lily Wei strolled together within the village guard residence, preparing to find the village guard commander to learn weapon proficiency. Fat Brother was the one they met along the way. This fellow became even more fawning than usual, and came up with a playful smile. He had originally only treated Chen Xian as a customer with potential purchasing power. However, after seeing the power of the blood armor, he suddenly realized that Chen Xian was just like a lapdog. Even though he intended to be a salted fish paddling in the water, it did not in any way prevent him from hugging a thigh in passing. Old brother Yunfeng is awesome. If it wasn't for you, old brother, making a move just now, I'm afraid that Grey Crow Village would have been finished. I just want to say that old brother is bullish. From now on, I'll be brother Yunfeng's little fan. Well, if you don't mind, it's fine for me to be the little tip brother. His face was full of smiles, his fat flesh squeezing out a crease on his face. Don't be like that. I'm scared. Chen Xian shivered as he listened to his words. You might as well be normal. It's all shouting me old. And what are you following us for? If you have this free time, why don't you make more food to sell for money? Rolling his eyes, he really disliked Fatty now. It would be better to say these empty words than to take out some top-gaining food to honor him. This kid is not on the road, Chen Xian muttered in his heart. At that, Fatty was not annoyed, but instead mysteriously stopped and smiled. Hee, I can teach basic cooking to other players. Normally, these life-type subskills can only be learned by traveling to Bond City. This caused both Chen Xian and Chao Mu to stop in their tracks.
Come.
Fatty taught them the relevant skills such as basic cooking, basic ingredient handling, and basic beast dissection, respectively. Although they could also learn them in Bangching, they could learn and enjoy them early. Ordinary cooking skills could also make food with gain effects after advancing. Even if it wasn't as good as the dark cuisine talent effect, it could still bring a lot of convenience. After finishing his studies, Fatty took his leave. He promised Chen Xian that he would help him make a batch of special food that would be enough to eat in Bond City within 3 days in real time. And most of it would be high-quality food of the purple rare grade. Previously, when Chen Xian had approached him, all of Fat Brother's high-grade food had been sold out. Now, Fat Brother was showing that he was going to be exclusive to him. Farewell to Brother Fatty. Chen Xian's trio arrived at the commander's tent. Akaf was sitting on a chair treating his injuries. The one treating him was the natural healer who had come with the Griffin Rider. The bone arrow on his thigh had been removed. A bandage with a healing effect was wrapped around the wound. With his physique, these injuries would heal quickly. Seeing Chen Xian and Chao Mu arrive, he looked a little surprised. Why are the two of you free to come to the resident? Chen Xian stated the reason for his visit. We would like to follow your excellency to learn the basic specialization of weapons. Upon hearing this, Akaf smiled and replied, It's a small matter. You can start at any time. I'll teach you to the best of my ability. Weapon specialization was different from skill transfer. Specialization classes all involved the concept of proficiency. It required an aborigine who had mastered the corresponding high-level specialization to impart guidance. Seeing that Oakleaf had agreed, Chen Xian and the others did not linger much longer. Currently, it would be dawn soon. The mission stamina was about to run out. After leaving the village guard's quarters, Chao Mu chose to go offline due to mental exhaustion. As for Chen Xian, he took Lily Wei to the residence building he had been assigned within the village. It was not far from the square in the center of the village. It was a 3-story stone and wood mixed building. Taking out the key he had received from Old Falcon's Eye, Chen Xian opened the door to his room. To his eyes, it was empty without any furniture. Fortunately, the floor and walls were dry and clean. The novice village's real estate still had quite a few uses. Firstly, it was able to be a relatively safe point of disembarkation. Secondly, being in a property with different specification levels can restore a certain amount of stamina. This effect is not stackable. Taking the current novice village property as an example, every time his stamina enters a refresh cycle, he can return here to replenish an additional 10 points of stamina. The refresh mechanism for this replenishment is the same as the own stamina refresh. By analogy, Bond City and Mega City properties should have a higher amount of stamina restoration. There is also a relationship with the type of property. Just like a hut versus a castle, the amount of stamina recovery they came with was definitely different. Interesting. Chen Xian was not prepared to add much luxurious furniture, just have tables, chairs, and benches. Casually, he sat on his knees. He began to review the current situation. It was only shortly after the Griffin Knight Squadron had arrived that the Spacecaster had arrived here with 4 Bangqing military officials of extraordinary strength. Now, the defense of the village inside and outside would be taken over by Bond City. The main purpose of their arrival here was not to resolve the Eclipse Demon Plague. Rather, it was to investigate the clues about the 9-prison rift. If they could successfully complete the main task of this trip, then they wouldn't mind solving the hidden dangers around the Grey Crow village in passing. After all, there were 2 subsequent elites of the Caste Knights on their way. This meant that the force level of Grey Crow village would rise abruptly. As a novice village, it was already gradually trending towards being played out. However, this was not something Chen Xian needed to consider. He was aiming to raid all the latent branches and relics around the Grey Crow village. After raising his reputation to respect, even if he exceeded level 30 and traveled to Bang City, he would still have the opportunity to return here subsequently. Invisibly, it was tantamount to lifting the area restriction of this place for non-novice players. Therefore, he didn't need to get stuck in leveling at all. If he bumped into a tough opponent in the novice village that he couldn't deal with for the time being, then he would return later to take revenge. Although Blood Armor had an invincible stance in the surrounding area, he didn't have many lives to use as kryptonite for the time being. Couldn't be used recklessly. Therefore, the primary task in the near future is still to prioritize liver leveling. Chapter 114 The Flowering Moon. Chen Xian intended to level up to around level 28 as soon as possible. Once the surrounding leveling spots reached a bottleneck, he would be able to further explore other areas. Currently, he had 3 pending quests on hand. They were Investigation Quest, Harbinger of the Demonic Calamity. Quest, Rules Obsession. Exploration Quest, Falcon's Eye Valentine's Wish. The third one could not be completed yet and could be excluded from the plan for now. And the second one was just 1 step away from mission settlement. Regarding Rolf's mother, the lady named Zona, Chen Xian had made a point of asking the old village chief about it. This poor mother had never given up on finding her son's whereabouts. Nay, her strength was limited and she was unable to travel to many places. As for Lure's father, he was a lumberjack who had died in a wild beast attack a few years ago. Since her son's disappearance, Zona's mental state has deteriorated. It was said to have become insane, living alone in a small hut on the northern outskirts of the village. The village had not seen her for several days. Chen Xian finished calculating the subsequent arrangements and got up to leave the hut that did not yet have much of a sense of belonging. Technically speaking, this was even his first home in the Otherworld. Of course, in the future, he would inevitably have to travel to more advanced maps and see a wider world. But as long as Grey Crow Village remained, there would always be a home for him here. These were the old village chief's exact words. Without feeling too much emotion, he took Lily Wei and left the house, then summoned his mountain horse to ride with her. Formally, he set off towards the countryside. Once he had taken care of Rule's quest, it was almost time to go offline. The sky in the distance gradually shifted from deep pitch black to deep blue. The streets were quiet, and most of the villagers stayed honestly at home. And the traveling merchants, guards, and adventurers were all gathered outside the village waiting to receive their pay. They also belonged to the supplementary combat force that was urgently mobilized during the demonic disaster. The The strength of the adventurers active in the Grey Crow Village was very average, generally green or blue leveled, plus a level of 20-25. Chun Xian had nothing to do and looked around as he passed by. Instead, he found several guys who were not pure-blooded humanoids. Among them were orc hybrids, elf hybrids, highland barbarian hybrids, and so on. Their mixed bloodlines gave them an appearance and physique that was different from ordinary people. Orc and barbarian hybrids were usually taller and sturdier, and their skin color was also a bit darker. Elf hybrids were relatively more handsome and athletic. Most of the other mercenaries or adventurers secretly despised these hybrids. Chun Xian observed with interest. It was a pity that Grey Crow Village was only a small place. There were still many intelligent ethnicities without human forms in the continent that could not be seen here. The mountain horse paced to the northern outskirts of the village. This place had not been infested much. Chun Xian quickly found the dilapidated thatched hut. The coarse exterior walls made of mud exuded a feeling of poverty from the inside out. There was originally a small courtyard outside the house, but at this time most of the peripheral fences were in a state of being pushed down. The yard was overgrown with weeds, and obviously no one took care of it. Chun Xian stopped his horse outside the courtyard. In the meantime, he let the mountain horse move freely outside the courtyard. He stepped into the courtyard first, with Lily Wei following closely behind with a slight frown. She keenly sensed a hint of something wrong. "Master, there is an aura of the undead in the house. There is a faint force of the dead coiled inside." Lily Wei took out her short staff and constructed a ring of protective fire in front of both herself and Chun Xian. The stream of flame ruffled through the weeds, leaving behind large scorch marks. Chun Xian sniffed and immediately thought of one of the worst possibilities. He quickened his pace to the closed door of the house and pushed it with force. Crunch! The wooden door made an obscure opening and closing sound. A choking puff of dust came to his face. Ah! The interior of the house was pitch black, as if it contained a dark night that was even deeper than the outside world. And in that darkness, there were faint whispers of pain coming from it. The light from the ring of fire illuminated the house. Only a hunched figure draped in a rotten cloth was seen huddled in the corner. Insight was activated, and a deeply distressing name appeared above its head. White Morning Ghoul of the dead Zona LV9. Rule's mother, Zona, died. Perhaps because of the obsession in her heart, she transformed into a ghoul here. Sensing the arrival of the living, Zona let out a bloodthirsty roar. In the next second, she lunged towards Chun Xian. An undead monster of this level could be easily taken down by Chun Xian. Taking the initiative, he dispersed the ring of fire. He stretched out a hand to tackle Zona's neck, making it impossible for her to tear into him. Allowing the ghoul Zona to struggle in his hands, Chun Xian used one hand to take out the Quest Rule's Soul Crystal. As soon as this crystal containing Rule's soul was taken out, as if sensing something, ghoul Zona suddenly stopped struggling. Chun Xian let go of her hand and she fell to the ground, but she did not continue to go berserk. Oh! A mournful cry escaped from Zona's throat. The soul crystal in Chun Xian's hand suddenly lit up and surfaced. "Mom!" The young soul body called out softly. Zona shuddered, and the power of the dead spirit that drove her to turn into an undead spirit instantly dissipated. The ghoul collapsed limply. From that half-rotted body, the same faint light shadow of a soul emerged. "Child, I finally found you. Mom, let's go find Dad. Okay? Let's not be separated again." The two souls, one large and one small, embraced each other tightly. The light suddenly became bright. The dazzling halo of light even obscured the field of vision. The voices coming from it became smaller and smaller, as if a mother and son were whispering intimately. When the light dissipated, the original spot was empty. The soul light shadow disappeared without a trace. The obsession of the two was finally dissolved. Chun Xian, however, was a bit sullen. This ending was not quite a happy one after all. But to think about it from another perspective, in this cold world where the flowers are broken and the moon is missing, perhaps a reunion of souls is the best ending. May the Rule's family rest in peace in the world of the dead. Sighing, Chun Xian brought Zona's body outside the courtyard. A deep pit was dug on the spot, while Lilvi was later allowed to cremate and bury it. After the souls of the two of them disappeared, the soul crystal shattered as well. Chun Xian received a prompt that the quest was completed. Urgent quest. Rule's obsession completed. Quest reward. Experience value plus 22,000, free attribute points plus 4, rules obsession, orange corrosive poison 1, random reward 1. When the quest rewards were given out, Rule's shadow actually appeared again. This time, his features were much clearer, and a wisp of a smile hung on his face. Big brother, let me protect you. After saying this, he transformed into a starry light and disappeared into the surface of Chan Xian's body. Special status: Rule's Guardian. Effect: when encountering fatal damage, Rule's Guardian will take it, exempting you from one fatal effect. The status can only take effect once. Chapter 115 Rock-Shattering Warhammer. The effect of this buff was not small. It was equivalent to giving Chan Xian an extra life. With regards to death, he wasn't actually afraid of it, but instead had a few moments of curiosity. Conceptually speaking, death should be considered a negative effect, right? So would death caused by external causes be able to be exempted as well? It was important to know that the ruins of robbery and ashes could even block the blood armor step of drawing life. If the blood armor didn't work without drawing life, then Chan Xian would have definitely hoarded out for nothing. Thinking this way, it was able to wash away some of the sorrow in his heart. But even if the robbery ashes returning to the ruins had the potential to be immune to death, he wouldn't take the initiative to try it. Rubbing his temples for a moment, he dismissed these tumultuous thoughts. "Let's go," he said to Lilwy, yet there was no response. Turning his head to look, he only saw Lilwy standing in front of the fading fire pit. She looked indifferent, but there were 2 clear tear tracks on her cheeks. "What's wrong? Missing mom?" She gently shook her head. "I don't have a mom. I was born a child of fire." Back at Blue Star, the time had gone from afternoon to early morning. Although his physical strength would soon reach its refresh time again, Chan Xian had no thoughts of going online. The mental exhaustion made him just want to get a good night's sleep. The time difference between the Otherworld and the Blue Planet was even more disconcerting to him. In the final analysis, it had only been a few days since he had come into contact with this game, and the entire pace of his life had changed drastically. It was time to take a well-deserved break and release his spirit from the redundancy of stressful things. He and Lilwy took separate showers. Changing into casual pajamas, they each stayed in their respective places. Lying on the bed, Chan Xian picked up his cell phone and swiped through the doujinshi for a while. The rubbing ladies that he usually loved to watch had now become tasteless. Previously, his insight was limited, and he couldn't distinguish the effects of beauty. But now he can very keenly capture the spatial distortion after the beauty, as well as the beautiful anchors of the flash of the real appearance. The first thing Lilwy did when she came back was to pick up the tablet. Chan Xian deliberately got up to take a look. She was watching a documentary series on human history. This energy for learning really made Chun feel ashamed of himself. After exhorting her to go to bed early or meditate and rest, Chan Xian returned to his bed and huffed and puffed. The next day, 7 a.m., Chan Xian got up on time and on the dot. Although a short sleep was enough to restore his energy, a long sleep was indeed more enjoyable. There was nothing special scheduled for today. Wei Liang's side had sent the address for the transaction. A 5-star hotel in the center of Shanghai. The buyer was a local of Shanghai, both a player and a wealthy business elite. Had patronized Wei Liang's business many times, buying otherworldly currencies from him, as well as various resources including sickness chi. Chan Xian did not need to screen the buyers, as Wei Liang had done it for him in previous transactions. For these players who were already successful members of society, it was cost-effective to trade otherworldly resources with money from reality. Both sides got what they needed. There was no talk of who lost or gained. On a new day, personal stamina was refreshed again. Currently, Chan Xian's level was LV15, and his base stamina was 10 plus 15 points. Together with the amount of recovery from the real estate, he had at least 35 points of stamina at his disposal for nearly 6 hours today. During that time, if he leveled up or something, he would still be able to add some more. Since there was a 1:2 time difference between the two realms, he didn't have to worry too much about delaying his arrangements in reality when he went online. When he woke up, Lilwy was sitting on the sofa meditating. Beads of sweat covered her forehead. There was no doubt that she must have stayed up all night. About a dozen minutes later, Chan Xian finished washing up and changed into a casual outfit. Only then did Lilwy slowly open her eyes. Phew! Meditation replaced sleep, making her look radiant. Take a shower, change your clothes, And let's go out for breakfast later. Looking at the time, it wasn't even past 7:30 yet. Chen Xian was ready to go out and sneak around. Upon hearing this, Lily Wei nodded in a hurry and took out a change of clothes and walked into the bathroom. Taking advantage of this momentary lull, Chen Xian decided to check out the loot he had recently obtained. The first item he took out was the double-headed hammer of Mr. Ruya. One side was a flat hammer, while the other side was a crane's beak hammer. Although Chen Xian was accustomed to calling it the crane-build double-headed hammer, its actual name and information was something else. Orange Rock Breaker Hammer Pick. Both hands. Quality: Epic. Blunt damage: 625 837. Attack range: 150. Attack speed: 20%. Durability: 2797 3000 durability. 2797 3000 durability. 2797 3000. Required physique: 90. Active skill: Stonebreaker. Active skill: Rock Smasher. Swing the end of the pickaxe, inflicting a single 3.0 multiplier of blunt strike damage. Can inflict additional damage on buildings and rocks. Cooldown 1 hour. Fluctuating hammer. Hammers forward. Inflicts a knockdown effect on all targets within a 6-meter radius with a fluctuating shock equal to 0.3 multiples of blunt strike damage per second. Lasts for 10 seconds. Cooldown 2 hours. Giant Rock Hammer. Activating the skill requires body 120 points. The hammerhead will attract the surrounding broken rock to form a giant rock hammer. Base blunt damage plus 400 points. Attack speed is reduced by 15%. Body 150 is exempted from this item. Duration 3 minutes. Cooldown 4 hours. Black Iron Dwarf Power. Activates the power rune branded on the hammer axe. Enhances Constitution by an additional 50 points. Lasts 10 minutes. Cooldown 4 hours. Passive skill: Hammering targets with less than 150 points of Constitution will increase their Constitution by 1 point for every 8 hours they hold and use a hammer axe. Rock Shattering. When digging up rocks or minerals, you'll get twice the results with half the effort. Deconstructing the earth starting from the tip of the pickaxe. The origin of this hammer axe is complicated. Mr. Juggernaut obtained it from an ogre boss. Yet it initially had nothing to do with ogres. Instead, it came from the Black Iron Dwarves, who specialized in runic forging and mining smelting. Don't look at the dwarves as being less than humans, but they are far superior in terms of strength talent. It's a rather outstanding, intelligent ethnicity. This blunt weapon was just the right replacement for the useless big stick. As the intensity of the battle increased, the purple rare-grade big stick was slightly unable to keep up with the form. However, considering the fact that the big stick had multiple useful skills, it could be kept on hand as a backup for the time being. What's more, Chen Xian was currently unable to meet the minimum physical requirements to use the rock-shattering hammer pickaxe. This in turn verified his previous judgment that Mr. Elegant had added a lot of physique to his body. With 90 points of physique, he could meet the minimum equipment requirements. Before reaching 150 points of physique, as long as you use the Rock Breaker Hammer pickaxe for a certain length of time, you will be able to obtain additional attribute gains. This was a very good passive. The more attribute points you can whittle down, the better for sure. This way, the free attributes could be accumulated as additional supplements. Not a bad weapon. Gotta get the physique to meet the minimum standard as soon as possible. Chen Xian caressed the hammer handle, satisfied with it. Chapter 116 Flesh and Blood Essence. Update 1. Last month's ratings reached the standard. The author of the author to keep its promise. This month will be 3 times a day, and then try to save the recent manuscript. When there is a deposit will be fixed update time. A good weapon is like a lover who doesn't speak. Can bring infinite comfort and security. This war hammer's potential for application was not limited to just combat. The hammering effect gave it more value. Any target with 90 points of physique could use it to refine and improve their attributes. Even soul mates like Lilui could hammering themselves as long as they reached their attributes. Of course, the efficiency wasn't great as it only increased by 1 point every 8 hours of use. Using it wasn't just a matter of holding it in your hand, it was a matter of swinging it. Considering the upgrade cycle and the current rate of attribute growth, mixing a maximum of 10 or 8 points would be about right, and one couldn't keep getting stuck in the leveling process just to dabble with attributes. Putting away the rock-shattering warhammer, Chen Xian immediately followed by taking out a vocational skill book, Soul-Shifting Technique Remnant. In order to learn it, one must first fulfill the spirit attribute greater than 320 points. Secondly, one needed to have a pre-existing occupation such as necromancer, stitching warlock, or spectral emissary. Soul transference can take in and transfer souls, injecting them into dead things to give them spirituality. It has a clear restriction and only applies to the undead sequence. Constructs and magic puppets made with runic forging technology or alchemical engineering could not transfer souls. This book of soul transference technique obtained by Gravekeeper was a mutilated version, and even if one chose the soul of a child with fewer distractions, there was a chance of obsessive interference which could lead to an uncontrollable situation. It's not much use. The Suture Warlock's transfer token was given to Asajiri to deal with. It was useless to keep the skill book with it, so it was better to wait for the follow-up and let Asajiri pack it up and dispose of it. Now that he had some family money, Chan Xian wasn't as interested in these things that were high in rank but couldn't be used, and it wouldn't hurt to have one more or one less. Putting away the skill book, Chan Xian put his mind into the storage space. There was also a large pile of materials that had exploded from the patch and the ghouls. They were all things like poison sacks, thick skin, sharp teeth, and the like. It was suitable to be handed over to the fine forging blacksmiths and tailors to deal with, and could create equipment of the corresponding rank. Among them, there were two that he could use immediately. With just a flick of Chan Xian's palm, a green, writhing mass of flesh and blood appeared in his hand. This mass of flesh and blood was full of vigor and had meridians distributed on its surface. Just after taking it out, it emitted a strong fishy odor. Carefully placing it on the table, Chan Xian then took out two more grayish-purple balls of light. These two balls of light were similarly composed of blood and flesh, yet they were not as fishy and unpleasant. The former was the orange essence of flesh and blood containing corpse poison obtained from patch. The latter, on the other hand, was the purple ghoul essence popped out by the ghoul boss. They were both excellent flesh and blood tonics, only that there were great restrictions on their use and side effects. However, the thing Chan Xian was least afraid of were the side effects. He slightly tilted his gaze, and subtitles instantly surfaced next to the item. Essence of flesh and blood containing corpse poison. Quality: epic grade. Essence of flesh and blood containing patches fierce corpse poison. Effect: non-undead, undead or elemental units will fall into a poison state after taking it, losing 300 life points per second for 180 seconds and reducing healing effects by 50%. Absorption of flesh and blood essence will permanently increase 50 points of physique and 1,200 points of life points. The same type of flesh and blood essence is only effective the first time it is consumed. Ghoul essence. Quality: rare. Ghoul essence, ghoul essence. Effects: non-undead, undead or elemental units will have a 90% probability of experiencing physical mutations after taking it, including but not limited to skin loss, permanent reduction of base defense, limb distortion disability, head horns part of the horny growth, deformed limbs, birth of a deformed limb that can't be controlled in a random part, etc. After taking it, you can permanently increase 5 points of spirit and 10 points of physique, and gain the passive skill Elementary Ghoul Affinity. This type of essence is only effective when taken for the first time. Both are essence items. All of them have the effect of permanently increasing attributes. In a way, they were considered a specialty of the necrotic monster. Of course, their original purpose was actually to cultivate necromantic partners' pets. Players could also eat them, but the side effects were too great. In addition, plant and elemental monsters also had the probability of popping out the corresponding essences. They have different roles and focuses. Flesh and blood essences were considered to be the category with the greater side effects of the various types of essence items. Many players even used it as a poison. Because there was a limit to the number of times it could be used, it was useless to take more of it. Purple ghoul essence. There's just one remaining, so I'll find a way to sell it for it when the time comes. Blinking, the subtitles dissipated. Chan Xian got up and poured himself a cup of fresh water. Looking at the putrid and unpleasant essence of flesh and blood, he furrowed his brows. The stench came from corpse poison. Pure stench, but not overbearing enough to be poisoned by smelling it. It belonged to the level of being unpleasant to smell but not actually harming, so the hijacked ashes returning to the ruins did not move. Pinching his nose, Chan Xian closed his eyes and grabbed the soft, collapsing meatball and stuffed it into his mouth. The entrance was unspeakably bitter. The elastic flesh and blood chewed his cheeks sore. Forcing back the feeling of nausea, Chan Xian used water on it and managed to finish off a large chunk of essence of flesh and blood. The damn thing transformed into a stream of stimulating warmth just as soon as it slipped into his throat. It surged through the entire body with a not-so-comfortable sense of feedback. This warm current had a distinct burning sensation that made him sweat. But as long as it could improve his attributes, not to mention a lump of stinky meat, even if it was a pile of sure, he would have to eat it even if he gritted his teeth. After all, Everything in this world was fake. Only the power one actually gains is real. Ruins of robbery and ashes unleashed. Immunized to potent necrotic poison. Ding. Flesh and blood essence activated. Physical strength plus 50. Life value limit plus 1,200. Physique could passively increase life, while essence of flesh and blood could additionally increase life. This was a double enhancement. It made his life value instantly thicker. Drinking a large glass of water once again, Chun Xian picked up a ball of ghoul essence and devoured it with a flourish. Unlike the essence of flesh and blood, this thing didn't have a strange flavor. Instead, it had a musky, stimulating smell, not exactly tasty, but not difficult to swallow either. Looting ashes returning to the ruins activated. Immune to body mutation. Ding. Ghoul essence activated. Spirit plus 5.
Physique plus 10.
Phew. Finally, it's done. Chun Xian used the back of his hand to wipe away the sweat seeping from his forehead. Only a moment ago, he had sought to temporarily fail to assemble the rock-shattering warhammer, but now he was able to fulfill the requirements. Moreover, the gained physique attribute did not exceed 150 points, so that its hammering effect could still come in handy. He couldn't care less about self-examination, and first busied himself by taking out mouthwash and coming to the sink to rinse his mouth, to properly clean up the lingering stench in his mouth. Chapter 117 Random Reward Civilization Inheritance Sequence Token Update 2. The minty odor from the mouthwash had finally diluted the putrid stench. Chun Xian sat back down and took out a can of gum from the snacks he had purchased earlier and chewed on it. He opened his personal list in passing, checking out the recent changes in attributes. Upgrading was a watery endeavor, ultimately no match for devouring flesh and blood essences and such devious ways. The brand new attributes made him quite satisfied. Player Chun Xian. Level 15. Experience 74,297, 82459. Lifespan 21 years and 137 days. Life expectancy 21 years and 137 days. Physique 160 plus 16 circle. Spirit 20 plus 2 circle. Physical attack 176. Physical defense 52 plus 10 rigid ring plus 5 light boots plus 5 armor plus 95 adversary scale barrier plus 30 forest wearer leather pants. Spell attack not yet enabled. Spell defense 4 plus 10 rigid ring plus 4 light boots plus 3 armor plus 70 adversary scale barrier plus 20 leather pants. Life 1972,180 plus 150 rigid ring. Mana not yet turned on. Satiety 82,100. Stamina 10 plus 15 level. Novice Village Real Estate Extra plus 10. Assignable attribute points 10 plus 4 Les Quest. Title Gravekeeper 2 rank, Evil Heir Nemesis. Status Andamari's Malignant Gaze, Guardian of Rolf, Primary Ghoul Affinity. Camp Prestige, Regional Camps, Caspian Cooperative, Grey Crow Village Honorable.
Ethnique Camp. De Montbord Nivel R8.
Special Camps, Player Cooperation Hidden. Looking at his attributes, he instantly felt that the ball of stinky meat was worth it, and even wanted to eat another ball. The life value, basic attack, and defense had all increased significantly. Lifespan had also increased by more than a decade. On average, every 5 points of physique increased life expectancy by about 1 year. It wasn't a dream to become an everlasting seed by relying on the physique gain, but it was normal to think about it. After all, physique was a comprehensive attribute that covered multi-dimensional physical indicators. Each point represented a comprehensive enhancement. Even if there was a marginal effect in the aftermath as the values accumulated, it could still produce a drastic change. Chun Xian loved this process of accumulating through little by little and then continuously becoming stronger. The loot is good. The loot has to be seen more often. He. The increase in strength washed away all the unpleasantness of the process. Cool was one word, and Xian only said it once. He revealed a heartfelt smile. With his backhand, he took out 3 other separate pieces of harvest. They were an aged treasure map, the elemental treasure pearl given by the old village chief, and the toxin wonders rewarded by Ruler's Quest. Chun Xian's gaze swept over each item separately. Misty Forest Treasure Map. Quality: Rare Grade. Type: Regional Treasure Map. It records a hidden treasure spot in the misty forest, which may contain buried treasures from ancient times. Tap to integrate into the player's map and mark it. Boni's Water Spirit Bead. Quality: Epic. Type: Curiosity. Holding effect: increase water elemental magic affinity by 20%, reduce chanting and spell construction of water spells by 30%, increase the power of water spells up to 6th level by 50%, increase the power of 7th level water spells by 20%. Active skill: melt water blends into water, will not be detected by detection effects below 6th rank, while ignoring damage from water-based magic. Duration: 4 hours. Cooldown: 24 hours. Water Heavy Strike can transform the water in the Water Spirit Pearl's reserves into a cohesive ball of heavy water to blast at a designated target. No cooldown for this skill. Passive skill: water absorption can automatically absorb surrounding water and escaping water elemental magic when turned on. Maximum absorption reserve is 1 million cubic meters. Rotting Poison. Quality: Epic. A massive toxin filled with the smell of corruption that can have an effect on targets with less than 1,000 points of vitality, greatly eroding their life and leaving them in a constant state of decay and withering. The exact effect depends on the target's state and physical resistance. The treasure map goes without saying. It marked the location of a hidden treasure. With a single clap of his hand, Chen Xian incorporated it into the map. The corresponding marked points could be viewed at any time in the future. On the other hand, the pony's Water Spirit Pearl was the elemental treasure pearl left behind by the wandering Water Spirit pony after his death. It belonged to the sequence of curiosities, and unlike normal statuses, it could take effect as long as it was carried. But putting aside those auxiliary effects it came with, this thing was more suitable for those high-ranked water magic masters. With it, the water spells cast would be greatly increased in both efficiency and power. Chen Xian was not a water spell, so naturally he could not make it work effectively. However, those few incidental skills might come in handy, so let's keep them for now. The last, Corrosive Poison, is a serious toxin. It can be sold to apothecaries to make poisons, or it can be put to use directly. Chen Xian guessed that its effects were still rather overbearing. The view of the loot came to an end here. Next came those random rewards. He had one random reward extraction opportunity granted by the quest. There were also 2 fine gold, a secret silver treasure chest. This kind of reward with a gamble was still quite expected. Chen Xian first called up the random reward to confirm the extraction. The reward category is being drawn for you. Ding. Extraction complete. This reward category is props. Please choose from the following reward options. 1 mission settlement card can be used for basic settlement of any mission. The default status is completed, but cannot obtain advancement and additional rewards. 2. Civilization Inheritance Sequence Token Gossip Taiji Seal can be used by the Chinese blood and related civilization inheritance skills. Non-player units will be able to use to create a special inheritance sequence account, access to the relevant civilization occupation. The player units will be used to erase the original data into the inheritance sequence account. 3. Unknown Elixir and Unknown Elixir Drifting in the Void. Its function is unknown. 4. 5th Order Spell Scroll Gale Tornado after use. The spell Gale Tornado can be activated. 5. Fruit of Long Life increases life expectancy by 80 years after use. It had to be said that this randomized reward was too good to be true. Nay, Chen Xian could only choose 1 out of 5. Considering the roll, the last 3 were simply ruled out. Mission Settlement Card was a rule-based effect that could instantly complete even if Chen Xian received an impossible god-tier mission. Of course, it could only allow the user to get a guaranteed reward. Something like a gradient reward for a mission that contained additional requirements was definitely not available. The second one was even more important. It was an unseen Chinese civilization inheritance sequence token. It represented a special inheritance sequence career account. It shouldered the mission of the rise of the civilization region. Its threshold was first and foremost the Huaxia bloodline, followed by mastering skills related to Bagua Taiji. After a little thought, he still chose to exchange the inheritance token. Chapter 118 Trade-offs and Unboxing Update 3. Regardless of value or potential significance, Chen Xian's best choice was the inheritance token. Even if he couldn't use this thing himself, he could still contact Black Knight Zhang Shurong to the authority in exchange for benefits. As a management organization formed by the state apparatus, 171 Authority held the richest player resources and otherworldly intelligence of the entire Chinese civilization region. The many previous contacts with Zhang Shurong were considered to have initially accumulated some trust. But even so, Chun Xian still decided to be cautious. After all, it was not unheard of for such things as unloading and taking by force. He believed in Zhang Shurong, and even believed that most of the top management of the authority were willing to uphold their principles for the sake of civilization inheritance and survival. However, no one could guarantee that there were no individual rat droppings hidden in a pot of good porridge. Thus, although Chun Xian had chosen to exchange it, he wouldn't immediately take it out in exchange for benefits. At the very least, he would have to wait until he had passed the level 30 test and obtained his first specialty before considering this matter. Until then, the inheritance token would be in his own custody. If there was an opportunity, he could also seek out people who met the inheritance requirements to become sequence players on his own. Chun Xian pondered and looked towards the Bagua Taiji seal. In the very center was the classic Taiji 2 yin and 2 yang. The yin and yang double fish pattern was deep in the center. In the center circle were the 4 elephant heavenly spirits of southeast, west, north, and west. And it was the outermost circle, Qian, Ken, Burgundy, Zhen, Sun, Li Kuan, 2a the 8 trigrams. The change from inside to outside fits its origin. The Zhou-Yi department of rhetoric under the cloud. The ancient king of I sacrifice also, up to look at the image in the sky, down to look at the law in the ground, look at the birds and beasts of the text and the ground of the appropriate close to take the body, far from all the things, and then began to make the gossip in order to pass the gods of Germany to the category of the feelings of all things. Taiji born 2 meters born 4 elephants born gossip, and gossip born everything. It contains infinite changes and countless supreme principles. There was no need to think about it to know that the gold content of the inheritance sequence occupation represented by the Bagua Taiji seal was definitely much higher than the 12 zodiac signs. Its inheritor was bound to become a resounding player within the Huaxia region. Speaking of which, the fact that Chen Xian was able to draw it in the random reward might be related to the civilization region he belonged to. Sequence inheritance tokens from different civilization regions would only fall into the hands of players from their own region as a priority in various forms. But even so, there were still tons of variables. This was also the reason why the collection of inherited civilization sequence relics was progressing slowly. Other than the ancient books that appeared in various places during the origin or heyday of the corresponding civilization, these inherited sequence relics were bound to have more channels of release. This is interesting. Chun Xian rubbed the short stubble that had just sprouted on his chin. Adult men couldn't grow anything fast, only their beards grew the fastest. With a pessimistic perspective, this thing left in Chun Xian's hands was a hot potato. But from a different perspective, it was also a priceless bargaining chip. The only thing to consider was that Chun Xian had to be strong enough to turn this chip into a benefit. Otherwise, it would be difficult to eliminate the potential risks based on the Black Knight's character alone. Shaking his head, he directly put this away. To strike iron, one still needed to be hard. No matter what, let's keep it in his hand first. After putting away the token, he left from the table and came to the relatively more spacious small living room. Raising his hand, he took out the 3 treasure chests to be opened in turn. Without delay, he reached out and brushed his hand over each treasure chest, selecting to open them at the same time. As the lids opened, a single ball of light emerged. Open fine gold treasure chest 1. Obtain. Special level breaking bead X1. Obtains. Purple 1000-kilometer random teleportation roll 1. Obtains. Blue healing bandage 3. Obtains. Blue basic space small ring 1. Open fine gold treasure chest 2. Open fine gold treasure chest 2. Open fine gold treasure chest 2. Get orange hand of the Dominator 1. Get orange hand of the Dominator 1. Get special partner expansion card 1. Obtain. Unknown void space hand 1. Obtained unknown void guide map remnant 1. Open secret silver treasure chest. Obtain. Purple Lingguang treasure chest. Get purple bracelet of light 1. Obtain. Purple bracelet of light 1. Gain purple insight advancement book 1. Obtained green slime sticky gel for large group 1. Obtained. Green slime sticky gel for large group 1. This wave of opening boxes is still quite Euro. The upper limit on the level of items that can be opened from the fine gold chest is orange epic. The secret silver chest is purple rare. As for special and unknown, they are 2 separate item classes. They usually had a marvelous effect. Some of them were also game props directly issued by the Supreme, belonging to the rule class items. The 2 fine gold treasure chests were basically not a loss, with at least one special or epic grade guaranteed. The secret silver treasure chest was even out of double purple. Chen Xian checked them out in order, reaching out and holding the first chaos-colored, representing a special grade item first. The light dissipated the moment his palm touched it. A gray bead about the size of a lychee was revealed. Grade-breaking bead. Quality. Special. Type. Curiosity. Effect. Level breaking available before level 50. Directly raises one level. Able to ignore level bottlenecks to complete the corresponding stage of the test, but only able to obtain a guaranteed rating. Break. Level breaking. There was no need to say much about this kind of disposable rules oddity. Its effect was straightforward, that of forcibly breaking the level and raising it by one. If placed at 2930 or 4950, it would be able to forcibly break the level bottleneck. It didn't even require a test. Of course, without the test, then it would only take the most pulled rating. It may not be a cost-effective choice for high players with a quest, but it was of immense value. It was extremely attractive to those players who were unable to pass the high-level bottleneck test. And even if Chen Xian waited until level 48 to use it, it wouldn't be a loss. If he was as strong as the Black Knight, he would only be level 49 now. Although there was a reason why it was stuck in a bottleneck, it also sidestepped the fact that the subsequent upgrades weren't exactly easy. Keep it and see if there's a big injustice willing to buy it in the future. Chen Xian muttered. Then he reached out and touched the second ball of light. A spell scroll with a purple light effect was revealed. It was a rare spatial system spell scroll, and its value was still very high. Gazing slightly, the subtitle surfaced. It would have no secrets before Chen Xian. 1,000-kilometer random teleportation scroll. Quality. Rare grade. Type. Prop. Effect. Activating this scroll will initiate a random teleportation at the 1,000-kilometer level, in any direction other than up or down, with a distance of 1,099.99 kilometers. Note: if there is high-intensity elemental disorder or spatial fragmentation in the activation area, it will not be activated successfully. Rare grade. Prop. Teleportation. Begin a journey into the unknown. This thing was a space spell scroll, yes, but it came with randomness, so the utility value wasn't that high. Then to randomize a blind box to use it, it would either be used for running. After all, the running ability of the space department was definitely the first of all the departments that deserved it. Chapter 119 Dominator Power and Expansion Update 1. Chen Xian just took a look at it and put it away. By default, he used it as a running prop. A random teleportation of 1,000,999 kilometers was enough to allow him to distance himself from his enemies in an instant. Of course, anything involving randomness carried a certain amount of risk. If he was unlucky, he might be teleported to some dangerous place. It was good to keep it as a backup. Chen Xian did not intend to attempt a randomized teleportation unless it was necessary. His eyes flickered as the next two balls of light emitted a blue glow. It meant that they were both only of excellent grade quality. They were considered additions opened from the Essence Gold treasure chest. The first ball of light was 3 bandages with healing magic effects. It was suitable for bandaging and healing most wounds. Unlike normal healing magic, the recovery effect of the bandages lasted for as long as 15 minutes after they were applied. Can restore 5-10 life points per second. The amount of recovery wasn't much, but the advantage was that the effect was long-lasting and could be stacked with healing spells. It was a very practical medical material. The other blue ball of light was a storage ring. Within it was a basic storage space of 10 by 10 by 3 meters. The volume was sizable, but it was no match for the player's own storage space or those high-level space props. Because the basic space was quite unstable, the flow of time within it was the same as the outside world, so it couldn't achieve the effect of universal freshness like the player's storage space. However, it is good to keep some miscellaneous items. The player's own storage space has the highest energy level and can store other space props in a nesting style. Compared to other types of items, the value of space props is always much higher. The actual value of this small ring would not be lower than a relatively ordinary purple suit. Putting the small ring on smoothly, Chen Xian began to look at the items opened from the second fine gold treasure chest. The first thing that caught his eye was an orange suit. It was a separate hand equipment, unlike the hand armor or gloves that always appeared in sets. This thing was more like a separate piece of hand armor. It had a silver background with red edges, and a black runic circuit was distributed with reference to the structure of the hand's bones and tendons. All the circuits met at the back of the hand. There was a purple and gray force energy gem embedded there. An invisible force field held it up, always suspended in Chen Xian's palm. With just a thought, its bottom began to deform and expand. It then directly latched onto Chen Xian's palm. After it suddenly closed, it became one with his palm. In a trance, he was able to hook the surrounding force field, and with just a gentle hook of his finger, the sofa underneath him floated up in the air. This force field could work anywhere, including himself. He could even use it to briefly lift himself into the air, or apply an extra force for propulsion or power. Even the maneuver of stepping on the right foot with the left foot to ascend into the air could now be done. How interesting! Chen Xian played with it for a while and was immediately amused. It served many purposes and could even be a good balance between attacking and assisting. Sitting back down, he spread out his palms and gazed at the special hand equipment. Subtitles surfaced alongside it. Hand of the Dominator. Quality: Epic Grade. Type: Curiosity Equipment. Type: Curiosity Equipment. Effects: Dominator's power manipulates the surrounding force field, possesses additional dominance, capable of generating gravitational or repulsive force, can also briefly transform into a force energy entity. Please feel out the specific effects on your own. The force field energy level depends on the equipped person's physique. The maximum driving physique limit is 650 points. The so-called destiny is just a shadow between the fingers that has not yet been tightened. It has only one effect. It emphasized one word, and that was dominance. The force field was far more flexible than the so-called Nimbus force. It was because the force was everywhere. The Dominator's hand was more like a marvelous runic device, using one's own physique as a driver to manipulate the surrounding force fields across the air. Chen Xian's eyes turned to the aluminum thermos cup on the table that had been sitting idle for days. The Dominator power was unleashed, and a powerful force field condensed near the cup's body. The thermos cup seemed to be grabbed by a transparent palm and floated in front of Chen Xian. Ka. As Chen Xian gradually increased his force, the insulation cup suddenly deformed and collapsed. The force field was an amplifier, amplifying his physical power out and away from his body's drive. If one were to say that Nimrod power was to turn mental power into substance and thus interfere with reality, then the force field of the Dominator's hand was an amplification of his own power and projected it out remotely. It can also be transformed into many different forms, very flexible and versatile. And the loss of one's own energy was minimal. What an interesting piece of equipment. Chen Xian said. It was important to realize that there were many types of wonders. They included carry-type wonders that were held in effect, wonders that appeared as jewelry or equipment, and disposable wonders. What they all had in common was that the curiosities often had some off-the-wall uses. The effects are very different from those of regular equipment or magic items. Some curiosities could have unexpected effects, and their effects even crossed over levels. Wonderful. Gotta find a chance to use it more often and dig out more practical uses about the Dominator's hand. Chen Xian was satisfied with it. He lifted the force field with his mind and everything returned to normal. The next item was a special grade item. After all the light dense on the surface of the ball of light dissipated, within it was a privilege card. It was similar to the experience cards and burst rate cards that Chen Xian had previously obtained. Clamping the card with 2 fingers, Chen Xian glanced at it in passing. Partner Expansion Card. Quality: Special. Type: Permission Card. Effects: Can make the number of partner contracts plus 3 after use. Effects: Can make the number of partner contracts plus 3 after use. The effects of this privilege card can be stacked. The effect of this privilege card can be stacked. Click to use immediately. By default, the partner pact has only 1 initial slot per player. It is essentially a hidden pet system, limited to non-humanoid units. Intelligent magical beasts and alien races are not included in the limitations. Chen Xian's contract with Lily Wei was a complete exception. He didn't quite understand why the Most High would make such a restriction. However, if he thought about it carefully, there were only 2 possibilities. The first was that there was another option regarding taking in human henchmen, such as dependents, followers, and the like. The second was that the Supreme High intended to restrict the two-way movement of the human race between the 2 realms. Shaking his head, he stopped thinking about it. Choosing to use the Partner Expansion Card, the card in his hand instantly turned into stars and light, and all of it disappeared into his body. Ding. Partner Expansion Card used successfully. Current number of contracted partners: 14. Ding. Partner expansion card used successfully. With the new quota, it is possible to consider contracting some pets. Chen Xian squinted his eyes as if he had remembered something, and the corner of his mouth suddenly curved up in an arc. Hee, that would be a good choice. Lilui alone made Chen Xian like a tiger with wings, and if these 3 extra slots were used properly, then he alone would be a combat squad. Chapter 120 Intermediate Insight, Update 2. The first target Chen Xian thought of was the Silver Moon Frost Wolf in the Misty Forest. The special bloodline proved that it still had great potential to be tapped. It was important to realize that it was currently in its youth stage, which was equivalent to a human's fresh adulthood. There was still a long way to go before it reached maturity. Accepting it as a pet would also allow for continuous cultivation in the future. Moreover, the Silver Moon Frost Wolf had a huge size after transforming. Whether it was running or killing, it was sufficiently windy. The strong talent of the Frost Department, paired with the bloodline ability of the Silver Moon form, all of them meant its future potential. The only difficulty was how to subdue it. From the previous situation where it fought with Moore, this guy was far stronger than the average purple commander class. Moore was not a guy to be messed with in the first place. It could even summon an infusion of evil intent. Even it was very wary of the Silver Moon Frost Wolf at that time. It's less likely to run towards the Misty Forest next. We'll see if we have a chance then. Chen Xian immediately made up his mind. Although he had gotten a high-quality mountain horse from the old village chief. But ordinary horses could only serve as daily mounts at best. When entering the woodlands or other monster brushing spots, it would be easy for various distractions to occur, causing the horse to be frightened. After all, it was not a specialized warhorse, nor did it have a strong bloodline, and it was even more incapable of assisting Chen Xian in battle. The Silver Moon Frost Wolf was different. It could be used as both a mount and a fighter. After pondering for a moment, Chen Xian focused on the next item. It had an unknown rank. After clicking on the ball of light, the body was a tattered map that looked like it was covered in a veil. Unlike normal maps, this tattered map had some energized characteristics. It appeared to fade in and out and had a different kind of attraction. He gazed slightly and checked the specific properties. Void Guidance Map Remnant. Quality: unknown. It guides to a certain place in the endless void, but is unable to be fully revealed due to its mutilation. After entering the void with this map, it can be sensed within a certain range of the place it is guiding. Quality: unknown. The tattered guidance map contained countless suspenseful ideas. The void refers to the chaotic zone between realms and realms. The nature was similar to the universe and the stars, the sea and the floating. Without guidance in the void, it was easy to get lost in it. And if you want to find a guiding place with just this remnant map, the difficulty is no less than finding a needle in a haystack. Therefore, it is most likely that this thing will not be used. However, just in case, Chen Xian did not throw it away but also with the storage placed in the corner of the bottom of the box. Maybe when the blind cat meets the dead rat. It is always good to keep a thought. At this point, the items opened from the 2 fine gold treasure chests had all been examined. In the end, only the output of the secret silver treasure chest remained. Chen Xian waved his hand and first put away the 2 empty chests. Other than that, the material of the chests, essence gold, was also able to be sold for money. And it was worth quite a lot. Essence gold and eclipsed gold were both high-level magic energy metals. The 2 were almost equal in value. So don't look at the treasure chest as a small one, but if you take it and melt it a little, it can be exchanged for the equivalent value of eclipsed gold coins. And secret silver could also be worth some money. After Chen Xian had put away all the treasure chests, there were only 3 orbs of light left in front of him. He first looked at the 2 purple light orbs and stretched out his fingers like poking bubbles to gently burst them. A shimmering bracelet and a booklet with standardized drawings were instantly revealed before his eyes. Sweeping his eyes over it, he looked at the list without half a pause in his sight. Bracelet of shimmering light. Quality: rare grade. Type: jewelry class equipment. Requirements: level 15, life value 1000. Wearing requirements: level 15, life value 1000. Effect 1. Lingguang arrow extracts life value and converts it into damage at a ratio of 110, triggering a Lingguang arrow with a maximum range of 100 meters, attacking targets within range and dealing an additional 30% damage to targets belonging to the evil camp. Effect 2. Ling Light Shield extracts life value and converts it into solid value at a ratio of 130, forming a shield to protect itself, This effect cannot be triggered when life value is below 1,000 points. Single life value extraction limit, 5,150 points respectively. Durability, 300. Lingguang, shining for you. Lingguang, shining for you. Insight Advancement Book, quality, rare. Effects. After using it, it can make primary insights advanced effects. After using it, it can make primary insights advanced. Chun Xian directly slipped the bracelet of lingering light onto his right wrist. His bones were thick and the runes on the bracelet lit up, expanding the circle diameter according to the thickness of his wrist. As for the advancement book, he directly used it as well. Ding. Your insight technique has advanced. Beginner's Insight, Intermediate Insight. Intermediate Insight. There is a chance to obtain additional supplementary information when initiating insight. For non-boss targets with a level difference of less than 15 levels, the ability to gain complete insight, and for boss-level units, the amount of information feedback will be determined by the strength gap between the two sides. There is a 0.3% probability of obtaining complete information regardless of any gap, while intermediate insight will be less likely to be detected by a target with a sharper sense. Insight has been upgraded. This should slightly alleviate the previous problem of not being able to get detailed information on monsters and bosses due to large level gaps. The importance of information is indisputable. If you know your enemy and know yourself, you can win 100 battles. Fighting blindly will undoubtedly fill the battle with more uncertainty. In a certain way, the importance of information insight was not even less than stacking up on attack power. And it also had a 0.3% probability of being able to force a peak. Don't underestimate this probability. Insight was able to be repeatedly activated without consumption. In the case of ensuring his own safety, Chun Xian could completely launch it 1,000 times. A wave of exhaustion directly. Even if he was detected, it didn't matter. Moreover, if one was lucky, it was not possible to trigger 0.3% on the first wave of insight. Satisfied, he nodded his head. On the principle of taking a look at nothing, he looked towards the last item opened from the secret silver treasure chest. It was a green fine grade quality item. To the current him, it could almost be ignored. It was a green oily goo mess. It didn't look like it had much use. It also kinda looked like a pile of green snot. Large clump of slime. Quality, fine grade. Effect. Sticky when mixed with an equal amount of water. It becomes a powerful slime that is so sticky that targets with a body mass of less than 150 will not be able to break free for 3 minutes. The glue will harden in about 15 minutes, so please keep it in a safe place. Sticky. Well, that might come in handy. If you think of it as a strong adhesive, then this thing has some uses. For example, laying out traps, and as a temporary emergency strong adhesive. Backhanding it away, there was definitely nothing wrong with keeping it as a backup. Chun Xian's face was instantly refreshed. After checking out all the loot, his entire body felt even more refreshed. All of these were the backbone of his life. Chapter 121 Dream Gnosis Guild. Makeup for yesterday. At this time, Lilui also finished washing up. She changed into a new outfit. A white jersey with a round neck, paired with a pair of youthful and beautiful jeans. In the earlier days when it wasn't popular to wear yoga pants out, jeans were the godly pants that could best accentuate the curves of the legs and buttocks. It's still very much in style today, too. Lilui's figure was slender, and that head of fire-kissed red hair was an excellent reflection of the flavor. This made Chun Xian unable to help but look at it a few more times. Compared to the mage robes, it was still Blue Star's attire that had more charm. She walked in style and smiled faintly at Chun Xian. She, who usually remained mostly silent and used aloofness as her protective color, would only slightly reveal her true nature when she was alone with Chun Xian. Master, where are we going today? Lily Wei did not have a legitimate Blue Star identity. Chun Xian could not bear to lock her up in the companion space for a long period of time. Although there was no passage of time within it, nothing could be done. Considering the current lenient strategy of the authority, as well as the relevant matters that he had discussed with the Black Knight earlier, he decided to take Lily with him in a generous manner. He still decided to take Lily Wei out in a big way. Zhang Shurong did not lie. There really wasn't anyone from the authority coming over to visit and investigate afterward. However, it was normal to think about it. After all, he was the top-ranked high-end combatant within the current Chinese civilization region. He was also a typical young and strong faction within the authority. Coupled with his PLA origins, I'm afraid that he also has a not-so-small amount of support from the military. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xian raised his head and replied, "Go to the city center. I'll take you to relax today." The game was not in a hurry. It was not too late to get back on in the few hours before midnight. He leapt up and said to Lil Wei with a smile on his face, "It's called Mandarin Duck Hot Pot. Spicy pot on the left, mushroom pot on the right." At noon, in a hot pot restaurant in the city's Chanda Plaza, Chen Xian pointed at the Mandarin duck pot on the table and introduced it. The Chinese people's use of taiji bagua was also reflected in the hot pot. The Mandarin duck pot was just that. I know that spiciness is a kind of pain feedback, but likewise it can be defined as a special kind of stimulating taste sensation. Mushrooms are very tasty. Fire mushrooms often grow in the secret underground caves of the fire temple. And although it is equally hot, cooking it into a thick soup is a rare delicacy. Lillywig's face held a hint of excitement. It was the first time she had seen chili peppers, and mushrooms were also abundant in Starfall Continent. Chen Xian was initially not prepared to take her to eat hot pot for fear that the hot food would evoke bad memories for her. But then it occurred to her that Lily Wei was in the body of a fire spirit, and unusual hot would only be a trivial matter to her. The fire food in the fire temple could make her feel burning pain. I'm afraid that the temperature would be enough to melt gold and iron. After all, heat resistance belonged to the branch of fire resistance. The higher the affinity of the element in question, the higher the resistance. This proved to be true. Her tolerance to high temperatures was far beyond the average. After Chen Xian's brief introduction, the duo feasted on the food. Shabu shabu was the most rustic tribute to the ingredients. Chen Xian opened Douyin and swiped up the same city channel in passing. Shanghai City's Huichuan District's Green Road to Guanghua Road has been temporarily closed due to a gas explosion accident, and post-disaster damage assessment and repairs will be carried out on the buildings in the surrounding area. Relevant news in the city are reporting about the Green Shade Park. The story released to the public is that it was a gas explosion. The publicized number of people involved in the accident was about 1/5 of what it actually was. Even so, it still counted as a major disaster-level casualty. Chen Xian frowned slightly, but there was nothing he could do about it. Even if the authority publicized the results to the entire society, it would not help. Publicizing nothing meant nothing. Not having enough player slots was the core problem. The ability to defend oneself in the otherworldly realm would still have to be a player, and no one knew exactly what would be publicized. Shaking his head, he slid his finger to check up on the global news again. Earthquakes, tsunamis, fires, wars. Looking at the global scale, there were disasters of varying degrees occurring almost every moment. And I'm afraid that underneath the surface of the hidden information, there are quite a few of them are otherworldly realms. Ordinary people's right to know about otherworldly realms is a luxury, not to mention self-preservation. Just as the two of them were eating their hot pot, Chen Xian suddenly detected a sense of prying eyes. Turning his head to look, he only saw a young man wearing a duck-tongued cap standing by the window, looking at him through the window with a smile on his face. "Who's this?" The other party pulled out his cell phone, and a line of captions slid across the screen. "Can we talk? I'm from the Monogatari Guild." Well, the authority didn't come to the door. The Players Guild came first. However, it was normal to think about it. He had long since shown his identity as a player in the otherworld, especially at the rendezvous point outside the Ningyu mansion. In addition to Ryoko's squad, there were hundreds of players in the surrounding area at that time in bits and pieces. It wasn't surprising that there were guild members among them. As for personal information, it was even easier to obtain. If you didn't see the extranet, you could even open a box for just a few dozen UNZ. Those scammers know every target like the back of their hand. Chen Xian did not care about this. He nodded gently, and there was no harm in talking to this guy. The young man wearing a duck-tongued hat walked into the hot pot restaurant and came straight to the table where Chen Xian was. "Mr. Chen, I'm disturbing you." He always had a smile on his face. In response, Chen Xian simply shrugged his shoulders and gestured for him to sit beside him. "Indeed, it's a bit of an intrusion. Have a seat." After sitting down, the young man removed his duck-tongued cap. The slightly parted hair was pressed and somewhat messy. "We intend to invite you to join the guild. Dream Gnosis is a player organization that ranks in the top 3 in the China region. We have a professional intelligence network, both otherworldly and real. The president, Dream Gnosis Machine, is even the only prophecy talent in the country and has a good relationship with the authority." He didn't dilly-dally, coming up with an open and honest introduction. "Quite good. Chun Xian nodded. But then the words turned around immediately. Sorry. I'm not interested in joining any organizations for the time being. Joking aside, if he really wanted to join an organization, he might as well follow the authority. There was at least the thigh of the Black Knight up there. If he didn't even join the authority, there was even less need to join a player's private organization. Upon hearing this, the young man did not dwell on it, although he had some regrets. Chun Xian inquired with narrowed eyes. I'm rather curious as to why you guys took the initiative to come to my door and invite me to join. In response, the young man smiled mysteriously. It is because the president suddenly predicted a fragment of the future this morning, which included your participation. It just so happens that only yesterday, the chairman got a copy of the relevant intelligence of the players in the green shade Otherworld. It was a disaster in the prophecy, and your performance was exceptionally outstanding. This caused Chun Xian to feel a sudden shock. What about the time and place? However, he saw the young man shake his head. Uncertain. The president's prophecy is uncontrollable. The more distant it is, the more vague it becomes, and some futures are easily altered. Chapter 122 The Deal Update 1. The so-called prophecy is actually a chance glimpse of the future. The young maintained a smile and extended 2 fingers to clip a slim metal business card from the inner pocket of his jacket. Since you are unwilling to join, I will take my leave first. The chairman had explained that if you are interested in the future, you can contact him through this card. He resumed putting on his duck-tongued hat, his face softening like Play-Doh and instantly changing into a more mundane face. By the way, I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Thousand Faces, and I'm the inherited player of the civilization sequence face changing. I believe we will meet again. Smiling and nodding, Thousand Faces came suddenly and left spontaneously. With his hands in his pockets, he walked out of the hot pot restaurant, his figure quickly disappearing into the crowd. The surrounding diners were deaf to their conversation. When Thousand Faces left, the invisible barrier dissipated before the murmur of the outside world rushed into their eardrums in a rush. Chun Xian retracted his gaze and signaled Lily Wei to lift her guard. Just before that, when Thousand Faces had first appeared, she had entered a state where she could transform into a fire spirit at any time. Relaxed, Lily Wei continued to frantically output at the hot pot. The heat was dense, and her cheeks were flushed, but she did not break out much sweat. Chun Xian picked up the business card, which likewise left behind a string of special numbers that were different from the regular ones. The name column only had the words, Dream Goddess Machine written on it. Other than that, there was no other additional information on the business card. Dream God Machine was probably an external nickname just like Black Knight. Either that or it was the other party's game nickname. Department of Prophecy. That's a bit curious. Simply by hearing the name Dream Goddess, Chun Xian could conjure up an artistic image of a man wearing a melon hat with dark sunglasses. Some curiosity was aroused in his heart. The other party spoke vaguely, so he let it go, not bothering to pursue the question. The prophecies were all related to the future. It seemed like there would be some big events in the future. Eat quickly, master. The butter in your dipping bowl is curdling. Lily White's ability to learn and adapt was great. I'm afraid it wouldn't take more than a few days to be able to live in the city without any sense of incompatibility. Her near-perfect face and figure allowed her to attract tons of attention wherever she went. Chun Xian nodded and got up to get a new dipping bowl, focusing on eating and drinking. The top floor of Cheetah Plaza. The locked security door was opened. The chain as thick as a child's arm shattered into several pieces. Thousand Faces sat alone on the edge of the rooftop, his legs swaying against the breeze. As if he suddenly sensed something, he jerked his head toward the sky, only to see a small black dot fall from the clouds and fly straight towards him. Swoosh! Half a minute later, a demonic woman appeared beside him. This woman's arms were attached to a pair of giant eagle-like wings. There was a row of colored plumes on each cheek. The legs were reflexive, with the lower half being extraordinarily thick and still furry, with eagle claw-like footplates. The upper half of the near-human body was covered in a woman's slim-fitting vest. Deep white curves peeked out from the collar. This was clearly an eagle-bodied demoness who had changed into human clothing. Master, returning to headquarters now? She suddenly opened her mouth, her voice a bit shrill. Aha! Everything is just as the chairman said. Sooner or later, he'll come to contact us on his own. Thousand Faces' appearance changed a lot, and his voice kept changing along with his face. This was not showmanship, but an unconscious change in a relaxed state. Nodding lightly, the eagle-bodied demoness did not say much. It seemed to have adapted well to the human society of the blue planet. After Thousand Faces gave the word, it brought its two large eagle claws together. A chair-like structure was formed. Thousand Faces lightly sat on it. Immediately after that, with both wings flapping, the eagle-bodied demoness hung onto him and rushed up into the sky, quickly becoming hidden in the clouds. 15:49 p.m. Millennium Regal Hotel, in the independent parlor on the 4th floor. Chen Xian was leaning on the sofa, and Lily Wei was frantically swiping with her cell phone. Wei Liang was wearing a pair of toadstools and a ready-to-wear denim jacket from Gucci. Without turning on his sickly state, he looked very spirited. The current appearance was even more sweeping of the previous social animal appearance. This thing, money, is really nurturing. None of the three chatted, but were waiting for someone. When the time came to 15:52, the door to the room opened unexpectedly. Sorry, for keeping a few of you waiting. A bright and bold voice came first. Chen Xian turned his head to look and saw a middle-aged man with his head held high. He was dressed in a customized designer suit, and the leather shoes on his feet were oily and shiny. Behind him were two bodyguards. One of the bodyguards had a short purple staff sticking out of his waist. The outside was simply covered with a black cloth. However, Chen Xian could still tell at a glance that both bodyguards were players. Arriving in front of the parlor, the three rose and shook hands with each of him. My humble self, Tan Ruiyuan. Little Wei is considered an acquaintance. I still don't know what you two call yourself? Chen Xian shook his hand and replied calmly. My name is Chen Xian, and this is Wei. So it's little Chen. Ah, a talented man indeed. Tan Ruiyuan smiled politely and immediately glanced at Lily Wei. Is Ms. Wei an outer region player? In response, Lily Wei just non-committally hooked up the corner of her mouth. This seemingly smiling look was more or less like a smile without words. The four of them took their seats separately. Chen Xian was not ambiguous either. As his palm brushed across the coffee table, he left no less exactly 30 ember gold coins on the tabletop. Tan Ruiyuan gazed at it and a smile bloomed on his face. Little Chen is truly a refreshing person. I appreciate young people like you. The current trading price of spot gold is 733.95 per gram. 30 eclipsed gold coins are priced at 3,000 grams of gold, which is
$2,201,850.
He snapped his fingers and one of the bodyguards behind him pulled out his cell phone. In just a few moments, Chen Xian received a text message. Huaxia Bank reminder. Hello Chen Xian. The financial terminal of the Chong Yuan Group transferred Huaxia dollars 220,1850 yuan to your account with tail number 9527 on 2025-3/16. 15 hours 57 minutes and 9 seconds attachment. Financial settlement. It's here, right? The payment goes to the group transfer. Neither the bank nor the finance and tax side will check over. I've already greeted them all, Tan Ruiyuan said with a smile. In the future, if you plan to sell otherworldly currencies or equipment wonders, you can come to me. Prices are negotiable. He patted Wei Liang's shoulder next to him while gently handing out his business card to Chen Xian. Chen Xian nodded and did not say much as he took the business card as usual. This hotel is also under the group's property. The chef is from the Paul Bocuse Academy and specializes in French cuisine. So let's all have a casual dinner tonight? The kid Wei Liang was constantly scowling at Chen Xian, signaling him to strike up a good relationship with Tan Ruiyuan. However, Chen Xian eventually shook his head. Chapter 123 Tan Ruiyuan, Update 2. It's better to do it another time, Mr. Tan. I haven't gotten on the game yet today. At first glance, Chen Xian's reason was as nonsensical as my mom called me home for dinner. However, it was understandable when placed amongst players. Hearing him say this, Tan Ruiyuan didn't force himself to do so and smiled boldly once again. No problem. Wei, what about you? At this moment, Tan Ruiyuan had hooked onto Wei Liang's shoulders. He looked as if he valued Wei Liang. The two sides were supposed to be people from two worlds, but they were connected by the other world. Only Wei Liang looked hesitant, but after glancing at Tan Xian, he politely declined the dinner invitation. Sorry, brother Tan. I haven't gotten on the game yet today either. Ha 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 ha. Tan Ruiyuan laughed out loud and patted his shoulder again after letting go. Next time you guys can definitely give old brother me a chance to do my part as a host. He no longer stayed and waved his hand to say goodbye to the three. Spinning around, he watched them leave the parlor. 7 or 8 minutes later, Tan Ruiyuan held a glass of Tsunami Eagle Cabernet Sauvignon Dry Red from 92 in his hands. He stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window on the side of the parlor facing the road. Mr. Tan, they left in Wei Liang's car at the basement. The two bodyguards, a man and a woman, were as silent as they could be. It looked like they were professionally trained in security, not just random players to deal with. Both professional security and serious players. The double layer of identity superimposed on top of each other would be a bit too much of a coincidence. Hearing the report from his men, Tan Ruiyuan only nodded his head instead of answering. You guys go out first, I want to be by myself for a while. I've already seen Chen Xian's biographical information, but the one called Wei is untraceable. Maybe it's not a blue star person. After saying that, he waved his hand. The two bodyguards left the parlor in silence. As the door to the room closed, the light in the room suddenly dimmed. Tan Ruiyuan stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, but the sunlight from the outside world couldn't fall in by half. Even if there was only one side of the window, there was a clear line of demarcation between light and darkness. Darkness brewed inside the room. Not long after, a pitch-black phantom appeared behind him. It twisted and changed, gradually turning into a clear face. It was actually a European and American woman with a devilish face and a pale complexion. High cheekbones, a pointed chin, and a pair of azure eyes. Fuchi, his blood smells good. It's bound to be top-quality blood food. The woman spoke in a plastic Mandarin. Sharp canine teeth and a thin, bright red tongue were revealed as she spoke. He contains a power that I cannot see through. Definitely a lucky one favored by a high-level talent. Tan Ruiyuan's eyes flickered, not knowing what he was thinking. The woman's body was as soft as a snake, and in an instant, she hooked her thighs around his waist and, let's capture him and use him as a blood meal. When we've all had our fill, then we'll offer him to the elders. The elders will definitely reward more power. However, he saw Tan Ruiyuan snort coldly. Humph. Really not afraid of death. His performance in the green shade exotic realm cannot be hidden from people with hearts. I'm only afraid that the authority has long been in secret contact with him. To move him now, wouldn't that be looking for death? You Europa people are just greedy. He coldly shook the woman away. Turning back to the couch, each step forced back the darkness in front of him. And the woman was simply darkness incarnate, surrounded by black light. Fuchi, don't be in a hurry. Don't be angry. Lately, you have been accomplishing your tasks very well, and the Elder Council is very pleased with you. You will likely be nominated to become our official agent in the Huaxia region. The woman wrapped her arms around him from the side. Stretching out her slender tongue, she licked his cheek. Incidentally, she grabbed his hand and pressed it against the rise and fall of his body. Such a gesture calmed Tanya Yuan's emotions. Don't rush me. Regarding this person, Chen Xian, I will immediately send people to monitor and investigate him. For the record, as soon as I find any signs of the authorities' involvement, I'll immediately call it quits. You guys don't want your layout in the Huaxia region to be undone because of a single person. This statement of his barely satisfied the woman. Yuan, you're good. That's enough. I will report your loyalty to Blood Ancestor truthfully. Now, let us enjoy today's pleasure. After saying that, the darkness around her changed into a curtain that enveloped the entire couch. The little clothing on her body also turned into black mist and dissipated, revealing a long, white torso. Her skin color was very contrasting. The base color was pure cold white skin, but then there was a great deal of veining on the navel and perineum. Tan Ruiyuan couldn't resist her beauty. He couldn't help but lick his lips, and his eyes were more than a little wild. He grinned, his originally unobtrusive canine teeth suddenly becoming longer and sharper. The two bodies entangled together, tearing at each other's necks to draw each other's blood. Red blood mixed with a bit of black gas flowed over each body. What followed was a burst of soul-crushing sounds. The surging power of the CLS-63 AMG can't be utilized in the city, but the sound of starting at each intersection attracted attention. Chen Xian and Lily Wei sat in the back seat. He turned his head to look at the Millennium Regal Hotel that was drifting away. The expression was somewhat cold. Brother Xian, you shouldn't have refused Mr. Tan's invitation. The Chong Yuan Group is a $100 billion enterprise. Moreover, he has always been generous and never ambiguous when it comes to hitting money. Getting to know him will help us a lot. Wei Liang, who was responsible for driving the car, was still chattering, seemingly regretting Chen Xian's refusal of the meal. This caused Chen Xian's brows to knit tighter. Are you kid familiar with him? Really not afraid of being sold by him? At these words, Wei Liang was instantly stunned. Brother Xian, why do you say that? I've traded with Mr. Tan several times, and it's all gone smoothly. There's been no forcible takeover. Chen Xian sighed. That person is not simple. There are 7 civilized regions around the globe, and China is only one of them. Although because of the population and civilization's heritage, the China region appears to be the most lively. But one cannot ignore those external factors either. By the way, those 2 bottles of decontrol potion I gave you earlier, you didn't take them and sell them for money, did you? Hearing him say that, Wei Liang's face suddenly changed. With an empty hand, he took out those 2 bottles of diluted blood to prove his innocence. No, that was a gift. How could I sell it for money? Brother Xian, I'm also a bit grossed out in my heart after you said that. Chen Xian seemed to have expected this and rolled his eyes. Touch him less in the future. His wrist flicked, and the gold seed of greed appeared in his palm. Although it was impossible to move the insight in reality. After all, it was a privileged ability granted by the Supreme. However, it was possible to achieve an alternative insight effect through those embodied props. Just now, Chen Xian had used Seed of Lust to lock onto Tan Ruiyuan, and thus saw some information. Chapter 124. I Choose to Report, Update 3. The other party's nickname was Skywatch Abyss, yet it had the suffix of the words Blood Descent Earl. In Starfall Continent, players had to follow a series of game rules at the very least. But in reality, instead, there weren't that many rules to follow. One of the most typical examples was those ordinary players. They might be fearless in the other world, but in reality they only had one life. Although each civilized region quickly established an official order organization. But in the shadows where the sun doesn't shine, there are still countless evils growing. And the degree of indulgence for players varies from place to place. In comparison, Huaxia is still considered to be a relatively stable existence amongst the regions. Chen Xian closed his palms and put away the seed of greed. He did not choose to plant it at that time. It was better to keep this thing on hand for the time being, and it was good as an auxiliary insight prop in reality. Gulp! Wei Liang's throat slid, and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva due to his nervousness. I'll pull the plug on him right away. Chen Xian held his forehead and sweated. You're also too simple. There's no such thing as a secret in this society. But I suggest that you temporarily leave Shanghai for a while. On Tan Ruiyuan's side, I'll figure it out. Although the competitive relationship between normal players was not intense. Even Supreme would encourage players to team up and cooperate in the Otherworld and the Other Realm. However, due to the special nature of reality, there was some vigilance for players instead. When these words came out, Wei Liang froze a bit. Brother Xian, you shouldn't be planning to finish him off in reality. In response, Chen Xian simply shook his head. Just listen to me. After saying that, he waved his hand, signaling him to focus on driving. Just drop us off at the front. Chen Xian didn't want to stay with this pig of a teammate. He had thought that the buyers Wei Liang had dealt with should be reliable. But he didn't realize that the seemingly brash boss was actually an unsuspecting fellow. However, the other party was clearly an old fox who didn't reveal any hostility throughout. It wasn't the kind of guy who was reckless. If it wasn't for the fact that Chen Xian had kept an extra eye out and was habitually wary of strangers, it really wasn't easy to see. After all, the entire exchange hadn't lasted more than 5 minutes. The process of the transaction was also smooth, without any twists and turns. Of course, this also had to do with the fact that the Seed of Greed was a golden legendary ranked curiosity. A curiosity of this quality was already considered a ceiling for current players. Wei Liang's face was filled with afterthought. He followed Chen Xian's request and stopped at the intersection ahead. Looking for where to run to. He was an orphan, and it wasn't easy to fight in a big city, so he couldn't really find a place to go for a while. However, it is fortunate that he is an orphan. Wei Liang is purely a one person to eat. The whole family is not hungry. It's not easy to be taken advantage of. Brother Xian, I'll find a place to get out of the wind as soon as possible. You must be careful too. It's my fault for getting you involved this time. He apologized with an apologetic face. Chen Xian just smiled calmly. It doesn't matter, and you're wrong about one thing. It wasn't me who got mixed up in this. In fact, that guy hasn't revealed his intentions yet. But that doesn't stop me from saving for a rainy day. So you shouldn't be too hasty, lest you arouse his suspicions. Simply use the excuse of traveling, as he said that there was more than a little helplessness in his tone. His words were enshrined by Wei Liang, and he couldn't wait to take out his little notebook to write them down. After sending off Wei Liang, this unlucky child, Chen Xian and Lil Wei strolled along the street where people came and went. He took out his cell phone and recalled the contact line left behind by the Black Knight, turning to dial that particular string of numbers. Cutie. It was only then that he chose to tough it out. Smart people play report. Beep, beep, beep. The other end of the phone didn't answer until half a minute later. Hello? Is this Yun Feng? The authority side had obviously checked Chen Xian's basic information as well. The Black Knight knew it was him calling just as soon as he connected. It's me. I'd like to inquire. Will there be a reward from the authority side for reporting some players who are out of place? The background tone on the other end was tinged with dull percussive sounds, and the other party seemed to be in the training grounds. The words caused the Black Knight to be slightly stunned. Players who are out of place? Yes. For example, those suspected to have connections outside of the country, like some kind of blood descent. At that moment, Chen Xian heard the Black Knight's breathing become a little heavier in the microphone. Hold on. I'll go find a quiet place first. All right, now we can have a good chat. Let me make it clear. The Blood Descendants are an organization that is active in the continent of Europa. They're not part of the official forces, but they've grown to flourish. The reason for that lies in the unique talent, first embrace, of its organization's leader, Blood Ancestor. How about that? Doesn't it sound like vampires? There's no need to doubt that they are a group of vampires with an organizational structure that carries out the first embrace infection layer by layer. It shouldn't be a coincidence that Blood Ancestor is from Romania, which is also the birthplace of vampire legends. In addition, that Blood Ancestor guy comes with 6,000 points of initial camp prestige among the blood clans of the Starfall continent. This talent is definitely related to some hidden background of the blood race. So that Blood Ancestor guy is a born head vampire. The blood clan has a long lifespan, and the only cost is that they have to suck blood regularly. They can keenly smell blood chi and judge a person's talent and strength based on the quality of the blood chi. Top quality blood chi will make them addicted. Speaking here, the Black Knight paused. The Blood Ancestor relies on the first embrace of each rank to enlist a large number of blood descendants. Luckily, there's a limit to the number of primordial embraces of each rank, or else that guy would have chosen to encroach on the entire Europa, I'm afraid. But even with the limitations, the Blood Ancestor still mixes it up in Europa, cultivating high-ranking blood ancestors above the rank of Earl and established the core structure of the organization, the Council of Elders. Among them, there is no lack of prominent members of society, as well as ambitious people who desire longevity. There is also a portion of blood descendants within China. It's just that it's hard to check them out cleanly due to the fact that they act covertly. By the way, who are you going to report? The Black Knight was an extremely patient person. Knowing that Chen Xian also had a need to seek knowledge, he deliberately and clearly organized some basic information about the Blood Ancestor and the blood descendants it had created. Chen Xian silently chewed on this information for a while before answering directly. Tan Ruiyuan, the chairman of the Chang Yuan group. The Black Knight on the other side was somewhat dazed. So it's him. I see. If it's really the Blood Earl, that's a big fish. Although the authority doesn't have a public bounty, there are internal reward targets for each squad. Hey, let's discuss it? This credit goes to my name. All the benefits go to you, and I'll clear up the trouble for you. Chapter 125 The Spy Update 1. Chen Xian raised his eyebrows slightly, the corners of his mouth harder to suppress than AK. He appreciated people who were so motivated. In fact, rewards and whatnot were just smooth things. His core claim was just to deal with the hidden danger of Tan Ruiyuan firsthand, directly nipping the risk in the bud. An old fox like him who had a smile on his face and even colluded with an offshore organization. Even if he wasn't a bad guy, he had bad intentions. Chen Xian would definitely not sit back and wait for the other party to have the opportunity to strike first. All right, the credit goes to you. Then I don't care about anything, he emphasized again. With the Black Knight's mind, it wasn't hard to hear Chen Xian's extra words, which were telling him to do it beautifully. Haha, Pax's old brother. I'll personally strike tonight. But be careful. Tanruoan isn't an easy man to deal with. Maybe he's already sent someone to keep an eye on you. The two sides quickly reached a consensus. After hanging up the phone, Chun Xian and Lily Wei exchanged glances and tacitly went to the street and stopped a cab. At the same time, the underground garage of the Millennium Regal Hotel. It was divided into a public parking area and an internal garage separated by a baffle. A 7-seater van that was all black slowly drove away from the garage. There were 2 people in the vehicle. One of them was responsible for driving the vehicle. The other person was sitting on the passenger seat, with a tablet computer placed in front of him. Chun Xian's personal information was being displayed on it. The target lives in a 1-bedroom apartment in the suburbs. We'll go to that neighborhood to keep watch. At that time, transform into a bloodbat and conduct surveillance on the target. The co-pilot glanced at the intel and spoke in a casual tone. Both of them were wearing sunglasses. Underneath those pitch-black lenses were a pair of blood-red eyes. The sharp fangs in their mouths were even more striking. Low-ranked blood descendants couldn't comfortably estringe their forms, and could only rely on their sunglasses and masks to make up for it. They weren't players, they were just a lowly end-ranked blood descendant who couldn't even rank as a baron. Even more so, they were unable to cast First Embrace. It belonged to the brother of the blood descendants. But even if they were the lowest-ranked existences, they were still able to cast talent, transforming into fist-sized bats in the darkness of the night. Also able to utilize sound waves for snooping, very suitable as eavesdroppers and watchers. The main driver focused on driving. The moment the van pulled out of the basement, the bright sun shone down. Although the brightness was weakened quite a bit by the window coating and sunglasses, it still made them subconsciously turn their heads sideways to avoid it. I hate the sun. If only I could have a glass of blood juice with mint ice. The best blood to drink would have to be from a virgin with a small child. The blood of middle-aged older women carries a fishy odor unique to menopause. The co-pilot raised her hand to cover the front of her face and complained in a rambling manner. At that, the main driver stuck out his bright red slender tongue and licked the corners of his mouth. The team leader has promised that when this mission is successfully completed, he will open up the blood bank and let us choose any 1,000 cubic centimeters of fresh blood packs. Stop it. My mouth is watering. Blood packs always feel less ceremonial. I still want to drink fresh. That slightly drunken girl I picked up last time in the wee hours of the morning on the bar street tasted really good. The blood is mixed with alcohol and the flavor of hormones that belongs uniquely to teenage girls. The throat of the blood sitting in the passenger seat slid, craving for a soulless meal. He made a swallowing sound almost simultaneously with the main driver. The taste of a teenage girl is nothing. If we want to talk about the best flavor, it has to be the player. The target of our surveillance this time is also a player. Last time, Li Hao from Group 2, they were rewarded with a bag of player's blood. I heard that they were also some kind of nature-based magician, and the taste of that blood carries a fruity sweetness. The duo almost never strayed from drinking blood in their sentences, even though still maintaining most of their human appearance and memories. But in reality, they had long since ceased to be considered true humans. Rather, they were bloodthirsty blood monsters. Inside, they were completely dominated by the desire for blood. More than an hour later, Chun Xian waved his hand and signed a lease contract on the coffee table. It's decided that this is the place. $2 million was not much to say the least. The first thing he did was to rent a double-story duplex elevator room with a good location in the first year. He who had been renting a room in Shanghai for so many years did not have any obsession of having to buy a room. There's nothing wrong with renting anyway. For him, it's just a different place to sleep. Of course, the superior location, spacious rooms, and exquisite decoration can greatly improve the daily living experience. After changing to a new base, Chun Xian had no other spending plans for the time being. He was also not going to cash out any more currency or props. This amount of money was enough for him to comfortably bring Lily Wei to lie down for a period of time. In the earlier part of the day, he hoofed it to look at 3 properties with not-so-low rents, and eventually locked in on this one. The house was well furnished, with all the appliances in the house, so as long as it was cleaned up a bit more, it could be lived in at any time. Chun Xian paid quickly and was ready to move in tonight. After signing the contract, he smoothly got the keys. Lily Wei put on an apron and cuffs and temporarily acted as a cleaning maid. Chun Xian, on the other hand, took a taxi back to his original rental house. He planned to utilize the basic space small ring to store all of his personal belongings. Space props could make moving incredibly easy. As for the landlord's side, it was also good to deal with. As long as Chen Xian was willing to give up the deposit, the landlord could not wait for him to move out neatly. It was already evening when he got down from the cab. The sky was dark, and the afterglow of the setting sun burned its final luster in the western clouds. Walking along the street, Chen Xian's shadow was dragged out for a long time. The apartment complex he lived in consisted of 4 buildings. The first floor of each building was filled with stores. They were built 7 or 8 years ago, when the apartment culture was at its peak. Parking spaces were planned for the street. Several years of living had made Chen Xian familiar with everything here. He recognized every tree and even remembered the cars that roughly parked here every night. When he arrived at the entrance of Building 3, to which he belonged, he subconsciously glanced at the unfamiliar black van parked on the side of the road, and its appearance made Chen Xian feel a bit out of place. However, in the outskirts of the city, vans and small vans were common. So he just glanced at it before withdrawing his gaze and stepping inside the building. At the same time, inside the van, the co-pilot who was waiting in anticipation also spotted Chen Xian. He violently patted his companion who was dozing off with his head down in the main car. "Don't sleep. The target has appeared." The main driver wiped his mouth and opened a fist-width gap for the window. "Let's go." The two instantly exploded into 2 red and black air masses, with 2 pairs of sunglasses and masks falling onto the car seat. 2 tiny bats swooped out of the mist. They flew out along the gap in the car window and quickly faded into the shadows of the sunset afterglow. The figures faded, and with the dim light, only a slight outline could be seen. Pedestrians were unaware of this. But Chen Xian, who had just stepped onto the stairs, stopped in his tracks with a feeling. Chapter 126. Profit, Sin, and Fruit. Then investigate the cause of sin. Update 2. He stood on the steps and looked back suddenly. His right eye was instantly covered with a layer of purple aura. Evil intent peeping was unleashed. Chen Xian's perspective rose upwards, turning into a third-person overlooking state. Neither the darkness nor the alternating shadows of the floors below could block his vision. With the powerful visual observation effect, he locked onto 2 sneaky figures that were flying upwards along the shadows of the building almost instantly. From the silhouettes, it was not difficult to make a judgment. Humph. Bats. Plus a sneaking ability that hasn't even reached the 1st rank level. The Black Knight's caution was right. At the same time, he played the trump card of strike first and suffer later. Tan Ruiyuan had indeed set his sights on himself. China is a vast country with bats in many provinces and cities. But most of those gadgets live in rocky caves or deep forests. Occasionally, they would also appear in cities. But it was rare to see bats in Shanghai City. Not to mention 2 bats with inferior sneaking instincts. After pausing in his steps for a few seconds, the 2 sneaky bats downstairs seemed to be able to detect his movements and fluttered their wings in place. Without making a sound, he stepped away and continued up the stairs. Only when he stood in front of the door of his room did he pull out the key without any hesitation. As usual, he opened the door and stepped inside. The 2 bats sensed his movements with sound waves. Cautiously, they flew to the door. After waiting for a few minutes, only then did they each turn into wisps of mist that penetrated along the doorway. "Hey! Headache! Shaman, you're playing too crazy." The unclothed Tan Ruiyuan awoke from his lethargy after indulging in intercourse. The forms of pleasures of middle and high-ranked blood descendants could not be limited to the traditional deep and shallow movements. There were also sessions of sucking and exchanging blood with each other. During this time, a kind of manic ecstasy is created, the effect of which is akin to that of taking hallucinogens. It harbors hundreds of times more pleasure than doi. Even Tan Ruiyuan, who considered himself mature and calm, was often unable to stop. Muttering a grumble, he gently moved the long torso lying on top of him aside. Getting up, he sat down on the couch and rubbed his distended forehead. In passing, he glanced at the time on his wristwatch. The hands pointed to 1917. So late. Rising shakily, he pulled on his clothes, quickly walking out of this parlor, leaving Shaman to slumber alone. Outside the house, the 2 bodyguards were meticulously guarding him. From memory, the last order he had conveyed to his subordinates was to send someone to keep an eye on Chen Xian. At this moment, the joyous thrill of madness faded, and sanity regained the upper hand. "Go. Get a bag of Fresho blood packets and mix it with half a glass of Patuxent red wine. I need to get my brain back to thinking." Upon hearing this, the female bodyguard dressed as a spellcaster led the order to leave. At this time, Tan Ruiyuan turned his head to that male bodyguard again and inquired, "Ah Kong, who did they give the task of monitoring Chen Xian to perform?" The man named Ah Kong replied in a low tone, "Liang Hui and Zhang Ping from the headquarters group, both low-ranked blood descendants, able to skillfully master shape-shifting and blood shadow sneaking." This reply caused Tan Ruiyuan to instantly frown. "Nonsense. The target this time is different from the past. I'm afraid those Endbringers can't be dealt with. Regardless of the progress, immediately have them pull back and have Guohong execute it instead. He's of Viscount blood. His sneaking ability is more subtle, and his awakened talent should be more complete." Tan Ruiyuan gave a new order. After receiving the order, Ah Kong took out his phone and immediately activated the secret self-built program to send out a message. The female bodyguard also brought the blood-mixed red wine at this time. Gulp! The somewhat horny Tan Ruiyuan hurriedly picked it up and drank it all in one go. Phew! It's so comfortable. I'm going to stock up on more blood. It's been a while since I've hunted in Shanghai City. The last time I hunted was in the Pingyang City branch. How about tonight? He smacked his lips with intent, unable to hold down the hunting desire in his heart. Several helicopters passed through the night. Below was the neon night scene of Shanghai City. Since an unknown time, the brightness of the lights had become an important measure of a city's prosperity. Almost everywhere had special allocations for the construction of city lightscapes. Shanghai City was naturally no exception. Looking out from within the helicopter, below was a splendid sea of lights. Black Knight Zhang Shurong wore a full set of battle armor, reverting from the appearance of a big boy next door to a cold and ruthless knight of eternal night. Sitting upright in the crew seat, he raised his wrist and reported into the action terminal. "This is an urgent temporary operation. In addition to the Black Knight squad that I personally lead, I have also applied for the local garrison in Shanghai City that has the authority to be informed of the inner workings, as well as a number of combat teams that are affiliated with the Military Operations Department. The goal is to search the entire Chong Yuan group, investigate the dry body cases that have appeared in Su Province in recent months, and apprehend the group's chairman, Tan Ruiyuan. According to the big data clues strung together, it is suspected that he has repeatedly purchased emergency blood packs stocked in the provincial ministry's blood bank in violation of the law through threats and bribes. I have good reason to suspect that he is a blood descendant. Request immediate multi-provincial coordination to investigate and deal with all of the Long Abyss Group's branch industries." Completing the record of routine reporting, he completely omitted Chen Xian as the intelligence provider. As a top-notch powerhouse within the authority, the Black Knight possessed a great deal of autonomy to act. This included and was not limited to taking the lead in planning all types of actions. Although there were rules and regulations within, from a certain perspective, any questioning made by the Black Knight himself did not need to be substantiated. For example, right now, if he suspected that there was a problem with the Chong Yuan group, then he would be able to act directly. What's more, after receiving Chen Xian's revelation, he conducted a simple investigation. Instead, he really used this as a clue to find out some deeply hidden evidence of crime. With the past first found evidence of crime, and then track down the culprit is different. This time, the steps were completely reversed. Equivalent to getting the answer, and then go to reverse the process. If everything is true, then the Chong Yuan group has murdered hundreds of people in multiple provinces and cities. It was considered a great hidden danger. Zhang Shurong pressed the call button of the terminal again and entered the squad channel, briefly explaining about the mission. "The guy we have to deal with this time is suspected to be an Earl-level blood descendant, and he has quite an identity background within China. It's likely that he has secretly developed a blood descendant branch of a certain size, so all be on your toes. I have every reason to suspect that the recent suspicious cases are also related to them. Grandma Yen, Ching, your abilities have extra restraint against those vampires. When the time comes, I'll leave the job of controlling the field on a large scale to you. The local forces and the team of players affiliated with the military department would also actively cooperate." Understood. Small point. I've long wanted to thrash those disgusting anti-ghosts. No? What does anti-ghost mean? They love sucking blood just like anti-wipes. The channel was filled with energetic responses. Dali and Piao, on the other hand, fought. The Black Knight smiled from ear to ear. Chapter 127 Blood Crystals, Update 3. Chen Xian methodically packed up his household goods. It was mainly various types of clothing and bedding. There were also the small appliances that had been purchased over the years. Anyway, the spatial means of storage was convenient, so he directly stored all the things that he wanted to take away or planned to throw away, stacking them in different corners of the space. Before and after but more than 10 minutes, he was almost done packing. The game of hide and seek ended here. Chen Xian calmly sat on the sofa, his right hand manifesting the Dominator's hand, and then it unleashed the Dominator power. As an ability of the Force Field Department, it also took into account the characteristics of the Plastic Energy Department. With the combination of the two, it already took the shape of a field. After unleashing the power, the surrounding distance of 100 meters was brought under his control. Even though he couldn't manage to grasp everything like a field, but it could also achieve instantaneous insight. The 100-meter range was large enough to encompass the two sneaky bats hiding in the nooks and crannies and peering in the dark in the blink of an eye. Then Chen Xian generated force fields on all sides of the bats. Feeling this sudden power, the two bats were startled. Immediately, they were about to turn into red and black mist and escape. But having prepared for this, he clenched his fists. The force around the bats was instantly molded into solidity, thus forming a transparent cage. Neither the smoke form nor the bat form could escape. The two even realized with horror that they were unable to return to human form. Chen Xian flicked his wrist, and the transparent cages located in two separate corners wrapped around the bats and floated to him. You two are blood descendants, right? Is that all you can do? Simply too much pull. He opened his right and left hands, each grabbing a transparent plastic energy cage and shaking it. The small bats within it that were only the size of a fist were immediately shaken. These two bat spirits had almost no skills other than being a monitor. Their clumsy sneaking might not even be able to be hidden from an ordinary person with slightly sharper insight. Chen Xian did not expect to ask for any information from these two simpletons. So after mocking them unmercifully, he lashed out, and the two cages collapsed at once. Roughly, he crushed the two little bats into a bloody mass. Kill White First Order Blood Descendant Liang Hui LV6. Acquired. Magic Copper Coin +6. Experience Value +60. White First Order Blood Crystal 1. Killed White First Order Blood Descendant Zhang Ping LV8. Obtained. Magic Copper Coin +8. Chen Xian looked at the prompts that popped up in front of him, and was suddenly surprised in his heart. This was not a foreign realm, much less in a game. He couldn't help but recall the dual introduction theory that the Black Knight had once mentioned. Any influence and interference was a two-way street. Zhang Ping and Liang Hui seemed to have been defined as monsters ever since they chose to transform into blood descendants. It was important to realize that there would be no hints when players killed each other in reality. Some people were trying to change Blue Star. Not all transcendent powers are worth promoting. After becoming a bottom blood, they seem to have lost some sort of human rights. In passing, he rushed the two masses of flesh and blood wrapped in the plastic energy cage all the way down the drain before they could regain their original shape. For the familiar Blue Star, a sense of strangeness once again rose in Chen Xian's heart. After a moment of hesitation, he collected his thoughts. With his backhand, he took out two blood-colored crystals the size of a date palm. Gazing slightly, he realized that they were capable of being insight in reality. Again, they complied with the previous rules. First Order Blood Crystal. Quality: ordinary. Essence of the blood race's descendants condensed within their bodies after feeding on blood. Effect: increase in life value after use. Effect: randomly increases the life value limit by 15 points. Effect: randomly increases the life value limit by 15 points after use. The maximum number of blood crystals that can be used in each level is body 5. Blood descendants have blood crystals in their bodies. This thing was likewise an essence substance that could boost attributes. There was no pretense, much less diabolism. Chen Xian directly stuffed both first-order blood crystals into his mouth, and they shattered as soon as his back teeth bit down. Crunch, crunch, crunch. It was like chewing on too many candy beans. Ding. Taking first-order blood crystals, life value cap +3. Life value cap +4. Don't look at the small bonus, but this was only a first-order blood crystal. If there was a first order, then there was a second order, a third order, and even a fourth order. Moreover, the effects of each type of blood crystal could be stacked continuously. The quantity was the current physique 5. It was a variable, and the stronger the physique was in the future, the more blood crystals it could devour. It seems like the identity of hunter and prey will have to be switched around. Originally, when dealing with the blood descendants, Chen Xian only intended to eliminate hidden dangers that might threaten his own well-being. Now, however, the original idea was directly overturned. The benefits that the blood crystals contained were enough to make Chen Xian desperate. In order to gain more strength, what was the point of taking some risks? Thinking of this, he wanted to immediately find the Black Knights and participate in the battle with them. However, after thinking about it briefly, Chen Xian suddenly gave up on the idea again. According to Zhang Shurong, the Blood Descendants as an organization doesn't have a lot of members. The low-ranked cannon fodder is even more numerous. Their penetration into the Greater China region is limited, and Europa and North America are the regions that Blood Descent focuses on. Even if the Black Knights directly annihilated Tan Ruiyuan, there are bound to be other dormant Blood Descendants members within China. Chen Xian pondered in his mind. As long as one had the will, there would certainly be no shortage of opportunities to hunt Blood Descendants in the future. These guys acted ostentatiously around the globe. Calling themselves the blood race that was superior to humans, they held themselves out as the superior race. They all love to suck human blood, so there is a natural ethnic conflict. There would be no hidden dangers in messing with them. After thinking it through, Chen Xian relaxed once again. Taking out his cell phone and glancing at it, he decided to immediately return to his new residence. It might not be necessary to go online tonight, so he could save up his stamina anyway, and at most, he would go up and claim the daily stamina given by the Gray Crow Village property first. Tonight's Shanghai City was bound to be dark and turbulent in that place that ordinary people could not see. A few minutes after Chen Xian left, a bloody shadow burrowed into the house and made a futile turn. Spinning around, it roared away again. No abnormalities in the target building. The municipal mirage system has been deployed. The Xuanwu program has been activated to seal off the building it belongs to. The progress of covert evacuation of the surrounding area has reached 87%, and it is expected to take another 18 minutes to complete the evacuation. The Millennium Regal Hotel, along with the two neighboring buildings, were assets of the Chong Yuan Group. Several kilometers away in the Covert Operation Command Vehicle, the Black Knight listened to the reports from all parties. The authority staff in blue vests and the members of the military department in military green uniforms had already completed the evacuation and blockade of the surrounding area in a tight manner. A valuable fine gold rune pillar and secret silver rune pillar with the function of a spell formation node were placed everywhere. All the intersections were cordoned off, and construction ban signs were put up. About 300 soldiers with loaded guns cooperated with the military squad to covertly surround the building. In just over an hour, they had drawn a wide net. Chapter 128: Gecko breaks its tail, Crab breaks its cheeks. Update 1. Mealtime. The luxurious private dining room was located on the 19th floor of the Millennium Garage Mansion. This was Tan Ruiyuan's favorite number. Legend had it that there were 18 levels of hell, and he stood on the 19th floor, overlooking all living beings sinking in. The dining room was hundreds of square feet in size. Behind it was the curved floor-to-ceiling window with over 240 ultra-wide angle. There was a separate minibar with a wine cellar. There is also a secret room for him to suck blood. The wide dining table that was about 7 or 8 meters long could accommodate 32 people at the same time. At this moment, the only people at the table were Tan Ruiyuan himself and the blood countess named Shaman. She came from Romania and was the blood ancestor's hometown, as well as the one who had been transformed into a blood descendant earlier. Unfortunately, Simon was not qualified to be a player yet. Her status in the headquarters belonged to the lower class. That was why she was assigned to Tan Ruiyuan's side as the special liaison for the blood descendants stationed here. Not long after her arrival, she had a lover's relationship with Tan Ruiyuan. It was inevitable that the two would hook up as bloodline coitus could produce endless pleasure. The table was set with an exquisite meal. Tender beefsteaks were deliciously juicy, and there was also a thick soup with a vegetable salad. In the adjoining kitchen, the fanged-lipped chef was concentrating on his cooking. All dishes are served with a blood-colored sauce. The wonderful taste of top-quality ingredients was emphasized by the blood. This made both Tan Ruiyuan and Shaman enjoy eating. They also fed each other food frequently. If it wasn't for the fact that the two of them had a bloody look around their mouths, they were practically indistinguishable from an ordinary couple. Boom! The solid wood-carved double doors were rudely slammed open.
Tan Yong.
Something big is wrong. Just 2 minutes ago, our network suddenly went down. The employees responsible for patrolling the periphery have all lost contact. The visitor was Gong Zhenyu, his right-hand man. It turned out to be a general manager of the group. He had followed him in the fight for many years, and thus received the precious initial embrace quota. Tan Ruiyuan's direct lineage initial embrace could only give birth to Baron-level blood descendants that were 2 grades more inferior. By sucking high-quality blood, blood descendants were able to advance. That was why the management within the group was basically all Viscount ranked. A small portion of them also overlapped as players. These blood descent players had a default ethnicity of blood race after logging in, and their birthplace was different from the usual human players. It wasn't any of the 7 human kingdoms in any of the regions. Instead, they were individually born in Bloodcliff Castle, beginning Earth Abyss and Batwing City. These 3 places were also the more famous blood clan settlements in the Starfall continent. At this moment, Gong Zhenyu was being followed by bodyguard Akang. Speaking of which, these 2 bodyguards didn't seem to be blood race but simply player status. And it looked like they should still be senior players who had gotten their qualifications earlier. Yet for some reason, they were loyal to Tan Ruiyuan and were even regarded as his inner circle. There was bound to be something else going on here. It's Chen Xian. Tan Ruiyuan did not lose his temper, only that the original relaxed look on his face was gone. In its place was a touch of slightly remorseful anger. He wasn't a fool and quickly guessed the truth of the matter. The only thing that puzzled him was how exactly Chen Xian had seen through his identity. One had to know that he had an orange epic grade concealment type wonder on him. It was capable of masking identity, breath, and even bloodline detection. Any detection effect below the 6th rank could not be peeked through. For players at this stage, I'm afraid that the number of guys who could see through his disguise was not even double palms. He simply could not have imagined that Chen Xian even had a golden legendary grade wonder on hand that could act on other people. The suppression of the tears made it impossible for his disguise to conceal the basic judgment cue of the golden seed of greed. Tan Ruiyuan thought to himself that he hadn't exposed any cracks during the exchange. He had also purposely suppressed the desire for high-quality blood qi in his heart. It was because he had gotten some of the information about the green shade exotic realm, plus having this relationship with Wei Liang. He was well aware that Chen Xian was inextricably linked to the disintegration and fall of the evil heir. He was also a player with a lot of potential. Therefore, Tan Ruiyuan's original strategy was to gradually monitor the situation, first eliminating the possibility of the authorities' intervention, then find a way to deal with Chen Xian and turn him into food for his own growth. It was important to realize that quality blood food was capable of growing his strength. Currently, he had been a blood descendant for some time now, and with his wealth and social resources, coupled with the occasional discreet late-night hunts, he had taken in a large amount of high-quality blood. It was only a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the marquee level. Sitting on the chair, Tan Ruiyuan's expression changed uncertainly. He knew very well that it must be Chen Xian who had shaken the people. To be able to block communications on a wide scale and silently eliminate the blood descendants in charge of patrolling, such a masterstroke could only be done by the authority. Quickly stepping to the floor-to-ceiling window, his eyes instantly flashed red, entering into the strange infrared vision. The outside light was shielded, and he vaguely saw lines of boiling magic. It was a large blockade spell. This was the technology that the authority had first cracked and mastered. Zhenyu, you lead a breakout to the outside. All the blood descendants fight for themselves. I'll detonate the explosives in 3 minutes, destroying the 3 buildings belonging to the group. He finished speaking before looking at his bodyguards and commanding. Ah Kong and Shao Qin, you guys come with me. Hearing his order, Gong Zhenyu nodded slowly in despair. Tan Ruiyuan did not have his heart in the right place. The slightest thing was wrong, and he planned to break off his tail to survive. And including Gong Zhenyu, all of the blood descendants here would become castaways. Not to mention them, the Chang Yuan group has been abandoned. Anyway, Tan Ruiyuan had long ago secretly stockpiled a large amount of gold and secret assets. After a brief and concise explanation, he led his bodyguard into the secret room. There were all sorts of torture devices here, and there was also a dying girl lying. Without stopping, Tan Ruiyuan went straight to the wall and stretched out his palm to press gently. Blood-colored energy filled the hidden tracks within the wall. A hidden door emerged. Inside was a hidden elevator. He approached it first, bringing Samantha and the 2 bodyguards with him as they descended towards the secret passageway that was 100 meters deep underground. The whole time, he didn't intend to go out to explore or fight for his life. Other than that, this determination really has a few points of the Lord's posture. This elevator has been specially modified, the lift speed is extremely exaggerated, in which there is a sense of vertigo when falling, ordinary people simply cannot eat. It was also the only way to quickly enter the secret passage. This was the back way he had prepared for himself. The secret construction had begun months earlier. There were limitations to the authorities' closure spells, although they could also be blocked to the underground. But the strength couldn't be compared to the ground. In less than 30 seconds before and after, the elevator stopped. Given the height it descended to, the speed was exaggerated. The door of the elevator opened, and in front of it was a simple passageway paved with concrete pipes. The final destination was in a mall basement 5 kilometers away. There were many more branches on the way, and the route was gradually upward. In front of the passageway, one could clearly see the phalanx isolation. Without stopping, Tan Ruiyuan turned into a large blood mist and surged towards the phalanx partition. Chapter 129. Operation Closing the Net, Update 2. Nobody move! The loaded soldiers carried brand new 191 rifles and shouted inside with loudspeakers. The moment the operation started, the layout was complete. There was no need to act covertly at this time. The soldiers coming this time were no ordinary soldier boys. They were all equipped with magic energy shock grenades and runic reinforcement bullets. Regarding the practical use of transcendent technology in reality had long since begun. 2 magical energy hybrid brigades had even been cultivated. The soldiers who came to assist tonight were part of them. The armaments on their bodies had all been reinforced by runes and magic multiple times. Their physical qualities have been strengthened through potions and special quenching methods, and they are strong enough to deal with most of the current transcendent threats, and are capable of handling most operations. Rune-enhanced bullets are even more powerful. They could effectively shake shields composed of various types of elements or magic. Ever since mastering the relevant technology, Huaxia's research in this area hadn't stopped. The Black Knight Squad and the several squads sent by the military, as part of the player forces, would assist the soldiers of the Magic Mixed Brigade in dealing with the Blood Clan together. Grandma Yan's Thunder and Priest Qing Qing's Holy Light were both great killers against the Bloods. The battle would be centered mostly around the outside of the building. Among them was the Black Knight himself, who was guarding a few hundred meters away from the mansion with the Ranger Sisters and the swift warrior Gulong, who was known for his speed. The terminal on his wrist projected a schematic of the structure. It showed the building structure in its entirety, along with the outline of the phalanx cage. Tan Ruiyuan is an old fox. Otherwise, it wouldn't have hidden for so long without revealing its fox tail. The Black Knight didn't mount the darkness-filled costumed warhorse. Instead, he waited patiently with his double-edged sword on his back. Who cares if it's a demon or a monster? One sword will finish it off. Gulong held the black orchid state in his mouth, somewhat eager to try. Mu Mu and Xiaonuan, on the other hand, were holding their emerald green longbows, quietly guarding the captain's side, and rarely did they quarrel. The building in front of them was riddled with gunfire, accompanied by thunder and holy light flashes. Under Zhang Shurong's command, the crowd did not go deeper. With 3 buildings, it was unknown how many nooks and crannies there were. It was too risky to rush into the search. Not only was it easy to be ambushed, there was also the possibility of encountering an accident. Therefore, everyone stared at the exits, including the underground caves. Force forced them to surrender with their hands tied. In addition, in order to prevent Tan Ruiyuan from jumping over the wall. This time, the Black Knight had also specially invited a casual high player named Southwind and Song to help out. This high roller was currently inside an armored blast car parked on the street. Southwind's talent was an excellent treasure hunting ability called Eye of Space. The initial ability was to perceive the terrain in a 500-meter radius and draw a 3-dimensional illustration of it using magic power. And the feedback of this illustration was real-time. The active ability of the 10th level was Empty Point Conversion, which could convert 1 or more points in the drawn illustration at any time. It was very much a kind of shifting. Of course, the point location couldn't be solid, such as the inside of a rock or dirt. And his level 30 ability was even stronger, called Empty Point Blocking, which could block a number of points in the drawn illustration on a spatial level. This ability, in conjunction with the spell blockade, could serve as both a surveillance and an effective way to prevent the target from escaping. Currently, what was displayed on the Black Knight's terminal was the schematic that came through the magic energy conduction. In itself, their action terminal was a product of the combination of technology and magic energy technology. Suddenly, one of the boundaries representing the spell blockade in the schematic, which was located underground, shattered. Southwind, convert up there. The Black Knight knew that a job was coming. That guy Tan Ruiyuan had prepared the underground passage for escape. "Prepare for battle," he bellowed. Mu Mu and Xiao Nuan immediately launched their dives and occupied the high ground respectively. Gu Long spat out the smoke in his mouth and tightly gripped the heavy sword with exaggerated dimensions. With just a flash, he arrived more than 10 meters away. His back was slightly arched, ready to explode. Incoming! The space ahead instantly blurred. A reminder from South Wind and Song came from within the terminal. Originally within the underground pipes, Tan Ruiyuan turned into a blood mist and rushed through a gap in the weaker lower layer of the spell in one fell swoop. There was still no time to run away. The four of them then saw a blur before their eyes and were directly transformed to the ground along with the space around them. Without standing on their feet, the Black Knight and Gulong had already killed them. Black Knight! Tan Ruiyuan and Shaman instantly turned into roaming bats and scattered. But before they could fly 10 meters, they ran head-on into a roiling rain of green arrows. The bodyguard Akang drew out his dual swords, and a protective light screen surfaced on his body surface. The other female bodyguard, Xiao Qin, waved her staff, and the concrete floor cracked in an instant. Hundreds of thorny vines grew violently, covering the entire ground. This was actually a nature-based spellcaster with not-so-weak strength. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. At the same time the Black Knight struck, he also sent out a signal. The other two action squads affiliated with the military were in the neighborhood. In the vines, Blood Chi and Sword Dancers danced together. A few kilometers away from the Millennium Regal Hotel building was the top of the Shanghai TV tower. Chun Xian was wearing a trench coat with his hands in his pockets. Lily Wei stood at his side, her long hair born from a kiss of fire fluttering with the evening breeze. This television tower used to be the city's landmark. The height was 237 meters. It wasn't comparable to the world-famous TV towers. But in the center of Shanghai City, it was also considered to stand out from the rest. The top of the tower was usually not open to visitors. However, Chun Xian obviously did not need to abide by this rule. He utilized the runestone light wind wings to easily fly here with Lilyway. With an excellent view, this place was completely able to look into the area where the Millennium Regal Hotel was located. However, since the municipal mirage system had been deployed there was no way to see the difference from the outside. Even the sound of fighting would be absorbed and shielded by the spell formation. Relying on the composite means of magic plus technology, the authority had rigidly created such a black box area in the city. "Master, are we just going to wait here?" Lily Wei pulled out a leather band and tied up her long hair. Chun Xian nodded. "Yes, just watch from here. There may be a show, or there can be none, it doesn't matter anyway," he replied casually in a mixed tone. There was no pissing about in the intensity of the battle. Both sides had made their vicious moves almost as soon as they met. Tan Ruiyuan and Charmin used the Blood Clan's natural means to shoot out a column of extremely corrosive blood. They could always turn into blood mist or disintegrate into bats to avoid the attacks. But even so, they were still unable to withstand the Black Knight. The frenzied swings coupled with the godly shadow spells were causing the duo to cry out in their hearts. The breath in their bodies was rapidly becoming weak. On the contrary, his two bodyguards had a couple of tricks up their sleeves, but they were also powerless to come to his support. Chapter 130. Hit Me on the Head, Update 3. Akong was a rare good short blade fighter. Relying only on the two short blades in his hands, he sparred with Gulong. As for that bodyguard Xiao Qin, she relied on her powerful nature-based spells to hold back the rain of arrows from Xiao Wan and Mu Mu all by herself. Judging from the performance of these two guys, their level in the game would never be lower than LV40. But the duo's defeat was only a matter of time. This was still because Gulong and the others had not dealt a death blow. It didn't matter why exactly these two guys were so loyal to Tan Ruiyuan. Capturing them would be more valuable than killing them outright. Even for Tan Ruiyuan himself. "We'll interrogate them after we catch them. Let's see if we can pull out the carrot and bring out the mud, and completely wipe out the blood descendants in the Chinese region." Utilizing the mental and mind interference type of talent, the authorities' interrogation was enough to make Tan Ruiyuan spill out everything he knew. At this moment, Nuan shot a rain of arrows to penetrate the ever-growing vines. Mu Mu, on the other hand, had one hand pinned to the ground, her palm erupting with green light. Although the two sisters were rangers, they followed the route of a nature ranger. In terms of their ability to manipulate plants alone, they might not be as good as a nature caster of the same level, but they still had no problem interfering with Xiao Qin's spellcasting for a short period of time. Sure enough, after Mu Mu's interference, her spell casting became much slower. The speed at which the vines were growing gradually failed to keep up with the speed at which they were being destroyed. Seeing an opportunity, Xiaonuan shot a green arrow that directly penetrated her thigh. On the other side, Gulong also shook off the twin swords in Kang's hands with the cooperation of his support team. With just a moment's delay, Kang was wrapped into a dumpling by the tough catch net woven by the steel wire. Shaman and Tan Ruiyuan were even more miserable. Every time they turned into blood mist, they were mercilessly chopped away by the Black Knight. His chopping could devour some of the blood mist's energy. This made the duo even weaker, but even so, they didn't dare to maintain their regular form to withstand the attacks. The blood mist state came with a high physical damage reduction at the very least. If they kept their torsos, they would just be decapitated in minutes. And the means of their Earl-level blood descendants could barely threaten the Black Knight. Whether it was a Bloodlight or a Fang Lunge, it would be easily recruited. At this point, the big picture was already set. Xiao Qin and Akon were both put in restraints and wrapped tightly. Even their mouths were sealed. There were also several fine gold runes that could temporarily seal off magic power attached to their bodies. The crowd surrounded them, and it was clear that it was already impossible to escape. Black Knight, stop. We can discuss this. I'm willing to cooperate with the authority in combating the underground forces developed by the blood descendants in China. Tan Ruiyuan opened his mouth to beg for mercy. He didn't promise any benefits. Who didn't know that the Black Knight style had always been iron-blooded, never showing mercy in the face of his enemies. So he chose the route of defection, using himself as a bargaining chip in exchange for a chance to live. Fuchi, you're crazy, the wretched shaman questioned in a stern voice. She was incredibly loyal to the blood ancestor, and Tan Ruiyuan didn't even look at her at this moment. After these words were spoken, the Black Knight stopped swinging. Raising his hand, he took out a special catch net gun woven with fine gold. There was a light shining on the surface. Its built-in catch net could not escape even if it turned into blood mist as long as the binding reached. Without words, without hesitation, the Black Knight directly pulled the trigger. The catch net fired out. While everyone was waiting for the moment of Tan Ruiyuan's arrest to appear, a new situation came, only to see Tan Ruiyuan decisively extend his crimson sharp claws and pierce through the chest of shaman beside him. While waving his hand to block the capture net with her body, he pulled out a heart that was strewn with magic patterns. Without mercy, he stuffed it into his mouth. I'm sorry, shaman, for living. The heart was the part where the blood crystals were stored, and it was the core of the energy in the Blood Clan's body. His mouth instantly opened several times larger, devouring the heart in milliseconds. The surging energy caused his body to explode with red light. Tan Ruiyuan did not use this power to continue fighting. The red airflow violently erupted underneath him, and the raging corrosive blood chi enveloped him in all directions. In a short period of time, it caused the nearby elemental environment to become disorganized. Afterwards, the blood chi suddenly solidified and began to suppress the crowd. Without delay, Tan Ruiyuan transformed into a fog and rushed up, steeply crashing through the formation. The usefulness of the authorities' spell formation lay in the overall closure. The protection against a single breakthrough was not strong. The breach in the spell formation quickly closed. It was only after half a minute that the solidified blood chi was broken by the Black Knight. The blood chi had condensed most of the essence in Shaman's body. The hearted Samantha died in peace, completely losing her life. The Black Knight gazed distantly and calmly gave a new order. Chase! Half a minute ago, above the Shanghai TV tower, Chun Xian saw a single point of fluctuation in the spell formation. Immediately afterward, a strand of red light broke through the AR illusion laid by the city mirage system. The wisp of red light was extremely fast at first, and the direction it flew from was not aimed straight at the TV tower though, but also not far from each other. The more it flew, the slower it became, and the crimson blood light continued to grow dimmer. Chun Xian's eyes lit up, and a pair of feathers made of airflow appeared behind him. It chased after it at the same time as Lilui. Yo, this is really bumping into me. He locked onto the red light that had dimmed to the point where it almost blended in with the night. The chase went in the direction of the outskirts. The other party had been barely flying to the elevated highway on the outskirts of the city, picking out a minivan heading to another area. Afterwards, he collected his breath and lay down in the middle of the vehicle's bucket, covering his body with a tarp. Intending to keep as low a profile as possible, he first stayed away from Shanghai City. Meanwhile, Tan Ruiyuan was severely injured and was no longer capable of maintaining his blood-mist flight. He had to recuperate for a while. Transferring with the help of a moving vehicle was the safe way to go. With that breath-converting strange object, he was certain that he would be able to escape. In fact, after arriving outside, it wasn't difficult to escape. The difficult step lay in previously escaping from the Black Knight and the many powerful people. Under the tarp, Tan Ruiyuan gasped in pain. He pulled out a blood bag from his storage space and bit open the seal to suck on it. Considering this guy's wealth and status, he didn't lack space props of good quality. The blood entering his throat allowed his state to recover slightly. However, to completely recover, he would need at least a week of recuperation. Chen Xian, I'll remember you. He did not remember the Black Knight. The other party was following orders. There was no personal vendetta, but he hated Chen Xian, just as he was gritting his teeth. 100 meters up in the air from the driveway, Chen Xian and Lilui were following easily in a flying stance. Ready! He revealed his full set of equipment, and the Dominator's hand was pointed at the moving vehicle from afar. And Lilui also took out her short staff, the tip of which burst with red flames. Aim the flames at the bucket of the vehicle, and try not to spread to the front of the vehicle. With a final admonition, the duo immediately lowered their altitude. In the next second, blazing cluster flames erupted towards the bottom, completely flooding the entire car bucket. Chapter 131 Decisive Kill, Update 1. The hot streams of flame landed in the car bucket with precision like a waterfall. In an instant, it turned the entire car bucket into a moving fire pit. The orange-colored flame light illuminated most of the road, and the ear-piercing sound of brakes followed. Chen Xian's body was shrouded in a ring of protective fire as he gripped the wind and thunder battle axe tightly in his left hand and slashed out a wind by strike, and the sharp axe blade constructed by the wind spirit elemental directly chopped the bucket and the front end of the car apart. The expected damage of more than 4 digits was reflected in reality, which was an effect like cutting through gold and iron. Not to mention the fact that the wind by strike also came with an armor-breaking effect, making it the most suitable for hard encounters. The fire-burning bucket stopped sideways. This all happened within 2 to 3 seconds. However, there was no half reaction in the sea of fire, and it was easy for people to subconsciously become suspicious. How calm! Chen Xian, however, did not hesitate for half a second. Raising his hand, he unleashed Dominator power. The added force and field effects of this move originated from Chen Xian's own physique. The final force applied was equivalent to the result of his physique being amplified to a certain degree. It was no exaggeration to say that this was a long-range physique amplifier. In fact, a body psyche of over 100 points could almost exert a force equivalent to 200 or 300 body psyche points. Therefore, he directly exerted a force aimed at the car bucket to suppress it downwards and plastically energize it into a solid body. Boom! After the loud sound, the Che-Do sank downward as if it had eaten a Rudraksh palm that fell from the sky. The flames were slapped around. The charred black tarp was revealed, as well as Tan Ruiyuan, who had been suppressed by the hand of plastic energy. It was not until this time that Chen Xian realized. It wasn't that the other party was composed, but that he simply didn't have the strength to resist in the face of this thunderously swift surprise attack. Tan Ruiyuan, who had managed to escape by bursting out the essence of shaman's blood qi, was already weak. At this moment, he was even taken down in one fell swoop. His large back hair that was neatly combed backward was almost burnt out. His reddened eyes were staring at Chen Xian, who was rapidly falling towards him. The charred and chapped lips trembled slightly, as if they wanted to say something. However, the only thing that entered his field of vision was the axe blade that was bursting with electric arcs. Eft! He first heard the sound of breaking leather, and then all the sounds gradually became distant. The perspective shifted, and he felt like he was standing up. Eyes turned with difficulty and saw a headless corpse. This body is so familiar. Oh, so it was my head that was cut off. Kill Purple Bloodborne Earl Tan Rue Yuan LV38. Obtained. Secret Silver Coin +3. Experience Value +3040. Obtained. Purple 4th Order Blood Crystal X2. Hardcore player Bloodborne Tan Rue Yuan's item inheritance. This guy was a hardcore player in the Otherworld, so by killing him in reality, he would also be able to fully inherit it. Chen Xian took one look at his double-eyed head and tossed it aside with his hand. He was too lazy to listen to even one more word from the other party. It didn't matter if he had tried to beg for mercy, lure or threaten before, scattering the hand of plastic energy. Tan Ruiyuan's player storage space was completely open to him. Chun Xian could open it and transfer it across space. Not being able to check it out, he did a light-speed scavenging. All of them were packed away first. As for the equipment on Tan Ruiyuan's body, most of it had become tattered and torn during the intense battle. Only a strange object surrounded by an orange halo was preserved. Chun Xian accepted it as it was. Turning his eyes, he saw another detonator with a flashing red light in his hand. The hand of plastic energy was transformed from virtual to real, so it was a total suppression. Tan Ruiyuan couldn't even move a single finger. Holding that detonator, Chun Xian estimated that if he was a moment late in his attack, he would definitely choose to detonate it. In this way, he would allow the rear to be confused, buying him a chance to escape. While fighting the Black Knight and the others, he would definitely not have the opportunity to detonate. The thoughts in his mind spun at high speed, and Chun Xian guessed the truth of the matter. After doing so, he exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath. The road at the back was completely blocked. The authorities' aftermath team would definitely have to work overtime tonight. Just as he wanted to leave, in the darkness of the night, a figure with a galloping horse came leaping from the sky. The horse with 4 hooves heavy with black light landed steadily. The visitor was none other than the Black Knight. "Oh! How did you get him killed? Now the trail is sort of broken." The familiar voice appeared precisely in Chun Xian's ears without spilling half a bit. Even if I didn't kill, he didn't want to live. Tan Ruiyuan's will to escape was firm. The Blood Race's first embrace was definitely not as simple as rumored. I'm afraid that it was both assimilation and shackles. Otherwise, it was impossible for Tan Ruiyuan's nature to be so determined to escape. However, the exact secrets of it could only be known by the blood descendants. Hearing Chun Xian's words, the Black Knight stopped squeaking. In the next second, he raised his hand to catch the detonator that Chun Xian threw at him. "I'll go first. But don't forget the reward." Chun Xian waved his hand and flew away in the air with Lily Wei. He would leave the job of wiping his ass to the authority, and he was too lazy to think about it that much. 1 minute ago, the moment Tan Ruiyuan died, the blood descendants who received his first embrace all developed a sharp pain in their hearts. Wailing sounds rose and fell. Among them was a blood descendant Viscount Guohong. He had previously been dispatched by Tan Ruiyuan to take over the task of monitoring Chun Xian. But by the time he arrived at the target's rental house, he realized that it was already empty. He then chose to return, and before he even arrived at the Millennium Galleria hotel building, he sensed that something was wrong. Until now, the boss was dead. As subordinate blood descendants, they would suffer pain and fall into a period of weakness. "I have to escape. We must report the circumstances of Tan Dong's suffering." Covering his chest, Guohong hid in an alleyway around the corner of a convenience store. Gritting his teeth, he stumbled and turned away. Romania, the city of Brașov. Black Church. This was once the largest Catholic church in Romania. Currently, it has become a stronghold of the blood ancestors. The icon in the main nave was toppled over and covered with bloodstains. In front of the icon was a luxury version of the cross coffin. A candlestick was placed densely around it. There were about thousands of red and black candles burning. Strangely enough, these candles were burning without the consumption of candle tears. Suddenly, 2 of the candles went out one after another in a matter of minutes. Boom! The coffin lid was roughly pushed open. The hazy blood mist drifted out and dense. The blood ancestor wearing a high-collared cloak sat up from it. Turning his head, he looked at the 2 candles that were completely extinguished. Chaman, Tan. It seems that the blood descendants in the eastern region of China have been exposed. Go! Investigate the matter clearly. Blood ancestor's voice was icy cold. After he finished speaking, the tightly closed window next to the church suddenly opened. The flapping sound of bat wings faded away. Chapter 132 Twin-born blood ancestors. Splashing heavenly riches. Update 2. The candlelight swayed. The blood-stained icon cast distorted shadows on the wall. The blood ancestor sat straight in the pavilion, as if he were a wooden man. Huaxia, Huaxia. There is an abundant population and high-quality blood qi there, far more suitable for the development of my blood race than the dirty Tianju region. It must not be given up so easily. The Sea of Blood plan must be made sure to be foolproof, he stated in a low voice, as if talking to himself. The blood ancestor had alabaster-like cold-textured skin. His long dark hair fell to his waist. He actually had a flawless female face. Moreover, whether it was the slender waist or the full upper body, all of them carried female characteristics. The most incongruous thing was that lower body that stood tall. After the low male voice, he seamlessly switched to a slender and soft female voice. Even the facial expression steeply changed to a feminine look. Tan is in charge of collecting blood materials in eastern China. A handover was just completed a few days ago. Although the red cocoon in Huaxia did not coalesce in the area he was in charge of, and all the information would be destroyed immediately, there is still a possibility that news about the red cocoon could leak out after his death. China's otherworldly administration is one of the forces that keeps everything under the best control among the 7 regions. Definitely not to be underestimated. The female voice was gentle and spoke smoothly. It was stating the problem out without any haste. At that moment, the male voice switched. "Honey, then what do you think should be done?" The female voice suddenly became cold. "We can't make it into an additive tactic. It will only mess everything up. An archduke should be deployed to travel with the blood ancestor guards to the Chinese region to investigate." "Good. Then let Bezors go. He just broke through the second stage leveling bottleneck, and in terms of leveling alone, he is also among the top among the players in the 7 regions. China, Shanghai City. The aftermath team of the Shanghai branch of the Otherworldly Authority was busy wiping their asses for the previous operation. The situation around the Millennium Galleria hotel building was not too bad. Most of the Bloods had either surrendered or were subdued after Tan Ruyuan's death due to the severe pain in his heart that rendered him incapable of fighting. What was more troublesome was the elevated city outskirts. There was quite a bit of traffic there at the time. As a result, there were many eyewitnesses and a wide variety of videos out there. The Internet Public Opinion team was responsible for blocking the relevant videos. At the same time, members of the Aftermath team personally talked to those witnesses one-on-one and eventually signed confidentiality agreements. This process is still quite effective. However, in the past 6 months, there were still traces of the incident that had been leaking out from time to time. This led to a very small percentage of people on the network already vaguely noticing the change in the world. The follow-up would become increasingly difficult to deal with. After all, paper could not wrap fire. Black Knight Zhang Shurong disarmed his armor and crouched by the elevated side that had been blocked off. The 3 brothers, Dali and Abiao, smoked cigarettes next to each other. Gu Long still adhered to the principle of only smelling and not smoking, quietly sniffing his black Lanzhou. "Captain, you've been stuck on your advancement test for almost a month. Are you still unsure?" Recently, our Huaxia region, including the other 6 regions, have had quite a few T1 rank players break through the level 50 mark one after another. You've fallen to 127th place in the Huruan global ranking list, and your ranking within this region has also slipped to 35th place. Previously, you were also the king of roles who almost rushed into the top 10 of this region's ranking list. The muscularly swollen vigor blew out a round of smoke rings and looked wistfully at Zhang Shurong. However, he saw him smile indifferently. "Whatever. The rank list isn't allowed. Who knows how many more Go Kings are hiding and not coming out? Just be strong enough to fight. The next step is to build up your strength. After all, my advancement difficulty can be much higher than the average player." As he said that, he took out an orange in his hand as if he was doing a trick, and peeled the skin in a delicate and slow manner. Dali was helpless, but also knew that this kind of thing could not be rushed. The stage test faced by each player was different. It would be judged comprehensively according to talent, occupation, and game history. The hard ones were hard to die for. The easy ones were as easy as eating and drinking. But those tests that were harder would benefit more after successfully breaking through. "All right, Captain. Just make sure you have the numbers. By the way, who exactly provided the source of intelligence for this operation?" They were not aware of that private meeting between the Black Knight and Chen Xian. The investigation report on the green shade Otherworld was suppressed by him. After stuffing a full orange petal wrapped in white into his mouth, the Black Knight rolled his eyes. "Confidential. You really can't say. Let's wait until our colleagues in the intelligence team check out the subsequent clues, and if the time is right, I'll tell you what happened." Just as Vigor was about to pursue the question, the terminal on Zhang Shurong's wrist suddenly rang. Buzz, buzz. Just as he glanced down at the number displayed, his eyes instantly lit up and he quickly stepped aside to answer it. "Hello. Yes. What's the address? See you in 15 minutes. After finishing briefly, his doll face was all excited. "What's up, team leader?" Gu Long asked curiously as he held his cigarette behind his ear. In response, Zhang Shurong just smiled mysteriously. Waving his hand, he summoned his own embodied warhorse, and his 4 hooves flew into the sky with black air, rushing to a certain place in the city by the color of the night. Inside the duplex suite, Chun Xian sat on the sofa. The original coffee table in the living room had been moved. The vacated open space was piled with gold, large bundles of banknotes from various countries, expensive jewelry handcrafted by famous artists, and some antique paintings and calligraphy. These riches came from a storage bracelet, all of which were emergency assets that Tan Ruiyuan had stockpiled. The gold alone amounted to about 1,200 kilograms, totaling close to a target value. There was about that much in cash as well, mainly Chinese, Europa, and Amerindian currencies. The value of the jewelry and antiques was unknown, but it certainly wasn't a small amount either. It was the first time in his life that Chun Xian had seen so much money. He had originally thought that he was out of the lowly taste of loving money. However, after taking them all out, he still couldn't help but feel shocked. Luckily, this emotion did not last long. His father had died early, and his mother was a middle school language teacher who had not yet reached retirement age. She had always been independent in her usual life, and was not the kind of strong mother who liked to be remotely disciplined. Now that he had money, it was time to find a way to improve life for his mother. Also have to try to leave hidden protections around her. Prevent her from becoming a target of the day's hostiles. A few days ago, he couldn't be bothered to think about these issues. After all, he couldn't even guarantee his own safety at that time. Now, however, Chun Xian thought that he could save up for a rainy day. Backhandedly, he put away all the realistic wealth. What really surprised him was not the banknotes. Rather, it was the crates of otherworldly currency. It was simply a splash of wealth. After a quick stowage and inventory of the player's storage space, he ended up with a surprising number: Eclipsed Gold Coins 279, Secret Silver Coin 1773, Ancient Copper Coin 38,329. Chapter 133 Emblem of the Faceless One, Inheritance Quest Stage 2 Update 3. These were all recently acquired by Tan Ruiyuan from various players, but certainly not all of them, because he wasn't acquiring them for himself, but for the entire Blood Descent organization. Also in one of the storage props were items such as first to third order potions, spell scrolls, runestones, and so on. The quantities weren't much for a single power, but there were also 20 to 30 copies of each. It was enough to satisfy Chun Xian's needs for single use. After all, there were quite a few current players who were willing to offer currency, while not many were willing to sell props. Especially the magic copper coin, it was the basic currency that was bound to explode from small whiteboard monsters. According to 100 equivalent 1 gram of gold conversion, many players will choose to sell some to improve their lives, beautifully putting away all the loot. Chun Xian began to check out the equipment and props that Tan Ruiyuan had collected himself. In between flipping through them, he suddenly saw a blood-red letterhead mixed in. The letter had been mostly burnt, and it looked like it was originally intended to be burnt. Yet somehow it had been preserved with all of this. Chun Xian flipped over the tattered letterhead, which was filled with the words of the Blood Clan. Sharp intuition told him that this letter might be related to the organization known as the Bloods. After considering for a moment, Chun Xian still dialed Zhang Shurong's number. If you don't get rid of the grass, it will grow again in the spring. Not reporting what you know is not a good crowd. It was better to find a professional to deal with a professional matter. Chun Xian just wanted to quietly count the small amount of money that had just arrived. Took a minute to make an appointment with Zhang Shurong to meet here in the duplex suite. He then proceeded to check his loot. Tan Ruiyuan's personal stockpile of supplies wasn't really all that bountiful. The Bloods were both an ethnicity and his profession in the Otherworld. These guys relied more on instinct and talent to fight, and their need for external equipment wasn't that high. He originally had a purple suit on him, but unfortunately it was completely busted. Beating up and taking it to be repaired when the durability was low were two different things. The former was equivalent to becoming scrap, while the latter could be utilized again, only that each repair would lower the durability limit a bit. The only thing that was kept was the orange-colored oddity and the various types of standing props in the storage space. Among them, there was no lack of fine spell scrolls of the 4th rank, as well as various reparation items made from blood. In addition to that, Chun Xian also found a large number of blood packs in a separate storage ring. It was worth mentioning that that storage ring was of the purple rare grade, and was of a higher quality than his small spatial ring. Not only was it more spacious, it also had a certain preservation function. Chen Xian just happened to change along the way. The purple-ranked spatial ring was kept for his own use, while the blue-ranked spatial small ring and the other storage bracelet were given to Lily Wei to use. Anyway, he still had a golden scale Fisk's organizer, so he wouldn't be short of storage space at all. It was only through a reasonable distribution of resources that things could be utilized to their fullest potential. After taking a slight inventory, Chen Xian was greatly satisfied with his harvest. These materials were enough for him to use for a long time. There was no need to purchase additional items, which was considered to have saved a lot of time. Sitting on the sofa in a relaxed manner, Chen Xian instantly felt incomparably cozy. With a light clap of his hands, 2 translucent blood crystals appeared in his palm, as well as the emblem-shaped oddity. As usual, he first glanced at the blood crystals. The results that surfaced from the subtitles made him a little impatient. 4th Order Blood Crystal. Quality: Rare Grade. Essence condensed from the blood of a blood race descendant. Effect: Increases life value after use. Effect: Randomly increases life value limit by 125,625 points after use. Effect: Randomly increases life value limit by 125,625 points after use. The maximum number of blood crystals per level is Physique 5. Blood crystals were like tonics. Although there was a stage-by-stage upper limit for taking them, they were standard, favorable, and harmless. There were no half-hearted side effects, and it was reassuring to take them all. However, even if there were side effects, robbing Ashes to return to the ruins would be able to set them all right. Raising his hand and throwing 2 blood crystals into his mouth, Chen Xian bit down and swallowed. The soothing warmth flowed through his entire body, causing him to lick the corners of his mouth. Ding! Taking 4th Order blood crystals. Life value limit plus 377. Take. Life value limit plus 529. Chen Xian's luck was still relatively good. With this kind of random gain, he was able to draw good values every time. Vampires are good. Vampires have to be killed. He'd scared. After getting a taste of it, he looked for where to go to catch some more bloodsuckers to kill. More or less, he couldn't get enough of it. Shaking his head, he only barely managed to collect his thoughts. Immediately, he focused on the emblem. The ancient emblem was filled with traces of age. Its base color was the most understated antique copper, and there were quite a few abrasions on its surface. The carving was simple, a human face with no specific features carved out, resembling a heavily worn portrait coin. If it weren't for the orange halo around its periphery, it would have been easy to overlook based on that selling point alone. Gazing slightly, he saw the detailed attributes of this thing. Emblem of the Faceless One. Quality: Epic Grade. Type: Curiosity. Effect: Faceless One. When worn, it can conceal one's own breath, bloodline, character information, and face, and will not be spied on by detection abilities below the 5th rank. Face for draft: I choose to leave it blank. This thing was somewhat useful. Although Chen Xian was harboring the dual-life evil face, it could similarly serve to disguise his identity. However, although it was of high rank, its effect was not as comprehensive as this emblem. Moreover, aside from his own need for disguise, Lily Wei was also in need of a strange item in this regard. Could be said that this emblem came at just the right time. After thinking about it, he handed the emblem over to Lily Wei. He himself used the twin-life evil face. Beautifully completing the distribution, Chen Xian stretched his back and prepared to wait for Zhang Shurong to arrive and go out for a midnight snack together. This wave's harvest had left him with a mouthful of food. No wonder those superheroes loved dealing with villains. This kind of operation of robbing the bad and rich themselves was simply too good to be true. He got up with a flourish and was about to take a step towards the window when he was suddenly stunned in place. Ding! Continuously undergoing lightning erosion 100,000. Hidden profession Raging Thunder Apostle Inheritance Side Quest Stage I completed. Quest reward: 2-stage quest open, physical fitness plus 50, Thunder Affinity rank plus 1, Thunder Elemental Resistance plus 25% for all ranks. Ding! Hidden profession Fury Thunder Apostle Inheritance Side Quest Stage 2 opens. Task requirements: attract and absorb 60 natural thunderbolts, search for materials, orange thunder plasma, orange electricity liquid, gold void thunder patterns, and look for a senior thunder rune forger with a high level of title to use thunder plasma, electricity liquid, and void thunder patterns as the materials to carve 12 primitive thunder runes on the torso. Quest reward: Final Order Quest Open, Physique plus 350, Thunder Affinity rank plus 3, Full rank Thunder Elemental Resistance plus 45%, Skill Storm Vector Thunder Bomb, Thunder Eclipse Emblem rank plus 2. Without realizing it, he completed the first stage. The effects of thunder erosion were happening every moment, including when he was in the Otherworld. So the actual completion progress was a bit faster than he had predicted. Chapter 134 Chen Xian's Request, Update 1. This inheritance mission was not simple. It was good that, after the second stage was the final stage. Standard self-mutilation type task, full of disobedient human nature test. It also contained the ancient Oriental philosophy of no pain, no gain. But Chen Xian, as a young man of the new century, practiced the principle of first bitter may not necessarily be followed by sweet, but first sweet must be sweet. The previous thunder erosion effect was fine. After all, it wouldn't cause any substantial damage. Side effects such as paralysis could be shielded by the ruins of the ashes. But the second stage of the mission requires natural lightning, is not sure. If you don't get it right, you'll be directly struck to death. Ding. Thunder Affinity level plus 1. Your body has been transformed by lightning erosion, and you currently possess a green fine-grade thunder affinity, with plus 5% power and plus 10% resistance to relevant spells. Your current lightning attribute resistance is plus 35%. Your current lightning attribute resistance is plus 35%. Elemental affinity leveling up was also something that would increase the associated resistance. Combined with the 25% lightning resistance rewarded upon completion of the first stage of the quest, it brought his total relevant resistance to 35%. Of course, the final effect of any resistance was based on one's own double resistance. 35% was nothing more than the equivalent of 1 point of thunder resistance becoming 1.35. Only word prefixes like immunity and mitigation represented a direct reduction in damage. There were strong and weak powers of natural lightning. I'm afraid that the weak ones weren't much stronger than a third-order lightning spell. However, the strong ones could not be described. Calling it a natural disaster was not too much to ask. It's a bit tricky, ah. Chen Xian felt the pressure. One had to find those natural lightning of average strength to test the waters. This matter was not urgent, and the mission was not limited to having to be in the Starfall continent. Then looking for lightning in the Blue Star to do a chop seemed to be the best option, and the risk would be a bit lower as well. In the Starfall continent, thunder and lightning could be more than just a natural phenomenon. Occasionally, it would be accompanied by the agitation of thunder elemental magic. If one was unlucky, one would be directly split into crumbs and ashes. Scratching his head, this wrathful Thunderwalker inheritance profession wasn't really that easy to handle. In addition to being struck by lightning, one also had to gather materials and draw those runes on the body that sounded unpleasant. But to put it another way, the harder the quest, the stronger the profession that eventually arrived. And according to the mission description, whether it was thunder eclipse or going to endure natural lightning strikes, it was all about tempering and transforming the physique. Let it be. The quest wasn't mandatory anyway, and he had also become more adapted to the warrior side of the fight. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Chen Xian didn't need to look to know that the one who came was Zhang Shurong. Opening the door to his room, he couldn't wait to walk in. With a wave of his hand, he laid down a gray film of light capable of shielding prying eyes and eavesdropping. Yunfeng, where are the clues about the activities of the blood descendants in the Huaxia region? Zhang Shurong looked a little eager. The young warrior was eager to establish merit. In response, Chen Xian smiled without saying anything and handed him the half-letterhead. Zhang Shurong, who had gotten the remnants of the letter, hastily spread it out. Looking at the words on it, he frowned. The information on it should be useful, right? Chen Xian curiously said. However, he saw Zhang Shurong shake his head. I don't recognize it. They're using Blood Clan script and the strokes are still very scribbled. So I'll have to leave it to my colleagues in the intelligence team. He looked a little anxious and was about to leave with the letterhead. At this moment, Chen Xian suddenly reached out and stopped him. I don't really care about how many rewards and credits you can get for eliminating a blood descent organization. But right now, I will only mention my request. Originally, Chen Xian had planned to find a snack stand with the Black Knight to chat over a meal. However, seeing that the other party looked so eager, he was only afraid that he was busy with his official duties. He also simply opened the door. Good. That's the way it should be. Zhang Shurong put away the remnants of the letter and looked seriously at Chen Xian, waiting for his next words. Upon hearing this, Mr. Chen was not polite and directly stated his request. I need the authority to collect 3 materials for me. Electricity liquid, thunder pulp, and void thunder patterns. The grade is quite high. Secondly, I also need a privileged identity, including my account, and all personal information should be protected. Lastly, I also need statistics on the global lightning climate. After collecting Tanrui Yuan, he wasn't short of money either on the Blue Star or the Starfall continent side. There was also no shortage of various types of props and materials. In fact, the fact that he was able to successfully scavenge Tanrui Yuan was also because Zhang Shurong deliberately let the water out. After all, Tanrui Yuan had been heavily injured by the Black Knight and the others, consuming a lot of manpower and material resources. Theoretically, everything on him should have been seized. But in the end, it was Chen Xian who picked up the slack. In this regard, Zhang Shurong did not look deeply into it. There was already an element of friendship here. Therefore, it was not difficult to understand why he appeared to be impartial now. Currently, what Chen Xian lacked was a privileged identity. Acting as an ordinary person had too many constraints, and there were many aspects to be concerned about. The electricity liquid and thunder plasma are both high-grade materials of the thunder elemental system. This void thunder pattern is not even something I've heard of. Regardless, I'll think of a way to at least try to get the first 2 items in a short period of time. As for the privileged status, this is also fine. I probably know what you're thinking. Tomorrow I'll send you an invitation as a reserve member in the name of the captain, nominally joining the Black Knight Squad's reserve team. In reality, you don't have to perform any missions. Privileges and identity will be credited to the system, in addition to physical credentials. Information data and accounts will be protected by special permissions. Of course, you also don't have the allowances and benefits of a combat member, and you are even more unable to accumulate merit points to exchange for supplies at the internal mall. The last thing is the information on the lightning climate. I will send it to you in the next 2 days. Zhang Shurong was a bit helpless. Fortunately, these requests were not too much. Speaking of which, although this credit was not small, if one did the math, one really did not take advantage of anything. However, considering the gift of saving his life and the secrets that might be hidden in Chen Xian's body, befriending him was all worth it. Good. Only after seeing his quick agreement did Chen Xian reveal a smile. This thing called friendship was something that no one could say without going through the test of time. Although he believed in Zhang Shurong's character, he believed even more in the benefits that came to hand. After sending Zhang Shurong away, Chen Xian sat alone on the sofa, took out his cell phone and ordered a few longer and thicker lightning rods, plus a full set of materials such as grounding wires and grounding pins. Lightning is very common in nature. Whether or not you can hit yourself depends on fate, and the lightning rod is a bridge on this fate. As for the materials needed for the mission, let Zhang Shurong think of a way first. The authority definitely had more ways than himself. After dealing with these things, he lazily laid down on the sofa and swiped through the forums. Liliwei, on the other hand, wore an apron and swept and spread bedding in their respective rooms. Actually, this kind of life was quite cozy. What the hell is this? Chen Xian, who was in the middle of brushing the forums, suddenly let out a light hum. He saw a post with his nickname hanging on it. Chapter 135 Smears and Quest Progress, Update 2. Everyone, pay attention to these 2 players who are killing people. The nicknames are Cloudy Wind and Morning Glory. The bolded title stood out. The posting time was this morning, and so far there were already dozens of replies and hundreds of likes. But even more were stomps, which were more than 3 times the number of likes. Clicking on the post, it portrayed himself and Asajiri as guys who pretended to cooperate, but in reality, they were killing people to get rid of them. Twisted most of the facts. But then it exposed the exact location. Precisely to the belonging to the state city and the newbie village, the intention to draw war and smear is very obvious. In the replies, apart from those who were following the trend, there were still quite a few Rizhonka. They said that if the situation was true, then they should go to the local authority to go through their memories and incorporate them into the blacklist after the actual hammering, instead of posting here. The fact is that similar smears used to happen quite a bit. It's basically a thieving operation. There were people who initially chimed in, but after more wolfing around, this kind of tax had been received decades later. Any player with a normal brain wouldn't believe it right away. Chen Xian exited the post and clicked on a stomp. It didn't take any guessing to know that this post was definitely sent by the three abstract brothers. He opened the microchat and left a message for Chaomu, asking her to find a forum administrator to report it when she had time. Yesterday, he added Chao Mu's contact information. This will just send a message. The opposite side came a second reply. Chao Mu, you're not on today? Chan Xian. Yeah, a little something. Saved up my stamina for the day. I'll find time to go up after midnight. Chair. All right. I probably have a few more days before I can level up to 30 and get ready for the stage test. We can team up in these days. I won't hold you back. Communicating in this kind of public chat software, both sides tacitly did not talk about words like otherworldly. It was just chatting like ordinary travelers. After experiencing what happened at the Garanchi Research Stronghold, her mindset had also undergone a considerable shift. Initially, she had only treated Chen Xian as a novice with good talent and luck, but now it was as if she had the mindset of wanting to hug her thigh. One could only say that this was also human nature. Chen Xian was not averse to her, and her character had been tested in previous events. At least it wasn't the kind of extreme profit seeker. It already had the qualifications to be one's teammate. After a slight pause, he smoothly sent a line. After estimating the time of daybreak in the Starfall continent, the two sides agreed on what time they would be online next. Chen Xian then resolutely ended the conversation. Regarding the abstract three brothers, if he had the chance to meet them, he would have to kill them. But purposely going to retaliate or something, that was also unnecessary. Time was precious, and every second should be spent on increasing strength. As long as there was enough strength, getting them killed would be a matter of words. One should not take the bull by the horns. Setting an alarm for 5 a.m., Chan Xian waved his hand at Lilvi, who had just cleaned up her room. I'm going upstairs first. See you in the morning. Master. Good night. Lily Wei took off her apron and greeted him in a warm tone. The grand house was just great. Both upstairs and downstairs had their own bathrooms, and the guest rooms were even more plentiful. Chen Xian chose a balcony room upstairs, while the downstairs was left to Liliwei's own planning. Lying on the newly made bed, he rested his arms behind his head. There were no random thoughts, nor was it like in the past when all he could think about before going to bed was his desire for Nico. Now all Chen Xian thought about was how to become stronger. The vast Starfall continent was filled with countless puzzles, and he longed to get out of the novice village as soon as possible to really take a look at the outside world. Thinking about it, Chen Xian also fell asleep. The following day, Starfall continent. In the misty forest, somewhere in the Demon Descent camp. Flames were rising here, and there were wailing sounds from near death before death all around. Before this, the demon descendants living here were mainly a type of small monsters known as sharp blade demons. They belonged to the close relatives, or branches, of the inferior demons. Demon descent was a generalized term. Inferior demons belonged to the demon descendants, but the demon descendants were more than just inferior demons. All of the right arms of the sharp blade demons were characterized by skeletal mutation, their natural weapon. Even after breaking it, it can slowly regenerate. They were flexible and were considered formidable foes to novices. However, in the eyes of Chen Xian and the others, they were just walking experience packs. About 200 of the sharpshooter demons in the entire camp were white bards, along with dozens of elites and a dozen captain levels. The levels were generally between LV 1525. The strongest was the camp boss double blade demon Maz. That gang possessed a purple commander class rank and a level of LV 32. The good thing was that it was just a purely physical type of demon, not as difficult as the original inferior demon wizard Moore. The level of intelligence was also far less than it. It looked like a newly enlightened primitive chief. However, the fighting instincts were still very strong. Chan Xian, Lily Wei, and Chao Ling, the three of them joined forces together. Starting with the most classic tactic of luring monsters and clearing them out. It took almost more than 2 hours to kill through the entire camp from the periphery. When the axe blade that was haunted by the wind whirlwind chopped off the head of the double-bladed demon, it was announced that this camp was completely destroyed. Killed purple double-bladed demon Maz LV32. Acquired secret silver coin X2, magic copper coin X52. Experience value plus 1,536 group distribution 1024 plus 768 evil air nemesis. Obtained purple hardened demon twin blades 1 pair, purple skill stone sword and blade dual wielding. Chen Xian was responsible for taking heads as usual. The loot was then distributed directly with Chaomu. He took the skill stones while Asajiri got the pair of rare grade dual blades. Regarding Liliwai's identity, Chen Xian had already told the truth. After learning the truth, Chaomu was even more in awe of him. Having thoroughly cleared the entire camp of sharpshooter demons, Chen Xian walked towards the half-buried crypt located in the center of the camp. He began to search for clues related to the exotic domain or rift sacrifice. The barbaric sharp blade demons could not even build a tent without a sorcerer to lead them. The crypt was very messy, with a large number of unidentified skeletons scattered about, and a strong fishy odor filled the air. Entering it was no different than entering the lair of a wild beast. Chen Xian found 2 ancient bronze treasure chests here, and as usual, split one with Chaomu. There were no books or paper notes found, as the twin-bladed demon was simply illiterate. After searching for a while, Chen Xian found half of a broken wooden carving under a few scorched black leg bones that had been roasted. The image carved on it was closer to a devil than an inferior or sharp-edged demon. Under insight, this wooden carving showed up as Quest Mutilated Statue of the Mad Devil. A wooden statue of a berserker demon carved by the bored double-bladed demon Maz based on recent sightings. Shoddily done and still in a damaged state. The only thing it serves is to further corroborate that this guy has seen some demons. Quest Progress Update. Quest Herald of the Demon Plague. Investigation Progress 1-6. After seeing the prompt, Chen Xian put away the wooden sculpture, turned around and led the way to start scraping the ground. Chapter 136 Purge Quests and Upgrades Go Better Together. Update 3. Before going online, Chen Xian's experience progress was LV15, experience value 77,337, 82,459. After completely clearing out this sharpshooter demon camp, his level became LV17 experience value 99,775, a cool 2 levels up, with 10 more points of assignable free attributes and 2 more points of physical strength cap. Liliwei also leveled up again. It reached LV19. After another boost from the Fire Spirit template and talent, it allowed the Spirit attribute to grow by an additional 12 points. An aborigine like her who was born with her own template expertise would have been a proper future boss if she hadn't been captured or taken in. The growth attribute gained from basic upgrades was much more than that of a player. Speaking of experience and upgrades, the reward of coins and experience value given by monsters is related to class and level. In the case of whiteboard monsters, for example, each level corresponds to 10 base experience. For every level up, it multiplies on top of that. So brushing monsters and upgrading is also a watered-down process. Plus the restriction that the experience of monsters with too large a level gap will be drastically cut, adding to the difficulty of practicing leveling. Of course, for strong players, everything was more casual. Like the current Chen Xian, he could pick the leveling spots around Grey Crow Village at will. There was also the pyromancer Liliwei, who specialized in group attacks, as his partner. The efficiency of brushing monsters was riding high, not to mention the fact that clearing quests and leveling were originally made for each other. Counting the 35 points of stamina he had accumulated yesterday, he had more than 70 points of stamina to distribute today. He could still be online for 7 or 8 hours straight. It would be no problem to brush up to LV19. This speed was already considered very formidable amongst players. With regards to combat, Chen Xian had also become more and more familiar with it. Let's go. Continue to the next demon descent camp. After scraping the ground and picking up quite a few chicken bits and pieces that could be sold for money, Chen Xian waved his hand. He had a thicker bottom now, but he hadn't given up the fine tradition of scraping the ground. As the saying goes, 1 point, 2 points, save up and get married. Today's arrogance predicts tomorrow's bankruptcy, and there will definitely be a spring for scraping. Carrying a hunting bow on her back, Chaomu followed along and mixed up most of her leveling experience, looking satisfied. It wasn't like she was dragging her feet in the group. Players like Chen Xian, who were temporarily taking the path of the reckless flow, were best paired with teammates who were mages and archers. The former represented a high level of spell damage AoE, while the latter was a strong and powerful long-range physical output. If another nurse and MT to join, a standard player squad would have been formed. It's not bad now. At the very least, you can completely run amok in the novice village. Walking out of the camp and stepping into the misty forest, Chen Xian spread out the player map. It had already incorporated the records of the old Falcon Eyes village chief, so the amount of information was extremely rich. It was far from what an ordinary player's initial map could compare to. There was a survey of the Misty Forest on the map. Only the most recent update was 2 months ago. The map recorded most of the demonic camps in the Misty Forest. The next target selected by Chun Xian was not far from the sharpshooter demon camp. It was impossible to ride a horse in the forest, and it would take almost 20 minutes or so to trot there. If one utilized the light wind wings, it would only take a few minutes. However, the number of times a rune stone could be used was limited, so Chun Xian did not intend to waste it. It was better to honestly be a horse-less infantryman in the forest. On the second day of observation, the miniature rift suspected to be connected to the 9 prisons was completely closed. It is evident that this is a temporary and rudimentary sacrifice site, and the rift that was opened is equally so. Marcus Hansen, the military officer of Bang City who wore a cross-covered helmet and iris emblem battle armor, was speaking eloquently over the ruins of the farm. Behind him Zoila, a space mage holding a greenish-gray space mana bead, however, shook her head. This is for anchoring the surface coordinates. In fact, when this place was discovered, it meant that there were already at least hundreds of test sites within the jurisdiction of the Thousand Towers megacity. They are all for anchoring coordinates. This matter must be reported immediately while His Excellency, Baron Morton Cass, personally reflects the situation to the megacity. The state of affairs can no longer be stopped by a single bond city. The probability is that the layout of the demons is targeting the entire region. Zoila tucked her long gray hair to one side. As a space mage, she was the expert in analyzing rifts. And even more so, she was the erudite of everyone present, having delved into a large number of books and ancient manuals. That was why these less than optimistic remarks also made the crowd feel deeply uneasy. What should we do? The one who spoke was Marshal Officer Deacon, who was the squadron leader of the Griffin Air Cavalry. Have the awareness to face the war. Everyone should be thankful that Caspian is not at the border. Realize that a nation-to-nation war has gradually ignited there. Although the Dead Realm and the Demon Realm often have small-scale rifts when the subdivisions meet. But the level of aggression was never high. The relative peace that stretched over hundreds of years has long since paralyzed the bigwigs. But the recent signs have all signaled a new subterranean crisis. Yet again, the underlying conflicts of the major kingdoms have been centrally detonated at this moment. Zoila stopped speaking at this point. Deacon, who had his hand on the handle of his hammer, narrowed his eyes and pursued the question. Then what do you mean? Only to see Zoila nod her head before shaking her head. I don't mean anything. It's just that the cold winter of the Starfall continent is coming. When these words came out, everyone was silent. Ahead is the camp of the defeated Earth Demon. Chun Xian's trio hid behind an ancient giant tree. This was the second target he had chosen. Inhabiting it was a type of demon descent monster called the defeated Earth Demon. They shared a common trait with the inferior devils as well as the sharp blade devils, and that was their short stature. The difference was that the defeated Earth Demon was born with the talent of the earth element. They were good at small spells that changed the terrain. They also liked to build primitive tower-type structures with earth and stone. At this moment, Chun Xian and the others were on the periphery when they saw at least 30 towers covered in rotten mud standing in the camp not far away. Some of them resembled ant towers, but were countless times taller, compared to the other demonic descendants who preferred to quickly advance and then fight close to the ground. The defeated earth demons had a different kind of soldier. That is the stone thrower. Using animal tendons and cables, they can throw stones up to 200 meters away. Within 100 meters, their power is no less than that of a shotgun firing a single bullet in the blue planet. The physique of these defeated earth demons was added to their arms. So they were slow to move, but their brawn far exceeded that of monsters of the same level, and the stone bullets they threw out were not to be underestimated. Under the concentrated fire, it was still no problem to clear Chun Xian's thousands of blood. Those defeated earth devils were piling up, with a stone-throwing rope in each hand. Against this kind of enemy, you can't be reckless. After all, the enemy was outnumbered, so tactical strategy was needed. He exchanged a glance with Chaotix and Lilvi respectively. A highly feasible solution came to mind in a whirlwind. First, utilize the summons to feint. Then introduce them into the forest in groups to eliminate them. But we can't just barge in. Chapter 137. The Perverse Defeating Earth Demon Update 1. The reason why Chun Xian had changed his previous reckless flow fighting style. Not only was it because the defeated Earth Demon specialized in long-range attacks, The intelligence they displayed was also a notch higher than the sharpshooter demons. All the trees around the defeated Earth demon camp had been cut down, and the bushes and vines that could obscure the view had been cleared. A circular open area of about 150 meters or so was formed. Moreover, outside of the camp, they had also reclaimed primitive farmland and planted quite a few tuber crops of cassava, and seemed to have initially mastered the art of farming. It was important to realize that regardless of whether it was a sharpshooter demon or an inferior demon, although they had an omnivorous nature, they mainly hunted, and most of the living beings, including humans, were in their recipes. They would even use the females of other ethnicities to forcefully reproduce their offspring. After all, they have the contaminating properties of evil gods. But when it came to the side of the defeated Earth demons, the overall picture was very different from those of their close relatives. Demon descendants that could farm looked like they had a sense of subverting perceptions. In addition, these guys had likewise constructed stone towers on the outskirts of the camp, as well as quite a few bunkers that resembled fortifications. Each stone tower was deployed with stepped firing ports from bottom to top, which could ensure the density of firing at different distances. The degree of order here was not low, and a forced attack was not the best strategy. The three of them briefly exchanged words and all listened to Chen Xian's plan. There were quite a few oddities or equipment that came with summoning skills. This was equivalent to a share of battle power that could be hoarded out at will in a short period of time. Coupled with the fact that the summoned soldiers all had absolute obedience, and wouldn't hesitate for a second whether they were going up a mountain of swords or down a sea of fire, it was very suitable to be sent out to scout and tread on mines. When it was said to be done, it was done. Chen Xian first summoned a gray water body that possessed 20% of the body's attributes. It was able to enter a sneaking state and was controlled through a strand of consciousness detached from the main body. Immediately after, he took out a blood-colored spell scroll. This was the third-order summoning scroll Bat Warrior that was scavenged from Tan Ruiyuan, and beside him, Chao Mu also made a move to summon the Tree Warrior. Just as Chen Xian was about to activate the spell scroll, a sound of commotion suddenly came from the camp ahead. Chen Xian peeked his head out from behind a tree to take a look and was instantly stunned, only to see a dozen or so fertile earth demon stone throwers following a young fertile earth demon with a timid face while holding up a white cloth in his hand. Obviously, they had already discovered Chen Xian and the others. Such a sharp reaction impressed him even more. The meaning of raising the white flag was obvious. These defeated earth demons seemed to have something to say. Several powerful human warriors. Please don't attack us. Defeated earth demons were generally short. They had thick arms and broad shoulders, while their legs were exceptionally short. The appearance was similar to that of an inferior demon, with the nose and eyes alone taking up about 2/3 of the face. The biggest difference was the skin color. All of the defeated earth demons had a skin color close to that of the soil. It was a rather dark, deep curry color. The young, failed earth demon at the head of the group spoke the common language of the Starfall continent. This was also the basic language that players mastered by default after their arrival. To Chen Xian and the others, the common language was as proficient as their mother tongue. Therefore, the words spoken by the defeated earth demon in front of them were more or less stumbling in the ears of the three of them, and there was also a thick accent. Chen Xian glanced at it, and a line of names immediately appeared above the head of the defeated earth demon that spoke. Blue defeated earth demon trainee sorcerer Mud Donut LV21. YUE, superimposed word, disgusting heart. This guy actually has a name, and it's so cute. Chen Xian belabored, secretly observing these little monsters with very different drawings. After Mud Dumpling spoke, the nearby defeated earth demon stone throwers all put down the stone throwing ropes in their hands. In a way, they showed the sincerity of the conversation. Chen Xian also raised his right hand, signaling that Chao Mu and Liliwei did not need to be nervous. The two sides began talking at a distance of about 7 or 8 meters apart. You guys don't look too different from the other demon descendants. With regards to these little monsters, Chen Xian also harbored a curiosity in his heart. Therefore, he bluntly stated the doubts in his heart. However, he saw the mud donut slightly bow as if it had been praised. Then it extended its palm and made a push gesture towards the earth. The earth, Mother, nourishes us. He can give us everything we need. The Black Earth Teacher teaches so that we curb the killing nature in our hearts. All living beings actually kill for survival. Only wisdom and gratitude can control the cruel nature. Mud Donut's language skills were average. It became even more stuttering when speaking long sentences. However, Chun Xian still roughly understood its meaning. It was true that the defeated earth devils were demonic descendants no less. But they were also natural elemental demons. They had an instinctive affinity for the earth and earth elements. Their relatively thick character can slightly curb the murderous nature in their bloodline. Under the tutelage of the clan's wise men, it is not too strange for them to master preliminary farming and be able to establish order. This was also the reason why they weren't like the other demon descendants, who would shout to kill when they first met. To put it another way, these defeated earth devils were all defectors among the devil descendants. Aside from their intelligence, they seem to have utilized the power of the Mother Earth Goddess as a way to slightly get rid of the evil god's contamination and manipulation of the demon descendants. Give me a reason not to attack you? Chun Xian pondered for a moment and indifferently asked back. Upon hearing this, the mud donut took half a step backward. This move caused the trio to be on guard, only to see it bow solemnly and issue an invitation. Teacher Black Earth invites a few of you for an interview. Teacher already knows of your coming intentions. As soon as the words left his mouth, those defeated earth demon stone throwers consciously made way. Chun Xian turned his head to make eye contact with Chao Mu. The latter shook his head imperceptibly. Even Lilawee had a tightly knitted look on her face. The preconceptions in one's heart would not dissipate so easily, even if the defeated earth demon showed enough sense and inclination to talk peacefully. But there was no guarantee that this would not be a trap. Under such a premise, going deeper into the camp was undoubtedly risky behavior. Chun Xian's eyes shifted, and after half a minute of choosing, he finally nodded. Yes, I'll go with you to meet that Black Earth teacher. Compared to Lilawee and Chao Mu, Chun Xian had more cards and a stronger ability to protect himself, not to mention the hijacked ashes returning to the ruins that he relied on to make his fortune. Even the blood armor could easily slaughter the defeated earth demon camp in front of him. All right, please, follow me. The mud donut saluted once more before leading the way at the front. Chun Xian followed it step by step, his heart growing more and more curious. Beside the ancient tree, Chao Mu and Lilawee remained vigilant, looking at Chun Xian's figure as he followed the many defeated earth devils far away. Their hearts were secretly worried. Chapter 138, Mutinous Demon Descendant. Update 2. Just when the two girls were a bit worried. From the direction of the campground came a few children, who were obviously in their infancy. They timidly brought 2 earthenware plates filled with fruits and carefully placed them in front of them. Reaching out their hands, they signaled the 2 women to enjoy them. Seeing that they did not react, they were busy running away. This gesture was really like those shy children in the human race. Not to mention, the scene in front of them completely overturned their inherent knowledge. Chao Mu glanced down at the 2 plates of fruit. The red ones were like small, translucent lanterns very close to the real-life virgin fruit. Even in the fantasy world of swords and magic, it would be difficult for the wild to produce such full and beautiful fruits. Gazing slightly, insight was unleashed. For players, nothing could be as reliable as the information it fed back. And it was also a very useful appraisal spell. Although there were many limitations to beginning insight, it was ultimately one of the privileges bestowed upon players by the Supreme, and if it was advanced to a high level, it could simply achieve the point of being able to detect everything. The 2 trays of fruits in front of them were not of a high rank, and the relevant information was quickly displayed. Green Misty Forest Red Essence Fruit. Quality Fine Grade. Fine fruit cultivated by the defeated Earth Demon Grand Sorcerer Black Earth Clan, utilizing the Earth Vein elements unique to the Misty Forest. Effect. After consuming it, you will enter a state of blood and chi abundance for 15 minutes. Returning 40 life points per minute. This effect can stack up to 3 layers at the same time, and is ineffective when consumed more than once. Chao Mu was a bit shocked. This group of defeated earth demons had really taken out something good to use to entertain them. Each fruit had the positive buff of blood chi filling. Not only could they be consumed directly, they were also suitable for taking and refining into potions. She picked up a red essence fruit and stuffed it into her mouth. A slight bite caused slightly sweet juice to burst in her mouth. Ding. Gained the status blood chi filling. As the prompt appeared, all that remained in Asajiri's eyes was surprise and a hint of inexplicable splendor. It was as if she had witnessed the miracle of the impossible being turned into the possible. These fruits were too precious for her to eat as a snack. She just signaled Lilawee to try them. The latter's expression after eating one was almost the same as hers. They were both silent. Perhaps the group of defeated earth demons in front of them were really different. The scale of this defeated earth demon camp was quite a bit larger than what Chen Xian had predicted. The reason for this lay in the fact that those towers built of earth and stone could actually carry a far greater number of dwellings than the crypts and fur tents. The three-dimensional buildings were a reflection of the high occupancy rate. In fact, the total number of defeated earth devils living here amounted to thousands. They already have the appearance of an independent clan, and they are very low-key. Relying on farming, they basically got rid of hunting. There was no need to occupy a large area of land in order to feed themselves like other demonic camps or predators. There were also traces of animal husbandry sprouting within the camp. Not only were fish ponds dug, but hundreds of gray-crowned birds with their feathers clipped were also kept. In addition to the towers used for habitation, they had also constructed different functional towers. For example, along the way Chen Xian saw a school tower. It was filled with juvenile defeated earth demons that were learning words and various farming techniques from two other trainee sorcerers. What he saw here was new to him. He followed the mud donut all the way to the largest tower in the middle of the camp. This was where the great sorcerer of the defeated earth demon Black Earth resided. When he arrived in front of the tower, Black Earth had been waiting for a long time. Its stature was a little taller than the other clansmen, but it only reached Chen Xian's chin. A silver-white beard covered half of its face. The large eyes were gleaming. There was no exaggerated plume cloak, nor did it hold a staff or totem pole. There was only a linen robe on its body, and its rough hands were all chapped with traces of labor. The knuckles were even covered with calluses. Unlike a great sorcerer, it was more like a hard-working old farmer. "Noble guest, welcome." Black Earth gently nodded, his face covered by his beard revealing a smile. Chen Xian nodded non-committally and followed it into the tower. After seating the guests and hosts, he opened the door and said, "It seems that you are indeed different from the other demon descendants. So, I'm afraid that you purposely invited me in, not for the sake of chatting." In response to his words, Black Earth didn't say much, but only laughed cheerfully. "The Earth has already told me everything. Your Excellency annihilated Maz's camp only a short while ago, and now you have come here with the same purpose of killing. I know why you have come, and I have some wishes and claims I wish to make." With that said, Black Earth pulled out a tanned leather scroll from behind him that had been torn open. It looked like only a third of it was intact. "This is what you need." After saying that, it did not hesitate to hand the remnants of the diagram to Chen Xian. Receiving the remnant diagram, Chen Xian glanced at it in passing. Quest 9 Hell's Rift Anchor Point Scroll Remnant. A fragmented map that records some of the anchor points of the 9 Hells Rift. It contains the locations of a total of 17 anchor points in the area under the jurisdiction of Casbah. "This thing, you're just going to give it to me? Aren't you afraid that the evil god will rain down punishment on you?" Chen Xian put away the scroll. This thing was indeed useful to him. The rift anchor point was the conspiracy of the demonic descendants. They seemed to want to pull in the 9 Hells Devils by having a whole big job in this area. Only Black Earth leapt up and walked to the center of the hall, moving the first screen placed there, revealing a statue of Mother Earth, molded from clay. "We, long ago, converted to the Mother Goddess. The divine power of the earth shelters us and provides us with everything. It's like sweet milk, and the earth veins became our eyes and ears. Every trace of rhythm from the earth carries a message." Chen Xian secretly said that it was true. This defeated earth demon led by Black Earth had become a defector amongst the demon descendants. It was thought that it was by no means an isolated case. The contaminating characteristics of the evil god were certainly strong. But the mother goddess of earth wasn't a vegetarian either. He was the end of endless life and the root of earth elemental magic. "I see, since I have obtained the scroll, I will give up my crusade against this camp," Chen Xian said frankly. He wasn't some kind of murderous person, since this group of defeated earth devils had embarked on a completely new path. Then there was no need to drive them to extinction. As for experience, it could be gotten anywhere, not to mention that there were 4 other demonic camps in the forest. Seeing him trying to leave, Black Earth suddenly sighed. "Noble guest, we have another request." Chen Xian's brows subconsciously raised as he heard this, but they immediately stretched out. The player's intuition told him that there were hidden quests here, so he patiently followed Black Earth's words and inquired, "What request? Please assist us in moving away from this place and find us a new home where we can escape the war." Chapter 139 Escape Treasure Crystal. Update 3. No quest triggering prompts appeared. It meant that Chun Xian had to further dialogue with Black Earth to explore the reason behind this request. Can't you all migrate on your own? Why did you seek me out? His words caused Black Earth to let out a long, languid sigh. We cannot leave this place. And your honored guest, you are a starfaller, a true chosen one. This reply reminded Chun Xian of the unable to leave mentioned in the log of stitching Warlock Garanker. There was no doubt that this was again the handiwork of the Supreme. The defeated Earth Demon camp where Black Earth was located was within the boundaries of Grey Crow Village, a novice village. Therefore, they were also subject to an invisible restriction and could no longer easily leave. Just like the players, when they were novices, they could still rely on trekking to smuggle. But as soon as they broke through level 30, they had to leave the novice village. Even before reaching a certain level of novice village reputation, you can't return freely. However, Chun Xian didn't really know how he, as a player, could help Black Soil and the others to lift the restriction. How do I do that? It's very simple. You just need to seek out a suitable location and plant this Earth Vein core. I will be able to instantly migrate with the power of the Earth Vein. After arriving in the outside world, we will run for the Mother Goddess and pull in more of our compatriots to convert to her. Killing will only blind the pack to the future. Black Earth looked at Chun Xian with hopeful eyes. It was only at this time that the corresponding quest prompt appeared. Ding. Adventure Quest. Migration for Faith. The defeated Earth Demon Great Witch Black Earth, who converted to Mother Earth Goddess and turned his back on the beliefs of the evil god, is attempting to make sure that his compatriots across the continent have the correct beliefs, and the first step in order to accomplish this is to leave the Misty Forest. Requirement. Carry the core of the Earth Vein and find an area suitable for migration and plant it. Quest Reward. Defeat Earth Demon Black Earth Clan Reputation plus 6,000. Special Mother Earth's Blessing. Gold Evasion Crystal. Whether or not to accept the quest. Chun Xian thought for a moment and still chose to accept. The quest itself had little to do with the demon descendants, but rather with Mother Earth Goddess. Of course, the vision of the Black Earth itself was essentially splitting the demon descendants, attempting to separate the defeated Earth demons from their relatives like the inferior demons and sharpshooter demons. Chun Xian also thought that it would be more promising to mix with the Mother Earth Goddess than with the extraterrestrial evil god. I think your heart's desire is very promising, and am willing to help you. But as you can see, I'm desperately lacking in efficient means of movement right now. As usual, he tried to bargain to see if he could overdraw his reward. The reason why he emphasized his lack of means of movement was firstly because it was the truth, and secondly because he had his eye on the gold-transported Earth Treasure Crystal in the quest reward. Just by looking at the name alone, he was able to guess what this thing could do. Hearing this, Black Earth was stunned. Twirling its white beard in its hand, it hesitated for a moment before finally nodding its head. It took out an earth-colored, multi-pronged crystal from its bosom. In Chun Xian's player perspective, the crystal glowed with a golden halo. Golden legend. The precious crystal was in hand, and the quest was taken. Chun Xian did not immediately check it out, but instead chose to bid farewell and leave. Although there was still quite a bit of disposable stamina today, it was not to be used to waste it on idle chatter. Counting the quest items he had obtained from here, he still had to travel to 4 more demonic camps. The remaining 4 camps were the territories of a red inferior demon, a deformed demon, and 2 ordinary inferior demons. Inferior demons were the basic ethnicity that made up the majority of the demon descendants. That was why they were the most common cannon fodder. Black Earth sent Chun Xian all the way outside the camp, always looking at him with expectant eyes. Noble guest, don't let us down. After all, having advanced a treasure crystal in advance, this thing was also extremely precious to Black Earth. It would inevitably be a little hesitant. Don't worry, I'll do my best. Taking someone's hand was soft and eating their mouth was short. It was not like the Black Soil had any problems with its attitude. Chun Xian was really embarrassed to treat them as ignorant and violent demons. Returning to the ancient tree, Chun Xian left with the 2 girls. Chao Mu spoke about the red essence fruit. This had given Chun Xian a new idea about the camp reputation of the Black Earth clan. Strictly speaking, this place was not considered a clan yet. It was thought that the clan should only be formalized after relocating out, waiting until they had left the defeated Earth Demon camp some distance away. Only then did Chun Xian once again take out the precious crystal and placed it in front of his eyes to scrutinize it. Each side of the multi-pronged treasure crystal had the color of the earth. As a reward for the overdraft, the attribution belonged to Chun Xian himself for the time being. He could directly see all the information. Transported Earth Treasure Crystal. Quality, Legendary Grade. Type, Wonder Object. Effects, Dundi integrate into the Earth's veins, quickly travel underground, single duration 15 minutes, and then have to wait for 5 minutes to continue to use, recluse into the depth and speed by the region of the Earth's veins to determine the rock and other special strata. Submerged efficiency and speed will be reduced by half. Crossing between the veins of the Earth. The function of this thing is very simple. It is equivalent to the Pro Max version of Gravediggers, Earth Diving. The effect is n times better. It's much more flexible to use. The function of the strange object doesn't need to be too fancy at all. The purer it is, the more powerful its effect is. This trick is not only suitable for rushing, but can also be used to escape or sneak in. It was simply a must-have for traveling at home and killing people. The golden quality grade meant that there were very few scenarios that could limit its usefulness. This was the height in terms of energy level. Chun Xian was quite satisfied with it, and this trip was indeed considered a strange encounter. Estimating his remaining stamina, he energetically decided to take out at least 2 camps before going offline. Otherworldly Authority, Shanghai Branch. Inside the office of the intelligence section, Black Knight Zhang Shurong wrapped his arms around himself and looked at the text pushed on the encrypted terminal. Blood C program? Blood cocoon. These dogs, the blood descendants, seem to be making some big news. An intelligence specialist sitting in front of the computer heard his words and shrugged helplessly. It's a pity that several of the most crucial pieces of information have been burned, including elements such as the location. And all the electronic devices searched from Tan Rueyuan's place have been scrutinized for decryption. They use a self-developed, read-it-all software within their group. Including the hardware used is also self-assembled. This line is likely to be broken. Zhang Shurong turned off the terminal and shook his head very seriously. The thread is not broken. We at least know that there are 4 other bloodline-trained leaders within the Greater China region, and they are definitely gathering material for this so-called Sea of Blood program. Next, inform the local branches to focus on investigating cases of missing persons and suspected vampire activity. They won't be able to hide for much longer. Chapter 140, 5 Kaisian Coins. Progress 46, Update 1. Ever since the Otherworld descended, Bureau 171 had become a truly privileged department. Every prefecture-level city in the country has a branch. In addition to the fist squads that went around putting out fires, there were permanent teams everywhere. In addition, there are reserve teams and internal-external teams specializing in miscellaneous matters. Moreover, a few months ago, the military made use of the contagiousness of the players to massively select soldiers from the ranks to form special operation teams. At the same time, it utilized magic energy and runic forging technology to develop special weapons. Although this extraordinary team is subordinate to the Ministry of the Army, it is linked to the 171st Bureau and receives mission dispatches. As in the previous case when the Black Knight led the team to conquer Tan Rueyuan, the military was involved in assisting. In addition to the force, the authority had corresponding intelligence networks and commissioners everywhere, and was linked with the local security system, along with magic sensing satellites, thus forming a multi-integrated intelligence network. In addition, there is no lack of informants among casual players who have a private cooperative relationship with the authority. Another important way to obtain information is through player forums. Although there was a large amount of useless information mixed in, as long as it was carefully scrutinized, it was still possible to find many valuable clues. Of course, this part of the clues will eventually have to be summarized and analyzed. After all, those fragmented information may not be useful when viewed individually, but after summarizing it may be able to piece together the key. The creator of the player forum was named God of Wealth, and it was said that this forum was created using a certain strange object. That's why it was able to verify players' identities by default. The God of Fortune had an ambiguous relationship with the officials, and most players believed that he should be a legacy player. The nickname God of Wealth had already become the best evidence. However, this guy was quite mysterious and he blocked his information in the forums. This made it impossible for most casual players to even talk about him. Only the authority and the major player guilds might have relevant information, but it definitely wasn't something the average person could access. What everyone recognized now was that the player forums were the neutral place for online communication in the Huaxia region. Other regions also had forums, but they were relatively independent, and well water did not offend river water. Zhang Shurong walked out of the intelligence section and smoothly entered the bathroom to close the door. He waved his hand to lay down a layer of black curtain. Spinning around, he mysteriously took out a copper coin. His thumb threw it gently, only to see the place where this copper coin scratched suddenly rippled with space. It then became like the surface of a flat lake. From it, a mysterious figure wearing the God of Fortune's hat appeared. 5 fortunes swallowing the heavens. Chengdu has Yuanren. Shurong, you used the 5 fortunes money. What is the reason for summoning me? Zhang Shurong moved his butt. Brother Kaishin, help me check a message. Speak. After the God of Fortune answered his questions for him. With the final sentence, the copper coin instantly dissipated into particles of light. Zhang Shurong leapt to his feet, his eyes bursting with light, followed by some flesh pain. This thing was a kind of precious token privately issued by the God of Fortune, and each one could make a request to the God of Fortune. Precious resources, intelligence, wealth, and so on. Of course, the God of Fortune would never do anything that would easily dirty his hands, such as asking him to kill someone. The exchange was equivalent. If you wanted to get 5 fortune coins, you had to at least do a favor for the God of Fortune or provide information and resources of comparable value. All in all, the value of this thing was still not low. Using a 5 fortune coin, the Black Knight's tangled expression only lasted for a moment before his eyes erupted with a brilliant light. I hope that this news will wipe out the blood descendants in China. Easy to take. With the 4th demonic camp crushed, Chun Xian high-fived Lilui and Chao Mu respectively. Right after leaving the defeated Earth Demon camp, they picked 2 more camps in a row without stopping. The relevant quest items were obtained respectively. Quest totem that anchors the coordinates of the 9 domains. Quest seal of the sundering demon soldier broken. These were all circumstantial evidence that could prove that the demon descendants were colluding with the 9 hells. Right now, it seemed that these demon descent camps located in the Misty Forest could only be considered as a single node. Could be visualized as a spider's web. The conspiracy that was eventually woven from one node to the next was like a vast web that enveloped the entire area. This conspiracy was no longer something that the Grey Crow village, or even Caspian, could suppress and deal with their own strength. After figuring out these elements, the sense of destiny that had originally lingered in Chan Xian's mind instead dissipated quite a bit, and he no longer worried about the future, but instead focused more on the immediate. When he realized that the conspiracy was not targeting a certain person or a small region, he was instantly relieved. It didn't matter who the conspiracy was targeting. Just don't target him, Mr. Chun. Anyway, he only wanted to be a screw that quietly pushed the regional plot forward. Before the changes and upheavals came, he had to work hard to build up his strength. With the elimination of the 2 camps, the progress of the quest of the Harbinger of the Demonic Plague reached 4-6, and Chao Mu followed to rise a level, and also shared a lot of loot. Other than that, a lot of magic copper coins and secret silver coins alone popped out. After she reached LV30 and traveled to Casbah, these game coins could be quickly converted into various materials that could increase her strength through the NPC Aboriginal market. Chun Xian still had more than 20 points of stamina left today, so he wasn't going to continue clearing out the demonic camps and was planning to return to Grey Crow Village to learn weapon mastery under Village Guard Commander O'Keefe. Chao Mu followed her back to the village and then went offline. She had less stamina at her disposal today than Qin Xian, so she planned to go offline there. After sending off Chao Mu, Chun Xian and Lily Wei walked towards the village guard school. The master-servant duo had since leveled up 2 levels each. Currently, Chun Xian's level was LV19, while Liliwei's level was LV21, with not much of a gap between the 2 sides. Chun Xian had saved a full 34 points of free attributes. 30 of those points came from the recent leveling up, while the other 4 points were mission rewards. He wasn't going to move them just yet. Through various ways of gaining, his physique improved at an unreasonable rate. It didn't rely on the heavens, it didn't rely on the earth. It all relied on Chan Xian's hijacked ashes returning to the ruins, which was invulnerable to 100 poisons and could not be approached by 10,000 calamities. Eating all sorts of blood and flesh essences containing side effects kukuku, even a small fragrant piggy pig could turn into a GG. Bond. Just like the protagonists in martial arts novels, after accidentally consuming strange poisons, they could always be blessed by misfortune and their powers would increase greatly. Chun Xian could even skip the step of detoxifying the poison and go straight to the power increase part. Therefore, he intended to keep these free attribute points for emergencies. When there are more points, the gain is very considerable, and in an emergency, a wave of deep blue points can explode the strength of the opponent's misjudgment. Regarding the food supplement, Chen Xian also has some ideas, since the blood of the robbed ashes can to a certain extent bring into play the power of the robbed ashes returned to the market. Then it should also be able to act as a neutralizer for those flesh and blood essences, allowing Liliwei or other players to take the relevant items as well. Chapter 141 Weapon Proficiency New Collaboration Update 2. Chen Xian knew that there was still a lot of potential in his talent that he could tap into, and after discovering the marvelous effects of the blood of hijacked ashes, he realized that he had become an Elder Tang. Even though he had already tried observing the diluted blood with insight and confirmed that he could not get detailed information. But with such a strange body, it was still easy to be detected by those demons and monsters. Among them were the blood races that could smell the blood aura. In the eyes of those ethnic groups that were sensitive to body odor, Chen Xian would be a piece of precious meat. Therefore, after thinking about it, he decided to personally carry the orange faceless one's emblem with him. This thing could mask the breath and would not be spied by detection effects below the 6th rank. In terms of the type of concealment alone, it was a bit more comprehensive than the face of greed. Regarding his suspicion of becoming a Tang Elder, in Chen Xian's opinion there were pros and cons. The pros were being able to make the utilization of one's talents more flexible and being a treasure trove in itself. The disadvantage was that this treasure trove of himself could potentially attract the coveting of evil eyes, which would then strip and eat him dry, or even captive raised and regularly cut and bleed. Chen Xian couldn't help but shiver at the thought. The pipsqueak is not a sin, but a sin in the bosom. It seemed that his previous act of distributing Wei Liang's diluted blood was more or less a bit presumptuous. Therefore, before parting ways yesterday, Chen Xian had confiscated the 2 bottles of diluted blood. Fortunately, Chen Xian was not the type of person who liked to take the bull by the horns. Person is not a sage who can't make mistakes. If there was something to be corrected, then there was nothing to be corrected. As he pondered, he unknowingly walked into the middle of the village guard battlefield. Akoff's injuries had healed to a certain extent, and he was overseeing the basic training of the young men who had been recruited to join the village guards. Aborigines could grow during training, and some gifted individuals could even awaken a good growth template. Upon seeing Chen Xian and Liliwei, Akif, who was instructing the recruits on their movements, instantly brightened up and hurriedly walked over to them quickly. He arrived in front of Chen Xian and bowed with a solemn expression. Your Excellency Yun Feng. Players were very free to self-report their names to the outside world. They could report nicknames or just any name. Chen Xian's self-reported name to the Aborigines was his nickname, Yun Feng. Uncle Akaf, you're too kind. I'm counting on you regarding the learning of weapon specialization. Chen Xian smiled in greeting. However, he saw that Akif did not collect his positive color, but instead shook his head in a serious manner. You have saved the Grey Crow village, and you have earned the respect of everyone in the village. High-ranked regional camp reputation was still useful. Dealing with these local NPCs was helpful. It would invariably save a lot of troublesome pre-steps. Ordinary players who wanted to be personally taught melee weapon proficiency by the village guard commander Akov would first have to be called up to join the village guard. Then completing a series of village guard recruit missions, which would give them the opportunity to be taught by Akef. Compared to other village guard officers, Akef's ability to impart abilities allows the player to gain more relevant proficiencies. After exchanging a few polite pleasantries, Chen Xian unloaded all of his equipment and followed Akaf to the open space. He would prioritize learning the 3 weapons of the sword, axe, and knife. As long as he mastered any 2 weapon proficiencies, Chen Xian would be able to master the skill weapon storm. As the training began, the bare-chested Akaf put away his politeness, and the look on his face returned to that of a veteran warrior's subdued appearance. Come on, let's start with swords. The types of swords are categorized into. All of the physical strength was consumed. Chen Xian decisively went offline. Life in Otherworld was just like going to work on time. The only thing that was different from going to work was that you get what you put in. Realistic data feedback, absolutely no half discounts. Returning to reality, the first thing Chen Xian did was release Liliwei. After ordering a bunch of snacks, the 2 of them relied on the sofa. Liliwei went to take a shower in a hurry, then occupied a spot on the couch and meditated on her knees. Chen Xian, on the other hand, ate his snacks while looking at his personal list prettily. Through his constant urging, Akef made the decision to go against convention and first gave a cursory teaching on the techniques of sword-type weapons. Then it jumped straight to the practice of axe weaponry. To Akef such a request was simply incomprehensible. Although he did not understand it, he showed respect. Still accustomed to Chun Xian this time. Do not know that the player panel as long as the shallow taste can be initially mastered. The difficulty lies in the subsequent progression, not only the accumulation of proficiency, but also bottlenecks of varying difficulty at each stage. Chun Xian in the short term does not have to become a martial arts master pursuit. As long as he could fulfill the skill learning, it would be fine. However, proficiency still had a certain gain, so it could be practiced in the future if there was time. In addition to this, fighting with the relevant weapon could also slowly increase weapon proficiency and combat skills. When one's understanding of combat reaches a certain level, there is also a chance to create one's own skills. Stuffing a skewer of fragrant bacon rolled enoki mushrooms into his mouth, Chun Xian took a look at the two newly arrived specializations in passing. Elementary Axe Weapon Proficiency. Effect. When fighting with an axe weapon, increase damage by an additional 3% and reduce chi drain by 5%. Primary Sword Weapon Mastery. Effect. Increase damage by an additional 3% and decrease ki consumption by an additional 3% when wielding a sword weapon. The two primary weapon proficiencies have similar bonus effects. It is said that practicing to the depths of proficiency will result in more refined and extended changes. Theoretically, focusing on proficiency practice was able to push the combat power to a higher realm. However, at the primary level, it was just two ineffective passive buffs. Just as Chun Xian pondered on how to subsequently strengthen himself, the phone buzzed. His number had been placed on a protected special number, and the one calling at this moment was Black Knight Zhang Shurong. "Hey, Brother Shu. How's it going? Is this credit strong enough?" Chun Xian spoke in a teasing manner. After making contact a few times, he almost understood some of the other party's character. "Hey, not strong enough. But I have a more powerful project now. Do you want to do a job together?" Although it was a regular army that could not be any more positive, Chun Xian always felt that the Black Knight, along with his teammates, had an air of banditry about them. In the past, he was the one who looked for the Black Knight to lend him strength, but this time, it seemed to be the other party who was interested in finding themselves to cooperate. "How? I'm alone and a novice. I'm afraid it's difficult unless..." Before the words fell, Zhang Shurong on the other end of the phone took the initiative to speak. "I understand, have to add money." Chun Xian hooked up the corner of his mouth. "All right, tell me in detail." If there was a reliable partner, Chun Xian wouldn't mind cooperating with it. As of now, the Black Knight was still relatively reliable, but if it involved the human nature test aspect, the outcome was yet to be known. As Zhang Shurong spoke the plan out, Chun Xian's eyes became brighter and brighter. Chapter 142, A Child with a Mother Update 1. Kind of interesting. When will we meet again? After hearing Zhang Shurong's plan, Chun Xian already had the idea of agreeing to it. The premise of cooperation was that something could simultaneously meet the interests of both parties. Essentially, all the demands for cooperation could actually be roughly summarized into 3 points. The first is to take advantage of each other. This point is not difficult to understand. Out of resources or out of labor always have to take advantage of the same right. Secondly, we can't do anything about each other for the time being. In the field of competition, either join forces to get a bigger cake or hold back to settle scores. Finally, it is afraid to do it alone to die faster. It's always better to share the risk than to take the pressure alone. To put it bluntly, cooperation among adults is the art of surviving with a smile on one's face after the abacus has crashed into one's face. Simply analyzed, Zhang Shurong found Chun Xian. The reason is mainly based on a large number of the first point and a few of the third point. Chun Xian had heard his hints on the phone more than once, but just never made a clear response. This time, Zhang Shurong didn't refuse the request to meet. He just dragged it backward. "The day after tomorrow then. It's our squad's turn to focus on the line tomorrow. It's also time to release the stamina we've accumulated. We can't let reality get out of balance with the time we've invested in Otherworld. Both are equally important to us. It just so happens that I've recently had some thoughts on solving the LV50 leveling bottleneck test. And the intelligence department also needs time to mobilize resources for the operation and anchor a more precise location for the operation." Although Chun Xian was interested, he was not in a hurry. "Good. Then let's talk about it the day after tomorrow. Right, Yun Feng? All of your information has been incorporated into the confidentiality program, fully protected, as well as your phone number, messages, communication software, and so on." Before hanging up, Zhang Shurong took the initiative to remind. Chun Xian casually replied back with a couple sentences to show that he understood before hanging up. How could there be any comprehensive protection? Perhaps one's own information was less likely to be obtained by other individuals or small organizations. But to the authority, it was definitely not a secret. Of course, before that, if the authority were to investigate him, then Chun Xian actually had no so-called secrets to speak of all the same. Such was the general environment today. Privacy was a luxury, only to become incomparably cheaper when mixed in the massive amount of information. To put it bluntly, with a human base of billions, in a situation where all information could not ensure absolute secrecy, then the degree of preciousness of personal information was completely determined by social status and value. Hanging up the phone, Chun Xian finished off his snack in 3 tries. This amount of food did not constitute a satiating feeling for his physique at all. Taking out his cell phone and opening PayPal, Chun Xian first gave his mother $100,000. The reason why he didn't call more was purely because he was afraid of causing a chase. However, the effect of this 100,000 was also very obvious. Just a few minutes later, Chun Xian received a call from his mother, He Shiqing. Son of a... Why did you suddenly transfer so much money to me? It can't be because you've encountered something bad, right? He Shiqing was a very independent middle-aged man. A teacher by profession, she had always had her own personality for so many years. Since the year Chun Xian turned 18, she opened the door and said, "The eagle should also take off. In the future, Mom, I will not ask about your life. I hate Mom's baby." She did what she said. When Chun Xian went to college, He Shiqing never took the initiative to call him. The monthly living expenses were sent on time. She usually played guandon card or tile in her spare time. According to herself, every time she plays guandon, she gets a feeling of motherly love. She is a fashionable old lady. Previously, when Chun Xian first brought Lin Man home, He Shiqing pretended to listen with great interest to Lin Man's plans to take the public examination, as well as her hopes for her future life, while hooking up the corners of her sarcastic mouth. The old lady was as discerning as a torch. It was just that her open-mindedness didn't mind her son suffering and being the wrong seed. In her opinion, young people have tolerance for any experience except for death, which has no tolerance. Of course, this is not no suffering hard to eat, just she is very clear, these things they interfere with no use. In fact, the old lady is still very some family. Put in the local small county, that day is also considered red hot. However, her treatment of Chun Xian is always neither give more money, also do not ask for money. At this moment suddenly received a transfer of 100,000 yuan, but is completely out of the old lady's expectations. She couldn't figure out Chun Xian's motive for doing so. She could only think of those disillusioned young people who transferred all the money they had to their parents right before they killed themselves. Suspiciously involving life and death, the old lady could not remain Buddhist and indifferent. Mom, I'm fine. Made a small fortune recently. Don't worry, it's not illegal income. It won't tarnish your reputation as Mr. He. Chun Xian said with a smile. He Shiqing on the opposite side didn't look deeper, and directly sighed in relief. Knowing a child was not like a mother. No matter how, Chun Xian was also a child conceived in her belly. She knew exactly what character and style she had. Sun Smash, it seems like you are indeed in good shape lately. Did you break up with that little Thai fox? Chun Xian was slightly stunned, thinking that his own mom was really as good as God at anticipating things. I guessed by mom, right? The other Lin man is simply not a woman who lives peacefully. Only before that, the short man choose general, only you are simple enough. Breaking up with her is not a bad thing for you. Money can still be earned again, and the opportunity for personality awakening doesn't come a few times in a lifetime. It's just the right time to change your slimy and sticky nature. Your father was a fool like you back then. If he hadn't met me, he would have been cheated out of his pants. He Shiqing had a rare chance to chat, and her tone gradually became excited. His own mom's straightforward nature was really lovable and hateable. Mom, why don't you even worry about whether or not you'll be able to feed yourself after I transfer the money to you? Chun Xian couldn't help but interrupt her mockery of her late father. When these words came out, He Shiqing on the other end of the cell phone immediately snorted. I was a bit worried at first, but from the moment I heard your brat's voice, my mother understood everything. Chatting with mom was a complicated feeling. There was a feeling of powerlessness of being completely mastered of the initiative. However, without realizing it, Chun Xian's mood did lighten up quite a bit. He realized that he didn't actually understand his mother. But old mother definitely understands herself very well. There was a kind of magical enchantment. Perhaps it was the power of bloodline and nurture. Before hanging up, he Xiaoqing suddenly said in a careless tone, "Son Smash, if you're tired someday, just come home. Mom will always be able to cover you." With her father's early death, she was indeed like an umbrella that covered her in Chen Xian's upbringing. Chen Xian choked for a moment and responded in a low voice like a child, "Good." Chapter 143 Cooking and the Day of Thick Fog, Update 2. "Master, are you crying?" A small, warm hand gently brushed his cheek, fingers wiping away the equally warm tears. Lily Wei had awakened from his meditative state at some point. Without answering, he quickly broke into a smile. Reaching up, he rubbed the corners of his eyes. "It's fine, just overusing my eyes. They're too sore. By the way, the late-night snack only just ended a short while ago, but would you like to go out for another late-night fondue with me?" Fondue. Lily White's eyes lit up at the mention of fondue, her current favorite food. It was spicy and flavorful, and had a not-so-painful hotness to it. As a fire spirit incarnate, how could she not like hot food? It was only that the fire food provided by the fire temple was too extreme. The master-servant duo instantly reached a consensus. Dashing out the door, they went straight to the nearest 24-hour hot pot restaurant. The next day, Chen Xian lazily opened his eyes. Actually, he woke up as early as 7 o'clock. That damned cow-horse routine was irritating him. So he closed his eyes again and forced himself to squint for 15 minutes. Eventually, he chose to get up because it was too boring to fake sleep. In the past, he had wanted to stay in bed but was not in a position to do so. Now he wanted to stay in bed but genuinely couldn't. His exuberant energy caused his requirement for sleep to be further compressed. The increase in mental strength then helped him enter a state of deep sleep more quickly. Getting up and washing up. With his toothbrush in his mouth, Chen Xian's dominator power was unleashed. The invisible hand of force energy was brushing his teeth for him. He himself was holding his cell phone, replying to Chao Mu's message. Before going offline yesterday, both parties had agreed on a time and place to come online again. However, during normal times, Chao Mu would still send messages of casual conversation. When Chen Xian finished replying to the messages and changed his clothes to come downstairs. When he arrived downstairs after changing his clothes, he happened to see Lily Wei alone in the kitchen, her movements raw and busy, only to see her grasping a pan with one hand, while her other palm spewed out scorching flames. It directly replaced the roll of the gas stove. The entire bottom half of the pan was roasted red. A burning odor filled the air. Hearing Chen Xian's footsteps, Lil Wei instantly extinguished the flame in her palm and hid the source of the scorching odor emanating from the pan behind her again. Chen Xian walked towards her with a smile on his face. Stretching out his hand, he hooked it. Seeing this, Lily Wei shook her head somewhat sheepishly. However, when she saw Chen Xian hook her hand again, she still compromised and handed out the pan. Chen Xian saw two black masses within the pan. It looked like they should be two puddles of carbonized protein. Lily Wei seemed to be learning how to make breakfast. It was proven that a quick brain does not mean good practical skills. At least when it came to cooking, Lily White showed a reverse talent. "It's doing okay. Much better than I used to." While Lily Wei was in a moment of nervousness, Chen Xian's words surprised her. Immediately, she was somewhat touched. I'll try my best to learn." As an early adopter child who would make her own noodles in the morning at the age of 7 or 8, and incidentally make one for her mother as well, Chen Xian's cooking skills were still pretty good, and he used to cook for himself when his work intensity wasn't too high. Even Lin Man's delicate taste buds can be conquered by his home cooking. Therefore, Chen Xian's failure to become a cook was a complete loss to the chef world. At this moment, he saw the clumsy-looking Lily Wei in the kitchen. There was a great contrast with her usual eloquent and sharp image. Women always become more attractive because of the contrast. Ding. Your soulmate. Lily White's loyalty has increased by 2 points. Current loyalty 43 points. Spending time together always increases loyalty. Secondly, it also depended on the compatibility of the two. Overall, getting along with Chen Xian still made Lil Wei feel more relaxed. After encouraging this future rising star of the culinary world, Chen Xian decisively took out his cell phone and ordered a few breakfast takeaways. It was the same old story in the misty forest. The place was dense with fog all year round, and only occasionally would it dissipate for a moment when the weather was extremely good. And sometimes there would be more extreme foggy weather. This was the case today. The trio of Chun Xian, Lily Wei, and Chaomu carefully traveled through the forest. The thick fog greatly interfered with their vision. At the same time, there was also a large amount of water elemental magic dispersed in these mists. This made the effect of magic perception greatly reduced as well. The three of them moved forward in a low-profile manner, rushing to the fifth demonic camp that Chun Xian needed to clear. Say, there shouldn't be any treasures hidden in this foggy forest, right? Following behind, Chaomu, who was acting as a rear guard, suddenly spoke in a low voice. There must be a demon when things go wrong. The fog forest is covered in fog all year round. I'm afraid it doesn't have anything to do with the climate. And this isn't an overly humid forest either. Chun Xian actually had a similar guess. Any strange place in the Starfall continent would not be an empty cave. The odds were that there was a reason for it. However, Chun Xian was not overly preoccupied with this matter. After all, the area of the Misty Forest was not small, and they currently had not obtained any relevant clues. Ruminating about it would only be a waste of time. Let it be. It might be something. Chun Xian replied casually. The outline of the demon descent camp was faintly visible in the fog ahead. He raised his wrist and gestured a posture of being ready for battle. Lilwi and Asajai glanced at each other and immediately took action. The current environment had a slight negative impa. CT on Lilvi's ability to cast fire magic. Mainly, the condensation of fire elemental magic power became sluggish, and the power of the spells that were ultimately constructed were weakened. The ring of protective fire appeared in front of Chun Xian, forming the first layer of protection. Same old plan. I'm close and you guys are far away. Lure out a batch and kill a batch. The camp in the dense fog was exceptionally quiet. It was as if it was enveloped in a light veil that could muffle sound. Chun Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, always feeling that something was not quite right about today's situation. Other than Black Earth leading that group of defeated Earth demons. Which of the other demons were not so loud that they could be heard from a distance? And today was just too quiet. Because of this, he cautiously stopped early and prepared for battle. I'll go scout ahead. After saying that, Chun Xian rushed into the fog. The ring of fire in front of him was like a slowly rotating star ring, searing away some of the fog. He walked as fast as he could and soon arrived at the outskirts of the camp. And here he saw the corpses of a group of aberrant demons. They had similar fatal wounds on their bodies, all with their hearts pierced through. The deformed demon was considered a deformed species of inferior demon, with 3-5 arms. They were violent and had a strong desire to fight. At this time, they had died so neatly, it was impossible to say that there was nothing fishy about it. At this time, Chun Xian looked towards the wooden wall erected outside the camp, his expression suddenly becoming cold. The situation isn't too good. It seems like some fellow has gotten the jump on us. The silence within the camp was no coincidence, and in all probability, it should have been slaughtered. Taking the initiative to disperse the ring of fire, Chun Xian abruptly dived underground and rushed towards the main center of the camp. Chapter 144 Fog Ghost, Update 1. The effect of the golden evading Earth treasure crystal was simply beyond words. It was far more useful than the Earth diving technique in Gravekeeper form. It was simply like a fish entering the water, diving without any semblance of obscurity. The speed depended on the surrounding Earth veins, and the fastest it could reach was 100 kilometers in an instant. It was a near instantaneous movement-like effect. Of course, there weren't actually many Earth veins that were this coherent. But no matter what, this precious crystal was a well-deserved good thing. It was worthy of being a treasure that had been crushed in the hands of the defeated Earth Demon Grand Sorcerer Black Earth. At this moment, Chun Xian used it to sneak in and scout, and the effect was also awesome. Under the effect of the evading Earth, the Earth layer above his head was like a translucent gel. The field of view became infinitely wide open. The feeling was like playing a game and suddenly falling into the ground through a mold. You can look up at the entire upper terrain from a super wide-angle underground, providing a more translucent view. He felt as if he had become a favorite of the Earth, becoming one with the entire solid Earth. This inexplicable sense of security was unrivaled. No wonder those defeated Earth demons were willing to convert to the Mother Earth Goddess. Chun Xian controlled the speed of his recluse and found an earth vein that passed through the center of the camp. Advancing along the vein, he looked up and could see a large number of messy corpses of aberrant demons. All of the corpses had a large hole in their chests. The hearts were missing. The method of death was amazingly consistent. There was a monotonous sense of horror. Even Chen Xian, who was underground, could not help but feel a chill down his back. Monotonous fatal wounds meant that all the freak devils were killed without even being able to put up resistance. The more freak devils that died in this manner proved that the stronger the culprit was. A hazy mist slowly flowed across the ground. Chen Xian's expression gradually became grim. Within a short time, he arrived inside the furred tent located in the center. The bloated corpse of the leader of the deformed demons was falling to the ground. Warm green blood dripped silently from the large hole in its chest that was broken open. It looked as if it had just died a short while ago, and had similarly lost its most crucial heart. The horrifying thing was that there were still no traces of a fight or struggle around it. Chen Xian secretly observed and quietly floated towards the ground, eventually stopping at a place that was still 20 to 30 centimeters away from the ground. Because he was fused with the ground, no abnormality could be seen from the surface. Just as he was secretly observing, the tent, which was originally only lightly misted, was instantly filled with dense fog. These thick mists were extraordinarily active, like a rolling wave that never stops rolling, or like a long smoke after a firework burns out, consciously circling around the corpse. What the hell is this? Chen Xian felt astonished. Whenever he thought he understood the world a little, something new would always come out and surprise him again. After spinning around a few times, the tweedy mists suddenly came to a halt by the corpse. They coalesced together and quickly churned up. It quickly turned into a hazy, long, strange shadow. This strange shadow had a height of almost 3 meters, with arms hanging down past its knees. No specific features could be seen on its face, and even the outline of its body was exceptionally vague and devoid of any details. With such an appearance, it reminded Chen Xian of those plastic models. Behind the strange shadow was a basket made up of misty strips of fog, all of which contained hearts dripping with blood. The small ones were like a baby's fist. The larger ones were like apples. They all came from the aberrant demons within this camp. Chen Xian's vision penetrated through the ground and directly activated Intermediate Insight. Orange Fog Ghost LV40. Evil ghosts born in the mist, different from specters and different from elemental bodies, but combining both characteristics, love to kill and collect hearts, specializing in heart-piercing strikes that inflict high amounts of true damage to most living beings. Mist Hidden 1. Life into Mist. Deadly heart-piercing. The information was sketchy, but at the very least there were no big strings of question marks. This was an assassination-type special boss. Able to act with the foggy environment, it was considered a very bizarre assassin. The most crucial thing was that this guy's attacks came with the effect of real damage. Like the aberration demon leader, it was at the very least a purple commander level boss, but it obviously didn't last a single move in the hands of the fog ghost. At this moment, the fog ghost was sizing up the body of the aberration demon leader with interest. It was as if it was admiring some sort of trophy. Chen Xian did not act rashly. Instead, he secretly observed. The mist ghost transformed into its form from time to time and acted in a state of mist. It wandered around like this for about 10 minutes before it finally lost interest. Suddenly bending down, it plucked a roughly carved black iron key from the waist of the leader of the aberrant demons. Chen Xian raised an eyebrow, as this key was clearly the quest prop he needed. The important thing about the quest harbinger of the demonic calamity was not the purging of the demonic camps, but rather obtaining the corresponding quest props from each of the camps. Slaughtering and purging was just a passing matter. After all, Chen Xian had to upgrade as well. It didn't matter if he didn't kill a guy like the defeated Earth Demon who was so knowledgeable and hid the quest props. Therefore, the fog ghost's behavior of taking away the quest props instantly made Chen Xian somewhat unable to sit still. After taking away the black iron key, the fog ghost was like a gust of wind as it surged towards the outside of the tent. This guy was able to perfectly blend into the fog, but he was still able to distinguish it when moving. The fog where the fog ghost was significantly thicker. It was as white as cream. Tracking along the trajectory, Chen Xian maintained his recluse status and tailed perfectly. The fog ghost was a restless wind. Blew out of the campground. It blew through the drooping treetops and swept through the thorny shrubs. Chen Xian followed closely behind him underground, gradually moving away from the aberration demon's camp. At this point, he couldn't be bothered to notify Chao Mu and Lily Wei. He only had time to inform Lily Wei of the rough situation through the telepathy between his partners, and then as the distance widened, the information transmitted became blurred. This camp has been massacred. The culprit is a strange being named Mist Ghost. Lilui frowned slightly and suddenly said to Asajiri, who was lying on the trunk of a tree not far away. "Huh. Then where did Cloud Wind go?" Asajiri slid down the tree, her stance athletic and agile. Instead, she saw Lilywig shake her head. "The master said he couldn't say for a moment. He told us to retreat immediately and return to the village, and not to enter the camp that was destroyed for the time being either. If there is more than one mist ghost, then continuing to stay in the forest is likely to be attacked. Moreover, he suspects that today's fog and the fog ghosts that appeared with it have something to do with the mist lingering in the misty forest all year round." Hearing her say this, Chaomu pressed down on the restlessness in his heart, deciding to follow Chun Xian's wishes. Anyway, now that she was at a higher level, she wasn't that bad in terms of experience and time. It would be fine if she was delayed for a day or two more. After returning to the village, she would be able to train with Okafor in bow techniques and short sword techniques. The proficiency level was also rising very fast. Weapon proficiency is not high in the early stages, but it is still worth investing time in practicing. The related proficiency is not just a numerical value, but the ability to control a specific weapon strike. Chapter 145 Misty Spring Wonders, Update 2. When the two women arrived at the nearest temporary safe zone and turned on the Hearthstone to return to Grey Crow Village, Chun Xian had already tracked several dozen kilometers away. This was the area close to the eastern border of the fog forest. There were no specialties, and even monsters and magical beasts would rarely wander through this area. In the old Falcon's Eyes map, this was the default barren area. The term barren didn't refer to the environment of this place, but rather the fact that there was no value in staying here for a long period of time. Except for the trees, there is nothing here. But this is such a plain and ordinary area. But the fog ghost's final destination. After traveling through the forest here for a while, it drilled into an underground cave that sloped downward. The passageway of the cave was in the shape of a trumpet with a small interior and a large exterior. Right now, it was acting like a smokestack, continuously spewing out thick fog. It reminded Chun Xian of the sanitation fog trucks used in the city to reduce the dust haze. Without continuing to track, he directly revealed himself not far outside the cave. Since the duration of the evasion was 15 minutes, it was right now in a cool-down state. Since the location was anchored, there was no need to follow it step by step. Chun Xian thought that the fog ghost was directly related to today's dense fog, and its essence might be related to the birth of the fog forest. With any luck, today might be the day to decipher the reason for the birth of this strange place, the fog forest. Chao Mu's prophecy came true. That mouth was simply like an open light. The cave was always spewing out mist. This made the humidity around it frighteningly high. You couldn't smell anything when you breathed in, only a strong watery vapor clogging up your nose. Taking a few more breaths was more like soaking in water. The 5-minute cooling time wasn't long. Chun Xian had already raised his protective light screen to isolate the water vapor. When the cooldown time of evasion had just expired, he had jumped into the ground. To be honest, diving into the ground was still quite comfortable. There was a sense of freedom of being at home in all four corners of the world and being able to go anywhere. He continued tracking along the path of the underground cave passage. It opened up after traversing downwards for a few hundred meters. He came to a cavern that was also completely shrouded in mist. A stalactite of different sizes could be seen everywhere here. Water droplets were continuously dripping down from them. It was actually as thick as rain. And located in the center of the cavern was a spring pool. The fog ghost was staying right next to the spring pool. At this moment, it revealed its form. Its right arm transformed into a sharp blade, and it was cutting open the hearts it had seized not long ago one by one. With each one, it dipped it into the spring pool and swung it around. The residual green blood fizzled in the pool for a moment and then inexplicably faded and absorbed, as if it had never existed. As for the cleaned hearts, they were placed one by one beside the body. It seemed to have some sort of obsessive-compulsive disorder, and every move was characterized by an obvious stereotypical reaction. Chun Xian secretly observed. When all of the hearts were dealt with, it held them up with a fervor and threw them all into the pit on the other side of the spring pool. Inside that pit, there was a fog cocoon with a height of close to 1 meter that was rapidly moving in rhythm. The moment all the aberrant demon hearts touched the fog cocoon, they strangely melted into dark green juice. The magic energy contained within quickly boiled up and a marvelous magical reaction occurred. The rhythmic speed of the fog cocoon further accelerated, almost as if it had been retrofitted with a high-speed brushless motor. It was enough to make any deep girl ecstatic. All of the deep green sap was being rapidly absorbed by the fog cocoon at a speed visible to the naked eye. This thing was like a hungry sponge, frantically devouring all the nutrients. What is this thing again?
O fog koштesheg.
Chen Xian silently moved a little closer underground in the direction of the fog cocoon. Intermediate insight. Activate it for the master. Subtitles surfaced before his eyes, confirming Chen Xian's guess. Misty egg in gestation. A newborn mist ghost is incubating inside. It is not a picky eater. No matter if it's flesh and blood essence, or any kind of magic can be converted into nutrients for its incubation. Current incubation progress, 78.72%. When the incubation progress reaches 99%, a drop of blood can cause the newborn mist ghost to develop a natural initial loyalty. It's almost hatched. Moreover, looking at the notes given by Insight, it seems that there is still a possibility of taming the mist ghosts before they are completely hatched. Thinking about the extra pet slots after the expansion, Chen Xian couldn't help but let his eyes light up. This fog ghost's assassination ability was extremely strong, and it also had a good growth rate. The downside was that it had a natural dependence on the environment. If there was no fog in the environment, the threat of the fog ghost would obviously be greatly reduced. After completing the feeding, the large fog ghost came to the spring pool with satisfaction. His foggy palm scooped up a handful of spring water and poured it into his body with a gulp. As the spring water entered his body, the foggy ghost's form became clearer as if it was colored with paint. This spring water is also somewhat famous. Chen Xian keenly observed this scene and instantly set his gaze on the spring pool. Flare light misty spring low wonder. Quality, flare light. A naturally born low-level wonder, capable of continuously generating mist, increasing the concentration of mist and water elemental magic distribution within a radius of 200 kilometers by a small margin. An eruption will occur every 30 sundowns, greatly increasing the concentration of fog and water elemental magic. Quality. Flare. When fused with the life essence, there is a very small chance that a spirit will be born from the mist. Misty spring water. Drinking it will greatly increase the affinity to water elemental magic, increase the power of water magic by 30%, and bring fog hidden effect when moving, lasts for 15 minutes, and the effect cannot be superimposed. Note: you need to obtain the kingdom's fiefdom or the order to explore before you can collect the wonders. As expected of Chen Xian, this was a spectacle item. It was not a prop, but a special building. Currently, it could not be collected. It required the so-called kingdom fiefdom and exploitation order. It sounded like a lord. In other words, there were special pre-requirements to collect the wonders. It was normal for the concept of a lord to exist in the fantasy world of Starfall Continent. Speaking of which, the noble circle that Chen Xian had previously obtained came with a passive skill title. It allowed him to immediately obtain an honorary knighthood in any of the current 7 kingdoms of the Starfall Continent, thus becoming an honorary noble. Of course, there was still a difference between an honorary noble and a fiefdom noble. So as to how one should obtain the kingdom fiefdom and the so-called exploitation order, Chen Xian did not have an eye on it for the time being. It was thought that higher-level maps and NPC camps should be involved. The Mist Ghost's outbursts were clearly linked to the periodic changes in the Mist Spring. The Fog Spring could not be taken away for the time being, but that Fog Egg had no restrictions in that regard. Taking advantage of the duration of the Transported Earth status, Chen Xian decided to strike directly. He violently stretched out his arms and fished over the misty egg. Immediately, he chose to vanish and run. Chapter 146 Indecent Fat Brother Update 3. The moment the egg of mist was dragged into the ground, the large fog ghost guarding the spring pool let out a creepy roar. Its voice was very special, able to spread along the fog, creating an ethereal reverberating effect. However, Chen Xian could not hear half of it. There were still a few minutes left in the duration of evasion, so he naturally followed the most suitable veins of the ground for his route to slip as far as he could. The fog ghost was furious. At first, he could still feel the fog egg's aura, but soon that aura became blurry. Again, after a short pause, it suddenly disappeared. It didn't move slowly in the fog, but it couldn't track the target whose breath had disappeared in an instant. Losing the fog egg was like losing a child. The fog ghost directly went crazy. It rushed out of the cave and roared and circled in the forest like a madman. Outside the Gray Crow village, The flickering light of space wrapped around Chun Xian as he appeared. His right arm was wrapped around the boiling fog egg, while his left hand clutched a hearthstone. For Chun, who was well versed in searching and striking, he wouldn't be foolish enough to directly run away. First, he initially pulled away with the help of transportation. Then he quickly searched for a temporary safe zone around him to activate the hearthstone. The range of any sensing ability was not infinite. As long as they returned to the village, a large part of the problem would be solved. If the fog ghost could still sense the location of the fog egg and dared to launch an attack on the Grey Crow village, then it would not be too late for Chun Xian to strike again. The Grey Crow village was not like the Demon Descent camp. Not only did it have a sturdy magic energy shield protecting the entire village, nowadays it even had elites from Casbang. In addition to sending someone back to Bang City to report the situation to Baron Morton Cass. The large force of the garrison that arrived earlier stayed here. Not to mention the fog ghosts. Even the Black Naga that rampaged that night only dared not make a move. Not only were these Bangsheng regulars strong on their own, they were also able to form military formations to fight off strong enemies. Holding the Egg of Mist, Chun Xian took a habitual glance. Shriveled Egg of Mist. After leaving the environment of the Mist Spring, the Egg of Misting will be in a state of slow atrophy. Each starfall will lose 19% of its hatching progress. After the overall progress falls below 10%, the misty egg will simply collapse. Not very good. Chun Xian scratched his head, knowing that he had been reckless. After leaving the fog spring, the fog egg was like stagnant water without a source. Not only would it not be able to continue hatching, but it would instead continue to shrink until it collapsed. But it didn't matter. Today he wasn't going to return to the fog forest anyway, since the fog ghost's activity cycle overlapped with the eruption period of the fog spring. Then by the time tomorrow rolled around and the eruption period ended, the fog ghost condition would more or less definitely be affected. At that time, he was prepared to go over and touch base with that guy again. Incidentally, he would assess the true potential of the fog ghost. If the fog ghost's combat power had greatly shrunk after leaving the fog fountain, or when it was not in the eruption period, then there would be little need to keep it as a pet. What Chun Xian was looking at was the fog ghost's powerful and surefire killing ability. With a decision in mind, he temporarily put the shriveled misty egg away in his storage space. Walking into the Grey Crow village, the place had become a lot colder in recent days. The adventurers who used to be active in this neighborhood had all chosen to leave. The garrison called on the villagers to build a temporary battle fort nearby. There seemed to be an intention to transform this place into an outpost. When Chun Xian passed by the vicinity of the war fort under construction, he happened to see the old village chief, who had not yet recovered from his serious injuries, sitting in a wooden wheelchair and letting a young villager push him around. In addition, he also saw a familiar player. That was Grandpa Lu of Tumbler Garden. At this moment, the fat brother was carrying a plate of food with a flattering face, begging the village chief to taste it. It was unknown if he was playing abstract, or if he was preparing to dig out hidden quests on the old village chief. Chun Xian did not go forward to greet him, but watched the scene with interest. Just as Fatty walked to his side, the old village chief greeted the young man behind him and carted off. After just a few minutes of chasing and catching up, the old village chief finally compromised. He took the tablespoon and reluctantly scooped up a spoonful of the food Fatty was carrying and savored it. After taking a bite, the old village chief was stunned. The spoon then moved like the wind and began a storm inhalation devouring mode. It was hard to imagine that this old man, who not long ago was weak and yelling that he was about to die, would have such a good appetite. In 3 tries, he finished the food in front of him. The old village chief twirled his beard and said a few words to Fatty. After a moment's hesitation, he still greeted the young villagers and brought him paper and a feather quill. Then he hurriedly wrote a short letter for him. After finishing, the old village chief let the young villager push him away. It was only on his way out that he also barked a few words to Brother Fatty. And Fatty just nodded and responded. After watching the entire process, Chun Xian was somewhat curious in his heart. Not far away, Brother Fatty carefully folded the short letter and put it away. Only then did Chun Xian quickly walk behind him. "Hey!" This voice directly scared the fat brother into shivering. The fat around his waist shook into a thick-cut 5-fold. "Brother Yun Feng. Holy!" Scared me to death. He patted his chest and wrapped his arms around Chun Xian's shoulders. There was no counting his self-conscious gesture. Chun Xian asked curiously, What are you sneaking around the old village chief to get? You don't have a fetish for the elderly and plan to raid the old village chief, do you? He deliberately poked fun at Fat Brother. These words caused Fatty's goosebumps to rise. I'm a straight man. Saying that, he took out the text message and explained. I was thinking that the old village chief should have some connections in Bond City. It's not like I purposely inquired about his tastes and made a delicacy for him to taste, hoping that after he eats it, he'll give me a letter of introduction to Bang City. The talent exotic cuisine has a randomized nature. The better the basic cooking skill, the higher the chances of making a positive result. So I intend to follow the NPC chef of Bond City for a while. Chun Xian smiled and patted his arm. You're quite motivated. How about it? How many finished products have you cooked recently? Don't forget to practice while drilling your talent. He had a supply agreement with Chun Xian, and Fatty's level was steadily increasing. This guy looked naive, but he was actually shrewd as hell. He worked hard to market the food he cooked to make money. With the money he earned, he hired hunter squads or adventurer squads in the village to take him leveling. He loved the former especially, as it also allowed him to harvest some good wild game ingredients. But in the last 2 days, it had been hard to hire the right people in the village. He had planned to contact Chun Xian during his latest delivery, requesting to join the squad to brush monsters with him. At this moment, the two of them met in a crooked way, and after exchanging pleasantries, Fatty made his request in passing. Brother Yunfeng, say, can you drop me off when you're practicing in the future? His face was full of smiles, the fat on his face squeezing out creases. Chapter 147 Apprentice Member and Exclusive Cultivation Room. Supplementary Shift 1. Chun Xian raised his eyebrows, noticing that this brat seemed to have had an early draft in mind. Apparently, he had long ago hit upon the idea of hugging his thigh. It was truly true that people could not look like each other, and seawater could not be measured. This fat brother had taken advantage of his own snarky moments to make a claim, which really made Chun Xian feel a little bad about opening his mouth to refuse for a moment. However, favor is one thing, pragmatism is another. Fatty's strange cuisine talent was destined to make him a very valuable partner, but this was by no means reflected in group combat. This guy's combat prowess was not yet in Chun Xian's eyes. Moreover, the cooperation between the two sides had always been based on trading. There was no friendship of having carried a gun together. Chun Xian was also unable to guarantee that the seemingly naive Fatty was not a backstabber. So after thinking about it, he still shook his head and refused. You're too much of a vegetable. Upon hearing this, Fat Brother was not annoyed, but instead shared several passive abilities in passing. Weakness Dismemberment. The work of dissection has allowed you to master the ability of weakness dismemberment, which allows you to make a single weakness determination on any target that is not elemental, undead, etc., and upon hitting it will be able to inflict a single multiplier crippling blow, with the probability of partially dismembering the target and reducing all of its attributes and mobility. Skinning Technique. Skillful skinning technique allows you to peel away the target's skin when you strike, significantly weakening the target's base defense. Bone Breaker. When attacking the joints, there is a chance that the effect will be triggered, reducing the target's mobility and attack frequency. The trigger probability depends on the difference in the two sides' physique values. Who said that cooks don't have combat power? Fatty was rather proud of himself. These were all passives that he had recently comprehended. The effects were quite powerful. It was just that the probability of triggering it was a bit of a mystery. However, this did not hinder Fatty from displaying it as his advantage in the slightest. Chun Xian rolled his eyes. Can you deal with the Black Naga from that night with these? And all of them are probability-triggered abilities. What is this specific probability? The only one that is clear, the probability still depends on the difference in the value of the physique. Even if the player welds all of his free attribute points to physique, that's still no match for a boss of the same level. He wasn't a white boy now. In 3 or 2 clicks, he saw the crux of the problem. It wasn't that old brother didn't have potential, but that old brother still had to practice. Skimming his lips, Chun Xian stepped away. Just 2 steps away, he was stopped by Fatty again. Older brother Yunfeng just need to be willing to take me to practice. Then I'll cover all the red and blue consumption. Chun Xian still shook his head. He had no shortage of red and blue potions. Tan Rueyuan, the philanthropist, had prepared a lot of inventory for him. Plus 10 blue excellent grade buff ingredients. The fat brother behind him gritted his teeth and said, this condition finally barely impressed Chun Xian. One could not blame him for being mercenary, except that everyone was an adult. If there was neither the friendship of having carried a gun nor enough benefits or strength, then he definitely wouldn't go the extra mile to let Fatty join the team. After all, one always had to choose between contributing money and contributing strength, right? Down the road, if Fatty proved the reliability of his character in the team, then these benefit exchanges would naturally be cancelled out. This was also considered to be incorporating him as a trainee team member. Seeing Chen Xian agree, Fat Brother was overjoyed, and the two sides also agreed on the time and place of their next online meeting. After sending off the shrewd Fatty, Chen Xian went straight to the schoolyard. There were still a few hours of stamina left in the day, but he was temporarily not in the mood for leveling. It would be good to focus on practicing weapons and techniques with Akov. Time passed in an instant. After going offline, Chen Xian rarely did not swing for the fences. After taking a short nap, Chen Xian took Lily Wei for a beautiful Sichuan meal. Chili peppers were a favorite of Liliwei's. Aside from hot pot, she was interested in Sichuan, Hunan, and Gan dishes. After finishing, the duo did not go home. Chen Xian rented an independent venue in the neighborhood. With an area of over 500 square feet, it turned out to be a small to medium-sized street dance club that had already closed down. He looked for an agent to take it over directly. Yesterday, he spent a sum of money to order the equipment, and today it was all installed. There is basically no need to move on the hard installation. As long as the money is in place for the equipment, everything is not a problem. This place would be the duo's training ground for some time to come. It is roughly divided into two areas. The first was the physical training ground, featuring a variety of customized fitness equipment. Unlike ordinary gyms, these machines were procured from the Standing Sea Sports Committee, originating from the special weight machines ordered during the Hercules competition held 2 years ago. The weight benchmark is more than 2 times higher than ordinary equipment, which can better make the exercise load up to the standard. In addition, a ring for practicing technical combat was also prepared. Liliwei also had a separate meditation room, as well as a water room for practicing fire techniques. The so-called water room was one where even the walls were covered with thick flame-retardant material, and there were 2 large folding pools ready to go. Of course, the flame-retardant materials were not completely incombustible. There was still a risk that it would melt through when faced with powerful fire strikes. At this time, the graphite plates stacked at the back would come in handy. The melting point of graphite was 3,850, and the boiling point was 4,250, which was enough to carry most of the short-term bombardment of fire magic below the 5th order. Moreover, a material like graphite, even after being scorched by a super high-temperature electric arc, its loss of weight was small, as was its coefficient of thermal expansion. What's even more exaggerated is that graphite strength strengthens as the temperature increases, and at 2000 C, the strength of graphite material roughly doubles. What's more, even if the graphite plate was melted through, there was still the concrete wall behind it. In short, Chen Xian had done his best to prevent the water chamber from burning up during the practice of the fire method. The Black Knight's reminder was taken to heart by Chen Xian. Compared to the time in the Otherworld, time domination in reality was much more flexible. When you wanted to rest, just rest a little longer. When one wanted to be self-disciplined, one would come over here to Cuckoo to exercise and also be able to subconsciously increase proficiency. It could only directly enhance the 2 major attributes of physical and spiritual. After exercising for about 2 hours, Chen Xian sweated profusely and felt refreshed, quickly walking into the shower room to wash up. When he arrived in front of the water room, he saw that there was still a Do Not Disturb cultivation sign, so he didn't disturb Lily Wei. Instead, he opened his cell phone and opened a document from his microchat collection. Inside was meteorological information about lightning. The provinces of Yunnan, Gue, Guangdong, Cheong, and Tibet all belong to high thunder and lightning areas. The average annual number of thunderstorm days in these areas exceeds 70 days. Especially in the summer, lightning disasters were more frequent, with the time period centered on 15-17 hours. After looking at it, Chen Xian opened the national weather forecast. Separately, he checked the predicted weather for the next 15 days in these provinces. Guangdong province is a good choice. Once we fix the new round of cooperation with the Black Knights, let's buy a ticket and set off. Natural thunder and lightning could be encountered but not sought. Chen Xian could only pursue it on the principle of chance. Chapter 148 7 Regions, Phantom Update 1. He was already in a Buddhist state of mind regarding the branch line of the Angry Thunder Apostle. He had planned to leave the country to look for areas where lightning was more frequent. However, this idea was opposed by the Black Knight. The water in the current external regions was far deeper than in China, and before leveling up above LV30 and passing the first test, it was best to stay at home without fear. For each region, the players in their home country are equivalent to a kind of real estate that can move. It is widely recognized that the place where a player logs into a region depends on a combination of factors such as nationality, cultural heritage, and identity tendencies. Such as the America region, such as the reality of a strong country, but the cultural heritage of the region is poor. Then the idea will be to other regions that are rich in history. Among them, Tianjin and Europa have both become the hardest hit areas, and many heritage and legacy players have been taken captive to the territory of America, becoming petty thieves who plagiarize the legacy of the region. Therefore, the Black Knight did not recommend Chen Xian to leave the country prematurely. Even if he didn't join the organization, when he was strong in the future and became an expert amongst the casuals, he would still receive support orders from other regions for foreign lands. Thus, Chen Xian was planning to hang out in the lightning-frequented areas of the country. After all, the mission only required being struck by natural lightning 60 times. But there was no one who stipulated that you were only allowed to be struck once on a thunderstorm day, right? At that time, find a high point in the right weather and directly set up a set of lightning rod matrix. Strive to be struck a few more times on that thunderstorm day. Closing the document, he whirled around and opened another piece of information about the introduction of the 7 global regions. First was the China region. It was also known by players as Heavenly Destiny Dynasty. Its cultural radiation circle even encompassed other regions. Surrounding it was the Pacific Rim region, which contained Japan, Korea, Southeast Asia, Oceania, the Pacific Island region, and so on, a typical hodgepodge of regions. The African region is known as Black African Epic, with the main area being south of the Sahara. As for the North African region, it was merged into the Fertile Crescent region, where the Middle East, the Central Asian countries, the 3 Caucasus countries, and the Turkish and Serbian countries dominated. The region of Tianjin is called Brahma Buddha Kingdom, and the main area is the Tianjin subcontinent, as well as the cultural buffer zone of Myanmar. Beyond that is the New World region where America is located. It covers North America, Latin America, and part of the Antarctic region. The largest region, on the other hand, is Europa. It also has an alternative name of Winter Throne. It was mainly composed of Eastern, Southern, and Western Europe, plus all of Woolly Bear and the 5 Nordic countries. It looks a bit complicated, but in fact, it is basically divided according to cultural ties and regional affiliation. Different regions descend into different kingdoms within the game. On top of that, there are quite a few branches. For example, the descent places for blood players were blood strongholds. Only those blood strongholds were in the Starfall continent's location, which was also in the kingdom where the Europa region was located. The 2 sides had a coupled relationship. This is the pattern of the many regions in Starfall continent today, and because of the characteristics of the players. Basically, each region will use the means of capturing or buying to enlist players from other regions to collect specialty wonders, materials, or information. Worse still, they would send people to hunt down and take away the civilization sequence inheritance token of the region they belong to. Infighting is human nature. The regionalization setting not only temporarily separates players from different regions, but also directly establishes a sense of competition. Regardless of whether an external crisis would come or not, it didn't prevent tripping over other regions. What's more, while plundering others, you can also strengthen yourself. The pack made tripping older brother. The division of the entire region was like a civilization jigsaw puzzle, appearing to be distinct but also intersecting and fusing in some way. Just at this time, the door to the water room was pushed open. The sweaty Lillowy stepped out from it. Scorching hot air gushed out from the room, along with choking smoke. Chen Xian hastily activated the smoke exhauster, estimating that the amount of smoke outside at this moment was by no means less than a barbecue restaurant. Through training, Lillowy would not only be able to gain spellcasting proficiency and increase her spell level. A certain amount of experience value could also be gained. No wonder everyone was rolling reality. This part of the time, if utilized well, could indeed open up a certain gap. Lillowy washed up nearby and changed into a new set of clothes. Then the duo returned towards their home, Starfall continent, in the middle of the extreme dark abyss. This was a fragment of the realm where the abyssal plane had crashed into the Starfall continent during an extremely ancient period. Its interior was boiling with thick dark energy. This place was a paradise for countless dark descendants. In one of the lakes where the black water swirled, a slender figure, as if she was a lotus flower, exposed her head from underwater. The curves of her body were outlined with magical patterns. A backward curved forehead protruded from each side. Her eyebrows were as cold and stern as knives. She walked onto the shore naked, black droplets of water sliding down her soft skin. With just a gentle wave of her hand, leather armor surfaced on her body, covering her torso. However, there was still a large area of spring light exposed. At that moment, a large mass of pink mist suddenly erupted in front of her body. It seemed particularly ambiguous in this dark-toned world. In the midst of the pink mist, an even hotter and taller figure of a special thing was revealed. The full roundness highlighted the temptation, and the undulating curves caused reverie. Only to see her stretch out her slender fingers and frivolously tickle the woman's chin, and then slid down her shoulder blades to the small of her back, teasing with skill. My Nana is growing up oh so fast. Today's homework is simple. Leave the abyss and charm 20 humans, male or female. And if you can successfully seduce that ascetic monk of the nature sect, your teacher will give you a wonderful reward. This woman was none other than Joanna, and in front of her was the exclusive profession tutor, a role similar to that of a master teacher. Yes, she became an honorable abyssal phantom. It was a special profession that was randomly awakened based on personality traits. At that moment, a line of quest prompts popped up in front of Joanna. Growth Quest Charm 4. Basic Task Requirement. Charm Humans 20. Basic Task Reward. Hidden Attribute Charm +2. Talent. Female Colors. Advancement Degree +1. Requirements for Advanced Quest. Seducing Ascetic Monks of the Nature Sect. Reward. Hidden Attribute Charisma +3. General Free Attribute Points +10. Talent. Female Sexuality Advancement +2. Seduction Technique Proficiency +2000. Duration. 3 days after Starfall. The corner of Joanna's mouth slightly hooked as she took the task. Obediently, she covered her mentor's hand and pressed it hard against the groove. A look of pleasure appeared on both their faces at the same time. Between the haziness of her eyes, a ray of refined light flashed underneath Joanna's eyes. Chan Xian Player. Very well. Thanks to your blessing, I'm really good now. She grinned and stuck out her slender tongue to lick the corners of her hungry mouth. Chapter 149 Rift Node Update 2. Brother Yunfeng, we're just going to wait? Why don't we put on the scarlet battle armor from that day and go in for a messy kill? Carrying a hardwood bow on his back and holding a small blue-quality machete, Fatty lay beside Chan Xian. After waiting for 10 minutes or so, he couldn't stand his loneliness and took the initiative to open his mouth. Chan Xian was really too lazy to explain. As a trainee member who had just joined the squad, there were many secrets that he had yet to reveal to Fatty. For example, the origin of the blood armor and its trait of needing kryptonite, and also Liloi's true identity. So it left Fatty with many question marks. Shoo! Speak again and I'll whip you. At this moment, they were ambushed outside the Red Tie Demons camp. Other than the defeated Earth Demons who had abandoned the Dark Side and the Aberration Demon camp that had been massacred by the Fog Ghosts, this Red Shoddy Devil camp was Chan Xian's last target. When he was done, he also planned to sneak into the cave where the Fog Spring was located to take a look at the Fog Ghosts. Today was not the eruption period of the Fog Spring. Although the fog still appeared hazy in the distance, it was obviously not as thick. After his gentle admonition, Fatty hurriedly silenced his voice. The Red Inferiority Demon camp ahead was filled with a murderous intent, and as he approached, he could see that an oval-shaped fissure with a height of 7 to 8 meters had already appeared in the camp. This was also the reason why Chan Xian had not jumped in and opened the Unparalleled as he had done in the past. Unlike the other camps, a small rift with a relatively stable structure had already appeared here. Above the campsite, there was a faint curtain of light obscuring the internal scene, which was used to prevent probing from the skies. Of course, due to the characteristics of the spatial rift, this place could not be completely blocked. Judging from the size and stability of the rift, the camp should have attracted quite a few devils at this time. Its intensity was far from comparable to other demonic camps. Ambushing here at this time was to further observe, pinpointing the time for a wave of transportation. Chan Xian suddenly patted Fatty on the back, signaling him not to move or run around. Immediately afterward, his entire body sank into the ground without any sense of contradiction. The marvelous through-mold perspective allowed him to see everything on the surface of the ground very clearly. Wherever the earth was, he was able to pass through unhindered. The only thing he couldn't get close to was the location of the rift, where there was a distortion in space. The area affected included the underground. This red inferior demon camp was heavily guarded. A large number of 4-armed red devils stood at attention with weapons in hand. Next to the rift stood 9 Hell's demons holding long-handled machetes. Next to them, there were also several wild demons with the body shape of a tyrannical ape.